On a deserted road battered by heavy rain, a severed and badly wounded arm lay in the middle of the street. The wrist was almost destroyed, and blood mixed with rainwater painted a horrifying scene. At the same time, a radio broadcast an emergency alert. A serial killer had appeared near Tianfu Road, and 3 people were already dead. The owner of that arm had died a brutal death. The victim's face and neck were slashed beyond recognition, and even several teeth were shattered. A strange black mark stood out on the neck while blood was scattered everywhere. The eyes remained wide open in the crimson rain as flies began swarming the corpse. Investigators classified it as an extremely brutal case with savage methods. The pounding rain mixed with the cold voice of the news announcer in the gloomy night. The broadcast repeatedly warned residents to stay indoors and watch for suspicious people. Yet in a pitch-dark room, a young man sat comfortably on a sofa, eating snacks while watching the news. The only light came from the faint blue glow of the TV. Despite the terrifying report, he stayed completely calm and kept chewing his snacks without a care. The TV soon switched to a live scene. A reporter stood outside a heavily sealed area surrounded by police. He reported that a family of 5 had been massacred in Shuanghe community. The investigation was accelerating, but the danger remained. Even worse, another horrifying skinning case had appeared at Kangzhuang apartments nearby. As one bloody report followed another, thunder kept tearing through the dark night sky. None of those horrific crimes seemed to bother the young man. The blue light from the TV and flashes of lightning lit up his face in turns. As he kept eating, he muttered that Jiangbei City saw several murder cases every day, which was clearly abnormal. Thinking about it, he casually tossed the snack bag onto the table and continued pondering. He then walked to the window and watched lightning split the darkness. Judging by the non-stop news coverage, the media was probably trying to warn people to stay away from those dangerous areas. Outside, rain still poured down relentlessly. One hand in his pocket and the other holding a half-eaten snack, he frowned slightly. Could the media be sending a hidden message about these so-called killers? The moment that thought appeared, a blinding bolt of lightning lit up the sky. At that exact moment, a massacre was unfolding in the apartment below his. A young man was suddenly approached by a shadowy figure and slashed from the neck all the way down his body with a sharp weapon. The young man simply turned around and walked back into his room with both hands in his pockets, as if he had seen it all before. Only one thought crossed his mind. There was nothing surprising about this anymore. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Under the pale blue TV light, his sharp features became even clearer. After all, he had personally experienced things far beyond common sense. Even now, the memories of his previous life remained intact. Back then, he died from a cruel form of cancer. The image of his frail body lying helplessly in a hospital bed was still vivid in his mind. Before his death, he lay in intensive care with a pale face and lifeless eyes. His cheeks were sunken, his lips cracked, and the only sound beside him was the steady rhythm of a heart monitor. But when he opened his eyes again, he had become a wandering child in a snow-covered land. In the freezing cold, the boy stood alone in worn-out clothes as snow and rain fell around him. His body trembled from the cold, while rainwater and mucus ran across his face. At that moment, a thick black coat was suddenly draped over his shoulders from behind. The person who appeared before the freezing child was an old man. He gently placed a hand on the boy's head and smiled warmly. "Call me Grandpa. If you have nowhere to go, follow me from now on." From that moment on, the old man became my only family in this strange world. The boy followed behind him every day, constantly calling out to Grandpa. Embroidered on the oversized coat he received was an ancient and mysterious Bagua symbol. I thought my new life would continue peacefully, but 2 years ago, Grandpa suddenly disappeared without leaving a single message. That day, I returned home and happily opened the door, only to find no trace of him anywhere. One question kept echoing in my mind. Where did he go? The only things he left behind were a letter and a bank card containing 100,000 yuan. Written beside the card was a short message. Something happened to the sect. I must leave immediately. Jiang Chen, live well. After reading it, he could only hold his head in frustration. A sect facing disaster sounded like an old cultivation novel plot that even modern comics rarely used anymore. Even so, he could not stop worrying about the old man's whereabouts and what he might be facing now. Just then, a series of rapid knocks suddenly echoed from outside, making him turn toward the door. Since it was already past midnight, his mood instantly worsened. Rubbing his ears, he grumbled that someone was making such a racket at 2 in the morning. Annoyed, he walked to the front door and looked through the peephole to see what was happening outside. Standing there was a woman with very long hair, wearing a colorful dress covered in cherry and heart patterns. She kept pounding on a door like she had gone insane. What felt even more unsettling was her deathly pale face. Jiang Chen frowned. Was she really just an ordinary woman? She continued banging on the apartment across the hall. Seeing that, he guessed she urgently needed to find Sister Hong. But her actions soon became strange. When nobody answered, she climbed onto the door and hung there unnaturally. The bizarre sight left him stunned. Then she opened her mouth wide, revealing sparse yet terrifyingly sharp teeth. A cold breath blew directly toward the peephole as she spoke in a gloomy voice. "Open the door. I know someone is inside." Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. He took out his phone, thinking that if she was not mentally ill, then she was definitely a dangerous psychopath. Without wasting time, he quickly sent a warning message to Sister Hong. "If you are not home yet, do not come back. There is a very suspicious person outside your door." Only seconds later, his phone vibrated with a reply. The moment he read it, his expression changed and cold sweat covered his body. Sister Hong's messages arrived one after another. "I am inside the apartment. The thing outside is not human. Right now Jiang Chen stood silently beside his own door. Outside, the strange creature kept scratching and clinging to the opposite apartment door. Meanwhile, Sister Hong sat trembling on the cold floor in terror. Panic had completely taken over. Tears streamed down her face, while both hands covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out. As she texted Jiang Chen, she desperately wondered how she could escape this situation. Unexpectedly, the monster outside had terrifying hearing. Just from the faint sound of typing, it detected movement inside. It immediately let out a creepy laugh and said, "So there really is someone in there." After confirming its suspicion, it became completely manic. Again and again, it slammed its head into the door while laughing horribly. "Someone is inside, yet they are pretending not to hear me?" The monster kept smashing its head against the door. Heavy impacts echoed throughout the hallway. Inside, Sister Hong finally broke down and cried uncontrollably as fear overwhelmed her. But the thing outside had no intention of stopping. Its bloodshot eyes burned with hatred, and its huge mouth exposed rows of jagged teeth. Laughing and screaming viciously, it kept demanding that she open the door. The constant shouting pushed Sister Hong deeper into panic. Covering her mouth, she shakily texted Jiang Chen. Through tears, she told him that she had finally recognized the face outside. A black and white memorial photo suddenly appeared in her mind. The bloody and disfigured face matched perfectly. Only then did she realize in horror that it was Li Yiwen. Seeing that name on the screen, Jiang Chen froze for a moment. The name felt strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Outside in the hallway, Li Yiwen continued smashing her head against the wall and door with terrifying force, creating long cracks across the concrete. Her thin hand pressed tightly against the wall. Her unnaturally long fingers were torn apart, and blood continuously dripped down. Not only her hands, but even her feet looked horribly distorted. Despite wearing a cute white dress, her overall appearance was absolutely horrifying. She raised her head, revealing a throat torn into a horrifying cavity. From it came a hoarse voice like whistling wind. "Open the door. Open it now." The moment he saw that name, Jiang Chen finally remembered. Cold sweat instantly ran down his back. This was the girl who had been assaulted and brutally murdered in the infamous Dongjiang district case of Manhwa. Outside, Li Yiwen's twisted face remained filled with hatred. Her voice carried nothing but madness and endless resentment, as she kept demanding that the door be opened. Memories of that case slowly resurfaced in his mind. Back then, Li Yiwen had run everywhere begging for help. She desperately pounded on apartment doors while pleading for someone to save her. Behind her, a man with a knife chased her relentlessly. In the end, she collapsed in front of a closed door. Her clothes had been torn to shreds, and her face was filled with terror. In despair, she could only beg the man approaching her to stop. That man was Jiang Bei. 3 bleeding scratch marks were still visible on his face. He touched the wounds and sneered, furious that a girl had embarrassed him. Gripping a sharp knife, he showed no attempt to hide his cruelty. In his eyes, if he did not take brutal revenge, his reputation would suffer. Li Yiwen desperately pounded on the door in front of her and begged for help. But before anyone could respond, Jiang Bei grabbed her. The knife in his hand swung again and again. Cold slashes tore her clothes apart piece by piece. In that miserable state, Li Yiwen looked completely helpless. Jiang Bei grabbed her hair and yanked her backward. As he dragged her away, he cursed and mocked her for trying to seek help. With no strength left to resist, Li Yiwen could only endure being dragged away. Jiang Bei then glanced around the hallway and loudly threatened everyone nearby. He warned that anyone who interfered would pay the price. Meanwhile, Li Yiwen lay curled up on the cold floor. Even though they heard everything, the surrounding doors remained shut. Not a single person stepped out to help. Jiang Bei's threats left the entire hallway in terrifying silence. Looking down at his victim, he continued spitting out vicious insults. His eyes held nothing but cruelty, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on her. By then, Li Yuan's face had been so badly damaged that it was hard to recognize. In unbearable pain, she could only tremble and weakly cry for help, hoping someone would come save her. Jiang Bei coldly raised the shining knife, his eyes full of contempt. Before striking, he hurled more cruel insults at her, claiming her pitiful appearance disgusted him. The next second, his arm came down without hesitation, and the blade shot straight toward her. When it was over, he calmly walked away as if nothing had happened. While leaving, he even answered a phone call in a disturbingly relaxed tone. According to him, it was just self-defense, and at worst, he would spend a few days in custody before being released again. Behind him, Li Yuan lay motionless in a spreading pool of blood with the knife still lodged in her body. Her cold body lay alone on the ground, surrounded by nothing but blood. After that tragedy, a series of bizarre events began appearing one after another. The next image in Jiang Chen's memory was Jiang Bei's corpse inside a detention center. A blade had pierced straight through his neck, leaving him dead behind bars. 7 days after the murder, the thug died in a way almost identical to what he had done to Li Yuan. Outside in the hallway, Li Yuan continued staring at the door, with hatred in her eyes. Seeing that no one would open it, she coldly declared that if she was not invited in, she would find her own way inside. Immediately, her long black hair began slipping into the lock through the tiniest gaps. Her already terrifying face twisted into something even more grotesque, sending chills down Enion's spine. Each strand of hair moved like a living snake, slowly winding through the lock mechanism before emerging on the other side. Watching through the peephole, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Before long, Sister Hong's apartment lock was completely opened. In his panic, the phone in his hand accidentally slipped to the floor and made a noise. The moment he looked down, he knew things had gone bad. The female ghost's ears twitched slightly. Even the smallest sound was enough for her to notice instantly. Her entire body suddenly twisted at a bizarre angle and bent backward unnaturally. A horrifying smile spread across her face as her eyes locked directly onto Jiang Chen's door. A shrill laugh echoed through the hallway. Then she slowly began crawling toward his apartment. Her hands gripped the door tightly, while that chilling smile remained frozen on her face. Still twisted into that unnatural posture, she kept slamming against the door and screaming for the person inside to open it. Her blood-red eyes stayed fixed on the door, as if she could see through it. Then she whispered, "I see you." Jiang Chen instantly felt his scalp go numb. He could not understand why the female ghost had chosen him as her next target so quickly. His survival instincts kicked in, and he kept backing away from the door. In a panic, he grabbed a wooden stick nearby as a weapon. Even though his hands were trembling, Jiang Chen held the stick in front of him to calm himself down. He forced himself to stay confident, telling himself that his strong yang energy might keep evil spirits away. At that moment, a strange interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. A bright red smiling face icon stood out on the screen. A notification immediately appeared. Evil aura detected. Demonization system is now activating. Before he could react, the system announced a successful activation and rewarded him with 100 ghost points. Jiang Chen stared at the floating panel in disbelief. Another notification appeared, asking whether he wanted to spend all available points on a demonization ability. Draw to fight supernatural entities. He glanced toward the door. The female ghost was still trying to break in, leaving him little time to think. When the options confirm and decline appeared, Jiang Chen instantly chose confirm. At this point, gambling on his luck was his only option. The interface immediately changed, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Without hesitation, he pulled the red lever and left everything to fate. The wheel began spinning at incredible speed. A clear notification sound rang out in the tense atmosphere. Another announcement followed, stating that the pointer had stopped on slot number 2. 4 more notification sounds echoed before the wheel finally came to a complete stop. Every option on the screen locked into place. Suddenly, flames erupted across the surrounding space. Everything happened so fast that Jiang Chen could barely understand what was happening. Amid sparks flying like fireworks, a blurry figure slowly appeared in the air. He raised his head and stared at the strange sight. Reflected in his eyes was a gigantic demonic creature, radiating terrifying pressure. Jiang Chen stood frozen, unable to understand what it was. At that moment, the system asked whether he wanted to activate the newly obtained demonization card immediately. However, what caught Jiang Chen's attention was the sudden silence outside. The female ghost had stopped pounding on the door, leaving him confused. Seeing its host ignore the prompt, the system urged him to make a decision. Jiang Chen chose decline without hesitation. In his mind, staying human was still better than turning into a monster. He could think about it later, because he was not ready to try it yet. While he was still thinking, Sister Hong remained curled up in a corner of her apartment, trembling in fear. Strange noises continued coming from outside the door, making her gather the courage to look. The objects blocking the entrance were knocked aside, one after another, by powerful impacts from outside. As the door opened slightly, a pale arm with long, crude nails immediately slipped through and grabbed the edge. At the same time, a resentful voice cried out, "It hurts so much. Please save me." Sister Hong covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Just seeing that shriveled arm squeeze through the gap was enough to push her to the edge. She desperately wished all of this was only a horror movie. Half of Li Yiwen's body had already forced its way inside, and a strange smile spread across her face. She kept repeating her plea for help in a voice that sent chills down the spine. But at that moment, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. Turning around, Li Yiwen saw Jiang Chen standing there with a smile. He even politely waved, as if greeting an old friend. Right after saying hello, he immediately stepped back toward the door and taunted her, daring her to chase him. Before the female ghost could react, he slammed the door shut right in front of her face. That action instantly enraged Li Yiwen. She screamed in fury after being treated that way. The female ghost began smashing the door like a madwoman, roaring that she would break in and tear Jiang Chen apart. Meanwhile, he simply stood behind the door, looking completely helpless at the chaos. Jiang Chen suddenly threw the door wide open, just as Li Yiwen charged forward at full speed. She lost her balance and crashed straight into the bathroom. The system immediately displayed a notification. Door-knocking ghost has entered a state of extreme shock. Player gains 5 ghost points. At that moment, Jiang Chen seemed to understand the system's mechanics. As long as he triggered strong emotions in ghosts, he could harvest ghost points from them. Realizing that, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. His mind was already coming up with all kinds of bizarre ideas for dealing with Li Yiwen. Most people would have run away by now. Jiang Chen did the opposite. He grabbed a roll of toilet paper and tried wrapping the female ghost up. While doing it, he kept saying ridiculous things. Meanwhile, the system constantly reported rising ghost points. Having never been treated this way before, Li Yiwen became furious. She tore apart all the toilet paper and screamed that she would make him pay. Just as the female ghost was about to lose control, Jiang Chen suddenly pointed behind her and seriously told her to take a look. Without any suspicion, Li Yiwen immediately turned around. The moment she did, she froze on the spot. What she saw was her own terrifying reflection in the mirror. The sight made her scream, as if she had encountered something truly horrifying. Instead of being destroyed like in typical stories, Li Yiwen genuinely panicked. She jumped around while screaming for help, terrified by her own ghostly face. Watching everything unfold, Jiang Chen could only cover his ears and sigh at the noise. In an instant, the tense atmosphere vanished. In its place appeared a cheesy pink scene, filled with sparkling bubbles floating everywhere. Li Yiwen immediately acted like a fragile heroine in need of protection. She hugged Jiang Chen and cried pitifully for help, while Jiang Chen stood there speechless and completely confused by her performance. However, he quickly regained his composure and gently held her hand while speaking in a soothing voice. Jiang Chen told her he would take her away from this place and deal with the scary woman. Hearing that, Li Yiwen instantly imagined herself as the heroine rescued by a prince and happily agreed. On the rooftop, the two walked hand in hand through the cold night wind, looking just like a couple, escaping the troubles of the world. But unlike the romantic atmosphere, Jiang Chen kept scanning the surroundings with a highly suspicious look. After confirming nobody else was around, he looked at Li Yiwen with deep emotion and told her to go first. Li Yiwen immediately played the role of a romance heroine, softly refusing and insisting they leave together. The system immediately detected intense emotional fluctuations from the target and awarded another 20 ghost points. Jiang Chen gently brushed her hair aside, smiled reassuringly, and said he needed to stay behind to stop the ghost in the mirror. Hearing that, Li Yiwen became so moved that she called his name with heartfelt emotion. But while speaking those heroic words, Jiang Chen did the exact opposite and shoved her straight off the rooftop, urging her to hurry up and go. The sudden twist completely stunned Li Yiwen. Her mind was filled with confusion as the romance story she imagined shattered instantly. Her scream echoed through the night as her body plunged downward. From that height, anyone would think she had no chance of surviving. Li Yiwen's body slammed onto the roof of a car below, followed by a loud explosion. Her hands began twitching unnaturally as her joints twisted into grotesque shapes. Lying on the crushed car with a severely deformed body and serious head injuries, she looked absolutely miserable. But things did not end as expected. Her pitch-black eyes, filled with resentment, suddenly snapped open. She screamed like a madwoman, directing all her hatred toward the person who pushed her down and swearing revenge. Watching from above, Jiang Chen helplessly realized that without using the demonization card, he had almost no way to deal with her. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to take the risk and pulled out a demonization card called Urgel Divine Tiger General. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the card and officially entered demonization mode. The system immediately explained the item's effects. For 30 minutes, the host would gain part of the demon's original power, along with a randomly assigned supernatural ability. The instant the effect activated, an enormous surge of power flooded Jiang Chen's body, forcing him to throw back his head and roar. The system announced that after the demon transformation ended, he would keep part of the demon power and soul essence, plus 1 permanent chance to inherit a divine ability. Jiang Chen clearly felt the change as his hand turned scorching hot, like it was on fire. Another message appeared, reminding him that part of the power would remain permanently after the transformation, along with a chance to inherit a divine ability. Moments later, Jiang Chen's eyes began to change, shifting from a human gaze into the fierce eyes of a tiger king, leaving even him shocked. Right then, the system announced that Jiang Chen had successfully obtained a divine ability called Azure Tiger Roar from the random draw. Down below, Li Yiwen looked up in shock as a violent aura erupted from the rooftop. Without hesitation, she launched herself upward, using her strange ghostly power. Her twisted fingers were now sharp enough to pierce deep into concrete and cling firmly to the wall. Thanks to that, Li Yiwen climbed at incredible speed like a reptile while gasping for breath. The moment she reached the rooftop edge, the first thing she saw was Jiang Chen's face. Even she was startled by the sudden sight and cursed inwardly. Jiang Chen instantly returned to his usual calm appearance and acted happy to see her alive, claiming he forgot they were only on the 12th floor and went a little overboard. As he spoke, he reached out his hand with a sincere expression and offered to pull her up. Li Yiwen reached out as well, but she was already planning her revenge. She wanted Jiang Chen to experience the despair of being pushed from a great height. The instant their hands touched, a harsh impact sound suddenly rang out. Li Yiwen immediately screamed in pain and begged him to let go. The system announced that the female ghost's palm had been severely burned and awarded 10 more ghost chi points, while Jiang Chen quickly wrapped an arm around her waist. Then he lifted her into the air as if he were teasing her. He even pretended to be gentle and asked how he could possibly let her go. With that, he turned toward the open space outside. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's eyes as he spoke, as casually as if chatting with an old friend. In the next second, he hurled Li Yiwen downward at incredible speed, determined to end the trouble once and for all. Watching her falling figure from above, he knew the fall alone would not kill her. So Jiang Chen immediately jumped after her, determined to finish the job. Seeing this, Li Yiwen was completely stunned that he actually chased after her. A blazing aura carrying overwhelming pressure descended alongside Jiang Chen. When he landed, he remained perfectly steady while the light around him continued to burn brightly. Li Yiwen lay buried beneath broken rubble, suffering so badly that she kept crying for help. Streams of dark green ghost chi poured from her mouth along with agonized screams. Faced with the scene, Jiang Chen simply watched without emotion. Suddenly, he raised his head and unleashed a thunderous tiger roar. 2 opposing forces instantly collided with violent force. Thick black ghost chi surged upward and covered the entire area. Before long, the system confirmed that the knocking ghost had been completely destroyed and rewarded 99 more ghost chi points. Seeing his points skyrocket, Jiang Chen was thrilled. Combined with his previous total, he now had enough for 2 draws, putting him in an excellent mood. While celebrating, he suddenly tripped over the edge of a massive crater beneath his feet. Only then did he realize his landing had created a deep pit in the hard ground, making him wonder if it would attract too much attention. After a brief thought, Jiang Chen decided not to care and casually walked away with his hands in his pockets, figuring there was no problem as long as nobody saw it happen. He slowly returned to the apartment complex, but while walking through the hallway, the system interface suddenly appeared again. Looking at the new text, Jiang Chen began thinking about the demon classification list shown by the system and suspected there were creatures far more terrifying than the knocking ghost. As he walked through the silent corridor, Jiang Chen decided to return to his room first and study the system later. At that moment, muffled sobbing suddenly came from behind a closed door. Hongji had cried until her eyes turned red, convinced that Jiang Chen had no chance of surviving a fall from that height. Hearing that, Jiang Chen quickly reassured her that the danger was over because the ghost had been completely destroyed. From inside the room, Hongji replied with a trembling voice, unsure whether she was talking to the real Jiang Chen or just his spirit. Jiang Chen could only laugh awkwardly and insist that he was still perfectly alive. The moment she confirmed it, Hongji rushed forward and hugged him tightly. She cried with joy, relieved that Jiang Chen had made it out safely. Caught in the embrace of a beautiful woman, Jiang Chen could only grin and enjoy the moment. After a while, he finally asked her for a favor. Hongji agreed without hesitation and said she would do anything to repay him for saving her life. Taking the chance, Jiang Chen only asked her to keep Day's event secret. As he spoke, he made a gesture for silence and stressed that it was enough to know the ghost had been dealt with. Hongji immediately agreed and assumed that experts like Jiang Chen preferred to avoid attention. She promised to keep everything secret and then turned around to get something. She told Jiang Chen to wait a moment because she wanted to give him a gift. After saying that, Hongji crouched down and searched under the bed, wondering where she had put it. Before long, she happily pulled out a thick property deed, as if she had found hidden treasure. Hongji immediately handed it to Jiang Chen and offered him the entire house, even planning to transfer ownership another day. Jiang Chen was left speechless. He quickly refused and thanked her because he believed she relied on rental income to make a living, and he could not take that away over one rescue. But Hongji casually pulled out several more property deeds and said there were plenty of other properties if he did not like this one. Seeing the stack of documents, Jiang Chen finally realized that Hongji was actually incredibly wealthy. He even imagined her sitting like a powerful CEO, smiling as she asked whether he wanted to give up his hard life and be supported by her. In the end, the property deed still ended up in Jiang Chen's room. Back in his room, he sat at his computer and began searching for information. Combining recent strange news reports with his own experiences, Jiang Chen gradually concluded that far more dangerous ghosts would appear in the future. Right then, the system announced that the demon transformation had ended. Aside from a small amount of retained demon power and soul essence, he had gained no inherited divine ability. This made Jiang Chen realize that the fastest way to grow stronger was to fully exploit the demon transformation system. Otherwise, he would eventually end up like the victims killed by ghosts. Once the transformation card expired, the remaining power was nowhere near enough to face the terrifying beings that might appear later. Sitting at his computer, Jiang Chen kept typing and decided to check whether any unusual murder cases had occurred recently in Jiangbei City. The moment he entered keywords related to serious murders, countless news articles instantly filled the screen. According to the reports, 3 people had died, with their bodies found in different places, such as private apartments, beside elevators, and on the roadside. The horrifying detail was that every victim's face had been brutally destroyed, suggesting the killer had an unhealthy obsession with disfiguring people. As he read through the reports, Jiang Chen reasoned that this behavior resembled the pattern of the knocking ghost. If that ghost was obsessed with knocking rituals, then this killer was obsessed with destroying faces. After checking the locations, he discovered the incidents were not far from his university, so he planned to investigate after class the next day. With that thought, Jiang Chen shut down the computer. He made a new decision. Instead of waiting for danger to find him, he would actively hunt the ghosts hiding out there. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen activated his eye technique. A cold blue glow flashed in his eyes as he searched for traces of evil entities. The next morning, Jiangbei University was as lively as ever. On the way to class, a female student excitedly talked about last night's fun, while her friend was still stunned from the aftermath. The first girl proudly claimed that while her friend was drunk, plenty of handsome guys had asked for her contact information. Hearing that, her friend immediately panicked and dragged her forward, worried they would fail the class if they were any later. Watching the crowded campus, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the old Taoist and figured the old man would be stunned by such a lively scene. Right then, someone called his name from behind. A voice loudly called out to Jiang Chen from the back. Hearing his name, he immediately turned around in surprise. The person approaching was Lin Yuwei, and Yang Qian was walking beside her. The sight of 2 beautiful girls seeking him out instantly sparked envy among the male students nearby. Many students by the windows sighed in jealousy, saying Jiang Chen was unbelievably lucky to know Yang Qian and also be Lin Yuwei's childhood friend. After walking over, Lin Yuwei gently took out an item and said her mother had specially obtained it from a Taoist temple. She handed the talisman to Jiang Chen and told him to keep it with him at all times. Jiang Chen accepted it and thanked her politely. However, the moment he touched the talisman, the demon power inside him reacted slightly. He instantly realized this was no ordinary item and asked if she truly wanted to give it to him. Lin Yue explained that too many frightening incidents had happened recently, so she hoped he would avoid going out unless necessary. Before she could say more, Yang Chan pulled her away. Before leaving, Lin Yue turned back and reminded Jiang Chen never to go out at night. Watching the two girls disappear into the distance, Jiang Chen realized Lin Yue probably knew quite a bit about the supernatural world. After walking away, Lin Yue quietly sighed as if a burden had been lifted. Seeing that, Yang Chan immediately expressed her disapproval and reminded her that she had come dangerously close to violating strict rules set by the forces overseeing cultivators. Lin Yue calmly replied that she had only gifted a protective talisman and had revealed nothing beyond the allowed limits. Yang Chan lightly tapped Lin Yue's forehead and seriously reminded her that Jiang Chen was still an ordinary person. If he encountered evil entities, surviving would be difficult. Besides, with Lin Yue's background in the hidden world, they now belonged to completely different worlds. Hearing that, Lin Yue softly explained that she had always viewed Jiang Chen as a close friend and nothing more. Yang Chan immediately disagreed, saying no ordinary friend would give away such a valuable talisman. According to her, it could easily sell for 2 million yuan on the black market. Yet in Lin Yue's heart, the talisman's value was nothing compared to the debt of gratitude she owed. Old memories surfaced in her mind. If Jiang Chen had not saved her that day, her future could have gone in a completely different direction. She still remembered him rushing forward without hesitation and shouting for the attacker to let her go. Elsewhere, Jiang Chen carefully examined the talisman and concluded that this world truly had forces capable of dealing with ghosts. With that thought, he carefully stored the talisman in a safe place. As he walked, Jiang Chen kept thinking, the fact that supernatural beings were not publicly known was probably connected to the warnings the system had mentioned before. Right then, the system interface appeared again, with familiar information about the laws governing ghosts and demons. A chorus of complaints from the male students suddenly pulled Jiang Chen back to reality. They grumbled that he never shared his good fortune and had even been personally approached by Goddess Lin, leaving them both jealous and annoyed. Amid the noisy atmosphere, a powerful slam on a desk suddenly echoed through the classroom. The one who stood up was Zheng Xiaoming, the young master of the Zheng group. He loudly ordered everyone to quiet down because class was about to begin. Faced with his status and influence, the male students immediately toned things down and stopped causing trouble. Looking at Zheng Xiaoming's tall build, Jiang Chen quietly admitted that people raised in wealthy families really were different. Not long afterward, Zheng Xiaoming took the initiative to talk with Jiang Chen and asked whether he knew Lin Yue well. He also mentioned an upcoming family banquet and invited Jiang Chen because Lin Yue would be attending. Jiang Chen could not care less and simply walked past, tossing out a cold reply that the event sounded boring. Feeling insulted, Zheng Xiaoming sneered that Jiang Chen was probably too busy working after class to have time for such things. Facing the mockery, Jiang Chen calmly replied that he was clearly not as fortunate as a young master who could live comfortably on family money. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Zheng Xiaoming furious and cursing behind him. However, after only a few steps, Jiang Chen was blocked by Zheng Xiaoming's two lackeys. Looking at them, he smirked and mocked how quickly they obeyed their master. The two tried to act tough, threatening Jiang Chen and demanding that he kneel and apologize to Zheng Xiaoming immediately. Jiang Chen simply raised his head and calmly stared at the two burly men. Then his gaze shifted behind them to Zheng Xiaoming, who was standing there with a smug expression. Rolling his shoulders and wrists, Jiang Chen coldly declared that if they wanted to settle things with violence, he was ready. Whatever they did to him, he would return many times over. Just as both sides were about to clash, several coughs suddenly came from the classroom door and interrupted the tense atmosphere. The teacher stepped onto the platform with a serious expression and announced news that caught everyone's attention. Zheng Xiaoming's family would cover all expenses for a 2-day retreat at the Zheng family resort the day after tomorrow. The students immediately erupted in cheers. The excitement continued until the teacher told everyone to settle down and begin class. Unlike the excited crowd, Jiang Chen quietly thought to himself. He did not believe someone like Zheng Xiaoming's father was truly as generous as he appeared. At the front of the class, the teacher continued the lesson. Before starting the main topic, he introduced new vocabulary related to food, with fried eggs as the first example. While everyone listened attentively, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed a strange gloomy glow lurking behind Jiang Xiaoming. He immediately focused his vision. His eyes changed dramatically as blood vessels appeared. His pupils turned dark blue, and a crimson slit emerged in the center like a serpent's eye. With that special ability, Jiang Chen saw two eerie green ghost arms behind Jiang Xiaoming. This only strengthened his suspicion that the guy was hiding a major secret. Time quickly passed, and night covered the sky. Only a crescent moon remained, casting a faint glow over the silent world. Walking alone along an empty street, Jiang Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable, sensing that this area was far dirtier than it seemed. Reaching a roadside sign, he looked up and saw the words Tianfu Road with an arrow pointing left. Jiang Chen then called up the system to check his current status. The system immediately confirmed the request. The interface displayed his information. Host Jiang Chen, current Ghost Chi, 9. Demon transformation cards. 1-star Crimson Python Spirit and 1-star Chaos Demon King. After reading the status panel, Jiang Chen could not help feeling concerned. His Ghost Chi had already accumulated to a dangerous level, while he only possessed 2 low-level transformation cards. Meanwhile, in a residential complex on Tianfu Road, a silver-haired old man noticed Jiang Chen passing by and asked who he was looking for so late at night. Jiang Chen politely pointed toward the building ahead and asked where Jiang Meimei lived in the neighborhood. But the moment he heard that name, the old man's expression changed completely, and fear appeared on his aged face. Not only did he refuse to answer, but he quickly slammed the door shut and shouted for Jiang Chen to leave immediately. Looking up at the dark floors above, Jiang Chen grew even more puzzled. The old man had become terrified just from hearing Jiang Meimei's name, which meant something unusual was definitely being hidden here. His curiosity only grew stronger. The street felt unnaturally cold and deserted. At that moment, a strange scent drifted from a nearby shadow. Jiang Chen immediately took several deep breaths, trying to identify the source of the smell lingering in the air. After looking at the building ahead, he realized the scent resembled disinfectant and seemed to be coming from inside. Without hesitating further, Jiang Chen entered the building. The deeper he went into the dark hallway, the stronger and more unpleasant the disinfectant smell became. Following the corridor, Jiang Chen eventually stopped in front of apartment 101. Through the crack in the door, he saw a little girl named Jiao Jiao, locked behind iron bars, quietly eating noodles all by herself. Stepping closer, Jiang Chen softly asked why she kept staring into the dark hallway instead of focusing on her meal. Hearing someone speak, Jiao Jiao immediately frowned and complained that he had scared her friend away. The answer caught Jiang Chen off guard. He quickly looked behind him, but saw no one, then asked about the friend she mentioned. Standing in the empty hallway, Jiang Chen scanned every corner, but still found nobody. Jiao Jiao grew even more annoyed and insisted that her friend had been right there before he arrived. After saying that, she had no interest in explaining further and simply continued eating her noodles. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the silent building, making even Jiang Chen swallow nervously. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the dark room behind Jiao Jiao and asked who her daughter was talking to at this hour. She quickly approached the iron gate with a displeased expression, eyed Jiang Chen cautiously, and demanded to know why he was in the building so late at night. Despite her unfriendly attitude, Jiang Chen remained polite and asked whether she knew someone named Jiang Meimei. The moment she heard the name, the woman's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down her forehead, and panic filled her eyes. Her reaction was almost identical to the old man's. She repeatedly denied knowing the person and urged Jiang Chen to leave as soon as possible. That only deepened Jiang Chen's suspicions. Everyone here seemed unusually strange, so he decided to search the upper floors for more clues. Meanwhile, the woman continued trembling as she gripped the door handle tightly. After hesitating for a long time, she finally called out to Jiang Chen. With sweat covering her face, she seriously warned him that if anyone in the hallway asked whether she was beautiful, he should run immediately and never answer. Hearing the bizarre warning, Jiang Chen became even more confused and asked why. The woman's face was filled with terror. In her mind, anyone who called that woman ugly would be hunted down and stabbed to death on the spot. Just imagining it was enough to make her shiver. Unlike her reaction, Jiang Chen seemed intrigued. He smiled and asked what would happen if someone called the woman beautiful. That question caused the woman to reveal a twisted and unsettling smile. Even though she was pale with fear, she replied that the woman would then turn the victim's face into one identical to her own. The moment she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut, as if trying to cut all ties with the matter. Jiang Chen merely smiled, becoming more interested as he realized every ghost seemed to follow its own rules. While observing the surroundings, Jiang Chen suddenly sensed an extremely dense dark red yin aura somewhere inside the building. Without wasting another second, he rushed toward the stairs. And realized the source was coming from above. Suddenly, a horrifying blood-covered face with empty eye sockets plunged down from the upper floor, startling Jiang Chen for a moment. He quickly realized it was only a corpse falling from above. Sweating from the scare, he dodged aside to avoid being hit. Examining the body on the ground, he saw countless signs of torture. The eyes had been gouged out, and the mouth was frozen open in despair. Judging from the condition, Jiang Chen concluded the victim had been dead for quite some time. No sooner had he finished thinking than a long-haired figure suddenly flashed past him, making him jump again. Apparently, someone else was still here. Before he could react, something else fell from above. Jiang Chen quickly caught it and discovered it was a living girl. Unfortunately, he accidentally touched a wound on her arm and immediately earned a painful cry of protest. Right afterward, the girl stared at him in surprise, as if she had discovered something unusual. She blurted out that he was actually alive. Hearing that only made Jiang Chen more confused about what was happening. Without offering any explanation, the girl suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Her expression was filled with urgency as she practically dragged Jiang Chen from the area and ordered him to follow her immediately. Still having no idea what was going on, Jiang Chen finally asked what she was trying to do. The girl only gave a short reply. If he wanted to stay alive, he should stop asking questions. An emergency exit soon appeared ahead of them. Seeing it, the girl immediately changed direction and pulled Jiang Chen elsewhere, prompting him to ask why they were not using the escape route. She moved closer and explained that their destination was the only safe place. Taking the other route would likely lead them straight to that terrifying woman, and survival would be impossible. Pulled in so close, Jiang Chen was about to say something, but the girl immediately cut him off and told him to stay quiet. Then Chen Shui took out a talisman and began chanting a spell. A stream of red and golden energy quickly wrapped around her arm. She recited the incantation to conceal their location. The moment it was finished, she slammed the talisman onto a nearby wall. The effect appeared instantly, as both Chen Shui and Jiang Chen slowly became faint. In just moments, almost all traces of their presence vanished from the area. Chen Shui quietly warned that the talisman could only hide the aura of the living, so Jiang Chen absolutely could not make any noise. Right then, strange sounds echoed from outside the hallway. Along with them came eerie laughter, spreading through the space. Zhang Meimei appeared with a strange weapon in hand, slicing through nearby talismans while repeatedly asking if she was beautiful. Receiving no answer, she kept repeating the question in an increasingly terrifying voice. Then Zhang Meimei stabbed a nearby corpse, and still would not stop asking that familiar question. The scene left both Jiang Chen and Chen Shui stunned. While searching for prey, Zhang Meimei scanned the area and muttered that another girl was still hiding somewhere. After searching for a while, she slowly moved toward the emergency exit. Once she was far away, Chen Shui and Jiang Chen finally stepped out from the talisman's protection. She let out a relieved sigh after escaping danger. Chen Shui then introduced herself. She explained that she handled supernatural incidents and belonged to a group known as Extraordinary Ones. Hearing that, Jiang Chen thought to himself, so professionals really did exist in this field, and he wondered how they would judge a newcomer like him. Even so, he politely responded and accepted Chen Shui's handshake. Chen Shui continued warning that Zhang Meimei often appeared around this area and would return sooner or later. If he wanted to survive, he should stay close to her. Then Chen Shui reminded Jiang Chen that the most important thing now was finding a way out of the building as quickly as possible. But before they could move, Zhang Meimei suddenly poked her head out from above. Jiang Chen instantly pulled Chen Shui back and shouted a warning. The long hair covering her face slowly parted, revealing her horrifying appearance. As always, the familiar question followed. Zhang Meimei's terrifying eyes locked onto Jiang Chen and forced him to answer whether she was beautiful. The moment she finished speaking, she dropped from the ceilings and landed before them. Even after landing, Zhang Meimei kept repeating that haunting question. Realizing there was no way to avoid it, Chen Shui quickly stepped forward and prepared to face her directly. She circulated her qi, recited a formula, and activated her protective technique. A punch glowing with brilliant golden light shot forward and struck Zhang Meimei head-on. The attack worked immediately as the ghost woman's weapon was knocked from her hand. Watching from behind, Jiang Chen even applauded enthusiastically. But the excitement did not last long. Chen Shui was thrown backward by the impact and crashed into Jiang Chen, leaving him in pain. With a pale face, Chen Shui hurriedly explained that her qi was completely depleted. She could no longer fight and told Jiang Chen to run and call the police. Meanwhile, Jiang Meimei continued approaching slowly as if nothing had happened. She bent down and picked up the weapon she had dropped. Then Jiang Meimei stared directly at Jiang Chen and spoke in a bizarre voice. Pointing at herself, she once again asked that familiar question about her appearance. Jiang Chen smirked and answered with heavy sarcasm, showing no intention of sincerely praising her. However, Jiang Meimei understood it differently and immediately revealed a terrifying smile. The moment Chen Shui saw that, her expression changed. She quickly warned that anyone who answered Jiang Meimei's question would become her target forever. Sure enough, the ghost woman immediately rushed toward Jiang Chen in excitement, as if she had found a brand new target. The blade came down at incredible speed, but Jiang Chen narrowly dodged to the side while denying that he had actually complimented her. As he avoided the attack, he angrily explained that it was sarcasm, not praise. But Jiang Meimei did not care at all. She laughed madly and declared that she would turn Jiang Chen's face into one just like hers. Just as the ghost woman was about to attack again, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed the wrist, holding her knife. He calmly looked her in the eyes and fired back with a question of his own. Before Jiang Meimei could react, Jiang Chen used a takedown and slammed her onto the floor, drawing a painful scream. Then he dragged the ghost woman toward a nearby room, saying things that left Chen Shui completely speechless. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen kicked the door wide open. Then he dragged Jiang Meimei inside, as if he were welcoming a guest. The ghost woman immediately got the wrong idea and assumed Jiang Chen had bad intentions because he found her beautiful. As she was dragged away, Jiang Meimei struggled wildly and kept shouting in protest. But Jiang Chen maintained his mysterious smile and showed no intention of letting go. He deliberately moved closer and wrapped his arms around her like a complete rogue. At that moment, the system kept reporting a rapid rise in ghost energy. Seeing her grow more frightened, Jiang Chen pushed the act even further and pretended he was about to force a kiss. Even Jiang Meimei was stunned. In her mind, the human before her was scarier than a ghost. The closer he got, the more panicked Jiang Meimei became. She screamed for him to stay away while the ghost energy he gained continued rising non-stop. At first, Jiang Meimei lost her composure because of Jiang Chen's shameless behavior, but she quickly remembered she was still holding her weapon, giving her no reason to fear him. Regaining her confidence, the ghost woman sneered and pressed the cold blade against Jiang Chen's face. She mocked him and said that if he was really that eager, he should at least lock the door first. Meanwhile, Chen Shui struggled to find an escape route through the dark hallway lit by only a few faint lights. Tears streamed down her face as she believed Jiang Chen was sacrificing himself to hold back the evil ghost and give her a chance to escape. To her, it was unimaginable for an ordinary person to face a ghost head-on. In reality, Jiang Chen was still wrestling with Jiang Meimei inside the room. The ghost woman had pinned him down and held him against the wall with her knife, looking extremely pleased with herself. Her horrifying appearance was now fully exposed. Piercing screams echoed non-stop, as if she wanted to tear Jiang Chen apart on the spot. Seeing him struggle, Jiang Meimei became even more smug and said that if he was truly obsessed with her, he might as well become one of her kind. Realizing the fake pervert act no longer worked, Jiang Chen dropped his playful expression. His eyes followed the sharp blade before him, and a hint of caution appeared. But only seconds later, all hesitation vanished. Jiang Chen took out his demon transformation card and decided to use his trump card. Without wasting another moment, he directly activated the Crimson Python Star ability. Jiang Chen's body quickly transformed. Sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, snake-like scales appeared on his skin, and his breath became as hot as fire. Right then, the system announced that he had successfully awakened the divine ability, Giant Python Strength. A massive surge of power erupted from deep within his body. The overwhelming aura was enough to make even Jiang Meimei wary. In his new form, Jiang Chen looked at the ghost woman with confidence and asked why she was so obsessed with her appearance. His words struck her deepest wound. Jiang Meimei instantly flew into a rage and said that if Jiang Chen had a face as terrifying as hers, he would understand the cruelty of people. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen stepped forward and grabbed her hand. In a comforting tone, he said he finally understood why she had become like this. It all came from her deep insecurity about herself. But then Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He looked at her with a chilling gaze and asked if she wanted to solve that problem once and for all. Jiang Meimei froze. Her curiosity overwhelmed her anger, and she instinctively asked what the solution was. Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. He said she only needed to remove everything above the neck. According to his bizarre logic, without a face, nobody could judge or criticize her appearance anymore. After hearing that, Jiang Meimei was completely speechless. She even imagined herself as a headless corpse. Her fury exploded instantly. The ghost woman launched an attack at Jiang Chen and shouted that he could have just admitted he wanted to chop off her head. Jiang Chen only smirked before charging forward to counterattack. As far as he was concerned, there was no reason left to hold back. The Crimson Scale armor skill activated instantly. Two powerful forces collided head-on, sending a violent shockwave through the room. But the balance of power was completely on Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Meimei stared in shock at the raging flames surrounding him, unable to understand what was happening. After just one clash, the ghost woman was blasted backward by the overwhelming force. After forcing her back, Jiang Chen looked down at his palm and noticed a stream of blood slowly seeping out. He paused for a moment when he saw the wound. Even with his scales covering his body, the blade had still managed to cut him. Clearly, it was no ordinary weapon. Jiang Meimei struggled to her feet and charged at Jiang Chen in fury, crazily demanding the return of her knife. Jiang Chen responded with a mocking grin and asked a disdainful question in return. According to him, the weapon had changed owners from this moment on. Right after saying that, he unleashed the final blow and ended Jiang Meimei's life. In her final moments, she vaguely felt that something had changed. Her gaze accidentally landed on a familiar body that seemed strangely recognizable. By the time she realized it was her own body, it was already too late. Jiang Meimei's head had been severed, and her corpse collapsed onto the cold floor. Seeing the outcome, Jiang Chen could not hide his satisfaction and laughed proudly. At the same time, the system announced that the disfigured evil ghost had been completely eliminated and awarded him 99 ghost energy points. Deep in the dark basement, Chen Xue was still trapped in overwhelming fear. Wiping away tears with trembling hands, she worried that Jiang Chen might already be dead. After a long internal struggle, she finally made a decision. Pulling out the weapon hidden inside her leather jacket, Chen Xue smashed through a large section of wall and loudly declared that she could not abandon someone else and run away alone. If a fight was coming, then let the evil ghosts come. But when she reached the upper floor, the first person she saw was Jiang Chen, alive and well. Unfortunately, the rubble she had just destroyed fell directly onto his head, leaving a huge bump. Holding his head in pain, Jiang Chen complained that he had been planning to rescue her, only to get hit instead. The ridiculous scene left Chen Xue completely frozen in shock. After the hilarious misunderstanding, the two continued traveling together. As they walked down the hallway, Jiang Chen looked so relaxed that he was even whistling, showing no sign of having just survived a deadly battle. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chen Xue asked how he had managed to defeat the terrifying disfigured evil ghost. Jiang Chen only gave a mysterious smile and said it was a secret. After walking a bit farther, they came across a corpse whose head had been separated from its body. Jiang Chen calmly sat beside the corpse, patted its face, and muttered for it to hurry up and become a ghost so he could earn more ghost energy. The bizarre sight made Chen Xue turn pale. However, the corpse remained completely still with no unusual signs at all. Seeing that, Jiang Chen sighed in disappointment and said that not even yin energy had appeared yet. It looked like he would have to wait a little longer. Hearing those words, Chen Xue became even more shocked and immediately concluded that Jiang Chen must be a hidden master. No wonder everything she had done earlier was like showing off before a true expert. But Jiang Chen misunderstood her meaning and responded with a confused expression, sending the conversation in a completely different direction. Chen Xue could only sigh inwardly. In her view, there were still many powerful figures hiding in the shadows, so someone as unbelievably strong as Jiang Chen was not impossible. Right after that, she took out her phone. Chen Xue opened the Underworld app and verified her identity with a fingerprint scan. A large amount of familiar information and images quickly appeared on the screen. At present, the Dao Alliance and the Underworld Bureau were the two dominant forces, holding the highest positions. The Dao Alliance mainly focused on recruiting extraordinary individuals from all over. Meanwhile, the Underworld Bureau devoted most of its resources to developing its own cultivation system. Looking excited, Chen Xue showed Jiang Chen the referral code on the Underworld app and urged him to scan it and join. She explained that anyone who submitted reports after eliminating ghosts could earn generous reward points. Thinking about all the referral points she was about to gain, Chen Xue could barely hide her excitement. Chen Xue was so excited because the points in the app had become the main currency used among extraordinary ones. The moment he heard that, Jiang Chen became interested, grabbed her phone, and started examining it closely. Within seconds, he fired off questions non-stop, asking how many photos were needed, whether the scene had to be included, what image quality was required, and how long rewards took to arrive. Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Chen Shui covered his mouth and told him to slow down because he could ask the rest later. Her expression then turned serious. Chen Shui reminded him that they needed to leave quickly because another evil ghost was still hiding in the building. Instead of reacting normally, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately started looking around excitedly and asked where the ghost was. Chen Shui could only shake her head helplessly. She said this was no time for jokes, because the spreading ghost energy suggested the enemy was likely a highly dangerous, high-tier evil ghost. Hearing that, Jiang Chen suddenly changed his attitude. His face became serious enough to surprise even Chen Shui. Gripping the knife tightly, he took a fighting stance and declared that he had always been taught to act within his abilities, and protecting the people in this building was a responsibility he could not ignore. But the moment he confirmed the target was a high-tier ghost, he immediately turned around and marched forward with great enthusiasm. Watching his back, Chen Shui smiled faintly. No matter what, he had saved her life, so she decided to stay with him until the end. As they moved, Jiang Chen asked for the target's location, and Chen Shui quickly replied that it was on the 6th floor. Her thoughts were changing as well. Perhaps those with greater power really should carry greater responsibility, and her earlier desire to retreat had been somewhat selfish. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was thinking something completely different. He was secretly thrilled that there was still another ghost to deal with, and his demon transformation time had plenty left. Letting it go to waste would be a shame. The two ventured deeper into a ruined and abandoned area that looked deserted for years. Eventually, they stopped before a room marked 6F with a partially damaged sign. As soon as they entered, they saw a welcome message from a beauty clinic called Angel Beauty Center. The moment he stepped inside, Jiang Chen realized where the strong disinfectant smell had been coming from all along. He immediately guessed that Jiang Meimei had likely suffered a tragedy after a failed cosmetic surgery here, developed resentment, and eventually became an evil ghost. Walking over to a row of red strings covered with hanging coins, Jiang Chen touched them and asked if they had been set up by Chen Shui. She nodded and confirmed that she had prepared this formation earlier to deal with Jiang Meimei. But just as she was about to act, she was suddenly ambushed by another ghost. The moment a new ghost was mentioned, Jiang Chen sprang up like a loaded spring and repeatedly asked where it was. After being interrupted again and again, Chen Shui finally shouted at him to stay quiet and let her finish. She then explained that she suspected the ghost was still hiding nearby. As she spoke, she pointed toward the end of the hallway, where green ghost energy was continuously rising, and told Jiang Chen to look. Feeling the aura ahead, Jiang Chen could not help but marvel. The ghost energy there was so dense that it was almost becoming physical. Without further hesitation, they headed to the last room in the hallway and pressed the doorbell. From inside, the figure of a long-haired woman slowly appeared and approached the door. When the door opened, the woman met Chen Shui's cold gaze and sharp expression. She immediately looked nervous and cautiously asked who they were looking for. At the same time, Jiang Chen quickly opened the Underworld app and presented both his identity certificate and police credentials. Chen Shui introduced herself as an officer carrying out official duties and explained that they had received reports of a strange incident in the building and needed her cooperation. Hearing that, the woman could only open the door and invite them inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained focused on the app, growing more surprised by the number of features it offered. After entering, Chen Shui immediately looked around and remarked that the apartment felt damp and carried a long-standing unpleasant smells. Right after that, something on the wall caught her attention. It was a family photo. Jiang Chen walked over for a closer look and casually commented that it seemed to be a picture of the whole family. But after taking a closer look, both of them changed expressions and silently exchanged glances, as if they had discovered a crucial clue. Chen Shui immediately asked the woman if anyone else was currently in the apartment. She replied that besides herself, her son was also there. The moment the child was mentioned, Jiang Chen became interested. He suggested calling the boy out so they could ask a few questions. Instantly, the woman's expression changed, and sweat began forming on her forehead. Looking visibly nervous, she hesitated before saying that her son was only 8 years old and could not possibly be involved in anything serious. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Chen Shui gently explained that they were not accusing the child of any crime. They only wanted to follow standard investigation procedures. In the end, the woman reluctantly agreed and headed toward the bedroom, saying she would bring the boy out. Taking the opportunity, Chen Shui leaned closer and shared what she had learned from the building residents. According to them, besides Jiang Meimei, there was another strange figure. Several people had seen a child standing silently against a wall while chewing something suspicious, and the 6th floor was where the child appeared most often. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately remembered what the little girl downstairs had mentioned and began suspecting they were talking about the same child. While he was still thinking, Chen Shui continued and revealed that she had also discovered that victims from previous incidents were all missing internal organs. But before she could finish, both of them were startled. Somehow, the woman was already standing right behind them, silently watching with cold eyes and a stern expression. In a hoarse voice, she said the child refused to meet strangers. If they wanted to talk, they could enter the room themselves. Although still startled by her sudden appearance, Chen Shui quickly agreed. Standing at the bedroom door, she gently pushed it open and politely asked permission before entering. Inside the quiet room, a young boy was sitting properly at a study desk. A book rested in his hands, but the moment he heard movement at the door, he immediately glanced over with obvious caution. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen and Chen Shui, the boy asked why they had come. To lower his guard, Chen Shui smiled and reassured him that she was a friend of his mother and had only stopped by for a visit. The boy clutched his book tightly and asked whether the woman outside was really the person she was talking about. His face suddenly turned pale with fear. He loudly insisted that the woman outside was not his mother at all. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately questioned him. He pointed out that the family photo in the living room clearly showed they were mother and son, making the statement very strange. Then Jiang Chen deliberately tried to scare the boy and asked that if the woman was not his mother, then who was she? He even added that children who lied would grow long noses. The boy became even more panicked. Sweat poured down his face, and his voice trembled as he insisted he was telling the truth. The woman now was no longer his mother. Jiang Chen slowly walked over, placed a hand on the boy's head, and gently encouraged him to continue. But the gesture only made the child even more nervous. The boy then began recounting what happened on that fateful night. While his mother was washing her hair in the bathroom, she suddenly called out to his father and said she wanted an apple. At the time, his father was sitting in the living room peeling one, so he immediately replied that it would be ready soon. At that moment, the clock on the wall showed exactly 11:59 p.m. Watching his father skillfully peel the apple, the boy admired him and kept praising his technique. The special thing was that the apple peel came off in one long strip without breaking even once. Feeling proud of his work, the father carried the apple and the long peel into the bathroom to show his wife, who was still washing her hair with her head lowered. But at that exact moment, the clock struck midnight. The mother suddenly changed completely. She stood up with a strange look in her eyes and an unsettling smile. When the father tried to feed her the apple, she refused and said she would eat it herself. The entire scene was witnessed by the boy standing outside the door. Then something terrifying happened. The moment she took the first bite, the boy was so frightened that he dropped the candy he was holding. According to him, his mother had clearly raised her head and eaten the apple. But in the bathroom mirror, the reflection still showed her, bent over washing her hair, just as before. After hearing that, Jiang Chen stared at the boy and asked what happened next. The boy covered his face, still shaken. He said he ran back to his room and had no idea what happened afterward. Thinking back on that time, he sadly said the woman stopped caring for him and never cooked for him again. To survive, he secretly picked up leftovers downstairs, ate in hidden corners, and quietly returned home. After hearing the story, Chen Shui turned to Jiang Chen and asked what he thought about it. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen said he had heard a famous legend before. According to the legend, if someone peeled an apple in front of a mirror at midnight without breaking the skin, the creature inside the mirror could step out, steal the person's body, and take over their life. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately told Chen Shui to check the bathroom. The two quickly left the boy's room and headed straight to the scene. The moment they entered, Chen Shui noticed something strange. The mirror mentioned earlier was gone. Jiang Chen examined the wall and touched the remaining nail. He guessed the mirror had once hung there, but was removed long ago. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the darkness, inviting them to stay for dinner because the food was ready. Chen Shui swallowed nervously and reminded Jiang Chen that the boy had said the woman stopped cooking a long time ago. Even after hearing that, Jiang Chen stayed calm. He felt it was too early to make conclusions and decided to observe first. Before long, the eerie voice sounded again, urging them to come to the table. But when they saw the food, both froze. The table was covered with rotten meat, crawling with maggots. The horrifying sight made their scalps tingle. One glance was enough to make anyone sick. The so-called meal looked like a pile of decaying flesh. Just as the tension peaked, the mirror ghost slowly appeared, wrapped in dark ghostly energy. She stared at them and asked if they were unhappy with the meal. Jiang Chen calmly replied that it was not that bad. It just looked a little hard to swallow. His casual answer nearly made Chen Xue lose her temper. Instead, the mirror ghost laughed with amusement. She narrowed her eyes and asked what he wanted to eat. Still smiling, Jiang Chen seriously requested something so bizarre that even a ghost would find it disgusting. The mirror ghost's expression changed instantly. At the same time, the system announced that the mirror ghost was shocked by his absurdity, earning him 20 ghost energy points. Seeing the result, Jiang Chen felt secretly pleased. In this confrontation, it was unclear who was truly more frightening. He then changed his tone and said he was only joking earlier. A normal dish would be fine, yet even his normal request left anyone speechless. At that point, Jiang Chen's smile vanished. He looked directly at the mirror ghost and coldly said that if she could not even prepare such a simple dish, her hospitality was terrible. The mirror ghost gave a sinister smile and said it was a coincidence because she still had the exact ingredients he wanted. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by that answer. About 5 minutes later, a dish was served. In the center of the bowl sat a dark red object with a very strange shape. The mirror ghost stared at him and explained that since he wanted the original flavor, she only cooked it lightly. Jiang Chen picked it up with his chopsticks and examined it carefully with suspicion. In the end, he decided to try it and put it straight into his mouth. Seeing Jiang Chen chew it so casually left the mirror ghost stunned. Even she did not expect him to actually eat it. However, it did not last long before he suddenly spat it out. Jiang Chen immediately got angry and complained that the dish failed to meet her claim. It was cooked so poorly that chewing it was worse than expected. After being criticized to her face, the mirror ghost gritted her teeth in rage. She could not stop wondering where this lunatic came from. Right then, the system announced that he had successfully angered the mirror ghost, earning another 30 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen kept pressing the attack. He bluntly mocked her cooking skills and pointed out that her own son had to sneak outside for food. Those words only fueled her anger, and the killing intent around her grew stronger. Standing nearby, Chen Xue could clearly feel the surging ghost energy. Cold sweat covered her forehead from the pressure alone. Yet Jiang Chen showed no fear at all. He even walked over, put an arm around the mirror ghost, and joked that she still had one chance to fix things. The next second, his smile vanished. His icy face moved closer, making even the mirror ghost uneasy. He asked if she could at least handle something as simple as boiling water. As he spoke, Jiang Chen pulled the confused boy in front of the mirror ghost and hinted that the main ingredient was already inside the house. Jiang Chen coldly described the recipe as if discussing dinner. Just skin the target, throw him into boiling water, and cook him about 30%. The mirror ghost's face twisted with rage. Her eyes twitched violently, while strange changes began spreading across her pale skin. Sharp teeth slowly emerged from the corners of her mouth, looking like rows of deadly saw blades. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as her anger reached its limit. In an instant, the mirror ghost revealed her disgusting true form and let out a crazed scream. The terrifying sound shattered countless pieces of glass that shot toward Chen Xue like bullets. Seeing this, Chen Xue was shocked. As expected, this was clearly a peak-level evil spirit. Jiang Chen, however, remained completely relaxed. He even struck a strange pose, tugged his collar aside, and mocked the mirror ghost. Was she really this angry after a few jokes? Those words only made things worse. The mirror ghost screamed and charged forward like a madwoman as her ghost energy exploded higher and higher. Her power kept rising. In his ghostified state, Jiang Chen simply smirked. She lost her temper after a few insults, so where would she find the strength to keep fighting later? At that point, he decided to stop playing around and get serious. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Chen unleashed Scarlet Refinement Barrier, sending countless giant spikes rushing forward. The attack carried terrifying destructive power, shaking and heavily damaging part of the building. Strangely, the mirror ghost stood completely still as if frozen in place. Then she suddenly roared and forcefully released her power, crushing Jiang Chen's attack head-on. Even Jiang Chen was surprised, and silently admitted that his opponent was truly powerful. Before he could think further, the mirror ghost howled again and rushed at him with incredible speed. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly put on a panicked expression, as if he could no longer dodge. Seeing the opening, the mirror ghost revealed a sinister smile as she closed in. Reflected in her cold eyes was Jiang Chen's seemingly terrified face. In that instant, the strange magic within the mirror ghost's gaze slammed into his mind. Jiang Chen's consciousness began to blur. His eyes turned dull as his awareness faded. Even so, at the most dangerous moment, he still raised a hand to cover the boy's eyes. At the same time, he loudly warned everyone not to look directly into her eyes. Seizing the chance, the mirror ghost grabbed Jiang Chen by the head and lifted him into the air, while laughing at his earlier arrogance. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes back as sweat poured down from the immense pressure. Even then, blazing red scales began forming along both sides of his face. Intense pain surged through his head, making it feel as though his skull could explode at any moment. The red scales continued spreading until they covered his eyes. Fortunately, he had protected his vision with scarlet refinement armor at the critical moment. Jiang Chen immediately thrust his hand forward, determined to end the battle quickly. He knew another round of hypnosis could be disastrous. A crimson scarlet snake instantly emerged from his arm. With a loud shout, twin python giant strength activated, summoning a massive steel-scaled red python. The giant python shot forward like lightning. Its overwhelming pressure startled the mirror ghost and forced her to retreat. The collision that followed was so powerful that it not only shook the area but also blasted apart the bathroom door. Although she had grown wary of that strength, the mirror ghost still mocked him. In her eyes, he only had brute force and was far too slow to ever catch her. Jiang Chen was now covered in blazing red flames. With a faint smirk, he asked if the move was really slow. Then why was it called Twin Python Giant Strength? The moment he finished speaking, another giant python suddenly appeared right in the mirror ghost's path. Its terrifying hiss sounded like it had been waiting there all along, making her turn pale. Before she could react, the giant python lunged forward and wrapped tightly around her body. At first, she desperately cried for help. Soon, only muffled sounds remained. Her breath was cut off, her eyes rolled white, blood leaked from her mouth, and her tongue hung out. The system quickly announced that the mirror ghost regretted ever existing, granting Jiang Chen another 95 ghost energy points. Feeling her body about to be crushed apart, the mirror ghost struggled wildly, but it was useless. She could only scream in terror that her body was about to be torn in half. Her warning soon became reality, as the python squeezed her body apart, spraying blood everywhere. The two halves of her corpse crashed onto the floor, creating a horrifying scene. After recalling the twin serpents, Jiang Chen looked at the corpse and realized that despite being torn apart, she was not completely dead. After witnessing the entire battle, Chen Shui could not hide her admiration. She was genuinely curious about the ability Jiang Chen had just used. But at that moment, a strange green light emerged from the mirror ghost's remains. The glow quickly reconnected her body and rebuilt it while she let out painful shrieks. Seeing this, Chen Xiao immediately warned that a peak-level evil spirit could not be killed so easily. Even after hearing the warning, Jiang Chen remained completely relaxed. He even put on a fake frightened expression and continued mocking her. Right after that, he told Chen Shui to move farther away from the battlefield. Jiang Chen then summoned a special weapon, wrapped with the image of twin serpents. Across from him, the mirror ghost underwent another transformation, as a pair of wings grew from her back. The moment the mutation finished, she charged forward with overwhelming ferocity. Even within Jiang Chen's sea of crimson flames, the mirror ghost rushed forward with a twisted face and a terrifying long tongue. Jiang Chen lowered his head slightly and prepared for the decisive clash. With white eyes and razor-sharp teeth, the mirror ghost attacked at incredible speed. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on his weapon and blocked the relentless assault while activating phantom-killing scarlet iron. The battle between them became extremely intense. For the moment, Jiang Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage. A devastating blow sent him flying backward. His feet scraped across the floor, throwing sparks everywhere before he slammed into a wall. The mirror ghost immediately followed up and delivered another powerful kick. After the repeated clashes, small cracks appeared on Jiang Chen's weapon, and that finally made him truly angry. The mirror ghost looked at him with ridicule. Green flames flickered around her claws as she mocked him for daring to talk about a fight to the death with such little strength. However, just as she was feeling proud, her arm was suddenly sliced into multiple pieces. The unexpected attack left her staring at the severed limb in shock. Surrounded by a sea of red flames, the mirror ghost finally showed real fear. She turned and fled, admitting that retreat was the smartest choice now. Seeing her run, Jiang Chen became even more excited. He threw his weapon aside and chased after her while constantly teasing her. The more she listened, the more terrified she became, begging him to stop following her. Along the dark hallway illuminated by eerie red light, the mirror ghost's panicked screams echoed throughout the building. Downstairs, Jiao Jiao grew annoyed by the constant noise and complained to her mother that the people upstairs were making too much commotion. Her mother felt the exact opposite, Cold sweat covered her body as she worried that Jiang Chen had ignored her warning and was now being tortured by the ghost. Unable to contain her curiosity, she decided to go upstairs and check. When she arrived, she cracked the door open and thought a quick glance would be harmless. But at that exact moment, a dark figure wrapped in green flames shot past her vision at incredible speed. Stunned by the sudden sight, she had no idea what had just rushed by. Before she could recover, more eerie sounds came from behind her. Instinctively, she turned around. What she saw was Jiang Chen with blazing red eyes, chasing after the mirror ghost. While running, he happily shouted for her to stop and look at him, or maybe stay and have a heart-to-heart talk. The sight terrified her so much that her eyes widened. She screamed that a ghost had appeared and collapsed to the floor. Her face turned pale, foam formed at her mouth, and her eyes rolled white from the shock. At the same time, a massive pillar of fire erupted like a towering skyscraper, followed by a series of deafening explosions. Jiang Chen shot into the air with a sea of crimson flames behind him. He stayed right on the mirror ghost's tail, forcing her to desperately accelerate. During her frantic escape, the mirror ghost stumbled and slammed her head into the ground with a painful thud. Jiang Chen calmly walked over. A huge bruise had formed on her head, while he stood above her in complete control. With a dangerous smile, Jiang Chen said that eating a few people was still something they could sit down and discuss. If the conversation went well, he might even spare her. The mirror ghost trembled with tears in her eyes, secretly thinking that this human was scarier than any ghost. The system immediately awarded 30 ghost energy points. Fear made tears and snot pour down her face non-stop. The mirror ghost cried and complained that she had already offered to talk peacefully. So why was she still being tortured like this? The system rewarded another 50 ghost energy points. Her shattered mental state brought Jiang Chen an additional 50 ghost energy points. As her feelings of despair and grievance deepened, Jiang Chen gained another 66 ghost energy points. Seeing the rewards keep rising, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. It seemed he had nearly squeezed all the value out of her. He even patted the mirror ghost on the head and gently assured her that there was no need to worry because he would stop chasing her. After all, he had already gotten everything he wanted. Then he flashed a fake smile and wished her a safe journey to the underworld. Hearing that, the mirror ghost completely broke down. She repeatedly knelt and begged Jiang Chen to spare her life. Jiang Chen pretended to think about it and said the request was not entirely impossible. But behind him, the giant serpent from the ancient jar had already appeared. Jiang Chen coldly remarked that her plea had come too late. The moment he finished speaking, the serpent opened its mouth and sprayed deadly venom, while Jiang Chen activated Scarlet Jar Burial. The mirror ghost let out miserable screams as the poison spread across her body. Her flesh was corroded piece by piece and rapidly dissolved under the terrifying venom. Before long, only a skeleton remained on the floor in a pool of thick poison. The red scales on Jiang Chen's face gradually disappeared as the battle ended. He let out a breath and admitted that a peak-level evil spirit was no joke, considering she had survived 3 attacks while he was in demon transformation. Just then, the system announced that Jiang Chen had accumulated 889 ghost energy points and now possessed the Chaos Demon King transformation card. Seeing the notification, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Defeating a single ghost had earned him far more ghost energy than expected. From a distance, Chen Xue hurried over and anxiously asked about the situation. Jiang Chen looked relaxed and said the troublesome ghost had already been dealt with. After saying that, he awkwardly pointed at the puddle of poison on the floor and asked Chen Xue to help clean up the aftermath. She looked down in confusion. Chen Xue then took out her phone and explained that she only needed to submit a report through the Underworld app, and a cleanup team would arrive shortly. Once everything was settled, she offered to drive him home. At first, Jiang Chen planned to decline and said he could get back on his own. Before he could finish, the sound of a car unlocking echoed nearby. In front of him stood an eye-catching luxury yellow car. The moment Jiang Chen saw it, his expression changed. He walked over with shining eyes and remarked that Chen Xue was unexpectedly wealthy. Hearing that, she blushed slightly and quickly explained that she had bought the car with her own earnings. According to her, every underworld point was worth 10,000 yuan. The moment Jiang Chen heard that, he immediately pulled out his phone to check his account. After logging into the app, he saw that his current balance was 150 points. After doing the math, Jiang Chen was so excited, he nearly jumped out of his seat. A huge fortune had suddenly landed in his hands. Even though he had tried to act cool and refuse earlier, he honestly accepted the ride in the end. On the way back, Jiang Chen leaned back and watched the scenery pass by outside the window. Since the car was quiet, Chen Shui took the initiative and asked about his mysterious grandfather. Jiang Chen rested his chin on his hand and said his grandfather never allowed him to reveal any personal details. In reality, Jiang Chen knew the old man was just a funeral home worker. However, Chen Shui interpreted it completely differently. She was convinced his grandfather was a hidden master of incredible strength. She believed the old man's warnings were meant to keep Jiang Chen away from dangerous conflicts within the supernatural world. Not wanting to keep talking about family matters, Jiang Chen shifted the topic to something that interested him more: the Dao Alliance and the underworld. He wondered why two major law enforcement organizations existed at the same time. While driving, Chen Shui explained that in the early days, the entire supernatural world was managed solely by the Dao Alliance. According to her, about a century ago, the underworld suddenly rose to power. With its vast strength and numerous experts, it gradually took over part of the Dao Alliance's responsibilities. Thanks to that arrangement, the burden on the Dao Alliance became much lighter. After hearing that, Jiang Chen was confused. In his view, losing authority to another group should have caused resentment. Chen Shui shook her head and said that the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. Leaders often suffered more than anyone else. Whenever yin energy erupted on a large scale, the world of the living would also be severely affected. As she mentioned this, her expression grew serious. Leaders had no choice but to send supernatural experts to suppress the disasters, even though many of those missions were practically death sentences. Jiang Chen still did not fully understand what a living restricted zone was. Just as he was listening carefully, his phone suddenly received a notification. Opening the Underworld app, he immediately saw an emergency alert. Yin energy had erupted earlier than expected, causing disturbances within a restricted zone. All experts ranked C and above were ordered to provide support. Chen Shui frowned slightly and explained that a living restricted zone was actually a passage connected directly to a realm filled with strange and dangerous entities. She continued by saying that only 6 such locations existed in the world, and their danger level was rated as high as SSS. The power ranking system in this world ranged from E rank to S rank and was used for both supernatural experts and ghosts. Even ghost kings, among the most terrifying beings in existence, were only classified as S rank. Hearing that, Jiang Chen was genuinely shocked. He never expected a living restricted zone to be 2 whole ranks above a ghost king. As their conversation continued, the car quietly passed through a dark stretch of road beneath a bridge. After regaining her composure, Chen Shui suddenly remembered something and asked whether he was interested in joining a large-scale mission in 4 days. The phrase group mission caught Jiang Chen off guard because he had never heard of it before. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui smiled knowingly and said it was a major operation, though she was not sure if he had the courage to join. Faced with her challenge, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately agreed, promising to meet her again in 4 days. As soon as he returned home, thunder rumbled outside, and a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. Sitting in his familiar room, Jiang Chen felt somewhat annoyed when he remembered the gathering. He had to attend the day after tomorrow, and right after that, the group mission with Chen Shui would be waiting for him. Under the glow of his computer screen, he began searching for new supernatural incidents, hoping to earn more ghost energy while he still had free time. After all, he was already close to 1,000 points. Before long, Jiang Chen found a particularly interesting case and immediately became energized. It was a mysterious incident at a hospital. The records stated that a patient who had already died was admitted, and soon afterward, another critically ill patient died under strange circumstances overnight. As if that was not enough, the nurse on duty that night was later found hanging in the emergency stairwell. Even more terrifying, both bodies vanished from the morgue. Security footage and access records confirmed that the corpses were still somewhere inside the hospital. Reading this, Jiang Chen immediately opened the mission panel to check the exact difficulty. The system quickly displayed the details. It was a personal mission with a level threat rating and matching rewards. If completed, he would earn 100 system points. The scene then shifted to the area outside the university gate. 2 female students had just finished class and were casually chatting about buying new clothes. As they walked by, Jiang Chen glanced over and thought to himself that admiring pretty girls by day and hunting ghosts by night made life pretty interesting. Suddenly, a red sports car sped over and slammed on the brakes in front of them, nearly hitting the 2 girls and scaring them badly. One girl was about to curse the driver, but her friend recognized the owner and quickly stopped her from causing trouble. The car then suddenly changed direction and drove straight toward Jiang Chen. But seeing him stand completely still, the driver was forced to hit the brakes at the last second. The window rolled down, and Zheng Xiaoming mocked him, asking if Jiang Chen had been scared stiff. Hearing that, Jiang Chen only sneered inwardly. After 2 lifetimes of experience, this childish stunt meant nothing to him. He casually kicked the license plate and joked that young Master Zheng seemed more grown up today since he came to school without his mother. Hitting a sore spot instantly darkened Zheng Xiaoming's expression as rage filled his heart. His anger exploded, and he immediately stomped on a control button near his feet. Luckily, it was not the accelerator, or Jiang Chen might have been seriously injured. The next moment, 2 water nozzles suddenly popped out from the front of the car and sprayed wildly in every direction. Passers-by had no idea what was happening and jumped in shock after being splashed. To them, the old car looked like it was about to break down. Jiang Chen remained completely calm. Watching the performance, he smirked and mocked him for trying such a cheap trick. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange green glow appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. His opponent was still far too inexperienced. Behind him, a blood-red snake shadow slowly emerged and released a sinister aura. Zheng Xiaoming suddenly felt something icy brush across his neck, while a chilling hiss echoed beside his ears. Fear instantly made him jump up, and his face twisted in panic. Screaming about a snake and flailing inside the car, Zheng Xiaoming completely lost control. Jiang Chen simply walked away with a faint smile. Even the leftover demon power from his previous transformations was enough to deal with someone that simple-minded. The story then returned to the university, where Jiang Chen studied. In class, the lecturer passionately taught the lesson and asked everyone to open Chapter 2 of Judas before execute. Jiang Chen also pretended to pay attention, opening his book and sitting there like a model student. In reality, his phone was hidden beneath the book. While scrolling through news, an article about the 10-year disturbance cycle in Fengdu caught his eye. He did not expect the legendary living forbidden zone to be located in Fengdu. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen's expression grew serious. The surge of yin energy clearly signaled a major upheaval, especially since only 8 years had passed since the last one. Focused on his phone, he failed to notice a piece of chalk flying straight at his head. The teacher immediately called Jiang Chen's name and ordered him to stand up and translate the first passage. Since he had barely listened all class, Jiang Chen could only mumble random words, making the entire class burst into laughter. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Chen reminded himself that the living forbidden zone was still far away. Right now, increasing his strength was what mattered most. Before long, the scene shifted to the school cafeteria during break time. Jiang Chen lowered his head and ordered 2 fried chicken drumsticks. The chef laughed and said his appetite was truly impressive. Looking at the steaming drumsticks and smelling the delicious aroma, Jiang Chen prepared to enjoy his meal. But before he could take a single bite, someone suddenly snatched the food away. The culprits turned out to be the familiar duo Li Jie and Zhang Erhu, who somehow showed up and stole his lunch. Seeing their strange behavior, Jiang Chen curiously asked what he had done lately to make them brave enough to appear before him again. While chewing on a drumstick, Li Jie replied that others might fear Zheng Xiaoming, but he did not take him seriously at all. Jiang Chen sneered and mocked him. If he was truly fearless, why bring Erhu along as a bodyguard? Li Jie immediately laughed and said that was exactly why he felt so confident. At that moment, waves of scorching fire energy appeared around Zhang Erhu. Even so, he remained calm and claimed that nobody could intimidate him, including Jiang Chen. Seeing the faint spiritual aura around Zhang Erhu, Jiang Chen instantly noticed something unusual. This guy was clearly no ordinary person. Not wanting extra trouble, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Zheng Xiaoming alone was easy enough to handle, so they should eat somewhere else and stop bothering him. Just then, Li Jie spotted someone behind Jiang Chen and excitedly shouted out. It was Goddess Lin. Lin Yuwei and Yang Chan happened to be passing by and turned around after hearing their names. She gave a simple response, but her gaze completely ignored Li Jie and went straight to Jiang Chen, as she even waved at him first. Despite being totally ignored, Li Jie stayed cheerful and enthusiastically waved back with a huge smile. After sitting down, Li Jie started gossiping. He jokingly asked whether Jiang Chen liked men since Lin Yue had greeted him first, and he still showed no reaction. On the other side, Yang Chan immediately scolded her friend for still paying attention to Jiang Chen. In her view, someone as outstanding as Lin Yue had no reason to care about a guy with such a poor reputation. Seeing her friend upset, Lin Yue gently led her away. Before leaving, Yang Chan added that she had heard Zheng Xiaoming was preparing to target Jiang Chen, so Lin Yue should stay out of it. Hearing that, Lin Yue smiled helplessly. She said she had already asked her father to intervene, so Zheng Xiaoming probably would not go too far. Yang Chan sighed. Countless wealthy young masters were pursuing Lin Yuwei, and not all of them would listen to reason. If she got too close to Jiang Chen, jealousy would eventually cause serious trouble. Late that night, urgent shouts echoed through the halls of a hospital. Medical staff rushed a patient down the corridor while calling for help and emergency doctors. The patient's condition was extremely critical. Part of his face had been horribly corroded, and he kept groaning in pain. As soon as he was taken into the operating room, the nurse reported that the right side of his face had suffered severe necrosis and needed immediate treatment. Not long afterward, the red surgery light turned on outside the operating room. IV lines were quickly attached to keep the patient alive. However, when the chief doctor saw the condition himself, even he looked troubled. After a careful examination, he sighed and said the man's body already showed signs of being a corpse, so surgery was pointless. The two nurses who brought him in were stunned and argued back. The patient had still been moving and crying out in pain on the way here. Right then, an unnatural cold wind swept through the room, giving all three of them goosebumps. Even the chief doctor began to feel uneasy. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly asked about the patient's family. But outside the operating room, there was not a single person in sight. The nurses searched in panic, while the chief doctor ordered them to notify the hospital director immediately. After that, nobody knew what happened there. 3 days later, Jiang Chen sat in a taxi, traveling through a dark tunnel. Leaning back in the rear seat, he pulled out his phone to check the latest updates. The moment he opened the Underworld app, an urgent alert appeared. A hospital on Beiyi Road had reported a bizarre case that led to multiple mysterious deaths among medical staff, forcing the administration to seek help from the underworld. Even the taxi driver could not help offering advice. According to him, strange incidents had been happening at that hospital non-stop, and the yin energy there was terrifying. It was better to seek treatment elsewhere. Jiang Chen only smiled faintly. If the place were truly peaceful, it would not be worth his personal visit. The taxi slowly pulled up and stopped in front of the hospital entrance. The driver looked visibly nervous. He only dropped Jiang Chen off and asked him to walk in alone. Jiang Chen simply nodded. The moment he got out, the taxi turned around and sped away, as if fleeing from something. Looking around, Jiang Chen quickly realized something had happened here. The once busy road was now completely deserted. Before long, he stood facing the hospital, which was shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. At that moment, a nurse ran out in panic, desperately begging something to stop following her. Jiang Chen stepped over the barricade and entered the restricted area. Stopping where the yin energy was thickest, he immediately identified the source of the problem. In Jiang Chen's eyes, groups of ghost soldiers were standing guard around the building, radiating killing intent. Instead of worrying, he became even more interested. After traveling all this way, he hoped the trip would be worthwhile. The moment he entered, he spotted a figure walking with an extremely strange posture, its body twisting unnaturally. Jiang Chen's eyes almost lit up. To him, it looked like a ghost had spawned right at the start. Like someone spotting their favorite meal, he instantly rushed forward. The nurse suddenly turned around. Seeing Jiang Chen charging at her in such a suspicious manner, she screamed in terror. Even the system displayed a helpless notification. She was clearly a normal living person, with no ghost aura at all. If anyone looked suspicious, it was Jiang Chen. Realizing his mistake, he quickly stopped and apologized. Inwardly, he complained that nobody would assume she was an ordinary person acting like that. Thinking Jiang Chen was looking for a clinic, the nurse hurriedly pointed toward the 3rd floor and told him to go there himself. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. He was not here to see a doctor. He was looking for the hospital morgue. Hearing that, the nurse trembled so badly she almost lost her balance. Jiang Chen seriously confirmed that he truly had urgent business down there. In the nurse's eyes, the young man looked completely insane. She cautiously stepped back and asked what he planned to do there. Jiang Chen tried his best to give what he believed was a friendly smile and explained that he was not some serial killer from the news. Unfortunately, that explanation made things worse. The nurse immediately turned and ran while begging him not to ask any more questions. Watching her disappear, Jiang Chen stood there in confusion. He genuinely could not understand why his smile was so frightening. Just then, the door of a nearby room slowly opened. A doctor stuck his head out and irritably reminded everyone that this was a hospital, not a place for shouting. Hearing him speak, Jiang Chen apologized and explained that he only wanted directions to the morgue. The moment the doctor heard the word morgue, his expression instantly changed. He looked at Jiang Chen in shock and asked whether he had been sent to deal with the strange incidents in the hospital. The question surprised Jiang Chen. It seemed this doctor knew quite a bit about what was happening below. The doctor suddenly revealed a rather mysterious smile. Lowering his voice, he explained that he was the one who had reported the incident to the hospital director on the night everything happened. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen suggested that the doctor take him directly to the scene. The two then headed deeper into the gloomy basement beneath the hospital. Walking ahead, the doctor pointed toward a dark corridor in the distance. Along the way, he explained that ever since the patient's corpse mysteriously vanished, strange events had been occurring throughout the hospital. It all started in the ICU ward. A family with a relative being treated there discovered strange footprints on the floor. The problem was that the patient was completely paralyzed. The patient's son recalled the event with a trembling voice. Even more terrifying, every footprint showed only the front part of the foot touching the ground. That detail made him suspect that something not belonging to the living had attached itself to his father. Worried about the situation, the son decided to stay overnight at the hospital and watch over his father. In the middle of the night, a series of strange clicking sounds suddenly came from the hospital bed and woke him up. What he saw next was unbelievable. His father, who had been paralyzed for years, was walking across the floor as if he had never been sick. The moment he looked up, the son froze in terror. It seemed the old man noticed someone watching him and slowly turned around. Fortunately, the son reacted quickly, shut his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. The next morning, when he opened his eyes, his father was lying quietly in bed, as though nothing had happened. The doctor continued, saying, "Everyone thought the strange incident had ended there. But that same afternoon, the old man suddenly died, after his condition worsened, for no clear reason. What was even more horrifying was that after the body was moved to the morgue, it mysteriously disappeared. The nurses were shocked when they found the corpse gone. At this point, the doctor became unusually tense and kept glancing around as if he feared something nearby. He leaned closer and quietly warned Jiang Chen not to tell anyone. After that missing corpse case, many more patients had died in the same way. More importantly, their deaths were almost identical to the old man's case. As he spoke, he pulled out a set of morgue keys from his pocket. The moment the lock opened, a gloomy, cold mist poured out from inside and filled the hallway. The doctor revealed with another strange smile that even the morgue attendant had died, so he was the only one left with the keys. Seeing Jiang Chen still standing outside, he curiously asked why he was not moving. Jiang Chen casually gestured and said the doctor should go in first since he was blocking the doorway. Hearing that, the doctor stepped aside and slowly entered the morgue. He did not forget to remind Jiang Chen to close the door tightly, or all the cold air would escape. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen slammed the door shut behind them. Then he directly locked it from the inside, sealing the exit completely. Seeing that, the doctor froze on the spot with a confused expression. The system notified. Low-level corpse ghost has no idea what is happening. Why lock the door? Afraid the corpses might escape? Ghost Energy 3. Realizing Jiang Chen had somehow appeared behind him, the fake doctor shouted in shock and asked when he got there. The system recorded. Low-level corpse ghost was scared stiff. Ghost Energy 15. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. A monster that willingly provided ghost energy like this was hard to find. He told the ghost to show him the corpses inside. Before long, rows of bodies lying motionless on metal beds came into view. After looking around, Jiang Chen noticed every corpse was still present. He asked why none seemed missing, as the doctor had claimed. Hearing that, the fake doctor turned pale and nervously guessed that maybe they had all returned on their own. At those words, Jiang Chen seemed to realize something, and his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled with interest and said that if that were true, even better. This time, none of them would escape. Then he casually slapped the nearest bed. Ghost Energy 6. As the ghost energy kept increasing, Jiang Chen suddenly stared at that same bed. One of the corpses had its jaw knocked crooked. Holding its face, it cried out in pain and started cursing angrily. Jiang Chen grinned and replied that he was an orphan, so there was nobody for the ghost to insult. The fat ghost became even angrier and continued yelling curses. Seeing that the ghost still did not understand after his explanation, Jiang Chen began losing patience. Without another word, he threw a punch that left the fat ghost dizzy and reminded it once again that he had been an orphan for a long time. The system added another 8 ghost energy. The fat ghost clutched its face in horror and could not believe someone dared to punch a ghost. Jiang Chen casually tapped another bed and said that since they were all ghosts, there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, they were occupying his space, so getting hit was only natural. He then leaned closer and asked the fat ghost how long it had been dead. The ghost honestly answered that it had only been 4 days. After hearing that, Jiang Chen rubbed his fingers together, as if calculating something. A moment later, he suddenly noticed something strange. Without any courtesy, Jiang Chen pinched the fat ghost's cheek and said that normal spirits could only return after 7 days. Since it showed up after just 4, something must have gone wrong with its corpse. Seeing the fat ghost panic, the system repeatedly reported ghost energy gains, adding 4 points each time. Clutching its face anxiously, the ghost hurriedly asked, what kind of disaster could still happen after death? Jiang Chen immediately put on the air of an expert and explained that according to the laws of yin and yang, souls must wait 7 days before returning to the living world. He even acted like a compassionate monk and seriously claimed that returning too early could harm future descendants and affect reincarnation. The fat ghost believed him instantly and begged Jiang Chen for a solution. Jiang Chen revealed a meaningful smile and said the problem was actually easy to fix. He pulled out a sharp blade and calmly suggested that the ghost die 1 more time, then return at the correct time. Hearing that, the fat ghost exploded with rage and released a surge of ghostly energy. The fat ghost cursed furiously and accused Jiang Chen of trying to burn him again. But before it could react, Jiang Chen swung the blade with incredible speed. A cold slash swept across its throat, and Jiang Chen smirked, saying he would personally send it to meet its ancestors in the underworld. The system immediately announced that a low-level half-resentment corpse ghost had been completely eliminated and awarded 9 ghost energy. Jiang Chen showed little excitement. The reward was far too small, proving just how weak the ghost had been. At the same time, the fat ghost's head separated from its neck and rolled across the icy floor. Looking at the thick resentment surrounding the corpse, Jiang Chen guessed it had caused plenty of harm while alive, so this quick death was already merciful. His gaze then shifted toward a dark corner of the morgue, where the doctor who guided him was hiding. The man's face was deathly pale, and his body trembled non-stop from fear. Jiang Chen looked at him, smiled mysteriously, and asked if he had also started wandering around before his 7 days were up. There seemed to be another one here. As he spoke, he walked toward a covered corpse and remarked that another spirit had returned ahead of schedule. When the sheet was pulled away, a ghost was indeed curled up underneath, trying to hide. Seeing it play dead, Jiang Chen slapped it hard and told it to wake up. The system immediately relayed the old ghost's furious curses for being disturbed during its rest and awarded another 8 ghost energy. Enraged by Jiang Chen's attitude, the old ghost glared at him and demanded to know what he wanted. Jiang Chen innocently replied that the old ghost should take its medicine and go back to sleep, making it nearly lose its mind from anger. The ghost asked where the medicine was, only to see Jiang Chen point a cold blade right at its face. Without giving it another chance, Jiang Chen thrust forward and stabbed straight through its mouth. The pain forced the ghost's mouth wide open, and a foul, darkered aura began leaking from its body. Jiang Chen maintained a polite expression and said he had forgotten to bring medicine, so this method would help it sleep peacefully instead. The system confirmed that another low-level half-resentment corpse ghost had been completely erased and awarded 9 more ghost energy. Witnessing the scene, the doctor in the corner cried out in shock as yet another ghost was killed. Before he could calm down, Jiang Chen called out and told the cowardly rat in the corner to stop pretending and come out. Hearing that, the doctor flinched and tried to shrink deeper into the shadows. In the end, he dropped his disguise, thinking he had planned to attack when Jiang Chen let his guard down, but the plan had clearly failed. The top of his head suddenly split open, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His body quickly twisted and deformed, while a crazed roar echoed through the room. The ghost leader roared and demanded whether they would just stand there and get slaughtered one by one, then ordered everyone to attack together. Following the command, the evil ghosts scattered across the beds. All sat up at once as cries and shrieks filled the morgue. As they charged forward, they bitterly demanded to know why they were always driven into a corner when all they wanted was to keep existing. Jiang Chen coldly replied that any life form that survives by slaughtering and eating others has no right to justify itself. The demons instantly flew into a rage and charged at Jiang Chen, screaming as they swore to kill him. The first demon rushed forward, but lost its head before it could even attack. Jiang Chen followed up with another strike right away. The skull hit the floor with a few dull knocks. Jiang Chen did not take these creatures seriously, and they were not even worth using his demon transformation. The entire horde surged forward like a tidal wave. Their jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs as giant arms reached out to tear him apart. Jiang Chen only sneered. Since they wanted to overwhelm him with numbers, he decided to test his newly gained demon power and raised his hand to attack. He immediately unleashed Tiger Roar 6 harmonies. A beast-like roar echoed through the air and shook the entire space. The demons kept charging at him without hesitation. But the next moment, they all froze and clutched their ears with twisted expressions, unable to understand what had happened. Jiang Shen was even more surprised. He expected a devastating result, but the demons were only slightly affected. It seemed his inherited demon power was still limited. After a quick thought, he decided direct combat was more reliable and drew his weapon again. The blade flashed non-stop. Every swing sent another head flying or split another body in half. Before long, every demon in the room was wiped out. Without wasting time, Jiang Shen rushed straight at the leader with the bulging blue eyes. The demon reacted quickly and bit down on the blade with its front teeth. Seeing that, Jiang Shen immediately mocked his opponent. He said those front teeth had annoyed him for a long time. At that moment, the blue eye on the blade opened wide as Jiang Shen unleashed a powerful strike at the demon lord. After a fierce battle, every demon hiding in the morgue was finally eliminated. Patient corpses were scattered all over the ground. Blood covered the area and made the scene look horrifying. Even though he won, Jiang Shen had spent a lot of energy. His breathing grew heavy and sweat ran down his face. Right then, the familiar system voice announced that he had accumulated 1,000 ghost energy points and unlocked the 2-star demon transformation card draw. Hearing the news, Jiang Shen instantly perked up and ordered the draw, despite still catching his breath. A lottery machine appeared before him, as the system announced that 1,000 ghost energy points would be consumed. Jiang Shen froze for several seconds. The price shocked him because it was 10 times higher than a 1-star card. He quickly reminded the system that a reward that expensive had better be worth it. After the wheel spun for a while, the first symbol slowly appeared. It was Herculean power. Then the next 2 words appeared, Great Immortal. Finally, the last piece appeared in the form of a weasel. Seeing the image of the Herculean power Great Immortal, Jiang Shen could not hide his shock. The system quickly explained that activating it granted part of the demon's power for 30 minutes, along with 2 bonus draws and selectable demon transformation parts. The description also warned of massive energy consumption. Before Jiang Shen finished reading, the system added that after the transformation ended, he would permanently retain 1% of the corresponding demon power and body soul. After reading everything, Jiang Shen casually kicked away a nearby demon head as if it were nothing. He quietly remarked that he now possessed 2 divine abilities and demon transformation. Even he was unsure of his current limits. The minor demons in the morgue were gone, so his next target was the boss. As he walked beneath the flickering lights, Jiang Shen planned his next move. He calmly stepped into the elevator and pressed the close button, but the doors had not fully closed yet. A female nurse suddenly rushed over, breathing hard and relieved that she made it in time. She rushed in too fast and accidentally slammed into Jiang Shen, then quickly apologized in a flustered panic. Jiang Shen noticed something strange from the collision and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The nurse immediately stepped back, covered her chest, and demanded to know what he was doing. Jiang Shen realized that despite running so hard, her body was ice cold with no signs of a living person. He moved closer and jokingly remarked that skin that pale could put a 3-day-old corpse to shame. The nurse instantly pushed him away and told him to keep his distance. An awkward expression flashed across her face before she turned around. She cleared her throat softly as if trying to hide her embarrassment. After a while, she suddenly asked if Jiang Shen knew the hospital's most famous taboo. Jiang Shen immediately became interested and told her to continue. The nurse pulled out a black card hidden on her body and seriously warned him never to enter an elevator with anyone carrying it. At the same time, a yellow ghost eye appeared on her body. She smiled and said only morgue guardians were qualified to carry such a black card. She stressed once again that anyone who saw a card holder should stay far away. But in the very next second, an entire stack of black cards appeared in front of her, and her expression changed completely. Jiang Shen calmly asked if that meant she should be the one running away now. Seeing the cards in his hand, the nurse could hardly believe it. The system immediately announced that her shock contributed another 30 ghost energy points. She finally realized she was not the hunter here. Just then, the elevator stopped at another floor with a chime. A figure appeared outside carrying a mysterious black plastic bag. It was a male doctor. The ghost nurse looked stunned the moment she saw him. Jiang Shen casually put an arm around her shoulder like they were old friends, leaving her completely unsure how to react. He then pointed at the doctor and curiously asked what she thought was inside the bag. The nurse looked over and guessed it might be the organs of some unfortunate victim. Jiang Shen kept asking whether it was a heart, a liver, or something else, while the nurse grew increasingly helpless from his teasing. Just as they were joking around, the ghost doctor suddenly spoke, and both of them fell silent. Tightening his grip on the black bag, he asked if they truly wanted to know what was inside. At the same time, strange rustling sounds came from within. His blood-red eyes flashed with malice as he stared at them, and warned that once they saw it, there would be no regrets. With that, he slowly opened the black bag. Jiang Shen tensed up so much that cold sweat appeared, though he still maintained a calm expression. After rummaging around, the doctor pulled out a glass jar. Inside was an object covered in bite marks. Jiang Shen carefully examined it, forcing himself to ignore his unease as he commented on the bite marks. At that moment, the ghost doctor slowly pulled down his mask. A twisted face appeared, with fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and sharp fangs. Raising the object, he casually said he had been too hungry and took a bite. Hearing that explanation, Jiang Shen instinctively stepped back in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure, smiled, and directly asked how much the item was worth. The doctor immediately quoted a price of 250,000 yuan, then suspiciously asked why Jiang Shen cared. After doing some quick math, Jiang Shen seriously concluded that since part of it had been bitten off, the price should be reduced by at least 20% to around 200,000 yuan. As he spoke, Jiang Shen suddenly snatched the plastic bag from the doctor's hand before he could react, and casually borrowed it as well. He punched a few holes in the bag, put it over his head, and excitedly declared that since he was now carrying an asset worth 200,000 yuan, he needed to work a little harder. Without giving anyone time to understand what was happening, Jiang Shen grabbed the item from the doctor's hand and sprinted away at top speed. The system immediately announced that the ghost was so shocked it froze on the spot, earning Jiang Shen another 25 ghost energy points. For a moment, the elevator fell into an unbelievable silence. But the calm only lasted briefly, before a loud noise shattered it, and a figure burst out. The ghost doctor was sweating heavily in panic, while the nurse stood frozen in confusion. Neither of them understood what had just happened. When the doctor finally realized he had been robbed, his eyes widened in horror, and he screamed in disbelief. Rage instantly exploded. He roared like a madman because he never imagined someone would dare rob a ghost face to face. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen kept running while looking back and taunting the two pursuers, urging them to catch him if they could. To shake them off, he suddenly changed directions several times and threw the plastic bag away as a distraction. Jiang Shen then hid in a blind spot and watched with amusement as the two ghosts searched frantically. The doctor randomly pointed in one direction and shouted for his partner to chase after him. The moment the ghost doctor let his guard down, Jiang Shen gripped his weapon and launched a surprise counterattack. A burst of golden power erupted from his strike and slammed directly into the doctor, severely injuring him. Without giving the enemy time to recover, Jiang Shen turned and attacked the one-eyed ghost nurse beside him. His weapon pierced straight through her chest. Sharp fangs sank deep into her body as golden light scattered everywhere. Just as he tried to pull the weapon out and continue attacking, Jiang Shen noticed something strange. No matter how hard he tried, it would not come out. Seeing his struggle, the nurse sneered and said her heart had been ruined long ago, so the attack was useless. She then widened her eyes, screamed with killing intent, and charged forward with razor-sharp claws. But the moment her claws touched Jiang Shen, a blinding light suddenly erupted and stunned them both. Even the ghost nurse was shocked and had no idea what power had appeared. A golden halo emerged and blasted Jiang Shen away, sending him sliding across the ground. After forcing himself back up, he clutched his chest in pain. Blood trickled from his mouth, and the agony made him suspect several ribs were broken. The ghost nurse, however, looked deeply unsettled. She stared at him and repeatedly demanded to know what treasure he was carrying. Only then did Jiang Shen take out the protective talisman. Realizing it had just saved his life, he silently thanked Lin Yue. The nurse's hand was being corroded by a green force. Her flesh rapidly decayed and exposed the white bones underneath. Cracking sounds echoed nonstop, yet she still clenched her fist as if she felt no pain at all. Driven by madness, the ghost nurse charged at Jiang Shen again. She shouted that blocking the first attack did not mean he could survive the second. Her strike was so fast that cold sweat broke out across Jiang Shen's back. He could only gasp at the terrifying speed. Rapid footsteps echoed nonstop. Jiang Shen kept dodging and knew a single hit could cost him his life. Right then, a strange white figure suddenly flashed past him, instantly putting him on high alert. Before he could react, a hand appeared from behind and tightly restrained him. It turned out the ghost doctor had been waiting for this chance all along. He appeared behind Jiang Shen, bared his fangs, and laughed triumphantly. The two ghosts worked together perfectly. One locked down the target, while the other unleashed all of its evil power in a killing blow. After a heavy impact, Jiang Shen's body trembled violently. A dark green evil force pierced through him and nearly knocked him unconscious. The exploding energy created thunderous blasts. Green light tore through countless obstacles and illuminated the entire area. After taking that devastating attack, Jiang Shen suffered severe injuries and collapsed onto the cold floor. However, he slowly staggered back to his feet not long afterward. Wiping the blood from his face, he mocked the two ghosts for being quite ruthless. But the moment he finished speaking, intense dizziness struck him. He nearly fell and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the ghost nurse laughed with delight. She mocked him and said the feeling of his chest about to explode must be familiar because he now suffered the same condition as her. Jiang Shen wiped the blood from his lips and forced his eyes open. It felt as though an invisible hand was crushing his heart, making every heartbeat painfully heavy. A sharp pain twisted through Jiang Shen's chest, as if something vile was slowly crushing his heart. Seeing him at a disadvantage, the ghost nurse raised a syringe containing a heart. With a sinister smile, she assured him that one injection would end everything. As she spoke, she slowly brought the sharp needle closer and sweetly urged him to stay still. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen pulled out a golden card engraved with a ferocious demon king and the words Chaos Demon King. Sweat poured down his face as he knew he would not survive without demon transformation. After making up his mind, he roared and activated Chaos Demon King transformation. In an instant, immense power erupted behind him as the Demon King's shadow appeared and poured strength into his body. Jiang Shen's body began changing dramatically. His pupils turned an eerie green, one side of his face mutated, and countless energy currents surged across his body. His hair turned blazing red, making his aura far more violent and oppressive than before. At that moment, the system displayed a new notification. Random divine ability acquired, Chaos Heavenly Blade. The moment the ability appeared, crimson flames erupted, as if they could burn the surrounding space itself. The ghost nurse's vision was quickly disrupted when a strange black mist suddenly covered her eyes. Empowered by his new strength, Jiang Shen only needed a single swing of the Chaos Heavenly Blade to cut the ghost nurse in half. Gripping his weapon tightly, he glanced around and coldly remarked that one more enemy remained. At the same time, the system displayed another message. The ghost doctor deeply regrets his actions and even wishes to become a good person. Ghost Energy 90. In a dark corner, the ghost doctor trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked his body as he wondered whether Jiang Shen was still human. Before he could recover, Jiang Shen appeared right beside him and spoke in an icy tone. The sudden appearance nearly scared the ghost out of his mind. Jiang Shen slowly stretched out a hand, curled his lips into a mocking smile, and told the doctor to come wipe the blood from his mouth. Jiang Shen's transformed appearance terrified the ghost so badly that his eyes nearly popped out. In desperation, the ghost doctor fired hidden weapons at Jiang Shen while screaming for him to stay away. Yet none of the attacks had any effect. The sight left him even more stunned, making him suspect Jiang Shen's body was forged from steel. Jiang Shen simply rubbed his eyes and laughed, saying those attacks were nothing more than a mild itch. His expression then turned cold as he warned the ghost that if he did not run now, he would not get another chance. Hearing that, the ghost doctor immediately fled for his life, constantly looking back in terror. He rushed up the stairs in panic, screaming for help at the top of his lungs. Watching him run desperately, Jiang Shen could not help but mock him. Even knowing Jiang Shen wanted him dead, the ghost still instinctively cried for help. At that moment, a spark of interest flashed in Jiang Shen's eyes. He smiled because his final target had finally appeared. He then slowly walked up the stairs. Every footprint he left behind was followed by blazing flames. Feeling the terrifying pressure approaching, the ghost doctor was on the verge of collapse. Tears filled his eyes as sweat poured down from fear of death. Running and crying at the same time, he regretted everything and wished he had never provoked such a monster. Notifications kept appearing before Jiang Shen. Ghost energy gains of 90, 85, and 95 flashed repeatedly across the screen. Looking at the dancing flames ahead, Jiang Shen calmly reached out and grabbed one, as if it were an ordinary object. From the sea of fire, he separated a tiny flame. The small flame burned brightly in his palm. He brought it close to his mouth and gently blew on it. The flame instantly turned into a crimson streak and shot forward, nearly scaring the ghost doctor to death. The doctor ran frantically in every direction, dodging and screaming for it to stay away. Yet the flame relentlessly chased him, while ghost energy steadily increased by 10 points at a time. In the end, the ghost doctor was cornered with nowhere left to escape. He collapsed to his knees, trembling and sobbing in despair. By then, the ghost energy gains had dropped to single digits, and Jiang Shen stood directly behind him with the flame. Seeing the rewards drop lower and lower, Jiang Shen frowned slightly. This ghost had clearly reached its limit. He tightened his grip on the flaming sword while the doctor kept trembling in fear. Jiang Shen mocked him. "Doctor, aren't you supposed to save lives? How did you end up this pathetic?" The ghost doctor slowly raised his head. Tears streamed down his blood-stained face as he stuttered a weak denial. Jiang Shen simply curled his lips into a mocking smile. Without waiting for another word, he swung the flaming sword. Fire instantly spread across the doctor's body. Jiang Shen laughed and said that now he was truly about to die. Dark crimson flames engulfed the ghost doctor as blazing light illuminated the entire area. When the fire had nearly burned away his whole body, only his head and neck remained. Though tears still flowed, a relieved smile appeared on his face, as if he had finally been freed. That reaction amused Jiang Shen. He remarked that anyone who could still smile after suffering so much was certainly unusual. After dealing with his opponent, he looked up at the massive hole above and muttered that he might have used a bit too much force. The power of the Chaos Demon King was not easy to control. Ghost Energy 360. Seeing the notification, Jiang Shen felt extremely satisfied. Earning more than 300 points from a single ghost was definitely worth it. He tapped the system interface and asked how much ghost energy he had in total. The system quickly replied with 630 ghost energy points. Looking at the result, Jiang Shen felt a little regretful. He thought he had killed the ghost nurse too quickly. Thinking back to how he had teased her earlier, he felt he could have earned far more ghost energy if he had dragged it out longer. At that moment, a faint creaking sound came from a distant door, where a weak light seeped through. Immediately afterward, a gloomy and enchanting voice echoed from behind the door, repeatedly calling for him to come closer, as if luring souls into the darkness beyond. The instant he heard it, Jiang Shen's body stiffened and froze in place. A few seconds later, his legs began moving on their own, slowly walking toward the source of the voice, without his control. The strange voice continued ringing in his ears. Jiang Shen had no idea what was happening. Cold sweat covered his face, but he suddenly bit his fingers until they bled, using the pain to break free from the influence. Jiang Shen immediately wiped the blood across his face, drawing a streak from his mouth to his ear. Then he loudly activated his ability, 100 Barrier Demon Domain. The moment he shouted, a dark black sphere appeared beside him. A glowing red gem sat at its center while eerie demonic flames burned around it. Jiang Shen's breathing became heavy, and sweat drenched his face. At the same time, a strange mask appeared over his head. Just then, an old man staggered over from behind and trembled as he called out, "Dear, is that you calling me?" Jiang Shen quickly turned around, confused about why this stranger was speaking to him. But he soon realized the old man was not talking to him at all. The elderly man kept moving forward while repeatedly calling out to his beloved. His wrinkled face, bulging eyes, and nearly toothless mouth showed the burden of age. Seeing this, Jiang Shen immediately understood that ordinary people had almost no resistance against such a bizarre demonic voice. The sinister call continued echoing through the dark hallway. Guided by the sound, the old man slowly moved forward. Fortunately, Jiang Shen had regained his senses, thanks to the protective mask, or he would have been controlled as well. Following the haunting voice all the way, the old man eventually reached the rooftop area. Completely unaware of the danger ahead, he weakly continued calling out to his beloved. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen quietly hid behind the rooftop door and observed the situation. Before long, the source of the strange voice finally appeared. The man walked over and complained that after so much effort, he had only managed to lure an old man here. Under the influence of the demonic voice, the old man tremblingly reached out toward him. The man coldly placed a hand on the old man's head and casually remarked that this meal was not appetizing at all. The moment he finished speaking, he grabbed the frail old man, lifted him up like an object, then roared wildly and threw him away. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, Jiang Shen instantly realized the old man was facing certain death. He burst from hiding at incredible speed, summoned his flaming sword, and roared in fury. These bastards actually dared to kill someone right in front of him. But he was already too late. The old man was thrown over the rooftop railing and plunged straight down. Jiang Shen could only regret missing the chance to save him. His gaze instantly locked onto the killer. If that was the case, then the man would pay the price. Jiang Shen unleashed a relentless barrage of fiery slashes. The attack split the enemy in half and even sent his head flying into the air. Yet something felt wrong. Inside those clothes was nothing but emptiness. Sweat formed on Jiang Chen's face, but his eyes stayed sharp as he carefully watched the strange creature ahead. It turned out to be a man with his facial skin completely stripped away. Pale white eyes and razor-sharp teeth were exposed, while eerie laughter echoed from his mouth. He stared at Jiang Chen with a mocking look. The severed body was quickly wrapped in green energy and restored in seconds. Then he giggled and said Jiang Chen had finally shown himself. The man spoke excitedly about fear as if it were the greatest feast. In the blink of an eye, all his injuries vanished. A large number 18 stood out clearly on his left chest. Facing the creature, Jiang Chen responded with nothing but pure disdain. He did not take him seriously at all. However, a mysterious smile soon appeared at the corner of his lips. Thick black energy began rising around the ghostly humanoid while horrifying screeches filled the air. Holding his flaming blade tightly, Jiang Chen smirked and said that if the enemy could take punishment so well, then the hunt could continue a little longer. Right after that, he roared and activated Chaos Heaven Blade Phase 2. Gripping the blazing weapon, Jiang Chen laughed excitedly. This battle was becoming far more interesting than expected. In an instant, the red flames covering the blade turned into a deep black fire that radiated a terrifying evil aura. With a sinister grin, Jiang Chen swung directly at his enemy and coldly asked if he finally knew fear. The black flames instantly swallowed the ghostly humanoid. He struggled wildly in agony, his eyes wide with terror. Only now did he truly understand what fear felt like. His already twisted body became even more miserable. Flesh peeled away and broken teeth stuck out everywhere. His hands tried to shield himself, but deep cuts covered his arms, chest, and neck. Mysterious black energy wrapped around him as he screamed like a monster tortured beyond its limits. The system immediately displayed a notification. Patient number 18 is suffering extreme agony, Ghost Energy 99. Soon, his fingers began falling apart segment by segment. His hands separated from the wrists, and a horrifying cut appeared across his face. Watching his body continuously break down, he screamed in panic and disbelief. Another notification appeared. Patient number 18 is screaming in unbearable pain, Ghost Energy 99. His body felt as if it were being burned and crushed at the same time. Piece after piece was torn into countless fragments by that terrifying power. Faced with pain beyond endurance, he could only suffer helplessly. The system continued recording. Patient number 18 has been torn into multiple pieces. Ghost Energy 99. Everything happening was caused by Jiang Chen's power. His energy surged like an endless sea of flames and swept away everything in its path. The entire area was drowned in red and black, creating an oppressive and ominous scene. After the devastating assault, all that remained of patient number 18 was a single head. Trembling, he touched his charred face as the disgusting skin nearly peeled away completely. In agony, he kept screaming that his head was about to explode. Even in that miserable state, he stubbornly claimed it was not enough to kill him. At the same time, the fangs in his mouth began growing at an abnormal speed, making him look even more terrifying. That was not all. His ruined hands started mutating as well. The fingers shrank and transformed into sharp claws with only 3 talons, while bone spikes erupted along his arms. The transformation was still not over. More spikes grew from his back. His human skin gradually disappeared and was replaced by dark purple armor-like flesh. By now, patient number 18 had fully transformed into a monster. His face no longer had human eyes, nose, or mouth. Only a massive jaw with 4 protruding fangs remained. From a frail figure, he evolved into a heavily muscled beast and suddenly threw back his head with a thunderous roar. Even after witnessing such a horrifying transformation, Jiang Chen remained calm. Looking at the monster, he was surprised that his previous strike still failed to finish it off. The monster slowly lowered its head. What appeared was no longer a normal face, but a massive mouth leading into a dark void inside its body. Then it wildly slashed through the air with its claws. The target was obviously Jiang Chen. However, a simple sidestep was enough to dodge the attack. Thinking of another approach, he immediately rushed forward and launched a powerful kick. The kick slammed into the spiked tail behind the monster, sending bright sparks flying from the impact point. But the creature reacted just as quickly. It whipped its massive tail straight at him. A thunderous explosion erupted as Jiang Chen was blasted away, sending debris and flames everywhere. Seeing this, the monster laughed proudly, pleased that it had hidden this deadly weapon until now. Before it could enjoy its victory, Jiang Chen shattered the red smoke and charged back. He shot into the air at incredible speed and headed straight for his opponent. The monster instantly opened its giant mouth, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. As he closed in, Jiang Chen unleashed a relentless series of attacks. Every counterattack was dodged with perfect precision. Throughout the fight, his expression remained ice cold. Frustrated that it could not catch him, the monster poured all its strength into a devastating punch. This time, Jiang Chen did not dodge. He raised a hand and blocked it directly, neutralizing the attack with ease. At that moment, light burst from his palm. A flaming sword appeared and slashed toward the enemy's arm at incredible speed. Sensing danger, the monster quickly pulled its arm back to avoid the fatal strike. One hand maintained his guard while the other gripped the flaming sword. Jiang Chen stared at his opponent and smiled with excitement. The ruby on his helmet glowed with a strange light. He then decided to unleash a new technique. The armor around his head ignited and turned bright crimson. A terrifying beam of energy erupted from it like a ray of destruction. It pierced through the monster's body with unstoppable force and shattered the joints inside. Looking at the massive hole in the creature's body, Jiang Chen quickly realized its regeneration had been disabled. The move was incredibly effective, though it could only be used once. Right then, a human face emerged from deep inside the monster's giant mouth. It shouted viciously, ordering Jiang Chen to stand still and wait to be killed. Sweat began pouring down Jiang Chen's face. The moment he heard that voice, he understood the situation and immediately grew tense. He had almost forgotten that the enemy still had one dangerous ability left. His consciousness started fading as dizziness overwhelmed him. Jiang Chen struggled to stay awake and reminded himself not to fall. Meanwhile, the monster's disgusting hand slowly reached toward him. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Flames spiraled around his arm as the Chaos Heaven Blade shifted from blade form into a fist technique. Gathering all his strength into one strike, he drove his fist straight into the enemy's face. The blow was so heavy that the monster's head snapped back and blood sprayed from its mouth. After the exchange, Jiang Chen panted heavily as sweat covered his face. Sparks still flickered across his hand, while a strange red liquid seeped from his palm. Mysterious symbols covered it, causing his expression to darken. These enemies were truly worth fighting at full power. A thrilled grin appeared on his face as he threw another punch. Crimson flames erupted with the strike. Let's see how much longer you can endure this. Countless blazing fist shadows tore through the air and crashed into the monster non-stop, completely overwhelming it. Even the face hidden in its throat turned pale with fear. Jiang Chen gave his opponent no chance to breathe. Wave after wave of attacks rained down like a storm. Every punch carried terrifying destructive force. No matter how many times you recover, I will crush you until nothing remains. Chunks of flesh were blasted from the monster's body. Every wounded area was scorched black by the flames. It could only lower its head and howl in agony, knowing that death was only a matter of time. The monster suddenly opened its mouth to an enormous size, revealing rows of sharp fangs. The patient hidden inside seemed to be releasing every last bit of evil energy. If escape was impossible, then he would drag his enemy down with him. Thick black energy immediately surged toward Jiang Chen. Faced with a terrifying aura, he instinctively raised his arm to block and was visibly startled. What kind of monstrous thing is this? The face of patient number 18, hidden inside the monster's throat, burst into laughter. He claimed that he had turned his last remaining ghost energy into a vicious curse and branded it onto Jiang Chen's body. Before he could finish explaining how Jiang Chen would suffer the same disease and never find peace in death, a massive fireball shot straight into his mouth. The system immediately displayed a notification. Patient number 18, half-finished vengeful ghost, has died. Received 99 ghost energy. Jiang Chen casually wiped his chin and looked completely unimpressed. Did this pathetic trick really think it could affect him? However, the system displayed another message. Demonization state has ended. As his body returned to normal, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed strands of black energy lingering around him. A dark purple number 18 had appeared on the left side of his neck, identical to the one on the patient he had just killed. Around the number, countless blood vessels bulged unnaturally, creating a terrifying sight. Intense pain made him grab his neck immediately. His eyes widened before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Twisted veins quickly spread across the left side of his face. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his lips, his complexion turning pale. This had to be the curse left behind by the half-finished vengeful ghost. The swollen flesh began splitting apart. Blood continued pouring from his mouth and running down his chin. Even his tongue developed painful ulcers. He kept scratching at his throat as his breathing grew heavier. The ulcers gradually darkened. Jiang Chen even shoved his hand deep into his throat as if trying to pull something out. His eyes were also covered with black and red veins, making him look incredibly eerie. In a panic, he violently vomited a disgusting mass of thick black fluid. Sweat soaked his entire face. Inside the liquid were countless plump black and white worms, squirming non-stop. After catching his breath for a while, he finally felt a little better. The pile of green slime on the ground contained all kinds of strange objects and fat worms, enough to make anyone sick just by looking at it. Wiping his mouth clean, Jiang Chen still looked pale. The one who cast the curse was already dead. Could he really not remove even the leftover effects? Not far away, the monster's corpse remained motionless in a pool of blood. One arm had been blasted into a distant corner. Exhausted, he sat down beside its giant mouth and prepared to call the Underworld Division to handle the scene. Just then, sheets of paper suddenly began drifting down from above. At first, he thought it was only a single page, but he quickly realized a large amount was falling from the sky. The scattered pieces floated toward where Jiang Chen was sitting. While using his phone, he had to look up and examine the strange phenomenon. Picking up a torn piece, he examined it closely and soon realized it was not paper at all. What was floating everywhere were actually fragments of clothing left from patient number 18 after the explosion. After checking further, he found a hidden document inside the fabric. Opening it, he saw detailed information. Hospital, Examination Building Number 7, name Liang Yutuan, ID number 18, diagnosis, cognitive disorder. The note stated that the patient constantly believed he suffered from dozens of different illnesses and had even thought he was coughing up internal organs, yet repeated treatment showed no improvement. After reading that, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Could everything truly have started from this cognitive disorder? At that moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared in his mind. A young boy was using his entire body to block a refrigerator door while desperate pounding sounds echoed from inside. As the images continued, he gradually understood the truth. The patient not only believed he was sick, but also thought everyone around him was ill. He once locked his younger sister in a refrigerator because he believed she had a severe fever. In the end, she froze to death. When the freezer door was opened, only her cold and curled-up corpse remained inside. After reading the entire file, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He finally understood the nature of the curse used by these vengeful ghosts. It did not directly harm the victim. Instead, it forced them to believe they were sick, causing matching symptoms to appear on their own bodies. Right then, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness, carrying a chilling ghostly aura. The treatment summary also contained an eerie note. After being admitted to our hospital, the patient's condition has developed very well. So who is truly sick, me or all of us? Jiang Chen continued walking through the hospital's dark corridor while still holding patient number 18's file. Suddenly, he stopped. The phrase "developed very well" felt deeply unsettling. Did it mean the patient was recovering, or was it actually referring to the growth of their mutation and ghostly power? He looked at the file once more. It read, Hospital, Examination Building Number 7, Jiang Chen, D number 18, Diagnosis, Cognitive Disorder. The moment he finished reading, he noticed something wrong. At some point, the name on the file had changed to his own. And what exactly was Examination Building Number 7? Filled with doubts, Jiang Chen immediately pulled out his phone to investigate. The Underworld app contained a note about this place. According to reliable reports, the blood-red text on files from Examination Building Number 7 was actually a countdown timer. When it reached 0, the file holder would be dragged into that hospital. Once inside, almost no one ever returned. Missions related to this location usually required at least a crank participant. This suggested that the ghosts there had not surpassed the blood robe level, and no higher-ranked entities existed within. After reading everything, he crumpled the file into a ball and casually tossed it away. His expression remained completely relaxed. Whatever happened later could be dealt with later. Overthinking would solve nothing. Although he looked exhausted with dark circles under his eyes, Jiang Chen remained confident. With the system's help, he had reached the blood robe level in just 1 month, so he was not overly worried. A while later, he left the ruined hospital building. The moment he stepped outside, he saw a group of black-clad figures with covered faces already waiting. It seemed the underworld agents had arrived. Leading them was a young woman. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, she stepped forward and greeted him with great respect. The underworld had long possessed an extremely dangerous method, sealing ghosts inside living humans to borrow their power against other supernatural beings. At that moment, one member was observing the ritual being performed on a man. With a single glance, Jiang Chen understood how brutal the method was. Even the strongest warriors faced a 90% mortality rate. The man before him had a physique far beyond ordinary people, but that guaranteed nothing. Blood constantly poured from his body, proving just how terrifying the ghost implantation process truly was. Watching the underworld team handle the aftermath, Jiang Chen silently assessed them. The dangers faced by these cleanup crews were probably no less severe than those faced by the extraordinary ones. With casualty rates remaining alarmingly high, the underworld's core forces were often short on manpower. Thinking about this, he slowly walked toward the female captain directing the operation. Jiang Chen did not start a conversation. He simply walked past her calmly, as if they had never met. After taking a few steps, he smiled and finally spoke. I might have gone a little overboard inside. Sorry for giving everyone extra work. The female captain kept her usual indifferent expression. In a calm voice, she replied, You handled that many evil ghosts alone. The one who worked harder was clearly you. After that, they continued in opposite directions. The young woman turned around and ordered her team to begin their work immediately. Time quietly drifted into the late night. The bright moon hung above the city, covering everything in a faint silver glow. Amid that peaceful scene, one small apartment still shone with warm light. After returning home, Jiang Chen removed his coat and followed the aroma of delicious food. The inviting smell instantly lifted his mood. Seeing the nearby door slightly open, he quickly understood. Hong Jie was still preparing dinner. As he stepped into the softly lit room, a thought crossed his mind. Showing up so suddenly, like this, would he be disturbing her? Even so, Jiang Chen naturally walked into the kitchen and called out to Hong Jie. Hearing the familiar voice, Hong Jie turned around from the stove. Wearing a fitted dress that highlighted her graceful figure, she smiled warmly and happily invited him to stay for dinner. She even moved closer on her own. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her gentle voice was filled with concern. According to her, Jiang Chen was busy every day, so she had specially prepared several nourishing dishes to help him recover his strength. Her overwhelming enthusiasm immediately made him blush and break into a sweat. Feeling awkward, he took a small step back and forced a smile. Honestly, I do not think I need that much nourishment yet. If it gets too much, I might end up with a nosebleed. Hearing that, Hong Jie pouted in dissatisfaction and turned her face away as if she were sulking. But a moment later, she laughed and looked back at him. Everything is ready, so hurry up and eat. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen still stood there with a bright red face. The table was now filled with delicious dishes. The most impressive part was that Hong Jie had prepared every single one herself. Looking at the feast before him, Jiang Chen could not help but be amazed. Without being polite anymore, Jiang Chen immediately stuffed a large bite into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, he was completely won over by the flavor. While eating, his toned arm was accidentally exposed. The defined muscles and visible veins quickly caught Hong Jie's attention. She reached out and touched his arm, then leaned a little closer. Her surprise was obvious as she admired his strong physique. Hong Jie's eyes seemed far more captivated now. She lifted his arm to examine it, and curiously asked whether people who fought evil spirits all trained their bodies this intensely. Jiang Chen could only laugh awkwardly and casually say it was pretty normal. He quietly pulled his arm back. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, his thoughts were already in chaos. What exactly was Hong Jie trying to do today? He even started wondering whether she might actually be interested in him. In his eyes, Hong Jie suddenly felt strangely dangerous. With her hands clasped together and her gaze fixed on him, he grew even more nervous. Right then, Hong Jie tilted her head and asked a surprising question. Do you have a girlfriend? Faced with that unexpected question, Jiang Chen could only smile awkwardly. He replied that he was still a second-year college student and did not have a girlfriend. Hearing that, Hong Jie immediately continued. She said she knew a very beautiful and outstanding girl, and if Jiang Chen wanted, she could introduce them. Jiang Chen buried his head in his food to avoid the topic. Every now and then, he glanced at Hong Jie and awkwardly explained that his schedule was already packed with school and work, so romance could wait. Hearing that, Hong Jie did not push further and simply nodded in agreement. Thinking about it, you really are busy right now. After finishing dinner and leaving Hong Jie's apartment, Jiang Chen let out a relieved sigh. Rubbing his full stomach, he admitted that the meal had been incredibly generous. Returning home, he leaned back in his chair, thinking about tomorrow's trip to the Zheng Group resort. His expression gradually turned serious. There was clearly something wrong with Zheng Xiuming. After relaxing for a while, he called out to the system. The familiar interface immediately appeared along with its smiling icon and a response that it was ready. Jiang Chen reached toward the virtual screen and requested a display of his current points. The system quickly updated. Host Jiang Chen, Ghost Energy 1026 points, owns demonization cards, and the Great Immortal Deer Power ability. Jiang Chen calmly studied the data in front of him with a relaxed expression. The image of the two ghostly handprints on Zheng Xiaoming's back appeared in his mind again. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that something terrible was happening to him. It would be best to prepare a few backup plans. Looking at his available items, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, using a 2-star demonization card for this would be a complete waste. After some consideration, he decided to have the system consume 2 own-star demonization cards. The moment the command was given, the familiar roulette wheel appeared. The reward slots began spinning rapidly. The first spin stopped on the image of a giant spider. The system confirmed it was a own-star demonization card. The second spin landed on a strange 4-legged shark. The result was also a own-star demonization card. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the outcome. The next morning arrived with clear skies and a refreshing breeze. Outside the gathering point, a large group of students stood around a tour bus, creating a lively atmosphere. As Jiang Chen casually walked over, he suddenly heard someone shouting behind him. Turning around, he saw Li Jie wearing sunglasses and grinning excitedly as he called out. Jiang Chen immediately fired back. "You disappear all the time, but the moment there's a fun event, you show up faster than anyone." Li Jie nearly jumped in frustration. He casually threw the ice cream he was eating toward Jiang Chen and loudly protested. Then he pointed at Jiang Chen and put on a righteous expression. "I came here to make sure Zheng Xiaoming doesn't pull anything on you. Consider me your personal backup today." After saying that, Li Jie laughed again. "Besides, this is a rare chance to hang out with the girls. Missing it would be a waste." But the moment he finished speaking, the nearby female students immediately rushed elsewhere. They cheered excitedly when they saw Zheng Xiaoming appear. Standing at the bus entrance, Zheng Xiaoming looked exceptionally confident. He loudly told everyone to board quickly so they could depart. He also generously announced that food and drinks had already been prepared, and everyone was free to enjoy whatever they needed. Jiang Chen barely paid attention to those words. His focus was entirely on Zheng Xiaoming's back, where the 2 ghostly handprints were still releasing yin energy. After watching for a while, he frowned slightly. The mark seemed a little weaker than before. Once settled in the car, Jiang Chen kept observing him in secret. From what he saw, he guessed Zheng Xiaoming's family had hired someone skilled to deal with the curse. But one thing did not make sense. The ghostly aura was only partly removed, so why was Zheng Xiaoming rushing this trip? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt another secret was hiding behind it all. Meanwhile, Li Jie was excitedly staring out the window. The vehicle kept moving and carried the group toward the Zheng family resort. After a long ride, the car gradually slowed down and came to a stop. Their destination was the entrance of a massive luxury resort. The moment they got out, Li Jie and the other students could not hide their excitement. He even raised his hand and cheered loudly. Inside stood a crystal-clear pool sparkling under the sun. White lounge chairs lined the area, while a grand classical fountain dominated the square. Li Jie could not stop admiring the view and called it a dream resort. A buzz-cut student beside him was equally stunned by the luxury. Standing in the spotlight, Zheng Xiaoming spread his arms like the true owner and warmly welcomed everyone. He kept telling them to relax and enjoy themselves. The Zheng family resort was huge and packed with entertainment areas. At that moment, a young woman approached with a professional smile and informed everyone that they would check into their rooms first before gathering for dinner. Hearing that, the teacher leading the trip happily thanked her and expressed his gratitude to Zheng Xiaoming's family. The young woman quickly led the group toward the lodging area and guided everyone along the way. As they crossed a bridge over the lake, the students could not stop praising the scenery. Some admired the water while others pointed at distant caves. While everyone was busy sightseeing, Jiang Chen noticed something unusual. Looking down at the lake, he quietly analyzed the surroundings. The bridge, the shore, and even the water looked unnaturally clean. Just as he was thinking, a hand suddenly smacked the back of his head and startled him. It was Li Jie. Grinning, he urged Jiang Chen to stop spacing out before all the best spots were taken. Before long, the setting sun painted the entire resort red. The cheerful atmosphere spread everywhere. A group of boys started a stone-skipping contest on the lake. Stones skimmed across the water with rapid splashing sounds. The current leader proudly laughed and showed off his score. Li Jie joined in and immediately started bragging to Jiang Chen. Annoyed by his nonsense, Jiang Chen grabbed his cheek and demanded he honor the bet. But Li Jie stayed shameless as ever. He made excuse after excuse and claimed Hu had not taken his turn yet. After saying that, Li Jie called Hu over, but when they turned around, they saw him lifting an enormous rock with a serious expression. Hu took a deep breath and carefully adjusted his stance, like he was preparing for an important mission. In the next instant, he put all his strength into the throw. The force of the throw churned the lake violently. The rock did not skip at all and shot straight across the air. It finally slammed into a giant tree on the opposite shore, with a loud crash that shocked everyone. Seeing this, Both Jiang Chen and Li Jie were left speechless. They stared at each other in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hu scratched his head awkwardly, thinking he had failed because the rock never skipped. He honestly shouted, "Dad Jiang Chen," leaving everyone stunned. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately turned to Li Jie with a dangerous look. It was his turn to keep the promise. The moment Li Jie sensed trouble, he bolted away. While running, he claimed he urgently needed the bathroom. Jiang Chen could only shout after him. However, after entering the resort restroom, Li Jie suddenly noticed a sealed room continuously releasing strange black smoke. Curiosity got the better of him. He quietly moved closer and listened through the door, thinking some secret meeting was happening inside. But the conversation he heard was chilling. Someone was discussing where to hide a body after a murder, and even mentioned feeding it to a water ghost in the lake. Those murderous words terrified Li Jie. He immediately turned and ran while screaming at the top of his lungs. While fleeing for his life, Li Jie suddenly spotted Jiang Chen and Hu ahead. Like a drowning man finding a lifeline, he rushed over for help. Seeing his terrified state, Jiang Chen laughed and teased him. It had only been a short while, so what happened? Li Jie was drenched in sweat and pale with fear. Trembling, he said there was something extremely strange and terrifying inside the restroom area. Jiang Chen frowned and told him to explain everything from the beginning. Li Jie swallowed his panic and said he first heard people secretly discussing murder inside the room. But when he peeked through the gap, there was nobody there. As he spoke, his whole body trembled. He then pushed the door and discovered it was never locked. And the moment the door opened slightly, fear instantly froze him in place. Every wall was covered with blood-red words about killing. The horrifying sight made Li Jie scream in terror. After hearing the story, Hu burst out laughing. He said Li Jie was simply unlucky enough to run into something not meant for the living. Jiang Chen also gave a thumbs up and joked that summoning spirits once, but attracting 2 ghosts, was quite an achievement. Li Jie nearly exploded with anger. He shouted that it was easy for them to joke when they had not experienced it themselves. Seeing that, Jiang Chen finally stopped teasing and said they already had a way to deal with the situation. Hearing that, Li Jie almost dropped to his knees. With tears streaming down his face, he begged Jiang Chen to teach him how to get rid of ghosts. Jiang Chen patted his head and casually said that if he feared the hungry ghosts coming tonight, he could jump into the lake first and beat them to it. Li Jie immediately slapped his hand away and yelled that Jiang Chen was clearly messing with him. Hu stopped Jiang Chen from joking further and explained that evil ghosts usually possess people when their minds are weak. So as long as he stayed awake until sunrise, he would be safe for now. Li Jie quickly asked if surviving tonight meant he would live. Hu nodded, but added that if the ghosts kept following him, escaping in the long run would still be difficult. After hearing that, Li Jie nearly lost all hope. He cried that he might die from exhaustion before any ghost got him. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and reassured him. As long as he stayed with them, losing his life would not be easy. The sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon as the red glow spread across the sky. The surroundings also became quieter, with fewer people on the roads. As the 3 crossed the bridge, they noticed a female cleaner sweeping while looking nervous and alert. Jiang Chen walked over to speak with her, startling her badly. Caught off guard, she dropped her broom into the lake and cried out in regret. Jiang Chen was about to help retrieve it, but she immediately stopped him and warned him never to touch the water. Fearfully, she explained that a woman had once drowned there, and many similar deaths happened afterward. Watching algae wrap around the broom underwater, she warned that anyone touching the lake could be dragged to the bottom. Sure enough, the broom completely vanished beneath the deep water, moments later. Seeing this, Jiang Chen offered to add her contact information and pay for a new broom, and she agreed. On her phone appeared an account named Sun Ye from Jiangcheng. Seeing the name, Jiang Chen quietly fell into thought. But when he glanced at the name tag on her uniform, he saw the name Liu Guihua and immediately questioned her. Sun Yi became extremely nervous. Grabbing the name tag, she hurriedly explained that she was new and still wearing the previous employee's uniform. However, Jiang Chen's expression showed he was not convinced at all. Realizing this, Sun Ye finally revealed some suspicious information. She had heard that Liu Guihua's group was fired for serious mistakes, but a completely different story was circulating among the staff. Hearing that, Li Jie immediately sensed something was wrong and jumped in with a question. If they were not fired, did that mean they were all dead? It was a topic everyone avoided. The moment Li Jie said it, Sun Ye's expression turned grim and she nervously swallowed. Her body trembled as she leaned closer and quietly asked how he knew those people were dead. Even Li Jie's feeling uneasy. Just as the atmosphere turned strange, a shout suddenly came from behind. A manager appeared and scolded Sun Ye for chatting during work hours. Caught by her superior, Sun Ye had no choice but to leave. Before going inside, she gave Jiang Chen's group a meaningful look. The manager then approached with a fake smile and apologized for the new employee. Jiang Chen had no interest in staying longer and immediately led everyone away. On the way back, he quietly pieced together all the strange events since arriving. The restroom contained signs of evil spirits and suspicious secrets. Something resembling a water ghost was hiding beneath the lake. On top of that, several employees had mysteriously disappeared. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt this resort was hiding terrifying secrets. As dusk faded, the shadows of the three stretched across the ground. When night fully arrived, complaints echoed from a nearby villa where a girl was arguing with her boyfriend. She accused him of always being paranoid. The trip was for the entire class, yet he kept imagining things. Frustrated by his suspicions, she decided to start a video call to prove her innocence. She stood up and pointed the phone around the room. Then she told him to look carefully, because she was completely alone. After proving her point, she placed the phone back in front of her and continued the conversation. But when the camera moved slightly farther away, a glowing red eye suddenly appeared behind her. Just one glance was enough to send chills down Enion's spine. The boyfriend on the other end panicked and kept asking what that thing behind her was. Confused, she turned around. But there was absolutely nothing there. Living alone and being scared like that made her anxious. Sweat formed on her forehead as she angrily warned him to stop playing tricks. Unexpectedly, the call suddenly disconnected. That only made her more irritated. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from the hallway and startled her. She cautiously opened the door and saw a female cleaner collecting trash outside. Relieved, she thought she had simply overreacted. But that sense of relief vanished almost instantly. She suddenly noticed a rope tightly wrapped around the cleaner's neck in a horrifying way. The sight terrified her so much that she covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. The cleaner slowly twisted her head backward at an unnatural angle, revealing a grotesque face before asking if she needed help. Realizing the danger, the girl immediately ran back inside to hide from the ghost. The cleaner ghost cracked her joints and twisted her neck unnaturally. Carrying a black trash bag, she slowly approached and said that if there was no answer, she would enter on her own. As the ghost stepped into the room, Jiang Xindi trembled in fear. Cold sweat poured down her face as she hid in a corner without making a sound. At the same time, Jiang Chen's group was secretly watching nearby. The noises coming from the room quickly caught their attention. Li Jie quietly complained that the cleaner was unprofessional for entering without permission. Hearing that, Hu coldly replied that she was not there to collect trash. Her real target was human lives. Li Jie quickly turned to ask Jiang Chen, but he was nowhere to be seen. Confused, he asked Hu when Jiang Chen had disappeared. Inside the room, the cleaner ghost kept letting out eerie laughter that made the atmosphere even more terrifying. Before long, she found Jiang Xindi's hiding place. The horrifying figures suddenly appeared behind her with a twisted smile. The ghost shrieked that the trash had been hiding there all along. Jiang Xindi's mind went completely blank from fear. Raising the black trash bag, the ghost stared at her with vicious eyes and complained that such a large body would be difficult to fit inside. Hearing those words, Jiang Xindi was almost paralyzed with terror. The ghost moved closer step by step and coldly declared that if she could not fit in the bag, she would just chop her into pieces. At the most critical moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared and shouted out loud. The unexpected entrance startled the ghost herself. Her face turned pale as she stared at him in shock. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. The ghost had been frightened, granting 50 ghost aura points. After a few seconds, the ghost regained her composure and angrily scolded Jiang Chen for yelling so loudly. Jiang Chen simply smiled. He pulled Jiang Xindi behind him and stood in front of her. Then he casually asked if the ghost had broken into the room because she was jealous of his classmate's beauty. The ghost immediately denied it. Right then, the system reported another 30 ghost aura points from her growing anger. Jiang Chen still was not done. Holding Jiang Xindi close, he joked that if the ghost wanted to be prettier than her, she should give up now. Jiang Xindi blushed and told him to be serious, but Jiang Chen only doubled down and suggested she replace her entire head. After hearing that, the ghost broke into a cold sweat and seemed to think of something. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. The next moment, she removed her own head and held it in her hands. The twisted head let out a terrifying laugh and asked if Jiang Chen really wanted her to change heads. Jiang Chen was already used to scenes like this. Calmly, he picked up the head and smiled as if he had a plan. Then he assured her he was completely serious. 1 second later, Jiang Chen hurled the head as far as he could and cheerfully shouted as if sending away a useless object. A miserable scream instantly echoed through the area. The head flew in a perfect arc and shot out of the building. Meanwhile, the headless body staggered around wildly. Blood sprayed from its neck, making the scene even more horrifying. Jiang Xindi screamed in terror. Seeing her trembling in fear, Jiang Chen immediately switched to comforting her. He gently supported her and assured her that everything was under control. Meanwhile, the severed head landed directly in the lake below. Even then, it refused to give up. It kept struggling and cursing Jiang Chen while threatening revenge. But before it could finish, strange vines suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake and wrapped tightly around it. Agonized screams echoed as the head was dragged into the dark water below. No matter how hard it fought, it could not escape. In the end, the lake completely swallowed it. After a few bubbling sounds, only ripples remained on the surface. Suddenly, the cleaner ghost's headless body charged forward like a mad beast, targeting Jiang Chen and Jiang Xindi. However, just as its sharp claws were about to strike, it abruptly stopped as if all its strength had vanished. The body then collapsed onto the floor and never moved again. Jiang Chen laughed and said he expected it to last a little longer. At the same moment, the system confirmed the cleaner ghost had been eliminated and rewarded him with 99 more ghost aura points. Reading the notification, Jiang Chen felt quite satisfied. Even a low-level ghost provided a decent amount of ghost aura. Right then, Hu and Li Jie arrived. Jiang Chen turned around and asked when they got there. Jiang Xindi was still terrified and stayed close to him with red, teary eyes. Hu immediately praised Jiang Chen for his ability to handle supernatural threats. Meanwhile, Li Jie looked at him with admiration, though he seemed more impressed by Jiang Chen's talent with girls. Faced with all the compliments, Jiang Chen remained completely calm. Meanwhile, the resort's main hall had become extremely chaotic as a large crowd gathered inside. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Chen curiously asked what had happened. Sun Jibing wore a grim expression and kept demanding to know how someone could disappear without a trace. A female student stepped forward and explained everything. According to her, while the group was walking around the area, they came across a man taking care of the plants. The man was exceptionally handsome and always wore a charming smile. Because of that, Zhao Qian was immediately drawn to him and seemed noticeably flustered. The girl continued. Zhao Qian wanted to stay behind a little longer, so the group moved on without her. They even joked that she was pretending to admire the flowers while actually checking out the handsome gardener. But when they returned 30 minutes later, both Zhao Qian and the man were gone. By this point, the girl was sweating heavily from stress. She said they had called Zhao Qian countless times, but received no response. Even Sun Jibing could not stay calm after hearing that. He quickly asked the management if they could locate the gardener. But the female manager's answer stunned everyone. Pale-faced, she said the resort had never hired a gardener. The female students immediately panicked. If that was true, then who exactly had they seen earlier? Was he really not human? Arguments quickly broke out. Some insisted ghosts did not exist, while others swore they had seen the man with their own eyes. After hearing everything, Jiang Chen quietly thought it over. Without another word, he turned and left the crowd. Seeing this, Li Jie hurried after him and asked where he was going. Under the cold night sky, Jiang Chen walked forward alone. Not far away, a greenhouse remained brightly lit in the darkness. Inside, an arm trembled and struggled, as if trying to break free from something holding it captive. Zhao Qian, the person everyone was desperately searching for, had become part of the garden. She was fixed inside a flower pot in a twisted position, covered in strange flowering vines. Her eyes were wide with terror, and her body would not stop shaking. With her remaining strength, she could only weakly call for help. At that moment, the ghost disguised as a handsome gardener slowly approached. Zhao Qian desperately begged him to spare her life. In response, he simply placed a finger over his lips and signaled for silence. Holding specialized pruning tools, the gardener looked toward a skeleton, decorated with a bright red rose, and spoke in a gloomy voice. He said the other guests were already resting peacefully, so she should not disturb the silence. The moment the shears snapped shut, the rose was cut from the stem. Fresh blood immediately began pouring from the wound. Dark red drops slowly fell onto the soil below. Several drops splashed onto the skeleton nearby, and a weak groan suddenly echoed out. The monster instantly turned toward the sound. It turned out there was another victim transformed into a living decoration. The girl's body was being used to nourish a giant cactus, while her mouth had been sewn shut. The gardener walked toward Zhao Qian and blamed her for waking up his cactus. As his icy hand reached out, cold sweat poured down her face. Humming a strange tune, he carried the shears toward the unfortunate girl he viewed as another plant to care for. Seeing her trembling hand only made him more excited. After examining her carefully, he shook his head and remarked that several unnecessary branches still needed trimming. The next second, the sharp sound of the shears rang out. A finger dropped to the floor as blood sprayed everywhere. When he finished, he returned to the cactus and smiled in satisfaction as if admiring a completed masterpiece. Tears streamed down the girl's face in agony. He gently wiped them away and praised her, saying she finally deserved the title of the resort's most beautiful employee. Then he licked the tear from his fingertip and turned his interested gaze back to Zhao Qian, saying it was now her turn. His hand slid along Zhao Qian's leg before he criticized it as an unnecessary feature that ruined the composition of his artwork. He quickly brought out a saw. A horrifying scraping sound echoed as the blade mercilessly cut through her leg. He did not stop there. He continued, working on her head and secured it with copper wire. Throughout the process, he kept muttering about perfecting his creation. Looking at the hand missing a finger, he coldly declared that all unnecessary parts should be removed. After finishing his work, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a satisfied sigh. By then, Zhao Qian had lost a leg and a finger. Copper wire tightly bound her mouth, while thorny branches grew across her body. The pain she endured was beyond imagination. No matter how desperately she begged for help, the monster only admired his work and smiled proudly, convinced she was far more beautiful now. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen searched almost the entire estate, but found nothing useful. He started wondering where the target was hiding. Right then, he accidentally stepped into a special area, hidden behind a secret barrier. The moment he crossed the invisible boundary, Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong. He somehow ended up back where he started, as if something was leading him astray. Realizing normal methods would not work, Jiang Chen activated his special ability. His eyes lit up as he prepared to break through the illusion. Using his eye technique, Jiang Chen quickly spotted the anomaly. From his unique perspective, he saw a faint light hidden behind an ancient tree. He could not help but wonder what was glowing in such a secluded place. After taking a few more steps, the disguise instantly vanished. Jiang Chen said softly, "So the target had been hidden here all along." His eyes landed on an unbelievable sight. A tree was growing directly from a human body. The grotesque scene left him stunned. As he entered the greenhouse, Jiang Chen saw that Xiao Qian had been turned into a living nutrient source for the plants. The sight sent chills down his spine. At the same time, Zhao Qian noticed her rescuer. Tears streamed down her face as her trembling lips struggled to form a plea for help. The faint noise quickly reached the gardener ghost, instantly drawing his attention. He turned and scanned the area. Although he saw nothing unusual, a sense of unease made him stay on guard as cold sweat formed on his forehead. The strange gardener slowly approached an oddly shaped flower pot. From the traces left on the ground, he quickly realized the pot was no longer in its original position. A twisted smile appeared on his face. As he gently moved the pot back, he reminded it in a chillingly soft voice not to move again. Suddenly, chaotic noises and dry cracking sounds erupted from all directions. Startled, the ghost quickly searched for the source. As the gloomy darkness seemed to cover the entire area, a system notification appeared. The gardener grew even more confused as his ghost aura increased by 15 points. He began losing his composure and kept guessing where the strange sound had come from. Looking at the distorted plant in front of him, he became even more puzzled. Every plant here had been carefully raised by him, yet this one had turned into something bizarre. The ghost looked disgusted and pointed at the deformed flower while mocking it relentlessly. In his eyes, it was hideous inside and out. He muttered that the rotten parts needed to be cut away quickly before the decay spread through the entire plant. Hearing this, Jiang Chen, who was hiding inside, immediately tensed up. Just as the monster's bony hand and sharp scissors were about to reach Jiang Chen's hiding spot, Jiang Chen quickly bit down on a golden token. It was engraved with a powerful demon deity and a special inscription. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, he might end up disemboweled. The instant the flower was struck by the scissors, a sharp sound suddenly tore through the air. The gardener ghost jumped back in shock. A dark red glow suddenly erupted around Jiang Chen, leaving him terrified. Sweat poured from the ghost's body. He breathed heavily and widened his eyes as much as possible to see what was happening. At that moment, another system notification appeared. The gardener's fear skyrocketed as his ghost aura increased by another 50 points. The gardener ghost's face instantly changed. His mouth hung open in horror as he stared at the unknown monster that had appeared. The blood-red aura kept swirling around Jiang Chen. At the same time, strange changes began appearing above his head. From his abdomen, the phantom image of an ox-headed being gradually emerged, radiating immense pressure. No longer holding back, Jiang Chen revealed his trump card. He let out a roar and activated the demon transformation state, Special Envoy Qi. In just a moment, the transformation across his body was nearly complete. A pair of sturdy horns grew from his head, while smaller blade-alike horns emerged from both hands. System notifications kept appearing. The random divine ability activated, and the 800-mile demon fist officially began. Seeing this, the gardener was terrified out of his mind. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's fist had already gathered enough power. The punch sent his opponent flying instantly. The explosive force was almost unbelievable. The ghost's body rolled across the ground, crashing through countless creations he once treasured. Only then did true fear begin to creep into his heart. When he saw his masterpieces being destroyed one after another, the ghost completely lost control. Looking at the flower petals scattered everywhere, he howled in agony as if his heart had been torn apart. And it did not stop there. When he noticed more plants uprooted and thrown aside, he became even more furious. Another plant had its trunk snapped apart, leaves covering the ground, while blood-red liquid seeped from the crack. The sight twisted his face in pain. His hateful gaze instantly locked onto Jiang Chen. Through gritted teeth, he demanded to know who had ruined all his treasures. Without hesitation, the ghost launched a counterattack. Green ghost aura covered the scissors in his hand as they began to deform and expand. He coldly declared that Jiang Chen would be torn to pieces. According to him, the shredded flesh would become fertilizer for the garden. By then, the giant scissors had fully formed and pointed straight at Jiang Chen. Unlike his opponent's aggression, Jiang Chen simply smirked with mockery. He even joked that the scissors looked pretty scary. Thinking his enemy was frightened, the gardener grew even more confident. He charged forward and shouted that it was already too late to be afraid. Outside the greenhouse, everything remained strangely quiet. Then a deafening explosion erupted. Every glass panel shattered at once, sending fragments flying everywhere. The ghost was blasted outside by the shockwave. After struggling to his feet, he admitted he had underestimated his opponent. Jiang Chen immediately rushed out of the greenhouse as well. While running, he loudly announced that he was leaving the area. The reason was simple. He feared Jiao Chen might get caught in the crossfire. Once he reached open ground, Jiang Chen had nothing holding him back. He accelerated forward and unleashed the 800-mile demon fist. The gardener quickly raised his scissors to block. The moment the two powers collided, a burst of light exploded across the battlefield. However, at that exact moment, a sinister smile appeared on the ghost's face. The instant he saw that smile, Jiang Chen knew something was wrong. Sure enough, a strange green energy suddenly stretched from the scissors and wrapped tightly around his arm. The gardener immediately retreated from the danger zone. A violent explosion shook the entire area right afterward. Fortunately, Jiang Chen reacted fast enough to avoid the deadly trap. He calmly noted that the roots had not yet burrowed into his body. Across from him, the ghost still gripped the root-covered scissors. He proudly declared that 10,000 arrows bloom could not be broken with bare hands. Roaring like a madman, he charged again. He kept repeating that a single hit would guarantee his opponent's death. Jiang Chen instantly leaped into the air to dodge. One slash from the scissors was enough to cut down a massive tree, showing just how dangerous the weapon was. Seeing fresh sprouts grow from the cut mark immediately afterward, Jiang Chen was shocked. The ghosts he had faced recently seemed to possess increasingly bizarre abilities. Jiang Chen raised both hands before his chest and circulated his demon aura. In an instant, dark red energy covered both arms. After completing the enhancement, Jiang Chen unleashed a barrage of punches. The rain-like strikes directly shattered the sharp attacks flying toward him. The gardener was not backing down either. He continuously swung the scissors, releasing one vicious slash after another. Yet every attack was neutralized by Jiang Chen. The clash of ghost aura filled the air with visible red and green flashes. Even while fighting, Jiang Chen carefully observed his opponent. He realized the ghost was exposing almost no openings. But then he suddenly changed tactics. Sharp spikes erupted from his feet, and he launched a surprise strike straight at the ghost's face, sending the gardener stumbling backward. Even so, the result left Jiang Chen confused. He could not understand why his full-power kick failed to send the enemy flying farther. With blood on his face, the gardener revealed a malicious smile and told Jiang Chen to look at his feet. Only then did Jiang Chen notice countless roots growing from beneath the ghost, buried deep into the ground like an ancient tree. The gardener immediately became furious and shouted at Jiang Chen not to underestimate him. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed another technique. Massive branches surged in from every direction and wrapped tightly around Jiang Chen. The attack came too suddenly. Jiang Chen had no time to dodge and instantly realized he had been careless. A tremendous force struck him and launched his body straight toward the greenhouse. The impact was so heavy that blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Even while being blasted away, Jiang Chen could not figure out why the enemy was forcing him back toward the greenhouse. He immediately searched for a way out, knowing that fighting in such a confined space was a huge disadvantage. Before he could escape, the gardener appeared like a ghost. The giant scissors slashed directly at Jiang Chen's neck, but he barely blocked it with ghost aura. While resisting the deadly blade, Jiang Chen silently cursed under his breath. His eyes never left the gardener for a second. Then Jiang Chen quickly retreated to create more distance. Although the attack had failed, the gardener showed no anger. Instead, an even stranger smile appeared on his face. He had no intention of letting his prey escape. Countless spines and twisted branches surged forward and bound Jiang Chen once again. Within moments, both his arms and legs were completely restrained, leaving him almost unable to move. The situation had become extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen seemed to be cornered. But at that critical moment, he gathered all his strength and unleashed the 800-mile dragon fist. The explosive force shredded every branch restraining him. After that powerful counterattack, Jiang Chen began breathing heavily from exhaustion. However, the danger was far from over. From the distance, countless bizarre man-eating plants rushed toward him like a pack of predators. When two half-human, half-plant creatures wrapped around him, Jiang Chen finally understood. The enemy was using mutated victims as shields. The gardener slowly approached with a smug grin on his face. He mocked Jiang Chen for no longer fighting as fiercely as before. Then he dragged a girl transformed into a plant host before Jiang Chen. Most of her life force was already gone, while branches pierced through her eyes, mouth, and neck. Lifting her up, he laughed and said he finally understood why Jiang Chen kept leading the battle outside. He had been afraid of damaging the gardener's precious creations. Seeing Zhao Qian barely clinging to life, Jiang Chen's rage exploded. His eyes turned blood red as killing intent burst from him. At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly broke free from the flower pot. Seeing Zhao Qian transformed into a half-human monster, Jiang Chen felt overwhelming pain. Even while restrained by the man-eating plants, he desperately called her name. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian swung her arm forward. The attack landed directly on Jiang Chen. The impact made him cough violently as pain filled his face. The gardener placed a hand on Zhao Qian's shoulder and mocked Jiang Chen. He sneered that the man who had been so imposing earlier no longer dared to fight back. Struck by the very person he wanted to save, Jiang Chen staggered backward. Blood flowed from his mouth as he clutched his chest and gasped for breath. The ghost stepped right in front of him with an undisguised look of triumph. Seeing Jiang Chen's miserable state, he mocked him with contempt. Brushing the hair from his eyes, he continued speaking in a cold voice. According to him, Jiang Chen was about to become the finest piece in his collection. As he finished speaking, eerie green energy flowed from his eyes. After inhaling the strange gas, Jiang Chen's mind began to blur. His face darkened as if his will was about to be forcibly controlled. At the same time, bizarre sprouts began growing across his face. Yet at the most dangerous moment, Jiang Chen suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. The action briefly stunned the gardener. Even so, he laughed and asked whether becoming part of his collection made Jiang Chen that happy. Jiang Chen calmly replied. Ghost aura swirled around the horns on his head, as he declared that what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Above them, the full moon suddenly shone with dazzling light. Silver radiance tore through the darkness as Jiang Chen coldly declared that the time had come to wipe out every ghost before him. The moon then seemed to transform into a massive burning sphere high in the sky. Jiang Chen immediately activated a divine ability, Demon Spear piercing the moon, Purification Rebirth. The blazing moon descended from above, with overwhelming force, targeting the gardener directly. The moment he saw it, the ghost's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down non-stop. A system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Faced with death, his fear surged, and his ghost aura increased by another 45 points. A gigantic beam of energy erupted from the burning moon and pierced straight through his body. The terrifying purification power twisted the ghost's form violently before completely destroying him, leaving only a pile of sludge on the ground. Jiang Chen slowly walked over. Seeing the ghost in such a pathetic state, he could not resist mocking him. He stepped on the ghost's distorted face and coldly remarked that he was rotten and filthy inside and out. The system immediately confirmed the target had been completely eliminated. The gardener officially died, and Jiang Chen gained another 99 ghost aura points. After breaking free from the control, a female student looked down and panicked when she realized her clothes were gone. Meanwhile, a male student sighed in relief after surviving the ordeal. Zhao Chen alone remained lying on the ground, her body still pierced by countless sharp branches. But soon afterward, every parasitic plant on her body dissolved into particles of light and disappeared. Even her previously ruined legs began healing at an astonishing speed. Not only that, the injured finger from earlier also started regenerating. In a short time, Zhao Chen was able to stand normally again. Every trace of the plants that had pierced her body vanished completely. She stared blankly at her hands, unable to believe what had just happened. A small wound on her fingertip was still bleeding slightly. She tried moving it, but it still felt a little strange. Just then, Jiang Chen walked up from behind and gently held her hand. He asked if the injury was still bothering her, catching Zhao Chen off guard. Jiang Chen then used his healing ability. Right before her eyes, the small cut rapidly closed and healed. Once the wound disappeared completely, Zhao Chen regained full movement in her finger. After testing it several times, she happily cheered. Overwhelmed by everything she had endured, she burst into tears and suddenly hugged Jiang Chen tightly while thanking him again and again. Caught off guard by the hug, Jiang Chen immediately became awkward. Trying to change the subject, he suggested returning to the others since the entire class was worried about her. On the way back, Jiang Chen gently supported Zhao Chen. As soon as the students saw them, cheers erupted because she had returned safely. The teacher quickly rushed over with a worried expression and repeatedly asked whether she had suffered any serious injuries. Still shaken by the nightmare, Zhao Chen trembled as she described the terrifying murderer she had encountered. After hearing her story, the teacher froze in shock. He could hardly believe it and asked again to confirm. The mushroom-haired boy beside them sighed in relief and quietly thanked his luck that he was not the victim. Another boy wearing a cap looked completely stunned. He never expected Jiang Chen to defeat someone that dangerous. A female student stared at Jiang Chen with admiration. Her cheeks turned red as she praised his courage and presence. Meanwhile, the teacher was still concerned. Seeing Zhao Chen stay close to Jiang Chen, he asked whether she wanted to visit a hospital for further examination. Leaning lightly against Jiang Chen's shoulder, she softly replied that she was fine and only exhausted from everything that happened. Jiang Chen helplessly reminded her that if she was tired, she did not need to keep holding his hand so tightly. Zhao Chen immediately blushed, let go, and quietly apologized. To stabilize the situation, the teacher quickly ordered everyone to check attendance again. He also stressed that nobody was allowed to leave at night anymore. At that moment, Yang with the blue hair raised his hand and reported that Yang Ji and Zhao Xiaodong had also disappeared without anyone noticing. Hearing those two names, both Jiang Chen and the teacher immediately paid attention. Memories of being bullied by those two alongside Zheng Xiaoming instantly surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Thinking about it, he really did not have a good impression of them. Even so, Jiang Chen took the initiative to reassure the teacher. Patting him on the shoulder, he smiled and said he would search one more time. After saying that, he immediately left. Before he got far, Hu called out and worriedly asked if going alone was too dangerous. Jiang Chen turned back with a smile and told him not to worry. He said Hu only needed to stay behind and protect everyone else. Hearing that, Hu nodded confidently and accepted the task of guarding the group. While searching, Jiang Chen unexpectedly ran into the estate manager. She was surprised and asked why he was still outside alone at this hour. Jiang Chen calmly explained that two classmates had gone missing, so he was searching the surrounding area for clues. The moment she heard that more people had disappeared, the manager's expression changed dramatically. Cold sweat began forming on her forehead. She awkwardly asked for confirmation, seemingly shocked that the number of missing people had increased again. Jiang Chen quickly noticed her strange reaction. He felt certain she was hiding something important and immediately pressed her for answers. Looking straight at her, Jiang Chen asked what had really happened at this remote estate. At the same time, his sharp gaze seemed ready to pierce through every secret she was hiding. Locked under Jiang Chen's intimidating stare, the manager trembled so badly she could barely stand. Terrified, she could only stammer a reply. Her face turned pale, sweat covered her forehead, and her brows tightened. After a long hesitation, she finally said she did not know everything, because she had only been transferred here about 2 months ago. Jiang Chen continued staring at her coldly. His gaze never wavered as he demanded that she tell him everything she knew. Unease still weighed heavily on the manager. After another long pause, she finally continued. She explained that when she first arrived, the estate had an elderly security guard who patrolled every night. He always carried a flashlight and smoked while making his rounds. During one patrol, he accidentally witnessed 2 men committing a horrifying murder. The shock was so great that he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Too terrified to stay any longer, he ran for his life while shouting that someone was committing murder. However, the staff monitoring the cameras thought he was joking around, so nobody paid attention to his warning. The next day, he was found dead in a restroom. His body lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by messages written in blood. Since he lived alone and had no family, the incident was quickly covered up. The scene was cleaned up, and the body was buried soon afterward. After hearing the story, Jiang Chen thought quietly to himself. The restroom case was likely connected to the 2 ghosts Li Jie had encountered. He then continued questioning her. Other than that, did anything else happen here? The manager looked uncomfortable and avoided eye contact before saying that, before she arrived, rumors claimed a gardener and 2 wanted criminals had drowned at the estate. This left Jiang Chen confused. He asked why she still dared to work here after hearing stories like that. The manager raised a hand as if to explain, and honestly admitted that the Zheng Corporation had offered her a salary of 500,000 yuan per month to work here. Hearing that, Jiang Chen merely smirked and let out a cold chuckle. He said that earning money meant nothing if you lost your life before spending it. That night, the moon hung overhead with a strange crimson hue, while cold winds howled through the darkness. At the same time, the scent of blood gradually began spreading through the air. Following the smell, Jiang Chen arrived at a house and was surprised when he reached the entrance. He remarked that the blood scent here was overwhelmingly strong before stepping straight inside. The entire house was pitch black. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling the place looked more like a haunted house since not a single light was on. Left with no choice, he used his phone as a flashlight. As he moved deeper inside, he carefully examined every corner around him. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and stopped immediately. It turned out he had stepped into a pool of fresh blood, producing a wet and unpleasant sound. Just ahead lay a motionless corpse, while the floor was covered with words written in blood. The scene was identical to the old security guard case. It seemed another victim had appeared. Jiang Chen slowly crouched beside the unfortunate woman's body to inspect it. He collected a bit of blood, still clinging to her face, and examined it closely. He quickly concluded that the blood had not fully dried, meaning the death had happened only recently. These 2 ghosts always try to erase the evidence after a kill. After checking the scene, he wiped the blood off his hands. He then got up and figured the body had not been dealt with yet, which meant the 2 ghosts were probably still nearby. Jiang Chen casually slipped his hands into his pockets and headed up the stairs. His footsteps echoed through the silence. A faint smile appeared as he hoped to find the wanted targets before running into more ghosts. As he walked, Jiang Chen deliberately shouted, "Where are Yang and Zhao? If you're still alive, say something." At that moment, Zhang Xiaodong was curled up in a dark corner. The only light came from his phone screen. His fingers kept tapping as fast as possible. Staring at the no-signal message on his phone, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Not even a single bar could be found in this cursed place. After calming down a little, he realized hiding here would only delay death. Taking a chance outside seemed like the better option. Just then, a figure silently approached from behind and pressed a cold blade against his neck. Zhang Xiaodong was terrified and instantly screamed as sweat poured down his face. Before despair could set in, the situation suddenly changed. Another blade appeared behind the attacker. The man cried out in pain and reacted at once. Zhang Xiaodong turned pale from the shocking scene. The one who saved him was none other than Jiang Chen. The man threatened by Jiang Chen instantly leaped back at incredible speed. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by his movement. At the same time, a system notification appeared. The scheming ghost had been caught off guard and fell into extreme panic, granting him 15 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen smirked at Zhang Xiaodong and mocked him, saying it was unfortunate that he was still alive. Realizing Jiang Chen had saved him, Zhang Xiaodong immediately shouted his name in excitement. He rushed forward, hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and burst into tears. Crying non-stop, he said he never expected Jiang Chen to appear at the perfect moment and save his life. Jiang Chen immediately kicked him away and yelled angrily, telling him not to come any closer because his clothes were about to be ruined by tears. Even after rolling across the floor, Zhang Xiaodong kept crying. He dropped to his knees and repeatedly begged Jiang Chen to take him out of this terrifying place. To him, ghosts truly existed here. Fear kept the tears flowing. Jiang Chen then switched to a serious tone and asked a question. He wanted to know whether Zhang Xiaodong had seen the ghost in person. The answer came immediately. Yes, he had. Zhang Xiaodong explained that the ghost had been chasing him ever since the restroom. It kept attacking with a knife, forcing him to run for his life all the way here. He then described his dangerous escape in detail. If he had been any slower, he would have died long ago. Choking back tears, he said he would have been dead if Jiang Chen had not arrived in time. While listening, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed a strong smell of blood coming from him. The back of Zhang Xiaodong's shirt had been torn open. Underneath were two deep cuts crossing into an X shape, with blood still seeping out. Jiang Chen could not help thinking that his survival was nothing short of a miracle. He remembered what happened to Li Jie. Despite falling into a deadly trap set by someone else, that man still escaped unharmed. Thinking about it carefully, Li Jie's luck was truly extraordinary. Only the silhouettes of two men remained in the dark hallway. Cold wind occasionally slipped through the cracks, making the atmosphere even darker and colder. After walking for a while, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to Zhang Xiaodong and asked about Yang Ji's whereabouts. He wanted to know where the man was now. At the mention of Yang Ji, Zhang Xiaodong immediately looked uneasy. As far as he remembered, everything had been normal, but Yang Ji vanished in the blink of an eye. He explained that Yang Ji had said he would wait outside the restroom. He even remembered being scolded for taking too long. However, when he came back out, Yang Ji had disappeared without a trace. All he could do was stand there in confusion, completely clueless about where the man had gone. After hearing everything, Jiang Chen shook his head. His cold expression was enough to keep others from meeting his gaze. No matter how annoyed he was, finding Yang Ji came first. He even complained that those two only brought trouble for him to clean up. Just then, a strange sound echoed nearby, making Zhang Xiaodong jump in fright. He instantly grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and started trembling. Jiang Chen turned around in irritation and asked what he was doing. Zhang Xiaodong stammered awkwardly, making the situation even stranger. The response was a clean kick straight to the face. The impact echoed through the hallway. Jiang Chen shoved him away and told him to stop clinging to him. He even mocked him for being a grown man who lost all his courage over a ghost. After taking the kick, Zhang Xiaodong's eyes watered from the pain. Holding his cheek, he insisted that the ghost was truly terrifying. Ignoring the complaint, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. He coldly said that if he was so scared, he should stop following him. At the same time, a vicious face with blood-red eyes seemed to appear behind Zhang Xiaodong, silently watching him. Afraid of being left alone in the darkness, Zhang Xiaodong quickly chased after him and begged Jiang Chen not to abandon him. Meanwhile, near the restroom area inside the building, the two men were hiding in a dark corner by the wall. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Zhang Xiaodong asked what they were waiting for. Jiang Chen replied with a single word: wait. Not long after, strange noises echoed nearby, as if something was crawling across the floor. Then came a small pop, followed by green smoke spreading through the area. Jiang Chen knew the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. From the distant darkness, two figures slowly approached. Their deep laughter sent chills down the spine. They mocked the fools who had come to die on their own. The other one joined in with a murderous tone, saying there was no need to show mercy to those who walked right into their trap. At that moment, an unexpected story reached the ears of the two ghosts. Jiang Chen and Zhang Xiaodong secretly listened from inside. It was about a college sophomore who once carried a green dragon crescent blade and caused trouble. A system notification immediately appeared. The gossip successfully sparked the skimming ghost's curiosity, earning Jiang Chen 16 more ghost energy points. Eager to hear the rest, the two ghosts moved closer to the door and secretly listened. They were completely hooked by the story. The tale kept stopping at crucial moments, making them even more curious. When they heard that a female student had something done to her but missed the next part, one ghost angrily shouted for the storyteller to speak clearly. Another system notification appeared. Unable to hear the ending, the scheming ghost became so restless that Jiang Chen gained 20 more ghost energy points. Unwilling to miss the rest, the ghost leaned even closer. Yet every time the story reached an important part, the voice became quieter. The frustration nearly drove him mad. The other ghost was just as absorbed. He kept reacting in shock as the story continued. The more he listened, the more impatient he became. Inside, Jiang Chen curled his lips into a faint smile. His cold voice echoed through the darkness, making the atmosphere even more sinister. He casually said that if it were him, he would have dealt with those people long ago. Standing behind him, Zhang Xiaodong was still uneasy. In a low voice, he asked whether Jiang Chen had prepared a plan, while imagining every possible disaster that could happen. Under the dim light, Jiang Chen looked especially dangerous. He gave a faint smile and said there was no need for complicated schemes. Once he found the target, one strike would be enough. As he spoke, he drew his weapon and declared that when he acted, he finished the job completely. Hearing that, the two ghosts outside burst into laughter. In their eyes, the man was nothing more than a reckless fool with no real plan. Right then, a sharp sound suddenly sliced through the air. While the ghost was still laughing, a blade shot through the gap in the door at incredible speed. In an instant, it pierced straight through his mouth. The terrifying force sent the ghost flying backward. His partner turned pale on the spot and started trembling in fear. Another system notification appeared. The two ghosts finally realized the people inside were not just chatting. Jiang Chen gained another 60 ghost energy points. After taking Jiang Chen's fatal strike, one ghost collapsed instantly before his partner's horrified eyes. The next notification appeared. Evil ghost Mo Zhou-hai had died. Jiang Chen received 99 more ghost energy points. Watching his partner die right in front of him, the remaining ghost fell into complete panic. He desperately called out to his companion. At that moment, Jiang Chen's arm suddenly shot through the restroom wall. Before the ghost could react, Jiang Chen grabbed his head. The ghost turned around, with terror written all over his face. He struggled wildly to break free while cursing non-stop in anger. The ghost then poured all his strength into the knife and launched a fierce counterattack. However, Jiang Chen easily blocked it with his superior reflexes. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He tightened his grip on the ghost's wrist and shouted, "You dare try a sneak attack on me?" System notifications appeared again. The failed ambush filled the ghost with fear and earned Jiang Chen 3 more ghost energy points. The ghost screamed in pain as his wrist was restrained. Jiang Chen looked dissatisfied with the tiny reward. He immediately threw a lightning-fast punch straight at the ghost's face. The power behind the punch left the ghost completely helpless. His face twisted to one side as blood sprayed everywhere. Growing even more irritated, Jiang Chen slammed another heavier punch into him. As he attacked, he mocked the ghost for being so worthless that even breaking his arm barely earned any ghost energy. Jiang Chen's anger exploded. Veins bulged across his forehead, and his killing intent filled the area. With a roar, he unleashed the finishing blow. The devastating strike smashed into the ghost and sent him crashing into the floor. The ground shook violently as tiles and concrete shattered under the impact. Even Zhang Xiaodong, hiding in the restroom, staggered from the shockwave. His eyes widened at the terrifying display of power. Dust quickly filled the area. Once the dust slowly settled, Jiang Chen looked toward the impact crater with a puzzled expression. Only a massive pit remained in the ground. The ghost was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Chen frowned and remarked that the guy had escaped pretty quickly. In reality, the ghost had already climbed onto the ceiling. Hidden inside a narrow gap, he secretly watched below while breathing heavily from fear and exhaustion. He slowly raised a hand as sharp claws extended from his fingertips. His eyes burned with hatred as he wished he could tear Jiang Chen apart. One side of his face had been badly deformed by the punch. Touching the painful wound, he gritted his teeth and swore revenge. The ghost quietly descended from above and approached his target in silence. He believed Jiang Chen had not noticed his location. But at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around. His cold gaze and mysterious smile instantly made the ghost uneasy. The ghost's expression changed at once. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's hand was already in front of him. Jiang Chen grabbed him and violently dragged him down from the ceiling. The ghost and chunks of broken masonry crashed to the ground together. Smashed into the floor. Once again, the ghost coughed up blood non-stop. On the verge of death, he could not understand how his hiding spot had been exposed. Jiang Chen coldly replied, "Did you think my eyes were just for decoration?" Nearby, Zhang Xiaodong stood trembling while holding a blade. Jiang Chen immediately signaled for him to hand it over, and he quickly obeyed. The moment Jiang Chen gripped the weapon, his entire aura changed. Raising the blade, he coldly declared that he would send the ghost to join his partner. A decisive slash came down. The evil ghost's face split in two, and all signs of life vanished. Blood stained the floor red as only the wind echoed through the cold air. A system notification appeared immediately. Evil ghost Zheng Jiangguo had been eliminated. Jiang Chen gained another 99 ghost energy points. After finishing everything, Jiang Chen turned and told Zhang Xiaodong it was time to leave. Zhang Xiaodong quickly nodded, but just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. A figure slowly appeared from behind a wall. As the person drew closer, his movements looked strange. His body swayed as if completely out of control. Both men stared carefully and immediately recognized him. Jiang Xiaodong happily called out Yang Ji's name and said they had been searching everywhere for him. However, Jiang Chen instantly raised a hand to stop him and ordered him to stay where he was. Jiang Chen immediately noticed something was terribly wrong. The figure before them no longer looked like a normal human. What stood before them was a twisted creature with a horrifying face. Its eyes were completely white, veins covered its body, and its head hung at an unnatural angle. Jiang Xiaodong panicked and begged Jiang Chen to find a way to save Yang Ji. However, Jiang Chen remained silent and kept his eyes locked on the target. The creature wearing Yang Ji's appearance suddenly let out a deep growl from its throat. Then it turned around and sprinted away at incredible speed. Jiang Xiaodong desperately shouted Yang Ji's name. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately gave chase and signaled Jiang Xiaodong to stay close behind. The creature rushed into an old ruined building. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xiaodong quickly followed after it. As they approached the area, Jiang Chen slowed down. He carefully hid behind a thick wall and quietly observed the situation ahead. While watching the surroundings, Jiang Chen was suddenly slammed from behind by Chu Xiaodong. The impact nearly knocked him over. Chu Xiaodong hurriedly apologized, saying he had been running too fast to stop. Thrown off balance, Jiang Chen stumbled right in front of Yang Ji, who stood there absent-mindedly while making strange muttering sounds. Yang Ji scratched his head in confusion. His body twisted unnaturally before he suddenly turned and rushed away as if something here terrified him. As he ran toward the exit, he kept muttering that the target was definitely over there. He even shouted for the person to stop running. Watching Yang Ji get farther away, Chu Xiaodong asked who he was talking to because he could not see anyone ahead. Jiang Chen instantly understood the problem. A sense of unease rose in his heart. In his judgment, Yang Ji had fallen under the influence of an evil spirit's rule. If this continued, he would keep running until he collapsed from exhaustion. After saying that, Jiang Chen handed his blade to Chu Xiaodong and told him to keep it for protection. Chu Xiaodong turned pale, but quickly accepted it. Before leaving, Jiang Chen sternly warned him to stay where he was and not wander around. Then he immediately chased after Yang Ji, leaving Chu Xiaodong standing there in a daze. Not long later, hurried footsteps echoed through the dark hallway. As the sound drew closer, Chu Xiaodong tightened his grip on the blade and prepared for a fight. But when he realized it was Yang Ji running toward him, with his usual crooked posture, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Yang Ji looked miserable. He was gasping for air, drenched in sweat, with a pale face and eyes rolled upward in a disturbing way. Seeing him collapse onto the floor, Chu Xiaodong rushed over and helped him up while repeatedly asking what had happened. Looking at his exhausted friend, he worriedly suggested finding a place to rest first. But at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded beside Chu Xiaodong's ear. Someone had leaned so close it felt like their mouth was right next to him. The voice whispered that this was no time to rest. When he turned around, he saw an old security guard standing right before him. The most terrifying part was the eerie green glow in the man's eyes. The guard grinned strangely and said that if they rested, who would hunt down the culprit? He even invited Chu Xiaodong to join them. Realizing how close the guard had gotten, Chu Xiaodong fell backward in terror. As he retreated, he shouted for the old man to stay away. In a panic, he threw Jiang Chen's blade at the guard with all his strength. However, the guard casually tilted his body and dodged it with ease. The old guard did not seem concerned at all. He continued, walking forward while mocking him. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaodong was trembling uncontrollably, covered in sweat, and filled with fear. At the most critical moment, Jiang Chen's cold voice suddenly sounded behind the guard. At the same time, a sharp blade sliced through the air. Jiang Chen had managed to catch the thrown blade. He immediately unleashed a powerful slash at the guard and exposed his identity. According to Jiang Chen, this was the guard who had died at the hands of a ghost, but refused to rest, becoming an evil spirit that continued harming people. Despite a long wound stretching from his shoulder to his chest, the old guard remained completely calm. He showed no sign of pain. Instead, a sinister smile spread across his face. At that moment, the system interface appeared before Jiang Chen. What shocked him was that the slash had triggered no response at all. He did not gain even a single point of ghost energy. While Jiang Chen was still confused, the old guard suddenly let out a violent roar. The veins and tendons on his neck rapidly bulged, creating a horrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, the guard's neck swelled into a grotesque shape. Twisted veins covered it, and 2 extra arms grew out, making him look even more terrifying. Then the head attached to that monstrous neck separated from the body. It shot away like an independent creature, leaving the torn body behind as Jiang Chen watched cautiously. After breaking free, the ghostly head spun several times in the air before charging straight toward Yang Ji. who was so exhausted that he could only crawl on the ground. It landed behind Youngji and yanked his hair back, forcing his pale face upward. At the same time, the old guard let out a strange laugh and challenged Yang Chen to attack again. The ghost deliberately hid behind Yang Ji's head and used him as a living shield. While hiding, it kept threatening Jiang Chen, hoping to stop him from striking. But Jiang Chen was completely unfazed. He hurled the blade with full force. The weapon flew past Yang Ji and pierced straight into half of the guard's head. The monstrous head crashed onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as streams of dark red ghost energy poured out. Even while dying, the guard cursed Jiang Chen for not caring whether his teammate lived or died. Hearing that, Jiang Chen simply laughed mockingly. He asked who had ever said Yang Ji was his friend, and where the ghost got such a ridiculous idea. At the same time, a new system notification appeared. The security guard ghost had made a fatal miscalculation, granting Jiang Chen 99 more ghost energy points. Meanwhile, Yang Zhu clutched his left ear and cried out in pain. Purple ghost energy kept leaking from the wound, causing Chu Xiaodong to rush over in alarm. Watching from the side, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. In his view, the intense pain meant Yang Ji's humanity was gradually returning. Seeing his friend suffer, Chu Xiaodong frantically called for Jiang Chen to check on him. Yang Ji continued holding his ear as his face twisted in agony. Annoyed by the constant shouting, Jiang Chen sighed and coldly replied that Yang Ji had a mouth and could speak for himself. Yang Ji could only freeze in helpless frustration. Holding his bleeding ear, Yang Ji cried and repeatedly begged Jiang Chen to save him. He even promised to repay the favor in the future. Seeing this, Jiang Chen grabbed Yang Ji's ear and smiled, saying he was in a good mood today and would help him once. The action made Yang Ji scream and beg him to be gentler. Looking at the overly dramatic reaction, Jiang Chen became suspicious. In his opinion, the wound itself was not serious enough to cause that much pain. After examining it more closely, he quickly found the real cause. A lingering strand of sinister ghost energy was still attached to the wound. Yang Ji only saw Jiang Chen's hand near his ear. He had no idea that the dense black ghost energy was being forced out and gradually dissipating into the air. Before long, Yang Ji realized the pain had completely disappeared. Standing nearby, Chu Xiaodong could not stop praising Jiang Chen's abilities. The three remained inside the dark abandoned building, as cold moonlight filtered through the windows and cast faint shadows across the floor. Elsewhere, a female office worker in business attire hurried across a long bridge spanning a wide river. The sound of her heels echoed through the night, while the water roared below. The person rushing across the bridge was Manager Jai. Her usual calm demeanor was gone, replaced by obvious panic. She worried that after finding one person, 2 others had gone missing, so she needed to warn everyone to leave the eerie resort as quickly as possible. While hurrying forward, she suddenly stepped on something soft. As a strange sound echoed out, patches of eerie glowing green moss began appearing and spreading around her. Before long, the strange vines wrapped tightly around her legs. Like living creatures, they all surged toward her and treated her as their only prey. The spreading vines moved at a terrifying speed. They climbed from her ankles to her waist and soon bound both arms. The woman screamed in panic, unable to understand where these horrifying things had come from. The seaweed kept crawling upward, wrapping around her neck and spreading across her face, pushing her fear to the limit. The moment she tried to call for help, a strand of seaweed sealed her mouth shut. Panic completely took over as she stared ahead in pure despair. She struggled desperately to break free from the strange seaweed. Regret and frustration filled her mind. She had just become a full-time employee and had not even received her first paycheck. Yet the harder she fought, the tighter the seaweed squeezed. Even so, her survival instinct refused to let her give up. She reached out for one last shred of hope while cursing her terrible luck. She had not spent a single cent of her salary before losing her life in this deserted place. At the most critical moment, a strong hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the wrist, trapped by the seaweed. Before her stood a young man in a special outfit, with a prominent swastika symbol on his chest. Calmly, he said he sensed heavy ghost energy near the bridge and knew something was wrong here. Still holding her hand, the young man shouted softly and easily pulled her out of the seaweed's grasp. Behind them, the river continued roaring through the dark night. After saving her, he calmly asked if she was injured, but the girl was still frozen in shock and could barely process what had happened. As soon as she regained her senses, she turned and ran off the bridge as if escaping a nightmare. While running, she only managed to scream that there was a ghost before vanishing into the darkness. The young man watched helplessly and sighed that he did not even get a thank you after saving her. Just then, the seaweed on the ground began moving again and slowly crawled toward his legs. Looking at the twisting seaweed tendrils, the young man showed a weary expression. This was clearly not the time to worry about gratitude. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals before his chest. Golden sacred light erupted around his body and eyes as he began chanting the great Samadhi hand seal. The young man leaped into the air. Even with seaweed wrapped around his legs, his hand seal never changed. Meanwhile, the chant echoed with growing power. A radiant golden swastika appeared from his hand seal and illuminated the surroundings. As the chanting continued, the pressure grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he shouted for the evil spirit to reveal itself. A massive swastika then descended onto the river, violently shaking the rushing waters. Floating in the air while maintaining the seal, the young man looked below. The spell had shattered the seaweed into countless pieces across the river. Yet instead of celebrating, he worried that the disturbance might attract something dangerous. As the power of the seal settled, the river suddenly split apart and revealed a massive opening, exposing a creature hidden deep below. The moment he saw it clearly, the young man's expression turned awkward. He let out a helpless sigh because the enemy was a female ghost, the type he found most troublesome. The female ghost had an unusually alluring figure, but her appearance was extremely sinister. Her hair was made of endless strands of seaweed, her skin was pale green, and her eyes emitted a chilling glow. Rising from the disturbed water, the female ghost slowly revealed herself. Her body was covered in slimy green scales, and her seaweed hair swayed with the current, making her look both bizarre and terrifying. Without hesitation, Chu-Er-Hu dove straight toward the water and chose to confront the river ghost head-on. He clenched his fist and gathered power for an attack. At the same time, the female ghost accelerated toward him. The two collided directly, and the fierce battle began. Their movements were so fast that they were hard to follow. On the river's surface, waves kept erupting from the shockwaves of their attacks. The female ghost threw a punch filled with powerful demon energy, unleashing a storm-like force. Even so, Chu-Er-Hu reacted in time and blocked the attack with one hand. While, locked in combat, he still carried himself like a true cultivator and urged her to let go of her obsession and return to the right path. But the female ghost had no intention of listening. She coldly replied that the moment she threw herself into this river, she had already abandoned any thought of turning back. The next second, she launched herself forward and unleashed a powerful kick at him. Unfortunately for the female ghost, her attack never landed because Chu-Er-Hu grabbed her ankle first. He calmly said that if she refused to come ashore, then he would drag her up himself. With that, he gave a powerful pull. Enraged and restrained, the female ghost twisted her face in fury. A hateful scream echoed across the area as she hurled curses at Chu-Er-Hu. But her true power was only beginning to show. Her seaweed hair suddenly extended and sharpened into countless blade-alike strands. One sweep tore part of his clothing, instantly making Chu-Er-Hu realize how dangerous it was. More seaweed strands rushed at him like a storm. Under the pressure, he had to keep moving and dodging to avoid being trapped. However, as the fight dragged on, the amount of seaweed kept increasing. Before long, every escape route was sealed off. The seaweed tightened around his body, pushing him into a deadly situation. Realizing he was cornered, Chu-Er-Hu broke into a cold sweat and felt that death was a real possibility this time. Facing defeat, he knew it was finally time to use his trump card. He immediately pulled out a special device, engraved with a golden Buddhist symbol. Chu-Er-Hu planted his stance and activated the device. Buddhist chants echoed everywhere. As brilliant golden light spread outward, even the tightening seaweed began to slow down under the energy. The moment the scriptures started playing, the female ghost clutched her head in agony and screamed as if something was suppressing her completely. Seeing the effect, Chu-Er-Hu regained his confidence and proudly explained that this Buddhist chanting machine had been blessed by many eminent monks. But his excitement did not last long. The device suddenly weakened, the sound faded, and then stopped completely because the battery died. Chu-Er-Hu froze on the spot in disbelief. Watching the chanting machine fail, Chu-Er-Hu felt deep regret and blamed himself for not bringing spare batteries. Knowing he would only suffer if he stayed, he immediately chose to retreat. The female ghost had no intention of letting her prey escape. Roaring in rage, she controlled countless sharp seaweed strands and chased after him. Hearing the whistling wind behind him, Chu-Er-Hu glanced back and helplessly sighed. It seemed trouble still refused to leave him alone. As the seaweed closed in and there was no room to dodge, he was forced to use another seal technique. While running, he formed hand seals, chanted spells, and activated multiple techniques. Bright golden Buddhist symbols instantly appeared around his hands. A thunderous explosion erupted. Blinding light swept across the river and violently split the water apart. The counterattack completely destroyed all the pursuing seaweed. Realizing he had escaped danger by a hair's breadth, Chu Erhu could not hide the relief on his face. Using the recoil from the spell, he launched himself safely onto the riverbank and finally let out a long breath. Beneath the water, the female ghost was furious. She screamed wildly through the green waters and repeatedly called for him to come back. But Chu Erhu knew his goal was not to destroy the female ghost. The most important thing was ensuring everyone else could leave safely. He quickly refocused and carefully observed the situation ahead. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoming approached while clapping his hands. A mocking smile appeared on his face, though he could not hide his surprise at finding someone as capable as Chu Erhu among the students. Xiaoming then turned and introduced the middle-aged man behind him, saying that he was the steward of his family. Chu Erhu said nothing. He silently observed the two men while quickly calculating his next move. A second later, he suddenly burst forward toward Zheng Xiaoming. During the charge, Chu Erhu had already made up his mind. It was not the most honorable method, but taking Xiaoming hostage was the best way to protect his classmates. His hand was only inches away from the target. Zheng Xiaoming immediately panicked and turned pale. Unable to stay calm, he hurriedly called for the steward's help. Hearing the shout, the steward instantly shifted his gaze toward Chu Erhu and prepared to make his move. A powerful palm strike shot out in an instant. Before Chu Erhu could get close, he was blasted backward. After regaining his balance, he looked at the steward with deep caution because the man's strength was terrifying. Chu Erhu could not help wondering where Zheng Xiaoming had found such a formidable expert. The next moment, both sides rushed forward and began exchanging attacks while testing each other's strength. The battle quickly became intense. The steward displayed tremendous combat experience and kept striking vital points, forcing Chu Erhu onto the defensive again and again. Before long, a bleeding wound appeared on Chu Erhu's arm. A familiar sinister aura seeped from it, immediately making him realize something was wrong. The moment he sensed that power, Chu Erhu thought of the ghost refining sect. Ignoring the injury, he coldly demanded an explanation. He could not understand how the man dared to cause so many deaths without fearing punishment from the underworld or the Tao Alliance. Faced with the question, the steward merely sneered and slowly grabbed the jade pendant hanging around his neck. His eyes turned ice cold. In his view, as long as everyone here died, there would be no witnesses left to reveal the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the pendant. A grotesque creature immediately crawled out. It emitted a horrifying cry like a wailing child. Its body was covered in foul slime. Its misshapen head bulged with blood vessels, and its gaping mouth revealed sharp fangs and 6 limbs. For a brief moment, Chu Erhu was stunned, but he quickly recognized the creature as a ghost slave. Unlike him, Steward Jiang remained completely calm and even seemed pleased with the situation. He pulled out his phone to check the reward system. Eliminating a member of the Chu family would earn 500 points in the Dark Alliance's account. Hearing this, Chu Erhu's expression changed. Not wanting to lose the reward, Steward Jiang immediately ordered the ghost slave to begin the hunt. The monster rushed forward at once. However, instead of attacking head-on, it silently circled behind him, surprising even Chu Erhu with its cunning. The ghost slave kept stalking behind him, while Chu Erhu searched for a way to escape its pursuit. His instincts screamed danger, and Chu Erhu instantly realized the creature was about to strike from behind. His index fingers quickly formed a seal as he directly unleashed immovable prajna. A moment later, his hands shifted again to activate the secret art evil detection and purification. Behind him, the ghost slave let out terrifying shrieks as it closed the distance. Just as the creature moved within striking range, Chu Erhu seized the perfect moment and let out a powerful shout. The burst of force instantly blasted the ghost slave away. Only then did he let out a long breath. Fear still lingered in his heart. A split second later, and his chest would have been pierced through. Seeing the ghost slave fail to overwhelm its target, Steward Jiang became furious. He growled that someone so young had already reached the edge of C rank. Killing such a person should be worth at least 1,000 points. Without hesitation, he used dark power to heal and strengthen the ghost slave, then shouted 3 words, 10,000 souls sacrifice. Empowered by the massive energy flowing into its body, the ghost slave rose once more. Thick green smoke poured from its mouth, carrying a terrifying, sinister presence. At the same time, the blood vessels around its eye sockets multiplied and swelled in a disturbing way. After completing its transformation, the ghost slave evolved into a far stronger form. Its body expanded dramatically, making Chu Erhu look tiny by comparison. Even so, Chu Erhu showed no sign of fear. He simply let out a cold snort and grabbed the front of his robe. The next moment, he ripped off his outer garment, Locking his sharp gaze onto the enemy, he coldly asked, "You really want to go all out?" Every muscle in his body tightened like forged steel as Chu Erhu activated the divine art Longxiang Golden Light. In an instant, brilliant golden radiance covered his entire body. With his physique enhanced to the limit and his fighting spirit surging, Chu Erhu roared, "Vajra opens its eyes. All beings bow their heads." In the distance, Jiang Chen and the others saw the dazzling pillar of light and were stunned. He immediately exclaimed, "Longxiang Golden Light, is Chu Erhu fighting someone?" Hearing that, Chen Shui also looked surprised and brought up the two major factions she had mentioned before, the Dao Alliance and the Underworld. Among the top forces of the Dao Alliance, Longxiang Temple was one of the most famous. Every core disciple of the temple inherited the supreme art, Longxiang Golden Light. Right now, Chu Erhu stood bathed in golden radiance while facing the ghost slave without the slightest fear. After hearing the explanation and witnessing the scene himself, Jiang Chen became much more serious. It seemed Chu Erhu's true background was far from ordinary. The evolved ghost slave continued showing off its power. It opened its terrifying mouth wide, as if trying to crush its opponent's spirit through sheer pressure. But Chu Erhu was completely unaffected. He charged forward at once, pouring all his strength into a single punch to finish the monster on the spot. As he rushed in, Chu Erhu angrily shouted, "You're just a filthy creature. After dealing with you, I'll settle the score with the one controlling you." Seeing Chu Erhu's attacks growing fiercer, Zheng Xiaoming began to panic and quickly asked Steward Zhang what to do. His face turned purple with rage as he gritted his teeth and said he never expected the Chu family brat to be from Longxiang Temple. While speaking, he bit his bleeding finger and revealed an ambitious smile. In his eyes, killing Chu Erhu would bring an enormous reward. Fresh blood dripped from his fingertip as Steward Zhang immediately issued an order to the ghost slave. He commanded it to use blood soul sacrifice and crush the enemy. Receiving the absolute command, the ghost slave suddenly paused and began gathering all of its power. In the next instant, it unleashed a massive punch straight ahead. The impact was so powerful that Chu Erhu was blasted backward. After the attack, the ghost slave let out a deafening roar, as if showing off its strength. Facing such pressure, Chu Erhu had to remain alert at every moment. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed out. The scene shifted to Jiang Chen, who was cultivating amid raging waters and a sea of crimson flames. Above him, a dragon continuously spewed scorching fire, while the water below glowed with a strange jade-green color. The moment he saw the situation, Jiang Chen immediately shouted a warning for Chu Erhu to watch his back. Hearing the call, Chu Erhu instinctively turned around. Even knowing danger was approaching, Jiang Chen still reminded the others to return to the dormitory and protect everyone else. At that moment, a strange-looking young woman slowly emerged from the emerald water. Hearing the warning, Chu Erhu simply smiled and immediately moved away from his position. As he turned, he activated a spell. His arms spread wide, his body grew light, and he slowly rose into the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen carefully observed the girl as her figure became clearer. Countless questions appeared in his mind. His initial surprise quickly faded away. Jiang Chen suddenly lost his balance and slipped into the water. Fortunately, he regained control at once. Seeing this, the girl laughed proudly and mocked him. What she did not know was that Jiang Chen had already prepared powerful tricks in advance. Realizing the battle was entering a more intense stage, he pulled out the brilliantly glowing demon transformation, gold token. After shouting the title Sea Dragon King, he spread his arms and looked toward the sky. Behind him, the phantom of a gigantic shark slowly appeared, making his presence overwhelmingly powerful. Then his body began to transform. Cracks slowly appeared around his neck, releasing a strange green liquid identical to the mysterious water below. Just looking at it made the pain seem unimaginable. Sharp fangs rapidly grew across his face, giving him a terrifying appearance. It seemed this random draw had granted him an exceptionally rare divine ability. The ability was called Water Splitter. The battle had finally reached its climax. Jiang Chen curled his lips into a smile and activated the power within the demon transformation gold token. Streams of blue light swirled endlessly around his body. Seeing her opponent suddenly unleash so many bizarre abilities, the girl immediately lost confidence. Notice this, Jiang Chen deliberately taunted her and told her to come closer. At the same time, more blue light blasts shot toward her. Caught in the relentless assault, like a raging storm, the girl was tossed around in the water and could only scream in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen rushed in and locked her from behind. His hands relentlessly tore at her body without mercy. The water ghost Sun Meiling was instantly terrified by the situation, and her ghost aura points increased by 30. Even as the water ghost screamed for help in agony, Jiang Chen showed no mercy. He even joked that her hair actually looked pretty impressive. For some reason, a strange thought crossed his mind. Those green strands suddenly looked like delicious seaweed to him. Jiang Chen immediately started biting and chewing them. Whenever a strand was too tough, he tore it apart with his teeth, while happily declaring that seaweed was one of his favorite foods. Despite her body and hair being thoroughly ravaged, Sun Mealing refused to surrender. She angrily demanded that he let her go at once. The more she screamed, the more interested Jiang Chen became. He tightened his grip around her waist until she could barely breathe, leaving her struggling and crying out in panic. Still chewing on the green hair, Jiang Chen completely ignored her cries for help. He casually remarked that he was already stuffed from eating so much. After saying that, he grabbed her by the neck and hurled her far away, without the slightest hint of mercy. From a distance, Chu Irhu had been watching Jiang Chen's side of the battle in case something went wrong. But after witnessing what just happened, even he was stunned. Jiang Chen completely overpowering such a powerful water ghost was beyond anything he expected. While still lost in thought, Chu Irhu suddenly felt dizzy and unsteady, as if something had affected him. His worst suspicion proved true. He had fallen into the enemy's trap. A violent pillar of fire erupted from beneath the ground like a volcano, forcing him to flip through the air to evade it. After regaining his balance, he looked at the ghost slave in disbelief. Chu Erhu realized that after absorbing fresh blood, its power had increased dramatically. Meanwhile, blood continued trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chu Erhu let out a few painful groans before suddenly falling silent, creating an uneasy feeling about what was coming next. The raging water suddenly became unnaturally calm. The waves subsided, and the surface turned smooth like a mirror. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's battle with the water ghosts was far from over. Countless purple tentacles, carrying a sinister aura, kept shooting toward him, trying to pierce his body. Surrounded and hunted from every direction, Jiang Chen remained calm. Just as he finished mocking them, the tentacles suddenly wrapped around him and violently dragged him away. Yet Jiang Chen showed no panic at all. Instead, he burst into laughter and let himself be pulled along, saying they would soon find out who should really be afraid. A moment later, Sun Meiling appeared before him again. Her arrival was accompanied by a chilling laugh. With killing intent in her eyes, she smiled coldly and asked whether he truly believed he could escape her control. Jiang Chen immediately called out. Before him stood a new form of Sun Meiling. Her upper body remained human, but her lower half had transformed into writhing octopus tentacles beneath her striking green hair. Seeing her appearance, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked interested and sneered that she could transform just like him. Sun Meiling revealed a vicious expression. Killing intent covered her entire body as she coldly declared that she would no longer hold back. Right then, a system notification appeared. The Sea Dragon King state had activated, boosting all of his physical abilities. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen's hands began undergoing a strange transformation. He knew very well that defeating this monster would require overwhelming force. The transformation continued without stopping. Jiang Chen's body kept mutating, as he coldly declared that he would have to change even further if he wanted to win. His fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, rows of sharp spikes erupted from his back, hard as steel. Jiang Chen now looked like a true beast. His savage fangs and glowing red eyes stood out in the darkness. At the same time, countless tentacles from Sun Meiling surged forward and wrapped around him. With no intention of backing down, he immediately charged into battle and let out a powerful roar. Sun Meiling was just as determined. Fighting in the water, she was extremely confident and ready to battle to the end. The moment she finished speaking, a gigantic tentacle came crashing down with overwhelming force, intending to crush Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen reacted instantly. He closed the distance and sliced the tentacle into countless fragments. Seeing this, Sun Meiling showed no concern. Instead, she laughed mockingly and asked whether he could really deal with all of them. At the same time, another wave of attacks arrived. During the clash, a tentacle suddenly struck Jiang Chen across the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Despite the injury, he quickly steadied himself and immediately launched a counterattack. Jiang Chen used all his strength to grab the nearest tentacle. Sun Meiling instantly controlled another tentacle and slammed it directly toward him. The relentless pressure of the attacks forced Jiang Chen deeper into the water. While defending himself, he carefully observed the battlefield. The surrounding area was almost completely covered by tentacles, making total evasion impossible. Realizing this, Jiang Chen followed the current and swam deeper underwater. His plan was to lure the enemy into tangling her own tentacles together. While moving, he quickly opened the system panel to plan his next move. A notification appeared at once. The final skill was unlocked, but after using it, the sea dragon form would end in 2 seconds. Jiang Chen activated it without hesitation. As the tentacles kept tightening around him, he secretly hoped they would squeeze even harder. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips as everything unfolded exactly as planned. In the distance, Sun Miling stared at him with killing intent and absolute determination. Still in his sea dragon form, Jiang Chen smirked and spoke calmly. He said only one thing, telling her to endure it. Then he unleashed Sea King's roar, and the terrifying force blasted her away. As she was thrown back again and again, Sun Mailing painfully thought about the spirit death tentacles she had worked so hard to evolve. The massive energy wave swallowed her whole, nearly erasing her figure from the void. The system immediately issued a notification. Sun Mailing suffered massive damage, and the ghost aura gained increased by 99 points. After the burst of power, Jiang Chen gradually returned to normal. Even so, he stayed alert since his opponent was not completely dead yet. Dark blue flames ignited at his fingertips. The 5-finger water prison was ready. With Jiang Chen's command, streams of blue energy shot forward and formed chains that locked onto Sun Mailing. She only managed a painful groan before her entire body was restrained. The system sounded again. Sun Mailing's humiliation brought another 50 ghost aura points. Seeing her completely restrained, Jiang Chen laughed and joked that the pose was definitely not suitable for children. But he was not finished yet. Jiang Chen used another ability that separated parts of Sun Mailing's body, making the scene even stranger. Tormented without pause, Sun Mailing could only cry out in pain, while Jiang Chen looked up with a smug expression. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he threatened her. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, nobody would come to save her today. Furious beyond measure, Sun Mailing cursed him and said siding with a future murderer would never end well. While maintaining his spell, Jiang Chen looked confused and asked which murderer she was talking about. Sun Mailing angrily replied that he was clearly Zheng Xiaoming's accomplice and was only pretending to be innocent. Hearing that name, Jiang Chen slowly lowered his hand and repeated it thoughtfully. Zheng Xiaoming? The scene then shifted to a remote mountain area on the shore. There, Hu was still locked in a fierce battle against the giant red ghost slave. Gathering all his strength, he roared and delivered a devastating punch to the monster. The moment the ghost slave was pushed back, Hu followed up with a deadly double kick. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, he wondered if the monster's power was endless. But the thought was quickly interrupted. A dark purple energy was now gathering in Butler Zhang's hand. Using his remaining strength, the old man sneered and mocked that a disciple of Longxiang Temple was only this capable. The sense of danger kept growing. Hu knew he could not drag this out any longer. If the blood soul sacrifice continued, he would be the one to fall first. With no other choice, he charged directly at the ghost slave. Behind it, Butler Zhang kept shouting orders for it to kill Hu immediately. While fighting, Hu secretly kept one hand behind his back. The situation was clearly terrible, and escaping unharmed seemed impossible. It turned out he was taking out a golden treasure. However, he was extremely reluctant, because using it required sacrificing lifespan. Hu's eyes gradually became firm. He was ready to pay any price for victory. But at that moment, a giant mass of water suddenly slammed into the ghost slave, leaving Hu stunned. Jiang Chen slowly appeared, controlling the floating water mass in his hand, then calmly asked whether Hu wanted to deal with the ghost first, or eliminate the controller. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, Hu's eyes lit up with joy. Excited, Hu called out Jiang Chen's name and quickly assigned targets. He would handle the ghost slave, while Jiang Chen dealt with Butler Zhang. Jiang Chen agreed immediately. Without the constant support of the blood soul sacrifice, the ghost slave was no longer a major threat. Hu charged in at once. During the fight, he noticed the ghost slave had become much slower and could no longer keep up with him. His right arm burst into flames as Hu unleashed a thunderous punch straight into the monster. After taking the hit, the ghost slave immediately convulsed and collapsed motionless. In just a short moment, Hu completely finished off the monster. As for Butler Zhang, he was barely breathing while stumbling away. The excessive blood sacrifice had nearly drained him dry. In that miserable state, he kept running while desperately calling for Zheng Xiaoming. His strength was gone, and his legs could barely move anymore. Cold sweat covered his face as he realized Zheng Xiaoming had already escaped. Just as he stood there in shock, Butler Zhang was suddenly struck from behind by Jiang Chen. Enraged by the painful blow, he immediately turned around. Jiang Chen lightly leaped into the air and stood atop a wave, looking down coldly from above. Even at his limit, Butler Zhang tried to threaten them. He claimed he carried the blood talisman of the Dark Alliance, and nobody was allowed to kill him. A strange mark was clearly visible on his hand. Seeing that, Hu immediately shouted that capturing him alive would be enough because of the blood talisman. Before he could finish, another ghost slave suddenly emerged from Butler Zhang's arm. The monster rapidly expanded while the old man laughed madly, revealing his final backup plan. Watching the sudden twist, Jiang Chen froze for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard. But his reaction was incredibly fast. He instantly closed the distance and slashed across Butler Zhang's neck, killing him and cutting through the ghost slave behind him as well. After the strike, the old man's head and the ghost slave's corpse hit the ground together with a dull thud. Looking at the blood on his hand, Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed he had used a bit too much force. At that moment, the severed arm suddenly glowed bright red and released a strange energy. The bizarre red aura quickly gathered and shot straight toward Jiang Chen. Sensing it was trying to enter his body, he immediately became alert. As the aura reached him, Jiang Chen could not help but shout in surprise. In an instant, a dark red mark appeared on the back of his hand, and he had no idea what it was. Seeing this, Hu shook his head and said there was no point trying. Once the blood talisman attached itself, it could never be removed. Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly and treat it like the other strange marks he had encountered before. Unexpectedly, the ghost slave that seemed dead began moving again. It let out strange cries and charged forward once more. Jiang Chen immediately stepped in front of Hu and shouted for him to get back. Looking at the golden sword in his hand, Hu knew using it would cost his lifespan, so he could only thank Jiang Chen. The crazed ghost slave charged like a wild beast, while Jiang Chen raised both hands and controlled massive currents and whirlpools. For some reason, the ghost suddenly began trembling, its face filled with fear. A massive water dragon had appeared behind Jiang Chen. With complete confidence, he mocked the ghost's tiny power compared to the ocean behind him. Then he unleashed the ultimate skill, Water Dragon Burial. The ghost slave died the instant the attack landed. Its body gradually faded into the void, without leaving a trace behind. The system immediately displayed a notification. Ghost Infant, a half-wraith, had been eliminated, granting 1,999 Ghost Aura points. Jiang Chen finally relaxed. Transforming into a demon twice in one day had exhausted him greatly. He opened the system interface to check the results. His total Ghost Aura had now reached 2,720 points. The number thrilled him. Spending only 2 OwnStar cards for such a huge reward was an incredible profit. Hu could not hide his admiration, and remarked that Jiang Chen had been hiding his true strength all along. Jiang Chen only smiled modestly. However, Hu's expression soon turned serious as he warned that provoking the ghost refining sect would definitely bring major trouble. Hearing that, Jiang Chen looked confused and asked what he meant. Hu immediately asked if Jiang Chen knew what the Dark Alliance was. Jiang Chen replied that he had only heard of it and never looked into it deeply. Hu explained that the Dark Alliance was a gathering place for all kinds of strange cultivators, from ghost tamers and ghost refiners to those who turn themselves into ghostly beings. According to him, these people often used their special powers to commit evil for personal gain. Hu continued that the blood talisman was issued by the Dark Alliance headquarters. Anyone who killed its bearer would be placed on the organization's kill list. He then estimated that with Jiang Chen's strength, the bounty on his head would likely reach around 30,000 points, equal to a grade B powerhouse. Because of that, Hu sincerely advised him to seek protection from the family backing him. Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly. He had no powerful family behind him, and even the person who raised him had disappeared long ago. Jiang Chen's thinking was always simple. If he could win, he relied on himself. If things got dangerous, he relied on the system. Since he already had the system, why would he need powerful backers? A OwnStar Demon Transformation card was enough to deal with evil ghosts, while a 2-star card could crush wraiths. Following that logic, a 3-star card should be able to fight blood-robed ghosts. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After all, a grade B powerhouse was only comparable to half a blood-robed ghost. That confident smile made Hu misunderstand. In his eyes, anyone who could still smile while being hunted by the entire Dark Alliance was either incredibly brave or completely numb to fear. Just then, the calm lake suddenly erupted with violent waves. The blue-haired girl slowly emerged from the water, her eyes filled with hatred and her voice overflowing with rage. Hearing the cries, Jiang Chen turned around and laughed. He had been so busy that he almost forgot about her. The half-human, half-fish girl struggled wildly while screaming in fury. The water ropes binding her were also becoming unstable and slowly starting to crack apart. Jiang Chen immediately realized something was wrong. His current state was nearing its limit. The moment she broke free, that ghost would definitely come for revenge. But Hu was still beside him. Seeing the opportunity, he stepped forward and declared that he would handle it himself this time. Hu quickly formed hand seals while chanting strange incantations. After completing the sequence, he pressed his palms together and unleashed his technique. The mermaid ghost let out a hateful scream before she could rush forward. She constantly cursed the two of them and called them Zheng Xiaoming's lackeys. Unfortunately for her, she was struck by Hu's ability the moment she tried to escape. After successfully stopping her, Hu finally let out a sigh of relief. The danger had been extremely close. Then he could not help but remark that she was also someone with a tragic fate. Hearing that, Jiang Chen curiously asked why. Hu looked surprised and explained that a massive amount of resentments surrounded Zheng Xiaoming. In his opinion, it all came from this female ghost, which meant Zheng Xiaoming had likely caused her death. That was why Zheng Xiaoming hired someone from the Dark Alliance as his butler, using dark arts to erase that resentment. Jiang Chen had always thought Zheng Xiaoming was just a bully. He never expected him to have committed something so terrible. Hearing that, Hu only gave a faint smile and said human cruelty was often far more terrifying than people imagined. Looking at the female ghost still screaming below, Jiang Chen asked how they should deal with her. Should they destroy her now or wait until she got her revenge? The question left Hu stunned. He had assumed Jiang Chen would let her go out of sympathy. Jiang Chen simply smiled and said that was impossible. On the surface, he blamed human nature for being unpredictable. Deep down, he was thinking about where he would get more ghost aura if he let her go. In the end, he suggested dealing with Zheng Xiaoming first and deciding her fate afterward. Hu nodded in agreement. After that, Hu used his technique to drag the mermaid girl along with them. Even while being taken away, she remained tightly bound and unable to resist, leaving her with no choice but to keep screaming for freedom. At the same time, in a nearly deserted parking lot, a bus sat there covered with countless talismans designed to suppress ghosts. Zheng Xiaoming nervously scanned the area. Seeing no one, cold sweat broke out as he feared Butler Zhang had failed and Jiang Chen had ruined the plan. Not long after he left, Jiang Chen arrived at the scene. Looking at the bus covered in talismans, he was puzzled. Since Hu was familiar with such things, Jiang Chen immediately asked what those talismans were for. After a quick glance, Hu instantly recognized them as part of a substitute death ritual used by Butler Zhang. In his view, Zheng Xiaoming had created unimaginable resentment when he killed that girl. That was why she placed a vicious curse on him before dying. Haunted by a vengeful spirit, Zheng Xiaoming suffered constant agony as his karmic burden kept growing. Hearing that, Jiang Chen asked how the substitute death ritual actually worked. Hu explained that it used countless talismans to hide Zheng Xiaoming's life aura, then lured ghosts into killing other people in his place. In simple terms, innocent lives were sacrificed to absorb part of the hatred. As the ghost's resentment eased, the curse weakened as well. The moment he heard that, Jiang Chen understood everything. No wonder the mark on Zheng Xiaoming was fading. He had traded many innocent lives for his own peace. Jiang Chen then pulled the mermaid girl closer and gave her a friendly smile that instantly made her wary. She cautiously asked what he was planning. Leaning closer, Jiang Chen asked if she still hated Zheng Xiaoming to the core. The question only confused her further. Jiang Chen smiled and said that if so, they could not let him die too easily. Then he casually loosened her restraints. Next, Jiang Chen opened the bus door and politely invited her inside. Not long after, the door in the dark interior slowly opened. Zheng Xiaoming peeked out and thought Butler Zhang had returned, so he cautiously called out. But what appeared before him was a mass of green seaweed-like hair, slowly creeping in. His face instantly turned pale as he frantically asked who it was. The mermaid girl slowly revealed herself, her eyes ice-cold and her smile filled with murderous intent. She asked if he had truly forgotten her. Zheng Xiaoming backed away in terror, stammering as he recognized her. Giving him no chance to react, the female ghost attacked. Her seaweed-like hair shot straight through his throat. Blood immediately sprayed everywhere. The entire bus shook violently, as if a brutal battle was taking place inside. Watching from outside, Jiang Chen and Hu could only exchange looks and marvel at how deep this hatred was. After a while, dark red liquid began flowing out of the bus. Along with it came other things that were better left undescribed. When it was finally over, both Jiang Chen and Hu were stunned by the destroyed interior of the bus. But while they were still looking, The mermaid girls suddenly appeared behind them and tried to drag both of them down with her. Jiang Chen immediately glanced at Hu and asked if he wanted another fight. Hu eagerly nodded and said of course. If they did not fight back, were they supposed to just stand there? The next moment, Jiang Chen's demon fist and Hu's golden light mantra struck together, catching the female ghost completely off guard. Even the system seemed speechless at her decision to attack both of them alone. Her sneak attack failed, she was suppressed instead, and the only result was another 78 ghost aura points. In the end, the female ghost was beaten badly. Jiang Chen originally planned to finish her off, but he still asked Hu whether she should be kept alive. Hu believed some of her sanity remained and suggested handing her over to the proper authorities. Just then, the surrounding people gradually arrived. Seeing Jiang Chen and Hu return with a female ghost, everyone began discussing it in shock. In the crowd's eyes, the two had become the center of attention. Meanwhile, the female ghost was thrown onto the ground, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. At that moment, Li Jie walked over and pointed at the mermaid girl, curiously asking Hu if he was the one who captured her. Hu immediately shook his head and pointed at Jiang Chen, firmly stating that Jiang Chen was the one who caught the female ghost. Jiang Chen casually grabbed the mermaid girl's head and joked with Li Jie that if he was that desperate for female company, he could let her out for a chat. Li Jie's face instantly turned pale as he frantically waved his hands in refusal. While everyone was still discussing the situation, a young woman suddenly stepped out from the crowd. She hesitated for a moment before calling out to Jiang Chen, saying she had something important to say. Taking a closer look, Jiang Chen recognized her as the cleaner who worked near the bridge and asked what had happened. Trembling, she pointed at the female ghost and said she knew her. Meanwhile, Sun Meiling still had not remembered anything and only bared her teeth while growling warily. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately asked about their relationship. The young woman slowly explained that the ghost's name was Sun Meiling, her closest friend, who had come to the city with her in search of work. In the beginning, they both applied for service jobs at the Zheng Corporation. Later, Sun Meiling was selected to work at one of the company's resorts. Not long after, she happily shared that Zheng Xiaoming had taken an interest in her and was pursuing her enthusiastically. She often talked about how well she was treated there. But after some time, Sun Meiling suddenly disappeared without a trace. That was why she came to the resort, hoping to find her missing friend. Those memories seemed to awaken something inside Sun Meiling. She suddenly trembled and choked out a question, asking if the woman was Sun Dai. The moment she spoke that name, tears quietly streamed down the female ghost's face. Sun Dai was just as emotional and immediately called out her friend's name. Watching the reunion under such tragic circumstances, Jiang Chen could only sigh. In his eyes, Zheng Xiaoming had not only exploited someone's feelings, but had also destroyed a friendship across life and death. Seeing this, Hu reminded Jiang Chen not to eliminate Sun Meiling yet. Her case was unusual and valuable to the Underworld Bureau. Just then, Jiang Chen sensed an unusual presence rapidly approaching. He immediately remarked that they had barely mentioned the Underworld Bureau before its people arrived. A helicopter was descending from the sky. When the cabin door opened, a long-haired woman in a neat uniform appeared before everyone. What stood out was that she jumped directly from the helicopter without using any safety equipment. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that her impressive landing carried a powerful presence. Her face remained cold, and her sharp eyes radiated authority. Two young men followed behind her, but their presence was completely overshadowed by the woman. She walked straight toward the wall in front of Jiang Chen's group. Then all three of them passed through the wall, as if it did not exist. Witnessing such an unbelievable scene, even Jiang Chen was surprised. The woman introduced herself as Xu Lei, captain of a Grade C Underworld Enforcer Squad. As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered her two subordinates to deal with the curious onlookers nearby. They immediately carried out the command. Before long, the crowd around Li Jie entered a strange state as if affected by some kind of spell. A faint green mist spread through the area, causing Li Jie to panic. Thinking another ghost had appeared, he loudly called for Jiang Chen and Hu to save him. At that moment, one of Xu Li's subordinates suddenly grabbed Li Jie's arm. The man calmly reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. They were only there to erase the unpleasant memories from today. As soon as he finished speaking, a tiny and rather strange-looking creature crawled along his arm. Since Li Jie cared deeply about appearances, he immediately recoiled in horror at the sight of the ugly creature and begged it not to come closer. But the creature gave him no chance to resist. It quickly climbed onto his head and began absorbing something from his body. Within moments, Li Jiai's eyes became unfocused, as if he had completely lost concentration. Erhu explained that it was a dreamare ghost from the Underworld Bureau, specifically used to erase and alter the memories of ordinary people. After that, Erhu brought Sun Miling before Xu Lei and reported that she was the female ghost they had just captured. He also suggested that the Underworld Bureau consider her case, since she still retained part of her humanity. But before he could finish, Xu Lei made her move. A pitch-black hand suddenly emerged from the ground, catching Erhu completely off guard. Only then did he realize how terrifying a crank yin messenger truly was. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen noticed something else lurking in the darkness behind Xu Lei. A ghostly hand flashed out and grabbed Sun Miling by the throat. The next moment, she was lifted into the air before everyone's shocked eyes. Strange red threads extended from the hand to inspect Miling's condition. After confirming her statement was true, the evaluation device changed color, proving her humanity had not completely vanished. After observing everything, Xu Lei concluded that proper treatment could greatly increase the female ghost's chances of recovery. The memory-devouring creatures also took this chance to gain plenty of benefits. After finishing their work, they quickly returned to the two subordinates, who reported that everything had been handled. The affected people now looked relaxed, as if they had forgotten everything that happened. Before leaving, Xu Lei coldly ordered the logistics team to take over the scene and led her group away. As she passed Jiang Chen, she unintentionally moved close enough to catch his attention. Jiang Chen touched his chest and could not help admiring Xu Lei's remarkable presence. But his excitement vanished instantly. A giant eye suddenly appeared behind Xu Lei and stared directly at him. The system immediately warned that a ghost entity had locked onto him. At the same time, his ghost energy increased by 500 points. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly grinning, Erhu panicked and thought something was wrong, even scolding him for daring to tease a yin messenger. In truth, Jiang Chen was not focused on Xu Lei's appearance. What caught his attention was that he had risked his life to earn just over 2,000 points. Yes, a single glance from a high-level ghost entity gave him 500 points instantly. Because of that, a new plan immediately formed in his mind after Xu Lei left. It seemed building connections with yin messengers would be a good idea. The next morning, the first sunlight spread across the land. The group boarded a bus and headed home after the eventful journey. Sitting on the bus, Erhu leaned back and sighed that happy times passed too quickly. Li Jie nodded while playing with his phone and regretted not taking more photos. Jiang Chen also checked his phone and smiled with satisfaction. A notification on the Underworld app showed that he had received a total reward of 3,100 points. The number thrilled Jiang Chen. With his current points, he felt far more confident about his upcoming plan with Chen Xue. That night, Jiang Chen stayed up late, studying the system instead of resting. When he discovered a completely new feature, he immediately opened it and used 2 OnStar tickets and 1 2-star ticket for a draw. Seeing the lucky wheel spinning again, Jiang Chen frowned in confusion and wondered why another spin was needed today. As he watched the wheel turn, he quietly complained and hoped the system would just give him the rewards already. After an exhausting sleepless night, the first reward he received was a OnStar Demon Transformation card called White Tiger Vanguard. Another OnStar Demon Transformation card soon appeared, named Benbo Er Ba. The final card was a 2-star Demon Transformation card called Gu Ju Gong. Holding the 3 brand new cards, Jiang Chen examined them carefully and paid special attention to the strange name Benbo Er Ba. Just thinking about that creature's twisted appearance gave him goosebumps. No one wanted to turn into something that bizarre. Right then, a phone call broke the silence in the room. As soon as he answered, a classmate asked whether he was ready for tomorrow's mission gathering. Jiang Chen replied that he was mostly prepared, but since it was his first team mission, carrying only a small dagger felt a little lacking. The caller was Chen Xue. She laughed and suggested taking him shopping for better equipment the next afternoon. The next morning, the magnificent Jiangbei University came into view, famous for gathering all kinds of talents. Outside the campus gate, Chen Xue had already parked her gold-plated supercar and called Jiang Chen to hurry over. The luxury car and its beautiful owner instantly attracted countless stares, and many people secretly dreamed of catching her attention one day. But before anyone could keep dreaming, Jiang Chen finally showed up. When they saw him casually walk toward Chen Xue's supercar, the male students were left speechless with envy. The moment he got in, Chen Xue asked about the students glaring at him, but Jiang Chen simply smiled and told her not to worry. Even so, plenty of young men behind them were still grinding their teeth and imagining ways to get back at him during tomorrow's mission. On the open highway, Chen Shue's supercar shot forward like an arrow and easily left other vehicles behind. Before long, they turned into a busy and crowded district. Looking around, Jiang Chen curiously asked where they were actually headed. Chen Shui revealed that they were going to the black market. It was a secret trading hub for cultivators and strange experts, built to avoid the strict oversight of the underworld. The market opened only once every 7 days and sold many rare items that were almost impossible to find elsewhere. Hearing that, Jiang Chen became instantly interested. He never expected such a place to exist. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui laughed and reminded him that entering was not easy. Without powerful connections, getting through the gate was impossible. Jiang Chen immediately took the opportunity and jokingly asked her to keep bringing him along in the future. By the time the car was parked inside the market area, night had completely fallen. The two walked side by side along a quiet road. Suddenly, a small fly buzzed past Jiang Chen, but it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and bounced back, making Jiang Chen realize something was unusual. Sensing something strange, Jiang Chen immediately activated his heavenly eye to inspect the area ahead. Under his special vision, countless runes and scriptures appeared across a transparent curtain, revealing a massive protective formation. Seeing him still observing, Chen Shui calmly stepped forward and told him to leave the rest to her. As soon as she finished speaking, she joined her hands and rapidly circulated her spiritual energy. Moments later, Chen Shui's hands pierced straight through the barrier. Without hesitation, she forcibly tore open a passage in the protective screen guarding the area. The sheer brutality of the scene left Jiang Chen stunned. Following Chen Xiu inside, he looked around in shock at the completely different world hidden behind the disguise. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui smiled confidently and asked if he was surprised. While the outside was quiet and dark, the inside was lively and crowded, glowing with bright lights like a grand festival. Right then, Chen Shui handed Jiang Chen a mask-like item, leaving him confused about its purpose. She explained that hiding one's identity was best in the black market to avoid future trouble, then wrapped a special golden band around her arm. Seeing that he had to wear a mask while she did not, Jiang Chen immediately questioned it. Chen Shui pointed at the ancient symbol on her armband and confidently said it was proof of her identity. Sure enough, anyone who saw the mark stepped aside, knowing it represented the powerful Chen family. Witnessing Chen Shui's influence, Jiang Chen felt even more secure with such a strong ally beside him. Stopping at a stall that specialized in weapons and equipment, the two were warmly welcomed by the owner. Jiang Chen's eyes landed on a sharp dagger, and he picked it up for a closer look. Seeing his interest, the owner immediately began praising it, claiming it was worth every bit of its 3,000 underworld point price tag. At that moment, Chen Shui also took a look and asked if he truly liked the weapon. The shop owner's expression changed the instant he looked at her. He had recognized the symbol of the Chen family on her. Losing all his confidence, the owner quickly changed his tone and claimed the dagger was not actually for sale. When Chen Shui directly removed the talisman attached to the dagger, he became even more panicked and tried desperately to stop her. It turned out the dagger was nothing special. The entire thing was a common black market scam. The owner used a yin fire talisman to create fake effects, but once taken home, it would be little more than scrap metal. After exposing the scam, Chen Shui returned the item and suggested finding a more trustworthy shop. A little farther ahead, they arrived at a far more luxurious area, where one magnificent store immediately caught Jiang Chen's attention. Chen Shui revealed that this was the real destination they had come for today. When Jiang Chen asked how she was so sure, her answer was simple. The scale and grandeur of this place spoke for themselves. Pointing at a crowd gathered nearby, Chen Shui revealed that members of the Qin family had arrived as well, meaning a rare treasure would likely appear today. Jiang Chen looked over and asked if she meant the man smiling over there. Chen Shui nodded. That was Qin Ze, the leader of tomorrow's team mission. The moment they saw each other, Qin Ze greeted them with a friendly attitude. Chen Shui politely returned the greeting. Standing beside her, Jiang Chen took the chance to observe the man more closely. But after only a few seconds, Qin Ze's expression suddenly turned cold and his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Naturally, Jiang Chen had no intention of backing down and immediately felt annoyed by the strange hostility. Just as the two silently exchanged looks, a voice suddenly drew everyone's attention elsewhere. The newcomer was an exceptionally charming beauty whose presence surprised even Jiang Chen. With half her face hidden behind a thin veil, she asked whether everyone had prepared enough points because the next item was about to be revealed. The crowd instantly became excited, eager to see what treasure Master Lu would bring this time. Chen Shui quietly explained that Master Liu was a disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect and one of Jiangbei's most famous equipment refiners. As night fully settled in, the auction area suddenly lit up with mysterious blue light. While controlling her technique, Master Liu officially announced the start of the auction. Every movement she made was graceful and elegant, making it difficult for many people to look away. Before long, an ancient chest condensed from spiritual power appeared in the center. Master Liu slowly opened the chest and invited everyone to view the treasure inside. Curiosity quickly spread through the crowd because nobody recognized the strange item. Holding up a treasure no larger than a child's drum, Master Liu introduced it as the Demon Sound Drum, a newly crafted mid-grade superior artifact. The strangest part was the eerie eye embedded in its surface, which slowly opened as if observing the crowd. Master Liu gently brushed the drum and explained that its material was extremely unique, producing unusual sounds with the slightest touch. Hearing that, someone below asked what would happen if the drum was struck directly. In response, Master Liu simply smiled mysteriously. She then warned everyone to prepare themselves, especially those with strong spiritual sensitivity, and advised them to step back for safety. Rather than frightening the crowd, the warning only made them more excited, since witnessing a new artifact, firsthand, was extremely rare. Without making them wait any longer, Master Liu lightly tapped the drum once. A bizarre sound wave instantly spread through the area and affected everyone present. Even Chen Shui, Qin Ze, and Jiang Chen felt a strange force invading their minds. The mental defenses people had prepared were shattered almost instantly, leaving many stunned. The sound from the drum continued to echo endlessly through the space. Under its constant influence, nearly every disguise and concealment on the crowd was stripped away before the sound finally ended. When their minds returned to normal, everyone looked around, in shock, trying to understand what had happened. Many were still trembling and admitted they had felt one step away from death. Others agreed, saying the artifact's power far exceeded expectations and felt terrifying. Even the usually calm Chen Shui looked uneasy and quickly asked Jiang Chen whether he had been affected because the experience was horrifying. Hearing her question, Jiang Chen forced a smile and agreed that the sound had truly sent chills down his spine. But the truth was completely different. Jiang Chen discovered that the drum's sound not only failed to harm him, but also resonated with the mysterious power inside his body and brought unexpected benefits. The more he sensed it, the more determined he became to obtain this artifact at any cost. Once everyone had calmed down and no more questions remained, Master Liu officially began the auction. She placed the Demon Sound Drum back into its container and announced a starting price of 10,000 points. Bidding erupted immediately. The price climbed from 12,000 to 15,000 and soon surpassed 15,700 points. Watching the fierce competition, Jiang Chen finally understood why this place attracted so many people. His current points were nowhere near enough. Just as the auction reached its most intense stage, Qin Ze suddenly raised his hand and pushed the price straight to 30,000 points. The entire area fell silent because he threw out that enormous amount as if it meant nothing. After waiting another round, without any new bids, Master Liu prepared to declare the Demon Sound Drum the property of the Qin family. But before she could finish her announcement, the drum sitting before everyone suddenly vanished without a trace. Master Lia's expression changed instantly. Her eyes swept across the crowd as she coldly demanded to know who dared cause trouble here. It turned out that Fei Yang had secretly used an extremely fast movement technique, scattering talismans through the air to distract everyone. After that flashy entrance, he slowly descended from above. Standing before Qin Ze, Fei Yang respectfully handed over the Demon Sound Drum. Since the payment had already been made, Qin Ze calmly ordered him to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chen realized he had underestimated Qin Ze. The young master was never alone and always had powerful experts protecting him. Even so, watching a treasure he wanted fall into someone else's hands left him disappointed. In many situations, money was still the greatest advantage. Leaving the shop empty-handed, Jiang Chen sincerely thanked Chen Shui for bringing him here and even offered to treat her to a meal. Chen Shui smiled and declined, saying she still needed to prepare more talismans and could not stay long. The two parted ways for the time being. Before leaving, Jiang Chen made sure to say goodbye. Chen Shui happily agreed and said she would pick him up tomorrow night for the mission. Afterward, Jiang Chen reviewed the mission details again. The system listed it as a rank danger level, with each participant receiving 180 points. After reading the information, he felt satisfied and began making calculations in his mind. At that moment, the story suddenly shifted to an event from 5 years earlier. Back then, 4 young girls were gathered on a rooftop, talking among themselves. In the tense atmosphere, a purple-haired girl trembled as she explained that she was innocent and had nothing to do with what happened. But the other 3 refused to believe her. They kept accusing Qing Ming, claiming they had seen her secretly doing something suspicious and insisting she was responsible for the incident. A red-haired girl standing nearby added fuel to the fire and demanded that Qing Ming reveal what dark technique she had used. Faced with the endless accusations, the purple-haired girl could only cry and shake her head, unable to understand why everyone was targeting her. At that moment, a girl with twin tails pulled out a sharp needle and coldly approached, apparently deciding to force a confession. Terrified, the purple-haired girl insisted that Xiao A's sudden hospitalization for appendicitis had nothing to do with her. But the others had already decided she was guilty. Ignoring her explanation, the girl with the needle stabbed her in the stomach, drawing an immediate scream of pain. That was not the end. She encouraged the others to join in, and the group rushed forward like maniacs, repeatedly stabbing the girl with needles while hurling vicious insults. Before long, the poor girl's body was covered in wounds, blood, and torn flesh. Even while struggling and insisting she was innocent, she lost her balance during the chaos and stumbled toward the rooftop railing. Worse still, the school's safety system was badly neglected. The moment she grabbed the railing, it snapped apart, sending her falling from the rooftop. Ever since that death, resentful sounds had echoed through the school like a curse, repeating that after they died, everyone would eventually return. According to the mission file, there were 3 absolute taboos. Never call that entity's name, never step onto any rooftop, and always obey the school's rules. After reading it, Jiang Chen became even more interested. A student who died unjustly and turned into a vengeful ghost, plus a set of deadly rules, meant this mission would be far from simple. After thinking for a moment, he looked outside. A familiar gold-plated car was already waiting at the entrance. Jiang Chen immediately guessed that Chen Shui had come to pick him up. After meeting up, Chen Shui asked whether he had finished reading all the mission materials. When he nodded, she continued explaining. According to the plan, this Drank cooperative mission would be led by Qin Zhe. People like them would mainly handle secondary targets, whilst Qin Zhe's team would deal with the main entity. After hearing that, Jiang Chen felt somewhat underestimated and was not too pleased. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui lightly tapped his head and reminded him that following orders was the smarter choice, since getting involved with that group would only bring unnecessary trouble. Jiang Chen could only accept it, and the two quickly headed toward the mission site. What appeared before them was an old and desolate scene. It was an unfinished structure that had never been fully completed. As soon as their car stopped, a worker approached and told them to leave because outsiders were not allowed to park or enter the construction zone. Jiang Chen tried explaining that they only wanted to enter the school briefly, but the worker firmly refused and said the place was about to be demolished. Left with no other option, he took out a special document and stated that he was carrying out official duties and needed access. The worker immediately changed his attitude after seeing the document and assumed they were police officers. Jiang Chen quickly signaled him to keep it quiet. Thanks to that, they entered smoothly. Along the way, Chen Shui teased him for becoming more adaptable, and Jiang Chen replied that he had learned it all from her. When they arrived at the gathering point, they found 3 people already waiting. Out of habit, Jiang Chen secretly used his eye technique to assess their strength. After observing carefully, he concluded that none of them were easy opponents. At the very least, they were as strong as or stronger than Hu. A young man with dyed hair named Lu Kai immediately questioned why they had arrived late. Chen Shui stepped forward and explained that she had gone out of her way to pick up Jiang Chen, then apologized to everyone. Jiang Chen, however, felt extremely annoyed. Qin Zhe had not even arrived yet, but Liu Kai was already acting like he was in charge. In contrast, Sister Sun smiled warmly and gently reassured them that there was no need to apologize since her group had only arrived a short while earlier. Standing behind her, the refined-looking Jiang Ce curiously looked at Jiang Chen and asked what rank he was currently at. Jiang Chen did not hide anything and directly replied that he was Drank. Hearing that, Jiang Ce laughed with interest and said that made them comrades since they were all Drank. Jiang Chen simply smiled and felt the man was giving him too much credit. But Lu Kai immediately interrupted and rejected that idea, claiming he did not want to be grouped with the others because he had already reached Drank, as if it were an incredible achievement. Jiang Chen secretly scoffed. Drank was still Drank. If he transformed into a demon, teaching that guy a lesson would not be difficult at all. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Qinze's voice suddenly rang out, stopping the conflict before it could begin, as he apologized for arriving late. Moments later, Qinze entered with his team in an imposing fashion. The instant Liu Kai saw him, he completely changed his attitude and warmly greeted Qinze. Jiang Chen could only look down on such obvious flattery. Qinze began introducing the core members accompanying him, saying they were his two closest teammates for this operation. The first was Qin Hai, a drank expert with a sturdy build and a shaved head. The second was Qin Fei Yang, also drank, whose appearance resembled a modern-day ninja. The moment he heard that name, Jiang Chen immediately remembered who he was. Wasn't this the bodyguard who had tricked him with an empty box before? Qinze looked around and suddenly asked where Yang Chen was. The moment he heard that name, Jiang Chen felt a strangely familiar connection. Right then, a 30-centimeter object shot toward him at incredible speed. Luckily, Jiang Chen dodged in time and was stunned by how sudden it appeared. Yang Chen made a dramatic entrance. She picked up the item at her feet and ran over while loudly announcing her arrival. But the moment she looked up, she saw the one person she least wanted to meet. Yang Chen froze when she recognized Jiang Chen. He simply snorted and looked away as if they were complete strangers. Seeing everyone gathered, Qinze clapped for attention and announced some important mission details before they moved out. According to data from the Underworld app, there were 3 major evil entities inside this operation zone. The first entity would appear the moment someone stepped onto the rooftop and immediately begin hunting victims. The second entity would attack anyone who intentionally or accidentally broke the rules. At this point, Qinze's expression turned much more serious as he revealed another critical danger. Directly mentioning or calling their real names was forbidden and could send the ghosts into a killing frenzy. Qinze and his 2 strongest teammates volunteered for the most dangerous task and declared they would handle the rule ghost and the taboo ghost. Next, he assigned Liu Kai's team to head to the rooftop and eliminate the stabbing ghost. Liu Kai accepted without hesitation. Finally, Jiang Chen's group was tasked with clearing low-level ghosts around the outer area and preventing them from interfering with the main team. After assigning every team, Qinze smiled and asked if anyone had objections to the arrangement. Liu Kai immediately flattered him, praising Qinze for taking the most dangerous role. In his view, no one had any reason to complain. Qinze reminded everyone to carry their radios. If anything unexpected happened, they had to report it immediately. Still, everyone secretly wondered who would actually need rescuing first. As soon as the signal was given, Qinze's team and Liu Kai's group rushed off at full speed, leaving only Jiang Chen, Chen Xue, and Yang Chen behind. Yang Chen suddenly turned around and shot a sharp glare at Jiang Chen. Without holding back, she mocked him and said it was hard to believe someone like him was even considered a superhuman. Jiang Chen immediately looked at Chen Xue and played innocent, claiming he was only brought along to gain experience. Yang Chen clearly did not believe him. She sneered that with his drank strength, he had no right to stand side Bevivi. Instead of getting angry, Jiang Chen revealed a mysterious smile. He suddenly leaned closer, causing Yang Chen to jump back. She instantly called him a pervert for the strange move. Jiang Chen calmly pointed at her front and remarked that her figure was nothing special. Hearing that, she quickly covered herself and angrily told him to put his hand down. But Jiang Chen pointed behind her instead and said that since she lacked any advantage in appearance, carrying such a huge weapon made her look even more unusual. With a teasing expression, he continued mumbling that he was only a poor drank superhuman whom she constantly looked down on. Even so, he was still a real man. So if Vivi ever ran out of options, she would probably choose him before considering Yang Chen. Jiang Chen then laughed and pointed out that her face had turned red, proving he hit a nerve. Embarrassed and furious, Yang Chen shoved him away and loudly denied it. Right after that, she smacked Jiang Chen with the short weapon in her hand, while desperately defending herself against his accusations. Jiang Chen could only endure it, as Yang Chen warned him never to spread such baseless rumors again. After getting beaten so badly that he was clutching his head in pain, Jiang Chen begged her to stop because they still had a mission to finish. Several large bumps had formed on his head after the beating. Once the argument ended, the 3 finally began seriously searching the area for evil entities. Yang Chen coldly looked at the other 2 and declared that she was the only drank member and the strongest in the group, so everyone would follow her orders from now on. As they moved deeper into the abandoned school, a strong gust suddenly swept through, scattering countless tiny red particles from the sky. Chen Xue caught one in her hand, examined it carefully, and asked what it was. Jiang Chen picked one up as well and explained that they were just rubber fragments from the school's running track blown into the air by the wind. Yang Qian glanced at Jiang Chen and coldly asked why so much rubber had been lifted at once if that was true. Could any runner really create such a huge disturbance? Her expression immediately turned serious. Jiang Chen carefully observed the scene, and his eyes quickly sharpened. From the signs around him, he instantly realized a ghost was active near the training field. A sinister wave of ghostly energy was constantly spreading from deep inside the school. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen suggested heading straight to the field. As they approached the soccer field, repeated tremors echoed around them, as if an invisible force had sealed off the entire area. Chen Shui quickly checked her phone and explained that the ghost had died while being punished to run 10 laps. Since then, anyone entering the field would be forced to run until they collapsed from exhaustion. After hearing that, Chen Shui nervously gripped her phone and asked Yang Qian what they should do when entering the field was practically suicide. Even Yang Qian began considering a plan. She raised 2 fingers, as if giving a signal, and stated that the ghost would eventually reveal an opening if they stayed patient, so everyone should wait for her command. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stared at Yang Qian's raised hand. She instinctively looked down as well, wearing a confused expression. Before she could react, Jiang Chen forcefully pushed those 2 fingers down, as if he had just received an official attack order. The next second, he shot toward the field like an arrow and loudly declared that he had received the signal. Yang Qian and Chen Shui called after him, but he was already gone. Before long, a figure running at full speed with sweat covering its face came into view. It was the running ghost. It raced around the field at a terrifying speed, kicking up clouds of dust and causing constant explosions across the ground. When it noticed Jiang Chen effortlessly keeping pace, its blood-red eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen casually greeted it like an old friend. This was its territory, yet someone dared to run beside it. The running ghost was instantly irritated, and its ghostly energy surged. Jiang Chen suddenly moved ahead and mocked its speed, saying it was embarrassingly slow. The ghost's face immediately darkened. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen burst forward again. His body shot across the field like lightning. He moved so fast that sparks appeared from the air friction, and the gap between him and the ghost widened instantly. Being outpaced on its own field dealt a huge blow to the running ghost's pride, causing its ghostly energy to rise even higher. Its ghost energy increased dramatically. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued circling the field like a storm, leaving the ghost so far behind that only his back could be seen. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qian could not help rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She never expected Jiang Chen to possess such terrifying speed. Chen Shui simply smiled and said that Jiang Chen's true abilities far exceeded what Yang Qian could imagine. On the other side, the running ghost felt both furious and humiliated after failing to beat a human. Its breathing became heavier and heavier. It gritted its teeth while strange green ghostly energy gradually covered its entire body. Its anger finally exploded. The ghost roared and unleashed every ounce of strength it had, determined to defeat Jiang Chen with its greatest specialty. After pushing itself to the limit, it finally closed the distance behind Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen looked back and gave it a mocking smile. Jiang Chen deliberately slowed down and stood in the middle of the track, as if waiting for the ghost to approach, leaving it completely confused. Moving at such extreme speed, the running ghost could not stop at all. Jiang Chen calmly waited until it got close, then casually stepped aside. Losing its target at the last moment, the ghost crashed straight into the ground in a miserable fashion. Jiang Chen slowly walked over and mocked it for being so useless that it could not even slow itself down. He kept mocking the ghost and told it not to get up yet because he had a few questions. As it struggled to its feet, it unknowingly knelt right in front of him. Jiang Chen smirked and said he might spare it if it answered honestly. At the same time, he made a threatening throat-slitting gesture. Hearing that, the running ghost became confident and claimed there was nothing in this school that it did not know. It even leaned closer with a smug look. Jiang Chen asked about Director Long, the man who had forced it to run to death, and whether he was known for being strict and obsessed with discipline. But then, Jiang Chen suddenly changed the topic and revealed a rumor that Director Long had issues as a man. The ghost was instantly stunned. Instead of denying it, the ghost burst out laughing and said almost everyone knew. It even revealed the secret nickname students gave him. Hearing that, Jiang Chen laughed so hard that he could barely hold back and asked how the ghost knew such private details. Had it seen something itself? The more he talked, the harder he laughed. He kept teasing the strange nickname and joked that it was probably why the director had tortured the ghost to death. At that moment, the running ghost suddenly spotted a middle-aged man silently watching from a distant floor of the building. Its expression changed instantly. Fear filled its face, while Jiang Chen continued laughing without restraint. The terrifying pressure from that figure threw the ghost into panic, and its ghostly energy kept rising. Jiang Chen cupped his hands around his mouth and deliberately shouted those insulting nicknames. The ghost frantically signaled for him to lower his voice before disaster struck. But Jiang Chen only shouted even louder. The ghost was nearly driven insane and desperately begged him to shut up, but it was useless. Rage and fear exploded at the same time, and it roared for Jiang Chen to be silent. The muscles in its legs suddenly swelled, tearing its shoes apart. It then launched a powerful kick straight at him. However, Jiang Chen casually dodged the attack and flashed another provoking smile. Only then did he calmly reveal that everything he had done was part of a plan. Jiang Chen explained that he had deliberately made noise to cover the movements of Chen Shues and Yang Chan as they secretly approached from behind. The ghost quickly turned around and discovered the two girls right behind it. Its entire body went cold. Before it could understand, when they arrived, Chen Shu had already pulled out a yellow talisman and started casting. At the same time, Yang Chan tightened her grip on her weapon and gathered her power for an attack. Both of them released their full aura and pushed their strength to the limit. Without giving the ghost any chance to react, Chen Shui and Yang Chan attacked together. The two unleashed powerful kicks directly at the running ghost. Caught completely off guard, it could only stare in shock. Even after taking the hit, the ghost tried to act tough and loudly declared that such attacks could never seriously injure it. The sword in Yang Chan's hand was now covered in a blood-red glow. She looked at the ghost with a faint smile and told it to look down if it was truly that confident. Hearing this, the ghost immediately glanced downward. Only then did it realize both of its legs had already been severed. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the intense pain forced out a miserable scream. While it was still drowning in despair over losing its legs, Jiang Chen appeared behind it and quietly offered to help since it could no longer stand. The moment he finished speaking, he drove a blade straight through its chest. The ghost screamed in agony, unable to understand what kind of help was this cruel. The sudden attack only fueled its fury, and its ghostly energy rose once again. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the knife and slowly spoke. With a grin, he said he was helping it finish the last stretch of its journey. The blade flashed, and a decisive slash instantly ended the ghost's life. The running ghost collapsed to the ground and was quickly engulfed in flames. Before completely disappearing, it left behind one bitter complaint that Jiang Chen fought with absolutely no honor. Just like that, the running ghost was completely eliminated and provided a considerable amount of ghost energy. Chen Shui looked at Jiang Chen with admiration and could not hide her excitement. Defeating a high-level ghost so quickly was truly impressive. As for Yang Chan, sweat had already formed on her forehead. For the first time, she realized she had seriously underestimated the guy she always looked down on. After dealing with the running ghost, Chen Shui asked where they should investigate next. Jiang Chen immediately glanced at Yang Chan and teased that the team's supreme commander should be the one making that decision. Being reminded of earlier events, Yang Chan felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She instantly fired back, saying he should not get arrogant after beating just one ghost. But at that moment, her eyes stopped on something unusual, and her expression immediately became serious. A suspicious storage room stood hidden in a corner. Yang Chan believed it was concealing something abnormal and focused on it right away. Seeing her analyze the situation so confidently, Jiang Chen deliberately applauded, making Yang Chan so angry she wanted to hit him again. Just as Yang Chan was about to restore her authority and issue orders, Jiang Chen ignored her completely and turned to Chen Shui for cooperation. The self-appointed commander was treated like air by both of them and could only stand there helplessly. Looking at Jiang Chen's decisive attitude, Yang Chan had to admit that the group's initiative was now almost entirely in his hands. Jiang Chen casually walked to a roadside lamppost and tapped it a few times as if testing its quality. A strange green energy soon began spreading from his palm. The mountain warrior power was fully activated. After gathering his strength, Jiang Chen lowered his stance and wrapped both arms around the lamppost. He began pulling with all his might while loudly shouting to build momentum. The pole slowly rose from the ground, dragging strange slime-like material from its base. In only a few moments, he uprooted the entire lamppost as easily as pulling a weed. Carrying the massive object on his shoulder, Jiang Chen faced the storage room and loudly asked if anyone was inside. He listened carefully for a moment, and his expression gradually became serious. Receiving no response, Jiang Chen immediately used the lamppost, like a giant spear, and thrust it into the room, sending sparks flying and smashing everything inside. Then he lifted the pole again with overwhelming force, causing part of the wall to crack and collapse on the spot. Even after accidentally destroying someone else's property, he calmly turned around with a crafty grin and handed the rest over to Chen Shui. Chen Xiu immediately took out a handmade paper crane radiating intense fire energy and nodded. She cast her spell, releasing pure light that drove away evil energy. The paper crane quickly came to life and soared into the sky. The flock of cranes circled overhead, their brilliant light sweeping across the ruined area Jiang Chen had just demolished and producing a faint sizzling sound. After carefully examining the wreckage ahead, Jiang Chen shook his head and remarked that there was nothing there except a few sports items. Seeing all their effort produce no results, Yang Chan sighed in frustration. But moments later, she noticed something unusual and let out a quiet gasp. Without hesitation, she rushed over and covered Jiang Chen's mouth to stop him from making noise, because she had just heard a strange sound nearby. In a hidden corner of the building, an old woman was quietly burning paper offerings. The crackling fire echoed through the silence as she began pleading in fear. She kept her head lowered and repeatedly begged for mercy while her glasses slipped down to the bridge of her nose. The three quietly peeked over to observe, with Jiang Chen squeezed between the two girls as they watched the situation unfold. Yang Chan lowered her voice to a whisper and said the sound came from behind the room. She also pointed out the old woman's blood-red eyes and unnaturally dark face. The woman tossed another coin into the flames and continued mumbling, desperately begging for her life. A gentle breeze carried paper ashes toward them. Chen Shui guessed that the old woman might be performing some kind of repentance ritual. She recalled a secret report stating that a female student had died after illegally burning paper offerings at the school, and began wondering if the incident was connected to this ghost. Looking closer, they noticed the old woman possessed all the traits of a ghostly entity: glowing red eyes, a distorted nose slipping, and a mouth sewn shut with red threads stretching to her ears. Her expression looked half laughing and half crying, making the scene even more terrifying. Yang Chan immediately judged her to be an extremely dangerous opponent. At that exact moment, Chen Shuo suddenly realized that Jiang Chen had disappeared. While the two girls were still analyzing the situation, Jiang Chen had somehow sneaked inside. He then shamelessly pulled down his pants and put out the old woman's fire by urinating on it. Seeing this, Chen Shui could only sigh in disbelief. The stitched-mouth old woman was completely stunned by the bizarre act and could not understand what he was trying to do. The long-tongued ghost, who was actually the dormitory manager, froze on the spot. Its ghost energy instantly increased by 30 points. After finishing his business and without even fixing his clothes, Jiang Chen immediately questioned her about starting a fire on school grounds and declared it a serious violation of school rules. The old woman's face instantly turned pale as sweat poured down. Panicked, she quickly raised a finger to her lips and signaled for him to lower his voice. Seeing that reaction, Jiang Chen secretly concluded that the ghosts here were extremely afraid of anything related to school rules. An idea immediately formed in his mind. After discovering her weakness, he leaned closer and quietly negotiated. If she wanted him to keep silent, she would have to help him with something. Hearing that, the old woman trembled and nervously agreed. Jiang Chen immediately made a ridiculous request. He said there were plenty of girls in the female dormitory and asked her to introduce him to a cute one. It was obvious he was only messing around. The old woman nodded repeatedly and forced out an awkward smile. She claimed she could arrange a meeting with anyone he wanted. But Jiang Chen had no interest in that. He immediately shifted the conversation to the female student who had jumped from the building years ago. The moment that person was mentioned, the old woman's expression changed drastically. Her body shook, cold sweat appeared, and her ghost energy surged non-stop. Her face darkened as she locked her cold gaze on Jiang Chen and asked through gritted teeth whether he was trying to get her killed. Realizing he had found the right pressure point, Jiang Chen continued probing. He acted innocent, while skillfully suggesting that she might have been directly involved in that death. The old woman's glowing red eyes filled with rage. She claimed she had knelt here for years to atone for her mistakes, but her voice grew increasingly unstable. In the end, the disguise could no longer hold. She burst into mad laughter as the red stitches across her mouth stretched to the breaking point and screamed at the group. The scream echoed throughout the room. Massive ghost energy erupted as the red threads tore apart, revealing a horrifying long tongue inside. Even Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. The pressure radiating from her made it clear that this was an extremely dangerous ghost. The ghost swung its twisted arms and lunged forward with incredible speed while its long tongue lashed out. Knowing he could not handle this in his normal state, Jiang Chen immediately prepared to activate his demon transformation. A burst of green light exploded from his body. As his power awakened, he loudly shouted the name of the transformation. His fingernails extended into sharp claws, and a white magic circle appeared in the center of his palm. With both arms raised before his chest, Jiang Chen entered the final stage of the transformation. Surging blue energy engulfed his entire body. Thick, dark green aura continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth like smoke. His fangs extended, and his eyes completely transformed, radiating an overwhelming pressure that could chill anyone to the bone. Seeing this, the Longtong ghost retreated in panic. She could not understand why her opponent had suddenly become so terrifying. Without giving her time to react, Jiang Chen immediately unleashed White Fox Vanguard. A massive block of ice rapidly formed beneath his feet. The ghost instantly counterattacked, whipping her steel-like tongue from multiple directions. But just as the attack was about to connect, Jiang Chen suddenly stood there blankly, as if he had not adjusted to the situation yet. As a result, he was struck head-on and sent flying through the air, while spinning uncontrollably. After the painful hit, he struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and complained that his cool transformation had been ruined before he could show it off. The ghost did not waste the opportunity, and continued driving her disgusting tongue forward, forcing him back against the wall. Jiang Chen immediately knocked it aside and angrily shouted. He grabbed the tongue with his sharp claws, but it was as slippery and flexible as rubber, making it difficult to hold. Realizing that method would not work, he changed tactics. A powerful claw strike slashed directly across the tongue as a confident smile appeared on his face. The ghost was instantly horrified and had no idea what kind of trick had just hit her. The giant tongue was instantly pinned to the floor. Frost energy burst out and froze it into a solid block that could not move. Seeing the enemy restrained, Jiang Chen rushed forward. He slammed a thunder-powered punch into the Longtong ghost's face and shouted for her to accept her fate. The heavy blow knocked her backward, but the frozen tongue, anchored to the ground, held her body in place, causing unbearable pain as she screamed. Her massive weight crashed into the floor, cracking it apart before chunks of the ground were dragged up by the tongue. Focused on attacking, Jiang Chen failed to notice the tongue had lifted the ice block and swung behind him for a counterattack. In an instant, the very ice he created, and the giant tongue smashed down on him, pinning him flat against the ground. Seeing Jiang Chen fall, the Longtong ghost immediately mocked him and declared that he was the one destined to die. Buried among shattered ice, Jiang Chen's body was nearly covered by countless sharp fragments. Even so, he quietly gathered every bit of strength left into both hands. With a loud shout, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground and surrounded the area where the ghost stood. But her strength exceeded expectations. Before long, every towering ice pillar was shattered with ease. As the ice broke apart, she emerged once more through the freezing mist, her horrifying tongue and chilling howls standing out the most. Her blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. She sneered that a few ice pillars were hardly worth her attention. Moments later, the dozen-kilometers-long tongue struck again. Jiang Chen dodged the first hit, but before he could recover, the second slammed into his stomach and made him cough up blood. One hand gripped the tongue tightly, while the other quickly cast a new spell called Flowing Mirror Ice. The moment it activated, the entire area became covered in ice. Even the enemy's tongue lost much of its flexibility. The slippery ice and the ghost's enormous body made it extremely difficult for her to keep her balance. In the end, she slipped and crashed onto the frozen ground. Seeing a rare opening, Jiang Chen immediately prepared a finishing blow to end the battle. Unfortunately, his luck did not last. Even while sitting on the ice, the ghost reacted in time and blocked his attack with her tongue. Then she wildly whipped her tongue over and over, launching relentless attacks straight at Jiang Chen's face. He reacted instantly and leaned back just in time to avoid the dangerous barrage. Not stopping there, the ghost wrapped her tongue around herself in multiple layers and formed a violently spinning tornado. Jiang Chen quickly retreated to avoid being caught. Despite her tongue stretching to an unbelievable length, she calmly mocked him and claimed the slippery ice meant nothing to her. As she moved forward, she pushed the terrifying tornado toward Jiang Chen and declared that he had no chance of survival. As the vortex was about to swallow him whole, the situation seemed hopeless. But what everyone feared never happened. At the most critical moment, Yang Qian and Chen Shua stepped in and gave everything to protect Jiang Chen from the attack. Yang Chan quickly proposed a plan. The group would distract the enemy while searching for weaknesses from multiple angles. Even while struggling to hold on, Chen Shui immediately agreed with the idea. Jiang Chen regained his spirit, smiled confidently, and declared it was time for the three of them to launch a real counterattack together. The trio then retreated at the same time to create distance and prepare a comeback. As if they had planned it beforehand, Yang Chen suddenly asked whether the others could guess why the ghost's tongue was so unusually long. Chen Shui instantly played along and deliberately provoked the enemy. She guessed the woman must have loved spreading rumors and talking behind people's backs when she was alive. Jiang Chen followed up and suggested that a poor female student might have been driven to death by those vicious slanders. The moment those words were spoken, the long-tongued ghost exploded with rage. Her reaction showed they had touched a hidden secret. She roared furiously and demanded to know what nonsense they were making up. However, the three quickly realized this was still not her fatal weakness. Jiang Chen reminded them that despite observing everything, they still had not found the right chance to finish her. Hearing that, Chen Shui anxiously asked what they should do next. Just as the battle reached a deadlock, a plane suddenly flew across the sky above them. The sight gave Jiang Chen an idea. He immediately called Yang Chan over and asked her to launch him as high as possible. He stepped onto the Dragon Slayer blade in Yang Chan's hands and told the others to keep distracting the long-tongued ghost and force her to keep moving. Yang Chan was briefly stunned by the plan. Before acting, she reminded him to keep his footing since she had no idea what he was planning. The next second, Yang Chan used all her strength to send Jiang Chen soaring into the sky. Everything now depended on this risky move. The once peaceful sky suddenly changed. A figure shot upward at incredible speed and drew everyone's attention. While rising, Jiang Chen quickly condensed a sharp ice spear and thought that if normal attacks could not break through the enemy, then he would have to strike with something far larger. The ice in his hands continued to grow. Once it reached the desired size, he dove straight down and poured all his power into a devastating aerial attack. The massive ice projectile tore through the air and aimed directly at the center of the tornado created by the ghost. The attack pierced straight through her body from top to bottom and gave her no chance to defend herself. Even with death right in front of her, she still refused to admit any wrongdoing. In her final moments, she insisted that spreading a few rumors was no big deal. Then her body slowly crumbled and vanished along with all her sins. The system announced that the long-tongued ghost, the dorm manager herself, had been eliminated. Jiang Chen also gained 99 ghost energy points. Seeing him land safely, Chen Shui immediately ran over and asked about his condition. Jiang Chen simply smiled and assured her he was fine. Unlike Chen Shui, Yang Chan stood quietly in the distance. She thought to herself that charging headfirst against such a powerful demon was unbelievably reckless. But the victory celebration did not last long. Strange interference suddenly echoed in all three of their ears. A desperate voice soon followed, begging for help. The caller reported being surrounded by multiple high-level demons and urgently requested reinforcements. After hearing that, Yang Chan tightened her grip on her weapon and urged everyone to move out immediately. Chen Shui disagreed. She stopped Yang Chan and said the whole situation felt suspicious. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He believed Qin Ze had been hiding another motive ever since assigning the teams. Looking toward the female dormitory with a nominalized sign at the entrance, Jiang Chen began analyzing the situation. He reminded them that breaking school rules was forbidden, and men clearly were not allowed inside the girls' dorm. He continued that Qin Ze, deliberately sending Liao Kai's team, there was practically pushing the two male members into extreme danger. Only then did Yang Chan start to understand. Even so, she found it hard to believe that a veteran team like Liao Kai's would miss something so obvious. Chun merely smiled and replied that combat experience did not automatically mean strong judgment or teamwork. He pointed out that the way they eagerly followed Qin Ze's arrangements already revealed a lot about their style. Jiang Chen quickly formed an assessment of Liao Kai's team. In his view, they were impulsive, trusting, and poor at seeing the bigger picture. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned meeting room elsewhere, desperate cries for help continued to echo as urgent requests for support were repeated again and again. A blood-covered demon corpse lay on the floor. Its condition made it clear that it had been completely destroyed. Qin Ze calmly wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth and smiled faintly. The desperate cries for help still echoed in the distance. He glanced at Qin Feiyang just as the man finally asked whether they should immediately help those in danger. Qin Ze casually tossed the blood-stained cloth aside and calmly replied that they would, of course, provide support. But then he added in a calculating tone that they first needed to confirm the identity of the forbidden ghost. Qin Feiyang grew even more anxious. He feared that if they delayed any longer, the others might not survive. Despite his frustration, Qin Feiyang was coldly ordered by Chu Xiaodong to follow Qin Ze's instructions and stop arguing. In the end, he could only reluctantly say he understood. The three quickly left the area. The moment they disappeared, strange green smoke began rising from the demon corpse on the floor. Back at the entrance of the female dormitory, Jiang Chen, Yang Chan, and Chen Xue stood guard outside. Jiang Chen frowned and admitted he had no idea how serious the situation inside had become. The story then shifted back 30 minutes to when Liao Kai's team first entered the dormitory. Upon entering, Liao Kai joked that he had always wanted to explore a girls' dorm during his school days, but his excitement was cut short by an unexpected event. A mysterious man suddenly appeared before them, surrounded by an eerie green glow. Seeing the strangely familiar figure, the group immediately became alert. Liao Kai loudly demanded to know who he was. The man did not answer. Instead, he coldly raised a finger and pointed at them. He then accused Liao Kai of illegally entering the female dormitory as a male student. The sudden accusation left him stunned. Without stopping, the man pointed at another teammate and declared that he had committed the same violation. The next target was Sister Sun, who had been supporting the other two all along. The old man pointed directly at her and accused her of possessing prohibited and tightly regulated equipment. After declaring that all three had trampled the academy's rules and must face punishment, he waved his hand. A sinister force shot forward, igniting blue flames behind their necks and catching them completely off guard. Strange green marks quickly appeared on each of their necks. Realizing something was wrong, one of them broke into a cold sweat and warned that they had fallen into the old man's trap. Even with a cigarette still in his mouth, he hurriedly checked the mark on his neck. At that moment, he finally realized the hidden meaning behind Qin Ze's warning about never breaking school rules. The two men could still endure the effect. Sister Sun, however, was already breathing heavily and sweating non-stop. Trembling with worry, she said. Her strength had dropped to less than half. Not giving them time to adapt, the old man immediately attacked. As he charged forward, he roared that anyone with improper conduct would be punished on the spot. Even as the enemy rushed at them, the team leader remained calm. He crushed 2 bottles of black dog blood and reassured his teammates that it was still 3 against 1. But before he could finish speaking, the old ghost appeared right in front of him. A fierce closer-range battle erupted instantly. Liao Kai's arms were coated in dark black dog blood. He ordered his teammates to attack from both sides and trap the enemy. The other two immediately moved in to surround the old man. The battle grew extremely intense. Thanks to the black dog blood covering his hands, Liao Kai could fight the old ghost head-on without being overwhelmed. After a fierce exchange, both sides began showing signs of exhaustion. Seeing this, Liao Kai smirked as if he had finally figured out the enemy's true strength. Sure enough, the old man's hands had been badly corroded by the black dog blood. Flames burned fiercely while green smoke rose alongside disturbing sizzling sounds. Seeing the attack work, Liao Kai became excited. He laughed and declared that the black dog blood would slowly erode the ghost's body until nothing remained. But his confidence lasted only a moment. The next second, a powerful strike slammed into his chest and sent him flying backward in complete shock. What terrified him was that the attack had come from the old man's nose. No one expected it to stretch out and become a weapon. The ghost coldly stated that anyone who resisted punishment would receive an even harsher sentence. Seeing his teammate in danger, the young man immediately rushed forward. His arm carried a raging spiral of flames as he shouted that he was coming to help. But by then, Liao Kai's body had already been pierced through, and blood poured from his mouth. As he charged ahead screaming, the old ghost simply swung his grotesquely long nose. The counterattack not only sliced Liao Kai's body in half, but also severed one of the young man's arms. Luckily, he blocked the fatal strike with the wooden log in his hand. Holding his ground, he shouted that his black flame claw had pinned the ghost down and told Sister Sun to attack now. The moment she heard the signal, Sister Sun charged forward. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she swung her axe down at the ghost's head with all her strength. But the result was shocking. The old ghost's head was unbelievably tough, and the attack did not leave even a tiny crack. With a casual flick, he knocked the axe away. The backlash was so powerful that a large chunk broke off the blade. Seeing her attack fail, she realized that, in her current condition, she had no chance of breaking that defense, especially with her power heavily suppressed by the school rules. While she was still searching for a solution, the situation suddenly changed. The old ghost launched a lightning-fast attack that broke the young man's control. Seeing this, her face instantly turned pale. After dealing with him, the ghost gave her no time to react and immediately struck while she was still in the air, sending her flying several meters away. Witnessing the terrifying power behind that punch, the young man was horrified. Sweat poured down his face as he realized the ghost was far stronger than expected. Even in such a dangerous situation, he forced himself to stay calm. He quickly concluded that if they could seal that strange nose, the rest of the ghost's attacks would be much easier to predict. As if reading his thoughts, the ghost suddenly retracted the long nose back to normal. The move shocked him so much that he blurted out why it had been pulled back. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre nose had completely returned to its original size. Hearing that question, the ghost stretched the nose out again and mocked him while attacking. He sneered that if the young man liked looking at it so much, he could have another look. Then the nose shot forward with a deafening blast. The grotesque weapon pierced straight through his chest and destroyed the flame leg, the last weapon he had left. After passing through his body, it slammed into the wall behind him and triggered a massive explosion. Clutching his chest wound, he collapsed and stammered that he never expected the nose could detach and attack on its own. The detached nose then flew to the ceiling, emitted a strange glow, and began transforming into a completely different creature with 3 sharp fangs. Before long, the small creature grew 4 legs and slowly crawled out from the rubble near the destroyed wall. It moved at a terrifying speed, leaping between walls before landing lightly on the floor. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, the creature slipped behind Sister Sun and suddenly latched onto her shoulder, making her grimace in pain. Trapped between 2 threats, she immediately panicked. The creature behind her let out horrifying noises while the old ghost slowly advanced from the front, creating a perfect pincer attack. Wearing a delighted grin, the ghost rushed forward as if enjoying the punishment of his prey. In the chaos, Sister Sun tremblingly sent out a distress signal, reporting that her team was under attack and urgently needed support. While she was contacting the outside, the ghost took the chance to strike. Fortunately, her reflexes were fast enough to dodge in time. Just after avoiding the attack in front, danger arrived from behind. The small monster had already closed in on her. It unleashed a powerful strike at her. Sister Sun narrowly dodged it, causing the monster's attack and the ghost's strike to collide. A huge explosion erupted and blasted both of them away. When the dust settled, she was still standing after landing, though her body had suffered considerable injuries. Not daring to stay any longer, she immediately got up and ran. At that moment, escape was the only thing on her mind. Every bit of strength she had left went into fleeing from the 2 monsters behind her. Elsewhere, Chen Xue, Jiang Chen, and Yang Chan finally found the room that their teammates had entered earlier. Yang Chan and Chen Xue already had their talismans and weapons ready, prepared for battle at any moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chen asked whether they should rush in right away since there could be traps or an ambush inside. Yang Chan led the way into the room. As she stepped inside, she nervously said that it was pitch black and almost impossible to see anything. Just as the tension reached its peak, Sister Sun suddenly came running toward Yang Chan's group with a terrified expression, startling everyone. Panicking, Yang Chan immediately shouted that a ghost was coming. Acting on instinct, she swung her mace and smashed it into Sister Sun's head, knocking her to the ground in pain. Just as Sister Sun took the hit, the 2 ghosts chasing her arrived. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly stopped everyone and said not to act recklessly since there was no trace of ghost energy on her. Lying on the ground, Sister Sun hurriedly explained that she was their teammate. On the other side, the old ghost silently observed the group before slowly retracting his strange nose. After the nose returned to normal, he tapped it a few times and turned away. Before disappearing, he coldly warned them that if they broke the rules again, they would not survive next time. Realizing she had attacked the wrong person, Yang Chan awkwardly apologized. A huge bump had already formed on Sister Sun's head, making it obvious how painful the blow had been. After calming down, Sister Sun struggled to her feet and explained everything that had happened inside. She complained that a Drank team mission was far harder than expected. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, believing Qinze had completely set them up. Mentioning her badly injured teammates left behind, she could not hold back her tears because she still did not know whether they were alive. Seeing how miserable she looked, Jiang Chen stepped forward and reassured her not to worry. He said they would go inside immediately and try to save them. But before he could finish, Chen Xue stepped forward and stopped him, refusing to let him continue. Jiang Chen looked completely confused. Chen Shui seriously reminded him of everything they had discussed earlier. Entering the dormitory recklessly would violate school rules and could come with a terrible price. Hearing that, Jiang Chen admitted she had a point. After nodding, he looked around helplessly and asked what they should do next. While pacing around and thinking of a solution, his eyes suddenly landed on a mannequin wearing a wig, catching his attention. He immediately walked over, removed the wig, and jokingly told the mannequin he was only borrowing it for a while. Then he put the wig on and waved for everyone to move out. Seeing his ridiculous appearance, the two girls could only force a smile. The group continued deeper into the dormitory. The moment they entered the dark hallway, a thick smell of blood hit them in the face. After walking a little farther, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped and looked down at the floor. Stroking his chin, he let out a quiet hum. Lying before them was Liao Kai's cold corpse. Seeing it, Jiang Chen wondered why only Liao Kai's body was there, while Jiang Ce was nowhere to be found. Sister Sun lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice that she had been too busy running for her life to notice where he went. Hearing that, Jiang Chen sighed and said the dormitory was far too large. Searching together would take too long, so they might be better off splitting up. The moment he suggested splitting up, Chen Shui immediately objected. In her opinion, that would only put them in greater danger. Realizing she was worried, Yang Qian quickly reassured her. She said staying with her would be enough since she was the only Drank member in the group and could protect everyone. Even with that promise, Chen Shui still looked hesitant and unconvinced. After a brief silence, she pointed at the corpse on the floor and reminded them that the person lying there had also been a Drank member, yet he was still killed so badly that his organs were hanging out. Those words instantly shattered Yang Chan's confidence. Her expression stiffened as she realized the enemy was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Seeing Yang Chan still tense, Jiang Chen stepped forward and calmly reassured her. He said there was no need to worry because he would rush over immediately if anything dangerous happened. His confident promise eased her concerns, and she finally nodded in agreement. The group then split into two teams. Jiang Chen went with Sister Sun, while Yang Chan and Chen Shui took the other route. Before separating, he reminded everyone to contact each other immediately if anything unusual happened. Yang Chan quietly agreed and left. On Jiang Chen's side, Sister Sun took the lead, while he followed closely behind. As they moved, Jiang Chen asked for more details about what happened before the team broke the school rules. He wanted to know exactly how everything unfolded. Sister Sun hid nothing. According to her, when they first entered the area, everything went smoothly and they encountered no major obstacles. But as she thought back, her voice grew lower. It felt like she had overlooked something strange before. Images of Liu Kai and Jiang Ce flashed through her mind right when they first entered this place. She clearly remembered a strange piece of paper spinning on its own before disappearing into Liu Kai's body. She thought she imagined it at the time, but now she quickly told Jiang Chen everything. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stared behind Sister Sun. He froze for a few seconds, as if he had spotted something seriously wrong. A glowing and eerie paper had appeared behind her back. Jiang Chen pointed at it and asked if it looked like the same thing from before. Sister Sun instantly turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. She frantically reached behind her to pull it off, but it was already too late. The paper twisted into a sharp drill and prepared to pierce her body. Panicking, she cried out that it was the same thing and begged Jiang Chen to save her. The moment she screamed, Jiang Chen rushed forward at incredible speed while channeling spiritual power into his hand. Without hesitation, he forcefully ripped the strange object off Sister Sun's back. Even after escaping danger, she was still terrified. Breathing heavily, she turned to him and said, "It felt like that thing wanted to drill deep into her organs." Looking at the paper in his hand, Jiang Chen only smirked. Luckily, it was discovered in time, and now that it was removed, it probably was no longer dangerous. After saying that, he casually tossed it aside and warned Sister Sun to stay alert. He felt something was secretly watching them from the darkness. The paper quietly fell onto the cold hallway floor. Right after that, a small hand suddenly reached out and picked it up. A soft voice spoke in surprise, seemingly shocked that they had noticed it so quickly. The creature holding the paper looked bizarre, with a huge chunk missing from its stomach as it kept nodding while examining the item. It recalled throwing the paper onto Liu Kai earlier. At first, it only wanted to have some fun messing with the blonde guy, but the old supervisor stepped in first. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became. It tightened its grip on the creature in its hand and violently ripped out one of its eyes. Still not satisfied, it crushed and mangled the torn eyeball into pieces. Only now was the mastermind revealed. It was a red-haired female ghost with terrifying, sharp teeth. Her eyes burned with malice as she growled that this time, she would have plenty of fun playing with those humans. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the dormitory, Jiang Chen and Sister Sun had searched for quite a while. Seeing no traces of anything, he said they had already reached the third floor, yet everything remained strangely quiet. Sister Sun found it odd as well. She believed that with injuries that severe, Jiang Ce should not have been able to run very far. Hearing that, Jiang Chen agreed. He guessed Jiang Ce might have run into Yang Chan's group on the other side. Just then, a figure with a charred hole in the middle of his chest staggered toward them from afar. The moment she saw him, Sister Sun pointed in shock and said that was Jiang Ce. The person facing them also let out a surprised sound, as if he did not expect to meet them here. Worried about her teammate, Sister Sun quickly asked if he was hurt. Jiang Ce trembled as he replied in broken words that he was fine, but his appearance was extremely bizarre, with horrifying stitches covering everything from his neck to the top of his head. Even with such an obvious sight in front of her, Sister Sun sighed in relief and foolishly smiled, saying it was enough that he was still alive. Even Jiang Chen beside her did not know how to react. He leaned closer and helplessly whispered if she seriously could not see the problem. The man in front of them had become like this, yet she still thought Jiang Ce was normal. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately turned cold as he studied the figure. He knew destroying the puppet that looked like Jiang Ce would be useless. To end this completely, he had to find the controller behind it. Jiang Che's battered body kept dragging itself forward. The cigarette at the corner of his mouth had long gone out, and he kept repeating that he was fine in a stiff voice. As Jiang Ce approached, Sister Sun stepped forward and offered to help support him. But at that moment, an arm suddenly reached out, stopping her and firmly grabbing Jiang Ce's hand. Jiang Chen stepped in front of him, flashing a friendly smile, as if greeting an old friend. But behind that smile, he was already making plans. He figured he could squeeze a little more ghost energy out of this guy. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he grabbed a nearby broom and snapped off the head, leaving only the wooden handle. Smiling, he said he had heard Jiang Ce was a master pole dancer and wanted to see it for himself. Then he slammed the wooden pole into the floor, as if setting up a stage for a special performance. The system immediately displayed a helpless notification, saying he had come up with another bizarre stunt in the middle of danger. Ghost energy increased by 40 points. Elsewhere, the female ghost controlling the puppet instantly darkened her expression. Even so, she believed these petty tricks could not stop her. On this side, Jiang Che's body was actually forced to spin around the pole like a professional dancer. Jiang Chen looked thoroughly entertained by the sight. He kept cheering non-stop and even ran over to spin him faster, as if the show was still not exciting enough. With an excited expression, Jiang Chen shouted encouragement, like a fan, watching the performance of a lifetime. In the end, even the Jiang Ce puppet could not endure this bizarre torture anymore, and desperately yelled for him to stop. A second later, his hand lost its grip and slipped off the pole. Carried by momentum, Jiang Che's entire body flew across the room before crashing heavily onto the floor. Sister Sun rushed over in panic and called out to her teammate. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained where he was, looking completely satisfied with the result. He slowly walked over to Jiang Ce and gave him a thumbs up. According to Jiang Chen, the performance was excellent, especially the final landing. At the same time, he was already thinking of a new way to torment the controller behind it. Without wasting time, Jiang Chen immediately struck a performance pose. Practically glowing with excitement, he suggested they do a famous dance together to liven up the atmosphere. Standing across from Jiang Ce, he began dancing to a bizarre rhythm. While singing and moving, he somehow gave both of them ridiculous twin-tail hairstyles, creating a scene beyond words. After witnessing everything, Sister Sun could only stand there in a daze. She had no idea what was happening and could only mutter what kind of insane situation this was. Jiang Ce was nearly out of breath after the physical torture, yet he was still forced to make heart poses repeatedly, while Jiang Chen enthusiastically shouted for more, as if the finale had only just begun. Even Jiang Chen started to look tired. He could not help thinking that if a ghost envoy was being pushed this far, then the mastermind behind it must be close to losing patience too. The blurry eyes of Jiang Ce constantly reflected the image of that female ghost, while he could only gasp for breath. Every time Jiang Ce breathed heavily, the female ghost hiding far away had to absorb a matching amount of energy to maintain control. The female ghost's hands trembled from the massive strain as she angrily shouted that her limbs were so exhausted she could barely feel them. Right then, another system notification appeared. The female ghost was both furious and confused, unable to understand why she was wasting effort making a puppet perform such a stupid dance. Ghost energy increased by 200 points. On Jiang Chen's side, the Nico Nico dance finally came to an end. With his hands on his hips, he looked at the unsteady Jiang Tse and joked that he still had not shown his full potential. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately moved behind him, wrapped his arms around Jiang Tse, and whispered about an even more shocking performance. In an instant, every piece of clothing on Jiang Tse, from his coat to his pants, was stripped away by Jiang Chen. Even the final item was tossed aside. Jiang Chen figured it was about time the truth revealed itself, while Sister Sun stood nearby completely confused. Jiang Chen laughed mockingly at the bizarre body before him. Beneath the disguise was a patchwork body made from different parts, and a strange hollow cavity sat right in the middle of its chest. Through the puppet, the female ghost angrily demanded to know what was so laughable about liking furry culture. Suddenly, dense black ghost energy erupted from the puppet's hand. Its voice turned murderous, as it declared that anyone who mocked that interest would pay the price. The moment those words fell, Jiang Che's body began swelling in a twisted and grotesque way before transforming into a terrifying monster. Chunks of flesh and bone across its body continuously shifted, warped, and reassembled themselves. The new form was the same bizarre creature that had picked up the paper behind Sister Sun earlier. A giant doll suddenly appeared in front of them. Jiang Chen laughed, knowing his target had finally revealed itself. Sister Sun quickly drew her weapon, her eyes turning cold. It seemed the enemy was no longer hiding its identity. Strange blue-glowing bandages began wrapping around both of her hands. Before long, her other hand was completely covered as well, leaving no skin exposed. Sister Sun excitedly declared that now she could fight at full power without holding back. The moment she finished speaking, she charged forward and threw a powerful punch straight at the doll's head. To her surprise, the punch sank right into its body. She froze as the impact felt soft like cotton and caused almost no damage. The one-eyed doll suddenly flashed a strange smile and swung its arm at Sister Sun. As danger closed in, she shouted and launched a fierce counterattack. Her arm swept across, tearing open the doll's head and exposing the stuffing inside. After that blow, the ghost immediately collapsed to the ground. But only a few seconds later, it stood back up as if nothing had happened. Sister Sun was stunned that it could still move after taking such severe damage. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly observed everything. A strange change appeared in his eyes, carrying the sharpness of a hunting beast. With this special vision, Jiang Chen noticed countless strands of ghost energy wrapped around the doll. He instantly guessed that someone else was secretly controlling it. The system immediately announced that Jiang Chen had entered the divine general combat state. Right after that, his fingertips transformed into blade-like claws. Across from him, Sister Sun was caught off guard and took a heavy hit from the doll, wearing Jiang Che's appearance. The ghost refused to stop and continued its assault. With no way to dodge, Sister Sun could only think that this was the end. At the critical moment, the doll's arm suddenly exploded into pieces, sending stuffing flying everywhere. The one who saved Sister Sun at the last second was none other than Jiang Chen. The female ghost, secretly controlling the puppet, immediately became uneasy. Suspecting that her location had been exposed, she quickly unleashed a new move. She poured all her power into a devastating attack. A sinister light burst from the doll's empty eye socket as it screamed about killing everyone. But Jiang Chen was completely unaffected. He charged forward and drove his sharp claws directly into the glowing eye. The doll instantly froze, because every strand of ghost energy connected to it had been severed by Jiang Chen. Without its source of control, the giant body crashed heavily onto the floor. At the same time, a powerful pink energy beam erupted from above the building and pierced through multiple floors. Even Yang Chan and Chen Shui were shocked by the terrifying force. The attack was far more destructive than it appeared. It had actually pierced straight through the entire building. At that moment, the system announced that Jiang Chen had destroyed Ghost Curse Spirit's favorite toy and gained 99 ghost energy points. Seeing her beloved toy completely destroyed, Ghost Curse Spirit flew into a rage and swore to turn the culprit into her next toy. The moment she finished speaking, countless tentacles shot toward the young man with brown and pink hair, yet he remained calm, as if he had been waiting for this moment. As the tentacles approached, he grabbed every one of them with his bare hands. With a powerful pull, he dragged Ghost Curse Spirit straight down from the air. Smiling playfully, he told her not to be shy and come a little closer. Right after that, he grabbed her hand tightly, causing Ghost Curse Spirit to cry out in surprise. In just moments, she was completely trapped in his control. Jiang Chen leaned closer and asked if she was the one behind the puppet. To earn more ghost energy, Jiang Chen was willing to try anything. He pulled Ghost Curse Spirit closer and deliberately teased her with provocative actions and jokes. After all that effort, the only thing he received was a ridiculous system notice. Ghost Curse Spirit felt absolutely nothing. Ghost energy gained, 0. Hearing that result, Jiang Chen was devastated. He could not believe all that effort earned him nothing. Unlike him, Ghost Curse Spirit looked delighted. She giggled and told him to take a closer look at his other hand. Only then did Jiang Chen notice that the hand was constantly producing bizarre tentacles. Ghost Curse Spirit immediately directed them straight towards Sister Sun. The tentacles quickly intertwined and formed a massive net. In the blink of an eye, the net completely wrapped around Sister Sun. Ghost Curse Spirit used it to bind her as a hostage and threatened that if Jiang Chen touched her again, the woman would be crushed into pieces. Even so, Jiang Chen remained calm. He coldly replied that Sister Sun was never his friend and tightened his grip on Ghost Curse Spirit's wrist. Ghost Curse Spirit was instantly stunned by the heartless response. She struggled in pain, unable to understand it because she believed people who fought together should care about each other. But those words hit her harder than anything else. Jiang Chen laughed and mocked her, saying that just because people traveled together did not automatically make them friends. The moment she heard that, Ghost Curse Spirit's expression changed. Panic became visible in her eyes. Right then, the system repeatedly announced that a deeply buried memory inside Ghost Curse Spirit had been successfully triggered. Ghost energy increased by 300 points. Old memories came flooding back. When she was alive, she experienced a horrifying incident on the rooftop of a tall building. Influenced by her friends, she ended up helping cause someone's fatal fall. The worst part was that those people acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, she trembled in fear and kept asking if they would all go to prison because of it. Beside her were the two people who had led her down that path. A blonde-haired person calmly said they only needed to claim the victim committed suicide. The blue-haired one immediately agreed and told her to stick to that story. In her confused state, she was eventually persuaded and reluctantly agreed. Sadly, that trust became the greatest mistake of her life. The very next day, the police came and arrested her. The other two had already reported everything and pushed all the blame onto her. Through tears and anger, she asked why they would treat a friend like that. Instead of feeling guilty, they mocked her. Choking back tears, she reminded them that they had always been together. The blonde-haired girl sneered and asked what being together had to do with friendship. The blue-haired one coldly added that nobody would believe the victim simply fell by accident. In the end, both of them casually declared that she was the only one who could take the blame. As the police dragged her away, she could only look back in despair. With a bitter lump in her throat, she managed to call out their names one last time. On the way to the police station, the two officers escorting her chatted casually. One asked about the doll in the vehicle, and the other happily explained that it was a gift from his daughter, so he would always have company while working. Hearing that conversation only deepened her pain. She thought that if she could start over, she would rather be friends with a doll than trust another human. But at that exact moment, a runaway bus came speeding toward them. The final tragedy arrived. The bus slammed directly into the police vehicle, ending her already tragic life. In despair, she swore she would never trust anyone again. After the horrific crash, the vehicle was almost completely crushed. She lay on the cold ground covered in blood. In the final moments before her death, she forced herself to look toward the police officer's doll and weakly whispered, "At least a doll would never betray her or stab her in the back like people would." Back in the present, Ghost Curse Spirit was still trapped in those painful memories. Jiang Chen looked at her in confusion while she let out chilling laughs. But surprisingly, instead of getting angry, she twisted her lips into a smile and admitted that Jiang Chen was completely right. Right after that, she tightened her grip on the ghost energy strings she controlled. The action caused immense pain to Sister Sun, who was trapped inside the bindings. Ghost Curse Spirit growled that if the woman was not Jiang Chen's friend, then she would kill her first. Hearing that, Jiang Chen paused for a moment and asked if she was really going to kill someone over a joke. At that moment, Sister Sun was being squeezed so tightly that she could barely endure it. She immediately reached into her pocket, as if searching for something. Before long, she pulled out a small bottle filled with dark red liquid. Without hesitation, she crushed the bottle on the spot. Wherever the liquid spread, the ghost energy bindings touching it were instantly destroyed. Ghost Curse Spirit was horrified by the sight and had no idea what she was looking at. Sister Sun calmly explained that it was premium black dog blood she got from Lu Kai, and now was finally the right time to use it. When Ghost Curse Spirit realized the blood was traveling back along the ghost energy links toward her, she immediately panicked. She could not understand how a ghost-banishing substance could trace the connection all the way back. Within moments, the black dog blood reached her hands, causing Ghost Curse Spirit to scream in agony as if her arms were being destroyed. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen joined in perfectly. He placed a hand on Ghost Curse Spirit's head and teased her with a grin, asking if it hurt. The moment he finished speaking, he violently ripped her head from her body. Looking at her calmly, Jiang Chen said he would help her find true release. The system immediately confirmed that Ghost Curse Spirit, a high-level evil ghost, had been completely eliminated and rewarded him with an additional 199 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Before him lay Ghost Curse Spirit's corpse, its head separated from its body, while strange blue spiritual energy still floated around it. Tossing this head aside, he remarked that this was one of the rare times he defeated an enemy without using a full demon form. Thinking back to what he had said earlier, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little awkward. He scratched his head and prepared to explain himself to Sister Sun. But Sister Sun did not care about that at all. She calmly said Jiang Chen was not wrong, because they were never really friends. If she had died to Ghost Curse Spirit just now, it would only mean she was too weak. Before Jiang Chen could reply, an urgent signal arrived and instantly changed Sister Sun's expression. It was a distress call from Yang Chan and Chen Xue. The two girls tried to communicate, but their voices kept breaking up because the situation was too critical. They only managed to say they were on the 5th floor, and the water was rising fast. After hearing that, Sister Sun immediately urged Jiang Chen to rush to the 5th floor and save them. Meanwhile, he stood still for a brief moment in thought. Even with his teammates in danger, Jiang Chen's eyes shifted toward the massive hole in the ceilings created by the earlier attack. He quickly came up with the fastest solution. Instead of taking the stairs, Jiang Chen leaped straight through the hole to reach the upper floor. The moment he landed in a half-kneeling position, he noticed that the entire floor around him was submerged in water. After standing up and looking around, Jiang Chen felt something was wrong. This place had been abandoned for years, so where had all this water come from? After some thought, he realized the most troubling possibility. If this water was created by a supernatural entity, direct contact could be extremely dangerous. Because of that, Jiang Chen immediately activated his demon transformation. Since his opponent controlled water, he chose the most suitable form to counter it. Only one name appeared in his mind: Ben Bo Er Ba. The instant the transformation began, Jiang Chen's body changed. His hair stood up and turned light blue, his skin gradually shifted to a bluish color, and his glowing red eyes radiated a strange light. His teeth also turned green, while sharp hook-like claws emerged from both hands. His hair grew noticeably longer than usual as well. Just as the transformation finished, the system suddenly announced that he had obtained a random divine ability called Demon Rain Art. Looking down at his new appearance, Jiang Chen found it hard to describe. He could not help wondering whether this bizarre look had something to do with that wig from earlier. While he was still thinking about it, a gigantic sphere of water appeared on the 5th floor. Trapped inside the floating water sphere were Yang Chan and Chen Xue, struggling desperately to escape. Yang Chan fought back with all her strength, trying to break the water prison from the inside. After several attempts, she finally managed to create a hole in the sphere's surface. But before she could celebrate, the opening instantly sealed itself as if it had never existed. Watching the water sphere recover so quickly, Yang Chan could only feel helpless. No matter how she attacked, it was useless, and she began to imagine the worst possible outcome. She kept scanning the area for Jiang Shen, anxiously wondering if he had received her distress signal. Chen Xue was no better off. The air inside was running out, and every breath let more water rush in. She could only pray Jiang Shen would arrive in time. Luckily, he finally showed up. Just as the two were losing hope, Jiang Shen appeared. Chen Xue instantly felt relieved, knowing their chance to survive had arrived. Without wasting a second, Jiang Shen rushed forward and unleashed a sharp strike, splitting the water prison, trapping them in two. Yang Chan and Chen Xue crashed to the ground as water splashed everywhere. The moment they were free, they desperately gulped for air. Jiang Shen even joked and asked if they were all right. Yang Chan hurried over and threw her arms around him, holding back tears. She said she knew he would come save her. Jiang Shen could only stand there awkwardly. Realizing her reaction was a bit too emotional, Yang Chan quickly let go. Chen Xue teased her, saying she was usually fearless, so why was she losing her composure now? Both girls were completely soaked. Chen Xue quickly explained the situation and warned Jiang Shen that a water-controlling female ghost was hiding on this floor. However, Jiang Shen was extremely confident in his current demonized state. He claimed water-based attacks no longer frightened him. After saying that, he loudly called through the hallway, demanding the hidden female ghost reveal herself. As he walked through the flooded area, he kept provoking his opponent to force her out. In response to his challenge, icy drops of water began falling from the ceiling. The moment the droplets landed on his shoulder, Jiang Shen sensed something was wrong. Looking up, he saw a blue-haired female ghost clinging upside down to the ceiling. Her drenched body hung there, as she flashed a creepy smile at him. She giggled and stuck out her long tongue from her water-filled mouth, asking in a chilling voice if he wanted to play with her. But Jiang Shen did not let her finish. He grabbed her head and slammed her straight down to the floor. The sudden move stunned the female ghost. Still hanging upside down, she stared at Jiang Shen in disbelief and questioned his current appearance. Jiang Shen calmly replied that he should fix her posture first. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped the female ghost upright. After forcing her to face him, Jiang Shen started using his usual bizarre tricks to farm ghost chi points and annoy her even more. The system immediately displayed a confused notification and rewarded him with another 20 ghost chi points. It all started with a lick on her neck, but Jiang Shen had no intention of stopping. He moved even closer to her face. Embarrassed and furious, the female ghost screamed for him to stop. Only then did he finally stop the strange behavior and look somewhat normal again. With an innocent expression, he asked if it really bothered her that much. The system and the blue-haired ghost thought he had returned to normal, but Jiang Shen immediately did something even crazier. He squeezed her cheeks until her tongue stuck out and casually suggested she lick him back instead. He was not done yet. He reached into her mouth, pulled out her tongue, and kept urging her on. Even the female ghost was completely horrified by this unimaginable behavior. Even the system could only watch in silence as ghost chi points surged. Meeting someone as abnormal as Jiang Shen was pure bad luck for the female ghost, earning him another 40 ghost chi points. Pushed beyond her limit, the female ghost finally exploded in rage. Her face twisted with fury as a pale blue sphere of water began forming inside her mouth. From that water sphere, a powerful stream suddenly blasted out and shot straight at Jiang Shen's face at incredible speed. Even while being attacked, Jiang Shen kept his bizarre style. He calmly wiped the water from his mouth, looked at her with interest, and joked that she had agreed to play a water-spitting game with him. Only now did Jiang Shen truly counterattack. He declared it was his turn and fired a massive water column from his mouth. The attack was so powerful and absurd that even the water-type ghost was blasted far away. When the torrent finally ended, the female ghost was sprawled across the ground. Her hair was a mess, her head was spinning, and she looked utterly miserable. Jiang Shen laughed and asked if she was not supposed to be immune to physical attacks. After saying that, he prepared to charge in again. In a flash, he closed the distance. Raising both hands with a dangerous grin, he declared he would test that claim himself. But before the attack landed, the female ghost turned into mist and vanished. Only a few drops of water remained where she had stood. A moment later, countless sharp water projectiles shot toward Jiang Shen from every direction. He dodged non-stop, flipping through the air as wave after wave of attacks rushed at him. While moving, Jiang Shen quickly glanced behind him. He noticed countless water droplets, still chasing him relentlessly. Sensing something strange about how they locked onto him, he activated his observation ability while retreating. His glowing green eyes lit up as he scanned the entire area for the enemy's location. After careful observation, he finally discovered the female ghost's hiding place. From what he saw, Jiang Shen quickly reached a conclusion. The water droplets were not being directly controlled. They were operating on some kind of instinctive mechanism. Even while thinking, he kept dodging the attacks. The constant harassment started to genuinely annoy Jiang Shen, and he searched for the reason behind it. Then he remembered the droplet that had landed on him earlier. Instantly, he realized that was the key. After figuring it out, Jiang Shen came up with a new plan. Since his opponent wanted to play tricks, he would return the favor. Without hesitation, he activated his invisibility skill and disappeared completely from sight. Losing track of her target, the female ghost frantically searched everywhere, unable to understand where Jiang Shen had gone. Just as she was still looking for him, a set of clothes suddenly dropped from above and landed on her head, creating a ridiculous scene. At that exact moment, Jiang Shen appeared right in front of her and smiled brightly. He said she looked soaking wet and might catch a cold, so she should wear the clothes. His sudden appearance caught her completely off guard. The female ghost shouted angrily, intending to mention the tracking mark she had placed on him. But before she could finish, Jiang Shen charged in like a storm and unleashed a barrage of punches. Everything happened so fast that the female ghost was left completely confused. After thoroughly beating up his opponent, he stood there with a smug grin. Jiang Shen quickly reviewed his plan. First, he wrapped demonic energy around the marked tracking seal, completely cutting off the water droplet's ability to follow him. Floating above his opponent, he reasoned that, in case she could still control the water consciously, he had deliberately hidden outside her field of view. What shocked the female ghost even more was that once the clothes landed on her, the demonic barrier disappeared, causing the tracking attacks to lock onto her instead. Tormented by her own technique until she collapsed. On the ground, the female ghost looked utterly miserable. Jiang Shen felt upset for a completely different reason. He complained that defeating a single ghost had cost too much, because his jacket was now completely ruined. At that moment, the system announced that the drowned ghost had been completely eliminated and rewarded him with another 400 ghost chi points. Then came more good news. The system congratulated him for surpassing 5,000 ghost chi points and asked whether he wanted to spend 1,000 points to upgrade. Hearing that number, Jiang Shen immediately looked dissatisfied and felt the price was absurdly high. The system quickly explained that the upgrade would unlock a new enhancement feature and told him not to expect any extravagant rewards. After thinking it over, Jiang Shen finally agreed. The system immediately entered upgrade mode and asked him to wait a moment. In the distance, the department director ghost quietly observed everything and could not help admiring the young man's strength. However, he had no idea that Jiang Shen had already noticed him. Without even turning around, Jiang Shen secretly smirked because that distinctive nose had exposed his location long ago. When he returned to the group, Yang Qian immediately asked whether the female foe ghost had been dealt with. Jiang Shen confidently replied that everything was finished. Seeing that he had just been through a fight, Chen Shui asked if he was all right. Jiang Shen simply smiled and said it was nothing worth mentioning. Then he wrapped an arm around both girls and confidently declared that he still had enough stamina to keep fighting for a very long time. As he spoke, he glanced upward and deliberately mocked someone, saying that unlike certain people, getting a little older was already enough to make them run out of energy. Hearing that jab, the department director ghost was furious, and his expression instantly darkened. The system immediately reported that Jiang Shen had hit a sore spot, rewarding him with another 20 ghost chi points. The department director stepped forward to block the three of them and started lecturing them with school rules, criticizing their improper behavior. Just as he was about to make another declaration, his strange nose suddenly stretched longer, and the nostril in the middle began glowing, as if energy was gathering. The moment a roar echoed out, a powerful blast shot from his nose and exploded right where Jiang Shen was standing. Yang Qian was thrown aside by the shockwave and cried out in pain, though she was not seriously injured. Chen Shui suffered the same fate and was slammed to the ground by the impact. Jiang Shen alone remained standing without moving. Looking at the two girls, he realized the overwhelming ghost chi had knocked them unconscious. Turning toward the principal, Jiang Shen mocked him, saying the school was unbelievably strict if such a minor rule violation deserved this kind of punishment. Unlike anyone else, however, he seemed genuinely excited by that kind of treatment. Hearing the non-stop taunts, the principal's abnormal nose stretched even longer. He immediately launched another attack. Strangely, the nose was unbelievably tough and remained completely unharmed, despite taking repeated hits. Worse yet, the recoil from each collision was powerful enough to send Jiang Shen flying backward. Realizing his opponent was far from ordinary, Jiang Shen quickly retreated to create more favorable fighting space. Instead of looking worried, a grin appeared on Jiang Shen's face. In his eyes, the real battle was only beginning. The system immediately activated Demon Dance Scale Transformation. Jiang Shen's eyes burned with confidence, as if he was ready to end the fight. A sharp horn emerged from his forehead, resembling something from an ancient mythical creature. Jiang Shen immediately challenged his opponent to come at him. Hearing that only made the department director angrier. He loudly declared that this violent behavior was another violation added on top of previous violations. The horn on Jiang Shen's head collided head-on with the giant nose in a brutal clash. Both sides exchanged fierce attacks and struggled against each other in an evenly matched battle. But after maintaining such intensity for a long time, the department director's nose finally reached its limit and had to retract. Unwilling to accept defeat, he activated a new technique called Extreme Toxic Nose Shot, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. Jiang Shen reacted instantly. His horn transformed into a flaming cannon, and he coldly asked if his opponent thought he was the only one with firepower. Wave after wave of destructive attacks blasted forward and exploded around the department director's position. Amid the explosions, a broken fragment from the damaged nose was launched into the air and fell directly above Jiang Shen. Even more shocking, the fragment suddenly transformed into a terrifying poisonous creature. Seeing this, Jiang Shen immediately realized he had been careless. Just as the situation became critical, a figure rushed in at lightning speed. Sister Sun arrived in time and unleashed a powerful strike against the strange creature. She instantly recognized it as that familiar type of monster and grew furious. However, her heroic moment did not last long. The monster's sharp tail suddenly pierced straight through her chest. The severe injury placed Sister Sun in extreme danger as blood continuously flowed from the corner of her mouth. Even so, her will remained unbroken. Forcing her eyes open, she flashed a proud smile and admitted she had been careless, but not helpless. She declared that even if she fell, she would drag the enemy down with her. As she spoke, her hand tightly grabbed the creature's body. Using every ounce of strength she had left, Sister Sun hurled it away and shouted that the black chicken skin exorcism bracelet on her wrist was not just for decoration. She then unleashed a barrage of thunder-powered punches, ignoring the sharp claws still buried deep inside her body. After fighting through massive blood loss, her life force steadily faded, and her breathing became heavier and more strained. In the end, her body collapsed onto the ground. No one knew whether she had merely lost consciousness or truly died. Witnessing everything, Jiang Shen felt genuine pressure for the first time. This opponent was clearly on a completely different level from anyone he had faced before. He immediately turned and stared directly at the department director. Deep down, he knew that, if he could not end the battle with a decisive blow, he might be the next one to fall. At that moment, the system suggested a new ultimate technique he could use, a demon dance art called Boiling Prison. However, seeing the department director's body trembling violently, Jiang Shen felt there was no need to use his strongest move yet. He mocked him, saying his greatest weapon had already been destroyed, so what was left to fight with? In response, the department director only let out resentful growls from deep within his throat. Suddenly, the department director's face twisted violently and transformed into a horrifying form. He sneered at Jiang Shen and mocked him for being naive enough to think destroying a nose was enough to stand on equal footing with him. His body rapidly expanded, muscles swelling as his frame grew much larger in the blink of an eye. Seeing his opponent become even stronger, Jiang Shen wasted no time and immediately activated the technique suggested by the system. A light drizzle began falling onto the department director, creating a strangely calm scene. Not understanding what was happening, he laughed disdainfully and mocked Jiang Shen for trying to fight him with a few useless drops of water. Jiang Shen remained calm and replied that he could think whatever he wanted, but there was one thing he should know first. He coldly revealed that this was not ordinary rain, but boiling water heated beyond 100 degrees. Hearing that, the department director instinctively looked at his hand and saw the droplets instantly evaporating on contact. In an instant, unbearable burning pain spread across his body. He screamed in panic, unable to understand why the temperature had become so terrifying. He jumped up and collapsed onto the ground, rolling around in agony while desperately crying out from the overwhelming heat. The system kept displaying notifications. The department director was suffering severe burn damage, allowing Jiang Shen to gain a massive amount of ghost chi. The louder the screams, the faster the points increased. His ghost chi total continued soaring. The system confirmed that the target was nearing the limit of survival and awarded Jiang Shen even more ghost chi points. After struggling and screaming for a long time, the department director finally stopped moving altogether. White smoke poured from his slowly disintegrating body. Jiang Shen casually walked over to the remains and said he would help him finish the final step. Without hesitation, he lowered the horn on his head and drove it straight into the department director's body. The system immediately updated his status. The notification confirmed that a top-tier evil ghost had been completely eliminated and rewarded Jiang Shen with another 199 ghost chi points. After the victory, the scale transformation state gradually faded away. The horn disappeared, restoring Jiang Shen's normal appearance. Looking at the huge increase in ghost chi after the battle, he could not hide his excitement. This trip had clearly exceeded all expectations. At that moment, Chen Shui and Yang Chan also woke up. They quickly rushed over and called his name, while Jiang Shen smiled and said they had woken up just as everything ended. But when everyone's gaze landed on Sister Sun lying motionless in the distance, the atmosphere immediately turned heavy. They all believed she had no chance of surviving. Chen Shui sadly said they had originally thought this was just a mission to gain experience, yet it had ultimately cost a life. Yang Chan agreed, saying the danger level of this mission had been completely underestimated. The ghosts here were never enemies they could handle. Carrying a heavy mood, Chen Shui turned to the others and asked how they should deal with the situation now. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere around him, Jiang Shen remained relaxed. He smiled and said that since they were already here, they might as well keep moving forward. Then he waved his hand and walked ahead. His optimism quickly spread to the others, easing the tension. Yang Chan laughed and agreed, saying there was nothing left to fear after coming this far. Chen Shui also regained her spirits and nodded in agreement. In her view, the most important task now was eliminating the remaining ghosts. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the three Qin brothers were facing the most dangerous part of the mission. The girl who had taken part in the bullying was trembling non-stop. Her body was covered in a sticky green liquid that slowly dripped down her skin. This was clearly one of Qin Ze's interrogation methods. Wearing a sinister smile, he continued demanding the female student's real name. Terrified beyond measure, the girl screamed that if she revealed it, everyone present would die. Qin Feiyang coldly raised his weapon and warned her that if she stayed silent, death would come immediately. Hearing that, the girl only looked at the three of them with a mixture of fear and confusion. Then her mind seemed to completely break, and she burst into manic laughter. The laughter echoed across the rooftop, sending chills down everyone's spine. Finally, she screamed that if that was the case, then everyone could go to hell together. Her eyes rolled back as she stared at the three brothers and began revealing the identity of the mysterious female student. But before she could finish the name, her body was instantly cut in half. The Qin brothers could only watch in shock as the girl died in an instant, her head separated from her body. The severed head rolled across the ground and stopped at the feet of a thin figure. A ghost had appeared, calmly wiping the blood from its body. It spoke in a gloomy voice and asked who had just mentioned its name. The ghost casually lifted the girl's corpse as if it were nothing more than an object. Then it opened its mouth and bit directly into the body, devouring it without hesitation. While chewing noisily, it continued asking who had called its name. Qin Feiyang turned pale. He recognized this as an extremely vicious ghost, one feared even among other ghosts. Qin Ze had also lost his earlier confidence. He estimated that the ghost's strength had reached at least the level of a half-fierce ghost. Hearing that, Qin Hai immediately grew worried and asked if they still had any chance of winning. Seeing the ghost focused on eating, Qin Hai suggested retreating, believing abandoning the mission was better than losing their lives. However, Qin Ze's greed and arrogance made him reject the idea immediately. He reminded them of the final trump card they had prepared. The moment that item was mentioned, Qin Hai relaxed slightly, having nearly forgotten about it. The blood yang pill could force the body to unleash its full potential for a short time, but the price was severe damage to one's cultivation foundation and long-term consequences. Without delay, the pill was quickly handed to Qin Hai. He swallowed it immediately, hoping that a great achievement here would help Qin Ze advance further on the martial path. For the Qin family, they desperately needed someone capable of carrying the future of the entire clan. As soon as the medicine took effect, Qin Hai's power surged violently. His aura exploded outward, yet the ghost did not even bother looking at him and continued eating. The effects of the blood yang pill quickly became obvious. Qin Hai's muscles swelled, and his physical strength increased dramatically. The pressure radiating from his body also became far greater than before, far beyond his normal state. Feeling a level of power he had never experienced in his life, Qin Hai threw back his head and roared excitedly. Without waiting another second, he charged directly at the ghost, determined to test his new strength in battle. A moment later, a terrifying collision erupted across the rooftop. Down below, Jiang Shen's group also felt the shockwave. They immediately guessed that Qin Ze's side had already started fighting. Jiang Shen smiled and asked whether they should go help. He did not like Qin Ze, but since the man came from a major family, avoiding direct conflict might be wiser. Chen Shui and Yang Chan immediately objected. To them, that sounded like he was underestimating their own families. Yang Chan bluntly pointed out that Qin Ze had harmed plenty of people. She would never forgive someone like that. In fact, saving him might only lead to him betraying them later. Seeing Jiang Shen hesitate, Chen Shui patted his shoulder and reassured him that she and Yang Chan would support him if needed. Hearing that, Jiang Shen quickly waved his hands and said it should not be handled that way. Right was right, and anyone who needed saving should still be saved. As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched his stomach and complained that after dealing with all those ghosts, he was starving. Chen Xue could not help laughing. She laughed and replied that it was a funny coincidence, because she felt exactly the same. Seeing that, Yang Chan suggested they grab something to eat first and recover their energy before making any further plans. The three headed straight into KFC. Remembering it was a special promotion day, Chen Shou excitedly announced that everyone could order a meal, and she would pay for everything. The other two were instantly delighted. Sister Chen really was generous. While the three enjoyed their meal in peace, someone elsewhere was facing a desperate situation, and Qin Hai was one of them. Targeting the fierce ghost's exposed brain, he assumed it had to be the weak point, and unleashed a full-power killing strike. A violent impact rang out, as his spear pierced from the top of the ghost's head all the way down to its neck. But the fierce ghost's strength far exceeded expectations. The moment the attack ended, Qin Hai realized it had done almost no damage at all. Refusing to give up, he poured everything into another heavy punch, aimed straight at its heart. But the weeping ghost calmly took the hit without flinching. To it, that power meant nothing. It tightened its grip on Qin Hai's arm and coldly asked if he was the one who had called its name. In an instant, Qin Hai's hand was crushed out of shape. Bones cracked loudly as he screamed in agony. Taking advantage of his pain, the weeping ghost charged forward and crazily shouted that he was indeed that person. Luckily, reinforcements arrived just in time and unleashed a barrage of attacks straight at the ghost's face. Qin Feiyang had already pushed his body to the limit. The moment he arrived, he checked on Qin Hai. Seeing his incredible speed, Qin Hai asked if he had also taken the blood yang pill. Qin Feiyang could only give a helpless reply that he had no other choice. After saying that, he immediately rushed forward and launched another relentless assault. The weeping ghost seemed completely unconcerned by his terrifying speed and kept muttering about what happened earlier. Qin Feiyang roared and swung his sword non-stop. The slashes were too fast for normal eyes to follow, yet the ghost kept repeating the same strange question. It kept asking whether he had also called its name before. The next second, it flashed forward, grabbed Qin Feiyang's head, and slammed him into the ground. Just as the weeping ghost prepared a finishing blow, Qin Hai's punch came from the side to save him. The impact twisted the ghost's head to one side. Qin Hai angrily demanded that it release Qin Feiyang at once. But even with all his strength, he could not separate that deformed head from its neck. Qin Hai was already nearing his limit. His breathing grew heavy as the side effects of the blood yang pill finally kicked in. The weeping ghost simply held its ruined face and let out a creepy laugh, as if none of the attacks had hurt it. A far stronger wave of ghost energy erupted from its body along with an overwhelming pressure. It thanked them, saying the damaged part of its skull had bothered it ever since it fell to the lower floor. Watching that bizarre regeneration, Qin Ze grew suspicious. It had started as only a half-weeping ghost, so why couldn't even 2 blood yang pills suppress it? He kept wondering where things had gone wrong. The weeping ghost pointed at its exposed brain and happily said that opening that area made it feel much better. It even claimed this was its true form before casually stirring its exposed brain with a finger. In moments, a strange transformation swept through its body as if it were being reborn again. Its clothes changed and its frame grew larger, but the feeling it gave off was completely different. Qin Ze stood frozen, unable to take his eyes off the bizarre scene. What caught his attention most was the exposed brain slowly turning bright red. This had clearly surpassed the level of an ordinary, half-weeping ghost. The 3 Qin brothers felt chills run down their spines, and their expressions changed at once. The thing standing before them was actually facing such a terrifying existence. Retreat seemed like the only smart choice. Qin Hai and Qin Feiyang immediately turned and ran. The two fled in despair, ignoring the injuries tearing their bodies apart. But before they got far, the weeping ghost used a mysterious method to catch up to Qin Feiyang. It stared at him with a spine-chilling gaze and revealed a creepy smile. Reaching out its hand, it asked if he was the fastest one. The next second, it grabbed Qin Feiyang's head and lifted him into the air. A storm of punches followed and brutally injured him on the spot. Qin Hai was completely stunned by the sight. Valuing brotherhood above all else, he immediately turned back and shouted Qin Feiyang's name as he charged forward. Using his only functional arm, he unleashed one final all-out strike. Unfortunately, the weeping ghost easily caught the punch and held it in place. In desperation, Qin Hai called out to Qin Ze for help. Seeing his teammates on the verge of death, Qin Ze only smiled calmly and told him to hold on a little longer. As he spoke, Qin Ze slowly took out the drum he had obtained earlier and casually said he would be there soon. A piercing drumbeat echoed through the area. Instantly, both the weeping ghost and Chin Hai were frozen in place, as if they had lost all ability to move. While his body remained paralyzed, Chin Hai angrily asked why he was affected as well. As Chin Zhe approached, he finally revealed his true colors and asked if Chin Hai remembered the story he once told him. The lesson was simple. You do not need to outrun the wolf. You only need someone else to become its prey. Realizing he had been used, Chin Hai cursed Chin Zhe in anger and disbelief. He could not understand why his teammate would betray him. Chin Zhe calmly replied that Chin Hai's life or death had never benefited him anyway. Then his expression turned vicious. He admitted that if Chin Hai disappeared, he would have a chance with his wife. After saying that, he let out a sinister laugh. Gently stroking the drum, Chin Zhe noticed its effect was about to end. He immediately turned around and walked away, abandoning his teammates and coldly telling Chin Hai to fend for himself. On the other side, the weeping ghost kept pretending to struggle against Chin Hai's resistance and made sounds as if it were having a hard time. But the act vanished completely when it suddenly let out a savage roar. It eagerly watched Chin Hai move closer and closer to death in its grasp. Chin Hai's desperate cries echoed everywhere. From a distance, Chin Zhe only smirked and even mocked him. Outside the area, Jiang Chen's group also heard the miserable screams and was immediately alarmed. Jiang Chen was still chewing his food. After hearing the scream, he complained that this was unpleasant right after finishing a meal. Chen Shui quickly realized the sound came from the area where Chin Zhe's group was operating. She worried that if even the Chin brothers could not handle it, they should call for support from the underworld. Jiang Chen immediately rejected the idea. On the surface, he said things were not that serious yet, but deep down he worried reinforcements would take away his chance to collect ghost energy. He then casually put an arm around both girls and reassured them that the people in danger still needed saving. After that, Jiang Chen led them deeper into the danger zone and headed straight toward Chin Zhe's location. Outside the corridor, darkness covered every corner. The silence was so heavy that it felt suffocating. Leading the group, Jiang Chen called out loudly to see if anyone was nearby. Hiding behind a wall, Chin Zhe clicked his tongue in annoyance. He did not understand why these people had appeared at such a bad time, though he was secretly worried. Quickly, coming up with a plan, he crouched down and rubbed his hands through the dirt on the ground. He deliberately made both hands as filthy as possible. Then he smeared the dirt across his face to look battle-worn before rushing out with the expression of someone who had found a savior. Pointing behind him, Chin Zhe nervously claimed there was an extremely terrifying weeping ghost upstairs. He said he had risked his life fighting it and managed to seriously injure it. Jiang Chen responded with a mysterious smile and asked why he had not finished it himself if everything had gone so well. Chin Zhe immediately coughed a few times, pretended to be weak, and said his injuries were too severe to continue fighting. Seeing that Jiang Chen was not convinced, he began tempting him with rewards. He stressed that it was a true weeping ghost, and killing it would bring huge rewards and points. He even painted a bright future of joining famous factions. But while he was still talking, a blazing red brain suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing the horrifying sight, Chen Shui and Yang Chan immediately cried out. The entire group hurriedly stepped back after realizing the weeping ghost had appeared right in front of them. A chilling voice came from ahead as it demanded to know who had dared mention its name. Jiang Chen looked directly at the terrifying figure and was briefly surprised. However, his expression quickly became extremely strange, as if he had realized something. Then, even more unexpectedly, he burst into an excited laugh as though he had just found a priceless treasure. Looking at the ghost, trembling so violently that it had removed its own head, leaving only its exposed brain, while ghost energy kept surging through the system, Jiang Chen felt this was the perfect target he had always wanted. Hearing those words, Chin Zhe suddenly found Jiang Chen even scarier than the weeping ghost. He could only think that this guy had been frightened so badly that he had lost his mind. Not wanting the truth exposed, Chin Zhe quickly came up with a plan. He would keep everyone here as bait, wait for the weeping ghost and the others to wear each other down, then step in and claim the rewards. With that in mind, he immediately took out the drum he had obtained earlier. Rapid drum beats echoed through the area and rang directly in everyone's ears. Chen Shui, Yang Chan, and the others instantly felt a chilling cold spread through their bodies. Jiang Chen also noticed that familiar sensation returning. The strange sound seemed to trigger some kind of resonance inside him. At that moment, the system announced that Special Envoy Shame had successfully resonated and gained an additional 5% power boost. Believing his plan had worked, Chin Zhe left the three as bait for the weeping ghost, and turned to leave with a smug expression. But his satisfaction did not last long before a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Somehow, Jiang Chen had appeared right behind him. He calmly praised the drum and asked him to play a few more beats. Qinze stared at the drum in disbelief. He could not understand why its demonic sound had no effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept urging him on. Meanwhile, Qinze panicked and shouted that this was no time for drumming. The weeping ghost was already here. Did he really want to watch everyone die? At that critical moment, the brain ghost had already closed in on Chen Shui and Yang Chan. Only then did Jiang Chen casually nod and admit that Qinze actually made a good point. After hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately followed his rule of keeping what was useful and discarding what was troublesome. Without hesitation, he kicked Qinze flying and coldly told him to get lost. With that distraction handled, he turned his attention to the brain ghost and silently assessed it. Given its danger level, a 1-star form probably would not be enough. Thinking that, Jiang Chen quickly took out his familiar transformation item. He activated his new power, summoned a strange phantom behind him, and loudly called for Dear, Power Great Immortal to possess him. Almost instantly, the transformation began. Changes emerged from deep within his body. A massive surge of power rose like a tidal wave and gathered into both arms. Then it continued upward and concentrated entirely within his brain. When the transformation finished, Jiang Chen looked incredibly strange. 2 antenna-like whiskers sat on his head, while sparks crackled around his hands. Compared to the original form, however, this version looked noticeably off. The system immediately displayed a notification. Random divine ability acquired from the 3-star demon body, Minor Palm Thunder. Feeling the new power flowing through him, Jiang Chen could barely hide his excitement. In his view, the 2-star demon transformation was strong enough to send that annoying supervisor straight to the grave. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Yang Chan remained completely suppressed and unable to move. Their minds were clear again, but their bodies were still locked in place. The weeping ghost tilted its head and demanded to know which of them had called its name. Yang Chan instantly denied it. No one would be foolish enough to admit it in this situation. Hearing that answer, the weeping ghost frowned and asked again. But it quickly lost interest, because there was still another person standing there. It shifted its gaze to Chen Shui and directly concluded that she had to be the culprit. Facing imminent death, Chen Shui was terrified. All she felt was despair as she believed she would die here today. At the most dangerous moment, a powerful bolt of lightning suddenly shot over and knocked away the ghost's claw before it could touch her. Jiang Chen appeared behind them with an amused expression and casually remarked that this lightning ability was actually pretty useful. The weeping ghost had no idea what was happening. In truth, Jiang Chen had been using it to test his new skill the whole time. The system immediately reflected the ghost's mental state. In its mind, Jiang Chen was like a natural enemy. Every touch left its entire body numb. Ghost energy gained 170 points. While talking, Jiang Chen kept firing crackling bolts of electricity. He even teased the ghost by asking if it felt good. As if that was not enough, he generously announced another round of electricity. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful surge of lightning blasted the weeping ghost and sent it flying away. Although it landed on its feet, both hands were still wrapped in lingering currents of electricity. It raised its trembling hands and looked pitiful. Through the pain, it could not understand why everyone insisted on treating it so badly. However, the weeping ghost quickly broke free from the lightning's effects, thanks to its intense emotional outburst. The system continued tracking its overwhelming resentment. In its mind, everyone standing before it would eventually suffer the same tragic fate. Ghost energy gained 500 points. Filled with boundless rage, the weeping ghost charged straight at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen's reaction was completely unexpected. It was almost as if he was welcoming the attack. The moment they made contact, he instantly restrained the ghost and pinned it against the wall in a completely dominant position. Pressed so tightly that it could not resist, the brain ghost could only grind its teeth while glaring at him with pure hatred. Seeing that the ghost's reaction was not heading where he wanted, Jiang Chen gently placed his still electrified hand on her cheek, as if comforting her, leaving the brain ghost completely confused. He calmly told her to settle down and think carefully about what was really making her so angry. Was it because everyone had teamed up against her? Not really. The truth was that she tried to kill people first, so they had no choice but to defend themselves. The brain ghost looked completely stunned. Her head shook back and forth as she blankly asked what the real reason for her anger was. Jiang Chen pointed directly at her exposed brain and told her to use it properly for once. After a moment, the brain ghost finally remembered that everything started because someone had called her name. Hearing that answer, Jiang Chen immediately looked satisfied and continued guiding her thoughts. The brain ghost stared at him as if the answer was obvious. In her view, the next step was naturally to find the person who called her name and deal with them. From afar, Qinze watched the entire exchange and became more confused with every second. To him, Jiang Chen looked like someone completely possessed by a ghost. Even so, Qinze kept calculating. After so many battles, the weeping ghost had surely exhausted a lot of strength. Once both sides severely weakened each other, he would step in and reap the rewards. But all his plans collapsed when Jiang Chen casually pointed at him and told the brain ghost that the person who called her name was standing right over there. Qinze was so furious, he could not even curse in time. He immediately turned and ran while cursing in his heart. Who would have thought that guy would team up with a ghost to get him killed? Qinze even swore that if he survived, he would mobilize his entire family to take revenge on Jiang Chen. But while lost in those thoughts, a dark figure suddenly flashed past him. Seeing the brain ghost appear directly in front of him, the last bit of hope inside him vanished. In that critical moment, Qinze remembered that he still had one more treasure. He hurriedly pulled out the drum he had bought from Master Liu and struck it repeatedly. Unfortunately, the drum produced no effect at all. Qinze could only despair over his terrible luck. At the very moment of life and death, he no longer had enough spiritual power to use it. In the brain ghost's eyes, the moment for revenge had finally arrived. She let out a delighted laugh and slowly approached with a terrifying smile. With nowhere left to run, Qinze could only shout meaningless threats and tell her to get lost. The brain ghost placed an icy hand on his head and coldly asked if he was the one who had called her name. Qinze suddenly fell silent for several seconds, as if he had remembered something extremely important. He recalled a souvenir from a past trip, an old shotgun that had been stored away for years. Combining it with the demons-laying ammunition he had prepared, he waited for the perfect moment before suddenly firing. The shot struck the brain ghost directly in the head as he roared fiercely. Seeing her stand motionless after the shot, Qinze immediately became smug. He believed everyone should always leave themselves a way out. But the brain ghost's stillness lasted only a moment. She calmly pulled the bullet from her face and complained that it actually hurt. She even asked what kind of strange thing he had used. The moment Qinze saw that, he froze. Damn it, wasn't that an extremely rare evil-slaying bullet worth 10,000 points each? Realizing he was truly standing at death's door, he did not hesitate and immediately chose to flee. As he ran, he planned to reach a protected zone before thinking about anything else. Qinze bounced forward like a kangaroo, and after only a few leaps, he disappeared deep into the dense forest. Only after confirming that the female ghost was no longer chasing him, did he finally relax a little. Taking advantage of the brief break, Qinze hid beneath a large tree and covered his nose, trying to conceal his presence so the ghost could not track him. But his bad luck was far from over. At that moment, a pressure filled with thunder energy suddenly descended, making Qinze scream in panic. The culprit was none other than Jiang Chen, sitting atop the tree. He smiled innocently and claimed he had meant to ambush the female ghost, but accidentally missed. No one could possibly believe that excuse. Before Qinze could even curse, the female ghost silently appeared behind him and coldly said she had finally found his hiding place. Terrified out of his mind, Qinze ran while shouting in grievance. What accidental miss? You clearly tried to throw me straight into the ghost's jaws. Somehow, Jiang Chen had already appeared beside him. His words sounded comforting, but Qinze's face looked ready to break into tears. He knew his chances of escaping were almost zero. While constantly firing crackling bolts of lightning, Jiang Enche insisted he was doing his best to help deal with the female ghost. The problem was that every attack looked like it was about to kill someone else instead. Qinze kept getting caught in Jiang Chen's relentless attacks and could not understand why he had become the main target. Trembling with fear, he loudly protested. Deal with the ghost? It looks more like you're trying to kill me. Jiang Chen only smiled mysteriously and suggested that, instead of glaring at him, young Master Qin should try looking behind him. Qinze immediately froze. With suspicion in his eyes, he snorted and turned around. What he saw was a towering cliff blocking his path. Qinze instantly fell into despair, as the way forward was completely sealed. There was still a narrow slope nearby that could be used to climb out. If he acted quickly, he might still escape the female ghost. However, another idea suddenly formed in his mind. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen jumped down and blocked that path as well. Qinze furiously shouted that he had cut off his last route to survival. Facing death, Qinze immediately changed his attitude. He begged Jiang Chen for mercy and promised a generous reward in the future. From now on, they could be like family. Jiang Chen acted confused and said young Master Qin was being too polite. He came to save people, not to seek rewards. Given their relationship, he would help even without compensation. Hearing that, Qinze nearly choked with rage. He immediately pulled out his fully loaded gun and shouted whether Jiang Chen was deliberately mocking him. He pointed the barrel directly at Jiang Chen and declared that he would deal with him first. But before he could finish speaking, something happened even faster than his words. The arm holding the gun had already been severed, and he did not even notice it happen. Qinze stared blankly at the empty space where his arm used to be, unable to understand how it had disappeared so suddenly. At that moment, the weeping ghost's icy hand wrapped around his throat. Unable to breathe, Qinze could only struggle and make weak choking sounds. The female ghost looked at him with hatred and coldly said that people like him always talked about friendship and brotherhood, yet could betray each other without hesitation. Standing nearby, Jiang Chen immediately tried to stop her, though his words sounded completely insincere. He loudly told her to release his good friend at once. The female ghost laughed mockingly. This man had just tried to kill him, yet now Jiang Chen wanted to save him. Jiang Chen only looked confused. In his eyes, this ghost was truly strange. She was fierce in battle, yet completely unable to understand sarcasm or hidden meanings. But that trait gave Jiang Chen another interesting idea. It would be a waste not to provoke her while he had the chance. So he immediately switched to an emotional tone and said that although Qinze had once plotted against him, he was still an important figure and a valued friend. He even seriously declared that if she killed young Master Qin, he would no longer hold back. It sounded like a powerful threat, but it carried very little weight. Meanwhile, the most miserable person was still Qinze. Shaking in fear while being tortured, he desperately begged Jiang Chen to stop talking so he might have a chance to survive. The weeping ghost dragged Qinze farther away and issued a challenge. She declared that she would kill him right in front of Jiang Chen and see what he could possibly do about it. The pain spread through Qinze's entire body. Rage and despair filled his heart, and all he wanted was to tear Jiang Chen apart. The next second, young Master Qin's head was slammed hard against a nearby boulder. The furious female ghost kept smashing his face into the sharp rocks while screaming for him to die. Even Jiang Chen looked slightly surprised. Her anger had clearly gone far beyond his expectations. After venting for a while, the ghost finally calmed down. She grabbed Qinze by the hair and lifted him up, then mocked Jiang Chen and asked how strong his earlier threat really was. Jiang Chen stayed completely calm. He pointed at Qinze and said she had not even killed him since he was still barely breathing. A new system notification appeared at once. The ghost had been provoked again, earning Jiang Chen another 90 ghost chi points. Driven mad by the taunt, the ghost yanked Qinze's messy hair and swore to kill him right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a dark spell and released eerie flames that covered Qinze's body. The unbearable pain pierced deep into his bones. Qinze tried to scream, but no sound came out. In moments, the flames burned away his entire body, leaving behind only a charred skeleton. The ghost casually tossed a glowing green object onto the ground. It rolled to Jiang Chen's feet, and he instantly put on a sorrowful face and cried out for his dear friend. The moment his fake mourning act ended, Jiang Chen burst forward and declared that he finally had a reason to kill her. Hearing her real name spoken aloud, Bai Ling gritted her teeth in fury and demanded to know what gave Jiang Chen the right to call her that. Bai Ling immediately unleashed a demon spell. A sharp green light shot toward Jiang Chen, but he vanished before it could hit. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen appeared beside her and landed a heavy punch. Seeing the attack work, he moved in for another strike, but Bai Ling reacted quickly and used the hole in her head as a shield. Jiang Chen's fist slammed directly into the exposed brain of the female ghost. The impact shocked him. It was unbelievably hard, and his arm felt like it had struck solid metal. Taking advantage of his brief distraction, Bai Ling jumped up and charged at him with overwhelming killing intent. She roared that she would crush him. Then her figure vanished as huge stone pillars suddenly rose around the area. Jiang Chen was instantly trapped inside the formation. While he observed the situation, Bai Ling burst out from underground and slammed her steel-like head into his back, sending him flying into the air. After recovering his balance, Jiang Chen laughed with excitement and said they should see whose head was tougher. At the same time, the system announced that the 3 demon body divine ability had been activated. Bright golden patterns appeared across Jiang Chen's face like streams of flowing lightning. Bai Ling rushed forward again, at incredible speed, planning to smash his head apart with her abnormally hard brain. Contrary to expectations, Jiang Chen did not dodge. He deliberately met the attack head-on with his own forehead. The result forced Bai Ling to retreat immediately. She touched her head in confusion, unable to understand why he was so absurdly tough. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen slowly approached, with the look of someone who had just found an interesting new toy. He casually placed a hand on Bai Ling's shoulder and suddenly squeezed hard, making her face twist in pain while pretending to ask if she felt dizzy. He then pointed at her exposed brain and seriously commented that it seemed to have a major problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen grabbed the brain and violently ripped it out of Bai Ling's head. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Chen examined it for a moment and let out a strange laugh. He even pretended to think about how to fix it despite having no experience at all. Bai Ling was now in a miserable state. Every movement of her exposed brain produced a bizarre sound as blood streamed down her face. In her fury, she could only curse Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not bother arguing. He simply kicked her away with one clean strike. Even after having her brain ripped out, Bai Ling's body kept twitching. Jiang Chen casually tossed the brain aside and remarked that a vengeful ghost was truly terrifying. At the same time, at a building far away, Chen Shui hurried to Yang Chen and reported that Jiang Chen's group seemed to be fighting an enemy deep in the forest. Yang Chen immediately agreed to check it out. Just then, the roar of helicopter blades echoed overhead. A helicopter suddenly appeared and circled above them. A female figure jumped from the cabin without hesitation. The newcomer was Zilei. She originally planned to use the treetops to slow her fall, but her calculation was off. Zilei clicked her tongue after realizing she had missed. Reacting instantly, she summoned a strange arm beneath her to catch herself. After completing its task, the eerie hand slowly faded away, while Zilei landed safely on the ground. A group of escorts came with her. The moment she landed, Zilei asked Chen Shui and Yang Chen where the vengeful ghost was. Yang Chen immediately pointed toward the dense forest ahead and said the target was deep inside. Zilei ordered everyone to move out at once. The group quickly entered the forest. Along the way, Chen Shui noticed that Zilei's body was covered in fresh wounds. Seeing her condition, Chen Shui guessed that this underworld agent had just gone through an extremely fierce battle. After tracking the signs for a while, Zilei finally spotted Jiang Chen and Bai Ling in the distance and alerted everyone. When the group arrived, Chen Shui was stunned. The battle was basically over, making all her earlier worries seem unnecessary. Seeing Zilei arrive with her team, Jiang Chen immediately looked displeased. He felt he had done all the hard work, only for them to show up and claim the result. Not wanting any surprises, Jiang Chen decided to finish things immediately and kill Bai Ling on the spot. The system soon confirmed it. Vengeful Ghost Bai Ling had been eliminated, and Jiang Chen gained another 444 Ghost Chi points. Having doubted Jiang Chen's identity for a long time, Zilei finally asked directly. She wanted to know why he appeared everywhere and how he could defeat a vengeful ghost alone. Jiang Chen had no intention of explaining. He coldly replied that his personal matters were not under the underworld's authority. A man standing beside Zilei immediately became angry after hearing that response and stepped forward. However, Zilei raised a hand to stop him, forcing him to back off in frustration. Zilei then ordered him to secure the scene, investigate the victims' deaths, and return the bodies to their respective families. The man reluctantly obeyed, while openly showing his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen found it amusing. As he passed by, he deliberately bumped Jiang Chen's shoulder and secretly left a strange liquid on his clothes. Jiang Chen rubbed his shoulder and mocked him for walking around like a child who kept crashing into people. But at that moment, the strange liquid suddenly changed and caught his attention. Starting as a tiny spot, it quickly formed into a human shape. Moments later, a strange girl appeared and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen from behind. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen instantly joked and asked whether she was a female ghost or a male ghost, since her chest was so flat. The remark made her grind her teeth in rage. The system immediately sounded. The back-clinging ghost had been provoked, earning Jiang Chen another 80 Ghost Chi points. Her body rapidly expanded. From a petite girl, she transformed into a giant monster and pressed down on Jiang Chen while demanding to know if he still dared call her flat. Even while carrying the enormous weight, Jiang Chen remained calm. He casually advised her to get off while she still could. Veins bulged across his face from the pressure, yet he still warned her not to blame him for the consequences. Seeing this, Zilei stepped in. She ordered the back-clinging ghost to stop fooling around and immediately recalled it. Zilei let out a soft sigh and explained on her subordinate's behalf. She said the team had just returned from an extremely dangerous mission. The lingering ghost chi inside their bodies had not fully stabilized yet. As she spoke, she raised her hand near Jiang Chen's face. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth instantly curled into a meaningful smile. He leaned closer and joked that he wanted to experience the ghost chi of an underworld agent. Since Lei was such a beauty, he guessed it probably tasted like strawberries. Then he suddenly licked her fingertip. The unexpected move left Zilei stunned. Her cold expression instantly turned red as she asked what he was doing. She quickly told him to wipe off the saliva and change the subject. Zilei stressed that she came here to work, not to argue with him. Jiang Chen was clearly amused after making her flustered. He laughed and told her to get to the main point. Zilei immediately became serious again. She announced that 6 gifted cultivators had died during this mission. As she spoke, she took out a strange finger bone and explained that she needed statements from all survivors. Chen Xiu and Yang Chan immediately changed expressions. They recognized it as the finger bone of the Lai ghost. Jiang Chen did not care much about the item's origin. He was more interested in Zilei and even misheard a few words, asking a curious question. Yang Chan was so annoyed, she nearly jumped up and quickly corrected him, saying it was the Lai ghost and not whatever nonsense he was imagining. The finger bone was threaded through a special golden string. Jiang Chen asked about the ghost that once owned it. After hearing it was a blood-robed ghost, he guessed it had reached rank 8. Yang Chan nodded in confirmation. She continued by saying that Ghost had once shaken the entire underworld community. To eliminate it, the underworld had deployed its strongest forces and sacrificed more than half their members, just to obtain its 10 fingers. Zilei coldly concluded that everyone should answer honestly if they understood how terrifying this item was. She then controlled the bone and made it float in mid-air to assist with the questioning. Its first target was Chen Xue. The tip of the bone gently touched her forehead, causing her to flinch slightly. Zilei immediately asked her to recount everything that happened during the mission. Under the influence of the special item, Chen Xue hid nothing and told the full story. She explained every detail clearly from beginning to end. After listening, Zilei thought for a moment and concluded that, although Qin Ze was dead, betraying teammates was still a serious crime, and the Qin family would face separate punishment. After finishing with Chen Xue, Zilei turned to Yang Chan. While controlling the string, the bone accidentally passed by Jiang Chen's face. She then asked what the group was doing while Qin Ze was being hunted down. Influenced by the bone's power, Yang Chan honestly admitted that the group had been too hungry and went looking for food. Zilei nodded at the answer. In her view, recovering their strength under those circumstances was understandable. Watching the entire process, Jiang Chen could only laugh inwardly. It seemed everyone had to go through this test. At the same time, he secretly kept the green item taken from Bai Ling hidden behind his back. As the Lai ghost's finger bones slowly floated toward him, Jiang Chen began to feel pressure. Sweat formed on his forehead as he worried the secret item would be discovered. Just as the ghost bone was about to touch Jiang Chen's forehead, the tension reached its peak. He suddenly reached behind his back and accurately activated the hidden green object. The caution on his face vanished at once, replaced by a confident smile as if everything was under control. Zilei continued questioning him and asked why nobody stepped forward to save Qin Ze when he was in danger. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, let out a regretful sigh, and said that he had repeatedly tried to persuade Qin Ze to stop before it was too late. As he spoke, his eyes even filled with tears. He claimed Qin Ze was simply too stubborn, while the enemy had been far too powerful. Even the onlookers were surprised. The carefree young man suddenly looked incredibly loyal and righteous. Zilei then put away the ghost bone and informed everyone that they were free to leave. The rewards would be delivered later. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot as if she had never been there. Not long after, a series of violent banging sounds echoed through the apartment complex where Jiang Chen lived. Fast asleep, Jiang Chen was repeatedly awakened by the constant noise. The pounding continued without stopping, irritating him more and more until he finally got out of bed. In a bad mood, he walked toward the door and wondered if the knocking ghost from before had not been fully dealt with. The moment the door opened, Jiang Chen already had a magic card secretly prepared in his hand, ready to strike if it was a ghost. But the person outside was not a ghost at all. It was Sister Hong. Her flushed face and unusual expression caught him off guard. He quickly put away the card, forced a smile, and asked why she had come so late at night, while he had not even gotten dressed yet. To his surprise, Sister Hong suddenly burst into tears. She rushed forward, raised her tear-stained face, and begged Jiang Chen to help her through this crisis. Seeing her cry so uncontrollably shocked Jiang Chen as well. He quickly invited her inside, poured her a cup of hot tea, and gave her time to calm down, while a heavy silence filled the room. Sister Hong gripped the cup tightly and kept her head lowered for a long time without speaking. After quite a while, she finally said that to understand the matter, she had to start with her family. In her recollection, she explained that 10 years ago, her father had forced her into an arranged marriage with the heir of a major family, but she wanted to choose her own future. The failed marriage arrangement caused the family to decline. Her father blamed everything on her and kicked her out, though her mother secretly bought her half of an apartment building to support her. Hearing that detail, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Owning half an apartment building was already unbelievable, yet she still called her family fallen. Looking slightly embarrassed, Sister Hong revealed that her real name was Gu Hongya and asked whether Jiang Chen had heard of the Gu family. The moment he heard it, Jiang Chen felt insignificant. He could not believe the woman before him was connected to the famous Gu family of Jiangbei. Even so, he still could not understand why she was sharing such a family secret and asked what had actually happened. Gu Hongya sadly explained that her mother had called yesterday with urgent news. Her brother and sister-in-law had recently been experiencing a series of strange events. Jiang Chen immediately grew curious and asked what kind of strange events. Gu Hongya nodded and said her mother had not revealed the details, but insisted that something extremely sinister was currently inside the family home. Because of that, her father had spared no effort in hiring experts and cultivators to perform exorcisms. But every attempt failed. Not only was the problem unresolved, the strange phenomena became even more frequent. Worried sick about the family business, her father eventually collapsed and became bedridden. Setting down her cup, Gu Hongya continued with a heavy expression, saying the situation had gone far beyond what the family could handle. As a result, her father publicly promised that whoever solved the disaster would have a chance to inherit the family. After saying that, she could only sigh helplessly. The moment Jiang Chen heard the word inheritance, his eyes instantly lit up, leaving Gu Hongya confused. His mind immediately began painting all kinds of luxurious futures that most people could only dream of. The more he thought about it, the deeper he sank into those rosy fantasies. He imagined himself smoothly becoming the future head of the family. Massive contracts would be delivered straight to him, while he casually ordered subordinates to bring documents for his signature. The thought alone thrilled him. Seeing him stare into space without responding, Gu Hongya anxiously asked whether he was capable of handling this matter. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen confidently winked and declared that a few minor ghosts were nothing to worry about. However, Gu Hongya's expression darkened, as if she had suddenly remembered something important. Jiang Chen immediately grew suspicious. It felt like Gu Hongya had only revealed a small part of the story. Gu Hongya slowly explained that the Gu family was an ancient clan, and her grandfather's branch was originally a side branch separated from the main line. Over time, the main branch declined while her father's family rose rapidly and became one of the wealthiest forces in Jiangbei. Hearing that, Jiang Chen guessed the main branch had returned to fight over the fortune, but Gu Hongya quickly denied it. She explained that her father's wish was to bury her grandfather in the ancestral homeland of the main branch, so he could finally return to his roots, and the main branch had warmly agreed. However, a terrible disaster struck on the very day of the burial ceremony. Mentioning the past filled Gu Hongya with sorrow. In that tragedy, only her father escaped the mountain and ran through the night to survive. After the incident, all kinds of strange phenomena began appearing throughout their estate. Even worse, the household staff started dying, one after another, under mysterious circumstances. The first victim was a cleaner. Soon after, even the gate guards died without explanation. It did not stop there. One of her cousins suddenly lost their mind and went insane. Even guests who stayed briefly at the villa became caught up in bizarre disasters. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Chen scratched his head. This case was clearly far more complicated than he expected. He quietly analyzed the situation. Although the area was famous for its value, it was actually remote and filled with heavy yin energy, making it ideal for evil entities. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen started feeling pressure. If he really encountered a powerful blood-robed vengeful ghost, even his 2-star protection card might not save him. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a strange blurry shadow suddenly flashed across his vision. What confused him was that this area belonged exclusively to the Gu family, and outsiders could hardly enter. A vehicle carrying the aura of the underworld was approaching them, and even the driver felt incredibly eerie. Jiang Chen's expression instantly changed. A ghost vehicle appearing in such a remote place was clearly abnormal. Without wasting another second, he turned to Gu Hongya and told her to stop the car immediately. Gu Hongya was equally shocked. Her hands nearly slipped from the steering wheel as she struggled to understand what was happening. The ghost vehicle suddenly accelerated and pulled up beside them, as if trying to force their car off course. Looking at the dangerous situation, Jiang Chen realized there was no time for ordinary solutions. At that moment, the system interface appeared and activated a special protective ability. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen smashed through the window and leaped outside. He used his own body to block the ghost vehicle, charging toward them. The terrifying pressure felt like it would tear his muscles apart, but Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. Gathering all his strength, he pushed forward and shouted for the vehicle to stop. After a fierce struggle, the ghost vehicle finally screeched to a halt. Panting heavily from the effort, Jiang Chen finally relaxed. A moment later, and a serious accident would have happened. Inside the car, Gu Hongya quickly leaned out to check on him. She anxiously asked what exactly he had discovered. Jiang Chen immediately warned her not to leave the car under any circumstances. Staring at the ghost vehicle ahead, Jiang Chen firmly stated that it belonged to an evil entity from the underworld. Hearing that, Gu Hongya instantly turned pale with fear. Jiang Chen, however, walked forward with an annoyed look and loudly demanded to know whether the driver knew how to drive properly. Unexpectedly, a thin arm slowly stretched out from the dark cabin, forcing him to take a closer look. The arm trembled non-stop and reached toward him as if begging for help. Jiang Chen grabbed the arm and pushed it back inside, casually telling the owner to keep it in the vehicle or risk getting fined by traffic police. The system immediately reported that the ghost was furious. Being lectured on traffic laws, despite being a ghost, earned Jiang Chen another 50 ghost chi points. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and stared at it, putting so much pressure on the ghost that it did not know how to react. He continued scolding it, saying it had nearly driven them off a cliff and would have to pay compensation if it wanted to leave peacefully. The system alerted again. The ghost wanted trouble, but now it was forced into a weaker position, gaining another 50 ghost energy points. Then it slowly lifted its hat and pulled out a piece of ghost money. The ghost generously said it was compensation and that no change was needed. Holding the note, Jiang Chen looked confused and asked what kind of currency had such a strange denomination. The ghost revealed a sinister smile and confirmed the money was indeed for him. As it grinned, its razor-sharp teeth became fully visible. The ghost carriage suddenly opened like a giant mouth, ready to devour Jiang Chen. The ghost coldly said he could spend that money only if he survived. Seeing its true nature exposed, Jiang Chen pulled out the familiar blue sphere and smiled with interest. He lightly tapped the object several times with his finger. The effect activated instantly, hitting the ghost with a powerful mental attack. Seizing the chance, Jiang Chen drew his blade and struck with overwhelming force. But just before the blade landed, another hand suddenly reached out from the carriage and blocked it. Thank you all for following along and supporting the story so far. Seeing the hand, Jiang Chen immediately thought of the one that had reached out from the coffin earlier. It was the same thing that had effortlessly crushed his weapon before. Watching his blade get destroyed, Jiang Chen felt both shocked and regretful. The strange hand swung again and knocked away the remaining blade fragments. Before he could recover, Jiang Chen was pressured by a non-stop barrage of attacks. He focused intensely and kept dodging the deadly strikes, while admitting the creature's attacks were incredibly sharp. If that ghost fully recovered and joined the fight, his situation would become much worse. Seeing Jiang Chen evade every attack, the ghost was stunned and quickly prepared another assault. At that moment, Jiang Chen rushed forward and came up with a plan. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original spot and avoided the killing blow. The ghost kept shaking its head, as if trying to force itself awake. It turned to the creature in the coffin and asked why its mind had been so foggy, then asked if Rou Lingji had already dealt with the enemy. But Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind it. He calmly said he had almost been hit by the thing inside the coffin. The sudden appearance terrified the ghost. Jiang Chen jumped onto the carriage and carefully analyzed the situation. He believed the carriage could only move forward, while the creature in the coffin could not attack targets behind it. As soon as he finished speaking, he locked the ghost from behind and suggested playing a little game. Tightening his grip, Jiang Chen restrained the ghost while deliberately mocking it. At the same time, he forcefully pulled the ghost's roots out of the coffin carriage. Leaning close to the ghost's ear as it twisted in pain, Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and continued speaking. Then he used all his strength to rip the ghost completely away from the carriage. without its lower body attached. Only its upper half remained, leaving it unable to resist. Soon blood poured from its mouth and torn body as it coughed and groaned in panic. Blood stained the entire coffin, while heavy coughing echoed non-stop. The system immediately displayed a notification. Ghost by Nan had been eliminated. Peak Evil Ghost rank. Reward: 199 ghost energy points. Holding the ghost's head in one hand and inspecting the coffin with the other, Jiang Chen quickly confirmed his theory. The two shared a symbiotic connection. If the host died, the other could hardly survive. However, a weak voice suddenly came from the blood-filled coffin, begging him to save its life. Curious about the situation, Jiang Chen leaned down and looked inside. Instantly, countless tentacles stretched out from the bottom of the coffin. Jiang Chen only looked bored and opened the Underworld app on his phone. The information appeared quickly. It was the ghost creature Ru Lingji, a mature evil ghost rank being. Its exchange value reached 80,000 points, and it was currently out of stock. It could grow in areas filled with corpses, freely change shape, and become a servant, as long as it received a steady supply of yin energy or ghost energy. After reading this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. The more he learned, the more he liked it. He never expected this item to be worth 80,000 points, twice the value of the demon sound bell. It was even sold out, making it an extremely rare treasure. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen gathered a dense amount of demon energy into his palm and reached toward Ro Lingji. Since he had no ghost energy to test, he decided to try demon energy instead. Immediately, Ro Lingji obediently shrank itself and rested in his hand. A moment later, it changed shape and turned into a sharp blade in Jiang Chen's hand. He laughed with satisfaction and joked that it was making up for destroying his previous weapon. Holding the brand new weapon, Jiang Chen became more impressed the longer he looked at it. He could tell this was no ordinary item. Growing curious, he asked Ru Lingji to transform again so he could test its abilities. The result nearly drove him crazy. In an instant, Ro Lingji turned into a bra that appeared right over his clothes. Jiang Chen's face darkened as lightning crackled in his palm, and he threatened to blast it with heavenly thunder. Famous for being afraid of death, Ro Lingji immediately shrank down and hid inside his pocket. Only then did Jiang Chen reluctantly calm down and accept the arrangement. After dealing with the evil ghost blocking the road, Jiang Chen casually dusted off his hands and called out to Sister Hong to get ready to continue the journey. But the only response was silence. Jiang Chen instantly sensed that something was wrong. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Sister Hong was trembling with fear. Through the rearview mirror, she discovered that a strange figure had somehow appeared in the back seat. Terrified beyond words, she could only stammer Jiang Chen's name. The face in the mirror was pale as death, with hollow eyes that looked terrifying. The eerie sight made Sister Hong scream for help, convinced there was a ghost in the vehicle. Hearing the scream, Jiang Chen rushed over like a gust of wind and demanded to know where the ghost was. He quickly entered the vehicle, looked at the rearview mirror, and showed surprise. What puzzled him was that he could not sense even the slightest trace of ghost energy. Inside the mirror was a female ghost, whose face and hair looked quite similar to Sister Hong's. She was crying non-stop. Seeing her do nothing but cry, Jiang Chen curiously asked why she was so heartbroken. He leaned closer to the mirror, observed carefully, and continued asking what had happened. Soon, only faint whispers could be heard. Standing nearby, Sister Hong could not hear a thing and became even more frightened. After finishing the conversation through the mirror, Jiang Chen frowned slightly and nodded, as if he now understood everything. From Sister Hong's perspective, his actions were extremely strange. She asked if he was all right, and Jiang Chen awkwardly smiled and said he was fine. Then he asked her something else. Had she once mentioned a cousin with mental illness? Sister Hong immediately nodded. Only then did Jiang Chen become serious and tell her that the person had actually died a long time ago. The words struck like lightning. Sister Hong froze, her face turning pale as she tremblingly asked, "Dead?" Seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen pointed at the rearview mirror and explained that the girl was currently inside it and wanted to pass along a few words. He gently placed a hand on the mirror, and strange ripples spread across its surface. Then he told Sister Hong to move closer if she wanted to speak with her. Feeling nervous, Sister Hong followed his instructions and cautiously spoke. "Little sister, can you hear me?" Her trembling finger lightly touched the mirror's surface. In an instant, the hidden space inside the mirror seemed to tear open, and fear appeared across her face. Her consciousness was immediately pulled away from reality and transported to a strange place where a female ghost was already waiting. Looking around in panic, Sister Hong nervously asked where this place was. In the silent atmosphere, a gloomy voice echoed out. The female ghost slowly said that this was her world. Her face looked pale and exhausted. Her thin body trembled constantly as she tearfully said this place was cold and dark, and that she had been lonely for far too long. As soon as she finished speaking, the female ghost rushed forward, hugged Sister Hong, and cried bitterly. She begged her to stay because she was too lonely by herself. Seeing the pitiful state of her long-lost cousin, Sister Hong felt a surge of sympathy. She gently patted the ghost's head and softly comforted her, saying she was here now and that there was no need to cry. But then Sister Hong's eyes gradually lost their focus. A stream of fresh blood suddenly flowed from her forehead, past her eyes, and down her cheeks. The drops of blood landing in her palm shocked her, and she quickly cried out that it was blood. Taking advantage of the moment, the female ghost kept whispering hypnotic words to control her mind. She claimed that if Sister Hong drove off the cliff, they could stay together forever. By now, Sister Hong's mind was completely under the ghost's influence. She nodded in agreement, believing her cousin would no longer be lonely. The female ghost immediately became excited and celebrated having a companion soon. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the space. Someone called Sister Hong's name, causing the illusion around her mind to crack. Outside, Jiang Chen kept shouting for her to wake up. Instantly, the false world shattered like glass, and Sister Hong regained consciousness in confusion. Seeing her come back to her senses, Jiang Chen quickly asked what had happened. Meanwhile, Sister Hong was still stunned and unable to understand what she had just experienced. Right then, the vehicle lost control and rushed toward the roadside barrier, only moments away from plunging into a deep cliff. Jiang Chen panicked and shouted for her to hit the brakes. Hearing the shout, Sister Hong immediately broke into a cold sweat as fear filled her heart. Watching the vehicle continue charging forward uncontrollably, she cried out that she had no idea how she ended up in such a dangerous situation. Faced with the crisis, Jiang Chen had no choice but to act. He forcefully kicked the vehicle door open. Then he planted his feet and used all his strength to stop the vehicle from racing downhill. Even after giving everything he had, sweat poured down his face. In the end, Jiang Chen realized the speed was too great and his efforts were useless. Cornered, he immediately activated his demon transformation ability, shouted out 800 forms of the demon fist, and smashed the vehicle door apart with a punch. Even so, the vehicle continued charging toward the cliff like a savage beast. Realizing the situation was beyond control, Jiang Chen pulled Sister Hong into his arms. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he urgently said their only option now was to abandon the vehicle and survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped away from the out-of-control vehicle, with Sister Hong in his arms. Jiang Chen held her tightly to reduce the impact. The moment they safely rolled onto the ground, a violent explosion erupted behind them as the vehicle exploded. Amid the smoke and dust, a gloomy blue aura flashed past. Jiang Chen immediately noticed it and recognized it as the same strange power that had appeared in the rearview mirror. After escaping death, he turned to check on Sister Hong and asked anxiously if she was injured anywhere. But when she did not respond, Jiang Chen gently shook her and repeatedly called her name. Realizing she had fainted after prolonged exposure to ghost energy, Jiang Chen suddenly thought about taking a little advantage. Pretending to examine her condition seriously, he muttered that transferring yang energy seemed to be the only solution. However, before he could act, Sister Hong suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she shoved Jiang Chen's face away and screamed in shock. After calming down, Sister Hong burst into tears and explained that she had just met her deceased cousin, who kept trying to drag her into death. While Sister Hong remained emotional, Jiang Chen quietly considered the situation. They had not even reached the Gu family estate yet and had already encountered multiple ghosts. This trip was clearly far from ordinary. Thinking about the opportunities ahead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Night gradually fell. Since the vehicle had become scrap metal, the two could only continue on foot. Jiang Chen encouraged Sister Hong to enjoy the scenery along the way to ease her tension, and she could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa district of the Gu family, after a long journey, Jiang Chen and Sister Hong finally arrived. A middle-aged man was waiting outside the villa gate and immediately noticed the two visitors arriving late at night. When he got a clear look at Sister Hong, his expression changed. He hurried over and asked in disbelief if the young miss had really returned. Sister Hong smiled gently and greeted the man warmly after many years apart. Uncle Zhao's eyes turned red with emotion. He asked whether she wanted to rest first or immediately meet the master. Returning to the place tied to her childhood brought countless emotions to Sister Hong. After a few moments of thought, she decided to see her father first. Hearing that, Uncle Zhao immediately led the way and explained that the master was currently recovering inside the villa. Jiang Chen and Sister Hong quietly followed behind him. As always, Jiang Chen remained cautious and activated his spirit eyes to inspect the entire area. After just one glance, an excited smile appeared on his face. Through his spirit eyes, the entire villa estate was covered in ghost energy from top to bottom. This place was definitely far from ordinary. After leading them into a living room separated by a large glass wall, Uncle Zhao told them to wait and went to inform the master. The moment he sat on the luxurious sofa, Jiang Chen leaned back comfortably and remarked that the seats here were incredibly comfortable. The two waited in the living room. To break the silence, Jiang Chen casually hummed a few random tunes. After a while, he turned to Sister Hong and curiously asked why she still remembered the butler so clearly after being away for so many years. Sister Hong explained that Uncle Zhao had followed her father since she was very young. He had once been the family driver before taking charge of security and protection at the villa. In her memory, he had always been trustworthy. Hearing her praise Uncle Zhao, Jiang Chen gave a meaningful smile and asked if she was truly certain he was a good person. Without wasting time, he pointed toward the door and exposed the problem. If the man was really that kind, why had he locked the door and trapped them inside? Sister Hong's expression changed instantly. She froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. Sister Hong rushed to the door, pounding on it, while loudly calling for Uncle Zhao to open it and explain everything. Standing behind her, Jiang Chen calmly added a frightening theory. What if the ghost that had supposedly been abused was actually one of the old man's victims? The thought made Sister Hong turn pale. She stammered and asked if the man she had spoken with earlier might have been a ghost in disguise. Jiang Chen immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Seeing his serious expression, Sister Hong lowered her voice and asked what was happening. Jiang Chen tilted his head, listened carefully, and told her to pay attention to the sounds around them. Moments later, heavy footsteps began echoing throughout the villa. Sister Hong heard them as well. Cold sweat covered her body, and goosebumps spread across her skin. She nervously asked what the sound was. Jiang Chen looked toward the source and casually replied that it was probably another ghost causing trouble inside. Frightened out of her wits, Sister Hong moved closer to him and asked what they should do. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen secretly enjoyed having a beauty cling to him for support. Looking ahead, he calmly said they should go check it out. If something was making noise, they could simply tell it to stop. With that, Jiang Chen casually took the lead. Sister Hong, on the other hand, stayed close behind and kept asking him to slow down because she was terrified. Before long, they stopped in front of a massive cabinet wrapped tightly in countless chains, as if something was imprisoned inside. Seeing the scene, Jiang Chen became interested and even joked that the decoration style was quite unique. Whether it was provoked by his words or not, the creature inside immediately struggled more violently, causing the entire cabinet to shake. Strange light began leaking through the narrow gaps in the doors. It was obvious that whatever was inside was trying to break the seal and escape. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Sister Hong backed away repeatedly and let out a terrified scream. The cabinet door opened slightly wider, revealing a blood-red eye darting around with vicious intent. Sister Hong's legs nearly gave out. Trembling, she told Jiang Chen that it felt like the thing inside was about to break free. Terrifying scratching sounds echoed non-stop. A shriveled hand slowly emerged from the gap, releasing waves of dark purple smoke. A hoarse voice came from inside the cabinet, complaining that the place was too suffocating. At the same time, the arm with long black claws kept reaching outward. The ghost continued cursing in a cold tone, vowing to drag everyone down to suffer its pain. As soon as it finished speaking, it reached toward the two of them. Sister Hong panicked and stepped back again and again, shaking her head while shouting that they were not the ones who killed it. The ghost hand kept grasping at the air, but could not reach its target. Furious, it roared that there was no one else here besides them. So who else could the culprit be? In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Jiang Chen rested his chin on his hand and seriously considered the argument. He admitted it sounded fairly reasonable since they clearly did not look like murderers, while the ghost obviously seemed like a victim. But then he smiled and said that, unfortunately, they had no intention of letting it out. With that, Jiang Chen delivered a powerful kick directly into the reaching hand, leaving the ghost stunned. The moment Jiang Chen kicked the ghost hand away, the system sent a notification. The furious ghost threatened that one day it would escape and deal with him. Ghost energy increased by another 80 points. Refusing to argue further, the ghost unleashed its power, shattered the cabinet imprisoning it, and burst out. Its miserable screams echoed through the room as it finally faced Jiang Chen directly. Seeing the ghost break free from its seal, Jiang Chen showed no concern at all. Instead, he looked excited. He laughed and pulled out a special rope. The ghost suddenly froze in confusion when it saw the item. Without giving it time to react, Jiang Chen rushed forward, grinning as he declared they would play a little game. He used his swift movement technique and tied the ghost up in an instant, warning it to stay still. Before long, the ghost was wrapped from head to toe and hanging in mid-air. Fear slowly crept into its heart as it faced this absurd human. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was extremely pleased with his work and even asked Sister Hong if the ghost looked like a tied-up crab. She could only remain speechless. The system displayed another notification. The ghost angrily argued that Jiang Chen was the one who looked like a crab, while ghost energy increased by only 19 points. Seeing such a small reward, Jiang Chen immediately looked dissatisfied and felt the effort was not worth it. He quickly decided to try another method. Taking out Ro Lingji, Jiang Chen revealed a calculating smile and said stronger measures were needed. Ro Lingji, meanwhile, looked openly disdainful. Soon, Ro Lingji transformed into the shape of a long whip. Jiang Chen excitedly told it not to disappoint him. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the whip struck the ghost. What followed was a relentless storm of attacks. The ghost's screams filled the room while the system repeatedly displayed notifications of 99 ghost energy points gained. The more the points increased, the harder Jiang Chen attacked, constantly urging the ghost to contribute even more. Tortured miserably, the ghost's body became covered in wounds. In pain and disbelief, it kept shouting that such an ordinary-looking item should not be capable of causing so much damage. Hearing that complaint, Jiang Chen immediately stirred up Ro Lingji. He deliberately repeated how the ghost had called it ordinary. As expected, Ro Lingji's pride was wounded, and it began trembling with anger. In an instant, Ro Lingji expanded dramatically in size. Jiang Chen became even more delighted and swung the whip with greater force, each strike carrying terrifying power. The ghost was already bound in mid-air and now had to endure the endless beating. Its screams grew increasingly miserable. Finally reaching its limit, the ghost struggled with all its strength, snapped the ropes apart, and hurriedly begged Jiang Chen to stop. Seeing the surrender, Jiang Chen immediately grabbed it and threw it back into the cabinet. He even laughed and said that if it was behaving so well, it should just stay inside. As he spoke, Jiang Chen approached with a hammer and nails. In a mocking tone, he reassured the ghost that he would reinforce the cabinet properly this time, so it could never escape again. Then he began hammering it shut. While reinforcing the cabinet, whether by accident or on purpose, Jiang Chen drove a nail straight into the ghost's head. Blood splattered everywhere as the ghost clutched its head and screamed in agony. The system immediately reported that the cabinet ghost was suffering immense pain, rewarding Jiang Chen with another 120 ghost energy points. Enraged beyond belief, the ghost forced its head out of the cabinet and glared at Jiang Chen with hatred in its eyes. Its twisted face looked terrifying as it roared that it would never allow itself to be sealed again. At the same time, streams of green poisonous mist poured from its mouth and spread through the room. Seeing the green fog expand, Sister Hong nervously asked Jiang Chen whether it was poisonous gas. At that moment, deep pink energy began surrounding Jiang Chen's body. He immediately told Sister Hong to move completely behind him. A dark figure suddenly flashed across the room, at incredible speed, tearing apart most of the poisonous mist. Jiang Chen continued urging Sister Hong to find a safe place quickly and avoid being caught in the battle. The ghost stomped heavily on the floor, leaving deep claw marks as it roared that it would never accept imprisonment again. In contrast to the ghost's madness, Jiang Chen simply clapped his hands, as if cheering, and sarcastically congratulated it on successfully escaping from the cabinet once again. After saying that, he threw a punch forward and excitedly declared that this would be his welcome gift for the enemy on his return. The strike was so fast that the demon had almost no chance to defend itself and took the full force head-on. Even so, it twisted aside to reduce the impact, then launched a vicious counterattack aimed at Jiang Shen's most vulnerable spot while letting out a malicious roar. At that moment, the system announced that the Demon Overlord body ability had been successfully activated. The instant the demon's hand reached its target, a powerful rebound force shot back and sent pain through its wrist. It could only stare in shock. The demon clutched its injured wrist and groaned in pain. Across from it, Jiang Shen stood with a smug grin. A glowing hexagonal shield had appeared over the spot that was just attacked. Jiang Shen immediately rushed forward at full speed and mocked the demon for relying on dirty sneak attacks. He then shouted the name of his ultimate move and unleashed a devastating kick. The terrifying force split the demon's body in half on the spot. Looking at its torn body, the closet ghost fell into despair. It could not understand how a human could possess such absurd strength. The system displayed another bitter status message from the ghost, accusing Jiang Shen of fighting unfairly by targeting a female ghost's sensitive area. Ghost energy increased by 101 points. The shattered body of the closet ghost collapsed onto the floor in a miserable state. The broken pieces kept twitching, while thick black blood poured from the wounds. The foul-smelling liquid spread across the floor before stopping in front of a newly arrived pair of shoes outside the door. The owner of those shoes was Uncle Zhao. He revealed a mysterious smile and remarked that everything had ended much faster than expected. Uncle Zhao then lightly knocked on the door a few times, as if announcing his presence. The moment he entered, Jiang Shen felt annoyed. He had just finished dealing with the trouble, and now this old man showed up to enjoy the rewards. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he glanced at Uncle Zhao and quietly wondered who would end up hunting whom today. Uncle Zhao remained expressionless as he slowly walked deeper into the room. Ignoring the ghost's blood on the floor, he stepped over it and coldly asked Xiao Ping why this matter involved Miss He. The ghost had completely run out of strength and could barely speak. It weakly raised an arm and pointed into the distance while staring in that direction, making Uncle Zhao feel uneasy. His tension instantly rose, and he demanded an explanation. The ghost struggled to whisper that the person was there, but before it could finish, a strange figure appeared behind Uncle Zhao. Jiang Shen silently moved behind him with killing intent written all over his face. Leaning close to his ear, he coldly whispered that the ghost was warning him to watch out for the person behind him. The familiar voice right behind him made Uncle Zhao jump in shock as cold sweat covered his forehead. A sharp sword flash appeared in an instant and came crashing down, splitting Uncle Zhao's body into two halves. The system immediately displayed a mocking message. Trying to ambush me from behind? Ghost energy plus 99. However, just as Jiang Shen sheathed his sword, Uncle Zhao calmly picked up his own head. The horrific wound rapidly healed as if it had never existed, leaving Jiang Shen stunned. Jiang Shen's pupils shrank as caution filled his mind. Even after being cut in half, the man was still alive. It seemed he had underestimated this opponent. Without giving Jiang Shen time to think, Uncle Zhao launched a powerful counterattack straight at him. Everything happened too suddenly for him to dodge. Taking the hit head-on, Jiang Shen lost his balance and crashed onto the cold floor as intense pain spread through his body. Seeing an opening, Uncle Zhao rushed forward and threw a deadly punch, aimed at crushing Jiang Shen's head while roaring that he would kill him right there. But this time, Jiang Shen was ready. He instantly swung his sword and cleanly severed the incoming hand. Uncle Zhao angrily stared at the detached hand, but something bizarre happened. A brand new arm quickly regenerated from the wound. The newly regenerated arm immediately shot forward and tightly grabbed Jiang Shen's mouth. The grip kept tightening, making it difficult for him to resist. Uncle Zhao roared like a madman, cursing the brat who dared invade his territory and declaring that he would execute him on the spot. At that moment, Jiang Shen's eyes suddenly turned a strange shade of blue, and his pupils narrowed like a predator hunting in the dark. The system immediately announced that the Fierce Tiger Roar ability had been successfully activated. Jiang Shen took a deep breath and unleashed a thunderous roar. A terrifying sound wave exploded from his mouth and instantly shattered the arm, restraining him into countless pieces. The roar's power did not stop there. It surged forward and tore apart Uncle Zhao's remaining arm as well. The storm-like force kept advancing and cleanly severed Uncle Zhao's head from his neck. The system displayed a congratulatory message. Half-Wraith Guardian Ghost completely eliminated. Obtained 195 ghost energy. Jiang Shen immediately checked his current ghost energy. The number on the screen was now 9,888. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. He was just a little short of 10,000. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he turned around and cut off the head of the dying closet ghost beside him, hoping the extra kill would give him the points he needed. The system then updated his ghost energy to 9,999. Looking at the ridiculous number, Jiang Shen could only grit his teeth. Missing exactly 1 point felt like torture for anyone obsessed with perfect numbers. After clearing all the trouble in the villa, he loudly called out that the danger was over and told Sister Hong to come out. However, no one answered. Jiang Shen scanned the room in confusion and realized she was nowhere to be seen. With growing suspicion, he quickly walked to the window and wondered where Sister Hong had gone to hide. Looking down at the lawn, he spotted Sister Hong standing there and making extremely strange gestures. The moment he saw it, he knew something was wrong. A sense of danger flashed through his mind, and he immediately jumped from the upper floor to the yard. As soon as he landed, he asked what had happened, but Sister Hong's body no longer seemed to obey her own commands, and her limbs moved in a chaotic and awkward manner. Jiang Shen instantly activated the observation ability granted by Fierce Tiger Roar. Under that special vision, he saw a dense layer of ghost energy surrounding her body. The sinister energy was clearly being guided by an outside source. Following the trail, his gaze quickly locked onto a hidden spot in the distance. There stood a bizarre figure with a twisted face, resembling a rooster's head. It was the one secretly controlling Sister Hong's every movement. Watching the scene, Jiang Shen frowned in confusion and wondered what kind of strange trick the enemy was using. But a moment later, a grin appeared on his face. It seemed the sight had given him a rather unusual idea. Without another word, Jiang Shen began copying the exact same bizarre movements that Sister Hong was making. The scene left her completely stunned. Sister Hong anxiously called his name again and again, thinking he had also fallen under the strange control ability. In fact, his performance looked even more exaggerated than hers. In the yard, Jiang Shen rolled his eyes and flailed his arms wildly, looking like someone who had completely lost his mind. Even the rooster-head ghost started doubting itself. It could not understand why controlling one person had somehow produced another dancer, even more enthusiastic than the victim. The system immediately displayed a message. Didn't expect to meet someone with the same hobby here. Favorability greatly increased. Ghost energy plus 96. The rooster-head ghost immediately waved Jiang Shen closer, wanting a better look at this strange kindred spirit. After observing him for a while, a bizarre smile appeared on its twisted face. Its eyes grew even darker, because the climax of the performance was about to begin. The moment Sister Hong saw that, her expression changed drastically. Her hands suddenly wrapped around her own neck. Breathing became harder, her face turned pale, and she could only let out broken cries for help. Seeing this, the ghost became even more excited. It frantically urged her to squeeze harder. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen kept the same strange grin. Then he suddenly rushed forward and grabbed the rooster-head ghost by the neck with both hands. The ghost was instantly terrified. The system displayed another message. My head is about to be crushed. Ghost energy plus 80. The rooster-head ghost hurriedly pushed Jiang Shen's hands away and angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Jiang Shen simply smiled and raised both hands. Didn't you just say to squeeze harder? Hearing that answer, the ghost became furious and shouted that he meant choking yourself, not someone else. As he spoke, he demonstrated by grabbing his own neck with both hands. Seeing that, Jiang Shen immediately rushed over, grabbed the ghost's neck, and asked with a serious expression, "You mean like this?" The system instantly displayed a message. What planet did this guy come from? Ghost energy plus 99. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen's grip kept tightening, and the ghost's face slowly changed color from lack of air. Its anger exploded along with it. A powerful punch slammed straight into Jiang Shen's face. The ghost roared that with arms that short, he still dared to choke someone else. He was asking for death. Jiang Shen was sent flying backward by the punch. But less than a second later, he regained his footing. Fortunately, his demon body state was still active. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shen closed the distance again and grabbed the rooster-head ghost by the neck once more. He showed a strangely gentle smile and softly said that today's game had been fun enough. They could dance together again next time. The moment he finished speaking, he snapped the ghost's neck and crushed its head at the same time. The system displayed a message. Normal demon rank dancing ghost eliminated. Ghost energy plus 99. Watching the ghost's body slowly fade into nothingness, Jiang Shen muttered that these ghosts had been giving fewer and fewer points lately. After breaking free from the control, Sister Hong gradually recovered and struggled back to her feet. She looked at Jiang Shen with admiration. Deep down, she felt her family might finally have hope. After settling everything, the two continued deeper into the villa. Jiang Shen said he would help clear out every ghost still hiding in the house. However, while passing a door, he suddenly stopped after noticing a strange, darkered aura leaking through the gap. Jiang Shen immediately became alert. He sensed the smell of fresh human blood, and there were traces from both a man and a woman. As the sinister aura grew stronger, he quickly realized that someone inside had been hanged not long ago. Hearing that, Sister Hong asked in shock if he could actually smell something like that. His senses were terrifying. Jiang Shen could only smile helplessly and replied that it had nothing to do with his nose. He pointed toward a second-floor window where a female corpse was hanging in midair and said he could simply see it with his eyes. The corpse had already started to rot and flies buzzed around it. But the most horrifying part was something else. The cold corpse was still hanging there, with a bizarre smile on its lips. Jiang Shen and Sister Hong carefully went upstairs and looked at it. After observing it for a while, Jiang Shen remarked that a person who died from hanging should normally have their head drooping down. But this corpse was completely different. In his opinion, there was a high chance it was about to transform. The moment he said that, the corpse suddenly opened its mouth and smiled eerily. In an instant, the body began swinging violently, like it had gone mad, immediately drawing all of Jiang Shen's attention. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly stepped back and shouted a warning. The moment she heard him, Sister Hong did not hesitate and immediately turned around and ran outside. Jiang Shen looked at her and froze for a moment. Then he helplessly shouted that he never told her to run away. He meant for her to lock the door. Sister Hong's face had already turned pale from fear. Hearing his complaint, she stammered and asked what he was trying to do. In response, Jiang Shen only made a strange expression and let out a laugh that sounded completely unhinged. Sister Hong got so annoyed that she smacked him on the head and scolded him for laughing at a time like this. Had a ghost scared him stupid? She immediately grabbed Jiang Shen by the collar. While keeping an eye on the hanging corpse above, she worried that if this was a trap, both of them could die here. Dragged along by force, Jiang Shen could only follow while reminding himself that Sister Hong did have a point. He really had acted too recklessly just now. At that moment, a pair of eyes silently watched them from upstairs. It belonged to an elderly woman with silver hair, marked by age. Looking uneasy, she constantly glanced around and nervously asked who was downstairs. Her thin figure slowly descended the stairs one step at a time, while wondering who was causing such a disturbance in the villa. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen and Sister Hong remained quietly hidden beneath the staircase. Sister Hong leaned close and whispered that this was Aunt Lu, the longtime housekeeper of her eldest brother's family. That confirmed they had found the right villa. Still worried, she quietly asked if the old woman might be a ghost in disguise. Jiang Shen immediately denied it. After hearing his answer, Sister Hong finally stood up and called out. Aunt Lu was startled when she suddenly saw someone appear. But the moment she recognized Sister Hong, her panic quickly turned into excitement. Tears instantly filled her eyes as she choked out that the young lady had finally returned. Sister Hong could only give an awkward smile at the emotional reaction. After calming down a little, Aunt Liu hurriedly urged them to go upstairs because it was extremely dangerous outside. Sister Hong pointed toward the window and mentioned the hanging corpse she had just seen, asking what exactly had happened here. Aunt Lu explained that strange incidents had been occurring throughout the villa recently, so the master ordered everyone to stay inside and keep the doors locked, especially on the night before, right after the young master left the house. She clearly remembered him saying that he had important business to handle and that everyone must remain indoors. Not long afterward, a terrified scream from a servant named Xiao Li echoed through the house. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Lu immediately rushed out to investigate. When everyone gathered in the living room, they saw Xiao Li sitting on the floor, in complete panic, repeatedly shouting that a ghost had appeared. Aunt Lu said that within a short time, Xiao Li's face had turned an unnatural shade of purple. By the time everyone got close, his appearance had almost completely changed. Another servant cautiously approached to check on him, but Xiao Li suddenly went mad and lunged at the man. He bit deeply into the man's neck and tore away a chunk of flesh, creating a horrifying scene. Aunt Lu could only scream for everyone to run. She continued that everything became complete chaos afterward. She and Miss Nan got separated. In the end, they tied Xiao Li up with ropes and hung him upside down to restrain him. Looking uneasy, Aunt Lu urged Sister Hong to find the master because she heard he had experts who dealt with evil spirits. Hearing that, Jiang Shen felt annoyed. He was standing right there, yet the old woman still wanted to find some other expert. Sister Hong, however, was worried about Miss Nan's whereabouts. She quickly pulled out her phone and repeatedly called her with a nervous expression. But the only response was the endless ringing from the other end. Just then, Sister Hong suddenly heard a familiar sound coming from somewhere inside the villa and froze. After listening carefully, she confirmed that, although nobody answered the call, the ring tone was coming from upstairs. The moment she said that, Sister Hong hurried toward the staircase and urged everyone to go upstairs and find Miss Nan. As they continued upward, the hanging corpse nearby suddenly began twitching violently, as if it were about to awaken. Its shriveled fingers slowly twisted while its claws extended at an alarming speed, becoming as sharp as blades. Walking behind them, Aunt Lu reminded Sister Hong to be extremely careful, but Sister Hong was too worried to listen and kept calling out for Xiao Nan. After searching for a while, she spotted two men crouching in a dark corner at the end of the hallway, trembling nonstop. One of them let out a cold and eerie laugh. The other released a frightening, raspy sound. The chilling part was that both of them had identical deep bite marks on their necks. Sister Hong was so frightened that she covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Aunt Lu leaned close and quietly explained that both men had been bitten by Xiao Li. As long as nobody made any noise, they would not attack on their own. Hearing that, the two women carefully moved away, trying not to make even the slightest sound. Walking behind them, Jiang Shen suddenly asked if staying quiet was really enough to stay safe. The moment they heard his voice, one of the creatures immediately looked up. Jiang Shen even pointed directly at it and curiously asked what would happen if he did this. The creature itself seemed confused by his behavior. The system immediately displayed a message. Do you have any human decency left at all? Ghost energy +9. Aunt Lu anxiously hurried after Sister Hong and kept telling her to slow down. But at that moment, Jiang Shen's eyes suddenly turned sharp. While Aunt Lia's voice continued behind him, he noticed a suspicious wound on her leg. The bite mark immediately caught his attention. At the same time, deep inside a large room in the villa, a small figure was curled up in a dark corner. Xiao Nan jumped in fright when she saw a shadow appear at the doorway. She burst into tears and trembled uncontrollably, begging the figure not to come any closer. Just then, Sister Hong rushed over, hugged Xiao Nan, and gently reassured her that everything was fine now. However, Xiao Nan's expression suddenly changed. Trembling, she pointed behind Sister Hong. Aunt Lu had completely transformed. Long fangs protruded from her mouth, her eyes had turned completely white, and horrifying sounds kept coming from her throat. The sight instantly shocked Sister Hong. She could not believe it, because Jiang Shen had previously insisted that Aunt Lu was not a ghost. Jiang Shen awkwardly scratched his cheek and explained that she really was not one before, but things were different now. He quickly explained the situation. After being bitten, Aunt Lu had begun turning into a zombie. Yin energy was spreading from the wound on her leg, and the veins around it had become visibly swollen. Then a strange idea suddenly crossed Jiang Shen's mind. He wondered whether biting her back might cure her. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward and bit Aunt Lu hard on the shoulder. Caught off guard, Aunt Lu fell to the ground and angrily shouted, asking what he thought he was doing. The system immediately displayed a message. Who do you think you are? Ghost energy +99. Sister Hong hurried over and nervously asked Jiang Shen if biting a zombie like that would cause any problems. At first, he was about to say he was completely fine, but his expression suddenly changed. Sweat poured down his face, and his eyes became strange. Seeing that, Sister Hong grew extremely worried. Jiang Shen's face turned unnaturally pale, and his body began showing bizarre symptoms. Trembling, he said that this time something might really be wrong, and that he felt like he was about to transform too. In an instant, his lips completely disappeared and were replaced by a strange round beak. His skin turned green, making the sight unsettling. He panicked and shouted, asking what had happened to his mouth. Before long, Jiang Shen had fully transformed into a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies. Standing proudly with his hands on his hips, he declared that this mutation had been a complete success. Without wasting any time, he immediately fired a pea forward and loudly announced his long-range attack skill. The green pea tore through the air and struck Aunt Lia's zombie form directly in the heart. Seeing that she was still standing, Jiang Shen could not help but admire how tough her body was. His beak-shaped mouth immediately began charging another attack. A barrage of peas continuously blasted toward Aunt Lu, while Jiang Shen excitedly shouted for her to experience the true power of the technique. Sister Hong quickly shielded Xiao Nan with her body and worriedly whispered that Jiang Shen was indeed powerful, but she was not sure whether someone Aunt Lia's age could survive such an assault. Aunt Lia's zombie body was blasted to pieces, and countless holes appeared all over her. She lowered her head to look at her ruined body and let out weak groans. Not long afterward, Aunt Lu collapsed without moving. At the same time, Jiang Shen returned to his normal form. Looking at the zombie corpse on the floor, he smugly declared that if she survived that attack, he would lose all his pride. The moment he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly shifted toward Xiao Nan with such caution that she instinctively stepped back in fear. Even more unexpectedly, he let out a bloodthirsty zombie-like roar. The prank frightened Xiao Nan so badly that she screamed. Seeing that, Sister Hong quickly stepped in and explained that there was no need to be afraid. Master Jiang was here to protect everyone. After hearing the reassurance, Xiao Nan gradually calmed down and quietly asked if he was really an exorcist master. Jiang Shen confidently patted his chest and declared that he was a genuine ghost-hunting master, and as long as she did not turn into a ghost, he would never harm her. At that moment, a strange sound came from behind them. Jiang Shen reacted instantly and turned toward the source. He silently guessed that the previous battle had been too noisy and had attracted a group of bloodthirsty zombies. Looking more carefully, he noticed that the hanging ghost from earlier was among them. That discovery surprised him because it had somehow managed to make its way up here. Jiang Shen regretfully thought that he should have conserved more energy earlier, since there were clearly many more enemies waiting ahead. Without waiting for them to attack first, he charged straight into the zombie horde. He decided to rely on pure physical strength so he could save his real power for the road ahead. As soon as he got close, Jiang Shen tore a black-haired zombie in half with his bare hands. Then he spun around and kicked so hard that the blonde zombie's head flew away like a soccer ball. But the hanging ghost was far tougher to deal with. It easily dodged Jiang Shen's powerful punch. Seizing the opening, it quickly threw a noose around his neck and tightened it. The ghost moved in close and pressed its horrifying face toward him, while pulling the rope even tighter. The creature opened its mouth wide and revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. Then it viciously bit down on Jiang Shen's arm. Luckily, his armored protection held firm and blocked the attack, so he was still safe for now. Jiang Shen frowned and yanked his arm free. He quickly assessed the situation and realized the defense was intact, but one mistake could still get him hurt. The ghost kept biting and tearing at him, trying to sink its teeth into his body. Jiang Shen knew that even with the tyrant demon body, any wound would bring endless trouble. Thinking of that, he laughed at himself. He had just claimed brute force could solve everything, yet now he was paying for underestimating his enemy. Without hesitation, Jiang Shen slammed a heavy punch into the blue-skinned monster's face. He followed up with a thunder palm strike to its neck. A loud explosion erupted as its neck was destroyed. Its head dropped at his feet while blood dripped onto the ground. Seeing that, Jiang Shen finally relaxed a little. After finishing the enemy, he calmly turned back and signaled everyone to keep moving. But the moment he looked at Xiao Nan and Sister Hong, he was left speechless. Both were clutching their heads, with their eyes shut tight and trembling in fear. As if realizing something, Jiang Shen smiled and said everyone had to grow up. If they wanted to survive, they had to face their fears instead of running from them. Hearing that, Sister Hong gradually calmed down. She looked up at him and nodded, agreeing that she needed to become stronger. Xiao Nan was still frightened, but his words caught her off guard. Even without fully understanding them, she found them convincing. Xiao Nan's view of Jiang Shen began to change. In her eyes, he suddenly became someone she could truly rely on. Hearing that thought, Jiang Shen looked quite pleased. However, that was not the real reason for his good mood. What excited him was the system notification, showing a major increase in ghost energy points. He then walked over to Xiao Nan and asked about her father. He could not understand why they were out here with danger everywhere. At the mention of that topic, her expression turned heavy. With red eyes and a pitiful look, Xiao Nan explained that the ghost hunter invited by her second uncle had vanished at dusk. Because of that, the family elders had gathered to discuss what to do next. Before she could finish, Jiang Shen asked if the entire Gu family was gathered at her grandfather's place. After glancing at the dark night, he decided to head there immediately. As soon as he said that, Xiao Nan looked at him in confusion and wondered where he planned to go. Jiang Shen answered without hesitation that their destination was her grandfather's residence. Pointing ahead, he said they should check the situation first, because every problem had a solution. Xiao Nan and Sister Hong quietly followed behind him under the dim moonlight. After walking for a while, Jiang Shen stopped beside a dense bush. The night wind rustled the leaves non-stop. He bent down and picked up a large rock from the ground. Then he hurled it toward the bush to see if anything was hiding inside. Everyone immediately watched where the rock landed. The branches shook violently, and a human figure suddenly collapsed beside the spot where the rock fell. Xiao Nan looked uneasy and secretly glanced at Jiang Shen. The person on the ground seemed to be the missing ghost hunter, making her almost think Jiang Shen had hit him with the rock. Meanwhile, Jiang Shen kept staring at the scene with full vigilance. The ghost hunter's corpse reeked of death. Jiang Shen calmly explained that the rock had nothing to do with it, because the man had died long ago. He quickly pointed in another direction and said there was still a suspicious figure nearby. Sure enough, not far from the corpse stood a strange creature with dark brown skin, red underwear, and a shovel in hand. Seeing Xiao Nan and Sister Hong, too frightened to look away, Jiang Shen told them to stay back while he checked it out himself. The monster looked bizarre. It had only pitch-black eyes and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth. As it dug, it muttered nonsense and occasionally let out a foolish laugh. While focused on digging, it suddenly noticed Jiang Shen standing behind it. The smile on his face instantly made the creature nervous. Looking at the two shallow pits, Jiang Shen asked why it needed two graves to bury one person. The question froze the monster in place. After a few seconds of silence, it slowly raised its shovel. Its eyes turned vicious, and a sinister grin spread across its face. Without warning, the monster charged. It sneered that Jiang Shen had brought this on himself. A storm of attacks followed, but Jiang Shen calmly blocked them all. Dark red energy flowed around Jiang Shen's arms like molten lava. He smirked and guessed the creature had noticed him long ago. No matter how many times the shovel came down, the red power stopped every strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shen clenched his fist. The crimson energy erupted and shook the surrounding air with overwhelming pressure. Excited at last, Jiang Shen unleashed a direct attack. He admitted this fight was finally becoming interesting. The monster's body was instantly torn into two pieces. Even so, he did not relax. Frowning in confusion, he watched the corpse turn into countless particles before fading into the air. At that moment, the ghost hunter, who seemed dead, suddenly sat up. He shouted with all his strength, drawing Jiang Shen's attention. Covered in blood, the ghost hunter looked miserable. Pointing upward, he yelled that the enemy was above them. His terrified eyes never left the sky. Jiang Shen immediately sensed danger. The monster dived down at incredible speed, raising its shovel and aiming straight for his head while mocking him. Knowing there was no time to dodge, Jiang Shen instantly drew his sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, he prepared his strongest counterattack. The sword pierced through the monster's body, but it achieved nothing. The creature was completely unharmed. Once again, it turned into dust and vanished with a taunting grin. Jiang Shen was stunned by what he saw. His face darkened as cold sweat formed on his forehead. The enemy had disappeared again right before his eyes. After finishing a hand seal, Jiang Shen swept his hand across his eyes. A brilliant light burst from his pupils and shone directly at the enemy's blurry figure, while his other hand held the sword firmly. The multicolored light instantly halted the monster. Its face twisted in pain as it screamed, and its flickering body was gradually forced into its true form. But the effect did not last long. Soon its body broke into dust again and moved in a bizarre way. The particles rose from the ground into the sky as it laughed madly and repeated that everything was fake. Seeing this, Jiang Shen was shocked. He began to wonder if his demon eyes had actually lost their effect against this creature. Even so, he quickly pushed that thought aside. The only way to find the truth was through battle. As he prepared to fight again, he discovered there were now two identical enemies before him. Just then, someone suddenly called out and stopped him. Jiang Shen immediately turned toward the voice. The speaker was the female ghost hunter from earlier. She hurriedly warned him not to attack recklessly, because every strike would only create more clones of that thing. She then shared her own experience. She had once been surrounded by countless clones of this ghost until she was completely exhausted. Its ability was unique. Every time it took damage, it created even more copies. Hearing that, Jiang Shen asked in surprise if it could keep splitting, even after becoming two. She immediately confirmed it and stressed how terrifying that ability was. Unlike everyone else's concern, Jiang Shen's eyes lit up with excitement. He suddenly realized this could be an endless source of ghost energy points. The moment the idea appeared, he tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. In his eyes, the enemy had become a self-replicating treasure chest. Sharp sword strikes rained down and cut the two ghosts into countless pieces. The sword energy was powerful, yet the creatures kept their strange smiles. The more he slashed, the more excited he became. His sword grew faster and denser, as if he was hoping for even more clones to appear. A greedy expression slowly formed on his face. Looking upward, he licked his lips and silently wished for a massive increase in ghost energy points. Right then, the system sent a notification. His excitement instantly turned to shock when he saw that the reward had increased by only a few points. Jiang Shen stared in disbelief. After all that effort, the reward was so small that it was almost insulting. Meanwhile, the monster continued changing. It stared at Jiang Shen warily and said it did not know what he was planning, but it was obvious he wanted it to keep splitting for some hidden purpose. After saying that, all the clones merged together. In moments, it became a single body again, larger and more intimidating than before. Clearly, it had no intention of helping Jiang Shen succeed. Seeing this, Jiang Shen immediately turned to the female ghost hunter with an annoyed look. He complained that she had said the enemy would keep multiplying, but the reality was completely different. After hearing everything, Jiang Shen looked deeply hurt. His eyes turned red as he grumbled that he had actually been tricked this badly. But that mood lasted only a moment. Soon his gaze became icy cold. Covering half his face with one hand, he declared that if there was no more ghost energy to gain, then the monster could die. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The divine ability Heart Thunder had been activated. Jiang Shen pulled out a strange black object with an eerie purple eye embedded in the center. He gripped it tightly and poured power into it. Violent lightning began spreading from the object as he loudly urged Ro Lingji to cooperate. Black smoke continuously poured from the strange item. Its body expanded and transformed into a new form. Countless red lightning bolts flashed around it while Jiang Shen kept shouting for it to grow further. Before long, another system notification appeared. Heart Thunder had completed its breakthrough and evolved into Great Purgatory Thunderbreaker. The original object had transformed into a gigantic sword. Between the hilt and blade sat a sinister purple, ice-shaped gem. Jiang Shen needed all his strength just to lift it, while crimson lightning and mysterious liquid covered the blade. Looking at the new weapon, Jiang Shen released a burst of killing intent and ordered the sword to crush the enemy. Under Jiang Shen's control, the tip of the giant's swords slowly but overwhelmingly pointed toward the monster. Terrifying pressure descended from the sword. While Jiang Shen remained serious, the monster forced a proud smile and mocked him, saying he was not the only one with a weapon. However, when the sword's light fell upon it, the confidence on its face quickly vanished and was replaced by growing fear. The giant sword finally pressed down onto its body. The monster used all its strength to resist, pushing its arms to the limit. Even so, it was forced to its knees as the ground beneath it cracked apart. Under that destructive weight, the shovel it used for defense began to fill with cracks. Even then, the monster stubbornly refused to let go. The cracks spread across the entire shovel. At the same time, its expression became savage and filled with fury. In the end, the shovel could not withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. Xiao Nan froze in horror as metal fragments scattered across the ground. At that moment, a purple-haired figure suddenly emerged from the void. Overflowing with killing intent, his cold violet eyes looked ready to tear Jiang Shen apart. He had realized that Jiang Shen was the one causing all the trouble. Meanwhile, the monster had been completely crushed against the ground by the giant sword. Only the shattered remains of its weapon were left around it. A floating mass of blue liquid suddenly appeared in the air. Reflected within it was a terrified young woman who could not believe her defensive illusion barrier had been destroyed by a single attack. Unexpectedly, Xiao Nan showed a look of anger. She struggled to stand and glared at Jiang Shen with hatred in her eyes. The purple eye on the giant sword immediately turned toward her. One glance was enough to unleash overwhelming pressure and knock her into the ruins of the shattered illusion. Jiang Shen calmly held the sword and looked at her with a meaningful smile. He said she had lured him into traps again and again, yet still thought she could escape. Covered in blood, she barely managed to stand while gripping a fragment of the broken illusion. Her resentful gaze remained locked on him. She tightened her grip on the shard and pointed it forward. The fragment trembled slightly as if declaring that anyone trapped in her illusion world would be crushed. But before she could act, her body was suddenly dragged underground, and the shard flew from her hand. Jiang Shen instantly swung his sword backward, tearing apart the illusion around him. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Want to drag me into an illusion? Go ahead and try. Ghost energy points increased. Plus 39 points. Before the ghost could fully disappear underground, another mountain-like sword strike slammed into her. Her eyes widened as she realized her plan had been exposed. The system kept sending notifications. So it's you again, always thinking you can farm endless ghost energy. Ghost energy points increased by 49. Jiang Shen showed no mercy and kept bringing his sword down, splitting the ground with massive cracks. Another notification appeared. It was just a misunderstanding. I was only digging for fun. Ghost energy points increased by 59. After the brutal assault, the red-haired ghost woman collapsed. One arm was gone, her left leg was nearly crippled, and blood covered her entire body. Trembling in fear, she begged him to stop. Yet Jiang Shen coldly raised his sword again. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes, because she had targeted Sister Hong. The moment he finished speaking, a devastating sword strike crashed down, sending dust and debris everywhere. The system immediately confirmed the result. Pit-digging ghost, half-wraith rank, eliminated. Ghost energy points gained, 500. Her corpse quickly rotted away, leaving only a foul-smelling skeleton. Many of the bones were already shattered beyond recognition. Jiang Shen casually kicked the remains, breaking them into even smaller pieces before snorting in disdain. Putting away his sword, he muttered unhappily. After all that fighting, he still had not earned 1,000 ghost energy points. The giant sword gradually shrank and faded into a phantom before disappearing. The people behind him watched in admiration and guessed he was at least rank C. Jiang Shen did not bother responding to the praise. He simply tucked Ro Lingji back onto his belt. The little spirit creature stuck out a tiny hand, as if showing it was perfectly fine. Only then did he turn to the remaining girl and ask who she was. Slightly embarrassed, she introduced herself as a wandering extraordinary. Jiang Shen was still not fully convinced. He immediately pulled out his phone and began checking her information. The screen displayed her profile. Han Yue, independent extraordinary, rank D. After reading it, he looked dissatisfied because the data was too limited. Cracking his knuckles, Jiang Shen revealed a suspicious smile and declared that further verification was needed. The next second, he rushed toward the girl and reached out, causing her to panic and ask what he was doing. His hand directly touched her, despite her repeated protests. He even checked her from head to toe and searched through her clothes, as if looking for something suspicious. Through her outfit, her long legs and fishnet stockings became visible while she desperately begged him to stop. After finishing the inspection, Jiang Shen concluded that he found no trace of ghost energy, so she was probably fine. The system immediately mocked him and suggested he was just using it as an excuse to grope her. Jiang Shen turned to the girl and waved innocently. He asked if she had any objections to his completely proper inspection method. Han Yue was both embarrassed and furious. Hugging her chest tightly, she forced herself to say she had no objections and even thanked him. Jiang Shen dropped down in front of her and let out a long sigh. He complained that he had nearly been scared to death and needed a short break. Meanwhile, Han Yue remained wary and quietly kept her guard up. After resting for a bit, he looked up and curiously asked what she knew about all the strange events happening in this estate. At the mention of that topic, she immediately hugged herself tighter. Her lips trembled as she gathered the courage to speak. Han Yue slowly explained that this place was like a giant livestock pen, and everyone inside was prey waiting to be harvested. Although the estate was enormous, it sat isolated deep within a dark forest and felt nothing like a luxury resort. Jiang Shen still did not fully understand. Scratching his head, he asked who was really behind all of this if everyone was merely a sacrifice. The question made Han Yue turn pale. Sweat ran down her face as she tremblingly answered that the culprit was still somewhere inside the estate. Fear became more obvious with every word. According to her, a terrifying wraith was sealed here. It had no eyes or nose. Its entire face was a nest of writhing worms. It had purple hair, tattered clothes, and an unnaturally swollen stomach covered in grotesque stitches. In another room filled with medical equipment, a middle-aged red-haired man lay motionless on a hospital bed beneath a blanket. 3 relatives stood nearby watching over him, 2 men and 1 woman, all with the same red hair. The man wearing glasses was the eldest brother of the family. The other man was thin and fierce-looking, dressed in a flashy shirt. He was the second brother. The only middle-aged woman present was the third sister. The eldest brother sighed and said the exorcist team they had worked so hard to hire had been missing for 2 full hours. Hearing that, the third sister suggested contacting the underworld authorities to learn more about the situation. The second brother immediately sneered. He said the ghost soldiers had already fled at the first sign of trouble, so expecting them to protect anyone was pure fantasy. Filled with resentment, the third sister looked at their unconscious father and blamed him. In her view, every tragedy began when he insisted on digging up the ancestral tomb. Her own daughter had become a victim as well. The girl died in a horrific state, with half her body pierced through a shattered mirror and blood covering the surrounding area. Unlike his grieving sister, the second brother showed no sympathy. He mocked her and suggested the disaster might not have anything to do with their father at all. Hearing those cruel words, the third sister immediately jumped to her feet and demanded that he repeat them. The second brother only scoffed in response. Seeing the argument about to explode, the eldest brother quickly stepped in. He sternly reminded them that this was not the time for family infighting. The second brother irritably pulled out his phone and said he knew a few powerful figures. He would try contacting them for help. The third sister let out a cold laugh and accused him of using the situation as another chance to squeeze money out of their father. Struck where it hurt, the second brother clenched his fists. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared in anger. To keep things from spiraling out of control, the eldest brother gently stopped him and offered advice. If they were going to seek help, they needed truly capable and trustworthy people this time. The second brother immediately insisted that he was not after their father's wealth. Right now, his own life mattered more than anything. After that, he left the room to make a call. Outside stretched a long hallway lined with disturbing paintings, while the dim ceiling lights made everything feel even colder. Meanwhile, a blurry figure slowly emerged from the darkness behind him and quietly approached. Frowning, he spoke into the phone about a strange white-haired expert from the Jin Sha faction and asked if he could borrow that person for a few days. He continued explaining that his family was facing a major crisis and impatiently told the other side to stop asking questions. While he was distracted, an icy hand slowly rested on his shoulder. The chilling touch instantly irritated him. As he turned around, he shouted that he was busy with something important and violently slapped the hand away. But the moment he saw what was behind him, his whole body froze in terror. A purple-haired woman stood there, her face crawling with worms, and her stitched-up belly looking horrifying. She even raised a hand as if greeting him, nearly scaring him out of his mind. In total panic, the second brother turned and ran. He charged into the hospital room, crashed to the floor, and screamed so loudly that everyone inside was startled. The third sister angrily scolded him, saying his shouting would disturb their recovering father. Meanwhile, the old man on the bed remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. Only then did the second brother look up. Trembling all over, and close to tears, he stammered that the ghost woman had returned. As he spoke, he dropped to his knees and pointed at the door, desperately telling everyone to block the entrance with furniture. Hearing that, the third sister turned pale as well. She rushed to grab a chair while the second brother kept urging her on in fear. While moving furniture against the door, the third sister muttered in despair that their family might truly be out of options this time. Meanwhile, the father lying on the bed finally reacted. His body twitched slightly, strange sounds escaped his lips, and his eyes rolled back in a disturbing way. Outside in the hallway, the eerie woman calmly kept walking forward. Every step echoed heavily as she approached the hospital room. The old man was now completely consumed by fear. His face turned pale, tears streamed down endlessly, yet only muffled sounds came from his throat. Suddenly, he sat straight up in bed, as if something had taken control of him. His lifeless eyes stared forward. Sweat poured from his body as panic reached its peak. In despair, he wondered what sin he had committed. The moment he finished speaking, the ghost woman outside seemed to sense her prey and rushed forward with murderous intent. But halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Her black-clawed hands slowly pressed against her massive belly as a violent dark force spread outward. In an instant, a terrifying attack blasted forward and slammed into the solid wall, cracking the stone surface apart. The hospital room wall exploded. Countless chunks of stone shot inside like a meteor shower, and dust immediately filled the room. As the dust slowly settled, the ghost woman appeared among the ruins. One hand supported her twisted belly, while the other formed a sharp claw. She stood before the shattered wall and glared viciously at everyone's inside. The sight completely stunned the three siblings. The eldest brother, second brother, and third sister all turned pale, too terrified to react. Outside, Sister Hong and Xiao Nan stood frozen as they stared at the villa. Shock and panic were written all over their faces. Behind them, Jiang Chen remained completely calm. At this moment, the entire house was covered in a gloomy blue glow, filled with a strange aura. After watching for a while, Jiang Chen remarked that something extremely dangerous was definitely inside. Manhwa recalled everything she had witnessed over the past 2 days, and stated that the ghost was at least a peak vengeful ghost. Jiang Chen merely raised an eyebrow in surprise. Right after that, he cracked his knuckles and looked excited. Instead of feeling cautious, he seemed eager to rush in immediately. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly stepped in front of him, spreading her arms to block the way, while repeatedly telling him not to act recklessly. Cold sweat covered her forehead. With a tense expression, she believed that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was probably only around crank and should wait for help from the underworld. Jiang Chen simply looked down at her and calmly replied that leaving after coming this far would go against his conscience. Manhwa continued trying to stop him, feeling that his reason made no sense at all. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen paid no attention and kept moving forward. In reality, he had a completely different thought. If reinforcements handled everything, where would he get more ghost energy to collect? Hearing that, Manhwa stood there in shock. Jiang Chen extended his hand. The flesh Lingji instantly melted into liquid and gathered in his palm. Moments later, the flesh Lingji transformed into a special sword, with a strange purple eye appearing at the center of the blade. Gripping the weapon tightly, Jiang Chen focused on the villa that had fallen into an unsettling silence. Suddenly, a wall exploded violently, Rubble flew everywhere as if something enormous had smashed its way out, instantly drawing his attention. Even Jiang Chen was surprised when he finally saw what was flying toward him. It turned out to be a hospital bed. He quickly dodged aside and stared in confusion. The old man was still lying on the bed, while the three siblings clung to the frame before jumping off and screaming in chaos. The bed slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen raised his sword to shield himself and mocked them for using their own father as a shield while escaping. Hearing that, the eldest brother hurriedly explained that staying alive was already a miracle. Against that vengeful ghost, they had no other choice. As he spoke, he wiped away sweat, and his glasses were nearly shattered. The third sister was covered in scratches from the jump. She kept gasping for air, feeling as if she had just escaped death. According to her, it was the second brother who came up with the plan. They pushed their father's hospital bed through the window and jumped after it. With the ghost closing in, it was the only idea they had. Suddenly, the ghost woman's miserable crying echoed from the villa. The chilling sound instantly made all three shiver. Not daring to waste another second, they dragged the old man's bed and ran for their lives, shouting for everyone to stay away. Jiang Chen could only laugh helplessly at the scene. In his eyes, these people were far too weak. With that thought, he immediately leaped into the air. Holding his sword with a confident smile, Jiang Chen landed lightly on the window frame and directly faced the female vengeful ghost inside. Jiang Chen raised his sword before him. His expression lost all its casualness as he became completely focused. The ghost woman still looked as horrifying as before. Her face was covered with crawling worms, and her sorrowful cries sent chills down Anion's spine. Yet, Jiang Chen smiled with interest, and even scratched his cheek in amusement. He was actually thinking that her appearance suited his strange taste quite well. While crying miserably, the ghost woman raised her sharp claws, as if ready to tear apart anyone in her way. Jiang Chen reached beneath his pant leg, as though preparing to pull something out. In his judgment, if she was truly a peak-level vengeful ghost, he needed his trump card. At that moment, a shriveled and bizarre object appeared from beneath his pant leg, its eye wide open and staring ahead. Right then, a wave of green energy burst out and struck the ghost woman directly. Her body trembled and became strangely blurry. Seeing the effect, Jiang Chen casually walked closer and flashed a provocative smile. While the ghost woman continued trembling, he even leaned his face closer and teased her to come at him if she dared. Then he raised his head, holding the sword lazily, and declared that if she would not attack first, he would make the first move. The moment he finished speaking, the sword slashed down toward the ghost woman's distorted belly. But the result was completely unexpected. The cut only released a strange green liquid and caused almost no real damage. Jiang Chen fell to the ground in confusion, staring at the wound and wondering why his attack was useless. The ghost woman lowered her head and sobbed softly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately pointed at the sword and claimed it was the sword's fault, not his, leaving the eye on the blade speechless. The ghost woman did not bother responding. A simple wave of her hand sent both Jiang Chen and his sword flying away, kicking up dust everywhere. The blow was so powerful that he slammed into the ground before crashing into a wall. The impact thundered loudly, and a thick cloud of dust completely hid him from sight. When he reappeared, Jiang Chen's expression had changed. Sweat streamed down his face, and blood trickled from his lips. A terrifying handprint marked his chest, left behind by the ghost woman, with a frightening dark force gathering inside it. Orange streaks slowly appeared around the mark, making him wary. Without giving him a chance to recover, the ghost woman charged again and unleashed another devastating strike. As the attack closed in, Jiang Chen could only wonder whether the tyrant demon body could withstand it. Just as her claws were about to reach him, a burst of light suddenly flared in front of him. It was Manhwa, who had rushed over to block the attack. Even though her injuries had not healed, she stood before him and anxiously asked if he was all right. Jiang Chen looked ahead and replied that he was still fine. Manhwa panted heavily, sweat covering her forehead. She warned him that even a crank expert could be killed by this ghost woman in a single move, proving that her strength far exceeded an ordinary vengeful ghost. Blocked once again, the ghost woman angrily pulled a worm from her maggot-covered face and screamed that they had ruined her plan. She mocked the group for meddling in other people's business just because they had a little strength. At the same time, her arms stretched unnaturally, and the worm in her hand began glowing green. A second later, she hurled the worm forward. The green light around it instantly expanded as it shot toward its target. The worm slammed directly into Manhwa and blasted her away. It then exploded, spraying sticky green fluid everywhere, and even startling Jiang Chen. The ghost woman stared at Jiang Chen and pointed at him, declaring that he was worthy of becoming her meal. Jiang Chen was still surprised by what had happened, while Han Yu had already collapsed in the distance, her body twitching violently. Hearing the ghost look down on him, Jiang Chen felt slightly annoyed. It seemed he was being underestimated again. The blow to his pride made him charge forward at full speed. At the same time, he bared 4 unusually sharp fangs. The ghost woman's expression changed slightly. At that moment, her swollen belly suddenly bulged with massive lumps, and heavy thumping sounds echoed as if something inside was struggling wildly. The moment the system notification appeared, Shi Mei was stunned. His ghost energy had increased by another 350 years. Acting on instinct, the ghost woman quickly looked down at her own belly. She was filled with confusion. A moment ago, she had sensed a deadly threat, as if that brat could actually kill her. To avoid any accidents, she decided to finish him off as quickly as possible and pulled something else from her body. It was a new worm. This one was much larger than the last and looked completely different. In the blink of an eye, its body swelled like a living lantern, and the ghost woman immediately grabbed hold of it. Killing intent erupted. The ghost woman roared and hurled the giant worm at Jiang Chen like a fatal attack. Jiang Chen did not dodge at all. Instead, he stood there with interest. As he pulled out a card, he thought that this 2-star card could finally prove its worth. It was the Harmony Demon card. In his hand was a green card covered with strange patterns. At its center was a bizarre long-headed humanoid figure, along with a mysterious symbol representing the Harmony Demon ability. Withered wood art, Jiang Chen shouted. Instantly, a giant phantom appeared behind him, and countless twisted dead branches stretched toward his body. Wooden vines rapidly wrapped around him, layer after layer. At the same time, his eyes shone with striking red and golden light. His skin gradually transformed into solid wood, while the vines continued tightening around his entire body. They covered everything from his hands to his feet, wrapping around his ankles and climbing up his legs without leaving a single gap. When the transformation was complete, his entire body had become wood. A powerful aura spread outward as he steadied himself and locked his gaze onto the enemy. Technique. Lesser wood control. His arm instantly transformed into countless violent vines that surged forward and completely wrapped around the incoming worm. Green energy also poured from his body. The dangerous sphere was bound by layer upon layer of vines and completely lost its ability to reach him. As the pressure increased, the lantern-like worm quickly burst apart. The destructive energy inside could only struggle to escape through tiny gaps between the vines. Jiang Chen then retracted all the vines and restored his arms. When the explosion ended, only a thin trail of smoke remained. He smirked at the ghost woman and coldly asked if that was all she could do. Provoked by his words, the ghost woman flew into a rage. She immediately raised her sharp claws, rushed in front of him, and roared furiously. Jiang Chen instantly crossed his arms to block. Every swipe of her claws released sharp purple streaks that tore through the air and forced him to withstand the assault. But what pleased him most was that the wooden armor on his arms was barely damaged. The claw marks left only a few shallow scratches, making him admire its incredible durability. Looking at his wooden hands overflowing with power and feeling the energy still surging through him, Jiang Chen smiled confidently and signaled the start of his counterattack. He clenched his fist, and vines immediately coiled around his wooden arm. As power kept compressing into it, the arm swelled larger and larger until it resembled the trunk of a giant ancient tree. "Green blessing," he shouted as he threw a direct punch. Empowered by immense force, the massive arm became even more terrifying. The dazzling blast from the attack surged straight toward the ghost woman, leaving her frozen in horror as she could not even understand what was happening. The devastating punch slammed into the ghost and drove her deep into the ground. A thunderous impact shook the area as dust filled the air. Jiang Chen's massive wooden arm stood like a pillar, pinning her down amid the raging energy. Right in front of the ghost, countless strange vines began spinning at incredible speed, forming a violent vortex with pressure so intense that she had to cover her face. Witnessing this, the ghost cried out in shock. She could not understand how these vines could move and whirl around on their own. A dark red vine spinning wildly suddenly lashed out like an iron whip and sent the ghost flying. Her body crashed from the air and slammed into the ground with a painful thud. After the impact, the monster staggered to her feet. Grabbing a fallen tree for support, she coughed violently. Jiang Chen casually brushed the tree aside. That simple action terrified the ghost, who turned around in disbelief, unable to understand how his strength had increased so much. She then reached out and collected the worms that had fallen to the ground. They emitted a strange pink glow. With a cold smile, she said that his new power only made him slightly stronger and was nothing worth boasting about. Her hand gripped a tree trunk, covered in tentacles. Instantly, the grotesque object trembled violently as bubbles formed across its surface, accompanied by horrifying boiling sounds. The strange noises grew louder and faster. She tightened her grip on the weapon and gathered all her strength for another attack. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of savage slashes rushed straight toward Jiang Chen, along with a roar full of killing intent. Even with danger right in front of him, Jiang Chen calmly observed and remarked that his opponent's speed was actually quite impressive. As the blade approached his face, he casually said that this level of power would not make any difference. Hearing those words, the ghost suddenly froze, her face filled with confusion. At some point, one of Jiang Chen's vines had pierced through her chest from behind, leaving her completely unable to resist. Just like that, the monster was suppressed. She could not believe she had been caught by such a sudden attack. At the same time, the system announced an increase of 930 years of ghost energy. Jiang Chen smirked and said that no matter how powerful evil creatures became, they could never truly overcome the power of nature. But at that moment, the ghost's body suddenly convulsed violently. Her agonized screams even caught Jiang Chen by surprise. Her belly began swelling in a horrifying way, covered with grotesque bulges. Green light seeped from the stitches as she painfully admitted that she could no longer keep the thing inside under control. The stitches across her belly suddenly split apart, revealing a giant and bizarre eye hidden within. Her stomach tore open in two, spraying sticky green fluid everywhere. The slime splashed all over Jiang Chen, leaving him both shocked and disgusted by the horrifying sight. The toxic fluid landed on nearby trees, causing them to wither and lose all their leaves within moments. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed as he realized how dangerous it was. The creature growing inside the ghost's belly was none other than Han Ba. She gently stroked her stomach and whispered to the eye within, telling it to wait a little longer before coming out. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately concluded that if Han Ba truly emerged, the consequences would be catastrophic. It had to be destroyed before it could be born. Meanwhile, the ghost calmly continued speaking, saying that everything she had done was solely to protect Han Ba. After saying that, she drew all the worms on her face back into her body and revealed a twisted smile, declaring that she was willing to do anything for that goal. A stream of dark red fluid flowed from the corner of her mouth onto the wound in her chest. The moment it touched the vine piercing her body, it began corroding it. Within seconds, every vine dissolved completely, leaving behind large bleeding holes. Han Yue witnessed the scene and turned deathly pale. Sweat poured down her face as she trembled and realized that the ghost had reached the true half-blood robe state. Dense evil energy engulfed the ghost's body. Her swollen belly and slightly hunched back made her appearance even more grotesque and terrifying. Jiang Chen immediately clenched his fists and adjusted his stance for battle. After observing her carefully, he realized that her current state was completely different from before. The moment he finished thinking that, the ghost transformed into a blur and shot toward Jiang Chen, as if she wanted to tear him apart on the spot. The speed caught Jiang Chen off guard for a moment. Even so, he judged that with his demon eye, he could barely keep up with her movements. Without hesitation, he immediately called upon the power of nature. With a loud shout, countless spikes burst from the ground and formed a dense defensive barrier. But the ghost forced her way through the barrier and struck him directly, causing Jiang Chen to cry out in pain. Even so, the attack failed to fully break through his defense, as if an invisible force had blocked it halfway. The moment her hand touched the barriers surrounding Jiang Chen, the ghost froze in shock, unable to believe her attack had been stopped. Refusing to give up, she launched a relentless barrage of attacks, but Jiang Chen quickly dodged every single one. Growing more furious with each exchange, she transformed her arm into a sharp blade and continued her savage pursuit. Jiang Chen calmly raised both hands and blocked the attack head-on. After stopping the strike, he immediately countered with a powerful kick to her stomach, sending her flying backward. Even then, he could not help noting how unbelievably tough that belly was. Without wasting the opportunity, Jiang Chen immediately formed a hand seal and activated wood control art. A sharp earth spike suddenly erupted from below and pierced toward the monster before she could react. Seeing his opponent lying motionless before him, Jiang Chen began gathering energy for a finishing blow. Green light gradually condensed in his hand. He smiled and coldly declared that the best place for her was as nourishment for the forest. Jiang Chen unleashed his power and blasted the large-bellied monster's weakened body off the ground. The energy sphere shone with a blinding light. The parasitic worms panicked and crawled out, while the ghost had to shield herself from the radiance. but her cunning still exceeded expectations. At the critical moment, she managed to avoid Yang Chen's killing strike. She was panting and about to taunt him, but before she could finish, a vine suddenly pierced through her chest from behind, making her scream in agony. Seeing this, Jiang Chen laughed and mocked her, saying that people often claimed pregnant women became distracted, and maybe there was some truth to it. He continued, saying she had already fallen for the same trick once, yet walked into it again. This time, the price would be far greater. With a simple wave of his hand, the technique activated. The vine inside her body exploded, shredding the monster into countless pieces before she vanished into thin air. Han Yue immediately cheered in excitement. She never expected Jiang Chen to defeat a true half-blood robe. After the intense battle, Jiang Chen had also exhausted a great deal of energy. He kept breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Xiaonan remained hidden in the bushes, trembling as he asked whether everything was finally over. Sister Hong also spoke up, admitting that the explosions had terrified her. Han Yue smiled brightly and reassured everyone that the danger had passed because Master Jiang had won. But then she suddenly remembered something that left her puzzled. Before she could finish speaking, an eerie figure appeared before everyone. A cold voice blamed them for destroying one of its blood robe avatars. The newcomer was the same monster with a face crawling with worms, instantly making the atmosphere heavy once again. Even though its previous body had been completely destroyed, it reappeared in perfect condition without a single injury. Jiang Chen panted heavily and helplessly complained that the monster had shown up again. He immediately turned and urged Han Yue to take the others and leave at once. Han Yue worriedly asked whether he still had enough strength to keep fighting that monster. Jiang Chen firmly told everyone not to worry about him. Hearing that, the monster laughed coldly and said that if they all left, no one would be around to collect his corpse. Just as the tension reached its peak, the system suddenly chimed in. The system announced that the upgrade was complete and rewarded him with a warm spirit pill capable of restoring 150% of his stamina. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately smiled in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he chose to use it right away. The monster looked confused, thinking he was talking to her. She let out a strange laugh and said that if he wanted to become food, she would gladly accept. Her arrogant laughter echoed through the air before she charged straight at Jiang Chen at incredible speed. But now, after receiving a complete enhancement, Jiang Chen no longer felt the slightest fear. The moment the monster rushed in, she was met with a heavy punch from Jiang Chen. The terrifying force blasted her far into the distance. His aura was completely different now. Jiang Chen confidently declared that the warm spirit pill had taken effect, restoring all of his stamina and strength. From afar, the demon stared in shock. It could not understand how the kid had grown so much stronger in such a short time. Jiang Shen crossed his arms in front of his chest and shouted, "Ultimate wood control art appear now, Green Forest Giant." The ground shook violently as a massive wooden giant slowly rose up, towering above every ancient tree in the forest. Seeing the colossal figure before it, the demon froze on the spot and completely lost its composure. Right then, the system jokingly complained that a one-and-own fight had suddenly turned into a team battle and awarded another 920 ghost aura points. Sitting calmly on the giant's head, Jiang Shen looked down and mocked his opponent, saying she should deal with herself and save everyone the trouble. Hearing that, the demon was so confused that it did not even know how to react. Jiang Shen casually added that otherwise, she was about to suffer a truly brutal beating. By now, the ghost had been crushed deep into the ground. Only its thin arms stuck out like dead branches, growing from a deserted graveyard. Jiang Shen then controlled the wooden giant and unleashed a relentless barrage of mountain-like punches. Every impact shook the earth and sent dust flying everywhere. Watching the scene, Sister Hong and Xiaonan shivered. They even started feeling a little sorry for the female ghost. Jiang Shen spread his arms and prepared the finishing move. The giant's eyes suddenly glowed green as he declared it was time for the forest's final gift. In the next instant, the giant fired a massive laser-like beam straight at the ghost below. The terrifying blast split the ground in half. In the distance, the 4 members of the Gu family secretly watching the battle immediately discussed, moving away as soon as possible. Seconds later, the system confirmed that the half-blood corpse charm had been eliminated and rewarded Jiang Shen with another 999 ghost aura points. At the spot where the ghost fell, the gray smoke slowly faded. Once the view cleared, everyone noticed its stitched stomach was still moving and beginning to crack apart. Jiang Shen landed and watched the twitching stomach. Thinking everything was over, he finally relaxed. But at that moment, a blood-red eye appeared in the crack and released a sinister crimson glow. Sensing danger, he rushed forward to destroy whatever was inside. Unexpectedly, a small hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. The sudden twist caught Jiang Shen completely off guard. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. From inside the torn stomach, an evil aura far stronger than the mother ghost erupted. A powerful shockwave then blasted Jiang Shen backward. The moment the evil being fully emerged, the corpse-charmed stomach exploded, and flesh scattered everywhere. Blood splashed toward Jiang Shen, forcing him to shield himself with his wooden arms. He already knew the sealed creature had finally escaped. The small demon used its mother's body as an exit, tearing through the corpse-charmed stomach to be born. Its exposed bones and organs looked horrifying. This was Han Ba. Seeing the creature standing motionless among the remains, Jiang Shen's expression immediately turned serious. He realized the monster had finally been born. The pressure radiating from Han Ba far surpassed the corpse charm, and even the green forest giant showed obvious fear. Still, Jiang Shen ignored it and coldly ordered an attack. The giant instantly gathered power into its fist and launched a devastating strike at Han Ba floating in the air. The attack was lightning fast, yet it still missed. With unimaginable speed, Han Ba simply tilted its body and easily dodged. Its cold eyes then locked onto the giant in front of it. Seizing the moment, it unleashed a sharp slash filled with terrifying killing intent. Everything happened too quickly for the giant to react. The attack sliced straight through its body, splitting the massive figure in half and sending wood and debris everywhere. The summoned body quickly lost all vitality and began to rot away. Jiang Shen watched in shock as his opponent withered it in the blink of an eye. Watching the giant turn to dust, Jiang Shen immediately felt the pressure. His demon transformation ability was completely countered by Han Ba. Jiang Shen quickly concluded that this monster had likely reached the blood robe level. With no other choice, he tried a sneak attack from behind. But the moment he got close, he realized his speed meant nothing to the creature. Han Ba's head suddenly twisted all the way backward, and its eyes locked onto Jiang Shen. He instantly realized it had seen through his every move. In the blink of an eye, Han Ba appeared right in front of him, at a speed that was almost impossible to follow. Faced with danger, Jiang Shen immediately called the system and demanded a 3-star card draw. The interface appeared at once, along with a mocking smiley icon. The wheel began spinning, and the light from the interface instantly drove away the surrounding darkness. A line of text appeared as if mocking his panic. But moments later, the entire area was covered in a strange dark purple aura while the wheel kept spinning. At that moment, Han Ba charged again. Jiang Shen instinctively raised his arms to block. Before the attack landed, a system barrier appeared and completely nullified the strike. Jiang Shen finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the card draw process came with absolute protection. When the draw ended, a giant pink bear appeared behind him. It was even larger than the forest giant from before. Its body was packed with muscles, looking like a heavyweight fighter ready for battle. Only then did Jiang Shen feel truly relieved. Holding the 3-star card, he stared at Han Ba and loudly declared that the battle was far from over. Unexpectedly, the moment Han Ba saw the card, its expression changed. Its body trembled as if facing something terrifying. The system quickly reported that the seal on young Han Ba had triggered its deepest fear and awarded another 9,000 ghost aura points. Without wasting the chance, Jiang Shen immediately activated demon transformation with the Great Bear God, causing Han Ba to panic even more. To his surprise, the little demon turned around and ran without hesitation. Jiang Shen could only shake his head and mock it. Han Ba leaped across rooftops at incredible speed, leaving behind only a blurry shadow. Jiang Shen immediately ordered pursuit. He knew that if this creature escaped, it would become a massive disaster in the future. Meanwhile, the card in his hand slowly dissolved into particles of light and vanished. While thinking of a solution, he decided this was best left to people who specialized in supernatural incidents. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. The call quickly connected to a young woman on the other end. Jiang Shen immediately reported that a Han Ba had appeared and demanded that they send people at once. The moment she heard the name Han Ba, the woman was stunned and urgently asked for his exact location. After a brief thought, Jiang Shen replied that the place was difficult to describe and suggested they track his phone signal instead. Jiang Shen continued urging them to send reinforcements immediately, explaining that the creature had entered the blood robe, rank the moment it was born. Hearing that, the woman turned pale and anxiously asked if he was absolutely certain and willing to take full responsibility for the report. Jiang Shen did not hesitate. He kept a serious expression and gave a firm confirmation. After receiving his answer, the staff member immediately activated emergency protocol and repeatedly pressed the alert buttons, causing alarms to sound everywhere. Within moments, headquarters fell into chaos as red warning signals flashed non-stop. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of a blood robe-level existence. Without delay, the woman broadcast an announcement to all units that a brand new blood robe entity had appeared in Jiang City. Just then, someone suddenly approached from behind. She turned around and immediately felt relieved. Team leader Yang grabbed the communicator and directly asked Jiang Shen if it was true that the newly born ghost had already reached the blood robe realm. On the other end, Jiang Shen was growing impatient. He snapped that they should stop asking the same question and simply tell him whether help was coming or not. At the same time, the ground shook violently. He warned them again that if this thing reached a populated area, no one would be able to handle the consequences. Hearing that, the staff member reassured him and told him to keep his phone's location active because reinforcements were already on the way. Meanwhile, team leader Yang rushed to the command center. Before leaving, he ordered a special operation to stop the blood robe ghost from entering the city at all costs. After giving his instructions, team leader Yang simply said he would reach the scene first and immediately disappeared. As for Jiang Shen, he had just ended the call and lowered his phone. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, as if everything was going exactly according to plan. But the feeling did not last long. His expression suddenly changed when he realized the target had vanished from sight. Without wasting a second, Jiang Shen sped off to search for any trace of it. He then looked down at the area below and let out a helpless sigh. Inside Sister Hong's house, the entire family was gathered in the living room. Jiang Shen could not help but think that while he was risking his life hunting ghosts, they looked like they were enjoying a family reunion. At that moment, he appeared at the front door. Hearing the noise, Sister Hong immediately turned around and cautiously asked who had arrived. When she recognized Jiang Shen, she was overjoyed and quickly called her father over, introducing him as the man who had saved their family. The old man's expression changed at once. The moment he saw Jiang Shen, the elder repeatedly bowed and thanked him, saying the Gu family had survived this disaster thanks to Master Jiang. Jiang Shen only smiled knowingly and asked if Mr. Gu still had something left unsaid. As he spoke, he subtly hinted about the unpaid reward. Hearing that, the old man's face turned pale. Sweat poured down as he stammered without finding the right words. He then signaled the others to leave the room, saying he needed a private conversation with Master Jiang. After everyone left, he slowly explained that he had not intentionally hidden the truth. The secret seemed to carry a terrible curse, and anyone who learned it would eventually face disaster. After hearing this, Jiang Shen smiled again and casually replied that curses did not concern him. He had even survived dangerous places, like the Dark Alliance Blood Mansion and Cell Number 7. The old man sighed and revealed that the Gu family's ancestor had never committed a crime serious enough to be erased from the clan records. As he spoke, he took out a torn old photograph showing a man in ancient clothing. He explained that the man in the photo carried the calamity fate of the previous generation, which caused the entire family to be scattered. Hearing this, Jiang Shen immediately asked what calamity fate meant. The old man quickly explained that those with such a fate constantly encountered disasters and could lose their lives from the smallest mistake. These words made Jiang Shen more serious. He immediately asked if Xiao Hong carried the same fate. The old man nodded and said he had consulted an expert who claimed she could only survive by staying far away from her family. After hearing that, Jiang Shen continued asking about the secret connected to the ancestral tomb. The old man said that the two oldest elders of the clan had once visited and demanded that Xiao Ya share the calamity tied to the ancestral tomb, or the entire Gu family would suffer disaster. As he recalled the past, his expression became even uglier. At the time, he strongly opposed the idea because he could not accept sending a young woman into danger. Because of that, he gathered a group of people and personally went up the mountain to excavate the ancestral tomb and uncover the truth. The memory slowly resurfaced, returning to the dark depths of the ancient tomb where he first stepped inside. Just recalling this scene filled his face with fear, as though he had never escaped the nightmare. The burial chamber was packed with scattered bones. At the center stood a long-haired woman with a sealing talisman nailed to her head, while iron chains bound her entire body. A dark green aura constantly leaked from her body. Her swollen stomach, covered in countless stitches, made the scene even more disturbing. According to the old man, the female ghost was sealed within a sea of bones. Back then, he grabbed a shovel from someone nearby and declared that this had to be the source of the Gu family's endless misfortune. With that thought in mind, he raised the shovel high and announced that he would destroy the female ghost's head himself. The shovel came crashing down. The ghost's head instantly burst apart, and maggots sprayed in every direction. At the same time, a horrifying sound echoed through the tomb, and the sealing nail along with the talisman were shaken loose and fell to the ground. The moment the old man saw the female ghost's face, he screamed in terror. Soon after, eerie screeches filled the air as the sealing chains snapped one after another under the overwhelming pressure. Back in the present, the old man was still trembling after recounting the entire story, admitting that the memory still sent chills down his spine. After hearing everything, Jiang Shen's face darkened as he bluntly asked if the old man was the one who had accidentally set her free. Hugging his arms tightly, the old man shakily explained that everything he did back then was to protect Xiao Ya. After speaking, he placed an old book and a red nail on the table and respectfully invited Jiang Shen to examine them. He added that these were the only 2 items brought out of the tomb that year. Jiang Shen glanced at them and showed little interest, even calling them a pile of junk. Even so, he secretly asked the system about their origins, while the system seemed unwilling to acknowledge his ignorance. The system then provided information. The first item was the bone suppression nail, currently damaged and requiring 30,000 ghost aura points for full restoration. The second item was an ancient manual called the Secret Reversal Art. It was also damaged and only needed 100 ghost aura points to repair. Jiang Shen picked up the book and muttered that spending 30,000 points was far too expensive, so he might as well restore the cheaper manual first. Seeing his reaction, Mr. Gu nervously asked whether the book contained any serious problem. Jiang Shen immediately acted calm and said nothing unusual had been found yet and that he needed further study. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shen secretly ordered the system to restore the item. In an instant, a strange green light enveloped the ancient book. When the glow faded, the worn manual looked completely new again. The sight left Mr. Gu stunned. He repeatedly praised the miraculous technique, while Jiang Shen quietly admired the result with satisfaction. He then opened the book and slowly flipped through the pages. Before long, a line caught his attention. Only those who had awakened the Gu family's bloodline were qualified to cultivate this secret art. The moment he read that, Jiang Shen slammed the book shut. He was annoyed that he had wasted 100 ghost aura points on something he could not use. However, a new idea quickly formed in his mind. Perhaps he could use this chance to gain a little more from the old man. A calculating smile appeared on his face. Turning to Mr. Gu, he raised the book and announced that the Gu family's inherited manual had been fully restored. Hearing that, Mr. Gu was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen pretended to be modest and scratched his head, saying any reward was entirely up to him. Mr. Gu immediately made a generous offer, proposing to transfer the entire company to him as promised. But Jiang Shen repeatedly refused, saying such a gift was too much. Seeing the refusal, Mr. Gu changed the offer and proposed giving him on a third of the company's shares. At that point, Jiang Shen's smile finally became genuine. In the end, the two happily shook hands and quickly finalized the agreement, with both sides getting what they wanted. While Jiang Shen secretly celebrated the fact that his finances had become much more secure, Mr. Gu also felt he had made a huge profit. Giving up a portion of shares in exchange for his family's safety and keeping the ancestral manual was a bargain. After that, Jiang Shen's gaze settled on the nail that was emitting a cold black aura. He immediately asked whether he could keep the item. Mr. Gu looked at it and did not hesitate. He said the nail had originally been attached to the female ghost, and he had no desire to keep it. If Master Jiang wanted it, he could take it. Hearing that, Jiang Shen grinned and quickly stuffed the nail into his back pocket. The action left Mr. Gu sweating, unable to imagine why he would store such a sinister object there. At the same time, a long line of escort vehicles had arrived outside the villa. Walking out of the house, Jiang Shen looked at the scene and helplessly complained that every time the underworld agents showed up, they acted like they were heading into a war. Standing across from him was team leader Yang, his face cold as ice, making the atmosphere even heavier. The man slowly introduced himself, his voice carrying immense pressure. After listening, Jiang Shen grinned and responded by reciting his home address, as if it were a proper introduction. Team leader Yang had no intention of continuing the conversation and simply stared at him with an unreadable expression. At that moment, the system mocked him for giving his address when nobody had asked and awarded another 420 ghost aura points. Soon, streams of purple ghost aura spread around team leader Yang. He coldly asked what evidence Jiang Shen had for claiming the target was a blood robe entity. Seeing the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Shen silently complained. In his view, they should be chasing the blood robe ghost instead of interrogating him. Faced with the question, Jiang Shen glared back and confidently declared that the ghost was strong enough to kill him with a single strike. He insisted that such terrifying power could only belong to a blood robe entity. The moment he finished speaking, the purple aura suppressing him was suddenly blasted away by an invisible force. Witnessing this, Team Leader Yang's expression changed. Fear rose in his heart because the ghost sealed inside his body seemed to be reacting to Jiang Shen with terror once again. His eyes immediately sharpened, filled with suspicion and unwillingness. In the next instant, Team Leader Yang suddenly rushed forward and launched an attack at Jiang Shen while giving a brief warning. The strike carried tremendous force, enough to kill an ordinary person instantly. Yet Jiang Shen remained standing calmly, without showing the slightest panic. Then he suddenly shouted with overwhelming authority, as if commanding something to disappear. In an instant, all the ghost aura and the attack's power vanished completely. Team Leader Yang was stunned because everything had been neutralized by a single shout. While his opponent was still frozen in shock, Jiang Shen moved right in front of him with a strange smile and began teasing him. He even leaned closer and said several deliberately ambiguous remarks, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Sweat immediately formed on Team Leader Yang's forehead. Jiang Shen was not finished. He grabbed the man's hand and continued joking around. The two subordinates nearby were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. As for Team Leader Yang, he was on the verge of losing his mind, struggling desperately while shouting for Jiang Shen to let go. The system seized the chance to mock him and awarded another 999 ghost aura points. Jiang Shen kept teasing him, making the situation even more embarrassing. One subordinate watching from the side was secretly horrified, unable to understand who this kid was to dare treat Team Leader Yang like this. Driven to anger, Team Leader Yang turned to his subordinates and ordered them to secure the scene and erase the memories of everyone involved. Seeing their superior furious, the subordinates immediately accepted the order and hurried off to work. But Jiang Shen still refused to release his grip. This only made Team Leader Yang more panicked as he repeatedly demanded to be let go. Jiang Shen finally smiled and offered a condition. He said he would release him if one request was granted. Desperate to escape the awkward situation, Team Leader Yang quickly agreed. Jiang Shen pointed towards Sister Hong and Mr. Gu in the distance and stated that their memories must not be erased. Hearing that request, Team Leader Yang was slightly surprised and assumed Jiang Shen was especially concerned about the woman. Standing nearby, Sister Hong was deeply moved. She secretly thought she must hold a very special place in Jiang Shen's heart. However, Jiang Shen immediately pointed at Mr. Gu and clarified that he was actually talking about the old man beside her. He explained very practically that the man still owed him a huge amount of money, and the contract was not signed yet. If his memory was erased, the deal would be gone. After saying that, Jiang Shen glanced at one of Team Leader Yang's subordinates and irritably asked what he was staring at, leaving the man speechless. The system popped up again, mocking the situation while awarding another 200 ghost aura points. At that very moment, somewhere else, a ghost suddenly bit a man on the head, causing him to break into a strange, foolish grin. Soon after, another female victim suffered the same fate. A ghost leaped onto her and bit her head, forcing her into an uncontrollable smile, as if she were being manipulated. But another demon was still sneaking toward Hong Ji as if searching for a new target. It suddenly bit down on her head, and the pain made her cry out. Seeing that, Jiang Chen punched the demon in the face and snapped that it had only absorbed a little memory before freezing up. Then he called Hong Ji and left the area. Not long after, a car sped down the highway. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Chen teased Hong Ji that having a rich father really made a difference since she had already replaced her car. Hong Ji helplessly replied that she had no other choice because the old car had plunged off a mountain last time. Jiang Chen could only nod in agreement. But in the very next second, his expression suddenly changed. While the car was still moving, Jiang Chen quickly asked if her memories had really not been erased. Hong Ji nodded and said she seemed completely unaffected. Recalling the moment the demon tried to absorb her memories, she said a layer of golden light had suddenly appeared and protected her. She guessed the secret manual from her father had activated. After hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately realized it was the Gu family's ancestral manual, and its value was even greater than he had imagined. Right then, Hong Ji slammed on the brakes, and the tires let out a sharp screech. She turned to Jiang Chen and directly asked if she could become as strong as him. Before he could react, his face smashed into the windshield. After struggling back into his seat, he rubbed his face and said he was not stronger than her because her driving skills alone were terrifying enough. Hong Jie blamed him for not wearing a seatbelt. Night fell and made the city even brighter. Streams of cars stretched beneath the lights. At a roadside restaurant, a silver-haired old man in a blue suit and matching hat sat waiting for his meal. His name was Amin. Behind the counter, the owner dressed in white gloves was preparing meat. Strangely, every movement was stiff, like a wooden puppet, being controlled joint by joint. The red meat was placed onto a hot pan, while the owner steadily flipped it with a cooking spatula. A few minutes later, a steaming plate was served in front of Amin. He adjusted his glasses and politely thanked the owner. The aroma quickly spread through the air. Amin picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, and the juices instantly burst out. After taking a bite, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the flavor, clearly satisfied with how tender it was. Just then, a red car passed by the restaurant and slowly stopped nearby. The rear window rolled down, and someone inside caught the aroma and casually praised it. Amin's gaze immediately shifted toward the car. At that moment, he noticed a strange red mark on Jiang Chen's arm. Amin whispered in shock. On the young man's arm was a blood talisman covered in ancient symbols and surrounded by red energy like burning flames. His expression became unreadable. After wiping the corner of his mouth, Amin revealed a meaningful smile, as if he had found exactly what he wanted. He slowly stood up with his hands behind his back and said goodbye to the owner. The puppet-like owner simply watched him leave in silence. Only a few minutes after Amin disappeared, the owner's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. A huge hole had appeared through his chest. Blood poured out non-stop, staining his white clothes as his life slowly faded away. Back at the apartment complex where Jiang Chen lived, most residents were already asleep, and only a few windows remained lit. Inside his apartment, Jiang Chen relaxed on the living room sofa and opened the system interface, asking what usable treasures he currently possessed. The blood-red system screen quickly displayed the data. Host Jiang Chen, 31,899 Ghost Chi, Demon Transformation Cards, 3-star Strange Bear, 800-mile Demon Fist, a damaged Cold Bone Nail, a high-grade Antidemonic Sound Artifact, and a top-grade Ghost Chi Flesh Lingji. After scanning the information, Jiang Chen immediately decided to draw a few more Demon Transformation cards, since extra supplies were always useful for emergencies. The system revealed a series of new cards. The first was a 2-star Demon Transformation card called Yanli Daxian, depicting a strange goat-headed creature with 6 towering horns sitting on an exquisite wooden chair and pointing 2 fingers toward the sky. Next came the 2-star Huangxi Spirit. The card showed a majestic lion with a flowing mane and golden wings spread wide with overwhelming presence. The last card was a top-tier 3-star called Juto Chong. A massive gray serpent with 9 ferocious heads appeared. Each head had shining silver horns, wide-open jaws, and blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Holding the 3 new cards, Jiang Chen could not hide his excitement. The demons on these cards were clearly far stronger than the 1-star ones from before. In an excellent mood, he hugged the Flesh Lingji like a treasure, and happily noted that his favorite item had appeared again. With a glowing demon transformation card in one hand and the Flesh Lingji sword in the other, Jiang Chen laughed loudly, feeling like he could conquer the world. At the same time, An Ming suddenly appeared at the entrance of the apartment complex, startling the security guard on duty. The guard narrowed his eyes and loudly stopped him, saying, "Outsiders were not allowed inside unless they lived there." Behind his glasses, the man's eyes suddenly turned into glowing red circles. Calmly, he told the guard to take a closer look. Those strange circles carried a terrifying hypnotic power. Cold sweat covered the guard as his eyes slowly transformed into the same lifeless red circles. His face twisted into something grotesque. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and green cracks appeared at the corners of his lips. The security uniform ripped apart. His knees became stiff wooden joints, and his legs clicked as they were forced straight like a puppet's. Before long, the guard had completely turned into a wooden puppet. He bowed deeply and welcomed his master back in a hollow voice. The night covered the apartment complex in silence, leaving only the surveillance room lit. Inside the control room, a large screen displayed the entire building. The puppet guard sat motionless at the computer, while the man coldly ordered him to replay all footage from that afternoon. As the recording played, the man suddenly frowned and ordered. It paused. His tall, pointed hat made his sinister gaze even more unsettling. The screen showed a black-haired young man in a white shirt and dark pants. It was the same person who had parked near the food stall earlier. Seeing him standing by the elevator, the man immediately asked for his apartment number and demanded the key. Dry footsteps echoed through the dark hallway. Under the faint moonlight from the windows, the man slowly moved forward. Reaching an apartment door, he pulled out a key and quietly inserted it into the lock. Not long after, he was standing beside Jiang Chen's bed. With his hands behind his back, he smiled with interest while staring at the sleeping young man. Standing there, he curled his lips in contempt and looked at Jiang Chen as if he were prey, already waiting on the chopping block. A strange reed black mark suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's arm. The pattern spread rapidly and dug into his flesh like roots. Seeing this, the man sneered and wondered which useless member of An Ming had died to a kid like this. Not wanting to waste time, he attacked in his usual manner. His arm shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's chest to kill him instantly. But at that exact moment, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled without opening his eyes. A wave of cold energy gathered in the room and wrapped around the incoming arm. The flesh Lingji suddenly appeared and tightly bound the man's arm. The unexpected turn left him pale and covered in cold sweat. Rage exploded within him. He immediately broke free from the restraint and shouted in fury. Only then did Jiang Chen slowly sit up. The flesh Lingji sword rested in his hand, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Calmly, he asked if the man was surprised. The man began to lose his composure. Rubbing the arm that had been caught by the flesh Lingji, he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief and demanded to know when he had been discovered. Jiang Chen recalled passing the barbecue stall earlier that night. He casually explained that he had noticed the man back then because a strange black mist constantly surrounded him. On top of that, the man's aura was very similar to Jiang Xianhai from An Ming. As he spoke, Jiang Chen remembered that man's poison-filled purple energy. Hearing that name, the man's face instantly darkened. He let out a cold laugh and declared that he was far stronger than Jiang Xianhai before launching another attack. Jiang Chen was just as fast. He charged forward while the flesh Lingji transformed into a long whip around his body. Calmly, he said he was far stronger than before as well. The flesh Lingji whip lashed out and sent the enemy flying with a single strike. The man staggered to his feet, raised his bleeding arm, and roared in frustration, claiming Jiang Chen was only relying on a powerful weapon. Realizing he could not defeat his opponent quickly, he shattered a window and escaped outside. Jiang Chen merely smirked as if he had expected it all along. He immediately chased after him without hesitation. During the pursuit, Jiang Chen warned that the underworld would soon arrive and seal off the area, leaving no escape route. But the man suddenly turned around with a sinister smile. He asked a question in return, as if he had never planned to run at all. The An Ming member removed the hat from his head. As he did, he confidently said the room had been too small for his weapon to show its true power. With that, he reached deep inside the hat. A massive object was suddenly pulled from the space within it, while a bizarre smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression instantly changed. Cold sweat ran down his face, and the flesh Lingji quickly moved in front of him. Looking at the object, he could not help saying, it looked like a long-lost relative of the flesh Lingji. Across from him, the man held a gigantic silver-white gun. The barrel pointed directly at Jiang Chen as he screamed for him to die. A huge crimson bullet shot forward at once. Fortunately, Jiang Chen reacted fast enough to dodge at the last moment. Watching it pass by, he knew a slight delay would have been disastrous. But the strange sight did not end there. Behind the bullet trailed a long red chain connected to another red sphere. The moment Jiang Chen noticed it, he sensed something was wrong. The red chain rushed toward him at incredible speed. Luckily, the flesh Lingji blocked it in time and stopped the attack before it could reach Jiang Chen. Pressed back repeatedly, Jiang Chen finally lost his patience. He immediately commanded the flesh Lingji to slash forward and cut through the troublesome chain. Just as Jiang Chen focused on the attack ahead, a cold gun barrel appeared behind him. He sensed the danger, but it was already too late to react. The An Ming member casually rested the giant gun on his shoulder and laughed confidently. He mocked Jiang Chen, saying that at such close range, dodging was nearly impossible. Faced with the dangerous situation, Jiang Chen could only let out a few dry laughs. But in the next second, the flesh Lingji suddenly shot up from the ground and stabbed toward the enemy, forcing him to dodge. It even mocked him, saying those words suited him better. Enraged, the man swung the giant gun like a massive club and knocked the flesh Lingji away before it could evade. Seeing Jiang Chen temporarily lose his support, he seized the chance and fired 3 red spheres in succession. While attacking, he proudly declared that Jiang Chen had nowhere left to run. As the 3 deadly attacks closed in, Jiang Chen's eyes turned serious. Golden lightning erupted around him as he activated the tyrant demon body. A series of violent explosions echoed everywhere. Flames surged into the sky, and thick smoke covered the entire area. When the dust finally settled, Jiang Chen's figure emerged. A few minor wounds covered his body, but he remained standing. On the other side, the man still gripped the giant gun, crackling with golden electricity. He threw his head back and laughed, convinced his ranged advantage had completely overwhelmed Jiang Chen. Despite looking slightly battered, Jiang Chen remained calm. He casually replied that he had no interest in getting close to his opponent again either. Tightening his grip on the flesh Lingji, he smiled and admitted that the man's long-range combat ability was indeed impressive. However, the real surprise was only beginning. The flesh Lingzi suddenly turned into liquid and sank into the ground. At the same time, Jiang Chen slammed his hand onto the earth and ordered it to change form. In mere moments, the flesh Lingji transformed into a gigantic cannon. Standing proudly atop it, Jiang Chen loudly introduced his new weapon. Looking directly at his opponent, he declared that if they both liked long-range combat, then they should settle the battle that way. The cannon instantly fired, unleashing a blazing stream of flame and a shockwave that blasted dust into the air. The projectile had a bizarre shape with a giant eye at its center. It tore through the air, wrapped in violent purple lightning. The man's expression instantly changed. He was so shocked that his body froze in place, unable to react. The moment the projectile hit, a terrifying explosion erupted. Its destructive force blasted away the smoke and shook the entire area. Even Jiang Chen was affected by the aftermath. Coughing through the smoke, he mockingly called out to see if his opponent was still alive. A figure slowly staggered out of the thick smoke, but half of his body was already gone. His appearance was horrifying. One eye was unnaturally wide open, while the other narrowed with a sinister look. Even in that state, he still wore a strange smile. Jiang Chen coldly replied that after taking damage like this, the man had no right to talk about meeting again in the future. The man's body began peeling apart piece by piece, making the scene even more disturbing. He gave no answer and only let out eerie laughter. Moments later, the disguise completely vanished. Standing before Jiang Chen was no longer the man he had fought, but a dying old man lying on the ground. The sudden change left Jiang Chen stunned. He could only stare at the scene in confusion. Before long, the old man collapsed completely. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He immediately realized the real mastermind had used an innocent person as a substitute and cared nothing for human life. Just then, an aircraft crossed the sky. Zilei descended from above and quickly asked where the An Ming member was. Hearing that question, Jiang Chen looked annoyed. He shot her a glance and complained that every time reinforcements arrived, the target had already disappeared. Zilei remained silent. Zilei immediately activated her communicator and ordered the forces above not to land. Instead, the entire area was to be sealed off and every suspicious person thoroughly investigated. Jiang Chen could not help mocking them again. In his view, the underworld always showed up late and only handled the cleanup. Even the previous Hanyan escape had ended the same way, making him question what use they really were. Zilei had no interest in arguing. She turned and prepared to leave, saying only that she did not want to continue debating with him. Jiang Chen did not stop her, but before she got far, he warned her that the person behind this was no ordinary enemy and should not be underestimated. As Zilei disappeared into the distance, Jiang Chen continued grumbling. He felt those people only cared about appearances, while their actual results were disappointing. He even claimed that if they caught someone working like this, he would do the most unbelievable thing imaginable. Meanwhile, two of Zilei's subordinates continued patrolling the area and reporting through their radios. One reported that the only exit in the southern sector had been secured, but no suspicious traces had been found. Near that subordinate's position, the manhole cover at his feet suddenly opened a small crack, but in the blink of an eye, it closed again, as if nothing had happened. Back at Jiang Chen's apartment, a large section of the window had been destroyed. Beyond it, only the bright moon hung in the quiet night sky. Jiang Chen lay sprawled across the sofa in exhaustion. His pale face and dark circles showed just how much energy he had spent in the battle. He looked completely worn out. As he rested, he kept complaining about another chaotic night finally coming to an end. Just then, a phone rang and shattered the silence. Looking at the screen, he saw that the caller was Zhang Erhu. The scene then shifted to Jiangbei University. Inside the classroom, Jiang Chen was sound asleep with his head resting on the desk. He slept so deeply that drool pooled on the desk, and tiny bubbles formed near his nose with each breath. Even in his dream, he was muttering about earning more ghost chi. Suddenly, someone poked and burst the bubble, causing Jiang Chen to jump awake on the spot. Zhang Erhu immediately pointed at him and complained that he had been calling all morning without getting an answer. Still half asleep, Jiang Chen stared blankly before finally recognizing him. Erhu kept pressing him about what he had done the previous night, to end up looking completely drained. After being questioned non-stop, Jiang Chen finally got annoyed and told him to stay out of his private business. Seeing his friend getting annoyed, Zhang Erhu quickly got to the point. He happily announced that he felt close to breaking through to crank. Hearing that news, Jiang Chen became a little more awake. He was genuinely happy for his friend and immediately congratulated him. After receiving some praise, Zhang Erhu became even more smug. He proudly mentioned his Longshang Lord heritage as proof of his incredible progress. Jiang Chen only smiled on the surface, but inwardly he compared their strengths. In his eyes, that boast was nothing since he had become far stronger himself. Since they had met, Zhang Erhu also invited Jiang Chen to join a crank team mission that his group was preparing. Jiang Chen immediately asked who was leading the mission, because he wanted to know if the team was reliable. Zhang Erhu quickly explained that the leader came from the martial sect. It was also a large-scale operation with many participants. The moment he heard it was a major mission, Jiang Chen became much more interested. He turned and asked just how large it was. Zhang Erhu explained that the scale came from the area involved. Missions like this were not about dealing with a few scattered ghosts. They could require clearing an entire ghost village, ghost town, or even a complete supernatural domain. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. A mission of that scale was clearly far more attractive than ordinary jobs. Without much thought, he agreed on the spot and told Zhang Erhu to save him a position. Erhu happily nodded and promised to send all the details once the mission officially began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 male students were heading home after class. As they walked, they discussed recent strange rumors. One mentioned that extreme punishment had appeared online again, causing the other to instantly feel uneasy. Suddenly, a car rushed toward them at high speed and slammed on the brakes right in front of them. The sudden stop nearly scared them out of their wits. Staring at the car blocking the road, one student nervously asked what the people inside were planning to do. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind them. His unexpected arrival nearly made the 2 boys scream. Jiang Chen simply asked them to step aside. A moment later, the door of the luxury car slowly opened. The person inside enthusiastically waved at Jiang Chen, as if he had been waiting for him all along. Seeing such a grand reception, Jiang Chen laughed. He joked that it was only a contract worth a few $100 million, and did not require this much effort. The other party remained extremely careful. He patiently explained every item in the document, and invited Jiang Chen to confirm it with his fingerprint. Jiang Chen followed the instructions, and placed his print on the transferee section. Once the process was complete, Boss Gu happily announced that 1/3 of the Gu Group's shares now officially belonged to him. Only then did Jiang Chen truly relax. He appreciated how quickly the agreement had been fulfilled and openly praised Boss Gu. Boss Gu laughed with satisfaction, but then mentioned that he had another matter that required Jiang Chen's help. The moment he heard that, Jiang Chen felt things were not as simple as they seemed. He silently thought that making money was never easy. Boss Gu pressed a button and activated the display screen inside the car, inviting Jiang Chen to take a look. The scene made him marvel at how extravagant the wealthy could be. A region highlighted in red appeared on the screen. Pointing at it, Boss Gu revealed that he had purchased every real estate project in the Yuyuan district and planned to move his entire family there. The scale of the investment shocked Jiang Chen. He could not help asking if Boss Gu had really acquired the entire area. Boss Gu smiled confidently and admitted that his only goal was to live closer to Master Jiang and feel safer. After hearing that, Jiang Chen looked at the contract in his hand and finally understood. Those shares were not a free gift. In exchange, he would practically become the protector of the entire Gu family. After some discussion, the 2 sides quickly reached an agreement. Boss Gu even cheerfully stated that it would be a partnership where both sides benefited. Jiang Chen laughed and agreed. Meanwhile, in another deserted alley, a man hurried along, as if he desperately wanted to leave the area as quickly as possible. Hugging the wine bottle tightly, he grinned from ear to ear and looked unusually happy. As soon as he got home, he saw a stunning woman waiting for him. She softly called him over to wash up and have dinner. Hearing that, he happily walked over and excitedly told her he had stumbled into incredible luck today. The woman looked surprised and asked with suspicion, "Someone with your luck actually had a good day?" He immediately pulled out 3 red envelopes and proudly showed them off. "Look, I picked these up on the way home." Seeing the bright red envelopes, she smiled and remarked that they looked packed with cash. After noticing the double happiness symbol and the pair of birds, he became certain they were wedding gift envelopes. The woman frowned slightly and reminded him that if they carried such blessings, he should at least send good wishes to the owner. Thinking that made sense, he nodded and pulled out his phone. He started searching for weddings held that day, while cheerfully asking who was getting married and handing out so many envelopes, then sent his congratulations. But at that moment, the chat group suddenly exploded. Everyone claimed they had heard of no weddings at all. Some joked about getting an envelope for luck, while others pointed out there had been no wedding music or celebration nearby. Reading that, a chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened as he stammered in panic. If no wedding had happened, where did these envelopes come from? Right then, a voice message suddenly arrived. The woman beside him curiously asked who was messaging him privately. He quickly played the recording. A hurried voice asked him to describe the envelope and send a photo immediately. He followed the instructions and sent a picture, still confused about what was going on. Seconds later, the reply came back in an extremely serious tone. The sender told him to look closely at the double happiness symbols, because this was not a normal wedding envelope, but something used to trade for a person's life. His whole body turned cold. Even though he was scared, he tried to calm himself and thought nobody still believed such superstitions these days, because otherwise, their souls would remain trapped forever and never move on or be reborn. The sender continued with more voice messages, warning that young women who died early had to do something terrifying before they could reincarnate. By now, he no longer dared dismiss it. Finally, the sender revealed the chilling truth. They had to perform a forbidden ritual. The person explained that in this ritual, the dead girl's hair would be placed inside a red envelope and deliberately left on the road for someone to pick up. He completely lost his composure and turned toward the woman beside him, trembling as he called for his wife. But instead of looking frightened, the woman slowly revealed a creepy smile. Her beautiful face twisted into something horrifying. Blood seeped from her hollow eye sockets. Her eyes turned lifeless, and her mouth was stained red. She slowly leaned closer and whispered, "So, husband?" The terrifying sight nearly shattered his mind, and he screamed in horror. A while later, he suddenly woke up. His breathing was heavy, and his body was soaked in sweat as if he had just escaped a nightmare. Wiping his forehead, he forced a smile and tried to calm down. It was only a dream. A lifelong bachelor like him could never have a wife. But when he glanced at the cabinet beside him, his face instantly turned pale. The red envelope was still there. Trembling in confusion, he muttered, "Why is this thing still here?" At that moment, several strange purple hairs slowly slipped out from the edge of the envelope, as if they were moving on their own. His limbs went weak as he picked up the envelope. Cold sweat covered his face, and he could barely speak. "What is happening?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice whispered beside his ear, sending chills through his body. It told him that if he was curious, he should look up. As if hypnotized, he raised his head toward the ceiling. There, a blood-red double happiness symbol was clearly written above him. The sight terrified him so much that he could only scream. The ghostly voice continued echoing around him. It repeatedly said that midnight had arrived, the perfect time for a marriage with a spirit. In the middle of his despair, he noticed the clock had not reached midnight yet. He immediately realized he still had a chance to escape. But the voice never stopped. It kept repeating those horrifying words. Pushed to his limit, he grabbed his head and screamed for it to shut up. He rushed to the door with all his strength, but it would not budge at all. Countless red ribbons suddenly appeared from nowhere, weaving together in front of the door and blocking every possible escape route. An ancient-style red wedding flower even appeared on the door. Seeing this, he became even more confused about what his home had turned into. He quickly found a pair of scissors and tried to cut through the ribbons to make an escape path. But the moment they touched the ribbons, the metal scissors snapped in half. Staring at the broken tool, he fell into despair. Meanwhile, the red ribbons continued spreading everywhere and slowly sealed off the entire room. He had no idea what to do next. Looking at the red envelope in his hand, he angrily shouted that all of this started because of that cursed thing. Without hesitation, he threw the envelope out the window and comforted himself that everything would end once it was gone. But right after that, an angry shout came from below the apartment building. Someone had apparently been hit by the falling object. Hearing that, he stuck his head out the window and desperately yelled for the person to throw it away immediately. But the man below replied that it was rare to meet such a good person, so he would personally return it. Hearing that, his blood ran cold. Just then, loud knocking echoed from outside the door. A familiar voice claimed to be the person who found the item and came to return it. The speed of his arrival felt completely unnatural. The knocking grew more violent. Losing patience, the person outside directly demanded that the door be opened at once. Heavy impacts slammed against the door as if trying to smash it apart. Through the chaos, the voice outside kept shouting for him to open up. At the most critical moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. The protective item was about to break. Ghost energy increased by 39 points. After being terrified again and again, the man was on the verge of collapse. Trembling non-stop, he wondered who would return a lost item by pounding on the door like that. Before long, the door was blasted open. The last remaining protective object shattered into pieces. Dust from the impact flooded the room, making him cough repeatedly. Through the thick dust, a figure slowly appeared before him. Jiang Chen smiled, held up the red envelope with the purple hair sticking out, and calmly said that he had dropped it. The white-haired man immediately panicked and urged him to throw it away because it would attract evil ghosts. Flames ignited in Jiang Chen's hand. With a faint smile, he replied that he already knew. If no ghost appeared, he would not have bothered coming. Kicking the wedding decoration aside, he added that the moment he saw the man pick up the envelope, he knew something interesting would happen tonight. Hearing that, the white-haired man was both shocked and worried. Trembling, he asked if Jiang Chen really knew how to deal with ghosts. Jiang Chen stepped closer and reassured him that he knew a thing or two. As long as he followed instructions, he would be safe. Not long later, a gloomy female voice echoed through the hallway. As the clock struck midnight, the ghost bride appeared in a dark red wedding dress, radiating a chilling aura. When she reached the apartment, she suddenly stopped, after so saying the door was gone. Even so, the ghost bride quickly ignored it and walked inside. Thick incense smoke filled the room. An extremely bizarre offering sat on the table, a steamed bun with 3 incense sticks stuck into it, alongside a bag of chips and a bottle of yogurt drink. The system immediately displayed a baffled notification. Who uses things like these as offerings? Ghost energy increased by 144 points. The ghost bride hesitated briefly before laughing in disdain, believing these tricks could never trap her. Just then, the ringing of a ritual bell suddenly echoed beside her, startling her. Furious, the ghost bride shouted, "Who is playing tricks here?" Jiang Chen appeared wearing a Taoist robe, holding a bronze bell, and began chanting with an extremely serious expression. The system displayed another notification. The ghost bride was utterly confused. The envelope had been left randomly, yet this man seemed to know exactly who she was. Ghost energy increased by 650 points. Jiang Chen revealed a mysterious smile, raised his hand in greeting, and slowly recited a Buddhist chant. The bell in his hand instantly transformed into a wooden sword. His gaze turned cold as he declared he would send her on her way. Hiding in the corner, the white-haired man watched in confusion. He could not tell whether Jiang Chen was a Taoist priest or a monk. Across the room, the ghost bride let out a strange laugh and ripped off her bridal veil. Her true face was revealed, with bloodshot red eyes and terrifying sharp teeth. She sneered that such tricks would never scare her. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged straight at Jiang Chen and shouted that he would become her husband. She moved as fast as the wind and reached him in an instant, placing a hand on his chest. Thinking she had gained the upper hand, the ghost bride grinned viciously and asked if he finally understood how terrifying she was. To her surprise, Jiang Chen suddenly got a nosebleed and calmly replied that he understood now. His eyes lit up strangely. Even with blood still running from his nose, he looked at her with excitement and said she had made him incredibly thrilled. Grabbing the ghost bride's hand, Jiang Chen softly said he once thought he would stay alone forever. The next second, he suddenly picked her up. Blushing like a man in love, Jiang Chen excitedly declared that he never expected to get married one day. He even puckered his lips and asked for hugs and kisses. The cheesy lines were so outrageous that even the ghost bride blushed slightly. Completely annoyed, the ghost bride shouted for him to stay away. She insisted she would never truly marry someone like him. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately acted heartbroken. With tears in his eyes, he complained that her love had all been a lie. In the blink of an eye, he slipped behind her and wrapped his arms around her. Leaning close, he whispered that he had one last thing to say. But while continuing his fake tragic act, Jiang Chen suddenly unleashed a powerful sonic attack directly at her. Hit head-on, the ghost bride crashed to the ground in agony. Furious, she immediately began cursing loudly. She unleashed a storm of insults at Jiang Chen. One side of her face was badly injured. Clutching her head, she screamed in hatred. Her hearing was nearly gone, and she had no idea what technique he used. Jiang Chen simply smiled and asked whether she felt a little clearer after that hit. The ghost bride snorted in disdain and claimed he was not the only one who could use sound attacks. Right after that, she began singing a haunting song about a promise of eternal love that ended in betrayal. While singing her sorrowful tune, she slowly walked toward the corner where the white-haired man was hiding. His eyes had already become vacant. Sweat poured down his face, and he muttered to himself like a man who had lost his mind. Seeing her charm technique working, the ghost bride continued lamenting how she had been wronged while her beloved never protected her. Suddenly, the white-haired man crazily shouted, "Wife!" The next moment, he grabbed a knife and charged forward, yelling that he would protect her. The sharp blade slashed directly at Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he ducked in time, losing only a few strands of hair. Though startled, Jiang Chen looked even more interested. He realized he had almost gotten into serious trouble. Without hesitation, he spun around and punched the man in the face, telling him to get some sleep. The powerful punch instantly knocked the man unconscious and sent him crashing to the floor. After dealing with him, Jiang Chen removed his ritual robe and laughed. Tonight was turning out to be quite entertaining. A small drum hung from his waist. Jiang Chen tapped it a few times and provocatively asked the ghost bride if she wanted a sound battle. The moment he finished speaking, he rapidly began striking the drum. Waves of strange sound spread outward, creating powerful pressure designed to suppress evil spirits. Under the impact of the sonic waves, the ghost bride's evil energy became chaotic and nearly uncontrollable. Jiang Chen quickly closed the distance and stared directly at her with a confident smile. He mocked her and asked why she had stopped singing. His words alone made the ghost bride tremble in fear. Seeing that she could barely resist anymore, Jiang Chen coldly declared that he no longer needed to hold back and reached toward her chest. In an instant, his arm pierced straight through the ghost bride's chest. The overwhelming pain made her eyes roll back. The system immediately displayed a notice. The ghost marriage spirit had been destroyed, and he gained 999 more ghost energy points. Jiang Chen let out a relieved breath and smiled. The final problem was finally solved. But strangely, the female ghost's corpse remained standing. It stayed stiff like a statue, making him pause in confusion. He reached out to touch it and muttered. It was clearly destroyed, so why had the body not disappeared? As he looked closer, he noticed something hidden beneath the tangled hair. Curious, he reached in to check. A moment later, he pulled out a strange card concealed inside. At the same time, the ghost's body melted into a pool of black liquid. Seeing this, Jiang Chen guessed the card was the real body all along. The card was engraved with 5 connected skulls. Above them were the eerie words, Road 444. He clicked his tongue and judged it to be bad luck. It looked like the kind of item that attracted trouble, so he tried to burn it. But the flames touched the card and left it completely unharmed. Jiang Chen frowned, unable to understand why it would not burn. After studying it longer, he began to suspect it was a key linked to some supernatural space. With that thought, he slipped the card into his pocket. Then he turned and left. With both hands in his pockets, he calmly walked out the door. Behind him, the white-haired man was still unconscious on the floor. Jiang Chen got into a taxi and opened the system interface to check his status. The system showed a total of 26,889 ghost energy points. He smiled in satisfaction. A single ordinary fierce ghost had earned him over 7,000 points. His plan was clearly working. Suddenly, the taxi slammed on the brakes with a sharp screech. Jiang Chen grabbed the seatbelt and sighed. Luckily, he had already fastened it and was not thrown forward. The driver stuck his head out the window and yelled at a girl standing in the middle of the road at night. He thought she was asking for trouble. He kept honking and shined the headlights directly at her. The girl trembled and weakly begged for help. She said someone was chasing her and pleaded for assistance. Jiang Chen immediately used his special observation ability to inspect her true identity. He smiled and leaned out the window, telling her to get in quickly. The taxi soon drove away with 3 people inside. Sitting in the car, the strange girl gradually became quiet. Her eyes carried a gloomy and unreadable look. Behind them, the underworld group was searching frantically. The leader angrily shouted after losing the target. One member spotted the taxi leaving the area. She immediately ordered pursuit and confirmed the target was inside that vehicle. The 3 of them quickly chased after the taxi. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Chen glanced back and sneered. It was just a group from the underworld. He placed a hand on the gear shift and activated a surge of lightning energy. The taxi accelerated fiercely and quickly left the pursuers far behind. The opposing commander hurriedly used a radio and ordered others to block the taxi heading west. With an arrogant grin, Jiang Chen laughed as if everything around him was child's play. He barely considered anyone capable of stopping him. Beside him, Yin Yan turned toward the frightened girl and calmly assured her that she was safe for now. Then he rubbed his chin and slowly began telling a story from the previous night about a strange taxi ride. In that story, a girl had also rushed out to stop a taxi. She cried and begged for help because someone wanted to kill her. At that moment, Jiang Shen's eyes turned noticeably colder. As the atmosphere shifted, he suddenly leaned close to the girl and whispered a question about who exactly was chasing her. The girl began trembling. Jiang Shen kept speaking steadily, while she could only vaguely remember a name and nothing about the killer's appearance. The look in Jiang Shen's eyes became even stranger. Then he slowly emphasized a name as if carving it into her mind. Zhong Qiang. The girl instantly panicked and clutched her clothes for comfort. Stammering, she could only say the first half of the name, Zhong. Right then, her gaze landed on a sign near the driver's seat that clearly displayed an identity. The more she looked, the colder she felt. The full name appeared before her eyes, Zhong Qiang, matching the information board of Route 331. At the same moment, the system reacted and displayed a notice. This driver was the serial murder suspect, granting another 300 ghost energy points. Jiang Shen suddenly spun around and shouted in fake panic that the driver was the murderer, leaving the man behind the wheel completely stunned. Taking advantage of the chaos, he pretended to panic and pulled the girl into his arms. She blushed and nervously asked what he was doing. Right in that tense moment, a shout came from outside, urging everyone to leave immediately. The taxi door was kicked open in an instant. Two figures shot away like the wind, while the driver slammed the brakes and yelled after them for not paying the fare. As they escaped, Jiang Shen carried the girl in his arms and calmly told her to hold on tight because he was about to speed up. The moment he finished speaking, he began leaping across rooftops as if gravity no longer existed. The girl could only scream at the terrifying speed. While racing through the air, he suddenly stopped mid-jump and froze in place. Gently setting her down, he casually said the driver would never catch up to them here. His eyes swept across the empty area. Then he pulled out something that looked like a belt and noted that nobody was around. Seeing that, the girl's face turned red. Embarrassed and confused, she asked why he suddenly took that thing out. Without explaining, he transformed the item into a cold, sharp sword and flashed a teasing smile. The next second, he swung the sword straight at her. Killing intent filled the air as, he casually said, he just wanted a little more ghost energy. But the moment the blade reached its target, the situation suddenly reversed. The girl reacted instantly and clamped the sword between her legs, completely stopping the strike. Without pause, she launched a powerful kick that sent Jiang Shen flying backward. After counterattacking, she angrily shouted that the stories about the taxi killer and Zhong Qiang were all lies made up to trick her. Jiang Shen got up, brushed off the dust, and smiled with interest. He remarked that her reaction speed was extraordinary and that she had to be at least half-blood robe level. The girl said nothing more. She removed her coat and tossed it aside, her attitude completely changing. Her true aura erupted. Half her body carried the appearance of a half-blood robe monster, while the other half remained human. She coldly declared that he should not underestimate her, just because she had used up some strength earlier. Jiang Shen could not be bothered listening to her rant. Irritated, he cut her off and rushed forward at the first opening with a killing sword strike. Caught completely off guard, her body was cleanly split in two as blood and aura burst apart. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Shen dusted off his hands as if finishing a minor task. With a smug look, he coldly said that if she had another life, she should talk less. He finished speaking. The system immediately responded with a familiar notification, confirming the kill and granting one additional ghost energy point. But something strange happened next. The severed body began twitching unnaturally, making Jiang Shen realize it was not over. A mutation spread from the wound, and the remaining bodies seemed to activate an entirely different mechanism. In the blink of an eye, a true monster emerged from within and let out a violent roar. Jiang Shen instantly understood this was the real body. The creature was half human and half beast. Its cold, murderous eyes locked onto Jiang Shen as if it wanted to crush him on the spot. Instead of being disturbed, Jiang Shen laughed excitedly. His eyes lit up as though he had finally found a worthy opponent. The monster opened its mouth and launched a spiked energy mass straight at him while roaring a promise of a painful end. Jiang Shen dodged with a simple tilt of his body and mocked the attack for being old and unoriginal. The energy mass hovered in midair instead of exploding. The strange sight made him glance at it in confusion. While he was watching it, the monster's lower body quietly moved into his blind spot and prepared a swift closer-range attack. It deliberately lured him closer to the floating energy mass, then unleashed a powerful kick that sent Jiang Shen flying toward it. His body slammed into the energy mass and instantly triggered a violent green lightning explosion that spread across the area. Struck head-on by the electricity, Jiang Shen convulsed in pain. His entire body went numb, making it hard to stay composed. Before he could recover, the monster charged again and nearly crushed him with a headbutt, but he barely dodged in time. It then switched to attacking with its legs, striking relentlessly while mocking him with arrogant taunts. A brutal kick slammed into Jiang Chen's stomach and sent him flying like a broken piece of debris. The monster leaped high into the air and came crashing down with a savage roar, aiming to finish him on the spot. Cornered with no way out, Jiang Chen pulled out a 2-star demon transformation card to turn the battle around. But before he could activate it, the enemy kicked his wrist and knocked the card out of his hand. With his last trump card gone, Jiang Chen was left completely vulnerable as danger surged through his mind. The monster roared and charged straight at him, giving him no chance to recover. At the most critical moment, a blazing attack suddenly tore through the air from afar and disrupted the entire fight. The strike pierced straight through the monster's head before it could react, revealing itself as a solid energy chain. At the other end of the chain stood a figure who yanked it back without hesitation. The terrifying force ripped the monster's head apart in a gruesome explosion. The one who came to the rescue was Captain Si Lei, who recalled her chain weapon and stepped in front of Jiang Chen. She let out a relieved breath and calmly said she had arrived just in time. Despite his battered state, Jiang Chen forced a strange smile and admitted this underworld opponent was no joke. Si Lei ignored the remark and coldly asked if he could still move before suggesting they finish the target together. Without waiting for an answer, she rushed forward. Ghost energy erupted behind her and boosted her speed like a flying arrow. The energy inside her body gathered and condensed into a massive fist imprint. The crushing punch slammed directly into the monster's jaw. Watching from the side, Jiang Chen nodded and admitted her strength was impressive. He carefully studied the fighting style of an underworld operative while gathering information. The monster used its mutated body to launch itself upward and chase Si Lei at incredible speed. It closed the distance instantly, but Si Lei narrowly dodged and realized how dangerous that attack had been. She immediately activated Shadow Feather Iron. A cold slash swept through the air. The monster's body was cut apart again and collapsed, yet its life force had not fully vanished. A strange purple arm suddenly emerged from the severed body. Then another entity seemed to crawl out from inside the corpse, creating a horrifying scene. It muttered in despair that everyone wanted to kill it, sounding both resentful and insane. Blood poured from its mouth as it kept repeating twisted words about its own misery. Then its body spewed broken teeth and streams of blood in a disturbing sight. The monster continued whispering, as if preparing for a sacrifice ritual. The teeth rapidly expanded and gathered into an unstable mass of crimson energy. The strange objects turned on their host and tore into its body, making it scream in agony. After sacrificing part of itself, it unleashed a curse, meant to trap its enemies in endless misfortune. The mass of teeth released crimson lightning over and over, like a curse being engraved. Si Lei stared at the scene in shock and blurted out what kind of thing it was. A strong sense of unease rose within her, and she immediately decided the situation was out of control. A dense wave of black energy erupted from the mutation like toxic smoke. Si Lei failed to dodge and was hit head-on, crying out in pain. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat and thought he was lucky he had not charged in first. Si Lei touched the spreading energies and suddenly realized it was not as harmful as expected. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed through the area. The monster laughed madly, its eyes filled with smug confidence, as if everything had gone according to plan. Then it turned around and fled, while calling the mutated teeth to retreat with it. Si Lei immediately gave chase and shouted for someone to block its escape route. But after running a short distance, she unexpectedly tripped over a stone by the road. Losing her balance, she crashed heavily to the ground with a loud thud. She sat up, brushed the dust off her mask, and wondered if this was the effect of the bad luck curse. A sudden shockwave hit her, making Si Lei stumble as her breathing became unstable. She looked down at her body in panic and fell into despair when she realized the weeping ghost inside her was losing control, releasing endless waves of purple energy. Jiang Chen told her to focus on dealing with her own condition first. At the same time, he gave a confident thumbs up and said he would handle the female ghost himself. Si Lei dropped to one knee and clutched her chest as black energy tightened around her body, warning him that this was a half-blood red robe and he needed to be extremely careful. Before she could finish, Jiang Chen had already dashed off to chase the raincoat ghost and seize the ghost artifact. As he pursued her, only one thought remained in his mind. He had to obtain that treasure no matter what. The ghost stopped and faced him, convinced he would be much easier to deal with than Si Lei. She tapped a drum-shaped ghost artifact, and strange movements immediately appeared on its surface, as if something alive was inside. The drumbeat unleashed waves of sound across the area, but Jiang Chen was barely affected. He took out a purple ghost artifact with a bizarre eye and revealed a calculating smile. Jiang Chen laughed and loudly told her to stop struggling and surrender already. The ghost immediately roared in fury, her eyes filled with killing intent. He activated Blood Escape, and a burst of green energy erupted from the artifact, causing the ghost to panic and flee. Jiang Chen instantly ordered the pursuit and refused to let her escape, but the ghost leaped into an abandoned building and vanished into the darkness. Just as he was about to follow, Cecile staggered over from a distance and urgently warned him not to enter. That place was a sea-level group mission zone, with danger far beyond normal standards. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the green aura surrounding the building, realizing it was overflowing with ghost energy. He quickly judged that reckless action was impossible in this situation. After all, his current strength was only at the CE level. He turned and asked Shi Lei about the true identity of the raincoat ghost. The sudden question caught Shi Lei off guard, as if it touched a sensitive topic. Jiang Chen recalled the events and guessed everything might have started with yesterday's capture of the Dark Alliance puppet master. He continued asking whether that puppet controller had truly been captured. Sai Lei confirmed it and explained that to save his life, the man revealed a terror plot involving a fierce soul-level ghost entity. Jiang Chen was briefly stunned since a fierce soul was far beyond a red robe. He then asked what connection the raincoat ghost had with that fierce soul force. Si Lei explained that the fierce soul was searching for an extremely powerful ghost artifact to curse the entire city of Jiangbei. Jiang Chen immediately connected the dots and asked if it was the cursed ghost altar she mentioned. Si Lei confirmed it and began recalling the whole incident. She explained that her team had discovered the altar in a remote cave, but the raincoat ghost stole it during the retrieval operation. The memory of the sudden ambush resurfaced as the raincoat ghost snatched the treasure and disappeared at incredible speed. After that incident, the team chased her all the way to the current city area. After hearing everything, Jiang Chen quietly pieced the clues together and felt the coincidence was far too suspicious, as if someone had planned it all. At that moment, Si Lei suddenly clutched her chest again as the black energy inside her erupted even more violently. Jiang Chen quickly asked about her condition, and she replied through heavy breaths that the weeping ghost inside her had completely broken free of control. After saying that, Si Lei forced herself to stand and leave while still holding her chest, implying that today's operation could only end here. Jiang Chen smiled lightly and waved goodbye with a relaxed expression. But just as she turned away, Si Lei looked back and sternly warned him not to ignore her advice. She stared directly at Jiang Chen and stressed that whatever was hidden in that area was far beyond his ability to handle alone. Having his intentions exposed, Jiang Chen could only smile awkwardly and think that this girl was far too perceptive. In the end, he reluctantly nodded and pretended to agree to head back and rest. As Si Lei flew away, Jiang Chen even teased her, telling her not to use that power recklessly if she could not control it. After that, he opened the system interface and checked his current ghost energy. The system replied coldly, 49,736 ghost energy points available. He then checked the requirements for a 4-star demon transformation card and asked whether a 3-star card could defeat a fierce soul. The system estimated the current win rate at only 49%. After hearing that, Jiang Chen sighed with a clearly troubled expression. He turned to Flesh Lingji and started analyzing the situation, asking whether he should take the risk. Flesh Lingji immediately reacted strongly and repeatedly refused to join such a dangerous plan. But Jiang Chen deliberately ignored the protest and concluded that silence meant agreement. He grabbed Flesh Lingji and announced that they were entering the target zone, leaving the ghost artifact crying internally as it was dragged along. Before moving forward, Jiang Chen laughed and reassured himself that even with poor odds, he could still win quite a few battles. The moment he stepped into the ruined area filled with dark ghost energy, he sensed something was very wrong. Tension appeared on his face as he carefully watched his surroundings. Deep down, he even started regretting his decision to come this far. As he approached an abandoned building, with faint lights still on, something suddenly flew straight at his face. It turned out to be nothing more than a white pair of women's underwear with pink dots. He quickly removed it and looked toward a window where a hand was waving at him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he instantly assumed it was a distress signal from a beauty. He immediately decided that he could not ignore this chance to save someone. Driven by emotion, Jiang Chen rushed forward like a storm and headed straight for the girl's room above. But the truth was completely different. The pink-haired beauty he imagined was actually a ghost disguised as a human. She sneered while recalling how a simple underwear trick had lured in another victim. As she waited, the ghost quietly spun a sharp blade and even licked it as if preparing for dinner. She planned to kill him with a single strike and keep the meat fresh. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen burst in like an arrow, smashing through the wall with overwhelming momentum. The sudden collision threw everything into chaos. The ghost ended up killing herself with her own blade, while Jiang Chen looked completely confused and kept searching for the beauty, wondering what he had just hit. He pushed open the door and eagerly shouted, "Miss, I'm here to save you." But the scene inside was horrifying. There was no living person, only a half-devoured skeleton. Seeing that, Jiang Chen could only let out a disappointed sigh, realizing he had arrived too late. Just then, a large figure appeared and gruffly demanded to know who had been making noise in the hallway. Jiang Chen turned around and immediately asked about the girl he was looking for. The short, overweight, rough-looking man bluntly replied that he knew nothing about her. Then his expression darkened as he casually stuffed a piece of human flesh into his mouth and coldly warned Jiang Chen not to interrupt his meal. The shocking sight made Jiang Chen check the system, only to discover that there was no trace of ghost energy around this man. His face instantly turned serious. This was a real human who was eating other humans, which made the situation far more complicated. Faced with the bizarre cannibal calmly chewing on a corpse, Jiang Chen froze. This kind of enemy was harder to deal with than ordinary ghosts. Just as the situation reached a dead end, a small figure suddenly rushed onto the scene. Without hesitation, the little girl grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and pulled him away. She was a blonde girl with twin ponytails and clear blue eyes, filled with panic, desperately urging him to leave immediately. Even though he had no idea what was happening, Jiang Chen let himself be dragged away. Looking ahead, he warned that the alley was a dead end. But before he could finish, the little girl leaped across the narrow gap and landed smoothly on the other side. Jiang Chen failed to react in time and crashed face first into the ground. As soon as he got up, he saw the girl staring at him in frustration and asking if he was trying to get himself killed. She pointed at the apartment building behind them and warned that it was filled with ruthless killers who could turn him into prey at any moment. Unlike her tense expression, Jiang Chen calmly fixed his hair and remarked that those people looked completely normal and even seemed harmless. The comment left the girl frozen in disbelief, unable to understand how someone who had just escaped death could see things so differently. A series of strange noises suddenly shattered the silence, making both Jiang Chen and the girl instantly turn toward the source. The girl's face turned pale as sweat poured down her skin. Trembling, she warned that the guard of this area was coming. She desperately searched for a hiding place, only to realize there was nowhere safe nearby. Jiang Chen frowned in confusion. It was just a security guard, so why panic this much? The girl looked up at him with fear-filled eyes and explained that the guards here were nothing like ordinary ones. Jiang Chen scoffed and dismissed the warning, believing a guard could not be that dangerous. But before he finished speaking, a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness ahead. The sight made both of them scream in shock, and Jiang Chen immediately grabbed the girl and ran for their lives. When they reached a sewer entrance, Jiang Chen quickly suggested hiding inside. The girl tightly grabbed his hand and repeatedly objected, insisting they absolutely could not go in there. Ignoring her warning, Jiang Chen pulled her closer and forced their way into the sewer. After moving deeper into the darkness, he covered her mouth and cautiously observed the situation outside. Their pursuer finally appeared, a bizarre creature with a human body and a fish head. While munching on bear-shaped cookies, it muttered strange words and called itself a loyal security guard devoted to snacks. The two held their breath in the darkness and watched every step the creature took. The girl stared into the endless darkness of the sewer and silently prayed that whatever was inside would stay asleep. Jiang Chen lowered his voice and returned to the topic of the girl he thought was a beauty. The little girl froze and asked in disbelief if he was seriously calling that monster beautiful. Jiang Chen casually smiled and offered a bizarre explanation that in nature, larger individuals were often the females of certain species. The girl blushed from both embarrassment and frustration and argued that he would already be dead if she had not dragged him away. Jiang Chen rubbed her head and asked for her name. After hesitating, she replied that she was Su Ling. Looking concerned, he gently reminded her that going out alone at night was extremely dangerous. Su Ling immediately brightened up and boasted that her older sister always appeared to protect her whenever danger came. Jiang Chen glanced into the thick darkness ahead and asked where this sister was, since she had not appeared at all. Right then, a strange creature in bizarre clothing suddenly emerged, panting heavily as if it had just broken free from a seal. Jiang Chen froze and pointed at the creature, asking in disbelief if that was really the sister she mentioned. Su Ling panicked and trembled as she said they might have accidentally awakened it. She urgently begged Jiang Chen to run away as fast as possible. The monster let out a violent roar and raised its sharp claws as a savage aura exploded through the darkness. Su Ling was completely stunned and could only stand there, watching the terrifying scene unfold. No one understood what was happening, but huge rocks suddenly moved as if alive and merged into a solid wall that sealed every escape route and swallowed all light. Cold sweat covered Su Ling's face as she pressed against the stone wall and trembled, saying their last escape route was gone. Then she suddenly froze and looked around in panic, realizing Jiang Chen had vanished. The next sight confused her even more. Jiang Chen was casually standing beside the monster and stroking its chin. Strangely, the monster seemed to enjoy it. Su Ling was completely stunned. Jiang Chen smiled and warmly asked if this monster was Su Ling's sister, even complimenting its smooth skin. The monster suddenly blushed and looked oddly pleased by the praise. The system immediately reported that the creature had spent years in darkness, which explained its well-maintained appearance, while also awarding ghost energy points. Meanwhile, Su Ling was trembling in terror. She screamed in panic and insisted that thing was definitely not her sister. Hearing that, Jiang Chen froze and turned toward her with confusion as cold sweat formed on his forehead. Without hesitation, he punched the monster and complained that she should have explained earlier. The monster was sent flying and roared in anger, arguing that he was the one who started flirting first. Before it could finish, Jiang Chen kicked it away again and grumbled in annoyance. After the attack, he straightened up and looked upward with satisfaction. Then he suddenly got excited and shouted, as if testing a new skill, ordering something to transform. Nothing happened, leaving him briefly confused. The monster immediately counterattacked and launched Jiang Chen into the air before slamming him back to the ground. Jiang Chen got up with a grimace and told himself he needed more practice fighting in cramped spaces. He quickly came up with another approach and extended a hand to use a martial technique. A powerful strike exploded forward and shook the monster, leaving it stunned by his combat strength. Its body became covered in wounds as it screamed in pain, while Jiang Chen calmly stood there and continued provoking it. The monster roared furiously and claimed that increasing the distance would not save him. It immediately unleashed a ranged attack, firing countless projectiles like a storm. Jiang Chen calmly watched and even smiled with interest as if he had been waiting for this moment. He casually knocked every attack aside with his bare hands and joked as though he were exercising. However, one deflected shot suddenly flew toward Su Ling. Terrified by the life-threatening situation, Su Ling fainted on the spot. Fortunately, the projectile changed direction again and shattered the wall behind her instead. Jiang Chen immediately rushed over, grabbed her hand, and ordered a retreat. He forced open a temporary escape route and quickly pulled Su Ling out of danger. The monster followed closely behind. The moment it escaped outside, it sighed in relief, believing it had finally left that suffocating place. Holding Su Ling firmly, Jiang Chen calmly replied that the cramped space had been limiting his strength the whole time. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a technique and summoned Flesh Lingji to block the path. Power surged like a tidal wave as Jiang Chen shouted for the entire area to be destroyed and for the enemy to have no escape. A massive eerie eye suddenly opened in front of the monster and locked onto it with overwhelming pressure. In the next instant, Flesh Lingji pierced straight through the monster with a fatal strike, while the giant eye remained wide open. The system notification appeared immediately afterward. Notification: Half-Blood Red Robe Ghostface eliminated. Ghost energy increased by 999 points. Blood sprayed everywhere as Jiang Chen clicked his tongue and remarked that the enemy was weaker than expected. He smiled lightly while holding the blood-stained weapon and looked at the loot he had obtained, clearly interested in studying it further. Then he directed Flesh Lingji to absorb the newly acquired power as nourishment. Flesh Lingji reacted violently from being force-fed so much energy, wanting to resist but completely powerless, unable to understand its master's bizarre methods. In another corner, Su Ling curled up and trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face, while Jiang Chen calmly dealt with the strange entity ahead. A huge question filled her mind. If he could defeat something that terrifying in one hit, just how strong was this man? Noticing her fear, Jiang Chen gently asked if she wanted him to take her home safely. They continued down the empty road as he asked where she lived, and she pointed toward the upper area. Jiang Chen stopped and carefully examined the place, his expression turning cautious. He figured locations with unusual terrain were rarely meant for ordinary people and often hid dangerous things. With that in mind, he took her hand and silently moved forward. As they passed a strange room, Jiang Chen was drawn to it, while Su Ling quickly warned him not to look inside. She explained that the woman living there had lost her family and now performed bizarre rituals every day to summon their spirits. After hearing that, Jiang Chen remained silent and kept staring at the room. He could clearly sense ghost energy so dense that it had spread throughout the hallway. Jiang Chen chuckled at the superstition and decided to investigate, leaving Su Ling asking if he had lost his mind. In the silence, a strange sound echoed as a withered hand emerged from the darkness holding a bright red rooster. A cold blade suddenly fell, and the rooster struggled desperately while letting out a painful cry. Hot blood poured endlessly from the deep cut in its neck and stained the surrounding area red. A hand slowly lifted the bowl of fresh blood and placed it on the altar beside two cold urns belonging to a dead father and daughter. A long-haired woman stood before the altar with folded hands, trembling as she begged her husband and daughter to return. Her face twisted into something horrifying as she cried in despair and repeated the same prayer again and again. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind her and joked that the mother and daughter had already returned. The system immediately issued a warning about two unknown entities entering and detected an increase in ghost energy. Jiang Chen calmly declared that he was the dead husband, while Su Ling was the daughter, leaving the girl completely pale. The woman instantly denied it and insisted that neither of them looked like her family. Jiang Chen adjusted his posture and confidently explained that their appearance had changed after returning from the dead. He glanced at the food offerings and praised the preparation, saying it was perfect since he happened to be hungry. Then he casually sat down to eat and even asked for more food as if he were dining at home. The woman replied with a strange smile and said those offerings were already enough for today's meal. Jiang Chen kept eating while complaining that the food was nowhere near enough, and the woman's expression gradually turned cold. She coldly revealed that the real meal was the two people standing before her, and everything else was just preparation. After saying that, she picked up the bowl of chicken blood and prepared the next ritual. She opened both urns and poured all the fresh blood directly inside. When the ritual was complete, she opened the urns wide and called for the spirits within to appear and begin the feast. Watching the entire scene, Su Ling panicked and screamed for Jiang Chen to run immediately. But Jiang Chen remained still and admitted that he could not leave right now. Despite the situation, his eyes shone with excitement as the dense ghost energy stirred the power within him. The spirits of the father and daughter slowly emerged from the ashes, with twisted forms filled with evil energy. Jiang Chen spread his arms wide and shouted excitedly as he welcomed the incoming ghost energy. The daughter's spirit sneered and asked how badly he desired their power. She immediately slashed with sharp claws, tearing through the air as blood splattered everywhere, promising to give him exactly what he wanted. The moment the attack came, the damage somehow rebounded onto Jiang Chen, making him grimace in pain as cold sweat poured down. He touched the wound on his body, completely confused. The enemy had clearly injured herself, yet the damage had somehow transferred directly to him. The daughter was the complete opposite. The more she attacked, the more excited she became, carving more wounds into herself while muttering that it still was not enough. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen just stood there and kept taking the damage for no reason at all. He quickly realized this was basically a cheat ability that redirected all damage to another target. Then the father appeared with eerie blue eyes and drool dripping from his mouth, offering to heal Jiang Chen with his saliva. Before he even finished speaking, he vomited a pile of thick green sludge that looked disgusting. Jiang Chen frowned at the sight. The stench alone convinced him it would only make the wound worse. He immediately decided there was no choice but to use his final trump card. A roar erupted as Jiang Chen activated his demon transformation and unleashed his golden lion form. His body changed visibly as sharp claws extended from his shoulders, and his aura became far more savage. The system suddenly displayed a notification. A divine power draw was activated, granting him a brand new king state. In that instant, Jiang Chen's aura exploded, as if he had just evolved to a higher tier. He shouted and unleashed a move called Corpse Mountain Rotten Sea, crushing everything with overwhelming pressure. An invisible barrier instantly surrounded him, and blocked all the toxic fluids sprayed by the father. Seeing that, the daughter exploded with rage and screamed that she would just cut herself a few more times. Jiang Chen only sneered. The attacks felt like mosquito bites and did nothing to him. He coldly asked how much longer she planned to destroy herself when he was not taking any new injuries at all. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen struck decisively and beheaded her with a single ruthless slash. The father witnessed the scene and instantly went mad as killing intent erupted from his body. He let out a miserable scream and prepared to spray more of the disgusting green fluid. But Jiang Chen was faster. He rushed forward and pierced straight through the old man's head. Not stopping there, he tore the enemy's head apart with a brutal finishing blow. After everything ended, Jiang Chen muttered to himself, wondering if the king's state was really only this strong, or if he had simply grown used to overwhelming power. The mother had been hiding the entire time and was left stunned by the sudden display of strength. She backed away in panic, her eyes filled with fear as she begged Jiang Chen not to come closer. In her panic, she dipped her hand into the prepared bowl of chicken blood, as if activating another ritual. Then she slowly raised her blood-covered arm into the air. She drew a line of blood from her forehead down to her nose, her trembling eyes refusing to close. Jiang Chen laughed mockingly, assuming it was just another bizarre ritual, while she shook uncontrollably. Covering her eyes, the mother began chanting, as if summoning spirits, and the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. A piercing scream suddenly rang out as the transformation ritual finished, releasing a terrifying blood-soaked ghostly aura. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance and sarcastically thought she was copying the power he had just used. The mother's body convulsed violently as every bone and muscle twisted and reconstructed. Before long, her human form vanished completely and was replaced by a grotesque blood-robed monster. The new creature raised its head, revealing knife-like teeth and a terrifying killing intent that warned everyone nearby. Su Ling was so frightened that tears streamed down her face, while Jun trembled and said the pressure was making it hard to breathe. Jiang Chen remained calm and stared at the monster, realizing it still had a dangerous hidden card. The monster opened its mouth wide and released endless roars like a crazed beast wandering the night. Flesh Lingjis suddenly emerged, causing Jiang Chen to pause, while it urgently warned him that the creature devoured anything it touched. Before he could react, Flesh Lingji forced his head down to avoid a biting attack and angrily told him to stay focused. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed his full power as golden light spread across his body like an explosive wave of energy. He turned around and ran at top speed, trying to escape the danger zone as quickly as possible. However, the monster caught up and sank its jaws into his shoulder, instantly shattering his protective armor. Jiang Chen roared in anger, shocked that the creature had destroyed the barrier he trusted so much. The monster kept pressing the attack, forcing him to retreat again and again, while shouting to keep his fighting spirit alive. He swore that he would tear apart the monster's entire jaw. But in the very next moment, he froze as a strange feeling hit him. The monster's bite had crushed his golden fangs, as if they were nothing more than brittle snacks. The impact launched Jiang Chen high into the air before slamming him into the upper level with tremendous force. Covered in sweat, he immediately dropped his careless attitude and entered full alert mode. Looking at his damaged fangs, he started wondering whether his last attack had done anything at all. With no way back, he gathered all his strength and charged forward, throwing a full-force punch at the monster's head. The blow only left a tiny scratch, while the monster remained completely unharmed and even looked down on him. Seeing that result, Jiang Chen stood frozen in disbelief that this was supposedly a rank 2 divine power. The monster suddenly swung its arm, forcing him to dodge, as questions about his own abilities filled his mind. After barely avoiding the deadly strike, he gasped for breath and realized the situation was far worse than expected. He withdrew the golden light around his mouth, his eyes turning sharp as he considered a different approach. He tried channeling that power into his fangs as an experiment to test a new combat method. The monster paused for several seconds, completely confused by what its opponent was doing. Then a single slap sent Jiang Chen flying, smashing him into the broken ground before trapping him in a giant hand. Pinned to the ground, Jiang Chen was so dizzy he could barely breathe, realizing all his efforts had been nearly useless. Across from him, the monster exhaled a foul breath that spread through the air like a white mist. Su Ling rushed forward in panic and shouted for him to be careful. In an instant, Jiang Chen was grabbed, flipped over, shoved into the monster's massive mouth, and swallowed whole. The monster released a thunderous roar, as if its terrible hunger had finally been satisfied. It then turned toward Su Ling, its murderous gaze leaving her frozen in fear. Its long tongue slid out, as it coldly hinted that she would be next, leaving her nearly paralyzed. Suddenly, a strange golden light appeared above the monster's head, making it pause in confusion. Jiang Chen had broken out from the inside and emerged through the top of its head, gasping for air. After regaining his footing, he grumbled that he had almost suffocated inside its stomach. A voice echoed in his mind, complaining that his reckless move had nearly gotten it killed as well. Jiang Chen immediately shot back, surprised and amused that it could finally talk. Grabbing the object beside him, he explained that being swallowed had helped him understand the true nature of one of his powers. Flesh, Lingji suddenly burst with light, startling Jiang Chen and making him realize it was not a weapon but a support ability. Flesh Lingji urgently warned him to attack now, or they would both be digested completely. Hearing that, Jiang Chen launched a counterattack at once, tearing into the monster as blood sprayed everywhere. The system announced that his demon transformation had ended and recorded a massive increase in ghost energy after the kill. After the battle, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief and admitted that the situation had been incredibly dangerous. He turned toward Flesh Lingji with a puzzled expression, unable to understand what was happening. Growing impatient, he grabbed it and shook it repeatedly, while Flesh Lingji angrily told him to check his own abilities. Watching from behind, Su Ling could only sigh, feeling that her companion was nothing like a reliable expert. A dense blue-black aura suddenly appeared above the rooftops and covered the entire area. The roof looked corroded away, revealing countless skulls piled together in a horrifying sight. A woman standing in the middle of it all proudly declared that all the ghost energy was being drawn to this place. Olden Ming's voice suddenly echoed out, mocking their slow progress, and even threatening to personally control every ghost for the sacrifice. The woman was shocked to see him appear because she believed he had already been captured. But another An Ming suddenly appeared beside him, leaving her completely confused about which one was real. Both An Mings revealed their clone abilities and acted as if everything had been planned from the start. They ordered all nearby ghosts to be gathered for the upcoming ritual. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen arrived with Su Ling and was immediately put on guard by the eerie scene. Looking up, he realized all the ghost energy was being drawn toward a single point in the sky. Suddenly, a ghost appeared right behind them, startling both of them. Jiang Chen instantly drew his sword and prepared for a surprise attack, but the ghost completely ignored him and drifted past as if he did not exist, leaving Jiang Chen confused. Su Ling grabbed her head in panic and pointed toward the distance while urging Jiang Chen to look. She realized all the ghosts were moving like a giant river toward the same destination. Seeing countless ghosts rushing in one direction, Jiang Chen froze briefly and noticed a massive creature crossing the forest, as if confirming something major was happening. He quickly concluded that someone was conducting a grand ritual to gather ghost power and summon a higher existence. His expression turned serious as he warned that these were fierce soul ghosts, and the consequences would be disastrous if they were not stopped. Suddenly, a strange creature rushed over with a bizarre appearance and barked like a dog. It brushed past Jiang Chen and nearly knocked him off balance. The creature barked frantically while asking about its master, looking completely desperate. Jiang Chen observed it and quickly realized it was unaffected by the ritual, meaning it was far from weak. The creature kept pleading for help, finding its master, but Jiang Chen responded with a cold remark that made it pause. Hearing that, the creature immediately exploded with anger, forcing Jiang Chen to step back cautiously. Jiang Chen fired back and bluntly stated that its master might already be gone. The argument escalated as both sides traded insults without giving an inch. The atmosphere became incredibly tense as they continued their verbal battle in the middle of the chaos. Su Ling covered her ears because the noise was becoming unbearable. Finally, she shouted at both of them to stop the pointless argument. The system immediately detected an intense emotional reaction, causing the surrounding ghost energy to surge. Jiang Chen froze when he noticed that Su Ling's condition had changed and no longer felt completely human. Su Ling exploded in anger and yelled at the creature for waking her up with all the noise. The creature refused to back down and instantly fired back with mocking remarks. The two continued arguing and confronting each other while Jiang Chen could only watch, feeling completely excluded. The creature suddenly lunged forward and opened its mouth to attack Su Ling. But Su Ling immediately counterattacked and bit back with full force instead of dodging. The exchange hurt both sides, forcing them apart as they each cried out in pain. Su Ling began circling around, looking for a chance to strike while her opponent was distracted. But the creature quickly noticed and retaliated before any sneak attack could happen. The two charged at each other again, fighting and arguing at the same time. Suddenly, the creature pulled back to build momentum. It shot forward like an arrow and slammed into Su Ling with tremendous force, sending her flying. Lying on the ground in pain, Su Ling still tried to analyze the attack she had just seen. After figuring out the pattern, she immediately launched a powerful counterattack. The strike landed cleanly and left a visible wound, forcing the creature to stop and catch its breath. The creature roared in frustration and challenged her to come again. Su Ling refused to retreat and instantly prepared for another clash. The two charged at each other once more, tearing and clawing wildly, while Jiang Chen watched helplessly from the sidelines, unable to interfere. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and Jiang Chen cursed in frustration, feeling like neither of them understood how to stop. Suddenly, a gigantic entity appeared in the shockwave zone and was instantly crushed into countless fragments. The system immediately reported that an unlucky ghost had been eliminated, granting only a tiny amount of ghost energy. As the ghost completely vanished, Jiang Chen could only shake his head and treat it as collateral damage. While observing the battlefield, his eye suddenly caught something unusual on the ground. It was a shattered pendant, engraved with strange creatures, looking like it had once belonged to someone important. Seeing that Su Ling was about to keep fighting, Jiang Chen quickly raised a hand to stop her. But an invisible force suddenly restrained him, throwing off his balance, before a powerful headbutt sent him flying. At the same time, another force from the second creature struck as well, making the situation even more chaotic. He was launched into the air and crashed headfirst into the ground. Both creatures turned toward him and glared angrily while roaring at the same time. Jiang Chen struggled back up and signaled for everyone to stop so they could talk. He raised the item he had found and asked if it belonged to the master they were searching for. The moment one of the creatures saw it, it froze as if recognizing something familiar. It suddenly became emotional and cried out in a mix of panic and grief. Memories of its owner holding that item flooded back, making its emotions even more unstable. It painfully demanded to know why its master had ended up like this, while Jiang Chen tried to explain that everything started during the earlier chaos. But the creature refused to listen and attacked again, leaving Jiang Chen sighing helplessly. At that moment, a strange sound came from his body, as if something wanted to be released. Once pulled out, the object immediately started complaining about how unbearable the surroundings were. Jiang Chen instantly used it as a weapon and stabbed the attacking creature while talking back to its endless complaints. He turned towards Su Ling and noticed that her expression had completely changed. She collapsed to the ground with empty eyes as if she had just exited a battle state. Jiang Chen hurried over and checked on her, worried about her condition. She quietly asked what had happened, sounding unsure about everything that came before. Jiang Chen simply explained that another personality or consciousness had briefly appeared within her. Hearing that, she looked confused and slightly embarrassed. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Chen gently reassured her and did not pressure her for answers. He then turned back to observe the ghost horde, still moving in the same strange direction. A mysterious scent suddenly spread through the air and caught the attention of an unusual ghost. The ghost immediately froze and widened its eyes after recognizing the smell. It roared in fury, believing someone was messing with its food. In its rage, it attacked wildly and severely injured many nearby ghosts. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Su Ling were calmly eating what they had just found and chatting as if nothing was happening. Before they could react, a gigantic blue ghost appeared before them, radiating overwhelming pressure. Seeing that its eyes were fixed on the snack bag in her hand, Su Ling immediately tossed it over and told it to take it. Instead of going berserk, the ghost strangely calmed down and squatted there, eating snacks like a child while happily saying they tasted good. But after only a few bites, it noticed the bag was nearly empty, and its expression instantly changed. It crushed the snack bag in its hand and roared angrily, as if something precious had been stolen. The strange lamp above its head lit up brightly as it screamed across the battlefield that it was angry. A terrifying bolt of energy shot forward, and Jiang Chen instantly pulled Su Ling aside while shouting a warning. The energy changed direction and struck a bear-like creature nearby, transforming it into a cookie in an instant. The ghost casually picked it up and ate it, then complained as if the flavor was disappointing. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen rushed forward with a punch and followed up with a sword slash before the ghost could react. Jiang Shen put all his strength into a slash, aimed straight at the demon's head at incredible speed. But the attack left no mark at all, and the demon brushed it off like a light tap. Jiang Shen froze for a moment, wondering just how tough this thing really was. The demon fired lightning bolts from the lamp on its head, but Jiang Shen narrowly dodged them. Refusing to back down, he unleashed a powerful lightning counterattack. The result was the same, and the defense remained completely unbroken, leaving Jiang Shen annoyed by its absurd durability. While dodging nonstop, he noticed the strange orb on its head and realized that was the key to turning the fight around. Running out of options, he asked Su Ling whether Ro Lingji could help lock onto a target accurately. But at that moment, Su Ling had somehow climbed onto the demon's head, shocking both Jiang Shen and the monster. Seeing the ridiculous scene, Jiang Shen laughed and said there was no need for him to act anymore. The green demon looked up and growled at the little girl, demanding to know what she was doing. Despite her small size, Su Ling pulled on the top of its head with all her strength and shouted as she struggled. Her effort finally worked, and the demon screamed in pain while clutching its head in disbelief. Right after that, its body began swelling unnaturally as muscles bulged across its frame. A foul stench poured from its mouth and spread through the entire area. Standing before Jiang Shen and Su Ling was now a completely different giant monster with steel-like muscles and vicious fangs. Seeing the enemy grow even stronger, Jiang Shen started doubting whether he could cut it down this time. Su Ling suggested a reckless idea and asked if he could enter its stomach like he did with another demon before. Jiang Shen lightly tapped her head and told her to stop coming up with such strange plans. Pointing at the demon's blade-like teeth, he explained that going inside would be suicide. Just then, Ro Lingji suddenly wrapped itself around Jiang Shen, making him instantly wary. The Ru Lingji tightened around his body, like a living creature, leaving him completely confused. But when he noticed the sharp spikes, a crucial idea suddenly clicked in his mind. Without hesitation, he grabbed Ro Lingji, aimed it at the monster, and burst into excited laughter. He shouted and activated corpse bone arrow barrage as every spike began vibrating. The piercing projectiles shot forward like a storm of bullets at extreme speed. Although furious, the demon sneered and mocked the attack as a worthless trick. When the first strike showed little effect, Jiang Shen clicked his tongue at the monster's tough hide. He kept channeling power into Ro Lingji and forced it to release even more strength. This time, the spikes were greatly enhanced, and their piercing force surged dramatically. The demon froze in shock as its defense was finally broken. The drilling spikes continued, twisting deeper, and tore the wound wider with every rotation. In an instant, a massive hole was blasted through its body by the finishing blow of corpse bone arrow barrage. The demon collapsed and spat out a huge mouthful of blood in agony. Its body quickly disintegrated into an illusion as a golden beam pierced through the space. The system confirmed the demon's death and awarded an additional 1,200 demon chi points. Jiang Shen finally let out a relieved breath as the battle came to an end. But then Su Ling suddenly pointed ahead in panic and told him to look. A dark red energy vortex was wrapping around the massive building, and Jiang Shen immediately sensed an enormous amount of demon chi. The two quickly moved and hid in a secluded corner of the old area to observe. The silence was terrifying, and Su Ling nervously whispered that the place felt eerily quiet. The surrounding demons had likely been drawn toward the center. Looking at the skyscraper attracting countless souls, Su Ling was amazed by Jiang Chunyu's power. Jiang Shen immediately asked for confirmation about the female ghost and wanted to know more. Su Ling recalled a blue-haired girl with gloomy eyes and explained that she had once been a manga artist who created dark and bizarre stories. According to Su Ling, she came to this building on a rainy day searching for inspiration. But disaster struck when the building suddenly collapsed while she was still inside. When rescuers found her, only the lower half of her body remained, and the building's demon chi later mutated her remains. Hearing that, Jiang Shen sighed as many things finally started making sense. He guessed the raincoat she always wore was meant to hide her abnormal body. He slowly walked forward, with his hands in his pockets, while staring at the building in thought. Jiang Shen muttered that a manga artist should never have ended up in such a tragic situation. The two continued moving deeper into the upper floors, and Jiang Shen reminded her that the target was close. Suddenly, he stepped on something soft that was filled with sharp teeth. A strange moment followed as both sides called out each other's names at the time. Su Ling was caught in the same situation as everyone stared at her in shock. Then an ice-cold hand suddenly touched Jiang Shen's arm, making him spin around in alarm. Seeing him about to turn, Su Ling hurriedly stopped him and warned that looking back would instantly corrode his body. A chilling voice suddenly spoke from directly behind them and claimed to be standing right at their backs. Jiang Shen was trapped in a deadly situation where turning around meant death, while staying still invited an ambush. He quietly asked Su Ling if the ghost's ability was only related to calling their names, and she nervously nodded. Hearing that, Jiang Shen forced a smile, pulled out Ru Lingji, and ordered it to attack immediately. Ru Lingji instantly shot behind him like a spear, surprising the hidden enemy. The ghost laughed and claimed its true power was far more than simply calling names. Then 3 crimson eyes opened at once and unleashed terrifying mental pressure toward Jiang Shen. But Jiang Shen did not retreat, and instead crushed the ghost's mind with his own gaze. The 3-eyed creature staggered as if struck by a powerful mental backlash. All 3 eyes exploded one after another and completely destroyed its ability. Jiang Shen smirked and mocked the ghost's tricks as childish. Even after the ghost died, a cold gaze from above continued watching everything. On the upper floor, the leader became furious after seeing all the guards wiped out. He immediately ordered Olden Ming to investigate while he stayed at his position. Olden Ming obeyed on the surface, but inwardly he was filled with killing intent and resentment. With that thought, he vanished before the dark, glowing demon altar. Down below, Jiang Shen and Su Ling hurried toward their objective, but Jiang Shen suddenly stopped as a strong sense of danger washed over him. From the darkness, Olden Ming slowly emerged as if he had been waiting all along. Jiang Shen immediately mocked him and brought up his failed sneak attack from before. Olden Ming sneered, denied any interest in a fair fight, and touched the strange floating spheres before him. At once, 4 bizarre entities materialized from the void and released overwhelming pressure. The first was an eyeless ghost, with a hollow hole drilled through the top of its head. The second had a long tongue growing backward from its throat and constantly emitted horrifying hissing sounds. The third looked like a pig, wearing a conical hat, and radiated brutal killing intent. The last was a twisted cat covered in holes, with teeth growing from its ears, and a disturbingly warped cry. Su Ling hid behind Jiang Shen in fear, realizing that the strongest entities in the apartment complex had all gathered here. Even under immense pressure, Jiang Shen stayed calm and asked why these demons obeyed Olden Ming, instantly provoking his anger. Olden Ming sneered and mocked Jiang Shen for not realizing he was facing a true puppet master. With a wave of his hand, he gave the order, and the demons charged forward like a raging tide. Sensing the danger, Jiang Shen immediately told Su Ling to run, and she quickly rushed to a safe corner. He pulled out a golden card and activated its power, causing a completely new transformation to surge through his body. At that moment, an extra pair of strange eyes appeared on his forehead. At the same time, star-shaped symbols emerged across both of his arms. When his hands came together, the symbols formed a complete circle, with a spinning star at its center. Jiang Shen focused completely on this new state, and could clearly feel the true power of the 2-star card. The system then announced 2 activated divine abilities, Hell Eye and Death True Law. The twisted demon cat was the first to charge straight at Jiang Shen, but his reaction speed was unbelievable as he instantly grabbed it in mid-air. He caught both of its hind legs and stopped its high-speed attack cold. Without giving it a chance to react, he lifted it up and sneered as the battle truly began. Jiang Shen's aura turned heavy, and his gaze felt like a final judgment. He coldly questioned the creature, as if he had already seen through its foolishness. But just when it seemed restrained, a strange hand suddenly grew from the cat's tail. Jiang Shen merely glanced at it, and casually threw out another mocking remark. The cat laughed eerily and revealed that it possessed 9 lives. Jiang Shen smiled faintly and replied that more lives only meant it would take a little longer. He expanded the formation and declared that no one inside would leave alive. The formation's power began eroding the cat's body, sending it into a desperate panic. As it partially escaped the boundary, Jiang Shen calmly watched as if it were a performance. But the destruction continued, and its body kept disintegrating uncontrollably. In the end, only its bloody head remained, and Jiang Shen declared that all 9 lives were gone. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed past at incredible speed and nearly threw him off balance. Jiang Shen immediately sensed that his defensive formation had been disrupted. A giant pig-shaped monster appeared before him, radiating overwhelming pressure. He praised its quick reaction and rushed forward to catch the incoming blade with his bare hands. Meanwhile, a headless ghost quietly approached from behind to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Shen instantly activated his power and engraved a star mark onto the restrained weapon. He then redirected the attack, and altered the blade's trajectory unexpectedly. The redirected strike hit the headless ghost, causing it and the pig demon to start arguing immediately. Furious, the two continued blaming each other for their terrible coordination. Jiang Shen muttered in annoyance and stepped back, knowing he needed more distance to avoid being trapped. Before he could reposition himself, a demon suddenly lunged forward and locked him in a tight grip. It sneered at Jiang Shen's brief surprise and threatened him, claiming darkness was its domain. Yet, in the very next moment, it released him and began falling apart without understanding why. As it vanished, it roared in disbelief because it had sensed no formation beneath the ground. Jiang Shen turned to the pig monster and coldly told it to inspect its own weapon. The pig glanced down and immediately roared in shock at the strange mark on its blade. Jiang Shen quietly realized that he had planted that mark the moment he blocked the attack earlier. As the ghost faded away, it bitterly realized that its own ally had triggered the trap that doomed it. The pig monster immediately rushed forward and placed a hand on the blade, trying to remove the mark. With pure brute force, it snapped part of the blade with ease. Then it dragged the weapon across the ground, as if reforging it into a new shape. A strange icy aura spread outward, making the weapon even more terrifying. Jiang Shen watched the scene and mocked the enemy, calling it a bizarre pig knight. He immediately recalled Rou Lingji and prepared the next step of his plan. Jiang Shen burst out laughing as his fighting spirit surged higher. He raised his weapon and activated all the power he had gathered. But the moment they clashed, Rou Lingji panicked and said it could not withstand that blade because its attributes were completely countered. It nearly cried as it explained that the enemy's material was far superior to its own. Jiang Shen angrily told it to stop complaining and focus on the fight. He quickly changed its task and ordered Rou Lingji to watch the two enemies behind them. Looking at the battlefield, Jiang Shen judged this pig monster to be more dangerous than any coordinated enemy he had faced before. The pig monster roared and mocked him for losing focus during battle. Seeing the blade right in front of him, Jiang Shen narrowly dodged and realized he would have been in serious trouble otherwise. He quickly picked up a large piece of wood and turned it into a temporary wooden sword. At the same time, he challenged the enemy to compare the toughness of their weapons. With that, Jiang Shen launched a relentless series of attacks. However, every strike was effortlessly blocked by the pig monster. The overwhelming pressure forced Jiang Shen to admit that the enemy was far stronger than expected. A single mistake sent him flying backward and crashing to the ground. At that moment, he noticed another demon sneaking closer and immediately saw an opportunity. He raised Rou Lingji and ordered it to stop the approaching enemy. But the skull demon was faster and bit directly into Rou Lingji, making it scream in pain. Watching Rou Lingji get torn apart, Jiang Shen was stunned that his weapon had been destroyed so easily. Rage exploded within him, and he activated an even stronger state. But another demon instantly rushed in and grabbed his arm. Jiang Shen did not hesitate and threw a powerful punch at its head. The blow sent the skull flying away, but Jiang Shen was surprised by how weak it felt. Before he could think further, the giant pig charged at him again. Jiang Shen kept blocking and counterattacking, while complaining about how stubborn this pig knight was. While struggling against the massive sword, he realized the enemy was deliberately staying close to prevent him from using formations. Each strike smashed into the ground, like a hammer, cracking the floor beneath them. Jiang Shen glanced down and suddenly asked, "Rou Lingji, can you still move?" Rou Lingji trembled as it struggled up and weakly replied that it could still move a little, but the previous attack had been devastating. Jiang Shen steadied himself against a wooden pillar and said that was good enough for what came next. He turned toward the giant pig and taunted it, challenging it to a decisive battle. The pig immediately looked excited and said that was exactly what it had wanted all along. Without another word, both sides charged straight at each other. Looking down at Jiang Shen's much smaller frame, the pig sneered and believed he was courting death. While fending off the attacks, Jiang Shen suddenly shouted, "Rou Lingji, beat the drum and support me." Hearing that, Rou Lingji became furious that it was still being ordered around in its condition. Even while complaining, Rou Lingji reluctantly obeyed and warned him not to blame it if nothing happened. Strangely, the moment the drumbeat sounded, the pig monster was pulled into its rhythm and began moving much slower. The subordinates watching from behind were horrified, unable to understand why the pig suddenly looked completely dazed. Jiang Shen seized the opportunity to strike and quickly judged that the range was limited, but at least one target was locked down. The pig monster burned with heat and sweated heavily as it roared in frustration, still unable to break free. Seeing it continue struggling, Jiang Shen was genuinely surprised that it could still resist. Suddenly, he threw back his head and roared as he unleashed a finishing blow with all his strength. The strike slammed the pig to the ground, allowing Jiang Shen a brief sigh of relief. But the calm lasted only a moment before the system coldly announced that his demon transformation had just 5 minutes remaining. He glanced aside and immediately recalculated the situation, knowing time was running out. Looking at the two enemies ahead, he quickly judged that one had once been beaten into retreat even without his transformation. The other had previously been sent flying by a single punch. After that, he raised a hand and taunted them to come at him together. A ghostly head quietly moved behind him, but Jiang Shen noticed it and mocked the failed sneak attack. Yet, instead of attacking, it rushed straight into the headless body of the fallen pig. Once the fusion was complete, it rose in a much larger form and proudly declared that it now possessed all the power and weapons. A blinding burst of light forced Jiang Shen to shield his eyes as he sensed the demon chi surge to at least 3 times its previous level. Without hesitation, he charged forward, determined to eliminate Ming before the fusion fully stabilized. Seeing Jiang Shen approach, Ming immediately became cautious and stepped back. He removed his hat, sneered, and confidently asked whether Jiang Shen still thought he was easy to defeat. The moment the hat came off, countless vicious spirits burst out, and Ming proudly revealed it as his upgraded weapon. Before the enemy could act, Jiang Shen unleashed a decisive slash that split him in half, leaving only a horrified scream before he collapsed. After surveying the battlefield, Jiang Shen clearly felt the local demon chi multiply several times over and instantly heightened his guard. He quietly muttered that the real danger had arrived. Without hesitation, he planted his feet firmly, gripped his sword with both hands, and prepared for battle. The space ahead suddenly tore open, and a twisted figure resembling the Virgin Mary emerged, covered in eerie blue radiance with pitch-black eyes and a sinister smile as it invited him to play. The nun-like demon glanced at Jiang Shen and mocked him, asking if fear had already frozen him in place. In reality, it was all an act, and a calculating glint flashed through Jiang Shen's eyes as he allowed the enemy to approach. Step by step, the demon unknowingly walked directly into a formation Jiang Shen had prepared in advance. It showed no caution, and instead smirked in contempt, treating it as a childish trick. Without hesitation, the demon stomped heavily on the barrier beneath its feet. The entire formation shattered and sank away, yet Jiang Shen remained completely unmoved. The shockwave spread outward, violently shaking Su Ling and causing her to cry out in panic. At that moment, Jiang Shen suddenly dropped to his knees, with fury in his eyes, as the demon closed in. The demon raised its head and began gathering power as glowing arrows formed and floated in the air. Moments later, a barrage of sharp arrows shot directly toward Jiang Shen. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, Jiang Shen instantly raised wooden barriers and deflected most of the attack. The demon called Masukir remained unfazed and began condensing an enormous arrow far larger than the previous ones. It immediately launched the giant arrow at Jiang Shen with even greater speed and power. The arrow tore through the air and pierced the wooden defenses, forcing Jiang Shen into a dangerous position. Even so, he reacted at the last second and used another layer of wood to alter its path, narrowly escaping death. Before he could counterattack, the demon vanished and instantly reappeared behind him. From the rear, it tightly restrained Jiang Shen and locked him in an extremely dangerous situation. The arrow suddenly changed direction and shot straight at the spot where both were trapped, making the situation even worse. Sensing the danger, Jiang Shen shouted and activated his wood control skill. A massive green creature burst from the ground and lifted both Jiang Shen and the demon high into the air as he ordered it to stop the arrow. The arrow pierced straight through the giant creature, leaving a huge hole, and Jiang Shen used the opening to break free from Masukir's restraint. He fell from a great height, slammed into the ground, and was thrown far away. After struggling back to his feet, he wiped away the dust and stared in shock at how easily the giant creature had been pierced. Before he could finish speaking, the demon rushed back in and launched another relentless assault. The demon suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast kick aimed at Jiang Shen's head far quicker than he expected. The force of the kick sent Jiang Shen flying backward once again. As he crashed down, his aching body forced him to think fast, and he decided to use the drum to hold the enemy in place. But before he could act, the demon grabbed his wrist as if it had read his mind, causing the drum to slip from his hand. Without hesitation, it kicked the drum away and cut off his chance to fight back. Sweat poured down his face as panic set in, and he felt completely cornered. Seeing his miserable state, the demon laughed and assumed he could no longer resist. It slowly approached and nudged him with its foot as if checking whether its prey was still alive. Then it stomped on Jiang Chen's chest, making him convulse as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Its cold toes pressed against his neck and locked his body in place. Masuker grinned with excitement and saw Jiang Chen as the perfect material to strengthen itself. Jiang Chen's consciousness grew blurry as his strength neared its limit. In his dazed state, he noticed a shattered window nearby and suddenly sensed something important. A new idea flashed through his mind, and the tension on his face began to fade. He suddenly changed his attitude and lightly touched the demon's leg, making it pause in confusion. Before it could react, Jiang Chen grabbed it, lifted it into the air, and even praised it, leaving the demon completely bewildered. He immediately ran off while speaking, as if he were helping it clean away the dirt on its body. As he reached the broken window, he stopped and revealed a look of complete confidence. Moonlight streamed through the opening, and Jiang Chen shouted as he activated a purification power. A golden beam of light descended from above and struck the demon he was holding. The purification power erupted, burning the demon apart until only a bare skeleton remained. Jiang Chen lightly shook the skeleton and made a cold remark, as if finishing a routine task. Then he kissed the skeleton and mockingly declared the end of its existence. The scene shifted to another ruined location, covered in gloom. A demon altar was piled with grotesque body parts and filled the air with a heavy scent of blood. Jiang Chunyu was chewing on the offerings while laughing proudly as his demonic energy continued to grow. Suddenly, his expression changed when he realized the advance group had not returned. At that moment, Lao Anming stumbled out of the darkness, covered in wounds and barely standing. Gasping for breath, he complained about nearly being cut in half by his previous opponent. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen appeared behind him and coldly announced that he had come to finish the rest, freezing them in terror. Lao Anming instantly took a defensive stance and demanded to know how his flawless disguise had been exposed so easily. Jiang Chen smirked slightly, his eyes icy cold, and replied that the Hell Eye had already seen through everything. The moment he finished speaking, a blazing red ghost face appeared behind Lao Anming, without him noticing at all. By the time he sensed it, the bizarre creature was already right beside him, throwing him into panic. He looked around in horror and saw ghost faces everywhere, even beneath his feet, as if there was no escape. Jiang Chen's gaze turned terrifying as he declared that this was the true form forced out by the Hell Eye. However, Lao Anming suddenly calmed down and coldly laughed, saying the ghosts could only affect a substitute puppet. Strange patterns spun inside his eyes as he quickly retreated, leaving behind a decoy and mocking Jiang Chen for being unable to reach his real body. As the puppet was consumed by the Hell Eye's power and collapsed, Jiang Chen remained calm and smiled, knowing the enemy had not truly escaped. Elsewhere, Jiang Chunyu looked annoyed when Lao Anming returned late and immediately demanded an explanation. But after seeing his miserable condition, he froze in disbelief. Lao Anming was already being consumed by ghost energy and rushed toward the female demon in a crazed state. His body twisted under the corruption. His eyes changed color, veins bulged wildly, and white fluid spilled out as he screamed for help. The female demon backed away in fear, her caution quickly turning into pure disgust. She suddenly turned and delivered a ruthless kick while cursing him without mercy. The kick tore Lao Anming's body apart and split him in half on the spot. He collapsed into a pool of blood as his final breath faded away. The system displayed Jiang Chen's rewards as the demonization event ended, and massive amounts of ghost energy were added from multiple sources. Seeing the notification, Jiang Chen's mood improved as he happily asked Rou Lingji if it had fully recovered after the battle. But his expression suddenly changed. His eyes glowed red, and an eerie smile appeared as he revealed the sword in his hand was Rou Lingji's transformed form. At the demon altar, ghost energy continued spreading and attracted countless evil spirits. The ghost energy grew denser and denser, driving the ghost into a frenzy, while the female demon believed everything was proceeding perfectly. The massive door was suddenly blasted open, and a cold voice announced that the one ruining the plan had arrived. Jiang Chen stepped inside with his sword in hand, and the female demon was shocked to see him return. She roared in rage, grabbed a nearby ghost, and crushed it as her anger exploded. Meanwhile, Jiang Chunyu continued devouring ghost bodies to increase his strength. His act of eating his own kind left the surrounding ghosts completely frozen in fear. The female demon kept chewing through the remaining ghost flesh as blood and toxic energy filled her mouth. A heavy explosion suddenly echoed out, dust filled the battlefield, and a twisted figure slowly emerged toward Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Chunyu after fully merging with the ghosts he had devoured. His body transformed into a grotesque monster, with spider-like limbs and a giant centipede-like form. Its sharp limbs instantly lashed out like a storm and rushed at Jiang Chen non-stop. Jiang Chen reacted immediately and deployed defensive techniques to block every incoming attack. Realizing it was not enough, the monster changed tactics and slammed its poison-covered body downward to crush him. It tightened its grip and completely wrapped Jiang Chen inside its monstrous body while roaring viciously. Trapped among the poisonous spikes, Jiang Chen frowned and admitted that this situation was truly troublesome. The female demon laughed proudly and declared that the poison would soon consume him from within. Her twisted body became even more grotesque as she confidently believed Jiang Chen was finished. Suddenly, a violent tearing force erupted from within, splitting the monster's body apart as it let out a horrifying scream. Its eyes widened as thick green poison spilled from its mouth and panic took over. Jiang Chen emerged from the ripped body, brushed off the dust, and smirked as he reminded them that the ghost energy he had absorbed had turned his sword into something truly dangerous. The demon's body was reduced to a broken shell as it desperately crawled toward the demon altar, as if begging for help. It choked out an apology, but its life force was already nearly gone. Jiang Chen gave it no chance to continue, rushed forward, and finished it off without hesitation. The demon's body shattered, and toxic green liquid poured from its mouth. The poison splashed across the entire area and spread in every direction. Part of the toxic fluid landed directly on the demon altar behind it. The altar instantly began to change, corroded by the acid-like substance as its surface rapidly decayed. Thick streams of black energy erupted from within and filled the surroundings. The skulls on the altar all lit up at once as if a ritual had been activated. Jiang Chen and Su Ling immediately realized this was no longer a normal battle, but a summoning ritual for a terrifying spirit. Elsewhere, Zilei was treating her injuries. Even while recovering, she calmly read a book, as though nothing around her mattered. The book revealed an image of the damaged altar and exposed its connection to a fragment of a fierce spirit. Zilei quickly concluded that enough ghost energy would complete the entity inside. She further analyzed that once the ghost liquid merged with the skull structure, the spirit would fully revive. A purple liquid demon with a green eye was draining a young girl's life force, and Zilei judged that only a Grand Master level force could stop it. Furious, Jiang Chen charged straight at the slime-like creature as it absorbed the skulls and completed its final form. He unleashed a barrage of thunderous kicks that shattered the monster into pieces while shouting in anger. The broken remains scattered everywhere and splashed onto the skulls as Su Ling rushed over and Jiang Chen checked whether the situation was stable. Suddenly, the slime and scattered skulls were pulled together by an invisible force and merged into a giant purple ghost face with deep black eye sockets and rows of sharp fangs. Before long, a pair of savage horns grew from its head, and it fired a massive blob of thick liquid at Jiang Chen with incredible speed, sending him flying backward. The transformation continued as its body expanded further. Strange liquid dripped from above. A glowing golden cross appeared on its forehead, and white smoke poured from its mouth. Moments later, the transformation was complete, revealing a giant monster equal to the strongest entities Jiang Chen had faced. It roared in fury over its ruined resurrection plan, while Jiang Chen's protective armor was nearly destroyed. Without activating the tyrant demon body, he would have been in serious danger. The system immediately issued a warning as its rage increased, and ghost energy surged by 1,600 points. The shockwave from its roar made Jiang Chen squint as his body trembled from the impact. A single roar had raised the ghost energy to 1,600, far beyond expectations. Receiving no response, the monster became even more violent and unleashed another earth-shaking roar. Both Su Ling and Jiang Chen nearly lost control of their minds. In an instant, Jiang Chen pointed directly at Su Ling and shifted all the attention toward her. Caught off guard, she could only break down in panic. Before she could think, Su Ling turned and ran for her life, kicking up clouds of dust. Jiang Chen smirked in satisfaction as if everything was going according to plan. The fierce spirit quickly locked onto Jiang Chen as the one who had attacked it and ruined its resurrection. It raised both arms and prepared a devastating kick. The kick came down with overwhelming force, but its massive size greatly reduced its speed. Jiang Chen easily dodged by leaning aside. However, his instincts immediately warned him that another threat was approaching. From the side, 5 giant fists slammed toward him like a storm. He raised both arms to block, but even the tyrant demon body barrier shattered on impact. Even so, the attack could not break through his defense and only left a few minor scratches. Jiang Chen smirked, confident he could endure without fully transforming. A sword called Ru Lingji appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and slashed straight at the 2-horned monster. The strike split its face apart and seemed fatal. Yet, even with its head divided, the monster looked up at him and laughed mockingly, making Jiang Chen frown. Golden light burst from its eyes as twin beams fired forward. Jiang Chen reacted instantly and barely dodged, knowing a slight delay would have reduced him to ashes. The monster stomped down again, trying to crush him on the spot, but the attack was too slow, allowing him to evade with ease. After escaping another barrage, he quickly realized his only advantage was his smaller size, superior speed, and flexibility in battle. Before he could finish the thought, a gigantic hand shot toward him like lightning, grabbed him, and squeezed mercilessly. The pressure forced green fluid from his mouth as pain twisted his face. The monster then slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Even the Ru Lingji sword was knocked away. Before he could recover, another devastating blow crashed into his stomach with overwhelming force. Seeing Jiang Chen on the defensive, the fierce spirit grew more excited and unleashed a storm of relentless punches. Jiang Chen endured hit after hit, his body covered in blood and injuries. Amid the chaos, he even wondered if he had truly stopped the ritual. Another mountain-like strike smashed him deeper into the earth and shattered the ground. The sheer power left him stunned. With no other choice, Jiang Chen used the last of his strength to pull out the demonization card. Golden light erupted and wrapped around his body. The monster immediately grew wary and jumped back from the spreading light, roaring in confusion. Jiang Chen slowly floated into the air as his aura turned blazing arrangered. Behind him appeared the shadow of a giant bear-like beast, whose pressure rivaled the monster itself. Sharp fangs began growing from his mouth as his beastly aura intensified. 2 strange bulges emerged from his back, looking almost like wings at first glance. They rapidly expanded and tore through his clothing. A closer look revealed they were actually a pair of gigantic bare arms. They allowed him to control his movement in the air and made the fierce spirit realize the battle had changed. The bare arms pressed downward with immense force, launching him high into the sky. Their razor-sharp claws gleamed with deadly intent. Without wasting a moment, he charged directly at the monster in midair. The monster clenched its fist and unleashed a full-power attack with terrifying speed and force. The 2 powers collided head-on, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield. The fierce spirit quickly sensed something was wrong. Jiang Chen's strength had increased dramatically. Taking advantage of its hesitation, the giant bare arms launched a fierce counterattack. Unable to defend itself, the monster was struck repeatedly. One claw pierced straight into its neck and sent its huge body tilting sideways. Losing balance completely, the monster crashed to the ground. Jiang Chen landed smoothly, while his claws continued glowing with a threatening cold light. Hidden in a corner, Su Ling remained in her human form and watched the battle unfold like a living nightmare. Jiang Chen's transformation left her trembling in disbelief. On the other side, the fierce spirit was completely enraged. Its distorted face twisted with fury as purple lightning erupted from its horns. In an instant, the energy gathered into a gigantic bolt of lightning and blasted toward Jiang Chen, dragging thick clouds of dust across the battlefield. The monster thought the attack was enough to finish him, but Jiang Chen reacted instantly. His giant bare arms blocked the entire lightning blast, leaving only a few scratches. He looked at the creature with a cold gaze and let out a dismissive snort. Without hesitation, he slammed the bare arms against the ground for momentum and shot into the air, his confident smile never fading. In a flash, he closed the distance and locked both of the monster's arms with his bare arms. Then he yanked hard and slammed it into the ground. The crushing force left the monster nearly paralyzed, while Jiang Chen stood above it in complete control. Seizing the opportunity, he twisted his body, poured all his strength into a single punch, and roared as his fighting spirit exploded. The full-force strike came crashing down, and every ounce of his power was focused into that decisive blow. The punch landed squarely on the monster's face, caving it in. Teeth shattered as blood and fragments sprayed everywhere. The pain nearly drove it out of control. Its eyes could barely open, smoke rose from its wounds, and its body trembled in weakness. Enraged, it unleashed a deafening roar that shook the entire battlefield. Its long tongue hung out like an ancient beast, while its fangs remained intact. The cross-shaped mark on its forehead suddenly expanded, and a blinding golden light burst out with overwhelming intensity. A gigantic cross appeared in the sky, black and gold energies twisting together into a destructive vortex that covered the entire area. Seeing this, Jiang Chen simply smirked and threw out a challenge. The fierce spirit instantly charged forward like an arrow. The glowing cross blazed brightly as murderous intent surged from its clenched fists. 5 giant punches rained down at once, but Jiang Chen used the bare arms behind him to absorb most of the impact. He immediately counterattacked with a devastating punch, powered by the full strength of the bare arms. Blow after blow crashed down like meteors, forcing the fierce spirit backward until it collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen showed no mercy and kept attacking. He briefly thought that this was only an incomplete fragment of the fierce spirit, and the true body would be far more terrifying. The punches grew heavier and heavier, driving the monster deep into the earth as the ground shattered around them. Pushed to its limit, the creature roared madly and bared its sharp teeth in extreme fury. The giant cross in the sky flared to life once more as a destructive energy gathered above. A pillar of power descended and crushed every structure nearby, turning the entire area into ruins. Losing her footing, Su Ling fell along with the collapsing debris and broke into tears as panic overwhelmed her. After the devastating clash ended, even Jiang Chen could no longer maintain his composure. He bent forward with heavy breaths while his bare arms were torn apart by the aftermath. The fierce spirit was no better off. It dropped to one knee, using one arm for support as it struggled to breathe. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled mockingly. He taunted the monster for exhausting itself with its strongest attack. One hand remained raised in defense, while the other recalled the Ru Lingji sword, gathering its sharp aura once again. Without delay, he shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, the bare arms detached from his body and dissolved into fading energy. The blade pierced directly into the center of the cross mark on the monster's face, causing it to crack apart like shattered glass. Jiang Chen landed on top of the creature and forced the sword even deeper, pinning it completely to the ground. The system immediately announced that the fierce spirit fragment had been destroyed and awarded 50,000 ghost energy points. With the battle over, Jiang Chen stood on the corpse, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long breath. Even then, he kept a firm grip on his sword. His eyes swept across the battlefield before suddenly stopping when he realized Su Ling had disappeared. He quickly searched the area and finally found the little girl trapped beneath a collapsed wall, lying motionless under the rubble. Panicked, he rushed over and checked on her while helping her up. But the moment Su Ling woke up, her body suddenly changed. A dark aura emerged, her eyes turned blue-black, fangs appeared, and killing intent exploded from her. In her ghost form, she charged at him at incredible speed and let out a savage roar, but was stopped instantly. Jiang Chen could only sigh at the sight. Just as the tension peaked, another hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the arm she was using to attack. The ghost girl roared in anger and demanded to know why she was being stopped, reminding everyone that Jiang Chen was known for killing ghosts. The remaining human consciousness of Su Ling quickly stepped in and insisted he would never hurt her sister. It turned out this body held 2 minds, the ghost sister Su Qiao and the human younger sister Su Ling. While the 2 minds argued, another hand grabbed Su Qiao by the collar and lifted her straight off the ground. Jiang Chen watched quietly and thought things through. He realized this half-human, half-ghost existence could become a major risk if the underworld forces discovered her. Not wanting to drag things out, he decided to take both of them back first and deal with it later. Su Qiao struggled wildly while Su Ling tried to calm her down, turning the scene chaotic. At the underworld headquarters, Zilei hurried over to report the situation to Xing Feng, her voice filled with urgency. Xing Feng immediately made a firm decision and ordered everyone to move at once. Moments later, an underworld squad deployed together and rushed out of the base at full speed. Zilei followed closely behind. Even though she trusted her teammates, the thought of facing a fierce soul still made her uneasy. Cold sweat ran down her face as she decided to verify the situation one more time and activated her communicator. She ordered a call to be connected to Jiang Chen. Inside the quiet apartment, a phone suddenly began ringing loudly. Su Ling was playing with colored pens and quickly ran over to answer, innocently asking who was calling. Realizing Jiang Chen was not the one answering, the caller confirmed the identity and urged him to head to the mission site immediately. From the corner of the room, Su Ling glanced at the sleeping Jiang Chen and awkwardly replied that he probably could not go because he was sleeping very deeply. In reality, Jiang Chen was sleeping like the dead, with his mouth wide open, and his face was covered in black ink doodles, clearly drawn by the mischievous Su Ling. Hearing that, Zilei could only sigh helplessly before ending the call. She had no other choice. Frustration rose inside her as she thought about how the man who promised support had picked the worst possible moment to fall asleep. Not long afterward, Zilei and Xingfeng led their forces to the mission coordinates. Seeing the area reduced to ruins, the underworld soldiers were stunned and wondered if this was really Anjing Residential District. The commander quickly ordered the teams to split up and inspect the entire area, and everyone moved into formation. Zhu Lei and Xingfeng searched together and soon found the corpse of a ghost lying in a pool of dried blood. Xingfeng froze as a chilling feeling ran down his spine while examining the bizarre scene. Before them was a body with its chest cleanly pierced through, surrounded by thick dried blood. Nearby was another creature with a sharp object driven straight through its head, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Not far away lay a scattered white skeleton that looked completely drained of life force. There was also the corpse of a female ghost resting silently in a dark red pool of blood, with no sign of life remaining. Xingfeng crouched down for a closer look, while Zilei followed behind, and guessed that the fierce soul remains might have slaughtered the entire area to recover its strength. After further inspection, he nodded in agreement and believed that possibility was extremely high. He warned that if that was true, the situation was incredibly dangerous. Just then, both of their communicators emitted strange static. A new order came through. All units were to move toward the 5 o'clock direction and regroup immediately. Without delay, the team accelerated forward while another report came through their earpieces. The corpse of the fierce soul had been found. When they arrived, they saw the fierce soul lying motionless on the cold ground. A deep stab wound sat at the center of a cross-shaped mark, with blood pooled beneath it. Every soldier stood frozen in shock, and Xingfeng could not help wondering what exactly had happened here. He crouched down to inspect the bodies and concluded that every wound was caused by the same sharp weapon, each one a single killing blow. Zilei fell into thought. The mission had been kept completely secret, so anyone who knew about the fierce soul had to belong to an extremely special force. At that thought, her face turned pale and cold sweat broke out, as she wondered if Jiang Chen could be the one responsible. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just woken up and suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Rubbing his nose, still half asleep, he muttered that he might be catching a cold. He turned on the room light and headed into the bathroom. The moment he saw his face covered in doodles in the mirror, he frowned and cursed under his breath. When he returned to the living room, he found Su Ling sleeping soundly on the sofa, without a care in the world, making him even more annoyed. Unable to hold back, he grabbed a colored pen and drew a messy turtle on her face as revenge. Only after that did he wash his own face clean and dry it off. He then called up the system and requested his full status. A bright red interface immediately appeared along with a strange smiling icon. Jiang Chen glanced through his current stats. His ghost energy had reached 196,699, alongside items such as demon transformation cards, a 3-star insect nest gate, and various pieces of equipment, some of which were badly damaged, including bone nails and the nearly disabled antidemonic sound artifact, along with flesh ganoderma and a massive reserve of ghost energy. Seeing the unbelievable amount of ghost energy he had gained, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This trip had clearly paid off. As he checked the new card, a strange lion-like creature slowly appeared. Its twisted head looked terrifying, and a sharp sword was clenched tightly in its mouth. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His interest dropped the moment he saw another lion, hoping it would not come with complicated abilities like the last one. The system then displayed a notification, allowing him to spend 6 units of demon power to forge a personal weapon linked to the newly unlocked beast. Looking at the clear instructions, Jiang Chen scratched his cheek and laughed. He did not expect the system to be this straightforward for once. He moved on to the Demon Transformation Card Roulette, already planning to secure 2 3-star cards for emergencies. The first card revealed Kui Mu Lang, a bizarre creature with a drill-like beak, saw-like teeth, a beastly body, and a tail covered in sharp bone spikes. The second card revealed King Shi Chen, a creature resembling a savage rhinoceros, with a strange skeletal body that radiated scorching heat. After some thought, Jiang Chen decided that divine powers had limits. Instead of relying on them too much, repairing the antidemonic sound artifact seemed like the better choice. He placed the old artifact before the system interface and confidently began the enhancement process. The screen immediately requested 500 ghost energy to upgrade the artifact, and he confirmed without hesitation. The process continued with costs of 1,000 and then 2,000 ghost energy. Jiang Chen barely thought about it and kept confirming every upgrade. When no further upgrades were possible, the completion notice appeared, signaling that the artifact had reached its limit. The worn artifact began to tremble as strange light spread across its surface, and its internal structure transformed as if being reborn. When the process ended, a ghostly eye appeared in the center of the drum's surface and slowly opened, sending chills down the spine. Jiang Chen gripped the upgraded artifact tightly, the eerie glow reflected on his face, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Curious, he prepared to tap it lightly. As his finger moved closer, the ghost eye suddenly shifted and seemed to stare right back at him. Just then, the doorbell rang repeatedly. Jiang Chen jumped in surprise before letting out a relieved laugh, thinking he had almost triggered something by accident. Opening the door, he found Sister Hong standing outside with a bright smile, causing him to pause before recognizing her. Sister Hong cheerfully explained that she had made too much steamed milk dessert and invited him over to help finish it. Jiang Chen scratched his head with interest. Without hesitation, he agreed and followed her to the neighboring apartment. Inside the kitchen, Sister Hong opened a cabinet and brought out a bowl of freshly steamed milk dessert, still warm and fragrant. She placed the bowl in front of him, smiled gently, and told him to eat it while it was still hot. Looking at the steaming milk dessert, Jiang Chen swallowed lightly and said he would not be polite. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, turning cold and sharp, as if something had awakened inside him. He stared at the bowl in Sister Hong's hand and noticed strange cracks spreading along the rim, instantly raising his suspicion. While they were talking, Sister Hong suddenly lost her grip, and the bowl slipped from her hand, making her cry out in panic. The bowl hit the floor and shattered into countless pieces, while the white milk spilled across the ground in a messy puddle. Embarrassed, Sister Hong hurriedly crouched down to clean up the mess, repeatedly apologizing to Jiang Chen and offering to bring out another serving. Jiang Chen stood still and stared at the broken fragments. For some reason, he felt as though this incident was destined to happen. He leaned closer to inspect the pieces and asked Sister Hong whether she had done anything unusual with the bowl before. Hearing the strange question, Sister Hong paused and frowned as she searched her memory. After a moment, she remembered using that very bowl as practice equipment while following instructions from a secret manual, even using it as a target to test her power. To demonstrate, she suddenly repeated the motion. The burst of force startled Jiang Chen, who quickly jumped back and barely avoided being hit. The energy shot past him and slammed into the opposite wall, causing a hanging painting to shake violently before crashing to the floor. Sister Hong stared blankly at the scene, confused about how the painting had been destroyed, while Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. He swallowed hard and carefully asked how long she had been practicing this technique. Sister Hong thought for a moment, before casually answering that she had only started last night. Hearing that, Jiang Chen nearly froze in place. He could not believe she had reached this level in such a short time. He immediately suggested that, if a suitable mission came up, she could join him as support and help increase their combat strength. Sister Hong beamed with excitement, instantly agreeing and eagerly asking when the next mission would be. Right then, Jiang Chen's phone began vibrating with a new mission alert, and he joked that it had arrived the moment they mentioned it. But after reading the details, his expression immediately stiffened, and all his excitement vanished. An emergency notice appeared on the screen. A large-scale attack was underway in the An region of Jiangbei province, rated as an A-level threat, and everyone below Grandmaster rank was ordered to evacuate immediately. Jiang Chen turned to apologize to Sister Hong, explaining that this mission was too dangerous to bring her along. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped straight through the window and rushed outside. While moving, he could not help feeling annoyed. He had already cleared this area before, so he could not understand why a new disturbance had appeared. Putting aside his doubts, he accelerated toward the mission coordinates like an arrow, speeding through the brightly lit city streets. Under the night sky of Anjing District, Xingfeng and the underworld team continued examining the fierce soul corpse, hoping to uncover more clues. Suddenly, a massive object dropped from the sky and landed before them. It looked like a moving house with a bizarre structure and a giant mechanical ring attached to its front. Xingfeng immediately shouted a warning, and the entire team retreated as a strange green aura began spreading from the object. The large front door slowly opened, releasing waves of thick green smoke that made the surroundings feel heavy and eerie. When the door fully opened, a figure slowly stepped out from within. The newcomer wasted no time and coldly demanded to know who was in charge. Killing intent erupted from him as he demanded to know who dared interfere with the fragment of fierce soul he had left behind. Zilei instinctively raised her arm to block the toxic energy spreading toward them and fixed a wary gaze on Ming-Zi. She replied coldly that he was the one behind the demonic altar and the fierce soul fragment. Before she could finish, he exploded with rage, threw back his head, and roared while his eyes blazed with fury. The underworld members behind her had not even understood what was happening before the opponent's terrifying aura left them completely stunned. A terrifying force swept through the area, piercing straight ahead and dropping many people before they could even react. The attack from the massive object continued to tear across the battlefield, nearly wiping out the entire underworld formation. Only Zilei and Xingfeng survived by raising defenses in time. Staring at the overwhelming power, Xingfeng admitted that a complete fierce soul was far beyond the fragments they had faced before. Zilei immediately gathered her strength to counterattack, but Xingfeng urgently shouted for her to stay calm. She charged forward without hesitation and unleashed an explosive punch at Ming-Se, yet he remained completely still. He merely snapped his fingers and mocked them, treating anyone who rushed in as nothing more than insects. A gigantic dark portal instantly opened before Zilei. Xingfeng sensed deadly danger at once and shouted a warning. Zilei froze for a moment, confused by the black gate before her. Her attack vanished into it, leaving her stunned by the bizarre phenomenon. Xingfeng gritted his teeth as green ghost energy erupted from his body, pushing his power to the limit. Transforming into a ghostly form, he slashed at the portal with sharp claws, while yelling for Zilei to retreat immediately. As he fought, he ordered Zilei to call for reinforcements. Cracks began spreading across the dark portal, and she quickly escaped into the sky. However, a second portal suddenly appeared behind Xingfeng. Ming-Zi stepped out casually, sending a chill down his spine. Ming-Zi sneered at the weakness of the underworld forces and raised a finger, gathering dense black energy filled with pressure. Xingfeng rushed in to attack, his ghost form turning into a razor-sharp arm, but the strike was effortlessly suppressed. With a casual wave of his hand, Ming-Zi released an invisible slash that cleanly severed Xingfeng's ghost arm. Seeing his arm destroyed, Xingfeng stood frozen in shock at the overwhelming difference in power. A blue-white beam then shot forward like a blade of destruction, tearing through space and carving deep scars into the ground. Standing atop a skyscraper, Jiang Chen suddenly spotted a colossal pillar of green ghost energy crashing into the earth. The pressure was so intense that even space seemed distorted. His expression immediately darkened. One glance was enough to tell him this was the aura of a fierce soul-level existence, and the underworld forces were clearly in grave danger. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen accelerated like a storm across the city and headed straight for the source of the ghost energy. But on the way, he unexpectedly collided with another object, moving at incredible speed, and was thrown out of the air. He slammed into the ground hard enough to send dust and debris everywhere, startling a nearby cat into fleeing. Jiang Chen stood up, rubbing his head, visibly annoyed, as he loudly complained about the reckless collision. Back on the battlefield, Xingfeng's body lay motionless on the cold ground, split in two and covered in green ghost fluid, while Ming-Zi stood nearby without concern. However, the green fluid quickly reformed itself, and Xingfeng's body began healing. Ming-Zi smiled slightly, intrigued by the regeneration ability. He coldly remarked that everything would be over if someone simply destroyed the target completely. Xingfeng maintained a sharp gaze and quietly waited for a chance to strike back once the enemy moved closer. He had even prepared to self-destruct and drag the enemy down with him if no other option remained. As the distance closed to only a few steps, he was ready to bet everything on a final attack. But at that critical moment, an unexpected event forced both sides to stop, interrupting Xingfeng's self-destruction plan. Another powerful expert arrived in time and directly intervened, pulling the two sides apart. His heavy breathing showed he had rushed there at full speed. At the same time, news of the fierce soul disaster in Jiangbei spread across the underworld forum, throwing countless viewers into heated discussion. Comments flooded in with confusion and shock, especially after rumors claimed that King Taishun had personally appeared at the scene. And Ming-Zi looked at the hand gripping him tightly. His gaze stopped on the distinctive symbol there, and his expression gradually darkened as he realized who it was. After confirming the identity, he raised his head and directly questioned King Taishan about why he had appeared here. King Taishan said little. He forcefully pushed the opponent away and calmly declared that everything would end here today. And Mingzi sneered, brushed off his wrist, and challenged him to see whether he could truly back up those words. He pointed a finger toward the sky as blue-white energy began gathering above. At the same time, he mockingly told everyone to pay attention to what was overhead. Xingfeng clutched his wounds as his pupils shrank, sensing that the situation was becoming even worse. He realized in shock that another spatial portal had been secretly opened above them, trapping everyone between two dangers. King Taishan remained calm and assured them that the situation was still manageable. Spiritual power surged around him as his aura exploded outward. He analyzed that a large-scale technique like this required preparation time and could not be activated instantly. King Taishan immediately proposed a strategy. If they destroyed the enemy before the portal was completed, the crisis would be resolved. As he spoke, a glowing mountain symbol appeared in his hand. Narrowing his eyes, he stared directly at Mingzi and asked whether he was connected to the spatial portal. As he spoke, he slammed his fists together, creating a brilliant seal infused with the power of Mount Tai. Divine power erupted violently and swept through the surrounding space, causing the ground to tremble as if it might shatter. Under the terrifying pressure, the dark portal above began cracking apart as chunks of space were crushed away. And Mingzi's expression finally tightened. Looking up at the collapsing portal, his confidence started to falter. Before he could react, a mountain-like punch struck him head-on and sent him flying like an arrow. Struggling to his feet with injuries covering his body, he muttered in frustration. He had only intended to reclaim the fierce soul fragment, yet nearly lost his life because of a miscalculation. Realizing the situation was no longer favorable, he immediately chose to retreat, diving into the spatial portal and vanishing before it fully closed. Just as everything settled down, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the scene and sighed in disappointment at being too late. Moments later, King Taishan's aura disappeared completely, as though he had never been there. Jiang Chen stared blankly into the distance, recalling the overwhelming giant-like presence he had sensed earlier. Only now did he understand that a single move had driven away the fierce soul. His expression grew serious. That level of power was clearly among the strongest experts alive. Compared to it, his 3-star demon transformation forms were little more than foot soldiers. Behind him, the surviving underworld members struggled to stand despite severe injuries. A few seconds later, one of them collapsed unconscious again. Jiang Chen was startled and wondered whether the person was still alive or under the influence of something else. At the underworld headquarters, Xingfeng was receiving emergency treatment from a team of healers. His severed arm had been temporarily reattached to stabilize his condition. Jiang Chen stood beside the treatment area and quietly watched his recovery inside the special medical ward. A nurse in pink smiled softly and said that without Jiang Chen bringing him back in time, the situation would have been beyond saving. Jiang Chen smiled and replied that helping someone in danger was simply the right thing to do. Hearing that, the nurse commented that casualties would be far lower if everyone in the underworld shared that mindset, but reality was not so ideal. Looking toward Xingfeng in the treatment room, her voice lowered as she explained that many people in the underworld did not truly value their own lives. Just then, an underworld staff member rushed in and reported that 2 more people had been decapitated nearby and needed emergency treatment immediately. Jiang Chen frowned and could not help thinking that this profession placed people on the edge of life and death every single day. Yang Chuan walked over from behind and calmly said that their duty and mission could never be measured by money or simple rewards. Jiang Chen recognized team leader Yang at a glance. He immediately waved with a friendly smile, joked that he still remembered that handsome face, and introduced himself along with where he lived. Before things could settle down, the system popped up with a sarcastic prompt, mocking him for pulling the same stunt again, but it still added another 2,000 ghost energy points. Yang Chuan was clearly irritated, veins bulging on his forehead, but he forced himself to stay calm and sincerely thanked Jiang Chen for saving Xingfeng's life. He then gestured for Jiang Chen to follow him into the next room to complete the records and paperwork. Feeling a little bored, Jiang Chen casually complained that his relationship with that guy seemed to be nothing but pointless, back-and-forth calls. Yang Chuan immediately asked if he still wanted the reward for this mission or not. The moment those words landed, Jiang Chen instantly changed his attitude, flashed a bright smile, and eagerly agreed to follow. Inside the records room, Yang Chuan carefully reviewed the system data, while Jiang Chen sat beside him and talked non-stop about everything imaginable. After finishing the review, Yang Chuan frowned and announced that Jiang Chen had destroyed Xu Fu's resurrection plan and wiped out the remaining vicious spirit. The system quickly confirmed a reward of 200,000 underworld points, and Yang Chuan immediately approved it. Across the table, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. Suddenly, he rested his chin on his hand and calmly sighed that he did not want to accept it, leaving Yang Chuan completely stunned. Yang Chuan looked up and stressed that 200,000 points was no small amount, and many people could not earn that much in a lifetime, then asked if he was truly sure. Jiang Chen smiled and explained that he was not refusing the reward, but wanted to exchange all 200,000 points for Level 2 Underworld Authority. He went on to explain the ranking system. Level 1 matched Ghost Kings at S rank, Level 2 matched Vicious Spirits at A rank, Level 3 matched Blood Robes at B rank, and Level 4 matched Wraiths at C rank. His current strength had already surpassed low-level missions, so he needed higher authority to access better missions and earn more points. Yang Chuan instantly became furious and clenched his fists, but still restrained himself and explained that only the director had the authority to approve a Level 2 promotion. The system then displayed another mocking notification, claiming that someone with his current authority dreaming of Level 2 was pure fantasy, while another 774 ghost energy points were added. Jiang Chen merely smiled and calmly said they could discuss it when the director personally arrived. Yang Chuan shot to his feet and sternly advised him to choose a more practical reward instead. Spiritual power began surging inside his body, his aura building toward an eruption as his fists tightened. In that tense moment, he even blurted out that the real target this time was the little girl's life. Su Qiao was shocked and terrified, never expecting the truth to be discovered after all. Jiang Chen immediately stepped in front of her and asked why she had secretly followed him here instead of staying home. Trembling, Su Qiao replied that Su Ling had fallen asleep, but she had not. Jiang Chen quickly reassured everyone and explained that the girl was actually a rather harmless ghost, but Su Qiao was still so frightened that she clung tightly to his arm. Yang Chuan coldly replied that he could judge good and evil himself and needed no one else to teach him. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he calmly stated that even Yang Chuan might not be qualified to judge such matters. That remark lit the fuse. Yang Chuan exploded with anger, spiritual power erupting, as he grabbed his wrist and shouted what exactly Jiang Chen wanted, and whether he planned to fight right here. As the tension reached its peak, Jiang Chen merely frowned slightly, a trace of disdain in his smile, and coldly remarked that if they had truly fought in his current state, the other man would not still be standing here. The air in the room suddenly tightened as a stream of white mist drifted out and spread through the space. Jiang Chen spoke up, pointing out that a stranger had entered long ago, and yet Yang Chuan had not noticed at all, leaving him frozen in shock. Seeing that reaction, Jiang Chen continued that judging by the lingering ghost energy, the newcomer was not only powerful, but held a status far above Yang Chuan. From within the mist came a deep chuckle, filled with strange amusement, as if the visitor had been watching everything from the very beginning. A figure slowly emerged, a young boy with pale blue skin, fiery red hair, and a strange old leather hat. The moment he appeared, he admitted that he had not expected anyone to notice his presence the instant he entered the room. Yang Chuan froze on the spot and blurted out two shocked words. Director. The man known as the Underworld Director landed lightly on the ground. Seeing this, Yang Chuan hurried over to explain the situation. Before he could finish, he was cut off. A cold gaze swept over him, followed by a firm order to leave immediately, since his presence was no longer needed. Yang Chuan silently withdrew while Jiang Chen watched. The director then smiled and remarked that Jiang Chen truly had a sharp eye. After saying that, he immediately turned towards Su Qiao, causing the little girl to instinctively step back in fear. As he approached, Su Qiao trembled and asked what he intended to do. After carefully examining her, the director slowly concluded that she was a rare ghostified spirit body, an extremely valuable talent. He seriously made an offer and asked whether Su Qiao wanted to become a disciple of Yan Luo. The girl looked confused and innocently asked what Yan Luo even was. At that moment, a strange light flashed in the director's eyes, and an invisible pressure filled the entire room. He proudly explained that Yan Luo was his master, and also the strongest being he had ever known, his voice growing more excited with every word. Su Qiao suddenly pointed at Jiang Chen and asked if someone that strong could beat him up a few times. The innocent question left Jiang Chen completely stunned. Jiang Chen immediately gritted his teeth and complained that the girl was obviously trying to get revenge on him. The director laughed and gently explained that the question was a little rude. He admitted Jiang Chen was talented, but compared to that supreme powerhouse, the gap was still enormous. He continued persuading her, saying that if she joined Yan Luo's lineage, her future would be limitless. Just as Su Qiao excitedly opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Chen suddenly smacked her and left her dizzy. Forcing a smile, he quickly changed the subject and said they should ask the adults first. After the hit, Su Qiao staggered around in confusion, mumbling hazily about where she was. Jiang Chen immediately called Chen Xue to ask for her opinion. As soon as the call connected, he greeted her as the girl's mother and said he needed advice on something important. On the other end, Chen Xue lazily asked what trouble he had caused this time. The moment she heard about Su Ling's spirit body, Chen Xue instantly sat up and interrupted him in shock. She repeatedly confirmed the details and excitedly explained that spirit bodies were incredibly rare geniuses, sought after even by major factions. She immediately decided to report it to higher authorities because it was a huge opportunity. Jiang Chen calmly replied that if that was the plan, then he had no objections. The director began showing clear impatience. His heavy voice pressed down as he directly asked Jiang Chen whether the discussion was finished or if he intended to drag it out further. Jiang Chen awkwardly pointed at the phone while scratching his head. He explained that the girl's mother could not decide Oslos and still needed the father's approval, but the man was currently away on business and unreachable. Hearing that, the director's killing intent erupted. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Sensing the tension, Jiang Chen quickly waved his hands and told him to calm down so they could discuss things properly. The director suddenly shouted, demanding to know who dared barge in and cause trouble here. His overwhelming authority made the air itself seem ready to explode. Right behind Jiang Chen, a swirling black android aura appeared, along with countless talismans flying through the air. From within came an annoyed voice complaining that all the noise had ruined the talisman formation he had just set up. Cold sweat ran down Jiang Chen's back as he muttered that he had almost thought that killing intent was aimed at him, and his heart had barely settled. From the chaotic mass of talismans, an old man slowly stepped out and greeted them in a familiar tone. He introduced himself as Dao Shan of the Shangqing sect, while casually holding two underworld subordinates in his hands. Jiang Chen was startled by the sight and thought to himself that Chen Xue had only just reported the news, yet this man had already arrived. His speed was far from normal. Dao Xuan smiled faintly and said that he had arrived in a hurry and accidentally clashed with a few underworld members, hoping nobody would take offense. He casually stated that the two men were still alive and tossed them onto the ground as if it were nothing. The director angrily shouted Dao Xuan's name, but before he could finish, the old man ignored him and headed straight towards Su Ling. The little girl had already returned to her original form and cried out in panic. The old man gently pinched the girl's cheek and immediately sensed the powerful spiritual energy flowing from her body. Dao Xuan's eyes gradually turned sharp, making Su Ling tremble in fear. He laughed and declared that he had finally found the perfect successor. The director smiled faintly and tried to say something, but Dao Xuan only gave him an indifferent glance. He continued by claiming that the girl had already agreed to join his master's lineage long ago. Dao Xuan froze for a moment and asked in confusion. Excited, he grabbed Su Ling and shook her for confirmation. Dizzy from being shaken, she could only mumble that she seemed to have forgotten about it. Hearing that, Dao Xuan immediately grabbed her hand and prepared to leave, boldly declaring that the Shangqing sect had secret methods to cure forgetfulness, so he would take her away first. The director was furious and shouted that Dao Xuan was deliberately provoking him and seeking a fight. Dao Xuan sneered and instantly activated the surrounding talismans. Brilliant light erupted as he declared that no one had managed to touch him in all these years. The moment he finished speaking, he shot forward and launched a direct attack at his opponent. Dao Xuan coldly replied that in his current condition, the director was not qualified to touch him. A wall of talismans instantly rose up, blocking the attack and sending the director flying backward. After being thrown back, the director staggered and quickly regained his footing amid the lingering shockwave. Dao Xuan laughed mockingly and taunted that the director could not even break the seal binding him. So what right did he have to challenge him? Wiping away sweat, the director asked heavily whether Dao Xuan truly wanted to fight to the end. He immediately formed hand seals as his aura changed dramatically. Thick white mist spread out and covered his entire body. A dazzling burst of light exploded outward, illuminating the area as if tearing apart the darkness itself. his arm transformed as sharp claws extended from his fingers. At the same time, he declared that the power sealed for 15 years on his left side had been released. His body visibly changed, growing much larger as a savage aura erupted. One side of him radiated a monstrous power like a wild beast. Without hesitation, the director charged forward and unleashed a high-speed strike aimed directly at Dao Xuan. At the same time, he controlled countless talismans that surged forward in a relentless chain attack. The collision exploded with tremendous force, and the shockwave was powerful enough to blow away part of the underworld headquarters roof. Dao Xuan laughed loudly amid the chaos, seeming to enjoy the battle more and more, while constantly provoking his opponent to continue. Suddenly, the director stopped and realized that the main target had vanished. Only ruins remained, and neither Jiang Chen nor Su Qiao could be seen. In reality, Jiang Chen had already taken Su Ling and slipped away during the chaos to avoid being caught in the battle. The next day, the sky returned to peace, filled with clear blue colors and drifting white clouds. Michaela started her live stream and cheerfully greeted the audience, announcing a special event for today. Jiang Chen had been quietly watching from the beginning. The moment the stream went live, it caught his attention. He never expected the Underworld app to have such a strange broadcast channel. Michaela introduced today's guest as a high-ranking figure from Yanluo Hall. The guest was Zhuanlun Wang, a man with black and white hair who was resting in the distance. She added that he was a powerhouse over 300 years old and encouraged viewers to interact and send gifts. Zhuanlun Wang soon became impatient when the gift count showed no sign of increasing. Michaela bluntly told him that if he wanted gifts, he needed to put on an interesting show, otherwise people would not support him. Zhuanlun Wang looked confused and asked what kind of performance would be suitable. After a brief moment of thought, he seemed to come up with an idea and instantly became confident. He began enthusiastically asking everyone to send manhua gifts. As Jiang Chen watched, he realized this was a true ghost king-level existence, far beyond ordinary vicious spirits. Zhuanlun Wang made an offer. If the stream reached 100 manhua gifts, he would personally deal with the Sea King, lurking beneath the ocean. The gifts skyrocketed, and Michaela excitedly announced that they had already reached 150 manhua. When she looked back, she was shocked to discover that Zhuanlun Wang had disappeared from the screen. Before him now lay only the surging sea and a suffocating amount of ghost energy. Zhuanlun Wang stepped alone into the deep ocean, without the slightest hesitation. Looking around, he muttered that the ghost energy here was incredibly dense, meaning the target had to be nearby. Even while interacting with the livestream, he kept asking for gifts and activated battle broadcast mode. He slowly raised both hands and began gathering power. Then he formed hand seals and focused all his concentration on a single point. A massive energy sphere formed above his head, making him excitedly announce that the battle was about to begin. He took a deep breath, unleashed his full power, and released it outward. The giant energy sphere was hurled into the sea at terrifying speed, tearing through the water like a devastating missile. After several rare days of peace, Xu Fu was once again interrupted by trouble. His face immediately twisted with frustration. Left with no other choice, he moved to defend himself and instantly opened a dark gate that resembled a bottomless abyss. The energy sphere slammed into the newly formed portal and was completely swallowed. Xu Fu roared and forcibly redirected the energy flow. His body strained to the limit, pushing himself into backlash damage with no way out. Zhuanlun Wang froze when he saw his attack redirected and could not believe the energy sphere was flying back at him. The entire sea exploded violently as blinding light erupted like a massive catastrophe. The scene shook the surroundings so intensely that it felt like a real-life blockbuster movie. Watching through the screen, Jiang Chen could not help thinking that it looked like a nuclear bomb had detonated beneath the ocean. Xu Fu struggled out of the water in a battered state, barely holding on as he escaped the blast zone. Seeing that his opponent was still standing, Zhuanlun Wang smiled and praised him for surviving a simple test attack. He walked over and patted Xu Fu on the shoulder, as if granting mercy, arrogantly declaring that he would allow him a few more minutes to live. Just as he was about to call for the Sea King, Xu Fu suddenly slapped him across the face with a light attack and cursed at him with killing intent. Although the attack landed, Zhuanlun Wang suffered almost no damage thanks to his special body. However, Xu Fu's attitude genuinely angered him. He immediately summoned his life-bound weapon as dense killing intent surged around him. Without hesitation, he hurled the weapon at Xu Fu while angrily complaining that ruining his livestream image was unforgivable and demanding compensation many times over. Xu Fu was already on the verge of collapse and lying there barely alive when a voice carrying terrifying pressure echoed from afar, signaling the arrival of another powerhouse. Zhuanlun Wang instantly became excited when he realized the newcomer was the Sea King, the target he had been waiting for. The Sea King coldly declared that none of them would be leaving this place safely today. Zhuanlun Wang laughed fearlessly and showed no intention of retreating. He claimed that running away would betray all the gifts his viewers had sent, then immediately charged into battle. Another enormous energy explosion erupted and swept across the entire ocean. The two powers collided violently, creating massive flashes of light that clashed endlessly in the sky. The sea itself was torn apart by the shockwaves, as chain reactions spread throughout the battlefield. The battle dragged on fiercely, consuming so much time and energy that it took many chapters before a result could finally be decided. Michaela was soaked by the waves and looked extremely annoyed after being caught in the aftermath. She angrily shouted at Zhuanlun Wang, demanding that he stop going overboard during the live stream. A loud explosion rang out, and the Sea King's head landed right in front of Michaela. Zhuanlun Wang stepped on the trophy and proudly announced that he had completed the performance for the audience, while thanking everyone for their donations. He even bragged that his opponent had used multiple transformation forms, making the fight far more exhausting than expected. Meanwhile, back with Jiang Chen, he watched the live stream and felt a little disappointed that he had missed most of the battle against the Sea King, but he was still swept up by the excitement. The fighting spirit inside him was stirred as well, making him consider going out to find a few ghosts to vent on. Late that night, Sister Hong's pleading voice echoed across the rooftop, while Jiang Chen kept urging her on without the slightest embarrassment. Hidden away in a quiet corner, Sister Hong remained curled up in place. She was clearly nervous and frightened, wondering if she could handle this after only 2 days of cultivation. Jiang Chen casually replied that one more night would make it 3 days anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Sister Hong looked down at her phone screen. Her expression grew more conflicted as she cautiously brought up the details of their next mission. This mission was a dangerous C-class case, with an opening reward of over 1,000 points. The target was a lonely, resentful spirit who had almost no close relationships while alive. Strangely, every blood relative, from the parents to the younger sister, died one after another under mysterious circumstances. Later, the uncle who adopted the child also met the same fate, followed by his entire family. In the end, the target jumped from a building and ended it all. The more Sister Hong listened, the colder she felt. Children who died and turned into something unclean were usually the hardest cases to handle, and one mistake could be fatal. Not long after, the two arrived at Chengjiang village, the place believed to be the creature's territory. Jiang Chen walked ahead with obvious excitement and casually encouraged her, telling her to treat it like a simple walk and be brave. While walking, Sister Hong suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and nervously called out, Jiang Chen. She stammered that it felt as if countless invisible eyes were staring at her from every direction. Jiang Chen simply smiled and joked that she had unlocked the ability to scare herself and had created her own horror atmosphere. The moment he finished speaking, they turned around and saw a little girl standing right in front of them. Her breath was as cold as frost. The terrifying part was that countless eyes covered her body. Even Jiang Chen paused and admitted that it was no illusion. An entire forest of eyes was really staring at them. The many-eyed girl turned and ran away while calling back, asking them to come play with her. She glanced back once more, revealing her face more clearly before continuing to run. After creating some distance, she waved at them and repeatedly urged them to follow. Jiang Chen watched with interest and immediately said that the game was finally starting. The two eventually reached the rooftop of an abandoned building where the empty wind sounded especially eerie. The many-eyed girl pointed at a hopscotch grid drawn on the ground and suggested they play. She added a rule that the winner could flick the loser's forehead, but then realized the problem that her opponent did not really have a forehead to flick. Standing nearby, Sister Hong broke into a cold sweat and had to cover her mouth because this game clearly looked like a death trap. The final square of the hopscotch grid hung right at the edge of the rooftop. One wrong step meant falling straight to the ground, with no chance of survival. The many-eyed girl raised her hand and suggested playing rock, paper, scissors, first to decide who would jump first. Sister Hong quickly interrupted and desperately warned Jiang Chen not to go first, while both sides prepared for the game. In truth, the girl had planned this from the beginning. Using her abnormal eyes, she could read her opponent and was confident she would win. Just as she expected, Jiang Chen lost. The girl grinned proudly, declared victory, and urged him to take the first turn. Jiang Chen calmly walked toward the grid and casually replied that if it was time to jump, then he would jump. He stepped into the first square, then quickly shifted to the next one. In only a few moves, he had already reached the rooftop edge without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, the many-eyed girl became even more confident. She thought he would either fall on the next jump, or she could simply push him from behind. In her mind, every possibility was covered. Jiang Chen took a light breath and prepared for the next jump. Sister Fong panicked and screamed for him to stop immediately. But Jiang Chen answered only with a decisive leap. Just as he stabilized himself in mid-air, an invisible platform suddenly appeared beneath his feet, allowing him to land safely without losing balance. The many-eyed girl stood frozen. Every eye on her body widened in shock as she stared at the impossible scene. Jiang Chen turned around, smiled faintly, and casually asked whether that counted as completing the jump, and if that meant he had won. Behind him, Sister Hong felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. Only after seeing him safe did she finally breathe again, still trembling as she scolded him for being far too reckless. The many-eyed girl reluctantly accepted the result and agreed to let Jiang Chen perform the forehead flick punishment. However, she secretly planned revenge and believed there would be another chance later. But before that thought could go any further, Jiang Chen casually flicked his finger. The force was so terrifying that half of the girl's head instantly exploded off her body. Even the system seemed stunned for a few seconds before announcing that the hopscotch ghost had been eliminated. The reward was 600 ghost energy points, though the system appeared confused that this was somehow called a forehead flick. Jiang Chen calmly explained to Hong that this was just a basic demon elimination technique, and what she saw earlier was only a live demonstration of how it works. Hong went pale instantly and said this level of brutality was beyond what she could handle. She would never get used to it. After Xiao Wu, the multi-eyed girl vanished. Another group of strange entities appeared in the distance, loudly chatting as they headed off to join a hopscotch game. Jiang Chen had already sensed them, concealed his aura, and withdrew from the scene while the demons searched everywhere, but found nothing. The box-faced demon checked another area, but still found it completely empty. Another demon scanned under the shelter and reported no suspicious presence. The last one looked down from above and confirmed there were no signs of any living beings in the entire zone. Right then, they discovered the badly mangled corpse of Xiao Wu lying nearby. Seeing the destroyed body, they immediately recognized it and shouted that it was Xiao Wu. They deduced the killer was still nearby since no trace of escape was found, likely hiding on the rooftop. Killing intent erupted as the succubus-like demon searched in a frenzy, but still found nothing. Suddenly, a demon smashed through the roof, right above Jiang Chen and Hong, exposing their hiding spot completely. Jiang Chen pretended to panic and said it was impressive they still found him. While casually mocking them, one demon snapped back in rage. Jiang Chen shrugged and said if they were discovered, then the rules changed. Now they would be the ones hiding while he hunted. The demons exploded in fury. The succubus demon lunged at him, but Jiang Chen dodged effortlessly. Another demon threw a heavy punch with a threat, but it still missed completely. The box-faced demon suddenly shifted and targeted Hong instead. It raised its sharp claws, aiming for a lethal strike. But in an instant, Jiang Chen grabbed its wrist and stopped it cold. Jiang Chen appeared with a cold smile and said he would play. Instead, Hong was not suited for this game. Hong looked at him in panic and worry. Jiang Chen casually threw the box-faced demon into the air. A bolt of lightning instantly struck toward the two remaining demons. Jiang Chen then remembered his ally and told Hong to time her support properly. Hong nodded shakily and said she would try her best to hold herself together. But she unleashed a massive AoE energy blast that covered the entire area, hitting friend and foe alike, including Jiang Chen and the demons. Jiang Chen instantly sensed the incoming danger. He reacted fast, jumping back while mentally cursing that his teammate had overdone it. One delay would wipe the whole team. Because of the rushed dodge, he lost balance and was knocked to the ground. The box-faced demon seized the opening and dropped down, delivering a vicious kick aimed at a vital point. It tried to finish him, but froze when it realized his head felt like solid stone. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and muttered that it really hurt. Jiang Chen snapped at Hong for hitting friendly targets, saying she was supposed to hit demons, not him. Hong kept apologizing in panic. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, killing intent rising sharply, deciding to end the chaotic fight. He spoke with pressure in his voice, about to show them what real power looks like beyond their little game. With a single motion, he cleanly decapitated the box-faced demon before it could react. He then grabbed another demon and squeezed tightly, making it scream in agony, with no escape. The severed head of the demon fell in front of its ally, its final scream echoing in despair. The remaining succubus demon froze in shock, unable to believe both allies were taken down so fast. Seeing the last one still barely capable, Jiang Chen casually pushed it toward Hong as training, while Hong trembled and refused to step forward. Hong stammered and admitted she still did not have the courage to fight. The succubus demon went berserk, its body erupting with thick black demonic energy that seemed ready to swallow everything around it. Jiang Chen glanced at it and immediately recognized the mutation, calmly noting it was a rare blood mutation type. The demon's body twisted grotesquely, its abdomen splitting open into a massive mouth full of jagged teeth as it roared out of control. It screamed in madness, intent only on slaughtering everything in front of it. Seeing this, Hong tried to gather courage and cast a skill, but her unstable mindset caused the energy to fail completely. She panicked, unable to understand why her ability suddenly shut down at such a critical moment. As it charged forward, the demon accidentally stepped on the box, demon's severed head, triggering a strange activation sound. Instantly, the succubus demon's entire body exploded violently, self-destructing on the spot. Hong stared blankly and asked why it suddenly blew itself up, and Jiang Chen chuckled, guessing the head had a built-in self-destruct trigger. Hong nervously asked if that meant she technically defeated it. Jiang Chen did not want to crush her morale, and said positively that she still contributed significantly. He even added that her luck-based curse on enemies was quite impressive. Hearing this, Hong happily asked if the mission was over, but Jiang Chen pulled her along, saying this was only the beginning, and there was still much to deal with ahead. Nearby, inside a house filled with heavy yin energy, a dark and oppressive atmosphere covered everything. A woman cooking in the kitchen asked Zhang Xiaohao why his younger sister had not returned home yet. The boy, distracted while playing, casually replied that she was probably still wandering outside. Hong overheard the name Zhang Xiaohao and immediately tensed up, realizing he was listed in the mission file as a child who had died by suicide. A man in the house suggested going out to search, since the girl still had not been found. The woman turned back with a cold gaze and said there was no need. The man quickly changed his tone and said he just wanted to go out for a walk to clear his mind since it was still early. Zhang Xiaohao suddenly interrupted in a cautious voice, as if trying to stop anyone from going further. Before he could finish, the door was pushed open by Jiang Chen, who walked in complaining loudly that he was starving. He added that if possible, he would like to have a meal here. The woman froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal, and politely welcomed them like honored guests. She then turned and said she would go prepare food and asked everyone to wait. Zhang Xiaohao stiffened the moment he saw Jiang Chen and Hong, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Chen acted friendly, walking over and casually praising how hospitable the woman seemed. Zhang Xiaohao glanced at the woman and whispered that she was not his real mother. Hearing this, Hong immediately asked what he meant. The boy began recalling a horrifying memory, saying his father once dismembered that woman and dumped the pieces into a container. But those pieces merged and reformed into a distorted entity, now acting as his mother. Before he could continue, the woman called out from the kitchen, and Zhang Xiaohao immediately changed expression and rushed in to help, as if nothing had happened. A foolish-looking man in the house suddenly called Jiang Chen over. He whispered a warning that both the woman and the boy were extremely abnormal, and nothing they said could be trusted. He said he had only stopped by temporarily, but was forced to stay, and could not leave despite begging. He then knelt down and desperately begged Jiang Chen and Hong to help him escape. At that moment, a voice called from the kitchen announcing dinner was ready, and the man panicked, trembling as he said that sound was terrifying. Another man walked out covered in demonic energy, carrying dishes made of human bones, and coldly inviting them to the table. Unlike the others, Jiang Chen looked genuinely interested, as if he had been waiting for this. He casually commented that the feast looked quite generous. The foolish man whispered to Hong that all the food was made from the bodies of people who had wandered into this place. Hong tried to warn Jiang Chen, but the scene in front of her left her frozen in shock. Jiang Chen calmly ate as if at a buffet and even invited everyone else to join. Hong turned pale and stepped back refusing, saying she was not hungry, while Zhang Xiaohao suddenly screamed because Jiang Chen had accidentally eaten part of him. At night, the group was arranged to rest in a guest room, but the atmosphere here felt suffocating, cold, and deeply oppressive. Jiang Chen stood quietly in a corner, while Hong sat curled up on the bed, her face full of worry. Hong asked softly what they should do next. Jiang Chen simply replied to wait for the right moment. At that moment, rapid knocking echoed from outside the door. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, as if expecting it, and said the prey had come on its own. The foolish man from earlier secretly opened the door and whispered that everyone was asleep, and this was the chance to escape. He motioned for silence and repeatedly urged them to follow him. Without hesitation, he led Jiang Chen and Hong out of the room and down into a dark basement. They moved stealthily, but the deeper they went, the more unnatural it felt, like they were being guided into a trap. Hong finally sensed something wrong and quietly called out to Jiang Chen, who responded in a low voice. She pointed at the man and asked if he seemed too suspicious, saying he gave off a disgusting smell. Jiang Chen calmly smiled and said there was no need to question it, because that guy was not even alive. Just look at his decaying feet. At the same time, a sudden cry echoed from the room they had left. The woman stood up in panic after realizing the boy, and the two strangers had disappeared completely. Furious, she assumed someone was acting independently and decided to chase after them. Before she could finish, Jiang Xiaohao suddenly appeared in front of her, as if he had been waiting. The boy wore a twisted smile, his eyes completely devoid of innocence. He tilted his head and murmured that maybe the family would be rebuilt once again. On the other side, the guide suddenly jumped into a deep pit, while Jiang Chen and Hong stood at the edge watching. He urged them to follow, claiming they could escape through the black water below, but the stench alone was unbearable. After running for a while and seeing no one follow, he turned back in confusion. He shouted, asking why they were still standing above. Jiang Chen ignored him and calmly explained to Hong that powerful entities often hide well, and the more human they look, the more dangerous they are. Hong chuckled lightly and said that by that standard, the demon below was too obvious and not very skilled. The system reacted instantly as the entity grew furious, its demonic energy surging from being looked down upon. The guide's body began to dissolve into thick black sludge, spreading across the ground. The sludge quickly swallowed his face, revealing its distorted true form. The demon roared in anger, declaring it would drown them in the mire so they could never escape. Jiang Chen glanced at it and casually handed the task to Hong. Hong panicked and complained that he should at least give her time to prepare mentally. Even a small splash of sludge made her scream in disgust and fear, and a dry branch suddenly fell, shifting the situation. The branch accidentally hit the sludge demon, causing it to pause for a moment. The demon sneered, mocking their naive attempt to deal with it. Jiang Chen looked at it and asked coldly, what if he used a more complicated method instead? Suddenly, a strange eye appeared on his body, radiating an eerie and unnatural presence. The eye rapidly expanded, its aura erupting as if ready to devour everything around it. The sludge demon froze in fear, muttering that it looked like a legendary spirit fungus. Before it could finish, it was struck head-on by a devastating blow from the flesh spirit fungus, its face exploding as the sludge demon was slammed into the ground. Jiang Chen looked down and mocked it coldly, saying this kind of trash couldn't even withstand a basic strike. Suddenly, a panicked woman's scream came from behind as she rushed in upon seeing the scene. Before she could understand anything, she blamed Jiang Chen, insisting he caused everything, but he immediately denied it. Not wanting to argue further, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and showed images of the multi-eyed girl, explaining she was killed brutally by the boy's brother, and they were only here to stop it. The father instantly believed it, and even turned grateful, treating Jiang Chen as the one who helped their family. The mother, however, quickly noticed something wrong, slapped her husband, and shouted that this was a reward system from the underworld, and everything was Jiang Chen's doing. Jiang Chen only gave a faint smile and praised her for being slightly more rational than normal people. The woman's face darkened instantly, demonic energy erupting as she demanded the return of her family members. Cracks spread across her face as her body twisted into a grotesque form, terrifying everyone present. Even the father froze in shock. He muttered in disbelief, thinking the battle had just begun, yet she was already going all out. In an instant, the mother clung onto her husband and forcibly merged with him, forming a bizarre new entity. Watching this, Jiang Chen casually mocked it, as some strange cooperative fusion between the two. From within, the mother's voice turned icy, demanding the father's consciousness be suppressed so she could take full control. The father screamed in agony as his mind was invaded and torn apart. Their mixed consciousness twisted the body into a distorted monster, killing intent, erupting like a beast, breaking free from chains. Jiang Chen stepped forward, told the others to back off, and declared he would handle the rest. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air. As he descended, a single decisive slash severed the monster's head, but the body kept moving, even grabbing its own severed head. It spun like an athlete and prepared to throw the head like a ball. The head flew straight into Jiang Chen's face. Then, it calmly reattached the head as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen changed tactics and ordered the flesh spirit fungus to rush in and split it apart. A new eye suddenly appeared on the monster's face, and it laughed arrogantly, claiming it could see through all movements. With that ability, it dodged every attack from the flesh spirit fungus. Seizing an opening, it opened its mouth and lunged at Jiang Chen, trying to swallow him whole. But it was all a trap. Jiang Chen smiled as if everything was already planned. A lightning-fast punch slammed into its face, blasting blood in all directions. He followed up by knocking it back and turning the flesh spirit fungus into a sharp weapon. The monster counterattacked with its twisted legs, unleashing a high-speed kick in open space. Jiang Chen instantly activated his body protection technique and blocked the attack with a single hand. His killing intent surged as his tone turned cold. Lightning erupted from his arm like a raging energy stream. He fired the thunder strike straight at the enemy while scolding it for using dirty tactics. The blast sent the monster flying apart, the fusion form collapsing back into the father, while the mother vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen frowned and muttered that something was still off, wondering where the other part of the demon had gone. At that moment, he sensed something wrong behind a nearby tree, and Hong immediately warned him to be careful. Before they could react, the tree lashed out with branches like whips, restraining Hong and mocking her as an annoying talker. The entity laughed proudly, boasting it could merge with and parasitize plants. But its arrogance was cut short as countless roots erupted from the ground and wrapped around it in return, throwing it into panic. It was all Jiang Chen's setup, and he coldly declared he was the strongest wood-type controller here. Bound tightly and unable to move, the tree demon screamed in desperate pain. Hong had already lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Jiang Chen's anger flared as soon as he saw Hong being attacked, and his killing intent surged. Without hesitation, he tightened the artificial roots and crushed the fused form completely. As its body structure broke apart, a fragment of its soul began escaping from the shell. It revealed its true form as a half-human, half-serpent monster, desperately trying to flee. But just as it attempted to escape, it froze in fear at the sight ahead. Jiang Chen was already waiting, holding a massive stone with a mocking look, as if he had predicted every move. Without giving it a chance to react, he threw the stone down and crushed its exposed face. The system announced the result. Both entities eliminated, and a large amount of demonic energy was absorbed. After finishing the fight, Jiang Chen turned to Hong, who was lying on the ground, and asked if she was injured. He even leaned in close and teased that he could perform CPR if needed. At that moment, Hong's consciousness slowly returned, and her eyelids twitched. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jiang Chen's face right in front of her. Panicking, she immediately grabbed his neck and screamed, thinking he was a demon. Jiang Chen gave a wry smile, reassured her she was safe, and suggested returning to the previous house to finish unfinished business. Hong quickly remembered the main target and said they still needed to deal with the distorted boy. Jiang Chen nodded, confirming the mission was not over. They rushed back to the old house, but Hong felt increasingly uneasy as the demonic aura inside grew heavier. The house was now engulfed in thick demonic energy, pressing down like a suffocating weight. In contrast, Jiang Chen calmly pushed the door open and loudly called out Zhang Xiaohao as a provocation. The moment they entered, both of them froze at the scene beyond their expectations. Zhang Xiaohao appeared with a twisted smile, his head replaced by toy-like blocks, and killing intent in his eyes. Without hesitation, he fired lightning from his deformed head, straight at Hong. In danger, Hong tried her best to defend, while shouting for Jiang Chen to get back. Jiang Chen, however, looked excited, and even praised her growth after just one night of training. But the gap in power was still too large, and the strange lightning easily broke through her defense. The direct hit sent Hong flying, leaving her completely unable to fight back. When she regained consciousness, she was shocked to find no injuries at all, as if nothing had hit her. Just as she raised her hand to check, she noticed 2 toy bricks had been embedded into her skin without her realizing. Her body suddenly lost control, as if being manipulated, and she threw a punch straight at Jiang Chen, leaving her horrified. Jiang Chen blocked the attack, and even commented that the strength of her punch was beyond expectations. But when he looked at his hand, he saw it had also been infected by the same strange toy bricks, leaving him puzzled. Zhang Xiaohao laughed proudly and pointed at the brick on his head, boasting about his toy control ability. He explained that anyone touched by the wave of these toys would be assimilated, from partial control to full-body takeover. As he said, Jiang Chen's arm began to tremble uncontrollably, no longer obeying his will. Under control, he was forced to attack Hong against his own intentions. The battle quickly spiraled into chaos as both of them were manipulated into attacking each other. Jiang Chen realized the situation was becoming dangerous, especially since he could no longer summon the flesh spirit fungus. In confusion, he suddenly noticed the drum he had taken from Qin Zhe hanging by his side. With no other choice, he struck the drum and decided to activate its power for the first time. Instantly, the eye on the drum opened wide, releasing a chilling aura that froze the surrounding space. Zhang Xiaohao accidentally met its gaze and immediately felt a surge of dread. In an instant, his consciousness was completely suppressed and his body froze. He was locked in place, unable to resist at all. A beam of energy shot out from the strange eye, twisting Zhang Xiaohao's body as he screamed in pain. He struggled wildly, shouting that even in death, he would drag everyone down with him. The entire house shook violently as energy erupted, light tearing through the space inside. Before the explosion spread, Jiang Chen pulled Hong out just in time, and she finally breathed in relief. A strange voice echoed out, as if everything that had happened was only the beginning of a much larger incident. In the darkness, another entity hid behind the wall, watching everything with a sinister aura. Sensing the enemy was not simple, Jiang Chen turned to Hong and asked a strange question about windshield top, leaving her unable to react. Before she could react, Ro Lingji shot in from behind and clung tightly to the girl's back, sending her into panic. It quickly transformed into a pinwheel shape and lifted her into the air, while she screamed in fear. From the darkness, a child with a hollow chest slowly stepped out, calling out in a weak voice. It pointed at its empty chest and asked about its lost heart, looking both pitiful and terrifying. Jiang Chen fired back with sarcasm, instantly tightening the tension in the air. That remark triggered the system inside it, causing its demonic ki to surge violently. The child then questioned Jiang Chen about his own heart. Jiang Chen mocked it again with his usual biting tone, striking its mental weak point. The response sent its demonic chi exploding, pushing its killing intent to the extreme. The hollow-chested child darkened its expression and accused Jiang Chen of killing its entire family. Jiang Chen sneered and denied it, saying the so-called family never existed, and it was just an abandoned child from the start. The demon froze, briefly thrown into confusion as its memories twisted. Jiang Chen continued, revealing that its demonic aura had manipulated its father into killing its mother. It also drove Zhang Xiaohao into despair, pushing the father to take his own life. The so-called family was nothing but a fabricated tragedy, and it had turned itself into a monster with a toy on its head, like a distorted orphan role. The demon roared in denial, insisting it was not an orphan as Jiang Chen claimed. Jiang Chen dragged out the words, repeatedly mocking it as an orphan on purpose. Enraged, the demon covered its ears and screamed in madness. Its killing intent erupted, shouting that it would kill Jiang Chen and bury him with its family, blasting him flying. Jiang Chen crashed to the ground, in a half-transformed state, his body already taking on a hybrid form. He wiped the blood from his face, his eyes turning colder after narrowly surviving. Realizing the danger, Jiang Chen activated demon transformation and borrowed Kui Mulong's power to boost his speed and reflexes to the limit. He shot forward like a wolf shadow, clawing rapidly, but still unable to break through its defense. In his mind, Jiang Chen judged this opponent far beyond the blood-robed enemies he had faced before. The hollow demon easily blocked his attacks with its bare hands and mocked his weakness. It reached out again, trying to take Jiang Chen's heart to complete its body and become a whole entity. Jiang Chen immediately jumped back to avoid it, knowing its goal was to seize his body. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Admitting the missing Ro Lingji severely limited his combat style. For now, he chose closer range attrition, waiting for an opening to finish it in one strike. Continuous exchanges of blows forced the demon back, making it stabilize its stance. The demon began to pant, sensing pressure from its opponent for the first time. It searched through its remaining toys but realized a crucial piece was missing, disrupting its battle plan. With no choice left, it committed all remaining toy weapons to a full-force attack. Jiang Chen raised his head, watching the incoming barrage. A toy gun fired a thin beam of light, carrying extremely dangerous energy. Though small in appearance, its destructive power was enough to pierce large structures. Jiang Chen dodged quickly, realizing these toys could not be underestimated, and that he had to close the distance. As he counterattacked, the demon also turned to face him head-on. A cube-shaped toy suddenly flew out and blocked his strike completely. Jiang Chen's arm was trapped inside the cube, as the demon controlled it like a locking machine. He struggled to pull free, but the demon used the chance to widen the distance and escape danger. From above, the demon watched Jiang Chen being spun around and toyed with like entertainment. It mocked him loudly, saying his speed was nothing more than prey being played with. Jiang Chen smirked coldly, his eyes sharp as he judged the artifact to be far more troublesome than expected. On his wolf-transformed arm, a strange starfish-shaped mark suddenly appeared, and the system warned he had been tagged by an unknown source. The starfish mark spun like a spatial vortex, dragging Jiang Chen off his original position and forcibly warping his location. Before he could react, he was pulled straight in front of the demon, where the child had already prepared a finishing blow and coldly said there was no escape. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, twisting in the tight space and barely dodging the lethal strike at the last moment. Before he could stabilize, the eerie toy gun reappeared above him, locking his vision like a trap. It fired non-stop, forcing Jiang Chen into max speed just to weave through the deadly barrage. He realized this was far more troublesome than single targets, as the coordinated artifacts made escape nearly impossible. A thought flashed in his mind that a blood-robed entity controlling such precise tools was not normal at all. In demonized form, Jiang Chen dashed like a wolf shadow, moving so fast even his opponent hesitated for a moment. The demon immediately rang a silver bell, its piercing sound flooding the area while trying to lock his movements. The bell stunned Jiang Chen's mind, warping his vision, and he cursed internally for getting hit by a mental attack. 4 artifacts instantly surrounded him from all directions, forcing him into a fully defensive position. Jiang Chen quickly calculated and realized only his left arm could break the situation. He focused all power into his left arm and smashed down onto the pitch-black artifact he carried. A deafening explosion erupted, shattering the silver bell into pieces and shocking the enemy into a scream. Jiang Chen's aura surged violently, and his killing intent began to fully emerge. The system activated and unlocked the skill Raging Wolf Gale Claw. Countless sharp energy blades erupted around him, tearing apart the approaching toys. The toy gun and other artifacts were crushed into hundreds of fragments. The starfish mark was also cracked, losing its complete form. All the fragments reversed direction, like a rain of destruction, heading straight for the blood robe. Jiang Chen did not stop and rapidly formed seals in midair. In an instant, a massive energy strike was unleashed toward the enemy's position. The blood robe was violently blasted into a wall, causing a heavy explosion. Strange sealing runes began spreading across the hole in its chest and over its entire body. The pain made it scream in agony, its voice echoing through the area. It crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust, shifting from pain into extreme rage as it realized its body was damaged. It went completely berserk, roaring wildly as a storm erupted around it, and everything was thrown away. Jiang Chen remained unaffected, stepping forward with blue lightning swirling around him, under heavy pressure. He coldly declared the end, and gathered all power for a finishing blow. The strike hit the blood robe's head directly, erupting like burning flames and lighting up the area like a torch. The terrifying impact sent its mask flying into the air. Jiang Chen's face turned pale for a moment, his gaze freezing, as if he had seen something horrifying. The system suddenly triggered a red alert, stating the enemy had fully evolved into a primordial, fierce spirit. Its twisted head spilled blood from eyes and mouth, as it screamed in panic, searching for its mask like a mad beast. Jiang Chen, still shaken, mocked it coldly, saying it was not only heartless but also headless. Without hesitation, it lunged forward and grabbed both of Jiang Chen's arms. It slammed him down, locking his neck with its knee, while screaming madly, trying to force him to surrender his head. A sudden impact sent Jiang Chen flying several meters away. Stabilizing himself, he rubbed his numb arms and admitted the opponent had truly evolved, its attacks too fast and overwhelming. He quickly regained focus, erupting with energy and preparing for a no-holds-barred deathmatch. On the other side, the primordial spirit roared and charged again without hesitation. Both sides faced each other, killing intent, compressing the space like a tightened string. The clash erupted violently as fists and strikes continuously collided, each hit answered with a counterstrike. The primordial spirit's face twisted in pain after taking a heavy blow to its body. Jiang Chen remained determined to fight to the death, refusing to retreat. The two of them crashed into each other, like destructive machines, neither willing to stop for even a moment. At the right moment, Jiang Chen grabbed the opponent's arm. His eyes turned blood red as he gritted his teeth and threatened to twist its head off. he slammed its head violently into the ground, blasting sea rocks in all directions. The primordial spirit clutched its reset head in panic, screaming as its neck structure was forcibly realigned. In rage, it kicked straight at Jiang Chen's weak point while hurling filthy curses. Taking the hit, Jiang Chen froze on the spot, clutching his lower body in pain while mocking it for fighting dirty. The primordial spirit followed up with heavy punches, mocking human sayings about speed and talkativeness. But its hammer-like strike suddenly stopped right in front of Jiang Chen's face. Its legs had been bound by vines from nowhere, locking it in place and shocking it into confusion. In the distance, Jiang Chen controlled the vines with both hands and ordered them to spread its legs apart. The vines obeyed instantly, forcing its stance wide open, while Jiang Chen rushed in without hesitation. He unleashed heavy kicks directly at its vulnerable area, shouting as he retaliated for the dirty attack earlier. The relentless kicks continued without pause, growing more violent with each strike. The barrage repeated until the opponent completely lost control. Only after exhausting himself did Jiang Chen finally stop, breathing heavily. The primordial spirit's body had been torn apart, dark red fluid oozing out as Jiang Chen frowned at its grotesque form. Jiang Chen's anger rose as he mocked it for failing to take his heart and instead targeting such dirty weak points, sarcastically calling even demons to have basic limits. Before he could finish, the creature suddenly melted into a strange orange mass, leaving Jiang Chen stunned. The twisted mass screamed in hatred, while Jiang Chen stared in disbelief, even thinking it looked more abnormal than Ro Lingji. The slime-like form shot into the air, attempting to escape, and Jiang Chen shouted after it, refusing to let it run. Before vanishing, it still spat out bitter threats. Jiang Chen watched it flee with undisguised contempt. He suddenly recalled how he had let a target escape before, and his frustration surged again as he swore not to repeat that mistake. His killing intent flared once more, eyes glowing with ferocity. He roared upward, shaking the dark space around him. Two pitch-black wolf spirits rose from the ground, their forms grotesque and filled with overwhelming killing pressure. They shot forward like black arrows, racing directly toward the target. The primordial spirit still thought it had escaped and failed to notice the danger behind it. In an instant of carelessness, the two wolf spirits closed in and bit into its body with razor teeth. Struck by a fatal blow, it crashed to the ground in a miserable state as Jiang Chen approached and said coldly that it should hear one last lesson before dying. He looked down at the wreckage and said in an ice-cold voice that weeds must be removed completely once and for all. After speaking, he slowly raised his foot, killing intent unwavering. The moment his words ended, a devastating stomp crushed down, splattering blood across the ground. The system immediately announced the successful elimination of the primordial spirit and awarded 12,000 accumulated demonic energy points. Jiang Chen paused in surprise at the massive reward exceeding 10,000 points. He turned away and left, his body gradually returning to normal, still shaken by the battle, but satisfied with the reward. From the remaining sludge, a piece of paper slowly floated up into the air. It drifted into Jiang Chen's hand, leaving him confused as he wondered what it was. After reading it, he found hospital information, clinic building number 3, room 2, along with a diagnosis of cognitive decline and patient condition notes. At that moment, a blue light suddenly burst in his hand, making him suspect it was related to the previous clinic building number 7, but he decided guessing was pointless and planned to return first. The scene shifted to a modern apartment. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped inside, he saw a familiar figure already waiting for him. Jiang Chen happily called out, and Ro Lingji on the girl instantly clung tightly to him. The girl softly replied that she had been waiting here because she was worried. Hearing that, Jiang Chen felt slightly awkward, and his face turned a little red. He acted familiar, guiding her inside, and the atmosphere became closer as he suggested going into the room together. Jiang Chen said one more session would be enough, then immediately shut the door. Their shoes were kicked off and scattered all over the floor. The two sat on the sofa in the living room. Sister Hong hesitantly asked if this was really necessary, but Jiang Chen cut her off and told her not to be shy and move closer. He took out his phone, carefully adjusted the angle, and took a photo, saying it was just a simple profile picture. Looking at the edited image, he explained it could be uploaded to the Underworld app to earn contribution points. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and Jiang Chen was slightly surprised by the incoming call. The caller was Hu, informing him that the previous team mission was about to begin and arranging a meeting for the next day. Jiang Chen agreed immediately and reminded him to send the exact location. After hanging up, he asked Sister Hong if she was tired, while she worried whether they were about to deal with another monster. He simply said he would take her somewhere else and avoided answering directly. The two entered a bustling alley that looked like a festival, and Jiang Chen told her to stay close. Inside were all kinds of strange stalls, selling talismans and special items, shouting loudly everywhere. While walking, Jiang Chen called out Chen Shue's name. Chen Shue turned around and greeted them, clearly surprised to see him there. She offered to guide them around, confident no one would dare scam them. Jiang Chen only smiled inwardly, thinking that with his current strength, few would be able to fool him. The three continued moving through the crowd, unaware someone was secretly watching from afar. A blond man wearing a red mask with white patterns stood in the shadows, quickly reporting that he had found Jiang Chen's trace. On the other end, Qin Yu was sweating slightly, as he coldly replied that he already knew. He threw his phone to his subordinate, showing no interest, and walked away while a severely injured woman was left behind. His subordinate handed him new clothes, while he muttered the name Qin Jie. His anger erupted as he roared that Qin Zhe was the one who ruined him in the past. He said he would vent his rage on the woman as the end of the debt, while the scene showed her badly injured and unconscious. After changing clothes, he looked satisfied, but his eyes remained full of schemes. He coldly declared he would personally settle the grudge between him and Qin Zhe. Back to Jiang Chen, he was still moving through the crowd, sighing that finding treasures was not easy. He complained that everything was too hard to find, and the group stood in front of a famous auction house that was closed today, making things even more hopeless. He looked disappointed and almost gave up, then asked Chen Shue if there was anywhere selling high-grade artifacts or demonic energy items. Hearing that, Chen Shue immediately mentioned a place called Chen Bao Pavilion. She explained it was a massive trading center with ancient luxurious architecture, but only familiar-level authority holders could enter. Jiang Chen became excited again, putting his arm around her shoulder and telling her to lead the way, hoping luck would get him inside. The three continued and soon saw a large sign reading Chen Bao Pavilion. The surrounding area was empty, only the three of them standing there. The gate tightly closed but lights still on inside, making Jiang Chen suspicious. He stepped forward to push the door, but the moment he touched it, a strange energy surged out. A grotesque creature suddenly emerged in front of him, making him instinctively pull his hand back. The sudden scene made Jiang Chen break into a cold sweat as he stepped back cautiously. The creature revealed a distorted face with a wide mouth and directly asked who Jiang Chen was, making him immediately alert. Chen Shue stepped forward to explain their identity and purpose, but the creature completely ignored her. It stuck out its tongue, showing a blood-red QR code shaped like a skull, and demanded they scan it to enter. Chen Shue looked disappointed and turned to leave, thinking they were being blocked outright. Jiang Chen calmly took out his phone to scan the code, and Chen Shue quickly tried to stop him, thinking he lacked authority. But once he completed the scan, the system confirmed access and allowed them in. The three successfully entered. Jiang Chen thought his level 3 authority was still valid, and inside stood a long-haired man, with his face covered in black cloth, greeting them with a sharp gaze. The man introduced himself as Han Miao, sent here to personally serve Jiang Chen. Chen Shue was shocked to realize this was a famous artifact refining Grand Master of Yin Cao, yet he was personally receiving Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen introduced Sister Hong as well, and Han Miao immediately agreed to let both of them in. Chen Shue could not hide her curiosity, and quietly asked if Jiang Chen came from some powerful faction. He coldly told her not to ask unnecessary questions, and ignored her inquiry. He then deliberately pulled out his phone slowly, revealing his authority as a subtle display of a rank even higher than level 3. On the way deeper into the treasury, Jiang Chen casually asked if there were any decent weapons here, at least crank or above. Sister Hong could only smile helplessly, thinking this trip for her had completely turned into him shopping for weapons. Han Miao explained that there was a brank demonic weapon in storage, but its killing aura was too strong for anyone to claim. He led them into a deeper restricted area where rare treasures were stored and invited them to follow. Before them stood a massive blood-red statue with sharp claws and an oppressive aura, holding a strange weapon in its hand. The moment Jiang Chen saw it, his eyes lit up with clear excitement, like he had found a rare treasure. Looking closer, he nodded and judged it quite impressive overall, though with a few minor flaws. Han Miao suddenly mentioned the old human slaughterhouse massacre and asked if Jiang Chen had heard of it, confusing him. Chen Shue quickly explained it was a terrifying case that required multiple brank masters and even an rank grandmaster to suppress, involving a highly dangerous fierce spirit. Han Miao added that this weapon once belonged to that entity and was called Blood Crystal Lock, Furnace Drill. He sighed and said the weapon was in an awkward state, too dangerous for the weak but not appealing to top experts. Upon closer inspection, the weapon was heavy and rough, extremely hard but full of cracks from age. Han Miao continued that rank masters could not control it, while rank experts disliked its flaws, so its value dropped to 350,000 contribution points. Jiang Chen immediately showed interest and tried to negotiate using his connection with the bureau chief. Seeing he truly wanted it, Han Miao reduced the price to 300,000 contribution points. The moment the price was finalized, Jiang Chen casually lifted the hammer onto his shoulder and walked away, leaving Han Miao panicking and demanding payment. When called after, Jiang Chen calmly said he was transferring it, just with a slow network connection. At that moment, Han Miao's phone showed the full 300,000 contribution points had been received. Jiang Chen and Sister Hong quickly left, leaving Chen Shuo awkwardly smiling in disbelief at how easily the treasure had been bought. Outside, Jiang Chen hugged the massive hammer and asked if it could even fit in a car trunk, leaving Sister Hong laughing helplessly at its absurd size. While moving, Jiang Chen's eyes accidentally landed on Ru Lingji inside his pocket, and a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he called it over and told it to do the same as before and swallow the newly obtained weapon. Ru Lingji tried its best to open its mouth wide to handle the massive object. Sister Hong worriedly watched it struggle, fearing the small body might be seriously damaged. Jiang Chen kept pushing and encouraging it to hold on a little longer. Behind them, one of Qin Yu's subordinates had been tailing them and quickly reported that Jiang Chen was heading toward the exit of the Black Market A zone. Hearing this, Qin Yu flew into rage over the phone and ordered them to block him at all costs while he rushed over himself. After receiving orders, the subordinates accelerated and closed in on the target, determined not to let Jiang Chen escape the area. Meanwhile, the leader quietly drew a sharp blade, preparing to strike from behind and even considering crippling him immediately. Jiang Chen remained focused on forcing the weapon into Ru Lingji, completely unaware of the killing intent, closing in behind him. However, things went beyond expectations as Ru Lingji became overloaded, violently reacting and vomiting, unable to contain the object any longer. At the exact moment the assassin closed in, the weapon was suddenly expelled and crashed down with immense force, striking him directly on the head. Jiang Chen startled and turned back, then saw the scene, and casually apologized for the mistake, as if nothing serious happened. The person who was hit staggered around, dizzy and confused, while the two in front simply ignored it and walked away. Qin Yu caught up with the convoy again and ordered his men to speed up, while Jiang Chen calmly told the driver to slow down, since the hammer was still tied on the roof. When Qin Yu's group reached the injured subordinate, he had already briefly treated his wound and knelt down trembling to report everything in fear. Qin Yu stared at him with a cold expression and asked where Jiang Chen was right now. The subordinate quickly explained he tried to stop him, but failed because the opponent was too strong, even pointing at his injuries as proof. Before he could finish, Qin Yu lost patience and kicked him hard, knocking him out instantly. Qin Yu then ordered the group to temporarily withdraw and regroup tomorrow before dealing with Jiang Chen. Back home, Jiang Chen dumped the heavy spoils on the ground like it was useless trash. Without resting, he activated the system to inspect the new weapon, clearly excited as he began upgrading the blood crystal shattering spiked mace. The system immediately required 5,000 ghost energy points for the upgrade, and Jiang Chen confirmed without hesitation. A strange energy aura spread around the weapon as it began to transform, while Jiang Chen watched with growing excitement. The system continued offering upgrades, costing Sund 1,000 then 2,000 ghost points, and Jiang Chen kept agreeing, without hesitation. Getting annoyed by the repeated prompts, Jiang Chen shouted for it to fully upgrade without wasting time. As the enhancement peaked, the weapon began to expand and elongate in an abnormal way. Jiang Chen stared in shock as the giant mace kept growing, even breaking through the window and extending outside the room. The system announced the upgrade was complete and renamed it as the Suzhou Yin God Mace. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was shocked and excited, realizing he had spent around 2,000 ghost energy points. But the power must be extraordinary. His excitement did not last long before he realized a very real problem. The weapon was too big to carry. He started thinking of a way to deal with this massive burden, but the more he thought, the harder it seemed. At that moment, a strange energy suddenly burst out from the weapon and rushed into his body, making Jiang Chen shout in shock. That energy kept flowing into his hand while the weapon itself slowly dissolved, as if erased from reality. When everything calmed down, a strange mark appeared in his palm, like a newly carved rune. Before he could figure it out, his phone suddenly rang and broke his thoughts. The caller was Hu, reminding him of a mission meeting at 9:30 tomorrow morning in Qishan village, and telling him to arrive on time. Jiang Chen immediately agreed, confirming he would be there tomorrow at the scheduled time. Qishan village is located in a remote southern area of Jiangbei, isolated, with a river running through it and steep cliffs behind. The people living there have a special profession, retrieving corpses from the river, a dangerous and eerie job. The horror began when they pulled up the body of a young woman from the cold river, triggering a series of unexplainable events. After reading the information, Jiang Chen felt a chill and sensed this mission was not going to be simple. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous the upcoming trip seemed. At exactly 9:30 the next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at Qishan village, constantly observing his surroundings and wondering if this was really the mission location. Not seeing Hong Jie, Chen Shui turned to Jiang Chen and asked about the red-haired woman. He calmly replied that the mission was too dangerous, and someone new like her would only be putting herself in danger. At that moment, Yang Qian suddenly appeared in the distance. Jiang Chen immediately waved and called out to her, and she turned back, slightly surprised to see him there as well. Jiang Chen noticed Ni Hu standing right behind him and directly asked why this was called a major operation when there were only a few scattered people here. Ni Hu pointed out that the main forces had already launched the attack earlier, and their group was just a rear support unit for backup and reinforcement. Ni Hu then explained the deployment, with 3 attack routes moving at once, each led by a strong commander to fully surround the village. Jiang Chen still felt confused and asked what exactly their team was supposed to do. Were they just standing here doing nothing? Ni Hu said they only needed to wait for the signal before moving in to clean up and collect rewards. And Jiang Chen mocked them for acting like sect disciples, only waiting for profit, making Ni Hu visibly unhappy. Jiang Chen then declared he would head straight into the most dangerous area to take down the strongest demon, leaving the safe zones to others, his aura making him seem both reckless and oddly righteous. Ni Hu sighed and warned that such a reckless plan could easily turn them into victims overnight if not carefully handled. Before anyone could argue, Jiang Chen cut them off and said his simple rule was to fight when possible and retreat when dangerous, then immediately rushed off, leaving the others stunned. In an instant, Jiang Chen shot into the deep forest at terrifying speed, leaving only a fading afterimage before disappearing completely. After Jiang Chen vanished into the woods, the others froze in shock, but Chen Shui quickly recovered and chased after him, saying she had seen his divine weapon power yesterday and believed following him was the safest option. Seeing the two immediately move, Yang Qian stood still for a moment with an annoyed expression, unable to understand their reckless trust. After a brief hesitation, Yang Qian also followed, saying she had witnessed Jiang Chen's true strength before and believed it was not a bad choice to stick with him. Watching them leave without hesitation, Ni Hu could only shake his head, thinking their actions completely ignored all warnings. Despite complaining, Ni Hu still ran after them, shouting for the group to wait, realizing he could not separate himself from the team now. After traveling further, the 4 stopped near an unusually shallow stretch of river where the flow was strangely blocked. They noticed faint red streaks mixed in the water, making the atmosphere even more eerie and unsettling. Before they could analyze further, a scream came from upstream, drawing their attention toward a massive object blocking the river. They moved closer and found a gigantic monster corpse, heavily destroyed with bones and flesh torn apart, clearly showing it had been killed by an overwhelming force that also contaminated the river with blood. After examining the wounds, Ni Hu concluded it was likely the mark of the 7 wounds fist, left by senior sister Jiang Hongwu, an existence far beyond their level, while Jiang Chen casually asked if the technique had anything to do with the golden-haired Lion King. Ni Hu immediately rejected the question and explained that 7 wounds fist was a core technique of the martial sect, capable of destroying both flesh and bones from within, leaving no chance of survival. Witnessing the scene, Ni Hu grew increasingly uneasy and urged everyone to leave quickly, pointing ahead to a small village that seemed to have already been cleared by the advance forces. The group entered the village in a highly alert state. The surroundings were eerily silent, with no sign of life, only their footsteps echoing in the cold darkness, making the danger feel even more intense. While moving forward, they suddenly heard two strange voices coming from above. One said the group passing by was not easy to deal with, while the other treated Jiang Chen and his team like easy prey. Something was clearly hiding and watching them. Moments later, the two hidden figures revealed themselves under the moonlight. They turned out to be demons with terrifying forms, strange colored skin, sharp horns, and jagged fangs. One of them laughed arrogantly and declared they would strike first and treat the group as a ready meal. Without hesitation, the red demon dropped down from above and attacked directly. Nihu reacted quickly and shouted a warning, but the situation still fell into chaos instantly. In the middle of the clash, the demon suddenly lost control of what it was holding, causing it to fly out unexpectedly and break its own momentum, turning the fierce attack into a messy scene. The demon's head flew straight toward Jiang Chen in panic, while its body flailed helplessly, screaming as it tried to chase after it. Jiang Chen casually grabbed the demon's head, initially thinking it was something dangerous, only to realize how absurd the situation was. The demon desperately begged to keep its head, looking both pathetic and ridiculous. Seeing the truth, Jiang Chen frowned in annoyance, disappointed that after such a large-scale hunt, they only encountered weak opponents. He casually tossed the demon's head away like trash, treating it as barely worth a small amount of ghost energy. The thrown head flew toward Nihu's group and was caught midair like a ball, while Nihu even praised the throw like it was some kind of performance. The demon head became a toy passed around. Nihu kicked it toward Chen Shui, who panicked as it flew at her. In confusion, Chen Shui reflexively knocked it back, screaming not to throw it at her, but her counter sent it flying toward Yang Chen instead. Unlike the chaos around her, Yang Chen stayed calm, using her energy to deflect the head with a controlled strike, as if testing a technique. Just as she finished gathering her energy, the situation was still unstable. From behind, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted for her to stop and not destroy the head because he still needed it. Hearing that, Yang Chen immediately restrained her power, though she clearly looked displeased. She then changed her motion and tossed the head back toward Jiang Chen, as if handing over responsibility. Jiang Chen caught it, but the force pushed him back several steps, while the demon kept screaming in despair. Even after catching it, the impact forced Jiang Chen to stabilize himself, while the demon continued crying out as it was tossed around like a toy. Suddenly, a massive flaming hand descended from the sky, crushing the demon's body instantly and causing a shockwave that made Jiang Chen step back. Realizing it was Nihu's attack, Jiang Chen complained that he almost got scared to death and told him to give a warning next time. After the chaos ended, the group continued deeper into the area, with Jiang Chen leading and urging them to move faster. Soon they saw a bowl filled with fresh blood, emitting a chilling demonic aura, forcing everyone to stop and question what it was. Sensing something wrong, Chen Shui stepped forward and blocked the group, her expression tense as she felt a disturbing curse aura. She stared at the blood-filled bowl and explained it was not normal blood, but cursed demon blood, where a single wrong step could trigger a deadly curse. At that moment, a strange consciousness suddenly entered Chen Shu's body, using her as a vessel to perform an ancient seal technique to break the spreading curse. Chen Shui then took out a talisman, chanting ancient and incomprehensible incantations as the surrounding space began to tremble in rhythm with her voice. The activated talisman shot straight into the blood bowl, erupting into a blazing golden explosion that swept across the area and instantly erased the demonic aura. In another room, the ox-head demon was waiting for an opportunity when it suddenly felt a violent shock from outside, as if something had been shattered. While it was still confused, Jiang Chen's group started banging on the door, making it think its allies had returned, so it hurried to open it. The door opened, but there was no one outside, leaving the demon completely stunned and sensing it had been tricked. Before it could react, something suddenly dropped from above, sending it into panic as it swung its blade wildly in fear and rage. In the chaos, the system immediately issued a notification, granting 999 ghost energy for extreme fear. The demon refused to stay for even a second, and instantly retreated back inside, slamming the door shut as if trying to lock itself in. Jiang Chen froze outside, realizing the baiting plan had failed, because the opponent was far too timid. As the situation escalated, Yang Chen stepped forward with a massive heavy weapon already in hand. She spun the spiked mace lightly, her aura surging, then prepared to smash it directly into the building where the demon was hiding. A devastating strike landed, shaking the ground as the entire structure was reduced to rubble in an instant. The others barely managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding being caught in the shockwave. Even Jiang Chen, though retreating mid-air, was brushed by debris and silently reassessed Yang Chan's growing strength. After the destruction, Yang Chan planted her weapon on the ground and declared the target was hers alone. From the ruins, the ox-head demon emerged with a battered body, still gripping its twin blades, fury erupting as its hiding place was destroyed. It growled in rage, feeling as if its entire domain had been flattened without mercy. Overcome with killing intent, it charged into the air, slashing wildly at Yang Chan in a desperate attempt to finish her. Facing its fury, Yang Chan remained calm, a faint mocking smile appearing as she looked at it like something beneath her. A soft laugh escaped her lips as she spun her weapon, preparing a direct counterattack. The spiked mace turned into a vortex-like force, shooting forward like a drilling storm that crushed everything in its path. The impact instantly severed one of the demon's arms, sending it staggering in confusion. Despite severe injuries, it forced itself to stabilize and unleashed its refined blade technique for a counterattack. By spinning its blades frantically, it created a massive vortex of wind and killing intent that seemed ready to tear the space apart. Once the vortex reached its peak, it hurled the spinning blade toward Yang Chan as a final strike before escaping. Immediately after attacking, the demon turned and fled, knowing staying even a moment longer meant death. Yang Chan ignored its escape, calmly watching with a contemptuous expression as everything unfolded as expected. Before the demon could get far, her counterattack crashed down from behind like thunder, obliterating the path it had just crossed. The overwhelming force erased its consciousness in an instant, as it was engulfed by destruction. Its body was completely torn apart, ending its life on the spot with no chance of resistance. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Nihu raised his hand to block the shockwave, shocked at Yang Chan's strength. However, just when it seemed over, the demon's remains suddenly turned into green smoke and silently gathered behind Yang Chan. She remained unaware, calmly retracting her weapon, while Jiang Chen immediately sensed the anomaly and shouted a warning. In an instant, Jiang Chen released a golden lightning strike that pierced through the condensed smoke, stopping the hidden ambush. The demon's head exploded instantly, and the system confirmed its elimination, awarding additional ghost energy. After the battle ended, Jiang Chen retracted his power and casually checked on Yang Chan as the atmosphere slowly settled. Still confident in herself, Yang Chan could not help but feel a pause when she realized the gap between her strength and Jiang Chen's, a heavy pressure rising in her chest. With things temporarily stable, Jiang Chen urged the group to move deeper into the area without any further delay. After advancing a bit, they stopped in front of a strange house after noticing something abnormal, the surrounding atmosphere feeling unusually heavy. In front of each house sat a bowl filled with dark red liquid, all identical in a way that sent chills down their spines. Jiang Chen frowned as he observed it, constantly questioning the true purpose of these mysterious blood bowls. While they were still puzzled, a grotesque creature appeared, with a twisted body, half human and half beast, 8 red spider legs behind it, and a skull fused to its form. It spoke in a cold voice, saying it did not matter what they were here for, because all 4 of them would be eliminated here. Immediately after, it unleashed white silk that covered the area, while its front limbs turned into sharp blades, forcing the group into defense. During the fight, Chen Shui quickly formed hand seals, activating a talisman as ancient incantations surged with powerful spiritual energy. The talisman turned into a blazing spiritual flame that shot forward, directly knocking the spider demon away from its position. At the same time, another spider demon rushed toward Nihu, speaking provocatively as it tried to test him. Even with the blade already close, Nihu remained cold and expressionless, treating the enemy as insignificant. He then grabbed its 2 legs with his bare hands and unleashed his strength, tearing the creature apart midair. However, more spider demons began swarming in from all directions, including one diving straight toward Yang Chan from above. As the battle fully erupted, Yang Chan immediately took a defensive stance, gathering her strength as if preparing a finishing strike, even admitting she had entered combat a bit too early. She glanced at the spider demons with disdain, judging them as low-level trash, not worth serious attention. Without any fancy technique, Yang Chan threw a direct punch. The explosive force ripped through the air and blew the spider demon's skull clean off its body. After the clean strike, she exhaled slightly in satisfaction, confident that even a serious effort would easily erase a demon like this in an instant. At that moment, another spider demon launched a sudden attack, firing countless razor-sharp silk threads from its eyes toward Jiang Chen. It roared arrogantly, claiming its web covered the entire space, and anything touching it would be shredded to pieces. Jiang Chen's gaze darkened, killing intent rising as a single thought filled his mind. Dodge? Unnecessary. His eyes flashed with golden light as his aura exploded outward. The spider demon charged in a berserk state, aiming to crush him completely. But in the instant of contact, it was completely overpowered and shattered, its body exploding into fragments as blood mist scattered in the air. Jiang Chen casually brushed his hand and concluded the enemy was too weak, not even worth using full strength, while Yang Chan shook her head slightly beside him. The system suddenly issued a red warning, recording that the ghost energy gained from the eliminated demons had exceeded 10,000 points. Before the signal could settle, a strange sound echoed, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Chen Shui immediately changed expression, recognizing the voice as her younger sister Xiao Yu. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen shot forward like lightning, signaling the others to follow closely behind. Yang Qian and Ni Hu quickly accelerated, chasing after Jiang Chen's direction. While running, Chen Shui stared at Jiang Chen's back, feeling deep trust and gratitude that he did not hesitate after hearing the emergency. Ni Hu also silently admired him, realizing he still lacked far too much in both strength and courage compared to Jiang Chen. Yang Qian remained silent, her gaze sharpening as she sensed the situation ahead was far from simple. Meanwhile, a strange man smiled eerily, muttering about ghost energy, as if possessed, rushing toward the battlefield. In another corner, a spider demon hid in the shadows, its distorted body featuring a human face fused onto its abdomen, eyes filled with deep hatred and malice. It silently moves behind another target, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while a white-haired female demon in kimono watches with amusement. The female demon smirks with a cruel tease, clearly enjoying the tension and dragging out the moment like playing with prey. The group in front is in a deadly situation, bodies covered in wounds but still barely holding on under relentless attacks. The red-haired man grits his teeth, admitting they completely misjudged the enemy's power, which is far beyond expectations. The golden-haired man, face half covered in blood, shouts for Xiao Yu to retreat immediately, or they will all die here. Xiao Yu panics and yells back, refusing to leave even as the situation turns desperate. Another wounded member gasps in frustration, blaming them for not sticking with the main team instead of splitting up. Half an hour earlier, Xiao Yu and the golden-haired man stood outside a lit house, unaware of the coming massacre, while a black-haired guy on a water raft calmly planned his move. Xiao Yu glances at the golden-haired man and signals silently, and he immediately understands and prepares to act. The golden-haired man strikes first, smashing the door open with a heavy punch and declaring an exorcism, while Xiao Yu follows right behind. Xiao Yu dashes in like a blade of wind and instantly cuts down a demon, blood splashing across the floor. The golden-haired man pushes forward and finishes another target with brutal force before it can react. After clearing the inside, they find a white-haired girl, bound with red ropes, gagged and exhausted, struggling violently. The golden-haired man quickly removes the gag and checks on her with concern. The girl speaks in a strange state, her eyes glowing red, making him think she is suffering internal damage. Suddenly her body convulses, and a grotesque spider demon crawls out of her mouth, turning the scene horrifying. Outside, the black-haired guy keeps urging them to hurry, warning they are losing the main target. The spider demon suddenly breaks through the building and rushes out, throwing the black-haired guy away in panic. The golden-haired man breathes heavily, his injuries worsening as he reassesses the huge gap in strength. The remaining teammates are also clearly overwhelmed, making the situation even worse. The black-haired guy trembles, realizing he is in the worst luck imaginable, and starts to lose his composure. He decides to escape alone, coldly abandoning the team and disappearing into the shadows. But as he runs, the female demon instantly appears in front of him with a terrifying smile, freezing him in place. In desperation, he pulls out 2 ancient coins, forming seals and chanting to activate a counterspell. As the chant ends, spiritual energy gathers as he prepares his full power to block the incoming attack. He roars and throws the 2 coins as his final weapon, betting everything on survival. But the female demon is already on him, piercing her hand straight through his chest and ending his resistance. Before falling, he sees his 2 artifacts swallowed effortlessly, leaving him completely powerless. His heart is ripped out, still warm, held in the female demon's hand like a trophy. The female demon mocks his betrayal of allies, then casually throws the heart to other demons like trash. She turns to look at Xiao Yu and the golden-haired man, her gaze so heavy that they instinctively step back. In front of them, a swarm of demons and human-faced spiders surrounds the area, filling it with killing intent. In the distance, a figure begins walking forward, breaking through the darkness over the battlefield. It is Jiang Chen, holding a massive staff, releasing overwhelming pressure as he advances. I just regained consciousness in this body and realized I am right in the center of chaos again. Fine, I will just clear this quickly. I try to sound like a hero, but my aura flips the impression, making me look like a disguised villain and raising their guard. Before they can react, a piercing roar echoes through the space, drawing all attention elsewhere. Both of them immediately ignore the newcomer and rush toward the female demon, thinking she is the easier target, without hesitation. Opposite side, the female demon barely moves, laughing wildly as she releases her spider swarm like hunting beasts. Before they can even reach the target, a massive weapon suddenly slams down and crushes the entire spider swarm in an instant. The scene of her pets being wiped out so fast leaves the female demon frozen, her expression locked in shock. A massive surge of pressure explodes outward, her demonic aura rising to an absurd level that makes the air feel heavy. In rage, she shifts her target to Jiang Chen, ordering the last spider to capture the other two, while she handles him personally. Before the plan can begin, another strike lands even faster, stopping the spider before it can move. The male lead's weapon appears right after, pressing directly toward the demon, so fast she barely reacts in time to block. Even though she deflects it, the overwhelming force makes her entire body shake as she roars in pain and pressure. On the next attack, she barely manages to twist away at the last second, escaping death by a hair. Without giving her any breathing room, he immediately pursues, leaving the two stunned observers behind. A girl watches in disbelief, unable to understand why a demon is hunting other demons. The golden-haired man beside her shakes his head, sensing that the newcomer is far from normal. At that moment, another girl rushes in, shouting through the chaos. The newcomer reacts with relief, as if she has finally found someone familiar in the mess. She scans the area and asks for Jiang Chen since he moved too fast to track. Xiao Yu points in a direction and says she only saw a monster with a giant weapon rushing through there. One of them immediately objects, insisting Jiang Chen is a powerful crank expert and should not be underestimated like that. Meanwhile, the demon is running for its life, cursing as it narrowly avoids another fatal blow. It quickly decides to hide inside a nearby cave to shake off its pursuer. Without hesitation, it dives straight into the dark cave. Inside the darkness, it laughs to itself, already planning an ambush. As it gets confident, Jiang Chen appears at the cave entrance, confirming its target has arrived. But seeing the narrow entrance, he frowns since his massive weapon cannot fit inside. He looks down at his weapon and starts evaluating the situation. In an instant, a more aggressive idea flashes through his mind. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air to change his approach. From above, he gathers power as if preparing to crush the entire area. The massive strike comes down, tearing through space and shaking the entire cave structure. The demon inside panics as the collapsing sound above signals immediate danger. It looks up in confusion, unable to process what is happening overhead. Before it can react, the entire cave roof is crushed down by overwhelming force. The pain erupts as its body is compressed, screaming in agony as it is crushed. At that moment, the weapon glows strangely, a cold blue light activating inside it. Its life force is drained instantly, its body shriveling into a dry husk as its screams fade out. A system notification appears coldly. The blood demon is eliminated. Jiang Chen gains 1299 demon energy points. Just as he is about to retract his weapon, a figure drops from above and calls out Jiang Chen's name immediately. The newcomer sighs in frustration, saying his speed is too fast for them to keep up. Jiang Chen gives a faint smile and replies that these are just minor targets not worth their effort. Xiao Yu and her sister also arrive, reporting the condition of the injured and suggesting they evacuate first. Jiang Chen then invites Yang Chan to come with him, saying there are still things left to clean up, which surprises her. Faced with his sincere invitation, Yang Chan looks flustered, but eventually agrees, her cheeks slightly red. The group quickly splits up and leaves the chaotic battlefield behind, leaving Jiang Chen alone. A relaxed thought flashes in his mind. Now that no one is competing for demon energy, everything feels much easier. The newly arrived man immediately switches into work mode, pressing for the location of the remaining demon with a serious tone. Jiang Chen's eyes change instantly, as if he has already sensed something in the surrounding air. He says the target is ahead, also detecting a strange green aura covering the entire area. As they move closer, he notices a house beside a cemetery, its odd placement sparking suspicion. Zhao Erhu glances over and explains it is a coffin workshop located in the western part of the village. The two enter the courtyard, simple in layout, but still actively used, with the coffin arrangements making the atmosphere even more unsettling. Jiang Chen's attention suddenly locks onto an incense bowl nearby, filled with half-burned incense sticks. Zhao Erhu quickly warns him not to touch anything, but Jiang Chen accidentally breaks one incense stick. Not stopping there, he fiddles with a few more and rearranges them into a completely different pattern. After finishing, only a few incense sticks remain neatly aligned, oddly satisfying, and he seems pleased with the result. A man wearing glasses walks out of the house and immediately frowns, questioning why they touched the altar items. Jiang Chen stands up at once, waving his hand and explaining they are investigating supernatural incidents and meant no disrespect. He directly asks to confirm whether the man is the coffin maker in this area. Despite the man's cold attitude, Jiang Chen ignores it and continues asking about recent strange occurrences. After some questioning, the man slowly opens up, but his face suddenly turns pale when mentioning the village, clearly shaken. He says strange demon-like events have been happening for days, and his wife even saw them, and was driven nearly insane. Zhao Erhu immediately asks where his wife is now, but the man realizes she disappeared at some point and panics. The two exchange a look, instantly understanding something is wrong. Without hesitation, they split up and rush in different directions, leaving the man frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen enters a deserted area where the silence feels unnatural. He lightly taps his stomach, as if awakening something inside, then commands it to begin moving. A strange creature responds immediately, heading out to scan the other side for anomalies. After walking a bit further, Jiang Chen stops upon noticing a dark red liquid trail on the ground resembling blood. He crouches down, touches it, then sniffs it, and confirms it is real blood. At that moment, Zhao Erhu's voice echoes from afar, urgently calling him for support. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen smashes through a nearby wall and charges out in a brutally direct way. Seconds later, he appears beside Zhao Erhu and demands a situation report. Zhao Erhu immediately points ahead, saying two entities are currently tearing each other apart. Before them, a mass of purple demonic energy is being violently attacked by another entity, the scene resembling a life and death struggle. From within the demonic aura comes a desperate cry for help, filled with extreme panic. The earlier man also arrives, panicking as he screams for his wife and begs them to save her. He keeps pleading while Zhao Erhu remains silent, not rushing to act yet. Jiang Chen explains that she is only being eroded by demonic energy and has not lost consciousness permanently. He reassures the man, then turns to Zhao Erhu, signaling him to begin handling the situation. Zhao Erhu steps forward but warns Jiang Chen not to harm his ancient goo insects before both sides quickly coordinate. He begins channeling power, forming hand seals as a faint golden light surrounds his body. Ancient syllables spill from his mouth, turning into streams of golden energy engraved with mysterious runes. The chanting continues steadily, each wave of sound spreading directly toward the controlled target. The power penetrates inward, causing the parasitic entity inside to scream and struggle in desperation. After the internal struggle ends, the woman gradually regains consciousness, her eyes returning to normal, but still confused as if waking from a nightmare. The soul spirit mushroom immediately clings to Jiang Chen in panic, hiding behind him, making him laugh as he comments it is surprisingly timid, despite being unharmed. The husband witnesses everything from start to finish and rushes forward to hug his wife in extreme relief. But instead of returning the joy, the wife panics and backs away, her eyes filled with terror, as if she has seen something forbidden. She quickly hides behind Jiang Chen, her voice trembling as she begs for help, insisting her husband is no longer normal and is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately becomes alert and checks the system, but no warning appears, making the situation even more suspicious. He decides to test cautiously with low-level electricity, firing a thin bolt toward the man to avoid killing the wrong target. The moment the electricity hits, the man convulses violently, cursing in pain as the impact is far stronger than expected. The strike knocks him to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, a paper effigy covered in strange runes is exposed, while the man's body begins to fade like an illusion. In an instant, the entire figure disappears completely, revealing it was only a paper substitute used in a dark ritual. Jiang Chen turns to the woman, asking for more details about how she noticed the abnormality earlier. She tremblingly recalls seeing her husband dragging a coffin through the night, an eerie act that made her suspicious. The sight of a moving coffin in the darkness was impossible for her to understand. Driven by curiosity, she secretly followed behind to investigate. After a while, the coffin slid suddenly burst open in the middle of the road, revealing something disturbing inside. Inside was not an object, but the cold corpse of her own husband, sending her into complete panic. After hearing this, Jiang Chen concludes this is not an isolated incident, and the demon has likely been hiding in this area for a long time. He asks Zhao Erhu whether the enemy might still be lurking nearby and seeks his judgment. Zhao Erhu immediately takes a defensive stance and prepares to use a technique to scan the entire area himself. He begins chanting ancient incantations, and the surrounding aura starts to shift. The chanting continues, and layers of strange energy begin to converge. His body is enveloped in golden light as he slowly rises into the air, supported by an invisible force. Jiang Chen watches with curiosity and asks about the difference between Buddhist detection techniques like Di Ting and other abilities he has heard of. Zhao Erhu explains directly without hesitation, laying out the principles in full detail. He says Di Ting is only a low-level sensing technique useful when the target is on the same surface. But if nothing is detected above ground, the enemy is likely underground. Fo Guangtanzhong is different, as it expands perception across multiple layers and can pinpoint targets beneath the earth, and currently there are multiple signals detected below. Countless golden rays spread from Zhao Erhu's body, piercing through the ground to locate targets, and he quickly reports multiple traces of demonic aura underground. Before further analysis, Jiang Chen pushes him aside, deciding to act immediately instead of waiting. He gathers energy into his arm, wrapping his fist in a deep purple destructive force, preparing to obliterate the entire area below. The punch erupts like a falling meteor, smashing into the ground and causing it to fracture instantly. The surface collapses into a massive crater, destabilizing everything above. From underground, 3 shadowy figures are forced upward, appearing before Jiang Chen and Zhao Erhu. The 3 entities remain unusually calm, almost as if greeting them, instead of behaving like hostile monsters. However, their aura immediately reveals extreme danger, and Zhao Erhu warns they are all blood demon-level beings. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen charges forward, telling Zhao Erhu to hold one, while he handles the rest. He bursts forward toward the remaining 2, eyes filled with excitement as if meeting worthy opponents. But the moment he lands, both demons vanish from sight at extreme speed, as if they were never there. One suddenly reappears beside him, delivering a contemptuous straight punch toward Jiang Chen. The other immediately follows up with a coordinated kick, aimed at a fatal weak point. They shout in unison, aiming to erase the opponent and bury all traces. Both of them unleash force, slamming Jiang Chen into the ground like a crushed object. The impact explodes the terrain, breaking it into massive fragments. Jiang Chen lies in the ruins, briefly appearing at a disadvantage, admitting he underestimated them, then immediately prepares to activate a special state. A violent surge of energy erupts from his body, forcing both demons back in an instant. The rising aura shakes the surrounding space violently. His body begins to transform, entering a completely non-human state. The new form becomes grotesque, muscles and claws expanding beyond normal limits, releasing an overwhelming ferocious aura. In an instant, he closes in on the 2 demons and grabs both of their heads effortlessly. He teases them lightly before throwing them away as a warning. The impact sends them flying, rolling across the ground in a dazed state. Jiang Chen scratches his head slightly, surprised they are weaker than expected, and worried he might not gain enough demon energy. He walks up and tells them to get up and continue, but instead of resisting, they are filled with absolute fear. Meanwhile, Zhao Erhu is also in trouble, as the battle on his side remains extremely intense. Zhao Erhu is cornered, struggling to breathe, while paper puppets controlled remotely swarm him like waves, while the mastermind casually casts dark arts from afar, making him grit his teeth in frustration. The enemy keeps hiding at a distance, controlling paper figures to harass him before retreating instantly, repeatedly provoking him until Zhao Erhu finally snaps, furious at the hit-and-run tactics. Fed up with constant harassment, Zhao Erhu decides to go all in. He tightens his fist, lets dark energy spread, and prepares a dangerous technique he has been holding back. When he notices one paper puppet suddenly retreating toward its master, he immediately accelerates and follows closely without losing sight. But the puppet's path twists through ancient trees, making the chase feel like a maze designed to trap him. After an exhausting pursuit, Zhao Erhu finally locates the hidden controller, confirming his original direction was correct. Seizing the moment, he unleashes full power, grabbing the paper puppet and forcing it to reverse direction toward the demon controlling it. The counterattack lands perfectly, and the demon screams in disbelief as its own technique is turned against it. From the puppet, strange energy threads pierce into the enemy's body like barbed wires, making it howl in agony, even leaving Zhao Erhu stunned by the result. As he moves closer, the demon suddenly explodes, shaking the entire space. Zhao Erhu freezes, unsure if it is an accident or a forced evolution. Before he can react, the creature fully transforms into a massive, muscular demon, crackling with lightning, roaring that Zhao Erhu has accidentally triggered its complete form. Back to Jiang Chen's side. After some time, the two female demons finally attempt to resume the fight to absorb more energy. However, seeing his overwhelming demonized form, they hesitate and freeze. Jiang Chen himself briefly worries his appearance might be misunderstood as perverted. Even though the form looks strange, Jiang Chen knows his personality is already questionable, so appearance does not matter much. Thinking this, he cancels the transformation to reduce pressure on them. Returning to normal, the two female demons are shocked, but quickly realize this is their chance to counterattack and rush in aggressively. Without hesitation, both charge at Jiang Chen with ferocious intent to devour him. Unexpectedly, he looks even more excited at the situation. Upon collision, all three immediately engage in intense close combat, exchanging relentless blows. Jiang Chen even laughs, enjoying this kind of fight. During the battle, his taunts unintentionally trigger more demon energy absorption, continuously feeding his power as he keeps provoking them. After warming up, Jiang Chen decides to get serious and unleashes a powerful strike, instantly sending one female demon flying backward. The other one gets hit directly in the face by a flying kick, getting blasted backward in an instant. After the intense exchanges, Jiang Chen's palms start smoking from the overwhelming force, but his fighting spirit stays high as he keeps provoking them to come at him again. Realizing close combat is a bad matchup, the two female demons quickly change tactics and decide to switch to a stronger approach. They immediately agree to use their ultimate move, knowing continued suppression like this will only lead to defeat. They activate a fusion technique, and a strange viscous layer begins covering their arms, signaling a dangerous transformation. Their slime-covered arms stretch and merge together, forming a grotesque fused mass as thick fluids keep spilling out, making the process look horrifying. As the gap between their arms expands, the connection bulges into a long, sticky whip, covered in dense spin-like teeth that send chills down the spine. Soon, it fully forms into a biological slime whip, sticky, sharp, and covered in spikes, locking Jiang Chen as its next target. Seeing such a nightmare-like weapon, Jiang Chen freezes for a moment as cold sweat runs down his back, realizing things are getting serious. The two demons immediately swing the spiked whip at him. Jiang Chen panics and turns to run while shouting in alarm. While retreating, he uses the dense forest terrain to break line of sight and reduce pressure from the chase. Before he can catch his breath, a deadly sense of danger appears right behind him as the whip nearly reaches his back. In a split second, he drops low to dodge. The whip crashes through, snapping multiple ancient trees like grass. Being forced into constant retreat, Jiang Chen starts feeling irritated and slightly prideful, shifting into a more serious mindset. After a brief thought, he smirks confidently and activates his demon transformation again, deciding to fight back for real. In an instant, his aura erupts and his body fully transforms into a complete demonized form. Even then, the two demons keep charging forward, fully trusting their fusion technique to crush him. But as they close in, Jiang Chen suddenly uses his sharp horn to pierce through and lock onto the whip structure. He spins rapidly, dragging both demons into a violent vortex with no control over their bodies. Completely disoriented, the two demons scream in panic, unable to escape the spinning force. After being spun repeatedly, their bodies crash violently against each other, and Jiang Chen's horn, nearly breaking apart from the impact. During the chaotic collision, Jiang Chen briefly freezes at an unfamiliar sensation, then quickly laughs with excitement. Without hesitation, he increases the spinning speed to the limit, forming a terrifying vortex to finish them off. He delivers the final strike, piercing straight through their fatal weak points, and ending the battle. The system immediately triggers multiple kill notifications and grants him a large amount of demon energy. After exiting his demon form, Jiang Chen worries about Erhu on the other battlefield, unsure how he is holding up. Meanwhile, Erhu is being crushed by the enemy demon, blood seeping out as his body is squeezed between its massive hands. Despite the deadly situation, he stays silent with his eyes closed, making the enemy think he has already been finished. At the critical moment, Erhu suddenly opens his eyes with a sharp gaze, revealing a counterattack plan he prepared earlier. He explodes with full strength and breaks free, having pretended to be unconscious to buy time and deceive the enemy. Realizing the target is still alive, the demon unleashes a furious counterattack, roaring as it refuses to let him escape. With his stamina nearly depleted, Erhu cannot block the direct hit. He is slammed hard, his body staggering and face distorted from the impact. After the strike that sent Erhu crashing to the ground, he forces himself up, pain coursing through his body, then glares and curses the demon for its dirty and unpredictable fighting style. Pushed to the edge, Erhu has no choice but to use his last remaining strength to counterattack. He lands a precise punch straight at the enemy's face, while keeping a cold calculation in mind. Hit right between the brows, the demon roars in rage, not even understanding what Erhu is muttering, and starts thinking it is being insulted. Triggered by that strange attitude, the demon explodes in fury, unleashing a storm of thunderous punches, each impact shaking the ground as it screams in rage. Under the relentless barrage, Erhu is completely forced into defense, gritting his teeth as he absorbs heavy blows across his body. Realizing he will lose if this continues, Erhu forces himself to stay calm and reassess the enemy's strength, searching for a way to turn the fight around. With no way out left, he reluctantly takes out his final trump card, fully aware of the heavy cost, silently apologizing as he prepares to use it. Meanwhile, the demon continues its frenzied assault, determined to crush him on the spot. At the most critical moment, Erhu raises the item to block. The demon's punch collides and is instantly rebounded with explosive force, blowing off its arm in a burst of blood and shocking it into freezing. Immediately after, the object in Erhu's hand erupts with blinding sacred golden light, releasing overwhelming pressure that forces the demon to stagger back in confusion and fear. Erhu's eyes turn sharp and cold as he grips the golden scepter, his aura completely dominating the battlefield, as if one more step would end everything. Energy erupts from the scepter, golden light flooding the area as his killing intent surges to its peak. He channels his power and chants to fully activate the divine artifact, preparing a finishing strike. The moment the chant ends, Erhu shoots forward like lightning, the glowing scepter blazing with lethal force. The demon reacts just in time, dodging the fatal strike by shifting to the side. It immediately counterattacks by firing dense black energy orbs toward Erhu at high speed. Erhu raises his hand and blocks, deflecting all incoming dark projectiles. He then spins the scepter and counters with overwhelming force, sending the demon flying backward. The demon crashes to the ground, clutching its chest in pain, coughing blood, while unable to understand how its opponent suddenly became so strong. Erhu leaps into the air with the scepter in hand, smirking coldly as he descends with crushing force, showing he had simply not been serious before. The landing shatters the ground, pinning the demon under immense pressure as it screams in agony, and the surroundings tremble violently. Erhu follows up with another heavy strike, his fury fully unleashed as he channels all power from the scepter into the attack. Golden light explodes outward, breaking through the demon's defenses, blasting its head apart and collapsing its body as the space shakes violently. Erhu tightens his grip on the scepter, watching the twitching corpse and wondering how it is still moving after taking so much damage. Without hesitation, he delivers a final finishing blow, creating a massive light explosion that wipes out the entire area and ends the enemy completely. Amid the fading golden light, Jiang Chen approaches from a distance and calls out in concern after seeing the scene. But Erhu suddenly turns around, raising his scepter and roaring with killing intent, shouting for the enemy to reveal itself, as if fully lost in combat mode. Jiang Chen reacts instantly, dodging the attack and quickly speaking to prevent a misunderstanding from escalating further. As Jiang Chen speaks, Erhu leaps into the air like an arrow, his body engulfed in blazing golden flames, pressure crushing the surroundings. Jiang Chen looks up in panic and shouts that he is an ally, not an enemy. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activates his special eye to carefully observe Erhu's condition. After seeing the situation clearly, Jiang Chen's expression changes drastically as he realizes Erhu has been possessed or controlled by something. Before him is no longer the normal Erhu, but a towering golden war godlike form with bulging muscles, ferocious eyes, and a scepter filled with dense killing intent. Jiang Chen freezes in disbelief at the sight. The pressure from the golden entity becomes too much, and Erhu's body starts exceeding its limits, glowing violently as golden blood leaks from his eyes, nose, and mouth, a clear sign of backlash. Jiang Chen's expression turns serious as he quickly pulls out a small green artifact, deciding he must intervene immediately to save him. He taps the artifact repeatedly, sending out rapid rhythmic vibrations that ripple through the surrounding space. Those sound waves pierce straight into who is still trapped in a state of loss of control. Erhu's body jolts, and he snaps awake in confusion, his eyes slowly regaining focus as they lock onto Jiang Chen. He then slowly drops to the ground, the scepter falling from his hand and rolling across the stone floor with metallic echoes. Looking at his trembling hands, Erhu bitterly realizes he still cannot fully control the divine artifact, and the rebound has severely injured his internal body. Jiang Chen rushes over and urgently asks if Erhu is all right. Erhu sits collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted and heavily injured. He breathes heavily and says he can still hold on, just needs to rest, and tells Jiang Chen to regroup with the main forces. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately leaves, but not before turning back to signal farewell and telling Erhu to be careful. The moment Jiang Chen disappears, Erhu completely collapses onto the cold ground from exhaustion. Lying there in a daze, he reflects on Jiang Chen's combat strength, thinking that even after a major battle, he still has enough energy to move, which is terrifying. In the distance, a heaven-shaking explosion erupts, with orange flames bursting upward and thick smoke columns rising into the sky. Dense smoke still covers the area, making visibility unclear, as if a large-scale detonation had just occurred. A group of people stands on high ground observing the destroyed area, staring into the deep smoking crater, and assuming the mission is complete. 4 men in black outfits and sunglasses carefully scan the scene with high alert. Suddenly, from behind, a powerful kick hits one of them, making him jolt and turn back in shock. A guard quickly asks whether there were any casualties below. Another urges the leader to go check the site directly, instead of observing from a distance. The so-called boss walks toward the edge of the crater, initially calm, but his expression suddenly changes after noticing something unusual. Strange characters filled with dense killing intent are engraved on a stone slab below, freezing everyone on the spot. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continues walking down the mountain path at a slow pace. He suddenly stops after noticing a container filled with blood placed quietly by the roadside. The blood bowl sits on a large rock, and the liquid inside seems slightly reduced, making him feel something is off. Moving deeper, he enters a ruined area where collapsed walls and torn red ribbons hang everywhere. Looking at the devastated scene, Jiang Chen judges that a celebration or ritual once took place here before being destroyed. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen, and his full alertness is triggered. A sword appears in his hand in an instant, striking down like lightning and shattering a stone while he shouts a warning. An old woman appears in panic, kneeling and raising her hands in surrender, trembling as she claims to be a villager with no ill intent. Seeing the blade just inches from her, she quickly retreats in fear. Jiang Chen lowers his weapon and sternly demands what tragedy happened here. The old woman begins to recount in a heavy voice. In the past, this house hosted the wedding of a girl named Xiang Suo, with a grand bridal procession carrying her here on an 8-person sedan chair. But behind the grand appearance, the bride was actually bound inside the sedan chair, completely restrained, more like being forced into captivity than a marriage. Jiang Chen frowns in confusion, wondering how forced marriages like this still exist, while the old woman says the village has strange and strict rules. She continues, explaining it all started with Xiang Suo's father, who fell into gambling debts and accepted a bride price, forcing his daughter into the marriage. After being taken away, Xiang Suo tried to escape, but was chased by villagers holding torches all the way to a remote cliff area. Cornered with no way out, she accidentally slipped and fell into the abyss, ending in tragedy. Not long after that incident, the entire groom's family of dozens of people disappeared without a trace, leaving the village in deep fear and confusion. Jiang Chen frowns and asks if they fled out of fear of punishment. The old woman shakes her head and says it is not that simple, as witnesses saw the entire family walk toward the back of the mountain and vanish right before their eyes. According to the story, those people entered that area and turned into strange green flames before disappearing completely, as if erased from existence. After hearing this, Jiang Chen says in a low voice that there must be something wrong behind the mountain, and he decides to investigate it himself. Before leaving, he takes out his lucky draw device, planning to test his luck once more to prepare additional means for self-defense. The spin results in a 2-star demon transformation card called Tiger Force, Great Immortal. The demon form is bright orange, lizard-like in body, with 6 legs and a fierce crocodile-like head. Looking at what he just got, Jiang Chen mocks the system, saying it keeps giving him weird, unusable forms. The system immediately responds that he should be grateful to get anything at all. Back at the crater, the guards remain highly alert to the cold demonic energy rising from below, while Qin Yu calmly orders the entire area to be sealed and then turns to leave. Despite his calm appearance, he mutters in frustration about encountering bizarre coffin inscriptions at night, which disrupted his plan. After returning, Qin Tian asks about the situation, and he coldly replies that the carvings are just nonsense and not worth believing, mocking that such a thing could never produce offspring. At the crater, blood begins seeping from the coffin, and the strange inscriptions glow, making the guards increasingly alert and suspicious. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blood erupts from inside the coffin, plunging the entire area into a horrifying scene. A rain of blood pours down, staining Qin Yu completely, irritating him as he complains about his clothes being ruined. From inside the coffin, a female ghost in a torn bridal gown slowly rises, with eerie green flames igniting behind her and a terrifying laughter echoing through the space. The guards immediately surround the entity, forming a defensive circle, while one shouts a warning that the situation is extremely dangerous and they must prepare to fight. The ghost bride erupts with sinister green flames that grow stronger and attempt to swallow the surrounding space. She screams in rage and hatred, cursing the men around her as if their existence drives her insane. As her scream ends, she turns into a black shadow and bolts forward like lightning. The speed is so fast it is barely visible, and every guard she passes is instantly decapitated. In an instant, the entire guard force is wiped out without a trace. Only Qin Tian and Qin Yu remain facing the ghost directly. Seeing the terrifying entity, Qin Yu immediately changes expression, retreats, and instinctively pushes Qin Tian forward. His cowardice is obvious, earning a disgusted glance from Qin Tian. Qin Tian already understands his nature without needing words. Frustration and disappointment rise in him, exactly as he had expected from the start. This man cannot be relied upon. The battlefield splits in two, with Qin Tian on one side, and the ghost bride radiating killing intent on the other. He begins calculating, realizing the rocky terrain could be used to his advantage. Without hesitation, Qin Tian slams both hands into the ground. The shockwave lifts massive stones into the air, suspending them mid-air. He continues controlling the force, making the rocks swirl around his arms. The stones fuse together, forming a dense armored layer over both arms. His arms are now completely transformed into solid stone structures, thick and heavy, resembling true weapons of war. Before the opponent can react, Qin Tian charges forward like an arrow. His full-force punch is easily blocked by the ghost bride with a single hand. While Qin Tian is locked in battle, Qin Yu watches from the side with indifference, mocking him internally for rushing to his death. Sensing danger, Qin Yu quietly turns to escape and even throws out a boastful remark before leaving. Before he can get far, a giant mace suddenly flies in and smashes into him, sending him flying unconscious. Ignoring the fallen man, Jiang Chen appears, carrying his weapon on his shoulder and walking forward with overwhelming presence. He warns that anyone blocking his path will suffer the consequences. Back on the main battlefield, Qin Tian continues his fierce stalemate with the ghost bride, spinning mid-air as he gathers all his strength for a decisive strike. He unleashes a full-force punch straight into the ghost's face, the impact exploding with a loud shockwave that shakes the entire area. However, the supposedly lethal blow produces almost no effect. The ghost only emits a faint trace of black smoke from its face, calmly feeling the pain as if recalling the despair of its past. Its fury erupts, killing intent surging wildly as it immediately counterattacks, forcing Qin Tian into full defense. It charges in at terrifying speed, grabs the stone armor on Qin Tian's arm, and squeezes so hard the surrounding space seems to distort. Cracks begin spreading across the stone armor, fragments falling continuously, as Qin Tian finally shows a trace of panic. The ghost uses the broken stone fragments, channeling demonic energy to gather all surrounding earth and rock into a massive condensed force. In moments, a gigantic stone sphere floats in the air, radiating a terrifying aura as it coldly declares it will crush its enemy. But before the finishing attack can be released, Jiang Chen's mace suddenly crashes in from nowhere, striking the sphere and breaking the entire formation instantly. The impact sends the ghost bride flying across the battlefield, rolling through rubble. Jiang Chen stands calmly in the center, casually spinning his mace as if nothing matters, then lets out a mocking laugh, clearly acting like everything was already under control. Qin Tian, barely saved, forces himself up despite his injured arm still bleeding. He thanks Jiang Chen and promises to repay the favor, though his eyes still carry caution and doubt, as if he does not fully trust him yet. The moment the words end, Qin Tian leaves at extreme speed, almost vanishing from the battlefield, leaving Jiang Chen standing there confused. He scratches his head, unsure how to react. Jiang Chen looks down at his mace and mutters with regret. He briefly thinks that if he had known the other's identity, he might not have acted so quickly, showing both annoyance and awkward regret. The ghost bride returns to the battlefield, now even more enraged than before, roaring and questioning why Jiang Chen interferes in its affairs. Facing the overwhelming aura, Jiang Chen remains calm, glancing away as if thinking of his next move. He replies in a half-joking tone, making it unclear whether he is serious or not. His teasing words hit a nerve, causing the ghost's emotions to explode. Its accumulated resentment erupts completely, as it screams that all men are plotting against it. Its rage reaches its peak, slamming power into the ground and cracking the entire area like a spider web. Jiang Chen reacts instantly, leaping into the air to evade the destruction. Suspended mid-air, Jiang Chen summons his mace above the enemy's head, while continuing to provoke it with arrogant taunts, deliberately trying to expose an opening. The ghost immediately retaliates, not giving him any chance to strike. It launches massive flying rocks into the air, in a dense barrage filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen twists through the air, dodging each stone precisely, and even smashes one back with his mace, causing fragments to explode mid-air in chaotic bursts. The ghost does not stop, continuing its relentless storm of rocks, increasing pressure and forcing Jiang Chen further into defense. Jiang Chen maintains high-speed movement, constantly shifting positions mid-air, but the heavy weapon begins to slow his mobility. The unending barrage forces him into a disadvantageous position. He realizes the mace is too heavy and starts recalculating his approach mid-fight. In the end, Jiang Chen decides to recall his weapon into storage, freeing his full combat speed. He checks his system skills again, but becomes increasingly irritated as the information does not meet his expectations, feeling the abilities are not truly useful. No longer willing to rely on the system, Jiang Chen shuts the interface off and dives straight back into battle, confident he can handle the enemy with pure close combat strength. A high-altitude leap crashes down with overwhelming force, forcing the female ghost to block with both hands. The impact erupts into an orange shockwave, spreading outward, dust and debris flooding the area as the ground beneath her feet collapses into a deep crater. Both sides clash at point-blank range, each impact tearing through space itself. Chaotic wind currents whip across the battlefield, rubble flies everywhere, and the shockwaves carve deep scars into the open terrain. The tide of battle shifts in Jiang Chen's favor. He unleashes a series of suppressing strikes, sending the female ghost flying backward. Without hesitation, he pursues and follows up with a lightning-fast kick, like a thunder strike. Jiang Chen closes in again immediately, locking both of her arms to shut down her resistance. With his free hand, he yanks at the red veil covering her head, his voice cold as if exposing a hidden truth. The moment the veil is pulled away, Jiang Chen freezes. His pupils contract sharply, and the mark on his forehead flares in response, as if reacting to what he is seeing. The female ghost's true face is revealed, beautiful yet deeply unsettling. No eyes, only hollow dark sockets, with purple veins spreading across her skin like something rotting beneath. The surrounding space suddenly sinks into silence. Jiang Chen is pulled into a strange trance, unable to look away from those empty sockets, as his consciousness begins to warp. The battlefield vanishes in an instant. In its place appears a candlelit bridal chamber, where two figures stand face to face in an intimate wedding setting. The atmosphere turns soft and seductive inside the illusion. The female ghost becomes gentle, holding Jiang Chen's hand and calling out to him in an affectionate voice. Her voice trembles with emotional joy, like a confession from the past. She believes she has escaped her cursed fate, and the man before her is her only chosen one. Jiang Chen responds calmly inside the illusion, as if everything has already been arranged in advance. His words make the entire scene feel like a carefully planned marriage ceremony. The atmosphere stabilizes into a false peace. Jiang Chen continues speaking soothing words, as if calming all the pain within her heart. The female ghost is completely overtaken by emotion and breaks into tears, fully trusting him. She calls him with an intimate name, as if he is her only safe haven. The sorrow twists into deeper temptation. The illusion grows more intoxicating and dangerous, and she continues calling out in an eerie, obsessive tone as reality blurs further. Jiang Chen also begins to be drawn in. He unconsciously responds by calling her name, as if his awareness is merging into the fabricated script. The distance between them shrinks. Breathing and gazes grow heavy. The air heats up unnaturally, as if one more step would collapse everything completely. At the peak moment, Jiang Chen suddenly snaps out with a loud shout, violently tearing the illusion apart in an instant. He returns to reality and realizes he has just been ambushed by another creature. The pain sparks his rage as he yells out for being interrupted at that critical moment. While he is still furious, the opponent shows weakness and begins pleading. Jiang Chen, however, remains aggressive and continues interrogating sharply. The creature says nothing more, and instead forcefully pulls him, making him look straight ahead. The moment he turns, a terrifying killing intent locks onto him. A dried hand with sharp claws is already lunging straight at his face from point-blank range. Jiang Chen curses instinctively while dodging. He narrowly avoids the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. However, the opening he creates immediately puts him at a disadvantage once again. The illusion returns. The female ghost appears weak and panicked, running toward him as if begging for protection. Under the influence of his disturbed mind, Jiang Chen instinctively opens his arms, believing she truly needs saving. But the moment she gets close enough, the accompanying creature suddenly strikes, launching a direct attack that leaves him no time to react. The mental and physical blow finally snaps Jiang Chen fully awake. He quickly retreats to create distance, becoming highly alert to the illusion technique. The instant he breaks free, he realizes he is still being manipulated. The true face of Jiang Susu is fully revealed. Glowing crimson eyes, a twisted sinister smile, and an aura of absolute confidence as if victory is already in her hands. Jiang Chen quickly steadies his mind and starts calculating a way out. He considers using the dragon control technique again to see if he can break through the illusion. Seeing him show resistance, the female ghost becomes even more arrogant. She laughs coldly, fully convinced she already controls everything inside her domain. But as she revels in victory, the sky suddenly changes. Thunder roars, clouds tear apart, and chaotic celestial pressure crashes down over the entire battlefield. Fierce winds howl like beasts as a storm descends. The illusion space begins to tremble under the violent weather shift. Heavy rain pours down non-stop, weakening the structure of the illusion. The energy sustaining it by the female ghost starts to destabilize. The female ghost grits her teeth in fury. Killing intent surges as she realizes the situation is slipping out of control. Jiang Chen is also surprised by the sudden weather change, but quickly understands the key point. What he once thought was just a technique is actually control over the environment itself. Sensing an opening, Jiang Chen regains momentum and smirks confidently as the battle begins shifting in his favor. Without hesitation, he charges forward through the void and unleashes a full-power flying kick, declaring he will end this fight in the storm. The kick lands directly, blasting the female ghost into the ground and triggering a wide energy explosion. She quickly forces herself back up and retaliates with a barrage of attacks, pushing Jiang Chen into a defensive retreat. Elsewhere, Qin Yu slowly regains consciousness as cold rain hits his face. His mind is still foggy from the previous strike. When he opens his eyes, he is stunned by the terrifying battle between Jiang Chen and the Ghost Bride. Their movements leave only afterimages in the air. After observing for a moment, Qin Yu realizes Jiang Chen is the one dominating the fight. The truth shocks him deeply. The more he watches, the heavier the pressure he feels. He starts to understand the opponent's power is far beyond his expectations. Qin Yu's face turns pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. He forces himself to track every movement carefully. Witnessing the destructive energy suppressing the female ghost, Qin Yu admits in shock that Qin Jie's death earlier was not unjustified. He quickly retreats behind a large rock and hides in silence. In his mind, he already plans an escape route, knowing direct involvement would be suicide. Back on the battlefield, a red lightning bolt suddenly strikes down, but the female ghost narrowly evades it. She laughs arrogantly after escaping, mocking the attack as nothing more than a weak feint. Jiang Chen's cold voice rings out, reminding her that the entire ground is now covered in rainwater. His gaze shifts toward the puddles, as if activating a prepared strategy. Lightning is then conducted through the wet ground, forming spreading arcs of electricity beneath her feet. The female ghost realizes the situation is turning dangerous. Continuous lightning strikes hit her body, causing violent convulsions. Her hair stands on end, eyes roll back, and she screams in uncontrollable pain. Jiang Chen stands in the rain, looking down with ice-cold eyes. He grips Ro Lingji tightly, preparing the finishing blow. He raises his sword toward the sky, channeling all his power. In the next moment, heavenly lightning is drawn down, merging into a violent storm of energy around his blade and body. At that moment, Ro Lingji fully awakens, its hoarse voice echoing with excitement as if breaking free from a seal. It urges Jiang Chen to finish the kill immediately. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen seizes the chance and unleashes a decisive slash. The female ghost is split in two, black blood spraying everywhere as the battle ends. Jiang Chen exhales deeply, feeling the tension finally release. He assumes everything is over at last. But Ruling Ji suddenly issues a warning. Another hidden presence is lurking behind him, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Chen's reflex kicks in instantly. He spins around and slashes backward with his sword. The strike sends Qin Yu flying. He barely survives, but panic takes over completely. Jiang Chen locks onto him immediately. Killing intent freezes the air around them. Qin Yu is terrified, his body shaking as he loses all control. Qin Yu drops to his knees and begs for his life. His voice trembles as he insists he had no intention of attacking, only came to express gratitude for being saved. Jiang Chen is unconvinced. His blade stays pressed near Qin Yu's neck as he coldly demands the real reason he is here. Qin Yu turns pale, drenched in cold sweat, and quickly fabricates a story. He claims he was sent by his senior sister Jiang Hongwu to investigate traces of Shishengzi. Jiang Chen ignores the excuse and instead asks about the fleeing figure earlier. Qin Yu admits it was his elder brother who abandoned him to escape. Jiang Chen lets out a cold laugh, mocking how the Qin family seems to betray each other so easily. Qin Yu panics even more and hurriedly denies it. Though outwardly submissive, Qin Yu becomes suspicious inside, wondering if Jiang Chen knows some hidden secret about him. Jiang Chen abruptly shifts focus and directly asks about Shishengzi's, demanding a clear answer about their investigation. A memory surfaces of old Yao, a corpse collector famous in the region. He once retrieved a strange female corpse in red from the river on a fateful day. The corpse looked abnormal when pulled onto the boat. Its swollen abdomen created a grotesque sight that chilled everyone present. When brought ashore, old Yao discovered something even more horrifying. There seemed to be a faint life still inside the body. After hearing the full story from Xiao Yu, Jiang Chen is shaken. He also grows furious at old Yao's actions, calling it forbidden dark technique that cannot be tolerated. Xiao Yu explains that corpse retrieval is considered a forbidden profession. Many of its secret arts are rejected by orthodox factions for violating natural law. As Xiao Yu speaks, he keeps trembling under Jiang Chen's pressure, face pale and body rigid. Jiang Chen ignores this and continues pressing for more details. Xiao Yu continues recounting the mission. In his hand is a strange weapon that shifts between a sword and a phone. Jiang Hongwu is the one who discovered key traces and ordered the group to search behind the mountain. The mission already feels heavy due to its corpse retrieval nature. Xiao Yu constantly switching between sword and phone makes everything more chaotic, as if he is hiding something to avoid suspicion. In his confusion, Xiao Yu continues describing their entry into Bay Village. A desolate house stands eerily empty under the night, and the group finds a dead four-legged monster nearby. The corpse is placed in a drainage ditch in front of the yard. Old Yao, the corpse handler, is found dead, face twisted in terror, eyes wide open as if he saw something forbidden. Strange bowls of blood appear throughout the village. The blood has already faded, yet still resembles a sacrificial ritual, while an important female corpse has vanished without a trace. Facing the chaos, the team split up to search different areas of the village, combing through the dark for any remaining clues. Hearing about the blood bowls, Jiang Chen immediately interrupts and asks whether every house had those strange containers placed at their doors. Xiao Yu, still tense, replies that villagers voluntarily offered the blood, believing it was the only way to prevent disaster when the blood corpse awakens. Jiang Chen suddenly grabs Xiao Yu's shoulder and forces him to explain clearly about the sacrificial blood linked to the Crimson Blood Woman, instantly tightening the atmosphere. In pain, Xiao Yu grimaces and explains that when they passed through Nan Village, the blood bowls were normal, but during the journey the contents inexplicably began to drain away. Jiang Chen tightens his grip and presses harder, demanding whether the blood bowls in Bay Village were still there or already gone. Xiao Yu swallows nervously and answers that by the time Jiang Hongwu arrived, the entire area was already empty, with no trace of the blood bowls left. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression changes drastically. Cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the worst-case scenario. The blood corpse has already absorbed enough power. Without hesitation, he shoves Xiao Yu aside and rushes forward like a streak of lightning. Jiang Chen stops on a high rock, eyes sharp and cold, concluding that the blood corpse has already detoured through Nan Village. He instantly leaps into the air. The terrifying force of his legs shatters the rock beneath into countless fragments, revealing his monstrous speed and power. Only one thought remains in Jiang Chen's mind. People like Zhen Xue and the injured members are still trapped in the dangerous Nan Village area. The scene cuts straight to Nan Village. A violent explosion has just erupted, dust and debris filling the air as smoke blankets the chaotic battlefield. At the center, Zhen Shu's group is being overwhelmed while facing the rampaging blood corpse. Several members are already heavily injured. Dong Yu and Xiao Yu, already wounded earlier, can no longer hold on and collapse unconscious on the battlefield. Xiao Yu loses all resistance instantly, struck down the moment he joins the fight. Yang Qian is no better. The shockwaves drain her strength completely, leaving her unconscious as well. The blood corpse reveals its true form as a female student. Black aura pours off her body, her eyes hollow and lifeless, and the air reeks of chilling blood. The blood corpse and Zhen Zhu's group face each other directly. The atmosphere is suffocating. The monster keeps spewing thick black mist and eerie screeching sounds that crawl into the mind. The terrifying screams push the team deeper into panic. 3 members have already been knocked out, leaving only 4 barely standing with severe injuries and no real chance of turning the tide. Nihu is on defense when the blood corpse suddenly charges at him at terrifying speed. He instinctively curses aloud, realizing he is being targeted non-stop. As the monster leaps in, Nihu reacts instantly. He raises earth and rocks into a sharp spike to block the attack, narrowly creating an opening to evade. Taking the chance, Zhen Shui launches a sneak attack from behind. She activates 3 talismans that ignite and shoot upward toward the blood corpse. The 3 burning talismans fly like arrows. Zhen Shui keeps full focus, ensuring the strike stays precise despite the deadly situation. The blood corpse turns and spews a dark red liquid like fresh blood. Its eyes turn a violent crimson as the substance clashes with the talismans. Shockingly, the liquid pierces straight through the talismans without being destroyed. It transforms mid-air into a sharp spear, shooting back toward Zhen Shui. The attack stops just at her neck. Zhen Shui freezes in terror, completely unable to move as fear locks her body in place. At the last moment, Zhe Dayao suddenly jumps in front of her and blocks the strike with crossed arms, redirecting the lethal force away from vital points. Zhen Shui screams his name in panic as she watches him take the hit. His arms are torn and bleeding, faint defensive light still flickering from his technique. The blood corpse continues its assault, firing more red liquid projectiles non-stop, trying to crush what remains of his defense. Zhe Dayao stands his ground, taking hit after hit with no room to dodge or counter, only enduring the relentless attacks. He had already formed a protective barrier earlier, but it shatters instantly under the overwhelming pressure, letting all damage strike his body directly. The liquid spears carve through the ground like invisible blades, sending Zhe Dayao crashing down into rubble and blood, nearly unable to move. Nihu rushes over to check on him. Shock fills his face as he realizes the blood course's power has far exceeded expectations and broken through even strong defenses. Wu Zong immediately steps up to Tian Tiancheng, furious that he is still observing instead of seizing the chance to attack. Tian Tiancheng snaps back coldly, arguing that if they cannot finish it in one strike, rushing in would only turn them into live targets for the blood corpse. Wu Zong scoffs at his words. She mocks him as nothing more than a coward hiding behind logic, coldly stating that in the end, he can only rely on himself. As he finishes speaking, Wu Zong's aura erupts. Her hands are engulfed in violent purple flames, and her eyes turn feral as she activates a technique called 7-Injury Fist. Without hesitation, she strikes her own chest with full force, as if forcibly unlocking a hidden power within her body. She tears open the front of her clothes and continues channeling power into herself, preparing to destroy her own meridians in exchange for extreme strength. She follows with another heavy blow to her abdomen, deliberately pushing her body into a self-damaging state to trigger the forbidden art. The moment the process completes, Wu Zong's aura explodes outward. She floats in midair, wrapped in raging purple fire, with a red halo and glowing white points appearing at the activated acupoints. The entire space trembles under the pressure. Nihu watches from a distance, stunned. He judges that Wu Zong's current power has surpassed normal limits and is now close to suppressing the blood corpse. Without giving the enemy time to react, Wu Zong charges in at terrifying speed. The blood corpse barely manages to dodge the fatal strike, but her speed advantage is overwhelming. In an instant, she vanishes and reappears behind the target, fully taking control of the battle. The blood corpse is too slow to respond and takes the full impact of the devastating strike, its body slammed into the ground. However, Wu Zong's explosive state suddenly weakens. She realizes something is wrong when the attack does not deal the expected damage. Her fist is wrapped by a thick red, viscous fluid from the blood corpse, which absorbs most of the impact and prevents the damage from penetrating. From within that fleshy red mass, a strange crimson entity begins to emerge. It has a fully formed body, eyes, and mouth grabbing Wu Zong's arm as it declares it must personally join the battle. The moment it finishes speaking, the entity counterattacks at a speed beyond expectation. A lethal pressure locks onto Wu Zong instantly. She fails to dodge in time as multiple razor-sharp red energy rings form and slash into her body, sending her flying in agony. Wu Zong's body is slammed into a cliff behind her, the impact shaking the entire rock face as cracks spread everywhere. Immediately after, the cliff collapses, burying her under falling debris before she can escape, pushing her into a critical situation. As the battle tilts in its favor, the crimson entity fully detaches from its host body. It stands in the center of the battlefield, radiating freezing, killing intent and a contemptuous smile. The entity stands proudly as Wu Zong lies buried under rubble. It does not even care whether she is alive or dead, only laughing in mockery. Behind it, Nihu and Zhenshu watch in stunned silence, unable to intervene. It continues to stand there, overwhelming aura flooding the space, mocking everyone as insects and demanding submission and slavery. Zhen Xue is crushed by the pressure, her consciousness fading. In her final moments, Jiang Chen's image appears in her mind as she silently calls for help. Suddenly, the ground ahead is shattered by a massive force from above. Debris explodes outward, forcing Nihu and Zhen Xue to retreat defensively. As the dust clears, they see a figure landing with meteor-like force, making the entire battlefield tense up instantly. It is Jiang Chen. Zhen Xue feels immediate relief and lets out a weak breath, finally seeing reinforcements arrive. Nihu points toward the distant crimson entity, his expression tense. He worries whether Jiang Chen can handle such an overwhelming opponent. The entity laughs at Jiang Chen's arrival, treating him as the next victim. Jiang Chen remains calm, his gaze unwavering. He tells his allies to retreat from the battlefield, as this place is about to become a true death zone, where only one survivor will remain. The air around him begins to shift. Jiang Chen pulls his weapon from the ground and launches into the air. His aura erupts as he declares war, as if the entire situation has already fallen under his control. The entity instantly releases an invisible force that locks onto Jiang Chen's weapon, knocking it out of his hand mid-air, followed by a cold, contemptuous shout. Sensing something abnormal controlling his weapon, Jiang Chen frowns and quickly shifts to another power in his hand, adapting to the sudden change. Using the momentum from his fall, he activates a new ability and dives down with a devastating strike, causing a massive explosion on impact with the enemy. However, the lower half of the entity continues acting independently, sneaking in an attack from behind and nearly putting Jiang Chen at a disadvantage. At the critical moment, a powerful force from another direction suddenly slams into the remaining body of the monster, breaking the forming encirclement. The severed body of the entity is sent flying, locking its gaze onto the newcomer, a muscular man with a body like a living stone giant. Chen Xue and Hu rush in to assist. The man orders coordination, telling Jiang Chen to focus all his strength on the main target, the life and death entity. Jiang Chen launches a direct assault, but the entity counters with overwhelming energy, treating his attacks and weapon transformations with disdain. Jiang Chen is forced back repeatedly, taking heavy hits as his strength drops rapidly, his body swaying as if about to collapse, while the enemy mocks him mercilessly. At the moment he stumbles, the life and death entity dives down like a piercing arrow, its mutated arm turning into a sharp red spear aimed at his weak point. Jiang Chen grits his teeth and refuses to yield. A strange emerald glow erupts in his palm, forming an eye-like shape that releases a powerful aura. The green energy beam shoots out and clashes directly with the entity's attack, triggering a violent collision of forces. Yet the entity remains unharmed after taking the hit, instead showing amusement as if it had already predicted everything. It spreads its arms, gathers power downward, and unleashes a technique called Blood Spear. With a cold laugh, it mocks Jiang Chen as his weapon is effortlessly pierced, its arrogance growing even further. Jiang Chen quickly steadies himself, continues channeling the green energy, and orders an even stronger counterattack. The life and death entity briefly flinches under the pressure, but quickly regains its composure, its gaze turning more vicious. It roars, releasing a strange energy shockwave that shakes the surrounding space violently. Jiang Chen realizes his attacks are barely effective. A sense of helplessness rises as the enemy neutralizes every move he makes. He grits his teeth and pulls out a special card, lamenting that this mission is too harsh, already consuming 3 demonization cards in just one day. Golden light engulfs Jiang Chen's body as grotesque forms emerge behind him, signaling the full activation of his demon transformation state. Snake-like heads begin to grow above him, their twisted forms radiating a strange and oppressive aura across the battlefield. The snake heads continuously flick their tongues, unleashing intense psychic pressure to suppress the enemy from a distance. In that moment, Jiang Chen himself feels his body fully transform, almost losing all control over his current state. However, the life and death entity reacts instantly, using sharp tentacles to destroy all newly formed manifestations around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen freezes, that familiar feeling returning as his transformed techniques are nullified again, making him question the nature of his opponent. The life and death entity laughs mockingly, claiming that all flashy tricks are useless, and it will end everything with true power. Jiang Chen immediately channels his power and unleashes a massive lightning strike, straight at the enemy, breaking the deadlock. But the life and death entity once again neutralizes the attack, using the same mysterious ability, shocking Jiang Chen. He begins to question the true origin of the life and death entity, realizing its power defies all common logic. The entity laughs loudly and declares that even if Jiang Chen discovers the truth, the outcome will not change, and he will die here. It begins recounting the past of a woman filled with deep resentment, who once jumped into a river to die, only to encounter an incident involving a river god entity. In that moment of transformation, the woman was dragged into a bizarre incident that gave birth to an existence carrying the bloodline of a river god. From that point on, Shi Shengzi was born, holding water-based powers and an abnormal origin no one could fully control. Jiang Chen suddenly places his hand on Shi Shengzi's shoulder, making him laugh in mockery, thinking it is a suicide move. But a layer of black scales begins spreading across Jiang Chen's hand, and Shi Shengzi finally shows shock for the first time. Jiang Chen lets out a cold laugh, mocking his opponent for ignorance, as if everything is already under his plan. He continues claiming his special identity, looking down on Shi Shengzi as nothing more than a trivial anomaly. Jiang Chen warns him coldly, saying the severed heads mean nothing, just excess, demonic energy leaking and forming unstable manifestations. He tightens his grip on Shi Shengzi's shoulder, crushing force erupting and making him scream in pain. The scene suddenly shifts to a cold full moon night, moonlight covering everything in sharp clarity. Chen Shui stands before a half-bodied monster, trapped inside a burning circle of talismans, while flames surge in her hand as she realizes everything is unfolding exactly as her prepared formation intended. Elsewhere, a buzz-cut man is locked in a brutal fight with another creature, clinging on tightly, but still being overwhelmed by its monstrous strength. The more he fights, the clearer the gap becomes, and he is shocked by the near-endless vitality and durability of the monster. As his body reaches exhaustion, he is forced to shout for help toward Hu. Hu dives down from the air at the critical moment, while the buzz-cut man is already trembling from complete depletion. Hu looks at the demon-subduing pillar in his hand and admits he can no longer control its accuracy, only capable of dropping it freely. He releases his grip, letting the massive pillar fall uncontrolled like a dead weight. Its landing point is aimed directly at the remaining body of the monster below. A deafening explosion erupts, the ground shakes violently, and the buzz-cut man curses as everything spirals beyond control. The protagonist's tense expression suddenly shifts into a cold smile, and he leaps up, tearing a large piece from Shi Shengzi's shoulder with his bare hand. Shi Shengzi panics in horror after realizing his mother has been crushed by the falling demon-subduing pillar, screaming in despair. Jiang Chen smirks coldly and mocks him, reminding him that he previously kicked someone's stomach apart, yet now cries out for his mother. Shi Shengzi's wounds spread rapidly as half his body turns into flowing blue water, and he roars that Jiang Chen is just the lowly son-in-law of the Azure Wave Dragon King who dares challenge a river deity. Hearing this, Jiang Chen pauses briefly, suspecting that Shi Shengzi may have been possessed by a river god entity. Shi Shengzi immediately unleashes his technique, controlling massive torrents of water to engulf the entire battlefield. The water surges violently, then erupts into a towering column, like a catastrophic tidal explosion. The surface of the water then flattens like a mirror, reflecting everything above, and Jiang Chen realizes the terrain is being shaped to favor his opponent. Taking advantage of his distraction, Shi Shengzi vanishes and reappears in an instant like lightning. He unleashes a thunder-like strike with full force, but Jiang Chen blocks it with both arms in time. Jiang Chen counters with a decisive punch, but Shi Shengzi narrowly dodges, his eyes filled with rage. The grotesque creature expands its body and lunges forward with razor-sharp fangs at extreme speed towards Shi Shengzi. Shi Shengzi leaps onto the water surface to evade, increasing distance while recalculating his strategy. Jiang Chen stands firmly on the water, scanning the rapidly shifting battlefield and assessing the situation in silence. Looking at the flooded battlefield, Jiang Chen feels like everything has turned into a massive overturned lake, putting his side at a clear disadvantage. After a brief analysis, he locks in his plan. First drain all the manipulated water, then drag Shi Shengzi onto land for a finishing blow, while the skullworm also extends its body deeper into the water. Strangely, every time the water is drained, the skull-head worm swells even larger, as if it is devouring the entire flow, revealing its extreme water absorption ability. Shi Shengzi quickly notices the water level dropping at an abnormal speed, his expression changing as the situation begins to collapse. Refusing to be suppressed, he counterattacks immediately, forcing the water to surge back and roaring with killing intent as he tries to crush Jiang Chen with a massive wave. In an instant, a towering wall of water rises, twisting violently before rushing toward Jiang Chen, like it intends to swallow everything whole. Faced with the incoming attack, Jiang Chen remains completely calm, his voice steady as if he already controls the entire battlefield. At the perfect moment, the skull-head worm unleashes a high-pressure water beam, while Jiang Chen roars and activates the Dragon King Great Spout Wave technique. The explosive water beam pierces straight through Shi Shengzi's massive water wall without slowing down, drilling forward like a giant water spear. The attack drills through Shi Shengzi's body, leaving hollow puncture wounds as he realizes Jiang Chen has fused all previously absorbed water into this counterstrike. Even while heavily injured, Shi Shengzi forces himself to stay calm, eyes locked in focus as he prepares another reversal. But before he can react, Jiang Chen suddenly hurls a flesh Lingji straight into his face at lightning speed. The object sticks tightly to Shi Shengzi's face, sending him into panic as he curses and desperately tries to rip it off. Before he can break free, Jiang Chen closes in instantly, drawing back his fist and declaring coldly that he will end all noise right here. The first punch slams into Shi Shengzi's stomach, the explosive force folding his body in agony. A relentless barrage of punches follows like a storm, giving him no chance to defend or even breathe. When the assault ends, Shi Shengzi collapses to the ground, his body completely drained of strength. From the sidelines, Qin Tiancheng is shocked by Jiang Chen's combat power and asks Xiao Wu about his true identity. Xiao Wu quietly suggests that Jiang Chen seems exhausted after the long battle and that this is a rare chance to strike. Hearing this, Qin Tiancheng angrily rebukes him, warning that Jiang Chen's strength should not be underestimated and a sneak attack would be reckless. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly denies it and instead suggests seizing the situation to gain benefits from the chaos. This time, Qin Tiancheng agrees, his eyes flashing with calculation as he sees an opportunity for profit. Immediately after, Xiao Wu walks up to Jiang Chen, acting friendly as if they already know each other and greeting him warmly. Jiang Chen instantly becomes alert, frowning and questioning why he is suddenly approached, while Xiao Wu smiles falsely and claims he is here to help. Meanwhile, Qin Tiancheng observes Shi Shengzi lying motionless on the ground, barely showing any signs of life. Under Jiang Chen's devastating attack, Shi Shengzi looks like an empty shell, all his previous arrogance replaced by pain and panic. A dangerous glint appears in Qin Tiancheng's eyes as a calculating smile forms on his face. He suddenly rushes in and lands a heavy punch on Shi Shengzi, claiming credit for the victory over the blood-robed level enemy. Shi Shengzi, still recovering from Jiang Chen's attack, takes another hit and convulses in agony, his face twisted in pain. Suddenly, he lets out a mad roar as half his body turns water blue, blood spilling from his mouth and terror filling his eyes. Jiang Chen turns to question Qin Tiancheng, while the latter nervously denies involvement and claims it was accidental. Shi Shengzi falls into a berserk state, unleashing a bizarre technique that causes the ground to erupt with a mixture of blood and water, sealing off the entire battlefield. The force pins everyone in place. Jiang Chen struggles to move, but cannot break free, cursing under his breath at the situation. Xiao Wu is also dragged into the effect, his body slowly sinking into the strange blood-red water as he screams for help in desperation. At the critical moment, Qin Tiancheng channels earth energy, summoning stone pillars that rise one after another to resist the binding flood. Without hesitation, he charges straight toward Shi Shengzi, still throwing provocations to maintain pressure. Trapped beneath the surface, Jiang Chen shouts a warning, telling him not to act recklessly. Qin Tiancheng still appears overly confident, signaling back as if everything is under his control. But his power is not enough. His earth defenses are quickly crushed by Shi Shengzi's overwhelming force, and he is dragged into the red flood. Qin Tiancheng is swallowed by the violent current, vanishing inside the deadly whirlpool and leaving behind total chaos. Seeing this, Jiang Chen is shaken, conflicted as he believes the man sacrificed himself to save him. He immediately activates his protective rune seal, golden light erupting as his killing intent surges for revenge. At the same time, the weapon buried earlier in the battlefield begins to tremble violently, releasing burning killing intent as if awakening. Sensing its master, it breaks through the stone and shoots toward Jiang Chen like a summoned arrow. Jiang Chen faces Shishengzi directly, his arm engulfed in blazing flames as his killing intent reaches its peak. The weapon descends from above with terrifying force, piercing into the vortex where Shishengzi stands and crushing everything below. Jiang Chen roars and pours all his power into the strike, forcing Shishengzi's body to deform under the immense pressure. Even so, the attack only manages to tear off one of Shishengzi's arms, failing to finish him completely. Severely wounded, Shishengzi burns his remaining strength to escape across the water, but Jiang Chen smirks coldly, already locking onto him, and declaring there is no escape. At that moment, Wu Zong finally arrives, witnessing the chaotic surging waves that show how intense the battle has become. Shocked by Jiang Chen's overwhelming power against a peak blood-robed level opponent, she begins questioning his true strength. Yang Qian explains that Jiang Chen is her classmate and has always been hiding his real abilities. Back on the battlefield, Shishengzi is immediately struck again by a slash from the flesh Lingji, his body cleanly split in two. Before he can react, another attack follows, severing his remaining arm and pushing him into utter despair. Jiang Chen looks down at his shattered opponent, mocking him coldly and telling him to try running again. He raises the flesh Lingji, killing intent freezing the air as he declares the finishing blow. Just as the strike is about to land, an elderly fisherman suddenly appears and loudly stops Jiang Chen. The old man urgently warns that Jiang Chen does not understand the true identity of that creature. Interrupted, Jiang Chen turns and demands to know who the old man is. Wu Zong explains that he is the fisherman from this river they had been told about before. However, she remains suspicious, recalling that she clearly saw him being swallowed by the strange flood and presumed dead. The old man quickly explains it was only a trick to avoid Shishengzi's detection, not his real death. Wu Zong becomes even more doubtful, suspecting it may be a secret technique of the Lao sect. Meanwhile, Shishengzi continues roaring in hatred, his bloodshot eyes filled with murderous rage. Jiang Chen steps on his head to suppress him, while questioning the old man about the Lao sect, as Shishengzi struggles helplessly beneath his foot. The old man explains that the Lao sect is an ancient force responsible for handling supernatural river phenomena. According to him, they once had to sacrifice young, unmarried girls in brutal rituals to appease the river deity. In extreme cases, even their own members had to jump into the river's depths to suppress evil entities. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shows clear disgust, stating that sacrificing themselves is their own choice, but killing innocents is inhumane. Chen Shu immediately agrees, recalling how the Taishan king once refused to stand by and directly destroyed that faction. In her words, memories of the final battle between the Taishan king and the Lao sect experts resurface, carrying the heavy atmosphere of a forgotten era soaked in blood and war. She says the massacre was so brutal that almost everything was wiped out, but a sudden summoning order interrupted the plan, and the incident was eventually buried and forgotten. Hearing this, the old man panics, sweat pouring down as he urgently signals everyone to stay silent, warning that speaking taboo names may anger the river god. He then looks down at Jiang Chen's foot, pressing on Shishengzi, urgently telling him to remove it and stop acting recklessly. Jiang Chen calmly replies that what he is stepping on is the son of that river god, and Shishengzi himself had bragged about it during the fight. Chen Shu and Wu Zong both freeze in shock, finally realizing the true identity of the creature. The old man is also shaken and quickly begs Jiang Chen to stop, warning that killing it will bring uncontrollable consequences. He explains that if the river god's bloodline is destroyed, the entire region will turn into a death zone of disaster, and at that moment, the river begins to change ominously. Jiang Chen's expression darkens as he stares at the old man, his caution rising after sensing the seriousness of the situation. But then his attitude shifts, showing dangerous interest as he tightens his grip and stomps down harder on the target beneath his foot. The old man suddenly rushes forward like an arrow, drawing a dagger to stab Jiang Chen, but misses by a hair and falls into panic as everything collapses. Jiang Chen immediately counters, sending him flying with a heavy strike and coldly ordering him to stay away. At that moment, a storm rises, and the river surges into a massive wall of water, pushing toward everyone, suffocating the entire area. The old man panics completely, screaming that the river god has truly become enraged. From the river, a massive water pillar erupts, pulling Qin Jie into the air like a toy caught in a whirlpool. He is thrown and spun helplessly inside the raging current, screaming in despair as he loses all control of his body. Wu Zong immediately goes on high alert, ordering everyone to retreat from the danger zone. Standing on a cliff, she stares at the approaching water wall and shouts a challenge, invoking the name of the Taishan king who once flattened this place. The sky suddenly darkens, black clouds gather, and thunder splits the air with a devastating explosion. Wu Zong smirks coldly and declares she will personally purge this place, even without waiting for the Taishan king to arrive. Before her stands a gigantic mutated water entity, its blood-red eyes rising from the depths, roaring as the swirling mist suppresses the entire space and tension reaches its peak. In that moment, she reaches into her clothes and pulls out a glowing golden pill, mocking the enemy as if she takes no threat seriously. Without hesitation, she swallows the precious pill and declares that the monster is not worthy of forcing her to use such power. Wu Zong's expression turns ice cold as killing intent rises, and she grits her teeth saying that if this ends badly, they will all go down together. But just as the pill reaches her throat, Jiang Chen suddenly rushes in and clamps his hand over her mouth, stopping her completely. The sudden turn leaves everyone stunned, and in the next instant, he leans in and kisses her, freezing Wu Zong in shock and embarrassment. When he pulls away, the golden pill is already on his tongue, as if the entire exchange was a split-second swap. Jiang Chen casually chews the pill, as if tasting something new, while Wu Zong explodes in rage, shouting that he just stole something extremely important from her. He only smirks and calmly says that, in her current half-baked state, even 10 such pills would not be enough to face the enemy ahead. His words make her pause, because deep down she knows it is true, yet she still cannot accept standing aside. Jiang Chen glances back and tells her to leave everything else to him, and only intervene if he fails. As the pill's power erupts, his body is engulfed in dense purple energy, pressure spreading outward and crushing the space. As he calmly tests his newly absorbed strength, Jiang Chen stared at the raging water monster and declared he would use it to test the complete state of his demon transformation. The moment he finished speaking, a deep purple aura erupted around him as his power surged like a full awakening. A green-black azure serpent suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding into a colossal beast that lifted Jiang Chen high into the air with overwhelming pressure. From its body, a massive flood of water exploded outward, clashing head-on with the river god's power and shaking the entire river surface. The river god formed water into a giant arm that grabbed down, while Jiang Chen stood on the serpent's head and ordered a counterattack. The giant serpent bit straight into the water arm, scattering it into violent sprays like a raging storm. Jiang Chen immediately ordered it to drain the opponent's power and crush the battlefield in reverse. In an instant, the massive water arm was torn apart and severed from the river god's control. On the cliff, the spectators froze in shock, terrified yet awed by Jiang Chen's exploding power. Yang Chen stood stunned, unable to believe Jiang Chen's true strength far exceeded her expectations. The giant serpent surged forward like a storm, carrying destructive force toward the pressured river god. The serpent tail lashed out, grabbing a massive bone war hammer near the cliff and flinging it upward as a weapon. It twisted its body, raised the bone hammer, and aimed it directly at the raging river god like a death sentence. Jiang Chen gave a cold, decisive order to attack without hesitation. The bone hammer fell like a meteor, crashing straight into the river god's mouth area. A massive explosion erupted as the river god's water body was split apart and scattered like an uncontrollable flood. The hammer continued, pressing down, grinding the river god's form as it screamed in agony. Jiang Chen thought the opponent might be holding back, afraid to fully reveal a high-level, ferocious spirit form and attract Taishan Wang. At that moment, a streak of black sword energy with a cold golden eye cut through the air, and Jiang Chen laughed, deciding to stop holding back. He swung his sword horizontally, shaking the river god's form violently. The river god dove deep into the water to evade, while Jiang Chen stood on the serpent and frowned at the boiling river's surface. From the riverbed, a human face emerged, wearing a jade crown with a glowing purple gem and locking eyes on him like blades. The killing intent in that gaze weighed down the entire space, twisting the air with suffocating pressure. Jiang Chen stood on the serpent's head, holding a spirit herb, looking confused and irritated at the stare. He snapped back and asked what the river god was looking at, with obvious annoyance. The system immediately flagged his behavior as disrespectful, awarding him 1,500 ghost energy points. The river god revealed killing intent and growled that he remembered Jiang Chen and would not let him go. From its eye sockets, a high-pressure water beam shot out like an arrow. The attack rushed toward Jiang Chen and the serpent, forcing him to block it with his hand. After the strike, the river god's body dissolved into the current, leaving only its face above the water, issuing threats of revenge. Jiang Chen remained calm, introduced himself, and warned the opponent not to mistake him for anyone else. Before he could finish, the river god's figure completely vanished, leaving him alone on the serpent in the raging water. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body began to weaken rapidly as his strength drained away. He panted heavily, realizing the river domain gave the enemy a huge advantage, and he might not hold out if pushed further. Exhausted, he sat down on the serpent's head and admitted his strength was still not enough to face the ferocious spirit head-on. Returning to normal state, Jiang Chen withdrew his power, as Chen Shui called out happily from a distance, relieved he was safe. Jiang Chen stepped forward and mocked that the so-called river god everyone worshipped had finally fled, proving it was nothing special. The old man's expression instantly changed as panic overwhelmed him, and he could not believe what had just happened. He screamed that he had once been the ritual overseer, using the blood of an entire village to help the river god recover its power and prepare an important ceremony. Jiang Chen immediately pressed for confirmation, asking if the bowls of blood outside the house were arranged by him for the sacrificial ritual. Hearing this, Jiang Chen erupted in rage, rushing forward and sending a heavy punch that knocked the old man's hat flying, while cursing him as inhuman. Jiang Chen quickly stopped Yang Chen while she was losing control, prompting her to question him loudly, while he calmly stated the case had escalated, and he had the right to handle it himself. He continued in a softer tone, saying she came from a noble background and did not need to dirty her hands with something so filthy. Jiang Chen then shouted at the nearby young man and ordered him to bring the old man over. Caught off guard, the young man pointed at himself in confusion, asking if he was the one being called. Recognizing him, Jiang Chen changed his mind and handed the old man to him instead, saying it would count as his contribution to the battle. The young man instantly became excited and dragged the old man away without hesitation, looking extremely pleased with himself. Not long after, miserable screams and desperate begging echoed from behind the mountain cliffs. When things settled, Hu and Da Yao stepped forward to say goodbye, saying they had realized their limits and would return to their sects to train again. Jiang Chen looked at Hu's injury and asked worriedly if his damaged arm was serious. Hu laughed it off, saying it was nothing major and that he would have died without Da Yao's rescue. Before leaving, both solemnly promised to repay this debt and said they would never refuse Jiang Chen's call in the future. At that moment, a girl nearby asked again for Jiang Chen's identity in a probing tone. After witnessing his strength, she admitted he was the strongest among all the younger generation she had ever seen. She handed him a martial sect battle card, leaving Jiang Chen confused as he asked what it was. She explained it was a battle challenge, and that senior sister Jiang planned to fight him fairly after her preparations were complete. After speaking, she turned and left, without waiting for any response, leaving Jiang Chen to sigh at her blunt attitude. Yang Chen added that the battle card was extremely important, and losing could even mean serving the opponent for a long time under martial sect rules. Hearing this, Jiang Chen curiously asked what would happen if the opponent was a woman. The question made Yang Chen blush slightly, as she explained that in such cases, it could be interpreted as a marriage agreement. She stepped closer and emphasized that senior sister Jiang was the new successor of the martial sect, and this was a rare opportunity. Not wanting to continue the topic, Jiang Chen decided to stop discussing it and head home to rest. Back at his apartment after the exhausting battle, he opened the system to check his loot, finding nearly 600,000 ghost energy points, along with numerous skills, artifacts, and rare resources. The massive amount of ghost energy satisfied Jiang Chen, as most of it came from the large-scale missions he had just completed, earning him over 50,000 points in one go. He then activated the system lottery, and luck kept favoring him as the first 3 draws all produced rare demon transformation cards. The first draw revealed a 3-star demon transformation card. The next draw produced a 3-star jade-faced fox demon transformation card. The final draw granted a 3-star dragon armor demon transformation card, completing the trio. At first, he might have been picky, but this time, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied, since the 3 attributes representing heaven, earth, and water were nearly complete, only needing a breakthrough opportunity. At that moment, his phone vibrated repeatedly, with a flood of notifications that made him check it immediately. The Underworld app displayed a massive reward of 200,000 points, making him visibly pleased as it almost recovered all previous costs, including the hammer purchase fee. The next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the campus as usual. Li Jie excitedly ran over and invited him to lunch with a relaxed attitude. Jiang Chen refused, saying he was busy checking the renovation progress of his milk tea shop. Li Jie asked if he was opening his own business, and Jiang Chen confirmed it was near the school gate and would open soon, inviting friends to support it. After speaking, Jiang Chen immediately left campus toward his milk tea shop. On the way, he quickly noticed he was being followed and turned into a quiet alley. The tailing person lost him instantly and panicked while searching around. In the next moment, Jiang Chen dropped from above and unleashed a full-force kick, demanding why he was being followed. The strike knocked the man unconscious instantly, and Jiang Chen briefly worried he might have used too much force. When he checked closer, he felt the face looked familiar. It turned out to be the blonde-haired youth he had met during the Qishan village mission. Recognizing him, Jiang Chen brought him back to the milk tea shop for treatment. He also placed a temporary closed sign in front of the shop. He removed the man's clothes to check injuries, thinking he might have overdone the attack. But he froze when he discovered the man was actually a girl disguised as a male. While still unconscious, her awareness slowly returned. Upon waking, she panicked seeing Jiang Chen checking her and immediately shouted what he was doing. Jiang Chen stayed calm and questioned why she was secretly following him. The girl quickly explained her name was Tang Yi, and she came to ask for help finding someone. Even after hearing her explanation, Jiang Chen remained cautious and asked why she believed he should interfere with the Tang family's affairs. At that moment, Tang Yi broke down in tears, overwhelmed as if pushed to the edge. She revealed her past, saying she was an orphan adopted by the Tang family and forced into brutal training filled with life and death struggles. After 10 years of extreme training, she was finally recognized as an official adopted member of the Tang family. Her real mission was to protect the second young master of the Tang family, Tang Hu. Jiang Chen laughed coldly, knowing Tang Hu had already been killed by a demon in a miserable way. Tang Yi admitted it, saying that with the second young master dead, returning to the Tang family would mean certain death as punishment. Facing a hopeless future, she panicked and cried uncontrollably, admitting she did not want to die. Even knowing she was begging for help, Jiang Chen still refused, saying he was just an ordinary person and could not face the Tang family. But seeing she had nowhere else to go, he reconsidered and asked her to confirm her situation again. After confirming she was truly homeless, Jiang Chen decided to let her stay temporarily at his milk tea shop. Tang Yi was stunned, not understanding why he suddenly changed his decision. Jiang Chen then gave her a new outfit, designed to be tight but modest, telling her to disguise herself. The outfit fit perfectly in a strange way, making Tang Yi even more confused. When she asked why, Jiang Chen explained she needed a disguise to avoid the Tang family and should stay to work and recover for now. After arranging everything, Jiang Chen left to handle his own matters. Tang Yi watched him leave, feeling deeply grateful and believing she had found someone trustworthy. In reality, Jiang Chen was calculating benefits, since keeping her also meant free labor for the shop. On the road, Jiang Chen was suddenly blocked by a tall blonde man with overwhelming pressure. Another, even stronger man appeared behind him, forming a pincer and demanding Tang Yi's whereabouts. The two kept pressing him to hand her over, forbidding outsiders from interfering in Tang family affairs. They continued to threaten him, warning that this was the Tang family's internal matter, and outsiders should stay out of it. In the milk tea shop, Tang Yi immediately panicked when she saw the two men, realizing the pursuers had caught up. She explained that the blonde man was Tang Xiong, a crank assassin specialized in stealth kills. The other was Tang Ya, also crank, an expert in torture and interrogation. As tension peaked, Jiang Chen calmly activated his demon transformation power, aura erupting behind him, and coldly stated he had nothing to do with this matter. While blocked on both sides, Jiang Chen smirked and controlled two spirit serpents to shoot forward like arrows, splitting up to handle the two attackers. One serpent slammed directly into the head of the front blocker with overwhelming force. The other moved even more brutally, biting into the neck of the second man as poison spread instantly. Jiang Chen coldly warned them that if they did not seek an antidote master, they would be completely crippled within half an hour, causing both to turn pale in fear. In panic, they fled like they had seen a ghost, still shouting threats as they disappeared. Jiang Chen only sneered, casually waving them off as if it meant nothing. Afterward, he told Tang Yi to stay inside the shop and not step out under any circumstances. Tang Yi peeked out, smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, and obediently agreed. With the situation resolved, Jiang Chen left immediately toward his next mission location. On the way, he briefly thought about the Tang family encounter, sensing they were not an easy force to deal with, but he quickly decided to dump the trouble onto the underworld and let them handle it instead. The person on the other end of the call immediately asked him to speak quickly and stop wasting time. Jiang Chen lowered his tone, politely praising Captain Yang for being busy, and said he only had a small request. However, the underworld side cut him off, saying they were in the middle of an urgent battle and had no time. Hearing the name Han Ba, Jiang Chen froze slightly, not expecting that monster to still be alive. The other side confirmed it while fighting, saying Han Ba had grown even stronger and the situation was critical. At that moment, a female underworld agent nearly took a fatal hit but was pulled away by teammates, and the call was interrupted. After the rescue, the call was forcibly ended due to the life-or-death battle. Jiang Chen realized the underworld was in extreme danger and felt he might have indirectly released a disaster. At that moment, his phone received a new underworld app mission involving a child corpse case in a hide-and-seek incident at a training facility. Almost simultaneously, another girl received a similar mission involving the tragic death of a child. Upon arriving at the site, the girl regretted accepting the mission, sensing something deeply wrong. While exploring a dark tunnel, a shadow suddenly appeared, making her freeze in fear. Without hesitation, she drew a hidden knife and attacked first. She then switched to a wooden exorcism sword and demanded the entity reveal itself. Getting no response, she rushed in and struck with a loud shout to suppress the evil presence. But the figure that appeared was Jiang Chen, standing still and letting the wooden sword point directly at him. As the blade nearly touched his mouth, she realized in shock that it was not a ghost but her mission partner Jiang Chen, and in panic, she shouted his name while pulling the weapon back, causing him to choke and cough from the sudden force. After regaining his senses, Jiang Chen froze for a moment, surprised by the girl's striking beauty and soft yet captivating aura. His heartbeat quickened unconsciously as he wondered if she was someone he had met before, or just a coincidence. Noticing his stare, the girl became slightly flustered and blushed, lightly complaining about his direct gaze. Jiang Chen quickly regained composure and reminded her they needed to coordinate before acting, or they could both be put in danger. Hearing this, the girl became interested and asked if he already knew the details of the mission so they could work together. Jiang Chen bluntly admitted he had never read the mission details and had entered almost completely blind. The girl could only laugh helplessly and took over the explanation, teasing that she had already expected this. She began explaining that this place used to be a disguised tutoring center, operating as childcare during the day and a small night daycare at night. Among the children was a boy named Jiang Ming, blind since birth and living a much harder life than the others. During a game of hide-and-seek, he accidentally ran in the wrong direction and disappeared near a dangerous fenced area. It was later ruled as an accident caused by a fall, and without CCTV, the case was quickly closed. But a few days later, the teacher in charge died mysteriously inside the bathroom, turning the case eerie. The victim was drowned under continuous water flow from a shower until death, a bizarre and horrifying method. Shortly after, another student lost both eyes under unknown circumstances, leaving no clear evidence behind. As she continued, the atmosphere grew heavier, while she described the chain of tragedies that forced the underworld to intervene. Jiang Chen silently deduced that a vengeful spirit was likely born here from an unjust death, triggering a chain of revenge incidents. In the courtyard of an apartment complex, Jiang Chen and Lin Yue stood together in the dark, alert, but sensing no clear threat, until a strange sound made them both turn sharply. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings, locking onto the bushes and dark objects, then asked who was there, while focusing on a child hiding in the shadows. The child looked like a school student wearing neat clothes with a red scarf, seemingly just lost, but then a strange green aura erupted and his voice began to distort. The eerie energy instantly warped the child's body into something inhuman, with a gray corpse-like face, hollow empty eye sockets, and jagged beast-like teeth. Beneath the disguise was a grotesque non-human entity, still calmly repeating that its toy had been lost somewhere as if nothing had happened. Lin Yue screamed and stumbled back in fear, shocked by the transformed child, while Jiang Chen remained completely calm and even stepped in front of her to protect her. He signaled her to retreat and stood between her and the monster, saying he was used to dealing with such things and that they often followed specific rules. Jiang Chen continued explaining calmly that these entities had patterns and could not be handled by brute force alone. or the situation would worsen. Lin Yue struggled to understand, as everything was beyond her experience. Despite this, Lin Yue still panicked and asked what they should do next. Jiang Chen suddenly changed tone, smiling faintly and saying the simplest method was to follow its rhythm. Without giving a clear explanation, he stepped forward toward the monster, observing its reaction. Lin Yue still does not fully trust the situation, keeping her distance while watching Jiang Chen closely, feeling uneasy due to the unclear plan. Jiang Chen, however, looks excited and insists he will handle everything himself. The childlike monster suddenly speaks in an innocent tone, as if still trapped in a game, asking for its lost spinning top toy, and the contrast makes the scene deeply unsettling. Jiang Chen does not show fear and instead hardens his tone, speaking down to it like an inferior opponent, even demanding it speak properly if it wants help finding the item. Provoked, the monster instantly lunges at him at high speed, repeating its obsession with the spinning top, clearly tied to its former human memories, while Jiang Chen keeps provoking it further. The monster's rage explodes completely, as it roars that it will kill him if he refuses to cooperate, baring sharp teeth and charging with murderous intent. Just as it closes in, Jiang Chen remains calm and casually distracts it, pointing toward a nearby gas cylinder as if the item it seeks is there. Driven by its obsession, the monster abandons him and moves toward the direction he pointed, while Jiang Chen subtly drags the gas cylinder closer. Jiang Chen then forcefully spins the gas cylinder, making it rotate like a toy spinning top to deceive it completely. He continues controlling the setup, guiding the monster deeper into the trap without giving it time to think. Fully convinced, the monster believes the gas cylinder is its spinning top and reaches out to grab it. The moment it makes contact, a strange flash erupts from the cylinder with a surge of reverse current, instantly raising tension in the air. A massive explosion follows immediately, sending debris and smoke everywhere and completely obscuring the battlefield. Lin Yue is stunned and asks if Jiang Chen's method was too reckless, while he remains calm as if everything was already calculated. When the smoke clears, the monster is not dead yet, only heavily affected and coughing violently in the dust-filled air. Realizing it has been tricked, it erupts in killing intent and charges at Jiang Chen again, with furious speed and extended claws. At the critical moment, Lin Yue rushes in to block the attack, using her weapon to force the monster back. No longer panicked, she enters combat mode and declares she will handle it herself. She moves through the air with sharp agility, dodging and counterattacking, while even taunting the monster during the fight. She lands a precise counterstrike, her sword piercing straight through the monster's body in a clean hit. The monster screams in pain, trembling violently as its life force begins to fade. With the enemy defeated, Lin Yue feels both surprised and relieved at how smoothly it ended. She pauses and exhales, sensing she has just survived a far more dangerous battle than expected. Jiang Chen steps forward and crushes the remaining body, ensuring the monster is completely finished. A system notification appears confirming the demon student has been eliminated, and a large amount of demonic energy is gained. Jiang Chen explains that because he did not break the monster's rules, it was unable to unleash its full power, making the fight easier to control. Lin Yue cannot hide her admiration, her gaze changing as she looks at Jiang Chen. At that moment, a chilling singing voice echoes through the space, warning that at night, no one must step on the stairs, as going up or down will both be deadly. The ghostly voice continues emphasizing that no one is allowed to turn back under any circumstance. The surrounding atmosphere instantly grows heavier, as if countless resentful spirits are covering the entire area and pressing down invisibly. Cold whispers keep drilling into Lin Yue's ears, pushing her mental state to the limit. In that tense moment, she instantly turns around and throws a talisman, preparing to confront whatever is behind her. Using everything she knows about evil spirits, Lin Yue unleashes a powerful strike that forces the monster in front of her to scream in pain. The creature looks grotesque, its body covered in spiraling layers of tooth-like structures, with a deep black void at its center that screams whenever it opens. Without hesitation, Lin Yue continues her assault, slicing through it in a single sharp strike that tears the monster apart. Jiang Chen freezes for a moment, not expecting it to end so quickly, and the surrounding demonic energy begins to fade. Immediately after, he complains loudly that what was just destroyed was only a harmless minor spirit with a singing obsession. Lin Yue looks confused and asks if he is treating that bizarre creature like it was a real little girl. Jiang Chen sighs in regret, staring at the remains and saying, maybe it was just a pitiful being that only wanted to sing. He continues defending it, arguing that even if it is a ghost, it may not necessarily be evil. He even expresses dissatisfaction at how quickly it was killed, claiming such actions may cause stronger mutations across the 9 provinces. From Lin Yuai's perspective, his words sound like a strange philosophy, almost like he is sympathizing with ghosts. Because of that, she begins to hesitate, and even asks him where to start if she wants to follow that approach. Jiang Chen smiles slightly, looking as if he has successfully guided her in the direction he wanted. He points toward a board, or illustration showing children playing together. The two then enter an old room, dark and covered in dust, giving off an oppressive feeling. Inside, Lin Yue finds an old paper lying quietly on the table, as if it had been forgotten for a long time. She quickly picks it up and calls Jiang Chen over to examine it together. The paper shows a drawing of a woman lying in a pool of blood, resembling a brutal murder scene. Jiang Chen realizes it may be related to the teacher's death from a previous case, but the strange part is that the paper feels like it existed long before the incident, making him suspect a deeper mystery. Just as they are analyzing it, a panic scream echoes from afar, warning that a dangerous entity is approaching. Hearing this, Lin Yue immediately turns around and draws her weapon, ready for another fight. Afraid she will rush in recklessly again, Jiang Chen quickly pulls her back and tells her to stay calm, avoid acting impulsively, and focus on hiding first. After searching for a moment, he finds a relatively safe corner and suggests it as a temporary hiding spot. However, inside that hiding place, he discovers a small ghost curled up in the dark corner, looking strange but not immediately hostile. The small ghost suddenly speaks innocently, saying this spot has already been taken, as if arguing over hiding space. At the same time, outside, another entity roars and hunts around, refusing to let anyone escape. In the chaos, Jiang Chen casually squeezes into the corner, pushing the small ghost aside, and calmly declaring they must share, since there is no other option. While the little ghost looks annoyed, Jiang Chen ignores it, directly sitting on its head and pressing it down, jokingly saying, it should just endure a little inconvenience. At that moment, the system notification flashes brightly, rewarding him 999 demonic points for the domineering act of sitting on a ghost's head. He continues pressing it down until its face twists in frustration, still speaking calmly and telling it that, as long as it cooperates, everything is under control. The group stays hidden in the corner, with Lin Yue tense and alert, while Jiang Chen remains unusually relaxed, whispering as if expecting the real prey to appear soon. Lin Yue is confused by his attitude and directly asks why he does not finish the job quickly, while he seems more interested in dragging it out like a cat-and-mouse game with the evil entities. He calmly explains that this is not simple killing, but a form of special release, subtly implying that his real goal is to collect demonic energy rather than end things quickly. From the darkness, a grotesque figure emerges with hollow white eyes, slowly approaching, while its cold aura spreads unease throughout the space. As it gets close enough to nearly touch them, the terrifying pressure freezes both of them. Then it suddenly lets out a shrill laugh, claiming it has caught its prey. In what looks like a dead-end situation, Jiang Chen still regains his composure and responds with a forced smile, as if surprised it discovered him so quickly. Immediately after, his aura erupts violently, his body heating up as he stands straight and declares he will switch roles from prey to hunter. His killing intent surges, giving the impression he could crush the enemy instantly, yet he still kindly gives it a chance to retreat before things escalate. Meanwhile, the small ghost that was previously suppressed quietly crawls up behind them, its eyes flashing with revenge, completely unaware of the danger ahead. It suddenly pokes Jiang Chen, trying to interfere, making him pause for a split second while it laughs triumphantly. But the move backfires immediately as its arm gets locked in place, unable to pull back, and it panics as it struggles helplessly. Jiang Chen turns with a distorted smile filled with pressure, his killing intent even more terrifying than the ghost itself, sending chills down its spine. He calmly repeats that he already gave it a chance to leave, his voice steady but clearly signaling the end. In the next instant, he moves lightning fast and grabs the small ghost's head cleanly in one motion. With a single brutal twist, its head is separated from its body as easily as pulling a blade of grass, and he even comments casually on the clean execution. He then throws the head toward the larger ghost, letting it land right in front of it, freezing the entire atmosphere. Seeing this, the remaining ghost instantly realizes it is the next target and desperately tries to escape while screaming in terror. The cries for help echo in despair, but instead of hesitation, Jiang Chen becomes even more excited and instantly chases after it at full speed as it runs crying in panic. He swings his sword down in a deadly strike, but the ghost narrowly dodges at the last possible moment. A second strike follows immediately, sharper and more precise, yet it still barely manages to avoid death again. Forced into a corner with no escape route left, the ghost is finally cornered, the cold blade pressed against its face as it freezes in fear. Jiang Chen holds it firmly, his expression twisted with excitement, as he speaks with absolute confidence that victory is already decided. At that moment, a strange force suddenly presses down on his back like a seal, causing him to pause in surprise. It turns out to be a talisman from Lin Yuwei, who forced it onto him, despite trembling in fear, trying to intervene. Jiang Chen glances at her, coldly and easily breaks the talisman's effect with a wave of his hand, asking what she is doing in a chilling tone. Still unconvinced, Lin Yuwei questions his sanity and demands he prove he is still rational by telling her who she is. He immediately steps closer, scanning her from head to toe, with a strange look and delivering comments that make her instinctively step back in shock. Hearing this, Lin Yuwei becomes even more confused and fears he may have been affected by the evil entity. Jiang Chen denies it, saying he was just joking, then turns around to check the ghost again, only to find it has disappeared without a trace. He mutters to himself while walking forward, acting as if teasing the surroundings, leaving Lin Yuwei speechless behind him. He then enters an abandoned room filled with decay and cold air, carefully scanning for any clues. Pulling aside a worn curtain, he continues searching the area, but finds no signs of life anywhere. Finding nothing, Jiang Chen loses patience, kicks a nearby object hard, and shouts for the enemy to show itself. He pushes deeper into the dark room, and suddenly his eyes lock onto something unusual. A pool of dark liquid on the floor makes him frown, and he mocks how the place looks like an abandoned dump no one has cleaned. Without hesitation, he violently opens a cabinet in front of him, his voice carrying pressure, as if forcing the enemy to reveal itself. Inside is not a ghost but a pile of rotting organs, filling the air with a horrifying stench, yet he remains unusually calm. Just as he is about to touch the organs, he pauses when a faint voice echoes, as if someone is desperately calling for help. Following the strange sound, Jiang Chen pulls open another upper compartment and suddenly finds a human-like face emerging from the clutter. He shows no fear and coldly asks what this thing really is. The creature freezes for a moment, its eyes darkening, as if recalling its past, then mutters that it hid inside a refrigerator, but ended up twisted into its current form. Jiang Chen feels no sympathy and instead grows curious about its survival method, casually poking it while observing its reaction. At that moment, its expression changes sharply, becoming sinister as it lifts the entire refrigerator into the air and roars in rage. Without warning, it unleashes all the decaying sludge inside the fridge, trying to crush Jiang Chen while repeatedly slamming the doors. Lin Yuwei arrives and is shocked by the chaotic scene, while Jiang Chen is temporarily trapped inside the tight space, only able to move slightly. She immediately draws a talisman, channels her energy, and shouts an incantation, preparing to intervene against the ghost inside the refrigerator. She continues chanting as the talisman glows brightly and shoots forward at high speed. The talisman hits the fridge, triggering a violent reaction that makes the creature inside scream in pain, though it is still not fully subdued. The creature counterattacks by releasing a wave of freezing energy that turns into an ice spear rushing toward Lin Yuwei. The attack presses a wave of cold onto her, but a defensive barrier appears just in time, preventing direct injury. Realizing it still has a chance, Lin Yuwei launches another talisman, preparing a finishing strike. The talisman explodes violently, shaking the entire area and blasting Jiang Chen out of the trapped space. After the impact, he stands up while rubbing his head, looking toward the smoke-covered battlefield and muttering that it was almost dangerous. Despite the dizziness, Jiang Chen quickly refocuses and interrogates the surviving creature about the target's location. Under pressure, the creature trembles and admits the target fled toward the bathroom without daring to hide anything. After getting the information, the two immediately move out as black energy begins leaking from the cracked refrigerator behind them. Jiang Chen mutters about the direction and enters the bathroom, scanning the scene with suspicion of a past abnormal incident. He carefully inspects the interior, searching for any remaining clues. His eyes suddenly shift into a special state, allowing him to see what ordinary vision cannot, revealing a strange silhouette within the space. From that perspective, he detects traces of moving demonic energy, but still cannot identify the exact entity hiding there. He asks Lin Yuwei if she can set up a sealing barrier, and she confirms that her sect formation techniques can handle it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen looks satisfied, confirming the ambush plan is ready, and preparing to wait for the target to reveal itself. The blood spirit herb is suddenly thrown into the room by Jiang Chen like a pawn, ordered to find an ambush position and wait for the right moment. The moment it enters, a fierce battle erupts, shaking the entire space, forcing the two outside to step back, while Jiang Chen watches calmly, as if observing a play. The blood spirit herb quickly closes in on the large-headed ghost, whose sudden appearance throws the enemy into panic as it instinctively retreats to escape. Without giving it time to recover, the blood spirit herb lunges forward at extreme speed and wraps tightly around the ghost's neck, causing its already pale face to twist further from lack of air. Behind them, another eerie green entity appears, and upon seeing its companion fully restrained, it immediately turns and flees, refusing to continue the fight. It desperately searches for an escape route and rushes straight toward the toilet as if it is the only exit left. But the moment it approaches, it realizes the area has already been sealed by a formation, and the surrounding space begins to shift. Its reckless charge triggers the full power of the formation, causing a violent rebound force that throws it backward. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Lin Yuwei calmly step out to observe the situation, and he expresses satisfaction, confirming the plan is working as intended. Seeing this, the ghost becomes even more enraged, screaming as it charges again, while clinging to its identity as a teacher from its past life. Its memories are pulled back into the past, where it once was a teacher who showed no care for students and ignored everything around it. In the classroom, instead of teaching, it would sit absent-mindedly, leaving students to play on their own without fulfilling any responsibility. A child once tried to invite it to join a game, but was completely ignored despite speaking excitedly. It even coldly chased the students away, forcing them to retreat in fear and avoid approaching again. As the memory ends, Jiang Chen delivers a harsh judgment, stating that with such behavior, it was unworthy of being called a teacher. The ghost erupts in fury, rejecting the accusation and insisting it merely acted on its own will and refuses to be judged. It slams the ground in rage, but Jiang Chen reacts instantly and narrowly dodges the attack. Without prolonging the fight, he rushes straight at it and ends all hesitation with a decisive move. He grabs its head tightly and tears it apart in one clean motion, accompanied by an angry shout. Immediately after, the ghost's body dissolves into a pool of thick black liquid, completely erasing its existence. Jiang Chen crushes the remaining traces in his hand, still filled with lingering anger, while Lin Yuwei can only watch in silence. Seeing his overwhelming strength, Lin Yuwei cannot help but ask if he is a high-level expert. Jiang Chen feels slightly awkward at the question and gives a vague answer, neither confirming nor denying it. To avoid further questioning, he quickly shifts the topic back to the remaining target, and Lin Yuwei silently follows. The two split up to search in different directions, scanning the entire area. Jiang Chen checks a dark corner but finds nothing, concluding his inspection was thorough yet empty. Lin Yuwei soon returns as well, equally confused, saying she also found no traces at all. She then voices another concern, her expression tense, suggesting that perhaps the ghost they were chasing never actually existed in the first place. Hearing this, Lin Yuwei continues doubting, while Jiang Chen falls into brief thought. He takes out his phone, opens an app, and checks the data again. After a few seconds, he suspects the underworld system may have experienced a technical glitch. After reaching that conclusion, he exhales and suggests retreating for now. Without hesitation, the two leave the area. Unknown to them, the remaining ghost they assumed did not exist is actually following right behind Jiang Chen, its twisted tail slowly swaying in the dark. Meanwhile, a red sports car speeds through the night, its pace unrelenting on the empty road. Sparse streetlights make the scene feel even colder and more desolate. In the passenger seat, Jiang Chen appears unusually excited, chatting with Lin Yuwei and asking if cultivators tend to prefer driving sports cars like this. Caught off guard, Lin Yuwei blushes deeply and tightens her grip on the steering wheel. She admits she originally bought it, thinking he would like this type of car, her face turning bright red. Jiang Chen, however, does not notice her embarrassment and continues speaking casually. He mentions that wandering cultivators like them are used to life and death struggles, caring more about strength than material possessions. Hearing Jiang Chen mentioned his status as a rogue cultivator, Lin Yuwei immediately got excited and invited him to join. She even suggested he follow her back to Shangqing sect. Jiang Chen only smiled lightly at the direct offer, not rushing to answer. Instead, he asked if Shangqing sect had spirit-raising or ghost-controlling arts, and whether they were suppressing any ancient specters. Lin Yue quickly understood his intention. She smiled to ease the mood and said the things he mentioned likely only existed in Anming. Hearing the name Anming, Jiang Chen repeated it in his mind. He scratched his cheek lightly, looking slightly awkward and thoughtful. The red car kept speeding through the night without any sign of slowing down or changing direction. In reality, they had already entered a restricted road where the silence felt unnaturally heavy and oppressive. At the entrance, 2 workers were rushing to remove barricades to warn incoming traffic. One insisted on reporting to higher-ups immediately, while the other stared at the warning signs in fear, wondering if something unclean was inside the tunnel. They had no idea Jiang Chen and Lin Yue were already under an illusion, unknowingly driving straight into the forbidden zone. The red car plunged deeper into the darkness of the tunnel. After a long drive, Jiang Chen started sensing something was off, suspecting the tunnel was unnaturally long. Lin Yue also looked visibly tense, sweat forming on her forehead, as she asked in a trembling voice if they had fallen into some kind of illusion. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately activated his special ability to alter perception. Once he saw the truth, everything in his vision slowly revealed what had been hidden. The seemingly straight road was actually slightly curved, forming a closed loop that was nearly impossible to notice. Realizing this, Jiang Chen concluded in his mind that they had been trapped in a repeating loop inside the tunnel from the very beginning. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Jiang Chen leaned halfway out of the window. Seeing this dangerous move, Lin Yue, who was driving, quickly warned him. Ignoring her, he directly shouted a challenge, as if calling out whatever was hiding behind them. He said if it kept hiding, he would destroy the entire tunnel. The moment he finished speaking, a strange shadow appeared right in front of him at unbelievable speed. Jiang Chen let out a startled sound at its velocity. The entity turned to look at him, its cold voice echoing out, sending a chilling sensation down the spine. It then declared heavily that the loser would pay with their life. At that moment, its expression also twisted into something far more terrifying. A dense sense of danger filled the area, but Jiang Chen, the one leading the situation, did not slow down and immediately signaled Lin Yue to go full speed. Inside the cockpit, the speed gauge had already reached its limit, while Lin Yue pressed the accelerator with all her strength. Despite their efforts, the distance between them and the entity kept shifting, with the opponent laughing mockingly, as if the outcome was already decided. In the passenger seat, Jiang Chen grew impatient and kept demanding why they could not escape such a short stretch of road, making Lin Yue feel pressured as she insisted she was already at full throttle. Seeing no improvement, Jiang Chen changed his mind and activated the system's special power, a familiar red interface instantly appearing before him. After the enhancement request was sent, the system responded and deducted 3 ghost energy points from the host. The rear of the car was suddenly replaced by a massive engine unit shaped like a weapon, resembling a compact missile launcher. At that moment, the booster system was activated, and energy began erupting violently from the rear. The car was torn through the wind, surging forward at terrifying speed and quickly closing the gap ahead. The pursuing entity began to panic, cold sweat forming as it realized the situation was reversing. In an instant, Jiang Chen's vehicle surged ahead, completely leaving the opponent behind in a one-sided race. Jiang Chen even leaned out again, throwing out provoking words, as if forcing the enemy to reveal its full power. Inside the car, Lin Yue suddenly spotted an exit ahead, and her face immediately lit up with hope. Backed into a corner, the entity snapped into madness, its eyes turning vicious as it vowed to end everything here. The moment it finished speaking, it erupted with full power, shooting forward at a speed far beyond normal limits. That burst of acceleration flipped the situation again, allowing it to surge ahead of Jiang Chen and Lin Yue. After widening the gap, it suddenly stopped mid-air, spun around as if mocking victory, and froze in a taunting pose. Seeing the enemy get arrogant too soon, Jiang Chen immediately turned serious and summoned his familiar weapon. Yin Shenjue appeared, so massive it had to pass through both sides of the car window to stabilize its position. Lin Yue was told to slow down and steer sharply. Under the pressure of the weapon, she still forced herself to stay calm and follow instructions. The car instantly drifted, executing a violent U-turn like a veteran racer in a life-or-death situation. During the sharp turn, the tip of the spear closed in at the same time, creating a direct collision trajectory with the target. At the moment the distance shrank to 0, the creature froze in pure fear, unable to react at all. The outcome was decided instantly. It was pierced and killed on the spot by Jiang Chen's weapon. The system announced the successful kill of Gui San Lun and rewarded 999 accumulated ghost energy points. The body fell straight into the abyss, smashing through barricades, while Jiang Chen still shouted warnings about dangerous drifting on mountain roads. As the black aura at the gate faded away, Lin Yue was shocked to see the portal completely disappearing. However, an unsettling feeling remained. She sensed traces of life still lingering in the area. Hearing this, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked her to confirm the information again. Lin Yue pointed forward in panic, where the massive cliff face was shifting, forming what looked like a giant face awakening from the stone. Jiang Chen looked up, locking onto the grotesque stone face, clinging to the mountain like a living entity. Watching the moving mountain and its signs of awareness, he immediately identified it as Shan Ling Ju Gui Yue. Lin Yue asked in panic what kind of monster this mountain-shaped creature actually was. Jiang Chen calmly explained that it was a piece of terrain that had developed its own spirit, essentially a monster born from earth and stone. As the stone face looked down, Jiang Chen activated his Vin-binding technique, restraining the massive body while calmly stating these beings mostly act on instinct. Seeing the giant mass close in, Lin Yue stepped back in fear, but Jiang Chen reassured her that its size was only for intimidation, and it could be handled easily. The vines expanded rapidly, tightening around the mountain and causing it to tremble violently. The stone face twisted in pain as roaring echoes filled the air under the crushing force. Before it could resist, the wood technique exploded like a grinder, tearing the entire structure into countless fragments. The massive peak broke apart and fell like a shattered meteor. The entire mountain collapsed completely, rocks crashing down and flattening everything below. After finishing the fight, Jiang Chen turned away coolly, hands in pockets, acting like he already knew he had won. At that moment, Lin Yue looked upward in shock and suddenly shouted a warning. Jiang Chen, still confident, believed everything was already over and even thought the scene had turned out perfectly. Suddenly, the ground beneath them rose like it had come alive, forming another massive stone body that lifted them onto its surface. Both froze in disbelief as they realized a second monster, even larger than the first, had appeared. Holding onto the rough rock surface, Lin Yue panicked and asked what to do, while Jiang Chen casually said to just pretend it did not exist. The new colossal stone entity roared across the space, searching for its son in overwhelming rage. At the same time, night fully descended, covering the Yin Sao headquarters in a heavy shadow. Deep inside, a dark prison cell was filled with a tense interrogation under suffocating pressure. The interrogator slammed the table and demanded answers about the number of deaths in the Judai mountain tunnel. Under pressure, the man trembled in panic, stuttering that he truly knew nothing about it. Facing him were a masked figure and a floating monstrous creature, and the chilling threat that followed cut the sentence off mid-air. He gave an excuse that justified his cruelty, saying if the tunnel collapse had never happened, there would be no deaths, then immediately charged forward to suppress his opponent. The distance closed in instantly as the masked man pressed forward, crushing the man's spirit and forcing him into desperate retreat and weak resistance. Before he could finish his accusation, his mouth was clamped shut by a grotesque creature with razor teeth, while thick black energy spread and filled the entire space. Outside, another man stood at the collapsed site, speaking with a master, his face filled with worry as he witnessed repeated tunnel incidents. The self-proclaimed master spoke mysteriously, explaining that the mountain was originally a natural seal, and drilling through it had triggered continuous disasters. While intentionally pausing to appear enigmatic, the listener lost patience and forced him to state the remaining conditions directly. The master then pointed at the tunnel entrance and demanded 2 special pillars be erected, claiming it would stabilize everything completely. The scene shifted to an apartment filled with oppressive silence, the atmosphere frozen as if time itself had stopped. A blond young man walked in cautiously and asked why the boss had summoned him, clearly tense and uneasy. The man opposite smiled in a way that was impossible to read, mentioning rumors that he had gambled away everything, even willing to sell his own family. The blond man, both embarrassed and helpless, admitted he had even thought about selling himself, but no one was willing to buy. The moment he finished speaking, the man across from him immediately changed his attitude and expressed interest in purchasing him as well. The transaction was carried out immediately. The payment transferred successfully, completing the sale of a human being for 50 million yuan. When asked if he had received the money, the young man confirmed excitedly, completely unaware he had fallen into a trap. In his eyes, the massive sum looked like a lucky reward, with no sense of the danger waiting ahead. The mastermind smiled coldly and ordered the newly bought item to walk onto the predetermined path ahead. As he approached the cliff's edge, the young man's expression suddenly changed, unease flooding his mind violently. But blinded by greed, he still gritted his teeth and jumped down despite the screaming fear in his head. From above, his wife and child witnessed everything, their cries filled with despair, as nothing could be reversed. While falling, he looked back one last time and shouted for his wife and child to leave this place immediately. Immediately after, his wife rushed forward with the child, confronting the man behind it all, pointing out his crimes in rage and grief. The child and mother's fury tightened the atmosphere like a drawn string, while the man in front slowly lost control. He completely snapped, grabbed a nearby weapon, and threatened them with a violent outburst. His rage peaked as he roared that they would share the same fate as the man they were defending, then swung the shovel down without hesitation. The brutal strike sent both of them flying, plunging straight into a deep pit amid the chaos. After the attack, he leaned on the shovel to catch his breath, then signaled a cement mixer to move in and seal the site. Thick gray concrete poured into the pit, erasing all traces of what had just happened, while the air turned increasingly eerie. Back in the present, chaos continued, as the demon used its massive head to restrain the man, speaking coldly as if mocking his fate. On top of the giant stone creature's head, Jiang Chen and Lin Yue struggled to maintain balance on the constantly shaking uneven surface. Unable to endure the passive situation, Lin Yue asked how they could escape, fearing they would soon be in danger if they stayed there. After a brief thought, Jiang Chen realized the fatal weakness of this type of monster was usually its head, where its structure was easiest to break. He quickly proposed a coordinated attack, telling Lin Yue to strike the exposed weak point together. Without delay, Lin Yue activated a fire talisman, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire head of the stone entity. Flames erupted violently, explosions echoing through the space as she followed Jiang Chen's strategy precisely. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed his vine control technique, sending them deep into the cracks formed on the stone surface. The vines rapidly grew, piercing through every gap and continuously crushing the internal structure with relentless force. The stone head began to crumble, massive chunks falling as if it was being crushed from the inside and could no longer hold its shape. Standing amid the ruins, Jiang Chen calmly judged that everything had been neatly resolved, and nothing was particularly difficult. However, he immediately noticed something strange. The system did not display any reward, which made him suspicious. While both of them were still confused, the surrounding atmosphere began to shift, with dense red lights appearing as a sign of a new change. The stone entity that should have been defeated suddenly revived in a molten lava form, its power surging to a terrifying level. From within the burning magma, a scream of pain mixed with rage echoed out, like the cry of something that had lost what mattered most. Jiang Chen and Lin Yue froze as they witnessed the unexpected transformation right before their eyes. The destroyed parts of its body continued to smoke heavily, while its fury kept rising, as if it wanted to crush everything. It then unleashed chaotic streams of lava from its hollow body, launching a direct attack at the two of them. Both barely managed to dodge, but the lava began flowing toward the Lamborghini below, causing Jiang Chen to panic. Lin Yue immediately abandoned concern for the situation and shouted for a full retreat, saying things were already beyond control. Jiang Chen refused to let the car be destroyed and focused entirely on protecting it as the top priority. He formed hand seals and summoned a powerful water vortex, blocking directly in front to confront the incoming lava. When the two forces collided, the heat was rapidly neutralized, and the lava cooled and hardened into black stone around the Lamborghini, keeping it completely safe. Seeing his attack work, Jiang Chen smirked with satisfaction and realized this method could be used repeatedly. Meanwhile, the creature's neck continued to boil, like an out-of-control volcano, signaling another incoming attack. Sensing the battle was not over, Jiang Chen deployed another technique, while preparing additional energy support. With his other hand, he activated a mutated energy source, forming a second power alongside the water, two completely different forces. He forcibly fused the two energies together, creating a new weapon-like entity, radiating dangerous purple aura. The resulting form resembled a massive hydro cannon, combining destruction with overwhelming suppression. At that moment, lava erupted violently from the monster's neck, surging like a fire waterfall, trying to erase everything. Jiang Chen did not dodge. He raised the weapon directly and ordered a frontal strike into the center of the lava flow. Energy inside the weapon flared intensely, gathering like it was preparing an extreme burst of power. From the barrel, high-pressure water was fired out, strong enough to pierce through molten rock. Water and fire collided head-on, creating a violent stalemate as neither side gave way in the smoke-filled space. Seeing it was not enough, Jiang Chen ordered further power output, pushing the weapon beyond its limits. The water stream instantly upgraded, its energy and pressure rising far beyond the original level. The water gradually transformed into a massive living entity, rushing forward like an overwhelming tidal beast. The water dragon crashed straight into the lava eruption, triggering a direct clash of elemental forces. Jiang Chen kept pressing the attack, ordering all power to pierce through the center of the volcanic mouth. The extreme collision sent steam and heat swirling everywhere, covering the entire space in chaotic mist. Still not satisfied with the result, Jiang Chen immediately adjusted the weapon and prepared a higher-tier attack. The object in his hand continued to evolve, becoming more ferocious with sharp rotating blades forming around it. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen unleashed a finishing strike directly into the core target, causing a massive energy explosion. After the impact, the stone body was completely shattered, breaking into countless pieces that rained down in chaos. With the fight over, Jiang Chen withdrew his power and acted as if it had been nothing more than a minor task. Amid the fading dust, he suddenly detected another strange source of light still existing after the destruction. Picking up the remaining fragment, Jiang Chen was shocked to find it completely intact, despite the overwhelming destruction. Lin Yue looked at the object, curious but unable to finish her thought, before the situation began unfolding once again. Jiang Chen now understood what the object was for, a strange stone shield-type item. He tested it and found it solid enough, but not very flexible, clearly still needing refinement. At that moment, the system interface responded as if it had been waiting. The reed-black stone looked promising, but its internal structure was still rough and unpolished. Jiang Chen directly asked the system if it could be fully refined into a proper weapon. After a scan analysis, the system gave a precise cost, 1,000 ghost energy points for an upgrade. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen accepted immediately. The moment the order was given, the stone completely transformed, becoming a massive and sturdy shield with an eerie energy radiating from its surface. The system confirmed. Obtained giant stone shield, mid-tier ghost energy grade. After a quick test, Jiang Chen stored it away in the system inventory. At the same time, Lin Yue noticed something strange under his shadow and screamed in alarm. Hearing her shout, Jiang Chen turned and asked what happened. Lin Yue, sweating, said, her voice trembling, that his shadow seemed to have moved on its own. Fear spread across her face as she stepped back, trying to keep distance, while struggling to explain what she had just seen. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen struck the ground with a bolt of blue lightning directly at the shadow's position. The lightning tore through the ground, leaving a black scorch mark. From beneath the darkness, a faint annoyed voice echoed, "I already said it. What can a shadow even do?" The atmosphere turned instantly eerie. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, looking confused as if he could not grasp the key point. Meanwhile, Lin Yue had already gone pale as the situation kept changing. The black shadow beneath the ground began to rise, as if something was dragging it upward. A vague humanoid shape slowly formed. The dark substance condensed rapidly, perfectly copying Jiang Chen's appearance. The being smirked with contempt in its eyes. Soon the imitation was complete, nearly identical to Jiang Chen except for its empty, lifeless eyes. It coldly said it had finally been discovered. Standing opposite the original, it smiled provocatively, declaring it had finally reached a true human-like state. Jiang Chen reacted strangely calmly, even commenting that the copy looked fine, except the eyes lacked any life. His indifferent attitude made the opponent pause in confusion. At the same time, the system reported another 189 ghost energy points gained. A simple guess formed in Jiang Chen's mind, something he did not even need to confirm. A faint image of someone who had once fallen from a high-rise building surfaced in his memory. The being was dragged back into painful memories, where he had once been a blind child pierced through the neck in a tragic past, and resentment exploded within him. He screamed in rage, recalling how he was bullied by other kids just for being blind and forced into a twisted game of Ghost. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. Seeing no reaction from his opponent, his madness grew even stronger, his screams echoing with rage. The accumulated resentment erupted, dragging countless childhood memories into a tidal wave of pain, causing him to lose control completely. The past became clear. He had once been a harmless blind child constantly bullied and forced to play ghost games. Despite the bullying, he still joined reluctantly, stumbling through empty space while the others laughed and taunted him. In the chaos, the blind boy nearly touched one of the kids, causing the group to briefly panic. Just as he was about to be caught, One child still cursed and struggled, but the words were cut off mid-sentence. At the moment victory seemed certain, a cruel thought flashed through the bald boy's mind. His dirty face twisted, revealing pure malice rising to the surface. He secretly approached the blind boy, whispering into his ear while pretending to guide him, telling him to turn around and walk forward toward a supposed target. The blind boy trusted him completely and followed without doubt, unknowingly walking straight into a trap. In his innocence, he even thought his friends were helping him, smiling and moving closer to the edge of the tall building without realizing the danger ahead. Just as he thought he was about to catch the target, his foot suddenly slipped and his body lost balance, plunging straight into the empty space ahead. The small body fell freely from a high floor, a panicked scream tearing through the air before ending in a brutal impact below. That painful memory turned into a terrifying source of resentment inside the demon. He roared in fury, hating the entire world that pushed him into this tragedy. The surging hatred made him lose control. His eyes turned blood red, as if he wanted to devour everything, declaring he would turn everyone into players of the blindfold game he created. At the moment he was screaming and off guard, Jiang Chen silently approached from behind and tapped his shoulder. A calm found you made him freeze in shock. But the demon quickly regained his composure. He shook off Jiang Chen's hand and laughed coldly, believing possession was all he needed to solve everything. Jiang Chen looked at him with clear disdain, completely unmoved, already seeing how naive he was for thinking that plan would work. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew out Ruyi Lingji, which instantly transformed into a sharp sword, and charged straight at the opponent. The demon refused to back down. He sneered and pulled out an identical copy of Ruyi Lingji, preparing for a direct clash. The two sides collided in combat with nearly mirrored techniques, from martial skills to abilities being copied perfectly, making the battle extremely chaotic. When Jiang Chen unleashed 800 demonic palm fists, the opponent immediately countered with the exact same move without missing a beat. Lightning techniques were used by both sides at the same time, their powers clashing violently in mid-air, without either gaining the upper hand. Even transformations from Ruyi Lingji, like the underworld halberd, were fully copied, pushing the battle into a deadlock. At the most intense moment, Lin Yuwei suddenly struck from behind, slapping a golden talisman onto the demon's back, causing energy to erupt violently. She quickly formed seals and shouted, ordering the evil demon to reveal its true form, trying to break through the disguise. But the demon did not hesitate. He turned instantly and used Jiang Chen's own signature technique to control Lin Yuwei and blast her away. Jiang Chen only frowned at the scene, calmly noting the copying was quite accurate, but clearly annoyed by being imitated non-stop. The situation became messy as every technique was being copied, forcing Jiang Chen to rethink his strategy and realize normal skills were almost useless now. In the deadlock, he suddenly launched a brutally practical strike, aimed directly at the opponent's weak point, instantly making the demon panic in pain. The demon refused to yield and copied the same attack back at Jiang Chen, causing both of them to take heavy damage and fall into total chaos. Elsewhere in the underworld, a powerful aura suddenly shot forward at extreme speed, breaking the silence of the realm. A black-clothed man with his face fully covered flew through the air, thinking that leaving the demons in the underground unchecked could lead to serious consequences, forcing immediate action. The battle continued in pure chaos, both sides constantly closing in and exchanging wild collisions with no rules at all. The demon roared in pain and frustration, demanding it stop, while Jiang Chen kept pushing forward without giving an inch. At the peak of disorder, the masked man suddenly appeared and used overwhelming force to separate the two sides, temporarily breaking the stalemate. After stabilizing the situation, he immediately questioned Jiang Chen about his identity and asked where the imprisoned demons underground were now. Jiang Chen barely cared about the question, replying that those things were not worth mentioning. He then warned that the demon was not weak, and if one had not reached B class, they should not interfere lightly. The masked man showed no fear at all, instead becoming visibly interested, muttering about B class as if he had just found the opponent he was looking for. Without hesitation, he removed his cloak and hood, throwing them to the ground and preparing to enter full combat mode. His identity was revealed as Chu Hong, captain of the Underworld Scout Squad, a heavily built bald man with an overwhelming oppressive aura. Right after introducing himself, he immediately charged at Jiang Chen, without keeping any distance, clearly wanting to test the rumored shadow of his opponent. However, what he faced was only Jiang Chen's shadow clone, yet it still possessed full combat instincts and extreme reaction speed, instantly drawing its sword to meet him head-on. Chu Hong unleashed a heavy slash that cracked the ground, but the shadow twisted aside in time and counterattacked with extreme agility. The shadow shifted form again, turning one arm into sharp wooden spikes and stabbing forward, but Chu Hong cleanly blocked it with his sword. During the fight, he suddenly sensed something strange approaching from behind, and his combat instincts immediately triggered danger. As expected, vines controlled by the shadow had already circled from behind, ready to constrict and pierce him. Chu Hong reacted instantly, slashing down all incoming vines with precise and ruthless strikes. But right after clearing the front attacks, he failed to notice that the shadow and its sword had already moved behind him. The surprise attack from the rear landed, forcing Chu Hong into a completely defensive state as he struggled to block continuously. His sword arm began to tremble violently, and the growing pressure made his expression turn tense. Seeing his opponent faltering, Jiang Chen's shadow revealed a cold and calculating smile. Realizing the situation was worsening, Chu Hong decided to discard his weapon and switch to hand-to-hand combat to change the flow. The shadow did not retreat either, and immediately prepared for direct close combat. Their punches collided, creating a mid-level energy explosion that blasted both of them backward. After stabilizing, Chu Hong bent over, gasping heavily from the overwhelming impact. He stared at the opponent in shock, admitting that even at B class, this was the first time he felt such pressure in combat. At that moment, Jiang Chen calmly stepped out of the void, as if everything was already planned. He casually admitted that the one fighting was only his shadow clone, spoken with absolute confidence. Chu Hong did not hesitate, and instead became even more excited, roaring as he charged forward in a state of battle frenzy. However, his target remained the shadow, not the real body. The shadow sneered and calmly blocked the full-force strike with ease. The punch was swallowed by a strange black liquid from the shadow's body, locking Chu Hong's arm in place as he realized too late he was being countered. A bolt of lightning struck precisely, sending Chu Hong flying backward uncontrollably. Jiang Chen casually commented on his flight from behind. The shadow continued acting arrogantly, even mocking its own master while swinging its transformed weapon arm without fear. It further taunted Jiang Chen, questioning whether he truly believed he had revealed all his techniques. In the tense atmosphere, a crimson talisman appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, instantly changing the surrounding aura. He shouted and activated a twisted transformation, causing energy around him to erupt and shift into a new form. Jiang Chen's body underwent a drastic change, black markings spreading across him and giving him a sinister and oppressive presence. The dark patterns fully covered his body, making him look like a being carved from pure power. The system suddenly announced a rare divine ability called Soul-Seizing Golden Pupil, intensifying the strange atmosphere. Jiang Chen's eyes transformed completely into a cold black gaze that seemed capable of piercing everything. He coldly asked the shadow if it understood this move. The shadow began to destabilize, instinctively retreating as it observed the transformation spreading across Jiang Chen's body. It stammered in fear, unable to understand why something beyond its copying ability had appeared. Jiang Chen stared directly at it and calmly stated that there was still far more it did not know, declaring he still had countless hidden trump cards. Even so, the shadow tried to reassure itself that it was only an illusion, insisting the true body could not exceed its predictions, but its confidence was clearly shaking. Jiang Chen did not waste words and moved in instantly, grabbing the shadow by the neck and tightening his grip until it could barely breathe, completely overwhelming it. After holding it down for a moment, he released his grip and immediately escalated the brutality, forcing it to feel the absolute gap in power as his cold voice echoed right in its face. Finishing his words, Jiang Chen slammed the shadow hard into the ground, shattering its balance and sending it tumbling in a miserable state. He then lifted the shadow like it weighed nothing and began spinning it rapidly in the air, turning it into a human cyclone. Just when the centrifugal force peaked, Jiang Chen abruptly changed rhythm and unleashed full strength, hurling it in a fixed direction. The shadow's body shot like a cannonball and crashed straight into a cliff face, exploding the rock wall and sending debris and dust everywhere. Jiang Chen watched the scene and chuckled mockingly, casually brushing his hands like he had just dealt with a minor nuisance. He slowly walked closer, pointed at himself, and tilted his head with a provocative tone, as if lecturing his opponent. Then he placed his hand on a strange black mark on his body, as if triggering something prepared long ago. At that spot, a bizarre eye slowly opened, its gaze feeling like it could pierce the soul, instantly making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Golden light erupted from the eye as Jiang Chen activated the soul-seizing golden pupil with a loud roar. The golden radiance pierced into the shadow's body, making it convulse in agony as its screams tore through the space. In desperation, the shadow shouted that if it was destroyed, Jiang Chen's true body would also be affected, trying to threaten its way out. Jiang Chen ignored the warning completely, calmly increasing the pressure while showing interest in seeing the final outcome. The golden light intensified until the shadow had no choice but to flee, dissolving into black mist and escaping underground. Jiang Chen watched it disappear and lightly commented that it knew how to run quite cleverly. However, he had no intention of letting it escape. He immediately focused his spirit and locked onto its escape route with precise control. Not just one, but 6 strange eyes opened across his body at once, unleashing golden destruction beams that covered the entire escape area. Cornered and suffocating under pressure, the shadow still tried to form its final defensive barrier against the storm of attacks. Jiang Chen slightly frowned, acknowledging it still had some skill, but immediately lowered his stance to finish the fight. Sensing the killing intent rising, the shadow panicked and quickly waved its hands, begging for a ceasefire and negotiation. The moment it surrendered, the system immediately announced that Jiang Chen gained 999 points of ghost energy. Jiang Chen looked down at it with cold eyes, like a superior judging a useless prey. Realizing the situation, the shadow quickly changed its attitude and begged to stay by Jiang Chen's side, offering full obedience. Even after hearing its promises, Jiang Chen remained cautious, thinking that if it ever betrayed him, it would become a serious problem, even considering finishing it off for safety. Sensing the killing intent was real, the shadow frantically proposed a blood contract to prove its loyalty. Hearing about the blood contract, Jiang Chen grabbed its head and tried to interrogate the mechanism behind it, but the situation was interrupted by a sudden change. Qiu Hong descended from the sky, with overwhelming momentum, announcing his return, as if he had just completed an important mission. Seeing Jiang Chen holding the demon's head, he paused and immediately asked whether everything here had already been settled. Jiang Chen smirked and confidently replied that it could be considered resolved, even stating that the demon had agreed to a blood contract. Hearing this, Qiu Hong became excited, insisting this was a massive gain and urging Jiang Chen to finalize the deal immediately. In contrast, Jiang Chen remained cautious and immediately questioned what exactly made it trustworthy. Qiu Hong did not keep Jiang Chen waiting and explained that dark forces usually seal souls into bodies, and in essence, it was not much different from a blood contract. He further stressed that forcing demons into contracts always carries huge risks, because any mistake could trigger a backlash at any moment. Hearing this, Jiang Chen became even more suspicious, feeling that the demon in front of him was not valuable at all, and might even be more trouble than it was worth. Seeing the situation turning toward rejection, Qiu Hong quickly cut in, saying this might be an extremely rare opportunity, possibly tied to a legendary dual cultivation dark secret art. The strange term made Jiang Chen freeze for a moment, his face clearly showing confusion, as if he could not believe what he just heard. He immediately thought of the cultivation path Su Ling and Su Sao had once mentioned, making the situation even more uncertain. Still, Jiang Chen remained unconvinced and asked what guarantee there was that the contract would not become a hidden threat, especially when even dark factions could not fully control such demons. Qiu Hong calmly replied that the two cases were different, because a voluntary contract creates a life link. If the master dies, the bound entity cannot survive either. After hearing the detailed explanation, Jiang Chen finally leaned toward trying it once. He grabbed the demon tightly, forcing it to confirm again, and it immediately nodded without resistance. Just when things seemed serious, the demon suddenly shifted into a strange, cheerful state, acting like a child, and even pulling Jiang Chen into a bizarre, ritual-like motion. Jiang Chen looked both annoyed and confused, warning it coldly that any trickery would mean death, but still reluctantly followed its movements. Qiu Hong watched the entire process and could only facepalm in disbelief, never expecting a blood contract ritual to look this absurd. During the ritual, the demon suddenly said the remaining part required an important incantation, and it would recite half while Jiang Chen completed the rest. The moment their fingers touched, a red light burst out, and the chant echoed with a strange binding force, confirming a connection between both sides. As the ritual completed, the formation flared violently, forcibly merging their states. Pain surged through both Jiang Chen and the demon as they screamed. The fusion finished in an instant. It looked dramatic, but once stabilized, Jiang Chen felt no real increase in power. The only change was his clothes becoming neater. At that moment, the shadow under Jiang Chen's feet, the demon now integrated, spoke respectfully, calling him boss and pledging full obedience. Seeing the fusion complete, Chu Hong stepped closer and commented that such a quick submission was rare, and its future potential was almost limitless. However, Jiang Chen remained indifferent, showing no particular satisfaction with the praise or the outcome. The demon sensed his cold attitude and quickly reminded him that the contract was already formed and could not be broken or denied. Things gradually settled. Chu Hong picked up his fallen coat and kept praising Jiang Chen's achievement, even comparing him to other top-tier powerhouses. Although confident inside, Jiang Chen outwardly stayed modest and casually attributed the credit to team leader Yang as a polite excuse. That excessive humility did not sit well with Chu Hong, who bluntly stated that Jiang Chen already ranked among the top of B-class fighters. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Chen asked for a favor, hinting that he had something he wanted Chu Hong to help handle. He leaned in and quietly explained his private plan to Chu Hong, making sure no third party could hear. After listening, Chu Hong immediately patted his chest and firmly promised to take care of it. With the agreement reached, Chu Hong quickly left, giving the rest of the group space to handle the aftermath. After the battle, Jiang Chen asked Lin Yue about her condition, and she replied that her injuries were minor and not serious. When asked about the shadow demon's fate, Lin Yue curiously inquired, and Jiang Chen calmly stated it had been fully subdued and even bound by a blood contract. Hearing this, Lin Yue felt even more impressed, realizing the gap between her and Jiang Chen was enormous, and resolved to train harder. Following that thought, she proactively asked to join him on future missions, hoping to assist and improve her own strength. However, Jiang Chen was not interested in forming a team. In his mind, it would only bring unnecessary trouble, so he bluntly refused, leaving Lin Yue both disappointed and confused, unable to understand his real reason. After that, Jiang Chen tried to soften his tone with vague explanations, but still held firm on not committing to any fixed team arrangement. The scene shifted to a dark night in the forest. Their discussion continued, still unresolved, with cooperation remaining uncertain. The story then moved to Jiang Chen's newly opened milk tea shop, where he returned after finishing his mission to check on Tang Yi's work. Unexpectedly, the shop had become extremely popular in a short time. The crowded business scene exceeded expectations, leaving Jiang Chen satisfied and thinking about long-term expansion. The milk tea shop continued to thrive, with more and more customers pouring in, showing clear signs of strong success. At that moment, 3 sloppy-looking young men walked in and ordered drinks. The moment they saw Tang Yi, their eyes lit up, and they began flirting and teasing her in an inappropriate way. Realizing they were not real customers but troublemakers, Jiang Chen immediately changed expression, grabbed 2 of them by the shoulders, and warned them to buy something or leave at once. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance relieved Tang Yi, who quickly greeted him with gratitude. The troublemakers were stunned to realize he was the owner, feeling both shocked and jealous. Jiang Chen then pointed toward the back area and told Tang Yi to come with him to talk, since the front was too noisy and full of unwanted attention. Understanding his intention, Tang Yi politely handled the situation by apologizing and announcing early closure, quickly clearing the disturbance. In the back area, Tang Yi gently asked Jiang Chen why he had called her there, maintaining a respectful tone. At that moment, a sudden killing intent shot in from behind at terrifying speed, almost impossible to react to. Jiang Chen casually caught the flying dart mid-air. Tang Yi immediately recognized the familiar mark of the Tang family and panicked. Jiang Chen had already sensed someone tailing him before arriving at the shop, so he was not surprised and had long prepared for an assassination attempt. Tang Yi panicked and explained that this was the opening move of the Tang family's relentless assassination chain. Once it began, it was extremely hard to escape. Hearing this, Jiang Chen only sneered, tossing the dart aside and looking down on them, seeing the hunters as the ones about to suffer instead. The scene shifted again to Jiang Chen's apartment late at night, where everything had returned to silence. Inside the room, he checked his phone and saw alerts about a wave of stabbing-related attacks spreading. At the same time, Tang family assassins had already closed in, using toxic smoke to induce unconsciousness and prepare a stealth kill. They believed the target was completely locked down and were determined not to give Jiang Chen any chance to escape. However, Jiang Chen deliberately pretended to be poisoned and collapsed, acting as if he had fallen unconscious to lure them deeper into the trap. 2 assassins immediately entered the room, approaching the bed and preparing to finish the target quickly. But seeing Jiang Chen lying there too calmly, almost unnaturally relaxed, They began to doubt the accuracy of their intelligence about his strength. In reality, Jiang Chen had already set the plan in motion. His shadow acted as bait on the bed, while he silently appeared behind the assassins and mocked them for falling into the trap from the very beginning. The moment he finished speaking, the assassins realized something was wrong and reacted in panic, triggering an intense battle in the darkness. Just as they prepared to counterattack, the situation shifted again. Jiang Chen's shadow, which had been hidden all along, suddenly rose behind them, its cold voice reminding them they had forgotten its existence. Without hesitation, the shadow copied their techniques perfectly and returned a heavy counterstrike, forcing overwhelming pressure toward the intruders. Fortunately, their reflexes were fast enough to narrowly dodge the devastating attack at the last second. But upon landing, they found themselves exactly where Jiang Chen had been waiting. He stood calmly, as if he had already controlled the entire situation, and repeated his mocking question about whether they had truly forgotten him. Without giving them a chance to breathe, Jiang Chen signaled his shadow to cooperate. Together they formed a surrounding formation, gathering a powerful lightning energy chain, preparing to finish the fight. Immediately after, Jiang Chen and his shadow simultaneously released a terrifying surge of lightning energy, crushing the resistance of the two assassins and turning the area into a scorched field of thunder. The destructive current spread through their bodies, convulsing them violently as their clothes were completely torn apart, leaving them with no ability to fight back. When the attack ended, the two intruders lay motionless and battered on the ground, only barely covering themselves out of instinct and humiliation. After finishing the job, Jiang Chen casually stepped on one of them and reported to his superiors that the mission was complete. The response came quickly, sending new coordinates and ordering him to escort the two captives to the designated location for further handling. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen carried the two ruined assassins and left the scene, heading straight toward the Tang family headquarters. He had already formed his plan, not only to hand them over, but also to apply direct pressure on the Tang family and end all conflicts in one move. Elsewhere in the Tang family, an old man with a dark, oppressive aura sat drinking tea. Beside him stood a chubby-faced young man who looked somewhat naive, waiting for instructions. A steward urged the young man to quickly prepare tea for the distinguished guest present. He also respectfully expressed hope that the great master would continue to support and cultivate Tang long in the future. The old man sipped his tea and coldly reminded them not to forget the condition of handing over the Tang sect poison scripture. Hearing this, the steward broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he assured him that the promise would not be broken. Back to Jiang Chen, as he brought the two battered captives to the Tang family gate, he was immediately stopped by guards, ordering him to halt, declaring it a restricted area. Without wasting words, Jiang Chen threw the two assassins straight inside like a warning gift, instantly throwing the gate area into chaos. Upon recognizing the identities of the two thrown figures, the guards panicked, unable to believe that their elite protectors had been reduced to such a miserable state. Jiang Chen stood outside the gate calmly, his gaze openly challenging the entire Tang family to continue blocking his path. At that moment, Yi Jian appeared, and Jiang Chen immediately used him as a pass, pointing at him and asking the guards if this was enough qualification to enter. Inside, a bald man walked out, his attitude quickly shifting to respect upon recognizing the important figure who had arrived. Yi Jian said nothing more and directly raised a red token, announcing his identity and authority, instantly changing the atmosphere. He declared the inspection order clearly, listing the Tang family's crimes of illegally running a points accumulation gambling operation linked to a major netherworld system case involving millions of points. According to law, the leader would be executed and the entire clan held accountable. After finishing the charges, Yi Jian put away the document and coldly asked whether they now had enough qualification for inspection. The bald man immediately broke into a cold sweat, sensing the situation had spiraled completely out of control. His mind fell into chaos, unable to understand who in the family had provoked such a powerful force from the underworld authority. Panic spread as he blamed the internal members for their stupidity in offending such an existence, while Yi Jian no longer waited and urged Jiang Chen to move in, since the decree meant no one could stop them. The bald man hurried after them, repeatedly explaining that it must all be a misunderstanding, and hoping the family could personally clarify things with the underworld authority to ease the situation. Inside the main hall, the two old men continued drinking tea calmly, unaware of the approaching storm, even raising their cups in celebration, as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly, a guard rushed in with a pale face and whispered that their elite protectors had been defeated and underworld forces were arriving to conduct a full inspection. The moment the report ended, the leading old man's expression changed drastically, both furious and terrified as he crushed the teacup in his hand, unable to believe the situation had escalated so fast. He turned to question the cause, unable to understand why his subordinates had foolishly provoked such a terrifying force as the underworld authority, making everything spiral out of control. The guard tremblingly guessed that the second young madam may have acted on her own to seek justice for a relative, triggering this disaster. Rage erupted instantly, and the old man roared that without any evidence, they dared to bring people here for inspection was pure arrogance. And at that moment, a hidden poisoned throwing blade suddenly sliced through the air. With a master's reflexes, he caught the flying poison blade mid-air, stopping the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. Examining it closely, he immediately recognized the familiar mark and angrily confirmed it was the same type of hidden weapon used by that woman. Before he could react further, Yi Jian appeared right in front of him, coldly announcing the inspection order and accusing the Tang family of violating netherworld law, declaring a full search of the entire estate. The old man crushed the blade instantly, fiercely objecting, and even threatening that basing an accusation on such vague evidence was completely unacceptable. Yi Jian did not waver, coldly stating that netherworld agents never needed to explain or provide further proof when carrying out their duties. Seeing the situation turning against him, the old man called on the forces inside the hall to support him, stirring them up by claiming the Tang family's honor would be trampled if they kept backing down. Following his call, 3 powerful figures from major clans stepped forward one after another, creating a new tense standoff inside the hall. The atmosphere in the main hall tightened like a drawn string as Chen Ye and even the leader Qin Ra appeared one after another. Tang Ra also did not stay silent, repeatedly calling for allied support and urging them to resist the netherworld forces and preserve the remaining dignity of the Tang sect. Amid the chaotic situation, the highest authority of Lin Ra finally appeared. With a heavy and worried expression, he immediately called on the 3 factions to help suppress the netherworld side and seek justice for the Tang sect. Seeing him place all hope on the others while ignoring him, Elder Hu Qiu felt deeply slighted. He recalled past favors he had done and grew increasingly dissatisfied at being pushed aside. That wounded pride pushed the thin old man into deciding he must prove his worth right here and now, determined to make everyone look at him differently. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and requested permission to speak before the entire assembly, trying to reclaim attention that had shifted elsewhere. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen stepped in and cut him off, his cold gaze locking onto him with absolute refusal. Jiang Chen bluntly shouted that this was not a place for some outsider to beg for attention, nor for anyone to interfere in the situation. In his hand, he still held a deadly aura of killing intent. A single thought from him, enough to overturn the entire situation and make reckless challengers pay the price. Enraged by Jiang Chen's contempt, the old man's face turned red as he cursed back, calling him an arrogant junior who knew nothing of the heavens and earth. Without another word, he unleashed his power, manifesting a phantom fusion of Crane Fist and Tiger Force behind him as he prepared to strike. He immediately lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of sharp Crane Fist attacks directly at Jiang Chen at overwhelming speed. However, Jiang Chen moved like a shadow, effortlessly evading every strike without being touched. He even mocked his opponent, dismissing those simple techniques as meaningless. Jiang Chen counterattacked, unleashing a technique that split into 9 fierce phantom forms, tearing apart the Crane Fist assault instantly. Forced back, the old man roared in disbelief, refusing to accept that his technique had been broken so easily, as his killing intent surged even stronger. Without giving him time to recover, Jiang Chen released nether energy, unleashing a roar that tore through space and pressed heavily against his opponent. After a series of intense clashes, neither side gained a clear advantage, as the battle reached a tense stalemate. At that moment, Jiang Chen pointed downward, and the shadow beneath him stretched like living chains, shooting up to bind the opponent's legs. The shadow force tightened further, leaving him no room to resist, as his entire body was dragged downward. In an instant, he was forced to his knees in front of Jiang Chen, completely stripped of control. Kneeling in humiliation, the old man gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, finally admitting he could no longer hold on. Jiang Chen gave a faint cold smile, muttering mockingly about so-called immortal heaven power with a trembling sense of belief. The surrounding spectators were stunned by the entire scene, ultimately lowering their heads in defeat and declaring they would withdraw from the conflict surrounding the Tang sect. The old man hurriedly tried to stop them, calling out repeatedly and begging them not to leave in this critical moment. But at that instant, his expression suddenly changed as if he had detected something abnormal, his entire body freezing for a split second. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen and the masked figure appeared together again, discovering another masked person, reporting that all experimental death warriors in the 8th layer of the realm had been successfully collected. Elder Do gasped heavily, sweat pouring down his face, finally realizing that from the very beginning, the opponent had been stalling for time to secretly infiltrate the Tang sect's main base. Jiang Chen curled his lips in mockery, coldly asking if they still had anything left to explain. The masked figure did not hesitate, immediately giving the order to capture everyone, his tone icy and absolute, declaring anyone who resisted would be killed on the spot. Just as the extermination order was issued, a blood-red warning system suddenly lit up, flashing violently as if signaling a major crisis. Jiang Chen remained motionless, his expression ice-cold, his overwhelming aura, creating an invisible pressure that made everyone uneasy. The surrounding space suddenly distorted strangely, spreading an ominous feeling that put both Jiang Chen and the masked man on high alert. On the side, Elder Do kept scanning his surroundings, clearly starting to panic at the unpredictable turn of events. The masked man questioned Elder Do, suspecting he was behind something, but he immediately denied it in panic. Elder Do looked around frantically and kept insisting he had no idea what was happening. At that moment, a blonde woman suddenly appeared behind him, her eerie laughter sending chills through everyone's spine. Her face was clearly visible, yet her eyes were unnaturally twisted, her smile stretching to her ears as she mocked the declining reputation of the Tang lineage. In the next instant, her killing intent exploded, and she screamed in hatred, declaring that the debt involving her child must be paid by someone. Elder Do immediately spun around and shouted that she was insane, demanding to know who had released such a dangerous person. The blonde woman's eyes turned blood-red as her emotions erupted, vowing that if no one avenged her child, she would do it herself no matter what. Jiang Chen remained calm and coldly stated that her child's death had nothing to do with the Tang lineage. The woman instantly rushed forward, blocking Jiang Chen, demanding he hand over the person and allow a memory extraction technique to investigate everything. The masked figure leaned in and warned Jiang Chen that memory extraction would erase a person's consciousness, turning them into an empty shell. Hearing this, Jiang Chen decisively refused, stating he would not hand anyone over under any circumstances. The woman went into a frenzy, raising a goo insect in her hand, as killing intent surged, declaring no one would leave alive today. She activated a pre-prepared technique, turning the wine into a goo infestation tool, causing everyone present to gradually fall under poisonous insect control. Those infected began convulsing violently, clutching their stomachs in unbearable pain. Elder Do pointed at her in shock, demanding how she had learned such forbidden dark goo techniques. The blonde woman responded in a low voice, black energy swirling around her, claiming that when pushed to the edge, only another power could give her revenge. Immediately after, the controlled people all rushed forward, like mindless corpses, completely devoid of consciousness, driven only by instinct. Standing in the chaos, she laughed coldly while controlling the crowd, declaring that all the key figures of the Jiangbei factions had been turned into her puppets. Jiang Chen observed in silence, his eyes calculating rapidly as the situation spiraled further out of control. The masked man turned to him and urgently asked how they should handle the situation. Jiang Chen admitted with slight tension that he still had no optimal solution for the moment. He quickly proposed two options, either directly capture the mastermind or knock out all the controlled individuals. At that moment, another voice suddenly cut in, calmly, stating they would handle the suppression of the controlled crowd, while the rest was theirs to deal with. As soon as the order to keep the woman alive was issued, a mysterious figure dashed into the battlefield like a storm, moving so fast the crowd had no time to react and scattered in panic. Amid the chaos, some even saw it as an opportunity to vent long-suppressed rage against the elites of Jiang City. The mysterious figure showed no mercy, each strike carrying overwhelming force, knocking down the controlled people in waves as if they were being crushed in place. The masked man nearly froze when he saw the opponent turn with overwhelming killing intent, hurriedly waving his hands to explain his identity. The other man roared instead, saying he was only getting in the way, then charged straight back into the battlefield, instantly taking down an attacker closing in on the masked leader. The scene made the mysterious team leader laugh in satisfaction, as if he had finally found a place to release his strength. The masked man thought he was about to be caught in the crossfire, closed his eyes tightly, and braced for impact. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly turned, gave a polite smile, and began negotiating with the crazed woman. The woman only responded with a twisted sneer, her eyes filled with disgust, as if she had no intention of entertaining his words. Without another word, she erupted in killing intent, and charged straight at Jiang Chen, determined to finish him on the spot. As she closed in, she unleashed a barrage of poisoned techniques, while shouting that there was nothing left to discuss between them, only life and death. However, all her attacks were neatly blocked by Jiang Chen, none of them even managing to touch him. The more she was suppressed, the more enraged she became, her killing intent surging violently, as if she wanted to devour him whole. With a furious scream, she unleashed a full-power strike that finally forced Jiang Chen to stagger backward. Even after being pushed back, Jiang Chen quickly stabilized himself, dusting off his clothes and returning to a defensive stance without revealing any flaw. The woman did not stop, continuing her assault with sharp claws, slashing wildly with dense killing intent. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression turned serious, his eyes changing completely, no longer as indifferent as before. He drew a strange purple sword, a cold curve forming at his lips as he said she had finally forced him to get serious. His first slash came instantly, but the woman reacted in time, twisting her body to narrowly evade it. Seeing he could not end it, immediately, Jiang Chen increased his power, raising his sword high to prepare a finishing blow. He roared, killing intent erupting, as an oppressive force pressed down on his opponent, aiming to end everything at once. But Jiang Chen suddenly laughed coldly, his voice filled with contempt, treating her as nothing more than a struggling weakling. In a flash, he threw a punch that struck her directly, sending her flying before she could react. The force was so great that she crashed heavily to the ground, in a miserable state. Jiang Chen's shadow loomed over her, creating an overwhelming pressure that made her begin to tremble. She clutched her chest, panic in her eyes as she stared at him in disbelief. After defeating her, Jiang Chen let out a faint sigh, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes as if he did not wish to go too far. At that moment, another figure rushed in and delivered a decisive strike, coldly saying he would finish the rest. A strange worm-like parasite could be seen wriggling on the woman's forehead, a sight chilling enough to make anyone's skin crawl. On the other side, the mysterious fighter continued sweeping through the controlled crowd, muttering in frustration, as if still unsatisfied with the fight. Even while heavily injured, the woman let out a crazed laugh, her eyes filled with confidence, as if she still had a hidden trump card. She pulled out a detonator, coldly declaring that bombs had been planted everywhere, and she would drag everyone down with her, if pushed further. However, Jiang Chen showed no reaction as expected, simply turning away and walking off, making her threat completely meaningless. Amid everyone's shock at her empty threat, Jiang Chen frowned in annoyance, and casually ordered a burly man nearby to clean up the remaining mess. Seeing through that she was merely a pawn, controlled by the Dark Nether faction, Jiang Chen lost interest, and coldly said he did not want to waste time on such a meaningless act. The burly man did not hesitate, rushing in and snapping one of her arms in an instant, leaving her stunned before she screamed in agony. The piercing scream echoed everywhere, making Jiang Chen frown as he coldly ordered her to shut up immediately. Ignoring the chaos, he ordered the flesh spirit plant to transform at will, treating the battlefield like a simple tool under his control. The flesh spirit plant immediately morphed into a strange toy-like form for Jiang Chen to manipulate freely, defying all normal logic. As things temporarily settled, Jiang Chen left the building, while high above, a member of the Dark Nether faction floated in the air, silently observing the entire situation from a distance. Walking forward, Jiang Chen assessed the situation, noting that although the enemy's defeat was expected, their collapse had come faster than anticipated. As soon as he left the scene, he immediately detected the presence of someone hiding in the sky and locked onto the position. The system suddenly displayed a notification, reporting a massive amount of ghost energy, absorbed from a target named Cho Shen, the numbers surging so high that the space seemed to tremble. Cho Shen panicked instantly as he felt his own power being drained, realizing his position had been exposed. With no other choice, he transformed his body into a swarm of black bats, trying to escape the danger zone in an instant. Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised by the massive ghost energy gain, immediately realizing the opponent was no ordinary being. Without hesitation, he gave chase, determined not to let this key target escape his control. The distance was quickly closed as Jiang Chen accelerated, locking onto the fleeing trail. Chou Shen was horrified when he realized the pursuit speed was beyond imagination, far exceeding his expectations. Even after splitting into a swarm of bats to escape, he still could not shake off Jiang Chen, who was tightly following behind. In panic, he forced himself to stay calm and arrogantly claimed that if he had not been tied up with other matters, he would have fought a proper battle. Jiang Chen immediately ordered his shadow to assist in the pursuit, while the shadow entity laughed as if enjoying the hunt. At the same time, he raised the flesh spirit plant, preparing a devastating strike aimed at the scattered bat swarm. A slash tore through the space, splitting the bat swarm in half in an instant. However, Jiang Chen paused slightly, realizing the opponent had still managed to evade total destruction. Understanding that physical attacks were not enough, he immediately changed tactics and prepared a large-scale annihilation method. The flesh spirit plant transformed into a heavy weapon with extreme firepower, locking onto the target in the sky. The entire bat swarm was locked in, leaving no escape within the targeting range. After confirming, Jiang Chen fired, releasing a devastating blast that surged toward the scattered bats. A massive explosion erupted, wiping out nearly the entire swarm in an instant and shaking the battlefield violently. However, Chou Shen still survived by chance, escaping the blast zone in a miserable and panicked state. Before he could stabilize himself, Jiang Chen appeared right beside him, shocking him into a complete change of expression. Without giving him any chance to react, Jiang Chen coldly smirked and slashed down with his sword, decisively finishing the target. Chou Shen's body was split in two and fell apart, losing all ability to resist. But when Jiang Chen checked the system, he found no additional points gained, making him pause in confusion. From mid-air, the remaining half of Chou Shen's body still floated as he let out a cold laugh, mocking Jiang Chen and claiming everything had already been arranged, and it was too late to change anything. Jiang Chen looked at the half-dead body still acting arrogant and let out a faint breath, his eyes showing confusion as he asked why the opponent could still remain so calm. But then he smirked slightly, a flash of calculation in his eyes, as he had already planted a shadow tracking the target, meaning everything was still under control. Above the forest, dim light shone down on a small house where faint noises broke the heavy silence. Outside, a dog noticed an intruder and barked loudly in alarm, its voice echoing through the dark. In front of it stood a puppet-like existence, motionless, observing with a cold and irritated gaze. In an instant, a flash of killing intent streaked through the air, and the dog's body was split in two on the spot. The poor animal did not even understand what happened, before collapsing into a pool of blood, letting out weak, desperate whimpers. The attacker did not stop, following up with another fatal strike to completely end its life. After finishing, the puppet turned away coldly, showing no emotional fluctuation at the scene behind it. As it walked away, faint broken groans still echoed behind it, making the atmosphere even more chilling. Below, bodies were scattered everywhere, the air thick with the smell of death, like a fresh massacre had just taken place. Amid the corpses, a single survivor weakly moved his hand in unconscious reflex within the pool of blood. Before he could react further, that hand was brutally stepped on and crushed without mercy. After that, the figure coldly left, jumping onto a high wall and observing the entire scene from above as if reviewing its work. From that height, he looked down, with satisfaction, at the scattered bodies lying across the ground. He muttered that such a welcome was the only proper way to greet the great being about to arrive. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing echoed in the distance, breaking the silence of the night. A strange puppet procession approached, led by skull-headed figures, stumbling through the dark with a chilling aura. Behind them, more puppets played horns and drums, turning the still night into chaotic noise and pressure. The gate puppet immediately bowed in deep respect, greeting the arriving group with extreme fear. Suddenly, a bloodied hand reached up from the ground, catching the attention of the nearby figure. The owner was a dying boy, trembling as he still tried to curse through his final breath of despair. The puppet transformed part of its body into a sharp weapon, preparing to finish him off, while laughing coldly at the unfinished kill. At that moment, countless white papers began to swirl around it, mixed with a dark crimson energy spreading through the space. From the center of the distortion, a severed female head with blood-red eyes slowly emerged, releasing a terrifying aura. The female ghost appeared furious, scolding the puppet for its sloppy work that left traces of life behind. The paper figures panicked instantly upon seeing their master, dropping to their knees and begging for forgiveness. Before the apology could even finish, the head of that figure suddenly exploded, scattering paper fragments and thick purple fluid everywhere. In the chaos, the dying boy watched everything unfold, his mind on the verge of collapse, as paper shards flew past his face. Kong Wuliang slowly approached, her pale, hollow face like a walking corpse, her voice cold and mocking. She smirked strangely, eyes glowing with dark green light, pointing forward like she was selecting a toy to claim. Without hesitation, her finger pressed onto the boy's head, despite his desperate struggle. At the moment of contact, his body began to be consumed, as strange pink paper fragments spread like living parasites. The paper not only covered him, but eroded his body, twisting it, until only a deformed shell remained, and his consciousness sank into despair. When all sound faded, the boy had completely turned into a mindless paper puppet under their control. An old man appeared and watched everything, laughing and mocking the cruelty, as if it were nothing unusual. Kong Wuliang barely reacted, her cold gaze shifting away as she focused on confirming the situation with the newcomer. Liu Muxiang immediately changed the topic, asking whether the others in the plan had arrived on time or were still missing. Before he could finish, a giant centipede crawled up his leg, making him jump in shock and feel a cold dread spread through his body. Soon after, countless insects surged in like a tide, surrounding the entire area and making the scene horrifying to witness. Swarms of white silkworms gathered together, forming a twisted mass that gradually took shape with glowing red eyes. As the insects dispersed, an old woman appeared with long white hair, gray skin, and blood-red eyes, speaking in a probing tone. Liu Muxiang replied casually, with a half-joking tone, as if this meeting had been familiar for a long time. Madame Yu frowned in annoyance and mocked him as usual, while a strange insect crawled restlessly on her shoulder. Suddenly, a strange bird dove from the sky, breaking the tension and heading straight toward the group below. Upon landing, Liu Muxiang greeted it, confirming that another key figure of the meeting had arrived. The creature quickly transformed from a bird into a young blonde man in black clothes, floating in the air with a cold gaze. Liu Muxiang immediately asked why everyone had been summoned so suddenly in the middle of the night. Zhu Shen kept a serious expression and went straight to the main point without any hesitation. He issued an order that stunned everyone. All forces would launch an attack on Jiangbei. The group erupted in panic, some even claiming it was no different from collective suicide. Zhu Shen immediately shouted, explaining this was the full-scale plan of the Dark Alliance, with over 80 branch leaders striking simultaneously from multiple directions. Madame Us' expression changed sharply, shocked and suspicious, but she was swept away by the weight of the entire plan before she could speak further. Zhu Shen stepped in close to Kong Wuliang, almost face to face, his voice low and tempting as he laid out the promised benefits like a sweet trap, also revealing a massive opportunity appearing in 5 days at the Jiangbei Yinqi branch. Kong Wuliang's expression shifted instantly, shock so strong she blurted out in disbelief. Liu Muxiang beside her also became excited, laughing loudly and treating the opportunity like an irresistible feast. Madame Yu grew even more thrilled, her face lighting up as she immediately accepted the secret order. After the briefing, Zhu Shen coldly ordered everyone to disperse, and in an instant all 4 figures vanished, as if erased from space. In another ruined town, deathly silence filled the air, everything soaked in an oppressive aura of decay. A twisted shadow like a giant serpent crawled through the darkness, muttering angrily about losing track of the bird's trail. It suddenly detected the boy's lingering soul, the one turned into a paper puppet, still drifting nearby and repeating its cursed hatred. From within the shadow, a sinister being revealed white hollow eyes, observing the soul's abnormal mutation with a cold voice. He condensed a sword from dark energy, killing intent rising, as he prepared to eliminate the threat completely. Just as he was about to strike, an unexpected change froze his movement mid-air. A terrifying force suddenly erupted, pulling him backward and making him scream in panic. Immediately after, the shadow beneath him seemed to come alive, joyfully returning, as if it had found its true master. Jiang Shen calmly asked the boy's soul where his real body was. The boy cried in pain, saying his body had been turned into a runaway paper puppet. The soul's resentment exploded, eyes glowing red as energy surged like thunder and lightning, screaming in rage and despair. Jiang Shen placed his hand on the soul's head, sending a stabilizing force, and telling him to calm on down. The vengeful spirit moments ago was like a savage demon, teeth bared in uncontrollable fury. But in the next moment, the extreme emotions were suppressed, and the soul gradually returned to a stable state. Jiang Shen observed and nodded in satisfaction, confirming that the demonic energy had successfully restrained the mutation. At that moment, two paper figures appeared behind them, one male and one female, speaking in a suspicious tone. The boy's soul panicked immediately, trembling as he recognized the pursuers had arrived. The male paper figure shouted for identity, killing intent rising as he threatened no mercy if they refused to speak. Jiang Shen clicked his tongue in annoyance, lightly touching the back of his hand as if activating something inside. He then ordered them to look closely, his tone filled with pressure. A dark red seal with the character Death appeared on his hand, releasing a thick, dark alliance aura that weighed down the surrounding space. The male paper figure stared in confusion, unable to understand, and asked again blankly. The female paper figure immediately snapped at him, scolding her companion for his stupidity at the worst possible moment. Realizing the situation, both changed expression instantly, killing intent erupting as they charged at Jiang Shen with furious roars. The moment the order was given, their killing intent surged, but before they could even touch Jiang Shen, a black shadow rose from the ground like a living blade, tearing both attackers apart in an instant. Jiang Shen calmly observed, thinking that with this shadow guardian, he barely needed to act himself. Before the thought could settle, another change occurred, as the female paper figure had already circled behind and appeared at his blind spot. Ru Lingji reacted instantly, transforming into a sharp blade that pierced through the monstrous figure and pinned it mid-air, while Jiang Shen let out a cold laugh filled with contempt, as if watching a clumsy performance. Elsewhere, Kong Wuliang clearly sensed her two subordinates being completely erased, and killing intent erupted as her body trembled in rage. She spun around mid-air, eyes burning red with fury, screaming in disbelief that someone dared touch her people, determined to hunt them down. Her anger drove her straight toward Jiang Shen, hissing curses non-stop, while another hidden existence silently observed everything from above. In an instant, Kong Wuliang dropped from the sky like a meteor, crashing directly into the battlefield in front of Jiang Shen and the boy's soul. Upon landing, she immediately activated her power, gathering countless pink paper fragments into a distorted skull-shaped entity. Without hesitation, she ordered the attack, and the paper construct shot forward with terrifying speed, intent on crushing everything in its path. The creature swelled instantly, revealing its horrifying form, a giant skull connected to a long body covered in countless strange legs, known as the white bone paper beast. But the moment it reached its target, the attack was completely halted, unable to advance even half a step. Jiang Shen stood still, casually clapping as if watching a show, mocking that the monster was nothing special, while the shadow itself had already transformed into a combat entity, blocking it. Realizing the attack failed, Kong Wuliang immediately shifted to her ultimate technique, forming seals and gathering dark energy in her palm. The white bone paper beast then self-destructed, triggering a devastating explosion that shook the entire area and tore through space itself. As the smoke cleared, Kong Wuliang looked down at the ruined battlefield with confidence, certain her enemy had been erased. But right behind her, Jiang Shen stood completely unharmed, calmly mocking her assumption. Shocked, Kong Wuliang spun around and staggered back, unable to believe he was standing directly behind her. Jiang Shen continued taunting her, his words sharp and cutting, pushing her into a defensive rage as the tension escalated. Furious beyond reason, Kong Wuliang clenched her paper talismans and swore she would make him pay for his arrogance. She immediately activated a secret art, reshaping paper fragments into a sword's structure, wrapped in sinister energy. From hilt to blade, the weapon was formed entirely of cursed paper, radiating heavy dark energy that seemed to devour space itself. The two parts fused completely, forming a massive paper divine sword, overflowing with demonic power and killing intent. Jiang Shen floated mid-air while Kong Wuliang roared her incantation, darkening the sky as countless vengeful souls flooded the battlefield like hell opening. The atmosphere twisted like a nightmare, endless spirits screaming as they were forced into the giant sword, making it swell with chaotic evil power. Faced with this hellish scene, Jiang Shen remained calm, even intrigued, gathering power in his hand and staring at the incoming blade like it was an entertaining game. From his released energy, an ancient lightning artifact exploded into existence, crackling with thunder that scattered the spirits and made Kong Wuliang hesitate for the first time. Without giving her a chance to react, Jiang Shen swung the artifact down, unleashing a deafening strike and a contemptuous remark meant to crush everything. The heaven-like blow slammed directly into Kong Wuliang, detonating the ground behind her as her body was forced down without any chance to resist. The protective paper layers around her were shattered, her body convulsing violently as her eyes rolled back in unbearable pain and shock. Kong Wuliang collapsed into the ruins, her body breaking apart as paper and chaotic energy scattered everywhere, while Jiang Shen only sighed as if still unsatisfied. The battle ended in an instant, Jiang Shen standing alone as an overwhelming suppressive force across the battlefield. Above, the strange bird continued silently observing everything, confirming Jiang Shen had noticed its presence. Annoyed by being watched, he struck a massive stone with his artifact, as a warning, a clear threat to drive the observer away. His shout echoed through the space, and the scene abruptly shifted into a deserted forest, silent and filled with eerie darkness. In the forest, another bird landed in front of Liu Muxiang and urgently reported that Kong Wuliang had been attacked, demanding an immediate return. Hearing this, Liu Muxiang's expression darkened instantly, and he questioned why they had to rush back so suddenly. At the same time, in another direction, Jiang Shen stood facing Madame Yu, still holding his artifact, while she calmly said everything had already begun. Jiang Shen looked at the old woman with a provocative tone, acting as if he could finish her off with a single move. Madame Yu remained calm instead, smiling mysteriously, her strange red eyes locked onto him without a trace of fear. At that moment, Jiang Shen noticed a strange green insect crawling on his shoulder, causing his expression to change, while Madame Yu showed clear satisfaction as her plan succeeded. The creature dug its sharp legs into his flesh, sending waves of pain through him, while Madame Yu coldly declared she had sealed his weapon. He quickly shook the insect off, but the motion loosened his grip, and his strongest artifact slipped away in that brief opening. Seizing the chance, Madame Wu unleashed a pair of poison-laden palms in a direct strike toward Jiang Shen with eerie power. The toxic force erupted, corroding his body, his breathing turned chaotic, and the poison spread rapidly through his meridians. Madame Yu showed a triumphant smile, certain that her carefully prepared trap had finally worked. With the situation locked down, she pressed in, her ghostly claws gripping his chest and detonating dark energy that made him scream in agony. From the impact point, dark purple veins spread like webs, corroding his flesh as his eyes began to cloud and his breathing weakened. Overwhelmed by poison, Jiang Shen lost control and rushed at her in a berserk state, his body twisted and violent. He extended a grotesque tongue-like limb, grabbing Madame U's head, causing her to panic as she realized things had gone beyond expectations. Amid the chaos, Jiang Shen continued his strange behavior, restraining her while speaking coldly, as if using her as a temporary cure tool. Madame Wu screamed and cursed while resisting, but every attempt was suppressed, as Jiang Shen mocked her further, deepening the humiliation. Unable to endure it, Madame Wu unleashed a full-force strike, knocking him back and ordering him to disappear from her sight. Though sent flying, Jiang Shen was not heavily injured and noticed the poison in his body had actually weakened after the counterattack. As Madame Wu tried to stabilize herself, Jiang Shen continued provoking her, deliberately testing her reactions again. Suddenly, Madame U's gaze shifted sharply as she warned of another presence behind the battlefield. Jiang Shen turned in shock and realized a tall, muscular man had already appeared behind him unnoticed. Without hesitation, the man attacked at extreme speed, his arms striking like twin blades. Jiang Shen reacted in time, jumping back, narrowly dodging the fatal blow, but still felt the killing intent brush past him. Although he avoided the strike, his shoulder sleeve was completely torn, making the situation even more tense. Liu Muxiang grabbed the torn cloth, smiled with scheming intent, and mocked as if he now held the upper hand. He then shoved the cloth into his mouth and swallowed it with a disturbing laugh, turning the atmosphere icy cold. Immediately after, his body mutated grotesquely, and a sharp weapon burst out from his throat, along with a painful roar. Without hesitation, he launched the mutated spear toward Jiang Shen at lightning speed, carrying a fatal killing intent. The attack pierced straight through Jiang Shen's body, freezing him in unbearable pain as blood spilled and his body trembled. The spear remained embedded, fully suppressing him, as waves of pain spread through his entire body. After a closer look, Jiang Shen realized the spear attack was entirely fake and had never actually touched his body at all. The illusion ended, and he calmly revealed a satisfied smile for having seen through it. The shocking reversal threw Liu Muxiang into panic, his face distorted in disbelief as he struggled to speak, unable to accept what had just happened. Jiang Shen calmly lifted his clothes, revealing the Ru Lingji inside, stretching and clinging to his body like a living armor. He mocked his opponent, saying that while they were busy with dirty tricks, this thing had already crawled onto him long ago to protect him. After speaking, he casually tossed a small object toward his opponent and told him to catch it. Liu Muxiang was still shaken from the earlier shock and reacted in panic, barely able to control his movements. What he caught was not a weapon, but a strange card. On it were Jiang Shen's personal details, including name, gender, birth date, and even a portrait photo, leaving him completely stunned and confused. Seeing that blank expression, Jiang Shen laughed as if watching a joke and slowly explained that it was just his identity card. His tone only made the situation more bewildering. He continued speaking in a highly arrogant manner, even patting his chest provocatively, clearly trying to provoke Liu Muxiang into going all out without holding back. Hit exactly where it hurt, Liu Muxiang lost control and bit down on the card as if trying to crush it. He roared with killing intent as something dangerous began emerging from behind him. The box behind his back suddenly opened, revealing a strange wooden head-like object. At the same time, he began chanting, while locking onto the information on the card to perform a soul-draining curse. Liu Muxiang pulled the wooden puppet out completely, forming seals rapidly as thick dark energy exploded across the space. Each chant felt like it was draining away someone's lifespan. Looking closely, it was a giant wooden puppet, not a living being. He pressed into its empty eyes, causing them to glow a sinister red as it activated, and he ordered it to kill the target. Jiang Shen was instantly dragged into a heavily suppressed state. His eyes flashed orange as dark energy wrapped around him, forcing him to resist an invisible crushing force. His vision began to distort, as if reality itself was breaking. For a moment, he even thought something was wrong with his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. But when his sight stabilized, he realized he had been pulled into a completely different space. Everything around him was distorted and soaked in a gloomy, unnatural atmosphere. Standing there, he looked down and saw the ground forming a giant skull shape. The chilling pressure made him immediately enter a high-alert state. At that moment, black smoke gathered in the air and formed Liu Muxiang's face. He appeared as if he controlled everything, his voice echoing with mockery. He declared this was a spiritual world under his control. As he finished speaking, the ground trembled and massive stone arms rose up, preparing to crush Jiang Shen. Trapped in this rocky domain, Jiang Shen was pushed into a corner as countless stone arms locked onto him. He could only let out an irritated shout from the sudden pressure. The stone seal tightened further, making him break into a cold sweat as if he had just been dragged out of water. The sense of death closing in made him curse inwardly. His lower body was nearly completely buried in the hardened stone. Every movement became difficult, forcing him to struggle while panic crept into his voice. Just as he was about to be fully sealed, he desperately shouted for help. At that moment, strange orange light rings suddenly appeared in the air, spinning violently as if awakened. The light rings expanded continuously, spreading across the space and leaving Liu Muxiang frozen in confusion. When the rings touched the illusionary face of Liu Muxiang in the sky, a massive explosion of energy erupted, shattering his dark visage as screams tore through the space. That counterattack pulled Jiang Shen out of the spiritual prison and returned him to reality. He landed lightly on the ground while Liu Muxiang outside clutched his head in agonizing backlash. The mental pain drove him completely out of control as he rolled on the ground like a madman, his distorted face covered in tears and mucus, losing all traces of dignity. From the scene, only conclusion is, the soul has been shattered by a backlash, beyond any chance of recovery. Wu stepped closer and saw her ally lying on the ground. She froze for a moment, but Jiang Chen was still standing unharmed, and her unease instantly surged. The situation was far beyond her expectations. Without giving her time to react, Jiang Chen struck first. A lightning-fast punch went straight for her face, a cold, mocking smile on his lips. After the hit, he raised his hand, showing a crushed mosquito corpse, and held it out in front of her like he was taunting her. His tone sounded polite, but full of sarcasm. Wu clutched her face in pain. Her fury exploded, and the aura around her turned chaotic. She gritted her teeth and roared, unable to accept such humiliation. But then she suddenly knelt down, slamming both hands onto the ground, and chanting a heavy, sinister curse. Something terrifying was being summoned. From beneath the earth, a gigantic worm-like creature erupted. Its endless body shook the space around it. Even Jiang Chen had to look up in shock at its absurd size. Standing on the exposed body of the beast, Wu laughed confidently and said this was only a small part of it. Her words carried the arrogance of someone in full control. The ground suddenly exploded in waves of shock, the massive creature fully awakened. Jiang Chen jumped high to avoid a devastating sweep from below. The true form revealed itself as a giant mantis-like monster, its savage aura covering the entire area. Wu stood on its head, ordering it to activate its power in a frenzy. Under the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Chen frowned as he felt the weight crushing his body. He let out a cold snort, clearly annoyed by this pointless contest of size and strength. Despite the pressure, Jiang Chen still stood firm. He mocked them directly, saying such tricks meant nothing. He activated his nature-sovereign ability and summoned a massive green giant to fight back. But before it could even stabilize, the mantis pierced the green giant's neck in a single lethal strike, shaking its entire energy structure. Jiang Chen was blasted backward, slamming into the ground in rage and frustration. Refusing to lose momentum, Jiang Chen changed tactics. He pulled out his demon-slaying axe and charged down from above with full force. The strike hit like a falling meteor, but the mantis reacted impossibly fast. It crossed its blade arms like steel clamps to block the attack. The collision released a violent shockwave, with sparks of energy exploding everywhere like a miniature blast. It then followed up with a lightning-fast kick, sending both Jiang Chen and his axe flying backward. The attack barely left a scratch on its steel-hard armor. Jiang Chen realized the creature was not so easy to deal with. Its armor was too thick, reducing most damage to nothing. He clicked his tongue in frustration. The mantis continued its relentless assault, each strike capable of crushing the surrounding space. Jiang Chen was forced into full defense under complete pressure. After a brutal exchange, he was pushed back toward a stone monument linked to the boy's soul. Jiang Chen hesitated, worried the shockwaves might harm it. At that moment, the boy's soul called out from a nearby branch, saying he was still safe and unaffected by the battle. His soft voice eased the tension slightly. Knowing the boy was fine, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief and refocused on the fight. But the moment he relaxed, he was struck by his opponent. The sudden hit sent him flying. Wu laughed loudly, mocking his fatal lapse in attention. In battle, distraction only brings disaster. With sharp reflexes, Jiang Chen managed to twist his body and narrowly dodge the next follow-up attack from the mantis. Realizing he could not drag this out any longer, he decided to bring out the Ru-Ling-Ji, preparing to make a decisive move. As soon as it appeared, the Ru-Ling-Ji looked unhappy, complaining about being summoned without a clear purpose. Jiang Chen immediately tried to negotiate with it, to cooperate. He leaned in and whispered a bold plan, making Ru-Ling-Ji flinch in shock, unable to believe such a reckless idea. After hearing it, Ru-Ling-Ji strongly objected, saying the plan was suicidal. Jiang Chen stayed calm and insisted it would strike the enemy from the inside. To convince it, he offered a 42% soul energy share after success. Tempted by the reward, Ru-Ling-Ji reluctantly agreed to cooperate. Meanwhile, the mantis beast roared ferociously, its jaws like blades flashing. Wu coldly declared that neither of them would leave alive. As the monster opened its mouth to strike, Jiang Chen immediately threw Ru-Ling-Ji straight inside, entrusting the entire plan to it at the critical moment. Wu instantly saw through it and sneered, claiming it was useless since both the internal organs and outer shell were equally indestructible. She then ordered the mantis to charge straight at Jiang Chen, aiming to crush and devour him on the spot. Pinned down, Jiang Chen barely blocked the giant blades with both hands, but the pressure overwhelmed him as sweat poured out and his strength drained rapidly. Just when he seemed about to collapse, he suddenly laughed and asked a strange question about the natural predator of mantises. The old woman confidently replied that at the same level, mantises had no natural enemy and stood at the top of the food chain. Hearing such arrogance, Jiang Chen mocked her knowledge while still holding the attack, then gave Ru-Ling-Ji the final command. Receiving the signal, Ru-Ling-Ji erupted in power and drilled through the mantis head, causing a massive shock that stunned Wu in disbelief. Contrary to her claim, the mantis armor was torn open effortlessly from within, completely unable to defend against the internal assault. After bursting out, Ru-Ling-Ji complained that it had been forced into an unsuitable combat form. It continued rampaging inside the creature, shredding internal structures at extreme speed before any resistance could react. Jiang Chen guided it like a living drill, destroying the mantis from within, as grotesque masses of flesh spilled out. Unable to withstand the internal destruction, the mantis finally collapsed, its massive body crashing to the ground and dragging Wu down with it. Wu was in shock, unable to understand how something meant to be digested could instead destroy her beast from inside. Jiang Chen recalled Ru-Ling-Ji and coldly explained that he had coated it with special energy to resist digestive fluids from the start. The giant mantis was fully defeated, its body slamming into the ground with a heavy impact, while Wu barely landed but was left in a weakened state. Losing her trump card, Wu went into a rage, grinding her teeth as her entire plan fell apart. Refusing to accept defeat, she dipped her hand in the mantis' blood and prepared a more dangerous, forbidden technique. After applying the blood to her eyes, they turned blood red, and her aura twisted into something unstable and demonic. She roared and prepared a final desperate attack, but in that instant, Jiang Chen rushed in and delivered a decisive slash. He struck without hesitation, aiming to finish her completely and prevent any further variables from emerging. But just as it seemed over, another figure suddenly appeared and kicked Jiang Chen away, sending blood spilling from his mouth. After the ambush, the attacker retreated smugly, admitting he had been waiting for this exact moment. He hung upside down in the air like a bat and mocked them, saying the destroyed monster was only in its initial stage and not its true form. His warning proved true as Wu, though struck down, still spoke in a sinister voice, showing she had not been fully eliminated. From the destroyed body, a mass of purple slime began to rise, radiating an overwhelming evil aura as something else awakened. The grotesque slime entity fully emerged, facing Jiang Chen with a challenging presence as a new deadly phase of battle began. Before it could end, Wu snarled that Jiang Chen had no way out. Qiu Jia also backed her up, urging an immediate kill before he could become a future threat. Elder Liu Tianmu, thought to be dead, was still barely alive. His body was tortured beyond recognition as he coughed blood and begged to be killed to escape the pain. Backed into a corner, Jiang Chen clenched the card in his hand and realized there was only one option left: demon transformation. He activated the Fox Spirit Jade's forbidden art. A massive fox phantom appeared behind him and began merging into his body. The transformation accelerated. White fox ears slowly grew from the top of his head. Then a layer of white fur spread across half his face, drastically changing his appearance. His fingernails also twisted into sharp beast claws like blades. In moments, Jiang Chen entered a half-human, half-demon form, his aura turning far more lethal and oppressive. To boost his power further, he summoned Ru Lingji and triggered its enhanced demonized state. Within breaths, it transformed into a uniquely shaped sword and fused with Jiang Chen's energy. Without hesitation, he gripped the new weapon and prepared to cut down everything in sight. While Jiang Chen was ready for battle, Liu Tianmu still rolled on the ground in agony, screaming for death he could not get. The pain exceeded his limits, driving him into despair as he mutilated himself, begging for release. Jiang Chen swung his blade and unleashed a massive sword aura at the two demons. They reacted instantly and dodged instead of blocking. The strike cleaved through distant mountains, shaking the entire battlefield with overwhelming force. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the explosive power of Ru Lingji's sword form, far beyond his expectations. The two demons seized the moment and rushed in together, aiming to finish him at close range. Jiang Chen tightened his grip, eyes turning cold as he focused completely on the life-or-death battle. From previous fights, he understood Qiu Jia's tricks, especially his grotesque transformation abilities. The demonized old woman's form also had insane vitality and armor, nearly immune to most attacks. Realizing the disadvantage, Jiang Chen understood this would become a brutal war of attrition. He made his decision and poured all his strength into the sword, preparing a full-power finishing strike. Countless sword shadows erupted like a storm, covering the entire battlefield. The demon roared in pain under repeated hits, but still failed to be fully pierced due to its thick defenses. Qiu Jia also struggled, cursing Jiang Chen's reckless fighting style as the attacks closed in. To break free, both demons took to the air, choosing to close distance and force a decisive clash. They ignored incoming sword wounds, determined to reach Jiang Chen no matter the cost. Amid the storm of slashes, their screams echoed in agony while Qiu Jia lost control, feeling death closing in with every step. Just when they thought they still had control, Qiu Jia's monstrous arm fully revealed itself mid-air. But the closer they got, the heavier the sword pressure became. In an instant, his reaching hand had several fingers severed, blood spraying everywhere. The situation collapsed completely. A maelstrom of sword energy tore through them, shredding limbs and bodies beyond recognition. The ground beneath cracked apart from the shockwaves, turning the battlefield into a field of ruin and scattered flesh. After Ru Lingji's enhancement, everything was wiped out too quickly. The system confirmed both enemies were eliminated, granting 200,000 ghost energy in total. As things settled, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, feeling the pressure in his body finally ease. His demon transformation gradually receded, and the harvested ghost energy left him satisfied with the outcome. His gaze then fell on a child spirit hiding behind a large rock, watching the entire battle in fear. Seeing the faint spark of humanity in the young spirit, Jiang Chen decided to keep him and guide him instead of letting him drift aimlessly. He chose to take the boy to the underworld, and the scene shifted to a branch office of the Nether Realm, deep inside a deserted forest. Upon arrival, Jiang Chen saw a drunk underworld envoy sitting on the ground, hugging a wine jar and looking completely out of it. The envoy immediately blocked their path. The boy panicked and hid behind Jiang Chen. Slurring his words, the envoy demanded who allowed them to enter this place. Jiang Chen frowned and snapped back, saying this place used to be open, but now some drunk guard was causing trouble. The envoy ignored him completely, focused only on stopping the boy from passing through. He pointed the wine jar at the boy, eyeing him as if interrogating a suspect. The boy trembled in fear and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Shaking, he said his name was Xiao Hai, and that his boss brought him here, and this place would accept him. Jiang Chen placed a hand on the boy's head to calm him, while the envoy suddenly grew interested. The envoy suggested the boy could stay as a guard. Jiang Chen found it acceptable and encouraged him. Encouraged, Xiao Hai excitedly nodded, clearly hopeful about a new purpose. The envoy laughed, placed a hat on the boy's head, and left them to talk while Jiang Chen went off to handle other matters. Deep inside, the underworld bureau chief floated in mid-air while his subordinates gathered to discuss an urgent issue. He suddenly erupted in anger, his voice freezing everyone below. He was furious that the Dark Nether was targeting Jiangbei and may have already infiltrated spies, while they were completely blind. The subordinates hurried to explain, citing manpower shortages and other missions in the Tang sect, causing chaos. The chief sighed, then turned to an expert on the Dark Nether organization, asking how to handle the situation. The expert crossed his arms and said the so-called sect leaders were just scattered pieces, and they could be cleaned up once they revealed themselves. But mid-sentence, his face turned pale. Cold sweat appeared as he warned that some members in Chu Jia's group were extremely unpredictable and dangerous. At that moment, Jiang Chen casually walked in, with his hands in his pockets, looking like he was just taking a stroll, smirking when he heard a familiar name. When he mentioned Chu Jia directly, everyone turned sharply. The chief's eyes lit up, sensing a possible key to solving the crisis. Jiang Chen calmly listed the origins and factions of Chu Jia's group, shocking and alerting everyone in the room. The expert, stunned by his detailed knowledge of the Dark Nether, immediately questioned where he got such information. Jiang Chen confidently said he had direct encounters with them and had fought them personally, so he knew their tricks well. Still doubtful, the expert pressed him to reveal Chu Jia's current location. Jiang Chen laughed and showed evidence on his phone, casually stating they had already been wiped out. After briefing them on the Dark Nether situation, he casually brought up his contribution and asked for a proper reward. The chief laughed and immediately granted him 80 contribution points as an official reward. Hearing the number, Jiang Chen was thrilled, almost overwhelmed with excitement. In the middle of his joy, he suddenly remembered someone who always got jealous in situations like this, but was strangely absent. The chief's expression darkened when Duan Chang was mentioned, and he revealed that Duan Chang had lost contact while pursuing Han Ba, with his whereabouts unknown. Old memories surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind, recalling a fateful call during a life-or-death battle, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Even though their relationship was not good, the news of Li Yang going missing still made Jiang Chen frown. He quickly asked for the exact location and learned it was linked to the old hospital area. He dug through his memories, clearly recalling the last call when Li Yang was cornered by Han Ba during a brutal battle. Thinking of that familiar hospital full of past incidents, Jiang Chen grew silent. A dangerous curse he once carried flashed in his mind, and he felt its activation drawing near. With all clues pointing to Team Captain Yang, Jiang Chen immediately left and rushed toward the hospital, aiming to find him and deal with the curse on his body at the same time. While waiting, he sat still on the sofa, but unease rose as the strange markings on his neck began burning and trembling, as if about to explode. He touched the seal on his neck and realized the remaining time was shrinking fast. Less than 10 minutes were left before everything went out of control. To stay prepared before entering the cursed hospital, he activated the system and demanded 2 level 3 demonization cards for emergency use. The system even mocked him for acting like he was rushing to reincarnation, but Jiang Chen ignored it and kept pressing for the draw. Forced by urgency, the system produced a level 3 card covered in grotesque eyes, radiating a sinister aura. A second card followed, this one far more powerful, with a solid combat form and overwhelming pressure. After drawing the cards, Jiang Chen felt the danger closing in even more, as if the boundary between life and death was already collapsing. Sweat poured down as the seal on his neck lit up. Ghost energy erupted like golden flames, triggering a countdown. The numbers flashed rapidly, 32 with almost no delay, compressing time into a terrifying blur. In an instant it reached 1, then vanished. His body was engulfed in burning pain as he screamed in agony. His consciousness was pulled into a strange illusion. Space twisted violently, leaving him completely disoriented. When everything stabilized, Jiang Chen found himself as patient number 18, bound tightly to a hospital bed, unable to move even a finger. In his blurry vision, a giant red number 7 appeared, making him suspect he had been brought to hospital number 7. A female nurse appeared, beautiful yet cold, holding a syringe as she approached, while muttering to herself. Even in confusion, Jiang Chen insisted he was not an ordinary patient, but she treated it as delusion. He kept arguing that he was a true cultivator, not a mentally ill person. The nurse sighed, increased the dosage, and decided to sedate him quickly, believing he was beyond stable condition. As the needle approached, Jiang Chen struggled violently, convinced this was a trap set by evil forces. Even after being injected in the neck, he kept resisting and muttering defiant words. The drug spread through his body. His vision blurred as consciousness sank, while doubts about his identity lingered. In the end, his eyelids grew heavy. His awareness faded, leaving only a faint thought, questioning whether everything was real or illusion. Floating in sedation, he wondered if it was all a distorted dream. At that moment, a bald patient appeared beside him and whispered chillingly, "Sleep well." The man grabbed his collar, stared at the number 18, and asked if he was the new patient. Half conscious, Jiang Chen weakly looked up and called him number 10. The man froze, confused, even though the number 10 was clearly on his forehead, and asked how Jiang Chen knew. He quickly dismissed it, leaned closer, and whispered as if revealing a deadly secret, telling Jiang Chen to keep it absolutely silent. What he revealed confirmed that demons truly exist in this world, leaving Jiang Chen completely confused and unable to believe it. Half conscious and half dazed, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and suspected this place might just be a disguised mental asylum, and that the others were patients like him. The number 10 guy instantly went mad, his ferocious face pressing closer, as he yelled that this was not a joke, and demons were real inside this hospital. Hearing that firm tone, Jiang Chen snapped out of his drugged state, his eyes sharpening as he quickly asked where he could verify the existence of demons. But the guy suddenly sneered cunningly, jumped off the bed, and refused to say anything, making the atmosphere even more tense. Jiang Chen helplessly shouted for a nurse, claiming the No 10 patient was having another psychotic episode. Hearing that, the number 10 guy's expression changed instantly, his eyes widening with an eerie and terrifying aura. He roared at Jiang Chen, insisting there were no nurses here at all, only patients and doctors, with no exceptions. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the female nurse who had injected him earlier, and the contradictions made him even more suspicious. Realizing the value of this information, Jiang Chen proposed a deal, suggesting they cooperate to uncover the truth about this hospital. He looked down at the restraints on his body and made a condition. If the guy helped untie him, he would prove that nurses really existed here. The number 10 guy immediately refused, saying that if he was caught untying him, he would be punished and lose dinner tonight. Jiang Chen did not give up and tempted him with his entire dinner ration in exchange for help. In the end, he was convinced, secretly untied Jiang Chen, but warned that anyone who left the ward would hardly make it back alive. Even after hearing the warning, Jiang Chen ignored it and forced himself off the bed, determined to verify the truth with his own eyes. In the dim corridor, he encountered another female patient, moving slowly in a dazed state. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked up and placed his hand on her shoulder to ask for directions. The system instantly activated, labeling it as a flirtatious shoulder touch, and rewarding him with 800 ghost energy points. Jiang Chen froze for a few seconds after reading it, his expression stiff and unable to understand what just happened. The system even mocked his reaction, making the situation even more bizarre in the hospital corridor. Hearing the teasing voice, Jiang Chen slowly curled his lips into a cold, calculating smile. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, violently tearing off her outer clothes, his eyes filled with twisted excitement as he looked down on everything like it was a world of madmen. Jiang Chen laughed while speaking provocatively, his tone arrogant, even reminding her to get ointment for swelling later at the hospital. The girl shoved him hard, forcing him back, while screaming in rage for him to get out of her sight immediately. Even after being yelled at, he still wore that strange, joyful expression, feeling strangely satisfied, as if floating in a pink dream world. Before that joy could last, a brutal kick landed directly in a critical spot, making Jiang Chen scream in shock from the overwhelming pain. Immediately after, she pulled out a sharp weapon and coldly warned that if he tried again, the consequences would be far worse than before. While dodging a sudden slash, Jiang Chen still managed to shout in shock, "Ruyi Lingji," but another stab pierced his body, instantly numbing him and locking his movements. When the weapon was pulled out, Jiang Chen slowly regained consciousness, his anger surging as he realized the Ruyi Lingji had been taken. The girl went completely berserk, rushing in again, and screaming that she would blind him first before anything else. Facing the incoming killing intent, Jiang Chen could not move at all, and realized his body might have been affected earlier by something unknown. As the blade came within inches of his eyes, the feeling of death pressure made Jiang Chen hesitate for the first time, even questioning whether he would die here. The shining weapon in her hand looked terrifying, as if it was swallowing his entire field of vision. Just as the situation reached its breaking point, the girl suddenly showed signs of hesitation, while a strange voice echoed in the space, urging her to retreat due to the enemy being too strong. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen did not take the chance to strike. Instead, he laughed and realized the thing secretly protecting him was a guardian shadow. He immediately grabbed a nearby object, his confidence returning, as if victory was already in his hands. Jiang Chen declared firmly that if his assumption was correct, there was no reason to retreat, and his eyes turned dangerously sharp. Seeing his shift in attitude, the girl panicked and quickly softened her tone, asking to stop and negotiate properly. Before she could finish, a heavy impact knocked her out, leaving her dizzy, and she was immediately restrained and forced back onto the bed. Bound tightly, she struggled violently and screamed in frustration, but she could not break free. Seeing Jiang Chen calmly fixing his clothes, she panicked and asked tremblingly what he was planning to do. Jiang Chen lowered his voice, his eyes dark and unpredictable, saying her yin energy was too heavy, and he would help balance it with yang energy. Jiang Chen blocked her path again, with shameless confidence, making her scream at him to get lost. He ignored her reaction and demanded answers first, while she angrily told him to fix his torn clothes before talking. Jiang Chen remained cold and unmoved, pressing her for information and asking how long she had been imprisoned here. The patient admitted she had been here for a very long time, long enough to witness everything, even being tortured and having her hair shaved on the first day. Jiang Chen pressed further, asking if she knew any way to escape this place, and she confirmed that she did. She explained the survival rules, where killing the person above your rank allows you to replace them, and reaching rank 1 grants access to a special zone for release procedures. She became more emotional, claiming the mastermind was a mad doctor who pushed patients to the edge until they lost control. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly pieced everything together and realized this place might be turning patients into distorted, inhuman beings. He left his spot, straightened his clothes, and asked where the medical records were kept, and she pointed to a room deep at the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen walked straight in the indicated direction until an abandoned examination room appeared before him. Inside, he began searching through documents and quickly found they were all inpatient case files. His eyes lit up with interest as he continued digging deeper, as if trying to uncover every secret hidden here. Soon after, he discovered strange items, including a skull and nails, stained with suspicious marks. He also found a hammer among the clutter, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen kept searching, while the patient lay still on the bed, too afraid to move. At that moment, a nurse approached, and the patient immediately fell into extreme panic. The nurse held a syringe, her eyes filled with calculation, thinking that eliminating the target would help her rise in rank. Just as she was about to strike, an unexpected interruption cut everything off. Jiang Chen suddenly emerged from under the nurse's skirt, smiling mockingly and repeating his earlier words as provocation. The nurse exploded in rage and shouted his number in fury. She snapped her legs shut, trapping Jiang Chen and causing him severe pain as she moved to punish him. The nurse laughed coldly and threatened to crush him if he tried that again. Jiang Chen was suffocating in pain, his face twisted as he demanded her to stop. But in that instant, he still managed to launch a lightning-fast counterattack. The nurse held a sharp knife while Jiang Chen smirked and mocked her, saying even beings like her still had human instincts. The female ghost immediately retaliated, firing a toxic injection into the air, making the surroundings extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen moved at extreme speed, dodging easily and laughing that such an attack could never touch him, but before he could finish, A massive explosion echoed through the area, shaking everything and freezing him in place for a moment. He immediately jumped back to avoid the shockwave, grimacing and complaining that this place did not even have basic safety measures. A nearby patient was swept into the chaos, screaming in panic as if no one here cared about her survival. Jiang Chen moved through the thick smoke, his body flickering like a shadow as he escaped the blast radius. A skull suddenly appeared in his hand, and he used it to absorb all the poison the female ghost had just released, turning the situation in his favor. He then hurled the skull at his opponent while shouting provocatively, as if throwing a heavy artillery weapon. The female ghost caught it mid-air, only to realize it was just a skull from the clinic, her expression instantly shifting. In the next moment, the skull suddenly triggered its internal mechanism. A violent explosion erupted, and nails inside pierced her body densely, making her scream in agony. Jiang Chen did not miss the chance, stepping forward with a hammer in hand, looking at the scene with bored disgust. His eyes turned cold and sharp as a twisted smile appeared, saying he would help drive the nails deeper into her body. A system notification confirmed the female ghost had been eliminated, and bonus ghost energy was awarded. Jiang Chen felt somewhat satisfied, but judged that the opponent was weak, and stronger enemies would be harder for his current body. He moved toward another target within sight, his gaze unreadable. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swung his hammer down on another hiding female ghost, then coldly asked what she was thinking trying to ambush him. His killing intent surged, and he demanded a reason good enough to spare her life. The female ghost, drenched in blood, trembled as she revealed she held information on all patients in this area. Jiang Chen pressed the hammer down harder, questioning whether he looked like someone who cared about useless information like that. In pain, she quickly added that there were many secrets beyond medical records, things extremely useful that were never documented. Hearing that, Jiang Chen's killing intent eased slightly, and he decided to keep her alive for cooperation. He glanced at her nurse uniform and commented it did not fit well, but could still be used for now. At that moment, several unstable figures appeared ahead, making him immediately stop and become alert. The female ghost with him quickly warned that those beings were extremely dangerous and not to be underestimated. A female undead explained patient number 13, who suffered from a bizarre delusion about a child inside her body and became violent when encountering others. Another undead was mentioned as having multiple personalities, with two identities constantly in conflict and extremely unstable. The female ghost urged Jiang Chen again not to ignore the warning and to take the situation seriously, but he completely ignored her and walked straight toward patient number 13, who was muttering in front of a mirror. Patient no 13 spoke to her reflection, trapped in an illusion that her child still existed inside her. Jiang Chen stood beside her and coldly mocked that what she was looking for had long since disappeared. Hearing the mention of her child, she panicked instantly and questioned him in a losing control state. Jiang Chen pointed at another patient and fabricated a lie to mislead her. As soon as he finished speaking, patient number 13 panicked and staggered back in fear, unable to respond. Jiang Chen immediately switched to a trustworthy doctor persona, smiling calmly and saying he was sent for a simple minor procedure to remove what was inside her body. Patient no 13 hesitated and asked if it would really be done here and whether there were any risks. Seeing her wavering, Jiang Chen confidently patted his chest and claimed he was an expert, with nearly zero success rate but guaranteed no pain. Hearing this, patient number 13 briefly relaxed, looking hopeful and nodding in trust. But in the next moment, she erupted in killing intent, charging at Jiang Chen and screaming that he was blatantly lying, saying a zero success rate meant certain death. Patient no 10 quickly dodged and shouted at Jiang Chen for deliberately provoking the most dangerous point. Jiang Chen agilely evaded the attack, laughing awkwardly, and saying he did not expect such a strong reaction, and thought she would cooperate obediently. Patient number 13's rage fully exploded as she unleashed continuous attacks, shaking the surroundings and shattering walls. Jiang Chen kept moving non-stop, dodging rhythmically, but the pressure kept stacking higher. However, cracks started to appear in his evasion, and the situation was no longer as easy as before. Realizing he could not stay passive, Jiang Chen immediately called out to his shadow and quickly discussed a new plan. The shadow responded, confirming that its power grew stronger in deeper darkness, opening a new path forward. Jiang Chen instantly formed a strategy, accelerating forward while ordering the shadow to coordinate under his command. He approached patient number 13, who was still roaring threats with a mouth full of blood. At the perfect timing, Jiang Chen activated the plan with the shadow and ordered a synchronized strike. The shadow shot out like a black arrow, drilling straight into her mouth in an unavoidable attack. It rapidly pierced through her throat and slid deep into patient number 13's body. The intrusion caused her body to swell violently, convulsing as if it was about to explode. Moments later, a massive internal blast erupted, tearing patient number 13 apart completely until nothing remained intact. The system confirmed the successful elimination of a high-level demon entity and granted a large amount of ghost energy points. The remains scattered on the ground, leaving only fragments, while Jiangjin in the shadow briefly returned to a neutral state. He quickly shifted his attention to another figure, curled up on the floor, trembling in fear. Jiang Chen scanned him and immediately sensed something was off, realizing he was not as simple as he looked. A strange green aura began spreading from the man's body, making Jiang Chen hesitate and temporarily avoid engaging. He decided to ignore this target for now and called patient number 10 to prepare for retreat. But just as they were about to leave, a furious shout suddenly echoed from behind. The man on the ground suddenly stood up, locking his empty eyes onto Jiang Chen and demanding answers about the man connected to his wife. He roared fiercely, but his voice suddenly shifted into a soft female tone, crying and pleading that she had done nothing wrong. Jiang Chen recognized the split personality disorder and stepped closer, mocking that it was clearly intentional seduction, not innocence. His words triggered the male personality, who roared in rage, claiming he had been betrayed and everything was filthy deception. Immediately after, the female personality cut in, denying everything and insisting it was a false accusation meant to divide them. Rage exploded as the man charged at Jiang Chen, screaming that he would tear him apart on the spot. The attack came fiercely, but Jiang Chen still managed to dodge at the last second. However, in the next exchange, his movements slowed and he exposed an opening, getting hit head-on. The impact sent Jiang Chen crashing down, putting him in a fully passive state, as if he was about to be finished. The opponent's killing intent surged even higher, preparing a final strike. But suddenly, the opponent's body tore apart violently, as if two consciousnesses were ripping free from one vessel. One personality laughed in excitement, believing it had just gained the chance to evolve further. But after checking, no change occurred, sending it into confusion. It then realized the body had been split long ago, with each half hosting a different personality. The other personality mocked it, saying the previous attack was not even close to finishing it off. In the chaos, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind it, leaning in and delivering a provocative tease toward the female personality. He grabbed her tightly and continued speaking in an ambiguous tone, treating the entire situation like a game. The system immediately issued a warning-like notification, while also granting a large amount of ghost energy points. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up clearly, satisfied with the energy gained. He moved even closer and whispered more bold, teasing words, making the situation increasingly unpredictable. The female personality's body suddenly glowed intensely, as if undergoing an unstable energy transformation. Taking advantage of the chaos, the entity attempted to escape, but Jiang Chen simply watched calmly. He did not chase it immediately, and instead warned that the matter was not over yet. A second Jiang Chen clone suddenly appeared to block the escape route, causing immediate panic. The clone rushed in to restrain it, forcing it down and demanding all of its ghost energy be surrendered. The energy inside the man began to drain away, glowing brightly before rapidly weakening. In an instant, all vitality was sucked out, leaving behind only a hollow, dried corpse. The system confirmed the elimination of a special entity and awarded a massive amount of ghost energy. Jiang Chen looked at the result with a satisfied smile, clearly feeling this place was an ideal resource farm. Patient No 10 stood behind him, her eyes filled with doubt after witnessing his power and cruelty. Noticing her frozen reaction, Jiang Chen called out briefly and urged her to move, and she hurried after him in confusion. She replied softly, and as they exited the underground passage, they immediately encountered a group of deformed patients waiting ahead, the air heavy with killing intent. The moment Jiang Chen appeared in the corridor, the group's instincts activated, their eyes lit up, and they all charged forward, shouting that this area was not for anyone with a double-digit number. Facing the chaos, Jiang Chen only smirked, calm and slightly amused, as if welcoming the opening act. In the next moment, his familiar weapon appeared in his hand, carrying a heavy and oppressive aura. He gripped the hammer tightly, his eyes flashing with cold confidence, declaring it was time for the real shift to begin. In just a few breaths, the entire hospital turned into chaos, screams echoing through the corridors as patients were crushed in despair. Amid the chaos, one panicked voice cried out in disbelief that someone with such a low number could be this destructive, begging helplessly. The slaughter continued even more brutally, bodies being smashed beyond recognition. When everything finally settled, Jiang Chen stood aside, observing the ruined battlefield, calm, as if he had only finished a simple task. A thrill of excitement surged within him, and even the number on his body began to change, reflecting his rising status in the system. He scanned for the next target, the one standing at the very top of the hospital's survival hierarchy. Patient No 10 immediately pointed toward a hidden room deep at the end of the corridor, confirming the location of the leader. Before entering, Jiang Chen asked about the final opponent, wanting to know his true strength and background. The girl explained that the leader was not only cruel but also extremely intelligent, far beyond normal humans. He had personally killed his way up from the lowest rank to number 1 in a very short time, relying entirely on his own strength. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly as he stepped closer and asked coldly, as if doubting the implication that he was being underestimated. The female patient quickly denied it and warned that the man was too dangerous for anyone to even approach his room. But in the next moment, Jiang Chen suddenly shoved her forward, using her as an unwilling guide, making her scream in panic. Stumbling into the room, she came face to face with the number 1 patient sitting, silently, and reading a book, his gaze slowly lifting with overwhelming pressure. Fear instantly engulfed her as she tried to speak, but her voice shattered under extreme tension. The number 1 patient's expression changed, his sharp gaze like a blade, as he coldly expressed disappointment that the one who appeared was not who he expected. Jiang Chen stepped in and bluntly argued that clothing or status could not define a person's role. The opponent calmly replied that in this hospital, the concept of doctors no longer existed. Jiang Chen insisted otherwise, claiming he had just been newly assigned, making the atmosphere even more tense and absurd. The number 1 patient narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous, as he slowly rejected the explanation as completely unconvincing. Jiang Chen stood there confused, unable to follow the opponent's twisted logic, as if he was rejecting something entirely irrational. The cold blade was slowly raised, as the killer muttered that he was an extremely dangerous existence, as if declaring judgment upon the entire space itself. The weapon pointed directly at Jiang Chen, accompanied by a sinister smile, boasting that no doctor had ever entered his domain alone and left alive. Sensing the rising killing intent, Jiang Chen immediately shouted and activated his signature skill, Tiger Roar Burst, releasing a wind-tearing sonic blast to interrupt the opponent's attack. The counterattack briefly stalled the killer's offense for a moment, but Jiang Chen was already drenched in sweat, the pressure piling up as the situation proved far from simple. Before he could plan anything further, the opponent charged again with brutal speed, unleashing a relentless chain of attacks that seemed to compress the surrounding space. Forced completely onto the defensive, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth in tension, starting to doubt whether his Tiger Roar spear strike was completely useless against this monster. The killer smirked and explained with arrogance that the moment Jiang Chen spoke, he had already absorbed all oxygen in the area and formed an absolute vacuum barrier. He spun his weapon in hand like a performance, boasting that in this isolated environment, all energy or physical attacks would be nullified, leaving his opponent no way to even get close. The weapon tip was already inches from finishing him, yet Jiang Chen only shrugged calmly, acting as if he didn't take the life-threatening situation seriously at all. Jiang Chen even smiled provocatively, pointing at him and suggesting he try again, because what stood in front of the killer now was just another clone of him. The system immediately issued a warning along with a reward, stating that due to the changed situation, he gained a massive 1999 ghost energy, enough to shift the entire battle instantly. The entire room was suddenly torn apart by thick smoke and dust, visibility swallowed completely as the already cramped space descended into chaos. Patient number 1 fell into extreme alertness, constantly assessing the 3 figures surrounding him, feeling the disadvantage growing clearer by the second. He glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the nearby clone, concluding that the emotionless one must be the opponent's second true body. His gaze then landed on the female patient curled up in the corner, and a malicious plan quickly formed as he considered using her to turn the tide. Without hesitation, he questioned her about the number on her body, probing for information and opportunity. The girl trembled and pulled up her clothing slightly to reveal the mark, and he confirmed it with a murmur, patient number 15. He immediately tried to tempt her, offering cooperation to kill Jiang Chen in exchange for a higher position in the system hierarchy. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen appeared like a bolt of lightning, delivering a cold warning and mocking him for relying on cheap tricks and schemes. A massive weapon suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, radiating a heavy aura. He said the 1999 ghost energy had restored him and allowed him to summon the yin god Spike. He laughed arrogantly, locking onto his target and taunting him directly, asking if he really enjoyed using dirty schemes and calculations. While the battlefield inside remained shrouded in swirling smoke, the corridor outside was eerily silent and unnaturally still. Inside the room, the situation was completely dominated by Jiang Chen as he continuously slammed down with the giant spike, mocking the opponent under pressure. After the relentless barrage, the killer finally collapsed to his knees in panic. Jiang Chen glanced at the ghost energy points and sighed in regret over how quickly they were being consumed. His body felt completely crushed, nerves going numb, limbs trembling uncontrollably, yet only one thought remained in his mind: survive, no matter what, and crawl out of this death trap. In panic, he screamed out loud, accusing Jiang Chen of trying to murder a patient and calling for anyone outside to come and help. The on-duty doctor immediately rushed in, sweeping the scene with a cold gaze before shouting at Jiang Chen to stay away from patient number 1. Jiang Chen did not rush, casually pushing patient number 1 aside and responding with a confused expression as if he didn't understand the situation at all. The doctor instantly exploded in anger, his voice heavy with pressure as he roared directly at Jiang Chen, trying to crush his resistance. An invisible force suddenly crashed down, forcing Jiang Chen to step back several times, his body clearly losing balance. The doctor then made strange movements, like a rooster flapping its wings, letting out bizarre and furious sounds. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smirked slightly, coldly judging that the man was only at a half-step blood robe level. Jiang Chen's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a trail of dust floating behind as the doctor failed to react in time. He instantly appeared behind the opponent like a shadow and launched a heavy punch straight at a weak point. While attacking, Jiang Chen mocked him, saying a rookie like him had no right calling himself a doctor. But before the hit could fully take effect, he was violently countered and sent flying, while the doctor roared in pride, claiming he was personally recognized by the hospital director. Jiang Chen coldly replied with sarcasm, saying that thinking like that was exactly why they were nothing but useless so-called healers. The doctor charged again like a madman, screaming that he was saving everyone with his twisted logic. Jiang Chen instantly closed in, grabbing him, and declaring he would cleanse this corrupt medical world in the name of heaven. A terrifying surge of electricity suddenly exploded, striking the doctor like lightning and lighting up the entire space. His body convulsed and collapsed, smoke rising from it, while Jiang Chen calmly commented on the smell of the result. Without hesitation, he tore off a smoking thigh from the body and casually lifted it as if it were normal food. Jiang Chen chewed while asking the 2 female patients if they wanted some, but they immediately refused in panic. One of them froze in shock, realizing it was the first time she had ever seen someone treat a doctor like food. Jiang Chen continued holding out the meat, still trying to tempt them like it was a final meal before departure. Hearing those detinged words, the girl panicked and screamed, thinking she was about to be killed. Jiang Chen leaned in while chewing and whispered that she had finished her role and would now be sent off gently. That sentence triggered a surge of memories in her mind, throwing her into emotional collapse. An image of a convenience store appeared, where a seemingly harmless offer had started a chain of betrayal. A red-haired girl smiled falsely, observing and testing the other person in a carefully set trap. She deliberately offered a lipstick as a reward, creating fake friendliness while actually setting everything up. When the store staff arrived, everything flipped instantly, and accusations erupted like a perfect counterattack. The girl was restrained by security on the spot, left crying and begging her so-called friends for help. But those 2 friends revealed their true faces, coldly admitting she had become useless to them. The collapsing memory shattered her completely, and she fell to the ground in despair, unable to stop crying. Jiang Chen placed a hand on her head and calmly proposed a death game, saying she could live if she escaped within the countdown. Without hesitation, he declared the survival game and smiled faintly in a way that looked friendly but felt chilling, then started the countdown. Before he even finished saying one, the female patient bolted in panic and vanished instantly, leaving Jiang Chen stunned for a moment and muttering in frustration at her absurd speed. Watching her disappear, he let out a long breath and gave up the chase, temporarily sparing her life. In another area, footsteps echoed through a silent corridor as a door slowly opened under heavy silence. Jiang Chen stepped inside, scanned the room, and found all his familiar belongings stored there, making him slightly surprised. When he saw his old blade, it flew toward him as if alive, wrapping around him familiarly, and he smiled while gently touching it like reuniting with an old companion. At that moment, the back door was forcefully pushed open, and a stranger entered, staring at him in confusion and asking for his identity. Jiang Chen did not bother explaining, and instantly swung his blade in a lightning-fast strike, knocking the opponent down, while coldly stating his identity with arrogance. The man immediately lost consciousness and collapsed without any response. Jiang Chen casually put on a stolen white coat, looked at the body, and smiled slightly, considering it a perfect disguise inside the hospital. He then walked down the long corridor freely, humming softly as if he were strolling, rather than being in a dangerous place. But while he relaxed, he suddenly sensed something extremely unusual in the air. His eyes stopped on a sign labeled Special Therapy Room, and after observing it for a moment, he judged this place was far from ordinary. When he entered, he saw a horrifyingly thin patient, skin and bones, with empty, exhausted eyes staring blankly ahead. The patient trembled and begged for help, saying that every time he closed his eyes, a female ghost appeared to mock and torture his mind. The doctor beside him calmly took notes and coldly concluded that the condition was worsening, with no sign of improvement. He leaned closer, his voice turning strange and hypnotic, guiding the patient into imagining a twisted mental coercion scenario. The pen in his hand swayed in front of the patient's eyes, and the induction steadily pulled the patient's consciousness away. The hypnosis grew more distorted, forcing his thoughts into a deeper state of total loss of control. At the final command, the patient's consciousness completely collapsed, and his body began to react violently and lose control. In an instant, his body withered as if all vitality had been drained, and blood started flowing unnaturally. His lower body deformed severely, skin turning a dark crimson filled with grotesque disease. Horrific swollen masses rose on his face, with black fluid leaking from every opening, creating a terrifying sight. Soon after, his body fully stopped functioning, blood still flowing while all life force had completely vanished. The doctor coldly declared death after examination and recorded everything as a routine experimental case. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared behind him and casually commented, as if he had observed everything from the start. The doctor instinctively responded before realizing someone was there, then quickly stepped back and questioned him sharply. Jiang Chen simply smiled, pointing at his white coat and calmly claiming he was also a doctor. The doctor immediately stepped forward, his killing intent rising, as he declared this was his territory and no outsider was allowed in. He confidently claimed full control of the area, while Jiang Chen scratched his head and pretended awkwardly, saying he heard the dean mention it, but came due to unstable mental condition, seeking Dr. Chen's help. Upon hearing this, the doctor's eyes instantly changed, malice surfacing as he already viewed Jiang Chen's as a self-delivered experiment. He then smiled coldly and ordered Jiang Chen to sit in the examination chair on the other side. Jiang Chen walked over without hesitation and sat directly on the corpse of the recently dead patient, causing a bizarre scene that made the doctor shout in anger. After forcing down his disgust, the doctor shifted into probing mode and asked about Jiang Chen's condition and symptoms. Jiang Chen looked at him and bluntly replied that his problem was severe delusional disorder. The doctor immediately put on a fake reassuring tone, saying he would cure him completely so he could reveal all his inner truth. The pen in his hand began swaying again in front of Jiang Chen, his voice soft but suggestive, asking him to state his profession clearly. Jiang Chen remained calm and answered directly that his job was demon extermination. That answer instantly cooled the atmosphere, and the doctor began trembling slightly, stammering as he asked what kind of monsters he had dealt with. Jiang Chen casually raised his hand and counted, describing everything from minor entities to increasingly dangerous beings. At that moment, the atmosphere outside the hospital also darkened suddenly, as if something was awakening. An invisible pressure made the doctor drop what he was holding in panic, while Jiang Chen continued listing his achievements calmly, even mentioning he could slay high-level demons. Suddenly, Jiang Chen grabbed his collar and pulled him closer, making the doctor pale, as he asked what he intended to do. Jiang Chen leaned in and continued acting like a patient, seriously asking whether his condition could still be cured. The doctor snapped in frustration and fear, yelling that this kind of illness was incurable and even telling him he should just run for a higher position instead. Hearing that, Jiang Chen immediately became excited, the number 1 mark on his body glowing brightly as he urged the doctor to take him to the dean for application. Seeing the glowing number 1, the doctor froze and asked again about Jiang Chen's true identity. Jiang Chen quickly hid the mark, smiling as if he had slipped up and was pretending to be exposed. Then he turned cold and said that since it was exposed, the only option left was to eliminate everything to keep it secret. The doctor burst out laughing, showing no fear, and instead mocking him, saying not only him but many others would ensure Jiang Chen never leaves this place. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his power, causing multiple patients in the area to show signs of revival and abnormal mutation. Even the corpses that had just fallen began moving again, letting out eerie growls. Jiang Chen calmly observed and quickly realized the hospital system had 2 types of experiments, one that raised patients to evolve and slaughter each other. The other forcibly stimulated the dark side of humans, injecting eerie energy to create new mutated entities. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew his weapon, his eyes turning cold as he evaluated the value of the experiments in front of him. Sensing the massive ghost energy ahead, Jiang Chen immediately struck, opening a high-speed slaughter where anyone rushing in only met instant death. The remaining patients charged like moths to a flame, but their fate was the same, their bodies split apart and falling into chaos. Even while surrounded from multiple directions, Jiang Chen maintained a steady rhythm, a few simple blade moves enough to clear most enemies. Seeing the situation collapse faster than expected, the doctor shouted and ordered all remaining forces to rush in, trying to reverse the tide. Facing the dense wave of attacks, Jiang Chen coldly ordered Rolling Ji to clear the obstacles. Upon receiving the command, Rolling Ji reacted instantly, shooting forward like an arrow. Without hesitation, it unleashed its full power and plunged into the battle with overwhelming speed. One target after another was restrained and dragged down, the battlefield quickly shifting to one side. Even the doctor, controlling everything behind the scenes, could not escape and was eventually defeated within the encirclement. In a short time, Jiang Chen and Rolling Ji wiped out the entire area, leaving no one standing. Only then did Jiang Chen remember his original goal and sigh that he still had not asked for the director's location. He stepped out of the room, closed the door behind him, and left the chaos untouched, muttering that he would have to find it himself. After some searching, he finally stopped in front of a room marked "No Unauthorized Entry." Jiang Chen looked at the sign and shook his head, thinking such warnings were nothing more than useless decoration. Inside the room, a woman in patient clothing sat motionless like a statue, barely reacting to the outside world. When strange sounds came from outside, she slowly opened her eyes and observed the situation. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, she told the creature beside her that another doctor had arrived. A dangerous smile appeared on her lips as she treated the situation like an entertaining game. Without hesitation, she ordered the giant creature beside her to immediately attack the intruder. Jiang Chen responded instantly, his killing intent rising as he prepared for a direct confrontation. The girl also rushed in at high speed, her eyes full of contempt as she tried to crush him. But the moment the pressure erupted, she was forced down onto the ground, letting out a shocked cry. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stayed in a defensive stance, dodging and observing every move of the creature. The monster unleashed its full strength, launching non-stop attacks without pause. After a while, it began to slow down, sensing something was wrong as the opponent was not as weak as expected. The girl grew furious and charged again, kicking with killing intent while cursing non-stop. Jiang Chen simply tilted his body slightly and cleanly dodged the incoming kick. Without stopping, he blocked the kick with his hand, freezing the girl in disbelief. The number 1 mark on Jiang Chen's body flared again, pressure filling the entire space as he coldly revealed his true identity. The girl showed no fear and instead studied him more closely, as if she had discovered something interesting. She stuck out her tongue, revealing a special mark, and laughed, saying she had finally met the legendary patient, number 1 of the hospital. Jiang Chen glanced at the mark, slightly puzzled, wondering that there was even a number 10 system in this place. She then introduced herself as Soa Soa and pointed at the creature beside her, calling it her pet. She grabbed Jiang Chen's collar and asked why he was wearing a doctor's coat, saying it almost caused them to mistake his identity earlier. Realizing Sua Sua and Xiao Hua also planned to turn on the doctors like him, Jiang Chen quickly shifted to a more dangerous plan, thinking there was no need to fight anymore. He might as well drag them into the same game. He immediately made up a wildly insane plan to break directly into the dean's office and dismantle the entire control system of this psychiatric hospital. Hearing Jiang Chen's target, both Soa Soa and Xiao Hua felt a chill run down their spines, realizing this guy was even more extreme than the two of them combined. Soa Soa cautiously asked whether he could really handle so many doctors on his own, given how crowded they were. Jiang Chen instantly raised the intensity, declaring that this was exactly why he needed allies, and even if he fell in this sea of mad patients, as long as willpower remained, hope would one day rise again. Those fiery words made Soa Soa's visibly shudder, and the system immediately triggered a notification, her spirit surging and ghost energy increasing by 2,000 points. Not long after, Soa Soa began preparing for action, tying up her hair for easier movement. Xiao Hua also didn't stand still, adjusting its appearance and getting ready for the coming chaos. Jiang Chen gripped Rou Lingji tightly, leading Sua Sua and Xiao Hua behind him, as he marched forward excitedly like he was heading into a major battle. Seeing the group heading upstairs, Jiang Chen asked why they were going up, wondering if the dean was hiding there. Soa Soa immediately waved him off, saying it wasn't that simple, and that she had her own plan based on the prey patients in this area. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, thinking she had already been completely led into his script, without realizing it. Soa Soa led them to another area, and explained that this entire floor was for outpatient patients, and allies had to be carefully selected. As they walked, strange noises came continuously from behind a sealed room, growing more and more unsettling. Soa Soa ordered Xiao Hua to go in first to check, pretending that doctors had arrived to assist with treatment. The other two also couldn't hide their curiosity, and peeked through the glass, only to freeze at what they saw inside. Inside was a dim space, with 3 distorted human-like figures, the atmosphere heavy as if something was stretched to its breaking point. But Soa Soa quickly denied the initial's assumption, saying there was actually only one person's inside, while red light swept across the walls, making everything more terrifying. As the true form was revealed, the being inside had a deformed appearance with 3 eyes, 2 of them glowing red on the left side, staring eerily. Jiang Chen suddenly got annoyed, grabbed Sua Sua by the hair and shook her while shouting not to tell ghost stories in such a tense moment. Soa Soa panicked and quickly defended herself, insisting she wasn't lying and was only retelling an old rumored incident. She began recounting a story about a cliffside villa during a stormy night, where a horrific incident involving 3 residents and a sudden death had occurred. The moment their eyes met, both sides immediately began sizing each other up, treating the other as a potential threat. What started as cautious observation quickly sharpened into hostile suspicion. Their thinking spiraled out of control, neither bothering to verify anything before concluding the other was the enemy. Tension exploded into a violent clash, filling the air with suffocating pressure. Neither side would back down as pride reached its peak, and rationality collapsed completely. In the chaos, one of them set fire, dragging both sides into a sea of flames. The fire devoured everything, twisting into monstrous shapes as it burned. After death, the resentful spirits of all 3 souls fused into a distorted wraith, leaving only a charred ruin of the old villa behind. Hearing the climax, Jiang Chen curiously asked who had actually killed the original body. Soa Soa calmly replied that the victim had simply slipped down the stairs and died from a broken neck. Everything finally became clear. It wasn't multiple people, but 3 trapped souls sharing one body after the tragedy, endlessly arguing within it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen showed clear interest, casually taking off his coat and tossing it aside, commenting that this kind of phenomenon was far more interesting than ordinary split personality cases. Without hesitation, he decided to directly approach the entity inside, grabbing the door handle and forcefully turning it while announcing he would go in and start the introduction. The door swings open, and Jiang Chen steps in boldly, facing the bizarre 3-eyed being in the room, casually saying, "He is here to talk about the other party's condition." The moment he appears, the system instantly triggers multiple alerts, with demonic aura jumping 600 points 4 times in a row, making the situation abnormal. Jiang Chen pauses, confused why one event triggers 4 separate point increases, since he only senses 3 entities in the room. The 3-eyed being narrows its expression and coldly asks who Jiang Chen really is, suspicion written all over its face. Jiang Chen ignores the question, walks forward, places a hand on its shoulder, like they already know each other, and asks if they want to stay trapped in this body and continue being controlled by the hospital. The other side remains unconvinced and immediately questions why they should trust Jiang Chen and what proof he has. At that moment, Xiao Xiao jumps into the conversation, casually bringing up how Jiang Chen already took down 2 doctors, both she and he looking quite proud of it. The three-eyed being freezes and breaks into a cold sweat, asking again in disbelief if he really defeated two doctors alone. The three consciousnesses inside the body instantly react with excitement, laughing as one says, "Doctors are not invincible." Another complains about being trapped too long, and all of them shout in agitation. The group erupts in excitement like they have reached the first step of their plan, while Jiang Chen and Xiao Xiao hide their satisfactions at successfully winning them over, and Jiang Chen even teases her for being good at recruiting allies. Without stopping, the group continues moving through the corridor of Huangyu Hospital, expanding their formation, with Jiang Chen leading the way while asking if there are any stronger targets left. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stops at a room at the end of the corridor, its door covered in strange green moss, giving off an unsettling feeling, and Xiao Xiao immediately warns him to stay away. The warning is ignored, as Jiang Chen casually pushes the door open and walks in with a confident smile, as if nothing in the hospital can stop him. He steps inside and faces a patient curled up on the floor, head lowered, as if completely cut off from the world, and Jiang Chen greets him normally, as if it were a simple meeting. Hearing the greeting, the figure slowly raises its head, revealing a terrifying face that instantly makes the room feel heavy and suffocating. The face is ferocious and twisted, brows tightly furrowed, eyes filled with killing intent, and a long, unnatural tongue sticking out, making the horror even more intense. Jiang Chen still does not flinch and moves forward, but suddenly stops after stepping on a patch of thick white mucus on the floor, halting his advance. Seeing this, the patient erupts in rage, eyes turning bloodshot as if a taboo has been triggered, and killing intent locks directly onto Jiang Chen. The system immediately issues a warning, stating that disturbing the freshly cleaned area has triggered a massive reaction, causing demonic aura to surge by 4,444 points. Jiang Chen is slightly startled, while Xiao Xiao quickly pulls him back, warning that this person suffers from extreme obsessive-compulsive disorder and must not be provoked further. Even so, Jiang Chen does not back down, instead trying to recruit him, his eyes flashing with a cunning light as he begins his persuasion in his own way. He paints a vision of chaos, inviting the man to leave this room and join him in tearing through the hospital and wiping everything out completely. Hearing the phrase "clean everything," the patient becomes excited, interpreting it in his own way and eagerly asking, as if he has just found a new purpose. Jiang Chen continues teasing and signaling him to join, quickly pulling him into his strange rhythm of thinking. As a result, the patient rushes out of the room and officially joins Jiang Chen's resistance group, behaving erratically along the way, while Xiao Xiao feels both uneasy and annoyed, reminding him to keep distance. From that point on, Jiang Chen's group of abnormal patients begins moving across the hospital, determined to confront the doctor faction, all of them radiating explosive battle intent. On the other side, the monstrous doctor faction has fully assembled into battle formation, eyes glowing red with killing intent, ready for the upcoming clash. A leader steps forward, speaking with full contempt, mocking Jiang Chen's group for being unqualified to face the doctor force, and warning them to retreat before paying the price. Before he can finish, a chilling blade tears through the air and cleanly takes his head off in an instant, dropping him before he even understands what happened. Seeing the opening, Jiang Chen roars and gives the order for a full assault, pushing all allied patients to charge straight into the enemy formation. The three-eyed patient rushes to the front lines, releasing 3 streams of demonic flame from his body to burn down multiple doctors at once. The obsessive-compulsive patient uses his abnormal tongue as a weapon, whipping out a devastating strike that sends several enemies flying into the air. Xiao Xiao moves with extreme agility, dashing through the battlefield before leaping down and smashing a doctor into a twisted mess with a metal staff. She immediately follows up, sweeping her staff in a sharp arc that slices through multiple enemies in a single motion. On another side, Jiang Chen charges in like a gust of wind, intercepting a panicking doctor whose eyes are filled with fear. He does not finish him himself, instead throwing the enemy toward Xiao Hua to finish, sending him flying across the battlefield. Xiao Hua instantly moves in, activating the blade on her arm and cleanly bisecting the target in seconds. The corpse crashes into a pool of blood, and a surviving doctor watching the scene trembles in pure terror. He turns and runs desperately, screaming that these patients are monsters possessed by madness, killing without hesitation. In another dark operating room, cold lights flicker on as a mastermind prepares a dangerous experiment. On the operating table lies an unconscious patient whose body is mutating, half his skin turning strange green, while the other half remains human. The chief researcher stares at his work with ambition, removing his mask to reveal a twisted, satisfied smile. Before he can continue, a panicked subordinate rushes in, reporting that the entire doctor force outside has been wiped out by the rebellious patients. Enraged, he abandons the experiment and storms out, cursing his subordinates for their incompetence and failure. Facing Jiang Chen's group, he maintains a look of disdain, treating them as nothing more than leftover trash. Before the provocation even settles, Xiao Hua lunges forward, swinging her arm blade straight at his neck, as if he were just another weak target. But unexpectedly, he dodges smoothly, then places his hand on Xiao Hua's head, freezing her in place as a dark red energy gathers in his palm. In an instant, he crushes down with force, releasing a violent burst that shatters Xiao Hua's head on the spot, revealing his terrifying killing intent. Xiao freezes in shock, grief and rage exploding as she witnesses her comrade being killed before her eyes. Her fury erupts as she grips her weapon tightly and charges at him with full killing intent. She unleashes a full-power strike, sending him flying backward and shattering his helmet and glasses on impact. But as his disguise breaks, Xiao is shocked to see his true face is far from human. Even after taking the hit, he only suffers minor damage, grinning madly as if the attack meant nothing. He laughs coldly, then instantly closes the distance with overwhelming speed, his killing intent freezing the air around Xiao. In a split second of danger, Xiao leaps upward to evade the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. At that moment, the Longtong patient rushes in to assist, attacking relentlessly to draw the enemy's attention away from Xiao. But the target immediately shifts focus, as the chief doctor becomes intrigued by the newcomer, seeing him as a new experimental subject. He unleashes a cruel dark technique, directly ripping away both arms of his opponent, intending to turn him into a living tool for his twisted experiments. Without stopping, he rushes in while in a berserk state, laughing madly, as he prepares the next step of creating a living test subject. The long-tongue patient refuses to submit, biting down and destroying his own tongue to break the enemy's mutation plan, enduring extreme pain. In desperation, he forces out a final claim that if he dies, the curse will rebound onto the attacker as his last form of resistance. Immediately after, the chief doctor's body collapses as the dark energy inside him breaks apart, blood and black mist erupting as he falls into chaos. Black smoke continues to pour out as he screams in agony, his body suffering full backlash from the corrupted power he used. In the end, the guilty doctor can no longer withstand the combined physical and mental torment from the forced curse and collapses motionless, while the Longtong patient sacrifices his life to bind the monster from within. Jiang Chen, Xiao, and the three-eyed patient can only watch in shock as the curse's effect fully manifests. Just when it seems over, the doctor's body suddenly moves again and slowly rises. He is not fully defeated, only temporarily injured. He laughs coldly, claiming he almost taken down earlier. He stands up with even more arrogance, revealing a hidden truth. The hospital director had already prepared a protective system for him after identifying his fatal weakness. Because of this, even the invading soul of the Longtong patient was only used to mutate his body, causing his tongue to become identical to the opponent's. He sticks out his grotesque tongue and twists it mockingly, declaring that the curse constraint no longer works on him. Seeing this, Jiang Chen, Xiao, and the three-eyed patient all become highly alert. The danger radiating from the doctor has increased dramatically, making the atmosphere even heavier. In the tense standoff, Jiang Chen suddenly smiles calmly with full confidence. He raises a golden card filled with beast-empowering energy and signals the others to step back as he will handle it alone. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activates the to-dragon transformation. A massive phantom beast appears behind him, a fusion of dragon and ancient dinosaur, pouring overwhelming power into his body. His body begins to evolve. Sharp dragon claws form on his hands, each finger gaining a predatory, steel-like edge. Dragon scales spread across his arms, reflecting a cold metallic glow. Dark purple wings form on his back, radiating immense pressure as his transformation stabilizes. The doctor immediately attacks, launching his mutated tongue, wrapped in blood-red killing intent, roaring as he charges forward to crush everything. Facing the assault, Jiang Chen stands completely still, not moving a single step, enduring the full pressure head-on. A counterforce erupts from him. Purple energy surges violently around his body, a special talent activating and distorting the surrounding space. The doctor begins to hesitate, sensing that this power is rapidly suppressing his own abilities. Refusing to back down, he continues his mad charge, attacking while screaming in rage to regain the upper hand. Both sides unleash full power, clashing head-on in a devastating exchange that tears apart the battlefield. In the next instant, the two massive forces collide, triggering a blinding green explosion that spreads across the entire area. Jiang Chen smiles confidently and states that with a 3-star beast transformation card, handling a half-demon entity like this is not difficult. He finishes his statement and releases a full-power finishing blow. The impact sends the opponent flying far away, while the ground beneath shatters and debris scatters under the overwhelming force. The doctor is struck by a fatal blow, his abdomen torn open with organs nearly exposed, breathing broken and body in a severe state of collapse. Just when it seems he is completely down, he suddenly breaks into a blood-soaked grin, red eyes still locked on Jiang Chen in a defiant glare. He roars like a madman, full of arrogance, as if he still has a hidden move left, trying to drag Jiang Chen into his final trap. Without giving him any more time, Jiang Chen instantly draws his blade and flashes forward like lightning, cleanly beheading him in a single decisive strike. Sheathing his blade coldly, Jiang Chen glances at the corpse and says that talkative enemies usually have one last trick, but this time he will not get the chance. The group believes the fight is finally over and follows Jiang Chen as they prepare to withdraw, while he returns to normal form. But beneath the fallen head, a strange black aura suddenly separates, as if the soul has not been completely erased. The sinister entity quietly slithers through the shadows, heading straight toward the operating room, where another plan is hidden. Without hesitation, it enters the room where a tall, unconscious patient lies on the operating table. In the next moment, the dark consciousness fully takes over the body, intending to use it as a vessel to resurrect and continue hunting Jiang Chen. The unconscious patient suddenly opens his eyes, now filled with the same demonic red glow, confirming total possession. As Jiang Chen moves forward, Xiao Xiao senses something abnormal from a nearby wall and shouts a warning. The wall suddenly explodes, sending debris and dust everywhere, but Jiang Chen narrowly dodges in time. As the dust settles, he shields his vision and demands answers, and from the rubble the possessed body slowly walks out. The figure smirks, with malicious confidence, acting as if everything has been part of his plan from the beginning. He mocks Jiang Chen, implying that even after beheading, he still survived, and Jiang Chen quickly realizes he has transferred his soul into a new body. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swings his blade again, but the attack lands with zero effect, leaving him completely stunned. The failure shocks him, his blade trembling slightly, as if it has struck an unbreakable entity. On the other side, the enemy taps the wound casually and sneers, mocking that the attack felt like a mosquito bite. Enraged, Jiang Chen tightens his grip and charges again, aiming to end everything with a single decisive strike. But the enemy is faster, landing a heavy punch that staggers Jiang Chen and sends him flying backward. The impact causes blood to spill from Jiang Chen's nose, revealing the opponent's strength has increased far beyond expectations. The possessed doctor continues with a barrage of hammer-like punches, each blow crushing Jiang Chen under immense pressure. On the third strike, Jiang Chen manages to dodge and shifts into a defensive stance, waiting for a counter opportunity. Jiang Chen's blade slashes forward, with freezing killing intent aimed at the opponent's neck. The possessed doctor grits his teeth, narrowly twisting away from the strike. Catching a small opening, the enemy immediately counters with a brutal blow that sends Jiang Chen flying, shattering his offensive momentum as he sneers for him to stop resisting. Pushed back, Jiang Chen gasps for breath, realizing the fight has turned against him. Even his 3-star beast transformation cannot suppress this opponent, who has clearly surpassed the semi-demonic realm. At this moment, the system interface suddenly appears, notifying him that he still has an unactivated divine ability. Seeing this delayed reminder, Jiang Chen explodes in anger, feeling like he was only told at the last possible moment. The system coldly replies, almost mocking him, saying it only observed because the host was too troublesome, leaving Jiang Chen speechless. Realizing the danger cannot continue, he drops the argument and immediately prepares to activate the divine ability to turn the situation around. Before using it, he pauses to reassess and realizes that even full-body transformation would not be enough to suppress the enemy. Therefore, Jiang Chen changes strategy, deciding to pour all power into his blade instead of his body, pushing the weapon to its absolute limit. The blade instantly absorbs a mysterious purple energy, its aura surging as power converges along its edge. Dragon scale patterns and sharp claw markings emerge on the blade, transforming it into a divine weapon with overwhelming dragon clan pressure. Jiang Chen grips the evolved blade, leaps into the air, and slashes down with full power, as if splitting the battlefield in two. The blade strikes the opponent's neck, making him flinch slightly, but his eyes remain filled with contempt as if the wound means nothing. Ignoring the enemy's attitude, Jiang Chen closes in and orders the blade to continue suppressing with full force. He shifts into a defensive stance, carefully observing the opponent's movements and waiting for an opening to finish him. The wound quickly closes on its own, restoring the body completely. The enemy laughs arrogantly, dismissing Jiang Chen's attack entirely. Jiang Chen freezes for a moment, pupils shrinking in disbelief at the absurd regeneration happening before his eyes. Anger erupts as he channels more power into the blade and charges again, roaring as he aims to end it in one decisive strike. A cold flash of steel cuts through the air, severing the opponent's head instantly, yet the expression on his face remains unchanged and proud. Immediately after, the severed body reconnects itself seamlessly, leaving Jiang Chen stunned and cold at the sight of this unnatural regeneration. He taps the blade lightly, as if steadying it and calling for its strength. Jiang Chen then unleashes a barrage of slashes, attacking relentlessly to prevent the enemy from stabilizing, roaring with intent to crush him completely. The continuous strikes tear the enemy's body into countless pieces, scattered across the ground, leaving nothing intact. Yet in the next instant, the fragments reassemble instantly, fully restoring the body and pushing Jiang Chen into rage. The enemy begins to counterattack, clenching his fist and declaring it is time to return all the pain he has suffered. One of his arms detaches and fires forward like a cannonball, slamming into Jiang Chen's face and sending him staggering with blood. He closes in instantly, killing intent erupting, threatening to tear Jiang Chen apart and test whether he can regenerate too. Hearing the provocation, Jiang Chen raises the long meat spirit herb to shield himself and orders the blade to block the incoming strike. Unexpectedly, the blade disobeys and drags Jiang Chen upward instead, leaving him in shock as he barely manages a short shout. After being flung and pulled back to safety, Jiang Chen lands and breathes out in relief, while Xiao Xiao and the three-eyed patient rush in to support and hold the demon back. However, the long meat spirit herb continues acting on its own, slamming into the ground and sending debris flying as Jiang Chen yells in confusion. The blade glances at him briefly, but remains silent, continuing to pull him along its own trajectory. After being dragged for a while, it finally stops. Jiang Chen collapses on the ground, panting and muttering in confusion. Before he can recover, the blade suddenly changes direction again, stabbing into the ground and dragging him forward as he shouts in frustration. Being dragged back and forth, Jiang Chen grips the hilt tightly and demands to know where it is trying to take him. At that moment, he notices strange slash marks on the ground and a sudden realization flashes through his mind. Understanding the truth, Jiang Chen suddenly laughs, as if he has figured out the key to solving the problem. The long meat spirit herb turns toward him in irritation, seemingly scolding him for not understanding its intent, while Jiang Chen gives an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and the three-eyed patient are being pushed to the brink by the demon, desperately calling for help in a critical situation. Jiang Chen immediately hoists the long meat spirit herb onto his shoulder and charges back into the battlefield, shouting that he is coming to assist. He channels full power into the blade, activating crimson lightning before leaping down with overwhelming killing intent. The slash lands, and lightning erupts across the enemy's body, tearing apart his structure at a microscopic level and crushing him from within. The devastating power reduces the demon to black ash, leaving only fading smoke and red lightning. Jiang Chen exhales in relief, believing it is finally over. But in the next moment, the long meat spirit herb lightly strikes him and complains, as if criticizing his poor use of its power. Jiang Chen showed little reaction, only forcing a faint smile before opening the system panel, but the interface was completely empty with no notifications at all. At the same time, Three-Eyed Brother suddenly froze, sensing an abnormal presence in the distance as his expression changed drastically. He panicked, pointed at a white figure sneaking away in the corridor corner, shouting that the target was not dead yet. Realizing the enemy was escaping, Jiang Chen immediately tightened his grip on Longrou Lingji and chased after it without hesitation, muttering with killing intent. Xiao Xiao and Three-Eyed Brother stood frozen, watching Jiang Chen vanish, overwhelmed and confused by the sudden turn of events. Three-Eyed Brother leaned close to Xiao Xiao and whispered that the dean was on the upper floor office, making both of them hesitate in fear and uncertainty. Upstairs, Jiang Chen kept pursuing the white figure, turning into another corridor, slashing wildly with Longrou Lingji, but only hitting empty space. In the middle of the chase, the the system interface suddenly appeared, warning that the demonization timer was counting down. Now 60, then 59 seconds left. The white figure rushed forward like a storm, occasionally looking back at Jiang Chen in panic, thinking this guy would not stop chasing. In the end, it reached its destination and quickly slipped through a half-open door to escape inside. Once inside the room, it desperately called for help, shouting the dean's name as its last hope. Before it could finish, an invisible force swept past and cut it in half instantly, leaving only a weak, dying scream. Jiang Chen slowly walked up from behind, holding Long Ro Lingji, catching his breath after the chase while confirming the target was eliminated. The system immediately confirmed the kill and recorded a massive amount of ghost energy gained, while Long Ru Lingji began shrinking, signaling the demonization time was ending. Jiang Chen nervously watched the blade return to its original form and shouted into the room, urging the dean to come out before time ran out. With no response, he decided to open the door himself. After some effort, the door suddenly swung open, surprising him as it was not locked. Jiang Chen carefully pushed the door open, half his body leaning inside to observe the situation. The scene inside made him freeze instantly. The entire room was covered in a strange red light, heavy and ominous. Immediately after, countless streams of blood-like liquid rushed out, surging toward him at terrifying speed. Those were actually condensed, vengeful spirits, clinging to Jiang Chen's body and restraining him, nearly knocking his weapon away. Surrounded tightly, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth in anger and questioned how many innocent souls this place had created. Before he could resist further, the wave of spirits completely swallowed him, leaving only one arm weakly reaching upward. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen's shadow suddenly split apart, forming an independent and conscious entity. The shadow proposed that it could devour all the vengeful souls into its dark space and turn them into Jiang Chen's power. In a suffocating situation, Jiang Chen only managed to raise a finger in agreement, allowing the shadow to act. After receiving permission, the shadow became excited and rushed into the mass of spirits to begin its devouring plan. It opened a void-like mouth, creating a massive suction force that pulled all surrounding souls inward. The vortex grew stronger, dragging every floating spirit into the dark space. Even the remaining souls could not resist, and were completely pulled into the expanding shadow on the ground. After everything was swallowed, the shadow let out a satisfied sound, as if it had just finished a huge feast. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up, wiping the red fluid off his body, before asking the shadow about the situation. The shadow happily replied that everything was handled, but also admitted the number of souls was so large it almost overloaded it. Jiang Chen scanned the area, trying to find the dean's trace, but saw nothing, his suspicion growing. Xiao Xiao and Three-Eyed Brother sneaked toward the door, one trembling like a frightened cat, while the other peeked inside nervously. Jiang Chen noticed them and turned back with a helpless expression. Before they could react, he dashed forward like a storm and yelled at them in frustration, scolding them for being timid and useless while the chaos inside had just been cleaned up. Xiao Xiao crouched down curiously, looking around, and asked innocently if the dean was gone, while Three-Eyed Brother kept flattering Jiang Chen like he had just seen a savior. Jiang Chen suddenly staggered, losing balance and crashing hard onto the ground before anyone could catch him. His face turned pale, dark circles deep under his eyes, breathing heavily, as if all strength had been drained. He weakly told them to stop flattering and find a doctor immediately. Three-Eyed Brother scratched his neck with a forced smile, saying there were no doctors left since Jiang Chen had already wiped them out. Xiao Xiao also chimed in, half joking while looking around. Seeing this, Three-Eyed Brother walked closer to where Jiang Chen was sitting on the ground, asking worriedly if his condition was serious. Jiang Chen looked up coldly, staring at him with suspicion, as if questioning whether he was trying to take over the dean position. Three-Eyed Brother quickly waved his hands, forcing a laugh and denying everything, while flattering Jiang Chen as the only one fit to lead the hospital. Xiao Xiao nodded along behind him. The atmosphere grew heavy as Jiang Chen silently observed them, his sharp gaze seeming to read through every thought. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and stood up, startling the two, who turned pale, thinking something serious had happened. In the next moment, he grabbed both of their heads, smiling coldly and saying it was all a life-or-death test, and they had passed it. The two froze in fear. Three-Eyed Brother felt relieved he had survived, while Xiao Xiao finally understood it had all been a test. Jiang Chen turned to leave, ordering them to follow him from now on, and announcing they would become vice deans under him. The two quickly snapped out of it and hurried after him, not daring to slow down. When they stepped outside, the thick black fog surrounding the hospital had completely vanished, replaced by a bright golden moonlight. Seeing the open sky again, Three-Eyed Brother was so moved he almost cried, unable to believe they had truly escaped. Jiang Chen gave a low command, and a massive warhammer appeared in the sky, towering so high it blocked most of the view. Without hesitation, he gripped his weapon tightly, his aura erupting, as if ready to crush everything in front of him. A heaven-shaking strike fell, splitting the hospital in two as concrete and debris exploded outward, shaking the entire area violently. Watching the ruins, Three-Eyed Brother and Xiao stood stunned, lamenting that the vice dean position meant nothing if the hospital was gone. Jiang Chen placed a hand on Three-Eyed Brother's shoulder, calmly, saying he never meant they would serve in that hospital. He stood proudly, looking at the sky and declaring he would build a far greater hospital, and they would still serve as vice deans there. Xiao and Three-Eyed Brother eagerly agreed, but suddenly Jiang Chen froze, sensing something wrong as he snapped his head upward in alert. The calm sky was suddenly swallowed by dense swirling dark clouds, thunder roaring violently as the atmosphere turned strange and oppressive. Sensing the abnormality, Jiang Chen quickly took out his phone, eyes locked on the flashing screen. The device displayed an emergency warning: massive ghost energy eruption in Jiangbei, with a forbidden zone descending into chaos. A figure with blazing red hair and a white robe appeared in the sky, floating amid thunder as if controlling the storm itself. Jiang Chen looked up while holding his phone, then coldly asked who the man was. Three-Eyed Brother and Xiao backed away in panic, and Three-Eyed Brother trembled as he asked if Jiang Chen had not already dealt with the dean. The red-haired dean in the sky darkened his expression, his voice filled with killing intent as he demanded who destroyed his entire hospital. His rage erupted, sending violent winds spiraling outward, pressing down on the entire area and forcing everyone below into alert. Despite the pressure, Jiang Chen stood firm, looking up with irritation and openly reacting against the overwhelming noise above. He showed no fear, directly admitting he was the one who destroyed the hospital and asking what the man intended to do. The red-haired dean ignored the provocation and coldly demanded to know where the tens of thousands of imprisoned vengeful souls had gone. Meanwhile, those vengeful souls were actually hiding under Jiang Shen's shadow, quietly sneering as if they had finally escaped their prison. Jiang Shen did not answer. Instead, he stood tall and arrogant, openly challenging the opponent and demanding him to call him father before continuing the conversation. The moment those words fell, the red-haired dean completely lost control. His killing intent erupted as he roared in extreme fury. He immediately swung his hand downward, summoning his subordinate forces and ordering all ghost entities to manifest. From the black mist, two bizarre entities emerged: a one-eyed creature with a withered, plague-like aura, and another being covered in sinister patterns across its body. The sight made Jiang Shen pause slightly, instantly realizing both of them were far from ordinary. One glance at the one-eyed ghost was enough for him to identify it as a legendary calamity linked to drought and famine. The other entity was also quickly recognized as a being tied to the power of rivers and flowing water. Two overwhelming ghost forces stood before him, pressure crashing down and forming a tense battlefield. Still, Jiang Shen quickly regained calm, analyzing the chaotic situation as multiple forces targeted him at once. He pointed forward and assigned Xiao and Three-Eyed Brother each to handle one ghost, while he would directly confront the dean. The two immediately panicked and stepped back, protesting that their strength could never match such enemies. Jiang Shen snapped back in anger, calling them useless and saying they might as well surrender if they were too scared to fight. He glanced at the red stat panel floating before his eyes and calmly reassured them that his ghost energy had long surpassed the 1,000,000 mark, making their contribution irrelevant anyway. As he finished speaking, he summoned a new weapon, radiating a terrifying aura, the danger becoming clear the moment it appeared in his hand. His killing intent thickened like a wall, and he roared with absolute dominance, ordering everything to attack at once. The red-haired dean coldly commanded his two ghosts to tear the enemy apart immediately. The river ghost transformed, its body swelling as it howled, and unleashed a massive tidal surge rushing forward. On the opposite side, the drought ghost also mutated, releasing scorching heat that cracked the earth like a spreading hellscape. Two opposing forces collided, not canceling each other out, but instead forming a terrifying combined suppression field. Three-Eyed Brother was trapped in the cracked wasteland, his body sinking as he screamed for help in panic. Xiao was no better, swept into the massive flood, struggling as she called out to Jiang Shen. Jiang Shen did not respond. He swung his weapon once, slicing apart the incoming flood and shattering the drought-bound terrain. He followed up by slamming his force into the ground, breaking the hardened earth into countless fragments. The two ghosts exchanged a quick glance and then increased their power together, determined to finish Jiang Shen off. The pressure from both sides pushed Jiang Shen into a difficult position as he gritted his teeth, cursing their annoying coordination. He defended while analyzing the situation, realizing that a prolonged battle of attrition would put him at a disadvantage. His eyes locked onto the red-haired Dean, controlling everything above, instantly deciding that the real key was to take him down first. Water and earth energy fused into thick, muddy chaos, swallowing space and making the battlefield increasingly suffocating. Jiang Shen roared, releasing a shockwave from his voice toward the sky, but the opponent narrowly dodged it in time. The drought ghost seized the opening and rushed straight toward Jiang Shen at terrifying speed. Trapped in the thick sludge, Jiang Shen defended while calculating, realizing even full power might not be enough against all three enemies. At that moment, a movement behind him made him abruptly turn his head. The one who broke free from the mud was Three-Eyed Brother, his body covered in grime, but his gaze completely changed, filled with suppressed resolve. He lifted his head as his aura erupted violently. His three eyes transformed, reflecting three extreme states of his will, and he roared, swearing a fight to the death. Immediately after his declaration, Three-Eyed Brother's energy exploded outward. His body began a grotesque evolution, shifting into a strange three-headed form. From his new form, he charged straight at the drought ghost, launching a relentless assault that forced it into continuous retreat. Seeing Three-Eyed Brother erupt with overwhelming power and push the enemy back, Xiao Xiao was drawn into his momentum. Her spirit ignited as she shouted in response. The moment she finished, her hair suddenly flared like burning flames. She burst out of the water with a single leap, screaming toward the sky, refusing to ever be dragged back into that dark hospital again. Standing before the river ghost, Xiao Xiao gathered all her awakened momentum. Her eyes burned with determination as she declared she would fight to the end with no retreat. Jiang Shen observed everything and let out a faint laugh. He seemed satisfied, realizing they still had hidden cards they had not revealed yet. Without hesitation, he kicked off the water and shot into the air, gripping his massive battle axe tightly, declaring he would face the red-haired Dean himself. Floating mid-battlefield, he quickly calculated his next move, trying to buy a few more seconds to prepare his next explosive state. Once ready, he brought the battle axe crashing down with overwhelming force, aiming directly at his target. However, the Dean did not flinch at all. With just one hand, he effortlessly blocked the strike, showing complete disdain. He sneered, mocking Jiang Shen's strength and ridiculing him for daring to destroy his hospital. His eyes suddenly turned blood red as killing intent surged. He roared in rage, feeling deeply insulted. In the next instant, he counterattacked with full power, sending the battle axe flying back and blasting Jiang Shen away with a shockwave. Jiang Shen quickly stabilized himself and retreated, realizing in his mind that he had not gathered enough time as planned. Without giving him a moment to recover, the Dean rushed in for a finishing blow, roaring that he would turn Jiang Shen into a warning to all. At the edge of life and death, Jiang Shen felt a brief sense of danger, realizing the situation had exceeded his original expectations. But just as the fatal strike was about to land, a hand suddenly appeared from the side and stopped it completely. The one who intervened was the Underworld Bureau Chief. He coldly stared at the opponent and warned that overwhelming ghost energy had already spread and was being concealed. Recognizing him, Jiang Shen immediately sighed in relief and called out in surprise and joy. The red-haired Dean showed no fear. He continued his arrogance, claiming even a single strike was enough to kill the new arrival. Hearing this, the Underworld Bureau Chief's expression changed. His gaze turned icy as pressure filled the air like a warning to the ignorant. He erupted with power, his body transforming as muscle and aura surged. The entire space seemed to compress under his presence. He then dashed forward and launched a direct strike at the Dean. The attack was too fast and too powerful. The Dean was sent flying without time to react. He slammed into a wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, panting as he admitted he had misjudged the situation. Even injured, he forced himself up. A strange excitement rose in his eyes as he continued to provoke his opponent. The Underworld Bureau Chief looked at him coldly, letting out a disdainful smile as he prepared to speak with overwhelming pressure. The moment he finished speaking, both of them lunged at each other. Their power collided like two storms crushing space itself, the ground below exploding and collapsing while surrounding water was torn into chaotic fragments. Below, Jiang Shen watched the aerial battle between the bureau chief and the dean, where every strike produced dense shockwaves. He looked relaxed, shading his eyes slightly as he smiled, thinking the troublesome dean was now being handled, and he did not need to intervene for the moment. He then turned to check on Xiao Xiao to see how her situation was unfolding. In another direction, Xiao Xiao was wielding dual blades, fighting fiercely against a water ghost, constantly dodging and counterattacking. The water ghost grew furious, its eyes sharp with irritation as it was repeatedly obstructed, its mind filled with killing intent. It unleashed a devastating kick, sending Xiao Xiao flying while roaring for her to get out of its way. Jiang Shen rushed in just in time, catching Xiao Xiao mid-air, though the shockwave still caused her to groan in pain. In a surge of rage, the water ghost struck again, crushing power that shattered Jiang Shen's weapon into fragments. At this moment, the divine eye on Jiang Shen's forehead clearly saw through the enemy's essence and hidden soul core. He smiled confidently, saying this ability was not just for show. A massive mutated lion-like entity appeared behind Jiang Shen as he began entering his demonization state. His hair transformed, growing long and forming a lion-like mane. His entire aura shifted, becoming far more ferocious and commanding. Looking down at himself, Jiang Shen was slightly surprised to find that his energy flow felt almost unchanged compared to before. After completing his transformation, he tightened his grip on the new weapon, killing intent surging as he moved in to finish the water ghost. At that moment, the weapon in his hand suddenly sprouted countless sharp spikes, surprising even him with this new mutation. It then continued evolving into a massive battle blade wrapped in violent energy, making Jiang Shen laugh with interest. He immediately swung a horizontal slash. The water ghost panicked and dodged, completely confused by what was happening. Not giving it any breathing room, Jiang Shen closed in and delivered a lethal strike, causing the enemy to scream as water sprayed from the wound. Seeing his opponent weakening, Jiang Shen mocked him, ridiculing his earlier arrogance. The water ghost went berserk, condensing a strange green energy and preparing a full-power counterattack. He unleashed a massive poisonous flood that surged forward, intent on crushing everything in its path. Jiang Shen reacted instantly, swinging his blade to split the toxic flood in two and avoid corrosion. However, a single drop of poison still slipped through and landed on his clothes unnoticed. In an instant, the drop detonated with corrosive force, burning a section of his shoulder armor black and releasing a foul acidic smell. Seeing this, the water ghost laughed triumphantly, believing Jiang Shen had been severely injured. He boasted that the river poison was unstoppable, acting as if victory was already decided. The dark green toxic water, previously split apart, lost control and began spreading wildly before converging into a massive churning sea beneath Jiang Shen. While still celebrating, the water ghost's body suddenly shattered into fragments, as if crushed by an invisible force. He froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. It turned out Jiang Shen was protected by the flame aura of the lion demon blade, completely blocking the poison. He calmly walked through the toxic waters, even mocking his opponent for underestimating him. Although his body was temporarily destroyed, the water ghost had not yet died. He secretly began reconstructing himself, growling and challenging Jiang Shen to a final showdown. Seeing his abnormal regeneration, Jiang Shen became alert, guessing there must be a hidden core or fatal weakness deep within the water. He jumped onto a high rock, scanning the violent whirlpool below, realizing finding it would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. While he analyzed the situation, the water ghost launched a sudden counterattack from below, firing a high-pressure water pillar with terrifying destructive force. Jiang Shen reacted without hesitation, activating the defense of the Rou Lingji while continuing the fight, saying they would deal with it as it came. The battle erupted violently. The water ghost's raging waves clashed with the radiant spiritual force of the 4-star Rou Lingji, producing shockwaves that sent toxic water scattering like a poisonous rain. After a series of relentless closer-range attacks, Jiang Shen unleashed a finishing blow, piercing straight through and sending the opponent flying, nearly destroying his ability to fight back. Despite being heavily suppressed, the water ghost still refused to die due to his near-immortal nature, but panic began to set in as cold sweat poured down his body. At the moment Jiang Shen charged again, he decided to go all in, compressing all his power into a massive cursed water surge and launching it forward with a furious roar. He pushed his cultivation to the limit, attempting to form a force capable of completely erasing Jiang Shen on the spot. A gigantic water vortex rose into the sky, twisting violently, before transforming into a colossal water dragon soaring into the heavens. The attack came too fast. The water dragon charged forward, catching Jiang Shen off guard, and even making him momentarily stunned by its sudden transformation. After unleashing his full power, the river god sneered, believing that with such a massive body of water under his control, its density had become like metal and nearly impossible to break. Under immense pressure, Jiang Shen focused his mind and immediately realized the situation was not simple. There was a high chance he had been led into a trap. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen opens the system and boosts Ling Ji with an extra 100,000 ghost energy to turn the tide. The command triggers instantly, the system activates, and the evolution of Ling Ji begins as the weapon trembles violently. Scorching black mist bursts out from the transformation, flooding the surrounding space like a raging fog storm. Fueled by overwhelming ghost energy, Ling Ji evolves again, its blade expanding far beyond its original form, releasing a terrifying pressure, like the ultimate cursed weapon. Holding his newly evolved weapon, Jiang Chen immediately regains control of the battle, swinging down a dominant strike while speaking with absolute confidence of victory. The river god freezes as a massive slash descends on him, his confidence in his steel-hard body shaken as he is struck directly, screaming in panic. His water dragon form is instantly split apart, and his body begins to crack as another strike follows, shattering the transformation into chaos across the river. Even after severe damage, he refuses to die, beginning regeneration, but Jiang Chen already sees through his weakness. The harder his body becomes, the slower his recovery. He has also located his hidden heart core. That mysterious heart core is the source of his power, now exposed within the turbulent water, like an unhidden life nucleus. Jiang Chen seizes the opening and dashes forward at full speed, locking onto the core, knowing one hit will decide everything. But at the critical moment, the enemy triggers emergency regeneration, restoring his body almost instantly and escaping fatal destruction by a hair's breadth. The battle erupts again as Jiang Chen unleashes relentless closer-range attacks, forcing the river god into desperate defense with no room to retreat. Under overwhelming pressure, the river god turns to flee, but Jiang Chen stays on his tail, refusing to let the prey escape. Driven to despair, he begs the dean for help, hoping to reverse the situation. But the dean is already tied down by Director Sun and cannot escape, coldly rejecting him and leaving him to survive on his own. Director Sun continues suppressing the dean with brutal attacks, his voice cold as he confirms there is no turning back for their side. With no reinforcements left, the river god is pushed to the brink, forcing himself to prepare a final desperate counterattack against Jiang Chen. He roars in despair and pours all remaining strength into one final strike, but Jiang Chen is already waiting with overwhelming killing intent. A decisive slash cuts through him, shredding his body into pieces and completely ending his resistance. As the core heart is exposed, Jiang Chen does not hesitate and immediately seizes it, his eyes cold as the battle finally ends. On another front, the three-headed demon continues coordinating with allies, launching frantic attacks against Han Ba, escalating the chaos. Han Ba is gradually suppressed by the continuous assaults, forcing it to erupt in power and grab two of the enemy's heads, preparing a brutal counter. With explosive strength, Han Ba tears off two heads of the three-headed demon, leaving it with only a single body part as it howls in agony. The remaining head screams madly across the battlefield, irritating Han Ba, who instantly delivers a crushing kick to silence it, completely in rage. After a fierce struggle, Han Ba finally finishes off the three-headed demon, standing there heavily breathing but satisfied that a major threat has been eliminated. As things stabilize, Han Ba notices Jiang Chen holding a pitch-black object in his hand, the river god's heart containing his full cultivation essence. Just a glance is enough for Han Ba to sense its terrifying value, far beyond ordinary treasures and close to a rare power core. Its gaze instantly changes, greed rising as it locks onto the heart like its next target, muttering with hidden intent. Without hesitation, Han Ba transforms into a streak of speed and lunges at Jiang Chen, swallowing the heart whole before he can react. The attack happened too fast for Jiang Chen to react, as a black shadow suddenly snatched the treasure right in front of him, leaving him stunned for a split second before snapping back to action. Fury erupts as Jiang Chen charges straight at Han Ba, killing intent building with every step as he roars over the stolen heart. But Han Ba casually swings its hand and deflects the attack with ease, the counterforce, blasting Jiang Chen backward and leaving him shocked by its overwhelming strength. Jiang Chen is shaken by how effortlessly his full power strike was neutralized, completely beyond his expectations. At the peak of tension, a powerful aura suddenly arrives at high speed, locking directly onto Hanba to stop it. The newcomer is Leader Yang from the Yin Division, stepping onto the battlefield with the clear intent to intervene in the collapsing situation. Leader Yang has been observing Hanba for a long time and understands its strengths and weaknesses, giving him full confidence in this intervention. He immediately targets the internal conflict between two opposing forces within Hanba, striking its weakest point to prevent full fusion. The precise attack forces Hanba to retreat instantly, opening up a gap in the battlefield. After pushing it back, Leader Yang orders Jiang Chen to move and support Director Sun, who is now in extreme danger against the Dean. Seeing Hanba temporarily restrained, Jiang Chen summons his shadow ghost to continue the plan. The shadow ghost appears and kneels respectfully, awaiting orders from its master. Sensing the Dean's power exceeds expectations, Jiang Chen decides to change tactics, realizing he cannot face him alone head-on. He hands the ghost soft drum to the shadow ghost, instructing it to use it at the perfect moment as a decisive trump card. After setting everything in motion, Jiang Chen dashes toward the battlefield, where Director Sun is fighting the Dean. Before leaving, he reminds the shadow ghost of its mission, while it solemnly accepts the responsibility. After a prolonged stalemate, Director Sun and the Dean are locked in a brutal deadlock, but Director Sun is clearly reaching his limit. The Dean seizes an opening and unleashes a full-power punch, sending Director Sun crashing into a structure behind him, shaking the entire area. Director Sun is severely injured, sensing his body nearing collapse and feeling death closing in. The Dean presses the attack without mercy, mocking him while moving in for the finishing blow. Just as the killing strike is about to land, an unexpected change freezes the battlefield for a moment. Jiang Chen suddenly appears, landing a powerful knee strike into the Dean, and immediately following with aggressive pressure and provocation. The Dean quickly stabilizes and counters with a mountain-like punch, insulting Jiang Chen for being unworthy to stand against him. He unleashes a relentless storm of attacks, forcing Jiang Chen into pure defense with no room to counterattack. Sensing total dominance, the Dean becomes more violent, gathering killing intent for a final finishing strike. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen commands his shadow ghost to act, activating the hidden move prepared in advance. The shadow ghost instantly responds, stepping into combat while carrying the ghost's soft drum. It begins striking the drum repeatedly, releasing invisible shockwaves that spread across the battlefield, targeting the Dean's soul and consciousness. The sound waves engulf the area, locking the Dean in place as his body stiffens under overwhelming suppression. Under intense spiritual pressure, the Dean's eyes widen in shock as his consciousness feels like it is being torn apart, forcing him into a desperate struggle to resist. However, the suppression is still not enough to fully overwhelm him, as the Dean roars in fury and forcibly tries to break free from the invisible restraints. Sensing the control is not at maximum output, the shadow ghost immediately adjusts its rhythm, increasing both speed and power of the drum beats. It triggers a second layer of sound waves, determined to completely lock the Dean in place. The amplified sonic force erupts, shaking the Dean's entire body, as both flesh and soul feel like they are being crushed, forcing him to scream in agony. Seizing the opening, Jiang Chen rushes in from behind and swings his weapon at full power, his voice cold as if declaring the end of the battle. But at the moment of certainty, an unexpected turn freezes him for a split second, leaving no time to respond. The Dean suddenly holds the blade bare-handed, stopping Jiang Chen's strike, his eyes dark and calm as he mocks that every move has already been seen through. In rage, the Dean grips the weapon tightly as if to crush it, his terrifying strength causing cracks to spread across the blade. Realizing the situation has turned critical, Jiang Chen orders Ro Lingji to retreat, trying to escape the tightening suppression. At that exact moment, the system suddenly triggers continuous alerts, announcing that the transformation time has officially ended. The boosted state vanishes instantly. Jiang Chen drops from peak condition, his weapon heavily damaged, and all prior advantages disappear in an instant, leaving him in extreme danger as the Dean smirks coldly, confirming the prey is exposed. With no remaining support, Jiang Chen collapses in exhaustion, unable to land any effective damage, already considering his final options and even higher power reserves. Before he can act, the Dean blurs forward at terrifying speed, grabbing Jiang Chen by the neck and unleashing killing intent as if to end him on the spot. Choked and helpless, Jiang Chen loses all ability to resist as the Dean mocks him, treating him like a worthless dying prey. Just as despair peaks, a shadow suddenly appears behind the Dean, releasing a chilling aura that freezes the battlefield. Director Sun unleashes a devastating punch to the dean's face, sending him flying and saving Jiang Chen at the last possible moment. Director Sun rises again, cracking his joints as his aura explodes, preparing for the final decisive battle. Seeing the familiar presence return, Jiang Chen breathes out in relief and retreats, leaving the battlefield to Director Sun. At that moment, the system coldly intervenes, injecting additional ghost energy into the host while issuing a strict warning that heightens the tension. Without wasting time, Director Sun forms seals and summons hellish power, manifesting the towering shadow of Yama King behind him. The Yama King descends in colossal form, its burning eyes and ancient aura filling the battlefield with divine judgment pressure. The Dean briefly hesitates under the overwhelming force, shocked that such a trump card still exists. But his arrogance does not fade as he charges forward, choosing to directly confront the Yama King projection. However, the moment he closes in, a brutal counterkick sends him staggering, his mind rattled by the impact. Before he can recover, Director Sun presses forward with relentless follow-up attacks, denying him any breathing space. At the critical moment, the Dean catches an incoming strike with a strange hand technique, dissolving the attack at the last instant as he smirks in contempt. Without hesitation, he twists his body and unleashes a heavy counterattack like a warhammer, straight at Director Sun's face. The two collide again at extreme close range, exchanging countless blows at blinding speed, leaving only afterimages clashing violently in the air. During the clash, the Dean keeps a mocking smile, constantly insulting his opponent, as if the enemy's full power means nothing to him. After a close exchange, he gathers force and unleashes a devastating punch, sending Director Sun flying and crashing hard into the ground. Despite the heavy damage, Director Sun's will does not waver. He forces himself back up, his rage flaring like fire in his chest. The battle escalates as both sides collide again, like uncontrolled beasts, fists and kicks exploding across the battlefield, while the Dean continues his verbal humiliation. Realizing he cannot prolong the fight, Director Sun channels his remaining strength and activates his ultimate technique, erupting with violent killing intent toward his opponent. The surge of power shifts the momentum, as Director Sun closes in with a storm of punches, forcing the Dean into full defense. Seizing the opening, he lands a meteor-like strike that distorts the Dean's face, sending blood splattering on impact. After the barrage, the Dean's arrogance begins to crack, replaced by panic as he realizes the situation is slipping out of his control. Below the battlefield, Jiang Chen watches everything unfold and senses Director Sun is nearing his limit, immediately activating the system and preparing healing pills for support. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen consumes 2 enhancement pills, restoring his energy flow while preparing to re-enter the battle if needed. Back on the battlefield, Director Sun maintains the upper hand, continuing to unleash mountain-splitting strikes that force the Dean backward. Gathering all remaining power into a single point, he clenches his fist, preparing a decisive finishing blow to end the fight. However, at the moment of execution, the Dean activates a hidden technique, launching a soul detection spell to search for fatal weaknesses. Once the technique completes, a surge of dark power erupts, echoing with ghostly screams as the battlefield is suddenly reversed. From that corrupted energy, countless twisted soul entities are summoned, rushing in like a tide of death to crush Director Sun instantly. The soul wave seals Director Sun inside a dense field of vengeful spirits that cling, erode, and suppress every movement, cutting off all resistance. Once the seal is complete, all spiritual energy in Director Sun is drained completely, pushing him into despair as he confirms his cultivation has been locked and stripped away. Witnessing the sudden reversal, Jiang Chen is shaken, unable to understand what just happened, while panic and confusion flood his mind. He immediately turns to his shadow ally and issues an emergency command to find a way to turn the situation around. However, the shadow ghost refuses, admitting it has reached its absorption limit and cannot handle such overwhelming power any further. With the shadow option exhausted, Jiang Chen is forced to switch to his remaining trump card. Ruling Ji rapidly transforms, condensing into a heavy weapon form with devastating firepower, ready for battle. Jiang Chen locks onto the soul swarm surrounding Director Sun, focusing all his intent into the coming attack. He pulls the trigger, releasing a destructive blast that tears through the battlefield as he shouts with all his strength, in hopes of changing the outcome. The explosion erupts violently, shaking the entire space and scattering the soul formation, while Director Sun's body is thrown downward by the impact. At this moment, Director Sun has completely exhausted his life force, falling like a lifeless object with no ability to resist. the Dean suddenly erupts with overwhelming aura, his body distorting into a more monstrous form as he absorbs back all summoned souls, claiming victory with arrogance. Even in his final state, Director Sun forces out his last remaining power, transferring all his ghost energy to Jiang Chen as the final hope before collapsing. After completing the inheritance transfer, Director Sun leaves only a final message, entrusting Jiang Chen with the mission to eliminate the enemy before his life force completely fades. Before Jiang Chen can stabilize his emotions, he witnesses Director Sun's life end right before his eyes, leaving a heavy void behind. The system immediately responds, confirming the massive transfer of ghost energy, causing Jiang Chen's power to surge beyond imagination. Not only energy, but a higher-level force floods his body, leaving him shocked and unable to believe the sudden transformation. On the opposite side, the Dean is also shaken by Jiang Chen's sudden change, his expression showing hesitation and unease. Behind Jiang Chen, a massive golden halo slowly forms, carrying the same aura as Director Sun's power, making the entire battlefield feel heavier. Sensing this, the Dean becomes visibly unsettled, realizing his opponent has obtained a force beyond expectations. As his power peaks, boosted further by earlier pills, Jiang Chen bursts forward at extreme speed, like a piercing arrow. The first strike lands before the Dean can react, fully overwhelming him in the opening clash. A seemingly simple swing from Jiang Chen detonates the air into a violent shockwave, sending the Dean flying backward as blood spills from his mouth. Before he can land properly, a follow-up kick crashes down like thunder, slamming him into the ground with a heavy explosion. The impact continues to rattle his internal organs, forcing blood to pour uncontrollably from his mouth. Even under suppression, the Dean secretly maintains a soul analysis technique, searching for Jiang Chen's weakness and preparing a counterattack. He wipes the blood from his lips and still forces a twisted smile, taunting Jiang Chen as if everything remains under control. Seeing that expression, Jiang Chen feels an uneasy pressure he cannot ignore, sensing something is wrong with that confidence. No longer testing the waters, he activates a stronger trump card, a level 3 demon transformation card to fully overturn the situation. The moment it activates, demonic energy erupts as the form of the 100-eyed Demon King begins to fuse, with a giant eye distorting space itself. The transformation completes, and a third eye appears on Jiang Chen's forehead, releasing a cold, oppressive aura. More grotesque eyes continue to emerge across his arms and body, turning him increasingly inhuman. The Dean freezes in place, his earlier confidence replaced by confusion and disbelief. Upon locking eyes with the transformation, he feels a surge of lethal pressure and realizes his opponent has become something entirely different. Jiang Chen immediately fires a beam from the eye on his palm, locking down the enemy's position. The attack detonates on impact, creating a massive crater that sweeps the battlefield with shockwaves and debris. However, the Dean reacts instantly, leaping into the air and narrowly avoiding the destructive blast. But the moment he escapes, Jiang Chen is already beside him, wearing a cold, distorted smile. Without hesitation, the eye on his forehead fires a concentrated energy beam, blasting the Dean away like debris. Though hit, the Dean manages to block with both arms, avoiding a fatal injury and sliding back through the force. This is not the full extent of Jiang Chen's power, as he unleashes all the eyes across his body in a rain of destructive energy. He then closes in at melee range, unleashing a storm of punches and kicks that distort space with overwhelming force. Another full-powered strike sends the Dean flying again, leaving him completely out of control. Jiang Chen's aura continues to surge as his body expands violently, his clothes tearing apart to reveal countless hidden eyes beneath. All energy converges into the ultimate technique, 100-eyed divine light, firing forward with annihilating force. The attack collides mid-air and erupts into a catastrophic explosion, shaking the sky as shockwaves spread across the entire battlefield. After the shockwave, the Institute Director's body was completely torn apart, fragments scattering across the energy storm, his face burned and twisted into a miserable state. Just when he seemed fully erased, Jiang Chen froze for a moment, as the director's body rapidly regenerated, restoring itself perfectly, as if nothing had happened. He brushed off the dust, rolled his shoulders like it was light exercise, and mocked Jiang Chen, claiming he was the first to ever damage him. Unshaken, Jiang Chen shifted his attack pattern and summoned lightning from the eyes across his body, striking down like a storm. All his ocular powers flared at once, unleashing chaotic electric beams that rained down and tore through the space below. The Institute Director was once again incinerated in an instant, reduced to ash under the overwhelming power. But just like before the ashes even fell, his body reformed completely, causing him to twist in rage from being crushed repeatedly. Even at full power, Jiang Chen still could not finish him, and he began suspecting the abnormal regeneration mechanism. He focused on observing the opponent's soul, but found no clear escape or dispersion, making it impossible to locate a weak point. The institute director sneered and activated a special soul technique, boasting that his soul could split and hide inside multiple vessels. He rose into the air and transferred soul fragments into mutated creatures below, using them as anchors for his regeneration. After a prolonged fight, Jiang Chen finally realized the soul dispersion method and concluded he must wipe out every remaining fragment. Exposed, the institute director showed no fear and instead became even more violent, charging at Jiang Chen to finish him first. However, Jiang Chen chose not to fight head-on and instead retreated to conserve energy, forcing the enemy into pursuit. During the movement, a small monster carrying a trace of the director's soul suddenly appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen struck it down instantly, destroying the vessel completely. Another mutated beast rushed out from the shadows, trying to protect the remaining soul fragments. Jiang Chen counterattacked immediately, unleashing rapid strikes that wiped out all soul-bearing creatures blocking his path. Seeing his soul-splitting plan collapsing piece by piece, the institute director panicked, cold sweat dripping as his secret was exposed. He shouted, demanding how Jiang Chen could track every hidden soul fragment so precisely. Jiang Chen only gave a cold smile and accelerated, locking onto the final core soul-bearing monster. But at the moment of execution, an invisible force suddenly intervened and snatched the target away at impossible speed. At the critical moment, Hanba appeared, stealing the soul-bearing beast right in front of Jiang Chen and kicking him into a cliff, sending debris and dust everywhere. Holding his spoils, Hanba showed a satisfied grin, eyes burning with excitement, as if he had obtained something he had long awaited. Jiang Chen crawled out of the ruins, staring at the stolen target and sensing the brutal interference, immediately demanding an explanation. Hanba responded coldly, showing no concern, then casually devoured the soul-bearing beast as if it meant nothing. In the distance, Yang Zuzhang lay motionless on the ground, soaked and completely unconscious with no sign of resistance. The institute director reappeared behind them, but upon facing Hanba, he was shocked by the overwhelming aura far beyond his expectations. Before he could react, Hanba instantly beheaded him in a single strike, mocking his naivety. Hanba lifted the head like a trophy, coldly declaring his dominance over the entire battlefield. It was revealed that Hanba was no ordinary being, but a demon king-level existence that had evolved beyond imagination. A layer of dark armor slowly emerged over its body, making its form heavier and far more terrifying than before. Its arms also twisted into grotesque shapes, ending in long, razor-sharp claws filled with killing intent. In just moments, the transformation was complete, with dense demonic aura flooding the area and crushing the space with pressure. Faced with this overwhelming presence, Jiang Chen froze for a second, unable to hide his shock at the sudden reversal. Hanba remained calm, as if everything was part of his plan from the very beginning. Then Hanba let out a loud burp, triggering a violent surge of demonic energy that tore the sky apart and shook the ground. The shockwave left Jiang Chen dizzy, the gap in power becoming painfully clear as danger escalated. Before he could stabilize himself, the ground beneath them cracked open, and a red magma-like liquid surged upward, distorting the entire battlefield. Hanba laughed coldly and declared that his arrival had already sealed the fate of this entire zone. Refusing to be suppressed, Jiang Chen counterattacked immediately, activating his ocular power and firing a blue beam to engage the enemy. But the power difference was still too vast, and he quickly realized he could not turn the situation around. At that moment, the shadow beside him moved slightly, as if reminding him it was still there and ready to assist. Jiang Chen's gaze turned colder, his aura shifting as he prepared to absorb and unleash all available power against the overwhelming entity. At his command, countless vengeful spirits surged forward, throwing themselves at the dark purple flood, rushing in like a broken dam. The spirit bodies acted as shields, desperately trying to hold back the monstrous tide from spreading further. Seeing the situation temporarily stabilized, Jiang Chen smirked and urged his spirit army to keep holding the line. The weak spirits suddenly erupted with unexpected power, becoming ferocious as they fully committed to stopping the tide. At that moment, the system interface flashed with a sound notification, announcing that the demon transformation state had ended. Returning to normal form, Jiang Chen was drenched in sweat, fully aware the real fight with Hanba had only just begun. Behind him stood the entire population of Bakjiang City, while the thick fog slowly began to clear. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen demanded the system activate a 5-star demon transformation, but he was told all daily draws were exhausted. Hearing this, he nearly lost his mind, repeatedly demanding more draws, but the system remained completely unmoved. Refusing to give up, Jiang Chen proposed an exchange with a higher price. He offered double the accumulated points, but the system still refused due to fixed operational rules. It even emphasized that no exception had ever been made before. A mocking Joker icon appeared, pushing Jiang Chen into rage as he shouted that he would pay 10 times the cost. His fury reached such intensity that even the system hesitated, then suddenly changed stance and agreed to the draw. The system interface immediately activated the summoning process. On the battlefield, a dragon roar echoed through the sky as a powerful being began to descend. Fu Hai Great Saint officially arrived, and Jiang Chen raised the glowing red card to activate the transformation. A solid battle armor instantly covered his body, with a majestic shield forming on his chest. His arms were reinforced with advanced mechanical structures, greatly enhancing the armor's power. The lower body armor was further reinforced, radiating overwhelming strength. After transformation, Jiang Chen stepped through space, each step leaving behind purple spatial cracks. Closing in on the target, he focused all power into a devastating punch aimed directly at the demon. However, the opponent reacted instantly and blocked the strike in time. Jiang Chen then exploded in speed, unleashing a barrage of punches so fast it looked like multiple arms attacking at once. When the physical assault was still not enough, he immediately changed tactics. From above, a heavy kick like a meteor slammed down onto the demon, sending it flying and triggering a massive explosion. Even Jiang Chen himself was shocked by the power he had just unleashed, wondering if this was truly his limit. But before he could celebrate, the demon crawled out of the ruins and launched countless fireballs like a rain of flames. In that dangerous moment, Jiang Chen barely cursed under his breath before dodging an even more terrifying strike than the firestorm. Realizing the battle was turning against him, he reached behind and grasped his twin blue hilt blades, calling out the name Ro Ling Ji. At his command, the dual swords transformed. A pale white liquid began seeping from the blades as Jiang Chen shot forward with killing intent, determined to end it. A sharp sword strike tore through the air, but the demon raised both hands and blocked it effortlessly, even smiling mockingly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he quickly realized why his attack had no effect. Without hesitation, he drew the second blade and activated Ru Ling Ji No. 2, preparing another strike. The next slash came with equal force, but the demon caught it with one hand and mocked him, saying his attacks were no different from scratching. Just as it held the blade, an unexpected change occurred as Jiang Chen's battle armor began fading into smoke. Only then did Jiang Chen understand the true ability of his opponent. The creature could absorb any form of energy it touched. However, his shock lasted only a moment before a bold idea flashed in his mind, changing his expression instantly. Jiang Chen roared as veins bulged across his forehead, deciding to test the limits of the demon's absorption ability. He pressed both hands onto the demon's body and released a massive surge of deep purple demonic energy. Around them, streams of dark energy gathered and surged violently toward the clash point. One side poured energy relentlessly, while the other devoured it, creating an extreme war of attrition. The deadlock continued until the demon finally reached its absorption limit. Unable to contain it any longer, it was forced to retreat and triggered a massive explosion at Jiang Chen's position. The demon floated in the air, breathing heavily and clearly exhausted. Seeing its weakened state, Jiang Chen finally smiled, realizing his risky gamble had worked. Despite its condition, the demon stared at him coldly, claiming it had been observing him for a long time and knew his transformation could not last forever. It further stated that if it dragged the fight out, Jiang Chen would be the first to collapse, then released a burst of crimson energy across the battlefield. The shockwave forced Jiang Chen to step back to avoid being overwhelmed. What confused him was that the demon clearly understood his weakness, but still avoided finishing him, as if forcing him to leave. Jiang Chen began suspecting its real goal. He looked up at the sky, where a massive golden seal covered the entire region, turning it into a sealed domain since the 3 demon king-level beings appeared. Jiang Chen quickly pieced everything together. All human king-level experts were currently maintaining this sealing formation. Images of those top fighters struggling outside surfaced in his mind. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Chen directly exposed the enemy's scheme, claiming the demon was using the human kings as fuel to complete a demon king summoning ritual. Hearing this, the demon was not surprised and only smirked darkly, admitting he had seen through it. Jiang Chen then declared he would not allow the plan to succeed as long as he stood here. With that, Jiang Chen charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. But without his battle armor, he fell into a disadvantage and was directly countered by the demon. The heavy blow forced Jiang Chen to his knees, his chest nearly collapsing as blood spurted from his mouth, and he realized clearly that if this continued, he would lose. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately called the system and requested the Hankat Ding to turn the tide. In an instant, two massive golden glowing spikes emerged from the void. He decided to pour all remaining demon energy into pushing the artifact to its maximum power. Continuous system alerts appeared as his energy was consumed. Each deduction strengthened the twin spikes until they were fully transformed into a radiant and razor-sharp divine weapon. Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Chen wrapped the spikes in violent demon energy and charged straight at Han Ba with full killing intent. Without hesitation, he hurled the two spikes forward. Their speed shocked even the demon. Instinctively, Han Ba tried to block them with his hands as before, but this time the spikes pierced straight through his body, shocking him as he failed to absorb their energy. Realizing the danger, he immediately chose to retreat, but Jiang Chen had already anticipated it, and the spikes locked onto him like they were alive. As the demon turned to escape, the spikes closed in on his back, ready to pierce through, filling him with fear. However, Han Ba reacted quickly and knocked the spikes off course, sending them crashing into a nearby cliff while roaring in rage. But Jiang Chen was prepared. Seizing the moment of distraction, he launched another spike toward the demon. All of the demon's attention was drawn to the incoming weapon, completely ignoring his back. Jiang Chen used that instant to appear behind him like a ghost, a calculated smile forming as his final killing move was finally ready. As Han Ba turned around in shock, the two spikes reappeared in front of him and instantly drilled into his back, while Jiang Chen watched coldly. Yet the demon still refused to yield, turning back and claiming that a few spikes could never take his life. Seeing that the divine weapons had only partially penetrated his steel-like skin, Jiang Chen felt frustrated by his terrifying defense. At that moment, Han Ba suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed Jiang Chen. His throat was crushed in an instant as Jiang Chen screamed in pain, while the demon stared at him with contempt. The situation turned extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he struggled to breathe. Even while being choked, he mocked the demon, saying that once the demon transformation ended, the loser would be him. Despite his struggle, the power gap was too wide. Jiang Chen ordered the spikes to keep drilling deeper into the demon's body. The two spikes continued to burrow in, while Jiang Chen felt his own body reaching its absolute limit. His entire body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring out as he forced himself to take a deep breath and suddenly relaxed his muscles. At that moment, the shadow beneath him began to twist violently. Under Jiang Chen's command, a black clone identical to him slowly emerged, except its eyes were completely white with no pupils. Jiang Chen immediately transferred the power of the Yin God Hammer into it. An ancient rune and blazing red-orange energy formed in his palm. In an instant, a massive war hammer condensed in the air. The shadow looked at it with excitement like a child receiving a new toy. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen ordered it to strike. The shadow obeyed and swung the colossal hammer down toward Han Ba's back with full force. Seeing the massive weapon falling, Han Ba roared in rage, cursing that both of them were demons yet still pushed him to the brink. The shadow calmly replied that sharing the same nature did not mean they stood on the same side. The devastating hammer strike hit the base of the spikes, driving them even deeper into Han Ba's body. The weight of the hammer felt like a mountain, crushing down, continuously pressing the spikes inward. Even so, Han Ba's flesh remained terrifyingly durable. Both sides continued to clash fiercely, filling the sky with blinding red light. Above the battlefield, Jiang Chen's shadow clone poured all its strength into the warhammer. Sweat covered its face, but its will only grew stronger as it roared to amplify its power. After an intense clash, the balance finally shifted. The Hankat Ding broke through Han Ba's terrifying defense and pierced deep into his body. Sparks flew violently from the friction between the spike and his hardened flesh. Even while being choked, Jiang Chen still shouted desperately, urging the shadow to push harder. Whether his voice helped or not, the shadow had fully entered a berserk state. Its only goal was to drill through the monster in front of it. The pain finally exceeded Han Ba's limit. His face twisted as he turned back, drenched in cold sweat from agony. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. The ground trembled as golden flames burst upward with a massive pillar of black smoke. Jiang Chen's yin god hammer delivered the finishing blow, crushing Han Ba on the spot and shattering his body. Jiang Chen had already escaped the blast range in time. When he checked the area, he saw the enemy's body split into two pieces. Relief washed over him. Standing at the edge of the crater, he gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally believing the deadly battle was over. Thinking Han Ba had been eliminated, he turned to leave. But at that moment, the demon's arm suddenly moved and grabbed the edge of the crater. His eyes snapped open, more vicious than before, as he coldly asked if Jiang Chen really thought he could be killed so easily. Just as a devastating counterattack seemed imminent, a metal rod suddenly smashed into his head with brutal force, knocking him away instantly. Han Ba was sent crashing into the ground. Turning around, he saw the attacker was the girl with tutuned hair and strange eyes, and his rage exploded. He spewed insults, blaming his subordinates for siding with outsiders. But Soa said nothing, only coldly struck him again and told him to shut up. After confirming the threat was completely eliminated, Soa withdrew her power and returned to her cheerful self, happily running toward Jiang Chen. The two left the battlefield together. On the way, Jiang Chen gently asked if she was injured or in any trouble. Soa brushed her hair lightly and smiled, saying everything was fine. Hearing that, Jiang Chen finally relaxed. The pressure in his heart lifted, and his expression became calm. He smiled and said it was time to go home. Under the first light of dawn, the two silhouettes walked side by side into peace. Time passed quietly. One day at a milk tea shop, Jiang Chen casually walked in and noticed the place was unusually empty. From a distance, a blonde maid-dressed spirit girl rushed over and explained that the shop had not opened yet. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. The sound drew curious glances from the two girls nearby as he answered the call. Jiang Chen picked up and greeted the caller warmly, calling her Sister Hong with a familiar tone. Sister Hong gently suggested planning a new mission together, her voice full of trust and expectation. During the call, she summoned her spirit creature onto her palm and mentioned her abilities had improved significantly recently. Jiang Chen laughed at her confidence and agreed to meet her that evening. Even though the great demon king had been defeated, their mission to protect humanity never changed. Sister Hong was always ready to fight injustice. Chen Xue also stated firmly that many demons were still hiding within Jiangbei City. The remaining teammates agreed, believing this was their true purpose and responsibility. Everyone looked toward Jiang Chen. Standing in radiant light, he smiled as always, and called them to continue the demon hunt. And thus, Jiang Chen's journey in this story came to an end.